Chapter 1. The Boy Who Survived. A cat, an owl, a meteor shower. Wizards who disregard Muggle attire, yet revel in the commotion. There was no time to dwell on such trivialities. The great bearded wizard, Dumbledore, needed his energies preserved for more pressing matters at hand, such as the woman before him, Mrs. Dursley. Mrs. Dursley, who ought to have been Lily Potter's sister, a Muggle by all rights. Divination, prophecies, various spells, and legal stipulations all mandated the immediate care of the orphaned infant, Harry Potter, by his Aunt Petunia, otherwise known as Mrs. Dursley. Yet the Mrs. Dursley standing before Dumbledore was evidently not the true Mrs. Dursley. To articulate the reason for such clarity, the degree to which it was apparent, or whether it could be a misunderstanding, could all be succinctly answered with one phrase. This Mrs. Dursley was a size K. Upon opening the door, Mrs. Dursley had to take a step back to prevent the door from colliding with her prominent assets. Mrs. Dursley stood at the threshold with a cheerful demeanor. Her visage bore a resemblance to the genuine Mrs. Dursley, yet her hair was considerably longer and black, akin to her recently exploded original form, half of it styled up while the other half cascaded down her shoulders in a casual braid. Her blue turtleneck robe was adorned with starry rhinestones, trailing on the floor and concealing her feet, rendering it uncertain whether she wore shoes if she did not. Her height, while slightly less than Dumbledore's, was not vastly different. In his mind, Dumbledore swiftly enumerated 20 blood-related transformation spells and 30 prohibited mind control enchantments. He was on the brink of drawing his wand, yet he refrained from engaging without fully comprehending the opponent's identity and intentions. That, of course, Dumbledore could still combat without revealing his wand, but his allies required a warning signal for a potential retreat. He cast a sidelong glance at McGonagall and Hagrid behind him. Neither appeared to sense any anomaly. Do not worry, do not worry. I have lost most of my power, Mrs. Dursley smiled gently before Dumbledore, her voice soothing. And at present, I am incapable of deceiving you, a limitation imposed by the spell that has allowed me to survive. I will strive to raise Harry Potter to be a good person, a how shall I put it, a saint. Nothing more. Consider this, Dumbledore. If you act against me here, can you truly protect Harry at my doorstep? Furthermore, you must safeguard the original owner of this body, correct? I too must ensure their safety. In any case, let's declare a truce. You have temporarily taken my life. Do you not wish to offer a price in return? The two behind him remained oblivious to Mrs. Dursley's obviously troubling murmurs. Dumbledore endeavored to recall the pivotal prophecy. Harry Potter will be the one to utterly destroy Voldemort. Dumbledore's expression gradually softened, and he released his grip on the wand, withdrawing it from his cloaked hand. The infant, Harry Potter, to the ageless-looking woman before him, that he calmly stated, Mrs. Dursley, the details concerning this child are elucidated in the letter within his blanket. We shall not intrude further. Good night. The woman cradled Harry's, swaddling in her arms, pressing it against her bosom, causing her gown, adorned with sparkling gemstones, to take on a shape that Dumbledore found difficult to behold. Chapter 2. The Vanishing Glass. Nearly a decade had passed since Aunt Petunia took Harry in general. Harry was perceived by the neighbors as a polite and well-mannered child, a sentiment he shared regarding himself. In stark contrast, Dudley, the son of the Dursleys, was markedly less admirable. Harry had often voiced his grievances to Aunt Petunia, asserting that as wizards, they should prioritize relationships among their kind rather than with Muggles, even if these Muggles were their blood relatives. Moreover, the Dursleys were known for their boorish and uncouth demeanor within the Muggle community. Aunt Petunia would conjure up various excuses to counter his arguments, and when unable to prevail, she would resort to tears, lamenting that Harry did not comprehend her intentions. You must understand, your status is unique. Half of the wizarding world wishes you harm, and only your family's special bloodline can offer you protection. My efforts alone are insufficient. It is imperative that you maintain regular contact with these relatives to sustain such safeguards. Harry could hardly endure Aunt Petunia's tears. Thus, when she arranged for him to accompany Dudley to the zoo, he endeavored to maintain a smile throughout the outing. In a reptile house, Dudley exclaimed, "Wow, look at this enormous cobra." Harry replied, "Indeed, a cobra." He nodded towards a snake, and the cobra seemed to nod back. Dudley continued, "Wow, a giant python." Harry responded, "Yes, a python." He nodded at the giant serpent, which mirrored his gesture. Dudley then proclaimed, "Wow, this is a supersized python that could wrap around my dad's car twice and crush it into a heap of scrap metal." Harry remarked, "Yes, a magical python." He paused, contemplating the slumbering creature. Was this a pet abandoned by a wizard, or perhaps a jest from a passing sorcerer? Regardless, the magical aura and formidable size of the python were undeniably linked to the wizarding world. He glanced at the accompanying placard, Python, Brazil. Bred in this zoo, not captured in the wild. Who would believe such nonsense? A muggle, perhaps. He felt compelled to inform Aunt Petunia immediately, while simultaneously warning Dudley. Dudley, step back from that snake, it appears quite dangerous. Dudley laughed. Haha, our little baby Harry can't resist lecturing. Can he? There's glass here. He punctuated his statement with a forceful tap on the thick glass, which sounded as solid as iron and concrete. However, on the third tap, the glass vanished. Dudley, who had been leaning against the glass, suddenly tumbled into the serpent's pit. The enormous python, feeling its tail pinned, was jolted awake and turned to glare at the intruder. Its forked tongue flicked alarmingly close to Dudley's face. The crowd by the serpent pit erupted into screams and fled, but it was too late. Harry vaulted over the railing and leaped into the pit, positioning himself between the python's head and Dudley, his feet planted on either side of the serpent's coiled body. Stop, Harry commanded in Parseltongue. The python hesitated briefly before curling its lip in a cold sneer. The cold smirk of a serpent is often imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet a parcel mouth can discern it. The python uttered a single word, wizard, and then opened its jaws to strike. Harry was momentarily taken aback since mastering Parseltongue. He had never encountered a snake that lunged at him. Fortunately, years of play with snakes had bestowed upon him a wealth of knowledge. He swiftly picked up a branch from the ground, using it to hold the serpent's upper jaw at bay while wedging the other end into its lower jaw. However, the danger had not yet dissipated. He immediately scooped up Dudley and leaped out of the pit as he landed outside. He heard the sound of stones clattering and rolling in the serpent pit. It was the python's body writhing. Had he been any slower, Dudley would have been crushed into a pulp. At that moment, security personnel began to arrive in response to the alarm, their tridents thwarting the python's attempts to escape the pit. Aunt Petunia soon joined them. Without needing Harry to explain, she sensed the lingering traces of wizarding magic in the air. Her expression was grave, as if deep in thought. Gradually, the chaos subsided. Dudley clearly had lost all interest in the zoo. The two families, Harry's and Dudley's, gathered at the zoo's entrance, preparing to part ways. Dudley did not say goodbye after a moment of hesitation. He managed to utter, "I'm sorry for all those years. Thank you for saving me," before turning on his heel and running away. Chapter 3. The Owl's Message. Aunt Petunia did not explain to Harry why the glass of the Brazilian python had vanished that day. Instead, she grounded him at home until September, citing safety concerns. Why September? Of course, it was because Hogwarts would be opening then. Aunt Petunia claimed that she had gradually awakened to her magical powers only after reaching adulthood. Since both Petunia and Harry's mother came from Muggle families, Aunt Petunia had originally been regarded as a Muggle, and thus had never attended a proper wizarding school. This, Harry surmised, was why Aunt Petunia seemed so excited about his impending journey to Hogwarts. 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 Our little savior is going to Hogwarts. Aunt Petunia would sing from time to time. Did you know, Harry? You were recorded on the Hogwarts student list the moment you were born. No matter where you go, an owl will deliver your acceptance letter there. Even if we moved to the middle of the Pacific, Hogwarts would find a way to get the letter to us. Harry replied, less scrolling on TikTok. Aunt Petunia exclaimed, Harry, look, an owl is flying over. Harry also noticed it. An owl had flown in, landing on the utility pole beside Harry's house. It appeared to be clutching something in its talons, a letter, perhaps. After a moment, the owl took flight again, not delivering the letter into Harry's house or down the chimney. After a brief silence, Harry remarked, perhaps they should consider sending notifications via text message. Aunt Petunia's expression darkened as she ascended the stairs. Moments later, Harry could hear her furious voice from above. Am to blame for the letter not arriving, am I? I refuse to take responsibility. You'll have to figure out later that evening. Bang! The chandelier rattled. Someone was knocking on the door with the force of someone intent on breaking it down. Bang! Another strike, this time shaking the entire house. Aunt Petunia seemed to know who was outside. She ambled to the door and opened it, only to find no one there. Instead, a terrified delivery owl stood at the threshold. It trembled, its beak slightly ajar, its wide eyes lifted in alarm, but all that was visible were two towering mountains, obscuring the recipient's face. In its grip, it clutched a letter. Harry sensed that it had not flown here willingly. Chapter 4. The Keeper of Keys. Aunt Petunia attempted to retrieve the letter from the owl's talons, but found it stubbornly resistant. After a moment's thought, she shifted aside, allowing Harry, who stood behind her, to seize the letter. As Harry pulled the letter free, the owl gradually released its grasp. Once the letter was entirely in Harry's possession, the owl took flight. The envelope was a pale yellow, the address inscribed in emerald green ink. Disruption, shielding, chaos, the intersection of prophecies. To Mr. Harry Potter. He extracted the letter and began to read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. International Confederation of Wizards President. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief. Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st to receive your response. We have noted your suggestion regarding text notifications for acceptance letters and will discuss it at the next school meeting. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After reading it several times, Harry muttered to himself, "But I don't have an owl." The floor trembled once more, as if an elephant or rhinoceros was charging through, or as Harry witnessed before him, a burly man over 2 meters tall sprinting along the garden path toward Aunt Petunia's door. The burly man pulled a droopy feathered owl from his pocket, hastily retrieved a quill and a piece of parchment, and scribbled a note. He then handed both the owl and the note to Harry. The note read, "Dear Mr. Dumbledore, the letter has been delivered to Harry. The weather is dreadful. Wishing you well. Keeper of Keys. Hagrid." Prompted by Hagrid, Harry rolled up the note and allowed the owl to grasp it in its beak before releasing it into the night sky. Hagrid appeared to have more to say, yet upon glancing at Aunt Petunia's chest, he swiftly averted his gaze and departed without uttering another word. Another tremor shook the ground. Once the chaos subsided, Harry closed the door and inquired of Aunt Petunia, "Does this pertain to my identity as the Savior?" Aunt Petunia displayed a grimace of struggle before sighing and conceding, "Indeed. It relates to your identity as well as to Voldemort. He has not been entirely vanquished and may seek to harm you at any moment. Your residence is a closely guarded secret within the wizarding world, protected by potent spells. Now, go to sleep, Harry. Tomorrow, I shall take you to procure the necessities for school." Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. Harry was aware that the wizarding world possessed its own currency system, yet he had never encountered Canute. Their home contained magical artifacts, yet Aunt Petunia seldom employed magic. Nonetheless, her knowledge of it was extensive, though Harry was unaware of its origins. He had never seen a book pertaining to magic or wizardry at home, nor had he ever laid eyes on Aunt Petunia's wand. As Aunt Petunia drove Harry through London, they passed by tumultuous crowds in riot, quiet groups on strike, shuttered bookstores, record shops and cinemas, and a newly established burger joint marked by a green sign. The establishment that most resembled a vendor of magical wares was a video rental store. Who rents videos anymore? This is the place. Just a moment, parking here is inconvenient. Most wizards do not arrive by car. She remarked that it was a dingy, narrow pub. Had Aunt Petunia not pointed it out, Harry might have overlooked it entirely. A sign above the entrance proclaimed, "The Leaky Cauldron." Aunt Petunia ushered Harry inside, and the cacophony of chatter abruptly ceased. A figure approached slowly. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Harry Potter?" Another individual jostled him aside. "Mr. Harry Potter, may I shake your hand?" The voices of the crowd began to swell, as if everyone desired to crowd closer to gaze upon Potter and the lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. This cannot continue, Harry thought. Seizing the moment before the situation spiraled out of control, he leaped onto a chair beside the bar and then onto the slick countertop. Struggling to maintain his balance, Harry called out loudly, "I am Harry Potter, the boy known as the Savior. Yet, I am merely a child who has not yet entered middle school. Please do not revere me as an idol. I shall not shake your hands. This does not signify a lack of respect. It is simply because I am still a child, unprepared to bear the weight of your adoration." After quietly listening to Harry Potter's proclamation, the bar erupted in thunderous applause. Even the elderly women huddled in the corners, smoking, joined in the ovation. Amidst the applause, Harry and Aunt Petunia successfully navigated through the throng, crossing the bar to a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Here, apart from a lone trash bin and some weeds, there was nothing else. "Harry, I spoke quite well, didn't I, Aunt Petunia?" Aunt Petunia, oh indeed. To calmly confront societal expectations that do not align with one's age is not something just any child can achieve. By the way, where did you acquire such wisdom? Harry, what about the teenage influencers on Douyin? Ever since you enlightened me about Voldemort and my parents, I have been consciously seeking information on the subject. Aunt Petunia listened attentively to Harry's explanation as she rapped on several spots on the wall, finally tapping 3 times in the center. The bricks she had struck began to shift, and a small opening emerged, gradually widening. Before long, a broad archway appeared before them, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. They proceeded through the archway, and Harry turned to glance back, only to see the arch narrow abruptly, transforming back into a solid wall. Brilliant sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign that read, "Cauldrons in copper, brass, tin, and silver, with a complete range, self-stirring, and collapsible. Welcome to Diagon Alley," Aunt Petunia proclaimed, then followed Harry's gaze. "Oh, you need to purchase a cauldron. But first, we must retrieve some money." Harry wished he could sprout 8 more eyes. All the objects he had only heard about from Aunt Petunia but had never seen with his own eyes clamored for his attention. He had consciously tried to avoid being distracted by these inconsequential items, yet he found himself captivated by a pet shop window displaying several cages containing owls, which reminded him of the moment he received his acceptance letter. "Gringotts has arrived," Aunt Petunia announced. They approached a towering, snow-white building. Beside the gleaming bronze door stood a diminutive goblin, shorter than Harry. Aunt Petunia urged Harry to step forward. The goblin bowed to them. And then a second door appeared before them, silver in hue, adorned with engraved text. Harry barely had time to glimpse a few words. "Take what is not yours. Retribution." Beyond the second door, 2 more goblins bowed and ushered them into a grand marble hall. Aunt Petunia and Harry made their way to the counter. "Good morning." Aunt Petunia addressed a goblin idly standing by. "We wish to withdraw some money from Mr. Harry Potter's vault." "Do you have his key, madam?" the goblin inquired. "No," Aunt Petunia replied, holding her head high. The goblin studied Aunt Petunia intently. "Without a key, we cannot open the door." Aunt Petunia erupted in fury, slamming her hands on the table and bellowing. "Do you not see who stands before you? Harry Potter. His parents perished at the hands of Voldemort. Look at his forehead. That lightning mark. Surely you can sense the remnants of Voldemort's magic upon it. You now require an orphan, whose family was obliterated by Voldemort, to produce a key that has long been lost to him in order to inherit his parents' legacy? I demand to see your manager." Harry surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that neither the fairies nor the patrons seemed to be affected by Aunt Petunia's furious outburst, they remained engrossed in their personal affairs. At some point, another fairy appeared behind the counter, taking the place of the previous one, and began to negotiate with Aunt Petunia. "Without the key, it is indeed impossible to unlock the vault's door. However, the blood curse can certainly be enacted, though it requires board authorization, which is unnecessary. We can proceed with a credit loan arrangement. Utilizing the savings of Mr. Potter's parents as collateral, we can extend a 0-interest credit of the same amount in galleons to Mr. Harry Potter. This is far more convenient than cash and affords access to additional services." Ultimately, Aunt Petunia acquiesced to the manager's suggestion, receiving a black card, which she then handed to Harry. "I had hoped to go down once," Aunt Petunia lamented. "Harry, are you using my name to intimidate Gringotts merely to satisfy your curiosity?" Aunt Petunia turned her head away. "That cannot be entirely said. Besides, who is not curious? Right?" As Harry and Aunt Petunia stepped out from the wizardly ambience of Gringotts, illuminated by torches and fireplaces, and returned to the sunlight, Harry still felt a lack of reality regarding his entry into the wizarding world. "Let's purchase the uniform," Aunt Petunia said, nodding towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch, exuding warmth with her smile, dressed in violet attire. "Are you here to buy Hogwarts uniforms, dear?" Before Harry could utter a word, she continued, "We have plenty in stock. In fact, there is a young girl trying on clothes inside right now." Upon entering the shop with Aunt Petunia, the young girl fixated her gaze on Aunt Petunia's chest, not diverting her eyes even once until Aunt Petunia shot her a fierce glare. Seizing this moment, Harry took the opportunity to observe his first peer from the wizarding world. She possessed light golden hair, fair skin, and her face had begun to shed its childish roundness, adorned with a languid, haughty expression. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Aunt Petunia, thus providing Harry with a sense of familiarity. "Hey," the girl slightly turned towards Harry, speaking with a lazy, elongated drawl. "Are you also going to Hogwarts? What is your surname?" Before Harry could respond, he heard Madame Malkin say, "It has already been tried on, my dear." Harry then jumped down from the footstool. "Very well, then we shall meet again at Hogwarts." The girl elongated her tone as she spoke. Harry wished to converse with her a bit longer, for she appeared to be the only person in this place who did not recognize him, embodying a delightful ignorance that brought a sense of ease. They procured parchment and quills, and then at a bookstore named Flourish and Blots, they acquired the textbooks Harry would require for his studies. Following that, they purchased a cauldron, scales, and a telescope. Subsequently, they visited a apothecary, where Aunt Petunia was diligently selecting various standard measures of potion ingredients from a list. During this time, Harry spotted a horn crafted from unicorn horn, While other unicorn horns were priced at 21 galleons, this particular horn, adorned with a golden throat, was displayed above all the others, commanding a staggering price of 210,000 galleons. Harry felt an uncanny familiarity with the object, as if he had encountered it in Aunt Petunia's room, yet he could not be certain. Perhaps he had merely seen a version worth a mere 21 galleons. Furthermore, it would indeed be unusual for a wizarding household to possess not a single magical item. All transactions were conducted through the presentation of credit cards, leaving only your wand behind. Oh, and I have a gift for you. A peculiar smile graced Aunt Petunia's face, one Harry had never witnessed before, an owl. Harry quickly realized that the owl was unfamiliar with the way to their home. Aunt Petunia chuckled, remarking that this owl was quite exceptional. However, she added, I cannot present her to you just yet. You will receive her on the day you depart for school. For now, your focus must be on acquiring a wand. Let us proceed to Ollivander's. The last shop was small and dilapidated, the gilded sign above the door having faded with time. Inscribed with the words, Ollivander's, established in 382 B.C., specializing in finely crafted wands. Within the dust-laden display window, a solitary wand rested upon a worn, purple cushion, its color having long since faded. As they entered the store, a series of jingling bells echoed from the back of the establishment. Good afternoon. An elderly man appeared before them. Greetings, Harry replied politely. Ah, yes, the old man said. Indeed, the time has come. Harry Potter. He then turned his gaze toward Aunt Petunia. And this lady? Harry was perplexed by Ollivander's inquiry. Aunt Petunia languidly remarked, Do not concern yourself with me. I possess a wand, though it remains at home. Such a habit is certainly not a prudent one, madam. Nevertheless, since you insist. Ollivander turned back to face Potter, inquiring, Which arm do you wield your wand with? I am accustomed to using my right hand, Harry replied. Raise your arm, please. Good. He measured Harry, commencing from shoulder to fingertip, while murmuring to himself about the significance of the bond between a wand and its wielder. Utilizing another's wand often results in diminished power and may even cause harm to oneself. Very well, he declared, as the measuring tape fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. Now, Mr. Potter, let us try this wand crafted from beech wood and the heartstring of a dragon. No need for such fuss, Aunt Petunia suddenly interjected, rising to her feet. Hollywood, with a phoenix feather. He is destined to wield that wand. However, Ollivander did not dispute her assertion. Instead, he promptly retrieved a wand and handed it to Harry. Harry grasped the wand, suddenly feeling a warmth at his fingertips. He lifted the wand high above his head and, with a swift motion, brought it down. A stream of red light erupted from the tip of the wand, sending sparks flying. Ollivander gazed at Harry with his pale, colorless eyes. I concur with your guardian's assertion. You are destined to wield this wand. It is truly remarkable. The wand is crafted from the feathers of the same phoenix. One feather formed this wand, while the other was used to create another. Ollivander seemed inclined to reach out and touch the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, but hesitated, remarking, It is that brother who bestowed upon you that mark. Harry drew a sharp breath. Your guardian's understanding of wands surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. He hastily produced his credit card and handed it to Mr. Ollivander. After recording the credit card information, Mr. Ollivander bowed and ushered them out of the shop. In the evening, Harry and Aunt Petunia set off on their journey back to Diagon Alley. By the time Aunt Petunia drove Harry home, it was almost midnight. Throughout the journey, Harry remained silent. Once they arrived home, he finally spoke to Aunt Petunia, saying, Everyone thinks I am quite extraordinary. I believed I had become accustomed to this treatment and could handle such irrational adoration. However, I now feel as though I have underestimated just how remarkable I truly am. Aunt Petunia seemed somewhat vexed by his words, rolling her eyes and replying, Listen. It is precisely because everyone knows you are special that no one expects you to be ordinary. The more you act out of the ordinary, the more it aligns with what many wizards consider normal. Conversely, the more you behave ordinarily, the more unusual it becomes. Harry nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia responded with a puzzled expression. Harry, thank you for providing me with such a nurturing environment, allowing me to grow into a psychologically healthy child. Petunia, taken aback, turned her head and waved her hand dismissively. Go to bed. Chapter 6. The journey begins at platform 9 and 3/4 the last month before the school year passed swiftly. With Harry spending most of his time in his room, engrossed in textbooks and other literature pertaining to the magical arts. The more he read, the more he recognized the systematic and coherent nature of the magical knowledge Aunt Petunia had inadvertently imparted to him. It was a mystery from where she had acquired such information, as she had never alluded to it. On the final day, it was, of course, Aunt Petunia who drove Harry to the station. Since his last visit to Diagon Alley, Harry had discovered that he could identify wizards among the crowd. Most wizards employed simple illusions or confusion charms to remain unnoticed by the ordinary populace, yet with focused attention, their true nature became apparent. Aunt Petunia had arrived at the station early, but Harry had already observed several wizarding families sending their children through the barrier, and he had yet to make his own departure. This delay was unusual. "This is quite rare," Aunt Petunia remarked. "I was beginning to suspect someone was betraying me." She then raised her hand. "Harry, it is merely a delay. There is no need to label it with such a grave term as betrayal." He then followed Petunia's gaze toward the sky. A bird was approaching. Was it a white snowy owl? You think she is nothing extraordinary? Oh, indeed. She is certainly nothing out of the ordinary. Only the most exceptional magical creatures are permitted entry into Hogwarts. You may bestow upon her a name. A name suddenly emerged in Harry's mind. Heather. And Petunia seemed to choke on the name. Ahem. Oh, of course, Heather. A lovely name. The snowy owl perched upon Aunt Petunia's hand, and Harry declared, "I have named you Heather. Your sole purpose is to deliver messages. Do you understand?" Heather curled up into a small ball, gazing up at Aunt Petunia across the vast expanse, and nodded. Aunt Petunia also nodded in agreement before handing Heather over to Harry. "Harry, what about the birdcage?" "Penny, it's unnecessary. You may simply place her on the luggage rack. Go ahead, I will follow behind you." Harry pushed his luggage and began to navigate through the throng of travelers surging towards platforms 9 and 10. He quickened his pace, charging ahead. When he opened his eyes, he beheld a deep crimson steam locomotive station beside a platform teeming with passengers. The sign on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Turning back." Harry realized that the barrier had transformed into an iron archway. The train's appearance closely resembled what Aunt Petunia had described, significantly alleviating Harry's anxiety. The thick smoke from the steam engine swirled above the chattering crowd, while variously colored cats weaved between people's feet. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of cumbersome luggage, owls screeched in a cacophony of calls. However, Hazel remained remarkably quiet. The first few carriages were already filled with students, and as Harry had arrived the latest, Aunt Petunia led him directly to the rear of the train. They maneuvered through the crowd and indeed found an empty compartment near the end. Aunt Petunia first placed Hazel inside, then dragged the trunk, which had been released from the levitation spell, onto the train, pushing it into the corner of the compartment. Harry leaned out of the window and called to Aunt Petunia on the platform. "Aunt Petunia, I'll miss you." Aunt Petunia replied, "Yes, yes." Harry, "Aunt Petunia, you will miss me too." Aunt Petunia, "Yes, yes, indeed." Harry, "If I miss you, may I ask Hathaway to send you a letter?" Aunt Petunia, "Yes, yes, indeed." "Oh, I mean, of course you can." Harry, "In truth, I would prefer a smartphone over an owl. Of course, I do not blame you, Aunt Petunia, for this." Aunt Petunia, "Wizards possess more effective means of communication than smartphones. Harry, you will learn much at school. Moreover, the capabilities of owls are far more extensive than you might imagine, especially that particular one of yours. Harry, however, smartphones can be installed." Aunt Petunia, "Meeting classmates at school is akin to drawing cards. Enough of the chatter. The car is about to depart. Goodbye." The train has commenced its journey. Harry observed the other parents waving at their children, while the children reciprocated the gestures. It was only when Aunt Petunia began to wave at him that he too raised his hand in acknowledgement. As the train gathered speed, the crowd was gradually left behind, until the platform and its shadows vanished from sight. Only then did Harry cease his waving and take a seat. Houses flashed by outside the window. Harry felt a bittersweet excitement coursing through him. He had a vague inkling of what lay ahead, though uncertainty lingered. The sliding door of the compartment opened, and a girl with fiery red hair stepped inside. "Is this seat taken?" she inquired, gesturing toward the seat opposite Harry, as the other spaces were occupied. She was adorned in a floral dress with lace trim that fell gracefully to her knees, complemented by white knee-high socks. And her feet were clad in a pair of brown winter boots that seemed somewhat out of season, and perhaps a tad ill-fitting. Harry shook his head. The girl seated herself, seemingly instinctively attempting to place her feet upon the seat, cast a fleeting glance at Harry, and promptly lowered her feet, redirecting her gaze towards the window, feigning indifference towards Harry. "Hello, Ronya." Hee. A boy, unmistakably a twin, pushed open the door and entered with a peculiar laugh. Harry observed that the girl, referred to as Ronya, visibly trembled for a moment before immediately rising to her feet, positioning herself defiantly in front of Ronya. Confronting the two boys. "This place is at capacity," Harry declared. The two boys appeared momentarily taken aback before erupting into their peculiar laughter. "Ronya, your new friend doesn't he recognize us? Could you possibly introduce us?" one of them exclaimed loudly. Ronya, trembling behind Harry, managed to utter, "They are." With a wave of his hand, Harry dismissed them, stating, "There is no need. Acts of violence among acquaintances are not uncommon. Her familiarity with you does not alter the unpalatable truth of your unpopularity." The two boys stood momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before slowly retreating from the booth. Just before closing the door, one of them shouted loudly, "Ronya, just you wait," and slammed the door shut with force. Taking a deep breath, Harry settled back into his seat. The girl named Ronya stared at him with wide eyes, her expression one of disbelief. To ease the tension, Harry spoke up, saying, "Indeed. I am Harry Potter. I shall not allow anyone to harm you." Ronya replied, "No, it's just that. Well, you truly are Harry Potter." Harry Potter brushed aside a lock of hair from his forehead, revealing the distinctive lightning-shaped scar. Ronya's eyes widened in astonishment. "Harry, but please, do not inquire about Voldemort." "I recall nothing." Ronya gasped, struggling to catch her breath. "What is it?" Harry asked. "You uttered the name of the Dark Lord," Ronya exclaimed, appearing both astonished and touched. "I always believed that among everyone, only you would dare." "I apologize," Harry replied. "Aunt Petunia taught me to refrain from uttering that name casually in public. She said it was permissible within that house, but once outside, it should not be spoken. I seldom leave home, so I need to readjust." "The Dark Lord." "The Dark Lord. Very well. Henceforth, I shall refer to him as the Dark Lord." Harry discerned that Ronya harbored a strong interest in him. He had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being hounded by an inquisitive fan. However, she exhibited a remarkable degree of decorum, refraining from probing too deeply. Instead, their conversation ebbed and flowed, punctuated by periods of silence. Around 12:30, a cacophony of noise erupted from the corridor, and a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the door to the private room, inquiring, "Darling, would you care to purchase any snacks from the car?" Harry suddenly leaped up, retrieving his Gringotts credit card and presenting it to the cashier. However, the cashier did not accept the card, informing him that he must first withdraw the funds himself. Harry was taken aback. He had conducted all his transactions in Diagon Alley using his card, without withdrawing any cash. As he pondered how to obtain some money, Ronya reached out, grasping his hand and holding the card upright. She whispered gently in his ear, "Now, think of retrieving a galleon." A single galleon tumbled from the credit card, landing in Ronya's other hand. Blushing, she offered the galleon to Harry and apologized. "I haven't used a credit card in ages. I couldn't resist having a little fun. Harry, I must express my gratitude to you, for the goblins at Gringotts did not instruct me on how to withdraw funds." Harry selected an array of snacks and food without exception, paying the female vendor a gold galleon in return for 5 silver sickles and 22 nuts. As he carried the purchased provisions into the compartment, Ronya collapsed onto the vacant seat. "Are you hungry?" she inquired, primarily out of curiosity. "You won't believe it. My guardian, Aunt Petunia, is a witch, yet our home bears no resemblance to that of a wizarding family. I have never laid my eyes on any of these things before." With that, Harry took a generous bite of his pumpkin pasty. "Oh," Ronya nodded thoughtfully, then retrieved a box from her belongings, revealing 4 sandwiches within. "Harry, would you care to exchange some food with me?" Ronya, "Sure. But mine might be rather dry and not particularly appetizing." "Harry, it is quite all right. I simply yearn to experience the homely flavors of other wizarding families." As they ate and conversed, Harry felt utterly splendid. Outside the window, the fields whizzed by, appearing increasingly desolate. The orderly farmlands had vanished. In their stead, a forest emerged, with winding rivers and dark green hills. Suddenly, there was a knock at their compartment door. A round-faced girl entered, her eyes brimming with tears. She was quite short, and perhaps would have looked a bit better in her school shoes, but currently she wore canvas shoes that barely reached Harry's chest. "I apologize," she said, "but I wanted to ask if you have seen my toad?" Harry immediately tossed aside the snacks in his hands, exclaiming, "I will help you look for it." Ronya swiftly followed suit, discarding her own treats. "Harry, you should first inquire about the situation." The round-faced girl burst into tears, lamenting, "I've lost it again. It always seems to want to run away from me." "I will help you search for it," Harry reassured her, then turned to Ronya. "Ronya, could you please keep an eye on our luggage? And my owl, Hazel, she is quite tranquil, yet I feel it prudent to have someone watch over her." Hazel nodded at first, only to shake her head vigorously moments later. Ronya, who had initially stood up to follow, hesitated before sitting back down. "All right, Harry." After Harry closed the door to his compartment, he accompanied the round-faced girl to the next one. He opened the door and inquired within, "Has anyone seen a toad?" Glancing at the round-faced girl, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask for her name. She had lost a toad. None of the people inside responded, save for a brown-haired girl who had already donned her new Hogwarts robe, yet still wore sneakers, with no socks in sight. She leapt from her seat and exclaimed, "I will help you look." Harry certainly did not refuse assistance, yet the young girl immediately took hold of them and began leading them in the direction they were approaching. "Hey, you didn't even ask us which way we Haven Tea inquired about." The girl, undeterred, retorted, "Aren't you guilty of the same? You didn't even ask her name." "What is your name?" "Navi," she replied. "I am Hermione Granger. Regardless, let us first seek out Navi Toad." Thus, she led the round-faced girl onward, casually inquiring, "What is your name?" This time, she turned the question towards Harry. "Harry Potter." "Is it truly you?" Hermione asked, astonished. "I know everything about you. Goodness, in just a few months, I have not only become a witch but have also met the most famous boy in the wizarding world. If this were a novel, I would undoubtedly be the protagonist of this tale." Harry Potter was taken aback. "Shouldn't I be the protagonist?" Hermione, on the other hand, displayed a look of astonishment before bursting into laughter. "Other people might have let it slide, but your response to this jest is simply brilliant. You win this round." They knocked on several doors, only to be confronted by 3 individuals, one of whom was the girl with light golden hair he had encountered at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Now, she donned a pair of noticeably heeled shoes, nearly matching Harry's height, gazing at him with a far greater interest than when they had met in Diagon Alley. "Is it true?" she inquired, as whispers circulated among the passengers on the train, speculating that Harry Potter was assisting someone in finding toads. "So it is you, right?" "Indeed," Harry replied, observing the 2 girls flanking her, both sturdy in stature. Although their features were not particularly unattractive, they resembled her bodyguards, standing beside her. "Oh, this is Crabbe. And this is Goyle." The girl, noticing Harry's scrutiny of them, casually introduced herself. "I am Malfoy, Daphne Malfoy." She extended her hand for a handshake, which Harry happily accepted. "So, are you also here to help me find toads?" At this, Daphne Malfoy immediately attempted to withdraw her hand, but as she exerted force to pull away, Harry firmly grasped her hand. "Not to help you," Hermione corrected with displeasure, "but to assist Nia in finding toads." The round-faced girl, Nia, expressed her gratitude to Malfoy. "Thank you." Daphne, unaccustomed to such a situation, found her hand stuck and, with a flushed face and gritted teeth, ultimately conceded, "Yes, I am indeed here to help Nia find toads." Harry finally released his grip. A group of 6 individuals squeezed in the aisle, inquired room by room as they moved forward, yet they progressed even more slowly than when there had only been 3 of them. Harry glanced out of the train window, noting that darkness had descended. Beneath the deep purple sky lay a landscape of hills and woods. The train seemed to be slowing down. In 5 minutes, it would arrive at Hogwarts. "Please leave your luggage on the train, and we shall deliver it to the school for you." This announcement reverberated throughout the carriage. Malfoy promptly excused himself, claiming he needed to gather his belongings and bid farewell. The train's speed diminished further until it finally came to a halt. Passengers jostled and pushed their way onto a dimly lit, small platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Then, a lamp swayed above the students, and Harry recognized a familiar figure, the half-giant Hagrid, who delivered the owls. Hagrid bellowed, "First your students. First your students. Over here." Harry immediately took hold of Nawi and ran towards Hagrid, exclaiming, "Hagrid, I am Harry Potter. You delivered a letter to my home." Upon hearing these words, Hagrid exhibited a distinct inclination to turn and flee, yet he restrained himself. "I recognize you, indeed, Harry Potter. This student's toad was lost on the train. Do you possess the means to locate it?" Hagrid stroked his beard, ruffled his hair, and waved to the side. A student, evidently a senior, rushed over and took Nawi away. He was the prefect responsible for assisting in the search for the toad. "As for you, Harry Potter," Hagrid turned back to Harry, "though your presence here is hardly a secret, I still advise you to refrain from drawing too much attention. It is for your own good. Did your Aunt Petunia not warn you?" "No," Harry replied. Hagrid's eyes, hidden beneath his thick hair, seemed to roll in an imperceptible manner as he turned away. "Come along, follow me. Are there any first-year students? Mind your feet." "All right, First-year students, follow me. They trailed Hagrid, sliding and stumbling, seemingly descending a steep, narrow path. The darkness enveloped them on either side, and Harry surmised that dense woods lay beyond. Silence prevailed among them. Around this bend, you shall soon behold Hogwarts for the first time, Hagrid called back. Then came a resounding "oh." The narrow path abruptly opened to reveal a vast, dark lake. Across the water, a towering castle loomed atop a steep hill, its spires piercing the night sky, and its windows twinkling beneath the stars. No more than 4 people per boat, Hagrid bellowed, pointing at a line of small boats docked at the shore. Harry boarded a boat, followed closely by Hermione, then Ron, and finally Nawi, who had found her toad and was clasping it tightly in her arms, both excited and anxious. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid shouted as he took his own boat. "Then let us set sail." The fleet of boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. "Ron, I didn't expect you would actually help her find the toad," Hermione remarked. "Harry, who is she?" Ron asked, his face paling. Nawi and Harry sat on the same side of the boat, inching closer to Harry. "It's a prefect who helped me find it," she replied. "But it was Harry who found the prefect who helped me." Hermione added to Ron, "To be precise, it was Harry who sought out an acquaintance at the station." She turned to Harry. "I should have anticipated you would have such connections." Ron merely stood quietly, holding Nawi's hand, guiding her to switch seats with him, smoothing her skirt as she settled beside Harry, directly across from Hermione. "I am Ronya," she introduced herself. "Just now, Nawi came to our compartment for assistance, and Harry went out to help her. I had been waiting in the compartment for him to return. I had no idea so much had transpired." Ronya removed her white lace gloves and, with a smile, extended her right hand. Hermione patiently awaited Ronya to finish speaking, while discreetly observing Harry's expression. Upon seeing Ronya's outstretched hand, she revealed a playful smile and introduced herself. "I am Hermione, and I have only recently become acquainted with Harry." However, our encounter was not limited to this. She also extended her right hand to shake. At that moment, a boy's hand joined theirs in the handshake. "Harry, haha. Then we are friends." With one hand cradling the toad, Navi extended her other hand to join in. "Thank you all." Laughter erupted from the group, and after a while, they reluctantly released their tightly clasped hands. "Lower your heads," Hagrid bellowed. Everyone complied, as the small boat glided through a dark tunnel, seemingly descending into the castle's depths. It ultimately arrived at a place reminiscent of an underground dock, before climbing onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. In the glow of Hagrid's lantern, they ascended a tunnel carved into the rock, eventually reaching a flat, damp meadow beneath the castle's shadow. They climbed a set of stone steps and gathered before a massive oak door. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid inquired, raising his enormous fist to rap 3 times upon the castle's entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Harry surmised that the chandelier within the castle must have begun to sway. Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat. The grand doors swung open instantaneously. A tall, black-haired witch clad in a vibrant green robe stood at the entrance. Her features were exquisite, and her demeanor was serious. "The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied, pulling the door wide open. The entrance hall was spacious enough to accommodate Aunt Petunia's entire house. Like Gringotts, the stone walls were adorned with blazing torches. They followed Professor McGonagall along the stone-paved floor. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall proclaimed. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, we must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony, and the 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history. In a few moments, the sorting ceremony will be conducted before the entire school body." Professor McGonagall led them to a small, empty room at the far end of the hall. "I shall return to escort you once preparations are complete. Please maintain silence in the waiting area," she instructed before leaving the room. The students began to murmur softly. Harry's small group remained notably quiet, allowing him to keenly observe how the ghosts Aunt Petunia had mentioned emerged to tease the new students. "Now, forward, please," a sharp voice commanded. "The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Professor McGonagall returned. The ghosts drifted through the air, gliding seamlessly through the opposite wall. Professor McGonagall directed the first-year students to the long table at the staff's dais, positioning them to face the assembled upperclassmen. She gently placed a 4-legged stool before them and set an old, tattered, pointed wizard's hat atop it. The hat then began to sing. Harry smiled faintly. He had often heard Aunt Petunia recount tales of the Sorting Hat, but only upon hearing its song did he truly grasp how discordant it was. Aunt Petunia would never permit such an object across the threshold of their home. Once the hat concluded its performance, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. The hat bowed graciously to each of the 4 house tables before coming to a standstill. At that moment, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward, holding a scroll of parchment. "Now, when I call a name, that person shall don the hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment," she declared. Hannah Abbott. After a brief pause, the hat proclaimed, "Hufflepuff." The table on the right erupted in cheers, welcoming Hannah to their ranks. "Hufflepuff. Ravenclaw." The sorting hat methodically announced each house, and every house responded with applause for the new students. Hermione Granger. Hermione was the first among their group to be called. She nearly sprinted to the stool, hastily placing the hat upon her head. "Gryffindor," the hat proclaimed. Ron let out a small grunt. After Neville was called, he stumbled on his way to the stool, glancing back at Harry even after donning the sorting hat. He too was assigned to Gryffindor. When Draco Malfoy was summoned, he strode up with ostentation, and as soon as the hat touched his head, it cried out, "Slytherin." After many more names, it was finally Harry Potter's turn. A hush fell over the dining hall, though it was not a complete silence. Rather, it resembled the soft hissing of flames. As the hat settled upon his head, obscuring his vision, he heard a faint voice whispering in his ear, Difficult, very difficult. Yet the Hufflepuff girls would surely feel insecure. Ravenclaw may not suit your circumstances either. Where shall I place you?" Harry pondered to himself. "What connection do I have with the girls in my house? If I were to join Slytherin, I would soon discover what that connection entails." That faint voice suggested that perhaps I am not suited for Slytherin after all. Nevertheless, I shall pose one final question. Have you made up your mind? "Very well, Gryffindor." Upon removing the hat, he strode towards Gryffindor, which greeted him with the loudest cheers. Hermione and Lavender eagerly waved for him to take a seat beside them. Now, only 3 students remained to be sorted. Ronya was the second to last, and in the blink of an eye, the hat proclaimed her to be in Gryffindor. Harry stood up, applauding fervently while endeavoring to wave at Ronya to catch her attention. As Ronya breathlessly dashed to Harry's side, Hermione reluctantly shifted aside. "Thank you." Ronya beamed with joy, promptly settling into the gap between Hermione and Harry. Hermione choked slightly on her drink. "Harry, please drink more slowly." Hermione coughed again. A tall red-haired boy, passing over Harry, addressed Ronya. "Excellent. Ronya. Splendid." He then turned to Harry and said, "Greetings, Harry. I am Percy Weasley, Ronya's brother. A 5th-year prefect. She ought to have introduced me to you." Harry and Ronya spoke simultaneously. "No." At that moment, the sorting ceremony concluded, and Albus Dumbledore rose to his feet, beaming as he delivered his customary, whimsical address. "Fools. Crybabies. Rubbish. Twist." The crowd erupted into applause and cheers. Percy turned to Harry and asked, "Would you care for some potatoes?" Before Harry lay a plate that had just moments ago been barren, now brimming with an abundance of food. To be candid, Aunt Petunia had never allowed Harry to go hungry. However, her culinary repertoire was perpetually monotonous and bland. Boiled chicken was plentiful, as were tomatoes and lettuce. Vitamin supplements were in ample supply, yet the offerings beyond these were woefully scarce. Delicacies such as pork chops, sausages, fried chips, and pudding were conspicuously absent. Aunt Petunia's stance was clear. Sooner or later, you would find yourself resorting to magic to rid your body of the refuse you had consumed. It was a dual waste. Indeed, Harry took a bit of everything onto his plate and began to feast. Everything was delicious. It all looked splendid. The ghost, adorned with a ruffled collar, gazed longingly at Harry as he sliced into his steak, lamenting softly, "Harry, I apologize, Nick, but I am currently unable to join you in play." Ronya suddenly exclaimed, "I know who you are. You are the one who almost lost his head, Nick." Ronya was far more supportive than Harry, having called out Nick's nickname. It was only natural for Nick to perform his customary act of tugging at his ears, detaching his head from his neck and letting it rest upon his shoulder. The first-year students stared in astonishment, while Nick beamed with satisfaction. He then gently flicked his head back into place and commenced his speech. "Now, dear new members of Gryffindor, I hope you will assist us in securing the championship of this year's House Cup." As the ghost introduced himself and engaged in light-hearted banter, everyone heartily indulged in the feast, with fresh servings of roast meat continuously emerging from the emptied platters. Once everyone had nearly satisfied their appetites, the platters that had held the main course vanished, only to be replaced by an array of new dishes brimming with an assortment of puddings, ice creams, and strawberries. Harry had taken a slice of syrupy fruit pie when the conversation around him shifted to discussions about their families. "I am half and half," said a freshman. "What about you, Navi?" Ronya inquired. Oh, I suppose I belong to a wizarding family, as my grandmother, great-uncle, and great-aunt are all wizards. I was raised by my grandmother. Navi replied. Harry had already prepared himself to respond when inquired about his family situation. However, beside him, Hermione and Percy had begun discussing their coursework and transfiguration, leading the conversation to shift. Harry yearned for slumber, yet he lifted his gaze to the main table. Hagrid was fervently drinking from his goblet. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore were engaged in conversation. A teacher, her head wrapped in a scarf, was speaking with a woman of long, dark hair. In an instant, the dark-haired teacher's gaze transcended the scarf-clad figure, locking eyes with Harry. Suddenly, an intense pain surged through the scar on his forehead. Ouch! Harry instinctively covered his forehead with one hand. What's wrong? Percy inquired. It's nothing. The pain vanished as swiftly as it had arrived. Who are those two teachers? Harry asked Percy, gesturing toward the dark-haired instructor. The man in the scarf is Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. And the woman with the long black hair is Professor Snape, the potions master. Harry gazed at Snape for a brief moment, yet Snape offered no further glance in return. As the banquet concluded, the first-year Gryffindors followed Percy through the thrumming throng, exiting the hall and ascending the marble staircase. Traversing the corridors, which were playfully disrupted by ghosts, Harry found himself growing increasingly weary by the time they reached the portrait at the end. The portly lady in the painting inquired, "Password? Dragon Soul?" Percy replied. The painting swayed forward, revealing a circular opening in the wall. They all crawled through the passage and soon discovered they had arrived at the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, Ron, and Lavender followed the girls into the dormitory, while Percy guided the boys through another door. At the top of a spiral staircase, Harry finally located his bed and collapsed into a deep slumber. Chapter 8, The Potions Master. The following day, as Harry emerged from the dormitory, he noticed whispers trailing closely behind him. However, he understood that reacting to them would only incite further speculation. He devoted his energy to his studies. Fortunately, Aunt Petunia had previously imparted the navigational secrets of Hogwarts, allowing Harry to save considerable time compared to other newcomers. It was not until a Friday morning that Hagrid delivered a note. Harry promptly unfolded the message. Dear Mr. Potter, might you join me for tea before 3 o'clock this afternoon? Please have Hagrid convey your response. Harry scribbled on the back of a note. All right. See you in the afternoon. He sent the note with Hester, who took flight. Before her departure, Harry gently patted Hester's back. She initially flinched, but, realizing escape was futile, ceased her retreat. Following breakfast, he attended 2 potions classes with Slytherin. Harry had a certain fondness for potions class, though his only lament was Professor Snape's unwavering refusal to call upon him for answers. Today, beneath the customary robes, Snape still donned his signature black stockings and elegant high-heeled shoes, maintaining his practice of not selecting Harry to respond. Suddenly, he posed a question to Miss Ronya during the lesson, inquiring what the result would be if he were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort. Ronya appeared momentarily bewildered. Harry observed as Hermione swiftly searched through her book to find the answer and placed it before Ronya. Yet she still struggled to comprehend and articulate the response. Harry raised his arm high into the air. I don't know, ma'am, Ronya conceded. Snape disdainfully curled his lip, deliberately ignoring Harry's elevated arm. Let us attempt this once more, Navi. If I were to task you with retrieving a piece of dung, where would you go to seek it? As Harry raised his hand high in the air, he observed Hermione immediately flipping through her book in search of answers. However, this time, before Hermione could provide her response, Navi surrendered. I do not know, madam. Snape remained indifferent to Harry Potter's arm pointed towards the ceiling. What is the distinction between Dittany, aconite, and wolfsbane? I do not know. Dittany, Draco replied coolly, resting his chin on one hand. But I suspect Harry Potter knows the answer. Why not ask him? A few students chuckled, particularly Goyle and Crabbe, who flanked Draco. Snape was displeased. Harry, lower your hand. Draco, out of respect for your parents, I shall not keep you after class to clean cauldrons. However, your insubordination warrants a point deduction for Slytherin. The potions lesson continued, but the circumstances for Hermione, Navi, and Dittany did not improve. Their group had faced criticism, while others had not been reprimanded even once. Ron, who was in Harry's group, remained unscathed. Her slug was scorched on the edge of her cauldron, yet Professor Snape barely glanced in her direction. Similarly overlooked was Harry's meticulously prepared slug, which, despite its flawless appearance, received no commendation. Hermione's potion was equally well executed, But at the adjacent table, Seamus Finnegan had allowed the water in his cauldron to evaporate completely. Snape chastised Hermione for failing to assist her classmate, deducting a point from Gryffindor. Navi quickly restrained Hermione, preventing her from splashing the boiling potion into Snape's face. The professor's conduct was evidently problematic. They were to meet Hagrid in the afternoon, who had specifically advised him to remain discreet, yet Harry could not contain himself. "Professor Snape," Harry announced, striding between the desks. Snape still stood by Hermione's group, his head bowed, seemingly searching for further infractions. "Professor Snape," Harry raised his voice. The students turned to him, whispering among themselves, but Snape continued to feign ignorance. "Severus Snape, I am the boy who lived, Harry Potter, at the start of term feast. I locked eyes with you, and the scar inflicted by the Dark Lord ignited with pain. Ever since, you have evaded my gaze." Harry unleashed a torrent of words. The entire classroom fell silent, the only sounds being the gentle bubbling of potions and the crackling of flames. Snape slowly turned around, and Harry could see her jaw clenched tightly. "That is an illusion caused by residual dark magic. You should report this to Headmaster Dumbledore," Snape said through gritted teeth. Harry smiled and said, "I truly do not care about the matter of scars. What I wish to inquire about is why you target the girls who know me." Laughter erupted in the classroom, a series of suppressed giggles filling the air. Ronya forcefully kicked Harry under the table, while Hermione and Navi stared at him in disbelief. Their mouths agape. Malfoy rested his forehead on his hand, seemingly muttering about insanity. To everyone's surprise, Snape let out a brief chuckle. In that fleeting moment, Harry found Snape somewhat handsome, but it was only for an instant. As the stern expression returned, Snape declared, "Harry Potter, son of James Potter, disrupting classroom discipline. Gryffindor loses 3 points." An hour later, they ascended the stairs from the underground classroom, Harry's mind swirling with thoughts, his spirits low. He had just thrown a punch at Cotton. This was the first time he had invoked the title of the Savior without achieving any success. Hermione caught up with him and said, "Thank you." "Harry, no need to thank me." "Hermione, I still must express my gratitude. If I had truly struck Professor Snape, I might have incurred a deduction of 10 points. "Harry, attacking a teacher could result in expulsion. Rest assured, should such a situation arise, I would not permit your dismissal." Hermione blushed and was at a loss for words. Ronya, while teasingly pointing out that Hermione had once again been ensnared in the conversation, gently nudged her aside to take her place. "I suspect that Snape may not be solely targeting us, at the very least. His focus may not be exclusively on our small group. She seems to harbor a certain disdain for women, and she is acquainted with your father, your guardian, Aunt Petunia. Does she know Snape? Or is she aware of the connection between your father and her? Aunt Petunia has claimed that she never attended Hogwarts. However, I comprehend your implication. It does indeed seem somewhat plausible." Harry nodded slowly in agreement. Observing Harry's assent, Ronya beamed with pride. "See." Hermione and Nevia exchanged glances and inquired in unison, "What are you two discussing?" Harry let out a soft sigh. "Professor Snape. She did not win my father's affection back in the day, which is why she seeks to possess me now." Ronya's smile faded instantly as she hurriedly turned to explain to Hermione and Navi, No. What I meant was that Snape might have once been romantically involved with Harry's father, but they parted ways." After taking a few deep breaths, she turned to Harry, her eyes wide and mouth agape, yet unable to voice her thoughts. Harry, in a state of confusion, remarked, "Indeed, that is precisely what I meant." Ronya almost shouted, "But that is not what I meant. I was implying that she despises your father, which is why she is troubling you. Is it love turned to hatred?" Harry hesitated for a moment. "That makes sense. There is someone who might know the reason. I am scheduled to meet him at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Would you care to join me?" In unison, Ronya, Hermione, and Navi exclaimed, "Yes." At 5 minutes to 3, they departed from their respective dormitories, converging in the common room before setting off from the castle, traversing the grounds towards Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, evidently taken aback by the number of guests Harry had brought along, still welcomed everyone warmly, producing several cups and pouring tea for each of them. "This is Ronya," Harry introduced. "The little sister of the Weasley family?" Hagrid inquired, to which Ronya nodded. "This is Hermione, and this is Navi," Navi quietly said. "Thank you for helping me find the toad." "Ah," Navi Longbottom. "I know your grandmother. She is not a witch to be trifled with," Hagrid said with a chuckle. Upon hearing Hagrid suddenly mention her grandmother, Navi's body trembled slightly. "Harry, well then, it is time for tea. By the way, may I inquire what the theme of our gathering is?" Hagrid's eyes wandered among the additional guests before he replied slowly, "It's nothing of great importance, Harry. I believe you have already surmised that the school has entrusted me with numerous matters concerning you. Not only I, but several other teachers will also attend to issues related to you. However, the day-to-day affairs primarily fall upon my shoulders. Although this may come a tad late and perhaps seem redundant, I wish to assure you that should you encounter any difficulties, questions, or confusions at school, you may always seek me out. And what if my friends face troubles? Harry inquired. Hagrid patted his chest and replied, they may also seek me out. Harry, it appears we have encountered a dilemma today. He then recounted the events of the potions class to Hagrid, including the moment when he shouted. After Harry finished speaking, Hagrid took a considerable amount of time before uttering his first words. Wow, Harry exclaimed with indignation. You feel the same way, don't you? Professor Snape's behavior is utterly intolerable. Hagrid scratched his head in bewilderment. Blimey, I mean, how can you utter such an awkward statement? And to repeat it again? Didn't you notice how uncomfortable those girls appeared when they heard you? Hagrid, Harry interjected earnestly. The crux of our discussion is why Snape would engage in such blatant discrimination. After our potions class, we deliberated on the possibility that Snape may have had a romantic involvement with my father, James Potter. Hagrid interrupted Harry's thoughts. Impossible. You do not comprehend, Snape. She indeed had a conflict with your father, but it was certainly not due to any romantic entanglement with him. Harry, what is that? Hagrid, realizing he had revealed too much, began to evade Harry's gaze. In any case, it is quite plausible that she may scrutinize you or your friends. However, this will not lead to any significant issues. What I mean is, she would not undertake actions that could jeopardize your lives. As for your star's discomfort, I shall convey that to someone capable of addressing it. Regarding other matters, well, concerning Professor Snape's criticisms of you, I will also relay that to an appropriate authority. Harry, who, specifically, is the capable and responsible individual? Hagrid, I cannot disclose that. There is no doubt that Hagrid is indeed unable to meet Harry's gaze at this moment. Chapter 9. The Midnight Duel. Harry had always found it hard to believe that he would encounter someone with a greater penchant for pretentiousness than his own. That was until he crossed paths with Con Malfoy. Yet, while both exhibited a flair for the ostentatious, there existed a discernible disparity. On Thursday, during the flying class, students from Gryffindor and Slytherin were to attend together. Thus, leading up to that day, the prevailing topics of conversation between the two houses revolved around flying, broomsticks, and Quidditch. At the Slytherin table, Goyle exclaimed, Malfoy, I still want to hear you recount the tale of how you evaded a helicopter on your broomstick. Malfoy, with a flick of his fan and a hand delicately covering his mouth, laughed with a sound as melodious as silver bells while narrating. I was riding the latest model of. At the Gryffindor table, Navy inquired, Harry, are you truly not planning to learn how to fly on a broomstick? Harry, indeed, I need not learn, for Aunt Petunia has imparted to me the art of flying. She mentioned that even Dumbledore employs this technique. That afternoon at 3:30, Harry and the other Gryffindor students hurried down the staircase, arriving at the courtyard, eager to partake in their inaugural flying lesson. Their instructor, Madame Hooch, was evidently more strict than flexible in her teaching approach. When Neville prematurely ascended and subsequently fell from his broom, Harry was the first to react, soaring upwards to catch him. Although Neville's attire appeared rather soiled, Harry discovered it to be surprisingly clean, imbued with a floral fragrance, and he could sense a subtle protective charm woven into the fabric. Neville, having been caught by Harry, emerged unscathed, albeit terrified and speechless. As Madame Hooch escorted Neville to the hospital wing, she commanded everyone to remain still. Yet how could such a restriction truly be enforced? The moment the teacher departed, Malfoy swiftly soared before Harry, provocatively challenging, let us see whether your flying skills surpass that of my broom. He then ascended into the sky. Harry, you think I would be swayed by your words? Not in the slightest. Yet, upon reflection, Harry ascended into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters high. He approached the suspended form of Con and urged, descend now. You may inform them that I have conceded. Malfoy was taken aback. What do you mean? Harry, I am the savior, and engaging in a bit of mischief is permissible. However, first-year students who fly without permission risk expulsion, while the teacher has yet to return. You should swiftly descend to the ground. If the teacher arrives, you may claim that I was the one who flew first. Malfoy remained silent. Harry, please, go down. Draco Malfoy, are you harboring a secret affection for me? Harry, yes, I have a crush on you. Is that satisfactory? Now please, step aside. Daphne Malfoy, suddenly. Malfoy stepped onto the flying broomstick, leaping forward to pounce on Harry. As Harry darted forward, Malfoy screamed as he plummeted downwards, realizing something was amiss. Harry swiftly pursued and caught the falling Malfoy. "Daphne Malfoy," he exclaimed, "I always knew you harbored feelings for me." "Harry, we are doomed." "Diana Malfoy, when you embrace me as we descend, I shall ensure that Ronya, that bovine creature, is utterly disillusioned." "Harry, we are doomed." "Daphne Malfoy, weren't you quite at ease when you were with Nia just now?" "Harry, Mavib is 2 heads shorter than you. And I can't stop the car with your weight." "Daphne Malfoy, help. We are going to die." Harry gritted his teeth, exerting all his might into the aerial technique. Yet his descent showed no signs of slowing. The wind howled fiercely as the ground loomed ever closer, leaving him with no recourse. "Harry, Dina. You need not blame yourself excessively after my demise. This was my own choice." "Dina Malfoy, help. We are doomed." "What do you mean?" Harry adjusted the direction of the 2 individuals he was embracing with the art of levitation, positioning himself beneath Malfoy. Danacon Malfoy, in sheer terror, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Hesterway echoed, "What are you doing?" "Harry, Heather?" Suddenly, a slender owl swooped down, seizing the collar of Harry's neck. The abrupt halt nearly left him gasping for breath. In his embrace, Dinacon released a torrent of exasperation. Witnessing Dinacon faint, Heather urgently implored, "Please, do not disclose anything you heard to her. I beg you." She ceased her pleas only upon receiving Harry's nod of agreement. After several moments, the owl descended gently amidst the onlookers, depositing the 2 on the ground before soaring away. Dinacon, like a startled rabbit, sprang from Harry's arms, covering her face as she darted into the crowd, fleeing without uttering a single word. "Ronnie, what transpired?" "Hermione, do not inquire further." "Harry, refrain from speaking as well." "I have no desire to know." "Harry, indeed, I also believe it is inappropriate to disclose." Ronya, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "What transpired between you up there? Why does Snape hold animosity towards her? What is the nature of your relationship with her?" "Harry, I have already stated that it is inappropriate to vocalize such sentiments." With a swift motion, Harry's right hand intercepted the slap aimed at him by Ronya. In a similar fashion, his left hand caught the strike from her left hand. Overwhelmed, Ronya burst into tears. Harry quickly released his grip, conceding, "All right, go ahead and strike." Ronya withdrew her hand, weeping as she vanished into the crowd. Harry said to Hermione, "Could you please help me take care of Ronya for a while? I'm not concerned about Goyle and Crabbe over at Danak, and I will check on Nawe." Hermione replied, All right. The sun shines for everyone, doesn't he it? What about my share?" "Harry, unlike them, you are not as thoughtless. Furthermore, I have always believed you would seek my company to complete our assignments. I even ventured to the library in search of you, yet I found no trace." Hermione, typically, "I complete my assignments in the dormitory, and I have yet to finish the books I accumulated prior to the commencement of the term, which is why I have not visited the library thus far." "Harry, shall we go to the library together next time?" Hermione, "Certainly. When Professor Hooch returns." Aside from the 5 students who left early due to discomfort, everything seems to be in order. It is getting late, and today's flying lesson will conclude here. Niamh was not injured. She was merely startled, and after taking a calming potion at the hospital, she fell asleep. After a brief visit, Harry realized there was no need for concern and was about to leave when he was confronted at the hospital entrance. It was Daphne Greengrass, accompanied by Goyle and Crabbe. "Face me in a duel, Malfoy," she declared, "tonight, among wizards." "Harry, I apologize, but I must decline. I fear that wandering about at midnight may result in a deduction of points." "Danacon, midnight, the trophy room." "It is settled then." "Harry, I shall not go." Deacon glared, huffing softly, yet uttered no words as he departed. The sound of polished shoes echoed sharply against the floor. Harry believed that matters had come to a conclusion, yet they had not. After taking only a few steps and rounding a corner, he unexpectedly collided with Hermione. "I couldn't help but eavesdrop on your conversation with Malfoy." It was Malfoy who spoke unilaterally, declaring, "I won't go." "Why does she wish to challenge you?" "I do not know." Harry replied, "Even if I did, Hermione, this is of no concern to you." To resolve the day with a duel would disrupt Harry's routine. More importantly, he had no justification to engage. Delacour Malfoy was evidently a spoiled and twisted young lady, and her peculiar notions were hardly surprising. He had no intention of taking her words seriously, nor did he wish to be swayed by her actions. Nevertheless, Harry found himself unable to sleep. At 11:30, he stealthily donned his clothes, grasped his wand, and tiptoed across the room, descending the spiral staircase to enter the Gryffindor common room. Just as he approached the portrait hole, He overheard someone speaking from the nearest chair. Got you. A lamp flickered to life, revealing Hermione Granger. Harry, mind your own business. Hermione, you didn't have this attitude when you asked me to look after Ronya. Harry, what I mean to convey is that this is perilous. There is no necessity for you to engage in such endeavors. Hermione, a wizard duel requires an assistant. It is a stipulation. Where will you find such an assistant now? Harry, I do not require an assistant. With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Yet Hermione immediately followed him, conceding, All right, you win. As Harry closed the door, his voice lowered, he cautioned, I must warn you, I am no ordinary individual. I carry the weight of a savior's destiny. My every action could potentially endanger those around me. Navi, but with you here, there will be safety. Harry and Hermione, what are you doing here? Nawi, the effects of Madame Pomfrey's potion have worn off. Once I regained consciousness, I made my way back. However, the fat lady was out for a stroll, and she pointed to the empty frame of the wall hole. Unable to enter, I was left to linger at the entrance. Harry, you ought to remain in the hospital overnight, rather than wandering about in the dead of night. Navi, yet, I find it impossible to sleep in the hospital. Where shall we go now? Observing Navi, who had remarkably rejuvenated from an afternoon slumber to a state of vibrant alertness, in the now inaccessible doorway, Harry felt a surge of frustration. Stay close to me. Remain silent. They strolled briskly down the corridor, moonlight streaming through the lofty windows, casting slivers of illumination upon the ground. A few individuals hurried up the staircase, arriving at the 4th floor, and stealthily entered the trophy room. Malfoy, along with her 2 lackeys, awaited them inside. Instead of her school uniform, Malfoy donned a form-fitting black dress, paired with snug black over-the-knee stockings that exposed her pale thighs, indented from the tightness. Although her footwear consisted of round-toed black leather shoes, it was evident that the elevated heels had been omitted, suggesting a deliberate choice for enhanced agility. Upon noticing Harry's entrance with the 2 companions, Malfoy swiftly brandished her wand. I presumed you would lack the courage to come. Harry reached into his pocket to grasp his wand, yet he refrained from drawing it out. Before we commence, may I have a word? He inquired. Malfoy replied, Speak. Harry, Daphne, I actually hold you in quite high regard. I am uncertain who has spoken ill of you, or if the events in potions class have led to this misunderstanding. There is truly no need for our relationship to become so strained. Shall we halt this matter and return to our respective dormitories? Hermione closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Nia looked utterly bewildered. In the dim light, Draco's expression was indistinguishable, but after a few seconds of pause, her right hand shot up. Yet, Harry's reflexes were swifter. Harry did not draw his wand. Instead, he lunged at Malfoy, seizing his wrist with one hand while the other grasped Malfoy's throat. The wand slipped from Malfoy's grasp, clattering to the ground. Harry whispered, The space here is too confined. It is unfair to you. Yet, losing is losing. He then released his grip on Malfoy's neck. Malfoy stepped back a few paces, his pale golden locks disheveled, obscuring half of his face. It is I who have lost, he admitted. Subsequently, Malfoy approached Harry's side, retrieved his fallen wand, and positioned himself to Harry's right. Turning to face his 2 companions, he delicately arranged the strands of hair that had fallen across his face and remarked, You have all witnessed it. I stand no chance against the chosen one. This extraordinary boy compels me to comply with his every demand. Goyle and Crabbe responded, Wah, miss? Harry said nervously. I have nothing that requires your assistance. As you command, Draco replied. Goyle, Crabbe, let us depart. Leaving Harry, who remained on guard against her, Malfoy exited through another door with his entourage. Moonlight bathed the glass cabinets displaying the trophies. In the darkness, the cups, shields, medals, and statues glimmered with golden and silver hues. Hermione broke the silence, saying, Harry, I believe you have been deceived. I have come to the same realization, he acknowledged. How shall we articulate this? To grasp it? Harry emitted 2 hollow laughs. Ha, ha. Chapter 10. Halloween Eve. On Halloween Eve, Professor Flitwick announced in Charms class that he believed they could begin levitating objects. Although everyone exhibited a keen interest in the levitation charm, the mastery of the technique varied significantly among the students. Well done, Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands. Everyone look. Mr. Potter has succeeded. However, no one applauded for Harry. Instead, it was Miss Granger's success that garnered the majority of the class's cheers. Later, as Harry attended the Halloween Eve feast, he had long dismissed this minor incident from his mind. While he was enjoying a jacket potato, Professor Quirrell suddenly burst into the Great Hall. His large scarf askew on his head, his face a mask of terror. He staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaned against the table, and gasped, "Troll in the dungeon." Then, he collapsed, unconscious. Professor Dumbledore immediately called for the students to evacuate. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories." Harry obediently followed the crowd back to the dormitory. The common room was filled to capacity, bustling with noise. Everyone was indulging in the food that had been served. Harry spotted the trio of Ronya, Hermione, and Navi huddled together and greeted them with a wave. Ronya acknowledged him but showed no inclination to respond, promptly averting her gaze. The other two also noticed Harry. Like Ronya, Navi swiftly turned her eyes elsewhere, while Hermione, before turning away, made a playful grimace. Harry had never felt apprehensive in such situations. He approached directly and asked, "Ronya, why are you avoiding me?" Ronya stood up, realizing she needed to look up at Harry, so she stepped upon a small stool. Gazing down at him as she replied, "Mr. Harry Potter, please do not be so self-centered. I am not avoiding you." Unbeknownst to her, Ronya had long since removed her shoes, and now, perched on the stool, Harry, without raising his gaze to meet hers, glanced down to behold a pair of feet adorned in delicate white lace stockings. The stockings were sheer, allowing the skin tone beneath to be distinctly visible, even revealing the gentle curve of her polished toenails. Harry smiled and said, "It's good that there is nothing wrong. I was beginning to think you were upset with me." He then turned to Hermione, inquiring, "Have you given any thought to our previous conversation about studying together? Currently, you are the only one capable of keeping up with my academic pace." Ronnie also turned to glare at Hermione, but inadvertently lost her balance and fell from her small stool. With a startled cry, she was swiftly caught by Harry, who wrapped his arms around her waist. Although Ronnie's attire appeared quite thick, Harry soon discovered that it was primarily composed of delicate lace, revealing very little fabric. As Ronnie's full weight came to rest in Harry's embrace, a subtle curve, typically imperceptible, became evident along the contours of his arm. Harry exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder Dinacon said that, before promptly falling silent and gently placing Ronya down on the ground. Hermione struggled to suppress her laughter. Ronya immediately climbed back onto the stool, gazing down at Harry. "I shall not hinder your courtship with Hermione. However, I warn you, do not presume that her straightforward thinking makes her easily deceivable. Harry, if you are concerned that I might deceive Hermione, you are welcome to join us in completing our assignments." "Ronya, do you think me foolish? That would render my efforts to avoid you futile." "Harry, you did not shy away from me." Hermione stifled a laugh once more. Ronya turned to glare at Hermione, this time gripping the nearby navy to maintain her balance. Before turning back to Harry, "I shall contemplate it." Chapter 11. The Quidditch match. As November approached, the weather grew exceedingly cold. One evening, the Gryffindor common room was filled with a cacophony of noise. Harry, Ronya, Hermione, and Navy were seated together by a window. Hermione and Harry were reviewing Ronya's and Navy's assignments, while Ronya fiddled with her lace gloves, exchanging gossip with Navy. Snape limped slightly. Having forsaken high-heeled shoes since the day of the troll invasion, was he merely interrupted? If it were just an interruption, the hospital would have mended him in an instant. Tomorrow's Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry, tomorrow, everyone will attend the Quidditch match, correct? Ronya, with a vigorous toss of her gloves, pointed out, "Indeed. Unless that individual is an arrogant, self-absorbed savior who is solely preoccupied with reading and studying." Harry, "If I were interested in the Quidditch match, I would directly become a seeker rather than sit below and watch." Hermione, "First years cannot join the Quidditch team." Neville added, "Moreover, Quidditch must be played on flying broomsticks." Harry, "I can seek special approval from Hagrid regarding the grade issue. I am now proficient with the flying broomstick." Ronya made a gesture to pause. "Stop. Just a moment. Mr. Harry Potter, I have no doubt about your connections and abilities. However, it is unnecessary." Harry, "I have been feeling rather bored lately." Ronnie, with a mocking smile, "Huh? Well, you could always seek out Dina, for she is now at your service. Simply express your boredom to her, and I assure you, she will arrange for Goyle and Crabbe to put on a grand circus performance for your amusement." Harry let out a slow breath and said, "Ronya, I am aware that you are still upset. However, I have long harbored a question. What precisely is it that angers you?" Ronya's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. Hermione interjected, "Harry, you do not have a single friend among the boys, do you?" Harry, "Indeed." Hermione, "Between Ronya and Dinacon." Ronya, Hermione. Navi interjected with a playful jab, a rivalry, both overt and covert. Ronya, "Navi, you." Navi made a face and laughed. Hermione, "If you had even one male classmate with whom you shared a good rapport." You would have known by now who the two leading ladies of the first year are. Ronya has a penchant for white, adorning herself from knee-high boots to her skirt, and from lace gloves to her umbrella, all in shades of white. In contrast, although Dinacon has been seen far less frequently, Harry could still delineate her style: black leather shoes, black lambskin gloves, and a flowing black skirt. Harry, oh, I see. Ronnie rolled her eyes. Harry, I have not contemplated anything as trivial as the notion of a black and white damsel. However, Dinacon places great importance on this title, which is why she incessantly seeks to trouble me. She has long proclaimed her intention to steal my boyfriend. Harry, when did you get a boyfriend? Why haven't you introduced him to me? Hermione chuckled softly. Ronya took 3 deep breaths and then said, she is referring to you. Harry, this is a misunderstanding. Ronya, it is of no consequence. Harry, I understand. Let me ponder for a moment. In truth, both of you are remarkable individuals, born into wizarding families, and thus should share a common language, potentially fostering a friendship. Ronya, momentarily taken aback, gasped for breath. Hermione choked on her water and began to cough violently. Only Naui seemed oblivious, continuing to munch on her biscuits while feeding Ronya's mouse with the treats. Harry, tomorrow, the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin will take place, and students from both houses are expected to attend. I shall seek out Dean Thomas then, to engage in conversation with him. The following day, as all the students from Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered at the Quidditch pitch, Harry and his companions located Dean and his 2 friends. At that moment, Dean was adorned in his uniform robe, complemented by black stockings and round-toed heeled shoes. Harry greeted Dinacon. Come here for a moment, alone. Goclaff remarked, oh dear. The day has finally arrived. Dinacon replied with pride, do not worry about me. It is my honor to serve the Savior. The farther she moved away from the other 2, the more lively Dinacon became. By the time they reached the other end of the venue, each step she took was accompanied by a joyful leap, her little shoes tapping rhythmically against the ground. Once they came to a halt, Harry said, Dinacon, I hope you can become friends with Ronya. Dinacon smiled and replied, as you wish, my lord, extending her hand toward Ronya. Ronya took a step back and said to Harry, are you ill, or are you both playing a part in this? Harry, Daphne, I speak of genuine friendship. Malfoy slowly lowered his hand, his smile fading. Harry, this cow has ingested so much nourishment that it has settled upon her chest. Her underdeveloped mind may be incapable of grasping your goodwill. With a swift motion, Harry seized Ronya's right hand as she struck towards Malfoy. Harry spoke solemnly, Daphne Malfoy, do not provoke Ronya. Her bosom is not particularly ample. With a swift motion, he intercepted Ronya's slap aimed at his left hand. Tears welled in Ronya's eyes as Malfoy laughed heartily. You must not have encountered his Aunt Petunia. Growing up in such a household can indeed foster such thoughts. Oh, Ronya, did you truly believe that your extraordinarily developed figure would hold any sway over Harry? Overwhelmed, Ronya burst into tears. Harry, you've bullied me again. You promised you would never let anyone harm me. Hermione stood by, her mouth agape, silently exclaiming in astonishment. Harry quickly released his grip, only to grasp Ronya's arm again almost immediately. I apologize, Ronya. I should not have referred to you as flat-chested. You are merely 11 years old and still have room for development. Ronya wept even more violently. Hermione stepped back with Navi, offering only silent support through her gaze. Harry inhaled deeply, pulling Ronya closer to him with determination. One hand encircled her waist, while the other gently lifted her chin. Ronya's disproportionately developed curves pressed against Harry's ribs, forcing her upper body to tilt backward as she had to gaze up at him. With a sudden utterance, Ronya ceased her tears. Harry, face to face and nose to nose, softly said to the tearful Ronya, I apologize, Ronya. It was my fault that you cried. However, I fear more that you may misunderstand me. May I have the chance to explain? Ronya, both astonished and sobbing, gently replied with a quivering voice, yes. Harry released Ronya and turned to see the astonished faces of Hermione, Deacon, and Nevia. Deacon exclaimed, is it possible to do that? Hermione inquired, a romance drama? Nevia remarked, how could you two be interrupted before finishing your kiss, only to be silenced by Hermione? Harry disregarded the girls, turning his gaze towards Ronya. Ronya, you are the first peer wizard I have encountered, and you hold a special significance for me. Bringing you joy also bears great importance to me. I truly hope your precious school years are not squandered in petty disputes, whether with me or others. I wish for no such thing. Ronya lowered her head and nodded slightly, her voice barely audible as she replied. Harry then shifted his attention to Dinacon, saying, Although we are in different houses and encounter each other infrequently, I have been quietly observing you. This may have led to your misunderstanding that I harbor romantic feelings for you." Dinacon's cheeks flushed crimson, and she remained silent. Harry continued, "You exude warmth and confidence, possessing a remarkable leadership quality. These traits resonate deeply with my own. I believe we shall find ample common ground." Furthermore, Harry deliberately paused before saying, "Inviting me to study together serves as an excellent excuse to distance ourselves from Goyle and Crabbe." Only Hermione immediately grasped the implication of his words. "Are you suggesting that they would report Malfoy's family?" Ronya exclaimed. "What?" Dinacan gradually revealed an expression that Harry had never witnessed on her face before, one that seemed to embody both weariness and indifference. "You think you know me well, Harry Potter?" She elongated her tone, speaking slowly. "Harry, I am eager to understand you." Dinacan's expression fluctuated, neither speaking nor turning away. At that moment, an unexpected guest made an appearance. The mere sound of clicking high heels was enough for everyone to guess who it was. "Harry Potter, what are you doing here?" Snape approached slowly from the direction they had come, stating that Goyle and Crabbe had mentioned you had taken Dinacan away for quite some time, expressing their concern for her. Harry observed that Snape walked with a slight imbalance, though it was not overt. As he approached, Snape inquired of Dean, "What have they done to you?" "You need not fear them. I am the head of Slytherin House and bear the duty to protect the students of my house." At this moment, Dean's expression had reverted to its customary air of arrogance and aloofness. "It's nothing. Harry merely wishes to befriend me." Snape then turned and slowly made his way toward Harry. "A friend?" A wizard coercing a witch into friendship is no trivial matter that warrants merely a few house points deducted. "Do you have any explanations to offer?" "Harry, what she said is indeed true. I genuinely wish to befriend her and hope that she can also become friends with Ronya. It would be even more delightful if she could forge friendships with Hermione and Navi as well." Snape remained silent for a considerable time, his eyes half closed as he remarked, "Clever repartee." He then turned and departed. Dinacan followed closely behind him. After walking a few paces, Dinacan suddenly turned back to Harry and uttered a cryptic remark. "It is I who is correct." Without further explanation, she too followed Snape away. Meanwhile, the Quidditch match within the arena raged on with fervor, cheers and encouragement ringing out in waves. "Navi, may we now enter to watch the match?" "Harry, I apologize. Let us proceed together." Chapter 12. The Mirror of Erist. As Christmas approached, one morning in mid-December, Hogwarts School awakened from its slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow, with the lake's surface encased in a solid sheet of ice. Everyone eagerly anticipated the impending holiday. Harry eagerly anticipated the holiday. However, unlike the majority of students, his plans did not involve returning home but rather staying in the library. Ronya also chose not to go home, as her parents were visiting her brother in Romania. This, however, posed a dilemma. Ronya had little fondness for reading. While accompanying Harry in the library as he completed his assignments, she dozed off several times, only to be caught by the librarian, Miss Pants, when drool cascaded onto the pages of a book. Consequently, Harry resolved to remain in the Gryffindor common room to read. One day, as Harry perused his book, he engaged in light conversation with Ronya. Today, she donned her customary white dress, paired with white knee-high socks. At some point, Ronya had begun to remove her shoes in Harry's presence, placing her feet atop the chair in a relaxed manner. "Is it because your shoes are too heavy?" Harry inquired suddenly. Ronya hesitated, momentarily taken aback. "It seems that once you sit down, you prefer to kick off your boots. However, your boots are indeed out of season," Harry clarified. Ronya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hesitated, preparing to lower her feet to put her shoes back on. Yet, halfway through, she decisively retracted her feet and curled them up again, stating, "I never wear shoes at home. I've grown accustomed to it." "Harry, perhaps I have been overly concerned." "Ronya, not entirely. My family seldom wears shoes. Thus we possess very few pairs at home. These shoes were acquired from a distant cousin. They do not fit well and are out of season. I find them excessively bulky and frankly, I do not have an affinity for them." "Harry, may I take a look at your shoes?" Ronya hesitated for a moment, bending down to retrieve the shoes, yet her ample bosom obstructed her path entirely. Upon noticing this, Harry quickly averted his gaze, directing his attention elsewhere. Indeed, as Ronya stood up, she attempted to glare at Harry, only to find him not looking her way. Consequently, she shifted her position, lying on her side, and successfully picked up the shoes. Harry took the shoes, examined them briefly, and confirmed that they indeed possessed some protective enchantments. It made sense, he thought. It would be strange for a family of powerful wizards, known for going barefoot, to retain shoes that were not enchanted artifacts. Harry, holding a shoe in one hand, settled beside Ronya, while his other hand grasped one of her feet resting on the sofa. Ronya was momentarily bewildered upon seeing Harry approach. The instant her foot was seized, she trembled uncontrollably, attempting to withdraw her foot from his grip, yet found herself unable to muster any strength. Harry gently massaged Ronya's feet, while she gasped, biting down on her glove in an effort to remain silent. After setting her feet down, Harry picked up his wand and made slight adjustments to her shoes. "Why don't you try them now?" Ronya, feeling a bit dazed, slipped them on and took a few steps. "What did you do?" "I modified the shoe's shape to fit the contours of your feet while preserving its inherent enchantments, and added a touch of breathability." Ronya returned to the sofa, instinctively kicking off her shoes, wrapping her delicately clad feet in white stockings and resting them on the couch. "Harry, even without that layer of status, you could make a fortune just from your ability to enchant items." "Ronya, don't families like yours have a collection of magical tomes at home?" "The technique I just used is covered in basic spell books. I do have books at home, but I'm not particularly fond of reading." "Harry, if you do not read books, from where do you acquire knowledge?" Ronya, with great excitement, produced a set of wizard's chess. "All books should be fashioned in this manner." "Harry, it appears akin to a game of chess. The very first piece placed upon the board begins to sing, its lyrics narrating a fragment of history. Once all the pieces are positioned, Ronya urges Harry to observe closely. She picks up one of the pieces representing a wizard, advances a few steps, gently taps an opposing piece, and then sets it down. This wizard piece then commences to utter in a diminutive, sharp voice, "Wingardium." "Harry, it is the levitation charm." Then he inquired, "Are there many toys like this?" Ronya, "Wizard's chess is the finest among them." "Harry, the pieces in Wizard's chess do not possess recorded spells. Where did you learn that?" Ronya shot Harry a glare, remarking that his manner of speaking was reminiscent of her mother. Then she added, "How about I teach you how to play Wizard's chess?" "Harry, is there a chess manual or a book of rules available?" Ronya, "It's much more enjoyable to play freely." "Harry, indulging in trifles leads to a loss of ambition." Ronya pouted, "Tomorrow is Christmas, Harry." "Harry, very well, I shall indulge you in a game. However, aside from your wizard's chess set, I possess no other to play with, thus I can only engage with you." Yet, the following day, a splendid wizard's chess set appeared among Harry's Christmas gifts. Although the cinder remained unnamed, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Aunt Petunia. Other Christmas presents included a unique sweater from Ron's mother, a whistle sent by Hagrid, and an anonymous gift of an invisibility cloak accompanied by a small note. "Your father left this for me before his passing. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." Harry received the invisibility cloak with a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Aunt Petunia had once regaled him with tales of the cloak's legendary status, enlightening him on its unparalleled value. Its effects surpassed those of most non-forbidden spells, and it was truly unique, one of a kind. It could be considered a treasure capable of igniting wars. Yet, it had been dispatched to Hogwarts as an ordinary parcel. Why? Harry found himself at a loss. Even if it were indeed a bequest from a friend of his father, it should not have been sent in such a careless manner. Had Aunt Petunia not shared her knowledge about the cloak, it might have been mistaken for a mere child's toy by a 12-year-old. Until he unraveled this mystery, Harry was determined to keep the existence of the cloak a secret. The Christmas feast at noon seemed extravagant for the handful of souls remaining at the school. Mountains of roasted turkey, accompanied by succulent meats and boiled potatoes, filled the tables, along with generous platters of delightful sausages. Following the turkey was the fiery Christmas pudding. The festivities were interspersed with readily available magical fireworks, which produced tremendous noise and billowing smoke, along with a flurry of scurrying white mice. Harry and Ronya spent an afternoon engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Ronya had to concede that Harry possessed a talent for this game akin to his aptitude for learning, quickly matching her skill. Sated and joyful from their merriment, the evening ought to have heralded a tranquil slumber. However, Harry found himself unable to sleep. Harry felt a tinge of anger. He was a diligent student, never causing trouble, devoted to his studies, and sincerely navigating relationships with his classmates. What necessity compelled him to don the invisibility cloak? Was there an imminent disaster lurking in the unnoticed corners that could only be resolved by the use of such a garment? It should be used wisely. Harry rolled over, donned the invisibility cloak, and stealthily made his way to the common room. The entrance to the girls' dormitory was situated opposite that of the boys' dormitory, on the other side of the common room. In Ronya's dormitory, her companions, Navi and Hermione, had already returned home, leaving her alone. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry could quietly slip into the girls' dormitory and sneak into Ronia's room. However, such an act would serve little purpose beyond giving her a fright. Harry decided to reserve this prank for next Halloween, when he could also startle Hermione and Navi. Harry stealthily exited his dormitory, slipped into the library, and ventured into the restricted section, typically off-limits to students. However, he withdrew without having taken a single book. Harry wandered aimlessly through the corridors and staircases, disregarding all signs that forbade entry. He intentionally allowed the moving staircase to carry him toward an unexplored direction, ultimately arriving at a completely unfamiliar area. He opened a door and cautiously peered inside. In the center of the room, a colossal three-headed black dog lifted its gaze to regard him. Even though he was cloaked in invisibility, which should have rendered him unseen, Harry retracted his head and closed the door, feeling a sense of satisfaction that this truly resembled the essence of a wizarding school. After taking a few steps, he pushed open another door, revealing a space cluttered with abandoned debris. However, on the wall opposite the door hung an exquisite mirror. Hesitating for a moment, he ventured inside and approached the mirror. It was a towering piece that reached the ceiling. Above it, a line of text read, "The Mirror of Erased." In his reflection, he found himself alone. Clad in an invisibility cloak, it was hardly surprising that the mirror revealed nothing of him. Yet, in his vicinity, a book materialized, a textbook that he vaguely recalled, containing an exceptionally challenging problem that had eluded his thoughts throughout the entire holiday. The book within the mirror lay open to that very page, and beneath the question, numerous small letters appeared, seemingly offering the answer. Harry leaned in closer, eager to discern the words inscribed within. The letters danced before him, gradually becoming more distinct, until, with an unexpected suddenness, they coalesced into a singular, poignant phrase, "I have surrendered. You are too difficult to deceive. Why can you not simply contemplate wealth, power, or women?" Harry, I grasp the concepts of wealth and power, but what do women signify? A single word emerged on the mirror, "Depart." Harry, how rude. I shall report you to the headmaster. With that, he exited the room. Harry ventured down the corridor, persistently attempting to push open various doors. He managed to unlock only two. One revealed a room cluttered with debris, while the other appeared to be a modest library, illuminated by a glowing lamp with an open book resting upon the central chair. After Harry returned to his bed, he took a moment to intertwine his thoughts with the recently uncovered secrets of the school. The invisibility cloak could deceive most of the automatic mechanisms and perhaps even the majority of teachers, yet it could not fool the enormous three-headed dog nor the treacherous, impolite mirror. If the invisibility cloak was indeed a rare treasure, could it be that the three-headed dog and the mirror were also extraordinary beings or artifacts in their own right? Chapter 13. Nick LeMay aside from the first night. The invisibility cloak lay undisturbed at the bottom of Harry's cupboard. The appearance of the school seemed to shift in Harry's perception. It appeared both changed and unchanged. Aunt Petunia had spoken of countless secrets hidden within this institution, even treasures capable of granting immortality or powers to conquer the world. However, upon his arrival, Harry felt as though he had merely stepped into an ordinary school brimming with enchantments, devoid of anything particularly strange. Now, Harry was aware that just above their usual classrooms lay rare and perilous objects. The students were oblivious to this, while the teachers likely knew but had long since become accustomed to it. Thus, when Deanna Khan quarreled with Navy and bullied her, Harry perceived it as mere childish antics, feeling no anger whatsoever. Today, Deanna Khan was clad in her usual uniform of a long robe, black stockings, and elevated black shoes. After their shared lesson in Slytherin and Gryffindor, she used the pretext of working on homework with Harry to shake off Goyle and Crabbe, blending into Harry's group. Ronia deliberately ignored Deanna Khan, while Hermione maintained a relatively calm demeanor. Initially, Navy adopted the same strategy of ignoring Deanna Khan as Ronia did. But when Deanna Khan occupied her usual position to Harry's right, Navy immediately protested, asserting that Deanna Khan, being the last to know Harry, should stand at the back of the line. "I was the first to know Harry, so I stand to his left. I was the second to know him, so I am on his right. Hermione was the third, so she stands behind him. And you, being the last to know Harry, should follow Hermione." "Oh, that makes sense." Deanna Khan replied lazily, yet she continued to walk at Harry's right side, showing no intention of relinquishing her position. Navy reached out to grab Deanna Khan, but with a flick of her hand, Deanna Khan swatted Navy's hand away. "So, you want to play rough? Gryffindors are tough, aren't they?" she taunted, feigning the act of drawing her wand. "Harry, Deanna Khan, the Sorting Hat has declared that Navi is suited for Gryffindor. If you find this unsatisfactory, you may lodge a complaint with the headmaster regarding the sorting hat, rather than engaging in a contest of spells with Navi. Dinacon, then you shall compete with me. Harry, Dinacon blushed slightly, but quickly regained her composure. In the bustling corridor after class, students from various years of Gryffindor and Slytherin passed by. Dinacon could easily deny that the duel had ever taken place, which suited Harry just fine. Dinacon proactively changed the subject. You still owe me a few assignments. Harry, I pledge to assist you with your homework, but not to do it for you. He then cast a glance over his shoulder, searching for the silhouettes of Goyle and Crabbe, yet found none. Did you inform your lackeys that I would compose your assignments for you? Daphne Greengrass, indeed. Harry, very well. Next time if Goyle and Crabbe inquire, I shall inform them that I am assisting you with your assignments. The group proceeded towards the library. Ronya deliberately disregarded Dinacon's presence, who reciprocated with equal indifference. Navi and Hermione engaged in trivial gossip, discussing who was romantically involved with whom and which house they belonged to. Upon their arrival at the library, Harry took a seat in the center, with Ronya occupying her usual position to the left. Dinacon, however, preemptively claimed the seat to Harry's right before Navi could settle in, thus placing Hermione and Navi directly across from Harry. The potion's assignment comprised two categories, transcription and problem-solving. The latter was further divided into straightforward memorization of answers found in the textbook and theoretical reasoning for which no answers were provided. In terms of transcription speed, aside from Navi, who was noticeably slower, the others exhibited little variation. While searching for answers to the problem-solving questions, Harry observed that Dinacon was only slightly lagging behind him and Hermione, yet significantly ahead of Ronya and Navi. As they delved into theoretical reasoning, Harry completely commandeered the discussion, with Hermione closely following suit. Despite having learned a considerable amount from Harry, Ronya remained in a state of confusion, displaying a level of understanding comparable to Dinacon. Navi, on the other hand, clearly opted out of the discourse, choosing to wait until the others deduced the answers before copying them. Harry, the hepatotoxicity of the woodvine root signifies a slower metabolic rate, which can stimulate the regeneration of liver cells. Thus, it may be utilized to prolong the efficacy of the transformation potion, potentially increasing its duration by approximately 20 minutes at non-toxic levels. Hermione began to calculate whether this estimation was accurate, while Ronya and Dinacon endeavored to comprehend the relationship between liver metabolism and the transformation potion. Each time such a situation arose, Harry would lament the irrationality of the curriculum design at wizarding schools. While Muggle middle school students might only engage with rudimentary chemistry and biology, wizards are introduced to the concept of whole-body metabolism as early as their first year. Speaking of potions class, Harry noticed a woman draped in a cloak, concealing her upper body while revealing only her black silk stockings and open-toed high heels. Descending the grand staircase of the school towards the Forbidden Forest, although her hair, face, and clothing were obscured, based on the impression of the exposed black stockings and heels. Along with her height and body proportions, Harry deduced that it was Snape. Ronya also took note. Isn't that Snape? What could she possibly want in the Forbidden Forest? Harry, your assignment remains unfinished. Focus your attention. Dinacon? Snape? Where? Harry has relinquished his efforts. The two of them currently harbor no desire to complete their assignments. However, this particular task is not due until next week, allowing them the luxury of postponing its completion for today. Speaking of Snape, Harry, I shall step away for a moment. Moreover, Ron and Dean, you both must learn from Hermione. Only by completing your assignments in advance can a virtuous cycle be established. Upon exiting the library, Harry sought a secluded corner to perform the levitation charm. Following the direction in which Snape had departed, he observed Snape entering the Forbidden Forest. The trees were too dense for him to discern Snape's whereabouts, compelling him to attempt a lower altitude as he circled. Ultimately, he discovered Snape in a shadowy clearing, accompanied by Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I wonder why you chose to meet here, Severus, Quirrell murmured, his words barely audible to Harry. Snape replied, his voice colder than it had been during class. I believe this matter should remain private. After all, students ought not to be privy to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell continued to mumble, but his words were indistinct. Finally, Snape interrupted Quirrell's ramblings. Very well. Before long, once you have taken the time to contemplate and determine your allegiance, we shall converse again. With that, Snape exited the clearing, leaving Quirrell standing motionless, akin to a lifeless statue. When Harry returned to the library, the sky had nearly succumbed to darkness, leaving only Hermione waiting for him. "Harry, where have you been?" Hermione inquired with a weariness he had never witnessed before. "Harry, it is indeed a blessing that others are absent, for what I am about to divulge may only resonate with you." He proceeded to recount Snape's recent discourse regarding the Philosopher's Stone and his own insights about it, weaving together his deductions. Within the school lies a treasure that grants immortality. Akin to the renowned Nicholas Flamel, Snape harbors intentions to seize it, yet he requires Quirrell's assistance. Hermione then informed him that shortly after his departure, Ron and Draco had clashed in the corridor, resulting in Neville being inadvertently knocked unconscious. Both Ron and Draco were apprehended by the teachers. "Harry, do you truly intend to compel them into friendship?" Hermione inquired. "It is precisely because they are at odds that I am striving to guide them," Harry earnestly replied. Before asking what provoked their altercation, Hermione explained, "Draco claimed you had already embraced her. Ron asserted you had held her as well, and then remarked that during your embrace with Draco, someone witnessed her regurgitating, thus rendering it invalid. That is when the fight ensued. Harry, what a chaotic mess. Everything I did was for the sake of saving others. If we're speaking of embraces, I must admit I have indeed hugged Navi." Hermione, "Indeed, but now I ponder. Had Navi not stepped forward to declare that you had embraced her, perhaps no one would have mistakenly harmed her." Chapter 14. The Norwegian Ridgeback. As Harry commenced his research on the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione began to devise a review plan for the final examinations. The teachers had assigned a plethora of homework, making the Easter holiday far less enjoyable than the Christmas break. Ronya and Dina Khan were compelled to spend the majority of their time in the library alongside Harry. One afternoon, Ronya could no longer endure it. She forcefully kicked Dinnikin's foot away from her, which had been resting on Harry's leg. Ronya, barefoot and clad in sheer white stockings, could hardly inflict pain with her gentle kick against Dinnikin's leg, yet Dina Khan gazed at Harry with tear-filled eyes, gritting his teeth. Harry was engrossed in searching for the elusive white fungus among a multitude of magical herbs and fungi. Hermione gently tapped him on the shoulder, prompting Harry to glance up and follow her gaze towards Hagrid. Hagrid was certainly not a frequent visitor to the library. After Hagrid departed, Harry and Hermione approached the bookshelf where he had been searching, only to discover it filled with information about dragons, ranging from the hatching of dragon eggs to their care and nurturing. An hour later, Harry, accompanied by his companions, knocked on the door of the keeper's hut in the hunting grounds. Upon entering, Harry first engaged Hagrid in a legal discussion, informing him that breeding dragons was illegal. He then cautioned Hagrid about the inherent dangers of dragons, suggesting that should he encounter one, he could seek assistance from Harry, who possessed considerable knowledge of these creatures. Subsequently, they pretended not to notice the large iron cauldron by the fireplace and made their exit. On their way back to the campus, Hermione inquired, "Are you truly not going to inform Professor McGonagall about Hagrid's intention to hatch a dragon?" Dean chimed in, "We could always tell Snape as well." "Harry, Hagrid may very well be the most trusted individual by Dumbledore within this institution." Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Harry elaborated, "I am insinuating to Hagrid that should he encounter any difficulties while tending to the dragon, he may seek my assistance. I wish to strengthen my bond with Hagrid, as it would consequently enhance my rapport with Dumbledore." Hermione, "Why is it important to cultivate a relationship with Dumbledore?" Harry, "I wish to confront Dumbledore directly regarding some of my conjectures about the conspiracy surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, and to hear his explanations for these peculiar coincidences." Denny Khan raised an eyebrow. "Well, Harry, in this regard, you should take a lesson from Ronya. She does not overreact to my actions." "Ronya?" Dina Khan observed Ronya's expression for a moment before turning back to Harry. "I believe Ronya does not support your viewpoint either." Harry glanced at Ronya, but she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. "Harry, it's quite all right. The results should be available in approximately 3 to 4 weeks. During this period, most dragons will have grown to a level that ordinary individuals cannot manage." Thus, for weeks past, and just as the young ladies were on the verge of forgetting about the matter, Heather delivered a note to Harry during breakfast. "Please do me a favor." Harry summoned everyone to the cottage, and as Hagrid ushered the 5 individuals inside, he promptly shut the door behind them. Harry immediately positioned himself between the other 4 and the dragon. The dragon, crouched low to the ground, was nearly at the height of Nawi. Its tail thrashed against the wall with a resounding bang. "Harry, Hagrid, how much do you think it weighs now?" Hagrid, "It's hard to say. Perhaps it weighs about the same as you." Harry, "I have a way to ensure its safe departure to a place more suitable for its existence. However, I have 2 conditions." Hagrid sighed and replied, "Go ahead." Harry, First, you must tell me how you acquired this little dragon. Secondly, I need to meet with Dumbledore. Hagrid hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Harry drew his wand and waved it once, then again. A scattered heap of tin and iron rods in the corner ascended, forming a cage that enclosed the suddenly dormant dragon. Both spells would last for 12 hours, leaving only the need for a porter. Harry placed his hand to his mouth and blew forcefully, producing a faint sound, while awaiting the arrival of my owl. You may fulfill your initial promise and enlighten me on how you acquired this dragon. I am curious to know if this event was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Aunt Petunia had often told me that there are no coincidences in my life. Hagrid then revealed the entire story of how he won the dragon egg through a wager with a man. Harry inquired about many details that Hagrid had not elaborated on, such as the nature of their conversation. Hagrid protested, asserting that these matters were unrelated to the dragon. Harry, if he deliberately gave you the dragon egg, it is indeed significant. What he seeks are the details you might inadvertently disclose. Hagrid, I discussed the matter of Fluffy with him. Fluffy is the three-headed dog I care for. Harry, I believe I have encountered it before. Hagrid widened his eyes. What? Harry, it is currently within the confines of the teaching building, correct? What purpose does it serve there? Someone seeks to understand it, which is why they have come to you. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in what makes it particularly intriguing at this moment, prompting someone to desire knowledge of it. Hagrid murmured to himself, before turning to Harry and saying, I have indeed disclosed the method concerning the dragon, but I shall consult Dumbledore regarding this matter. At that moment, a tapping sound resonated from the window. It was Hestia. Harry asked Hagrid to lift the iron cage out of the hut and place it on the ground outside. Hagrid replied, Shouldn't we wait for your owl to deliver the letter to your mover? It would be better to move it after your mover arrives. Harry, the has arrived. Harry gently placed Hester on his forearm and moved to a quieter spot away from the crowd. He then said to Hester, Transport this fire dragon to Norway. You have approximately 12 hours. Hester replied, Is it too much to ask for a tiny owl to accomplish this? Harry, conditions? Hathaway, I require a vial of your blood. No less than 100 milliliters. Harry, 0.3 of a milliliter. It cannot be more, exceeding that would pose a safety hazard. Hathaway, truly a testament to the wisdom of your mentor. Agreed. Then, before the gaze of all, Hathaway grasped the iron cage, gently flapping her wings, and took flight, soaring beyond the forbidden forest, vanishing into the horizon. Navi, look, look. This owl possesses tremendous strength. Hermione and Ronia. Oh, indeed. Deacon murmured, I was once carried away by this owl. Navi, when did that happen? Haven't I been with you all this time? How does it feel as though I missed an entire season? Chapter 15. The Forbidden Forest. A week before the examinations, Hagrid approached Harry, expressing the possibility of a meeting with Dumbledore. At midnight, within the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was visibly anxious and distressed. A unicorn had been injured, leaving a trail of blood, and it seemed the hunter was still in pursuit. Hagrid needed to locate it before the hunter did, hence his appeal for Dumbledore's assistance. Simultaneously, he recommended Harry to Dumbledore, citing Harry's adept handling of the dragon incident as evidence of his profound understanding of magical creatures. The plan was to divide into 3 groups. Harry would venture one way, Hagrid another, and Dumbledore would take a separate path. By the time Harry arrived, Dumbledore had already entered the woods. Hagrid and Harry had agreed to signal danger using a red flare, and then they parted ways into the forest. Shortly after entering, Harry encountered centaurs. Their method of tracking unicorns was akin to Harry's, relying on an understanding of the unicorn's habits. However, they were not inclined to cooperate with Harry. An injured unicorn seeks solace in a moonlit clearing to heal. This is not common knowledge. Common knowledge pertains to how unicorn tails are used to craft magical artifacts or the special magical properties of a unicorn's horn. However, the healing process of a living unicorn is not widely understood. This was knowledge imparted to Harry by Aunt Petunia. Harry ascended into the sky with his levitation spell, seeking an open space amidst the dense forest. 1, 2, 3. In the 4th clearing that Harry discovered, a cluster of moonlight was converging in the center. Harry descended gracefully, landing softly beside a wounded unicorn that lay bathed in the enchanting glow of the moonlight. The unicorn merely cast a fleeting glance at Harry before lowering its head once more. The injury marred its hind leg, which had become entirely stained in a lustrous silver hue. It appeared that some toxic residue lingered within the wound, preventing it from healing. The unicorn whispered, I sense a kinship within you. Harry, I too find your presence quite familiar. Perhaps it is because I possess a unicorn's horn at home. Unicorn, I am weary. I am fatigued. Harry, you may take your rest now. Leave it to me. The unicorn closed its eyes. Harry withdrew his wand and directed it toward the wound on the unicorn's hind leg. He first cast a counter curse, followed by a spell to cleanse toxins, and then a purifying incantation. Directly employing a healing spell proved futile, as the unicorn's magical resilience not only thwarted malevolent spells but also repelled beneficial ones. Thus, Harry could only cast spells aimed at the harmful substances afflicting the unicorn, hoping to extract the lingering toxins from the wound. The outcome was notably effective. The moonlight thickened, and the flow of blood gradually diminished. Harry Potter, a remarkable boy. A voice emerged from the shadows, and Harry focused intently on the source. Yet the figure showed no inclination to step out from the concealment of the forbidden forest. Without hesitation, Harry raised his wand skyward, summoning a crimson spell. Harry Potter, the savior, the extraordinary boy. His adversary continued to mutter, and then, boom. An elderly figure with a white beard descended from the heavens at approximately 3 times the speed of sound, striking the very location of the shadow. Instantly, the trees within a few meters of that shadow were reduced to mere dust. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the mossy ground that had perhaps not seen the light for centuries. The good news was that Harry not only discerned the form of the levitation charm in Dumbledore's hands, but also unraveled the mystery of how the circular clearings in the Forbidden Forest had come to be. The tall wizard, clad in white robes and sporting a long beard, stood at the center of the newly formed clearing, clutching what appeared to be a towel-like object. Harry, did you not catch it? Dumbledore turned to him. Harry, you performed admirably. Harry, there is no time for lamentation. I have matters of utmost importance to discuss with you. He then rapidly divulged the precious invisibility cloak that had been unexpectedly bestowed upon him, the 3-headed dog, the dragon. The suspicious meeting between Snape and Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest, as well as their mention of the Philosopher's Stone. He reached a disquieting conclusion. Someone is scheming to obtain the elixir of eternal life. Both Snape and Quirrell are entangled in this plot. There are those who wish to extract information from Hagrid regarding how to navigate past the 3-headed guardian, and someone intends to manipulate me to create chaos within this affair. Dumbledore listened intently, and then remarked, and what of this unicorn incident? Harry, indeed, unicorns. There are no coincidences in my life. Those who hunt unicorns may also be contemplating the Philosopher's Stone, for the blood of a unicorn possesses life-extending properties. Dumbledore, I concede that a portion of your skepticism holds merit. However, Harry, you must understand that you can no longer use the absence of coincidences in your life as the sole foundation for all your reasoning. Harry, although I acknowledge that my perspective may appear rather self-centered, consider my circumstances. Having survived under the oppressive magic of the Dark Lord since childhood, half of the wizarding world reveres me as an idol, while the other half harbors intentions to end my life. To add to my misfortune, I bear a mark upon my forehead that is more conspicuous than a light bulb. I shall not entertain the notion that the peculiar occurrences surrounding me are mere coincidences until the day the Dark Lord is truly vanquished. Unbeknownst to him, Harry's voice had escalated to a near shout, and he remained oblivious to the fact that several centaurs had approached, stepping into the clearing beneath the moonlit sky. One of the centaurs spoke. Dumbledore, I believe Harry's assertions hold merit. His fate is indeed extraordinary. Another centaur interjected, Firenze, this matter does not concern us. To which Firenze replied, that creature has come among us to hunt unicorns. It is imperative that we collaborate with humans, Bane. Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the debate among the centaurs, and then turned to Harry. Harry Potter, you are but 11 years old, perhaps 12. You must learn to trust the adults around you, especially me. Harry, if you wish for me to remain untroubled, at the very least provide me with some justification. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment before responding. The individual who bestowed upon you the invisibility cloak bears no connection to the matter of the Philosopher's Stone. The cloak indeed once belonged to your father. The intent of the one who gifted it to you was, I believe, to inspire you to become a mischievous spirit akin to your father. Harry, huh? A troublemaker? Me? Dumbledore. Indeed, that is precisely the essence of that saying. There is no ulterior motive implied. Harry's fondness for his biological father diminished sharply, particularly regarding the gift intended for him from his father's friend. Dumbledore remarked, however, I believe you truly possess the ability to utilize that treasure wisely, as he clasped Harry's hand. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself standing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid awaited him there, stating, I saw the red signal flare and heard the commotion. That was you. Wasn't he it? Dumbledore nodded in affirmation and handed a towel to Hagrid, saying, "This is all I managed to retrieve." Hagrid replied, "I can have Fong follow the scent on the towel to search for clues." Dumbledore then grasped Harry once more, and by the time Harry regained his senses, he was standing alone in front of the fat lady's portrait. Upon entering the dimly lit common room, Harry noticed Nymphadora curled up in a chair, asleep. But she soon awakened and spotted him. Suddenly, Nymphadora leaped toward him and embraced him tightly. "I was so worried about you," she exclaimed. "I felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. I remember this feeling. I felt the same on the day my parents died." "Harry, you have never mentioned anything about your parents." "Navi, they are just like your parents." Harry embraced Navi tightly. The deliberately aged, powerful robe she wore was nearly activated by the surge of Harry's strength, and an intoxicating floral fragrance instantly filled the lounge, calming Harry and prompting him to release Navi. Navi remarked, "Harry, your eyes appear quite swollen. Have you been crying?" "Harry, no. It might be the floral scent on your clothing that is causing my slight allergy." Chapter 16. Through the trapdoor for Harry. The examination itself posed no significant challenge. The real difficulty lay in simultaneously guiding Ronnie and Navi to achieve commendable results. The addition of Denekin rendered matters a tad simpler. At the very least, there was no longer a concern regarding Ronnie's motivation to study. Though he occasionally recalled the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, Harry had learned to refrain from overthinking. One day, after the exams had fully concluded, Harry convened everyone in the library. "I have acquired a treasure this semester, albeit rather dubious in nature. However, Dumbledore has assured me that it poses no particular danger, and he has granted me permission to keep and utilize it." Harry first teased with suspense before revealing, "It is an invisibility cloak." 3 of the 4 girls wore expressions of intrigue. "Harry, you 3 ought to take a leaf out of Nawe's book and refrain from pondering matters that are ill-suited for your age." "Nawe, what has transpired? Why have I suddenly been lauded?" "Denekin, then why should we be informed? The fewer who know of such things, the better." "Harry, because we are precious friends." Dina, her face flushed, retorted, "How amusing, precious friends indeed." Yet her voice gradually diminished. "Hermione, perhaps we should refrain from using it too often." "Ronya, you used that invisibility cloak to sneak onto the 4th floor and see the 3-headed dog, didn't you? May I try as well?" "Harry, certainly. This invisibility cloak can conceal 5 individuals." "Hermione, what do you mean? I have no interest whatsoever in any 3-headed dog." "Danikana, I want to go." "Hermione, very well, count me in." Thus, the group, shrouded in the cloak, ascended to the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor, where they discovered the door to the 3-headed dog. They gently pushed it open. This time, the dog did not lift its head to regard them. Inside the room, a magical harp played enchanting melodies. The dog lay in a deep slumber. A trapdoor at the dog's feet stood ajar, suggesting someone had recently descended. "Hermione, is this normal?" "Ronya, go notify Professor McGonagall." "Danikana, I will seek out Snape." "Navi, I shall find Hagrid." "Harry, very well. Let us split up. I shall pursue the lead." Ron, Hermione, and Lavinia spoke in unison. "No." A flurry of chaos ensued, resulting in a new arrangement. Lavinia was tasked with informing Professor McGonagall of the anomaly, while Hermione was to seek out Hagrid to relay the same message, both instructed to notify Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione descended below. The enchanting notes of the magical harp grew increasingly faint. The trio, with little time to spare, swiftly stowed away the invisibility cloak and descended through the trapdoor. Beneath lay a short vertical ladder, with no visible floor beneath it. Harry pondered for a moment, then released the ladder, employing the levitation charm to descend gently. Before long, he reached the ground. It appeared that aside from the darkness, nothing was amiss. Harry called out, "Jump down, I shall catch you." No sooner had his words left his lips than tendrils of plant vines surged forth from the shadows, racing toward Harry's position. He had intended to extend his arms to catch the others, but was instead knocked aside. Fortunately, as the 2 above descended, they landed upon a cushion of foliage. "It is the devil's snare. Do not move," Harry shouted, drawing his wand and causing intermittent bursts of flame and starlight to emanate from it. The devil's snare slowly receded, parting to reveal a path. Harry waved his hand, signaling Ronya and Hermione to follow him. The group traversed a path until they arrived at another chamber, distinct from the previous one. This room was bathed in ample light, rendering a wand unnecessary for illumination. Keys floated gently through the air, while on the opposite side of the room stood an ornate, antiquated door. Harry utilized the levitation charm to gently ascend into the air. These keys appeared to react only to moving entities. As long as Harry remained still in the sky, they would merely glide by. After a careful observation, he identified a key that resembled the one he sought most closely. Its color and shape were a perfect match, and its wings seemed to be slightly crumpled, as if it had been grasped by someone before. Harry abruptly reached out to grasp the keys, which then began to collide against him with frenzied intensity, akin to a multitude of needles pursuing him relentlessly. With utmost swiftness, Harry dashed to the door, flung it open, and released the keys, allowing them to soar away. At which point all the other keys ceased their tumultuous assault. "Are you ready?" Harry inquired, gripping the doorknob as he turned to Ron and Hermione. They both nodded in affirmation. Consequently, he pushed the door ajar. Inside the subsequent chamber lay an expansive chessboard. The pieces upon the board were enchanted chess pieces. The black pieces were positioned near the entrance where they had just entered, while the white pieces were stationed by the door on the opposite side of the room. The wizard chess pieces regarded them with an air of indifference. "Harry, well, although I have only been learning for a few days, wizard's chess does not seem to be exceedingly difficult. However, there lies another challenge. 3 pieces are missing from the board. These vacant positions must be filled by 3 individuals. And in wizard's chess, if a piece is captured, it may incur damage from the opposing pieces. This implies that those who occupy these positions must brave the peril of injury. Wizard's chess is a variant of chess, and Harry has been a master of traditional chess since elementary school. Winning is not particularly arduous, yet Harry struggles to ensure that the 3 substitutes remain unscathed. Halfway through the game, when a piece is captured, Ronia's replacement bishop presents an excellent opportunity for a trade. By maneuvering her into the attacking range of the White Queen, Harry could compel the White Queen to capture Ronia, allowing him to immediately take the White King and conclude the battle. However, should Ronia evade capture, the White piece's defense would re-establish an insurmountable blockade. As Harry pondered his strategy, Ronia discerned the checkmating tactic as well. Her face pale, she remarked, "Yes, I must be sacrificed." "Harry, wait." However, Ronia had already taken a step forward. The White Queen immediately lunged at her, raising her stone arm and striking down heavily upon Ronia's head. At that moment, Harry's protective spell arrived, causing Ronia's clothing to absorb the impact instead of her, leaving the fabric tattered and shredded. Yet, Ronia merely fell to the ground, seemingly unscathed. Harry moved 3 steps to the left. The White King removed his crown and cast it at Harry's feet. The white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing a path that led directly to the door. "Harry, Hermione, you stay behind to look after Ronia." "Ronia? No, I can manage." She sprinted after them, clutching the tattered remnants of her clothing. What was once a voluminous lace outer garment was now reduced to mere wisps of fabric. Fortunately, the inner garments remained intact. The white full-coverage lace bra was unharmed, as were the white lace panties, the stockings, and the suspenders that connected them. Her brown snow boots also remained unscathed, alleviating any concerns of exposure. However, without the concealment of her loose outerwear, the irregular movement of her form became quite conspicuous as she ran. Hermione nearly shielded her eyes, but, noticing Harry's composed demeanor, felt compelled to feign ignorance. The trio dashed through the door and proceeded down the corridor. Behind the next door lay a giant, already unconscious on the ground. It seemed the creature that had disrupted the previous feast had found its purpose here. Upon entering the subsequent room, a surge of purple flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. Simultaneously, black flames flickered at the doorway ahead, trapping them in between. In the center of the room stood a table adorned with 7 uniquely shaped bottles. "Look," Hermione exclaimed, seizing a scroll of parchment placed beside the bottles. Harry stood behind her, joining in the reading. Danger loomed ahead, safety lay behind. For clues, Hermione sighed deeply, a smile breaking across her face. This was her forte, logical reasoning, a skill also possessed by Harry. After only a few readings of the parchment, they swiftly deduced that the smallest bottle contained the answer to traversing the black flames. Harry gazed at the inconspicuous vial, containing scarcely enough liquid for a single sip. Just as he prepared to uncork it and partake, Ronia grasped his hand. "Do you intend to venture in alone?" she inquired, one hand clutching the tattered remnants of her cloak, while the other held onto the sleeve of Harry's garment. "Alone. No encumbrances. No reservations." Harry had indeed intended to proceed in this manner. Hermione would not contest this notion. Persuading Ronia should pose no significant challenge, and compelling her to remain would also be manageable. The true difficulty lay in advancing with both of them together. Yet, Harry had never submitted to adversity. Harry's lips curled into a wry smile. "At present, we possess only a single dose of the potion, given the mindset of the individual who designed this challenge. It is likely that one would need to consume an entire small vial of the potion to traverse the black flames. With 3 of us here, if we wish for all to pass through the flames, we must seek a loophole in this challenge. If this potion, upon reaching a certain dosage, can form a shield on the body's surface that resists specific spell effects, then considering the efficiency of gastrointestinal absorption, the actual dosage that can be assimilated by the human body may only be 1/3 or even 1/5 of this amount. In other words, if we could devise a method to bypass the stomach and facilitate a more thorough absorption of the potion, it is conceivable that 1/3 of a vial could indeed suffice to establish effective protection. After articulating these thoughts, Harry paused. Ronya's gaze indicated that she had slipped into a distracted state, reminiscent of when she was doing homework while listening to Harry explain concepts. While Hermione's furrowed brow reflected her struggle to grasp the problem-solving approach Harry had just laid out, Harry continued, following the hypothesis we just discussed. It may be deduced that by employing the intestinal absorption method, we could potentially achieve a division of the potion into 3 equal parts, ensuring that each individual receives an adequate dosage. Hermione interjected, Her face suddenly flushed crimson. Harry, so will you still follow me inside? Hermione, blushing, yes. Ronnie, still looking bewildered. What? Is there a way through? Hermione, her cheeks flushed. Harry, stand in the corner, face the wall, and do not turn back. Harry set down the small vial and approached the corner. Behind him, he heard Ronya's fragmented voice. Hermione, what are you doing? What does intestinal absorption mean? Huh? Must it be like this? But I can't manage liquid levitation yet. It's so cold. So bloated. Hiss. After a brief moment, Hermione's voice rang out. All right, Harry, you may come over now. Hermione's expression bore a hint of excitement, while Ronya, blushing, buried her head. Her legs pressed together against the wall, seemingly struggling to maintain her balance. 1/3 of the potion remained in the vial on the table. Harry picked up the potion, and Hermione smiled as she stepped back. Let us also move to the corner. Harry, no need. With a flick of his wand, a great chasm erupted beneath the table. Below the gaping void lay an expansive storage chamber filled with enormous barrels, crafted from wood and iron, alongside an array of glass jars, all meticulously labeled. Moments ago, I had contemplated my earlier deductions in the corner of the room. I realized that if this mechanism were to be utilized repeatedly, for instance, if someone had passed through before us, it would still be capable of presenting the riddle anew upon our entrance. This suggests that within the mechanism, there must be a reservoir containing an ample supply of potions infused with black flame, far exceeding the quantity required by a single individual. As he spoke, Harry activated the levitation charm, allowing himself to glide toward the storage area. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with 3 small vials, identical to the ones they had previously validated through the riddle. Each vial was filled to the brim, yet only one would be dispensed during each riddle-solving instance. As Harry spoke, he consumed one of the vials and handed the other 2 to Hermione and Ronya. Hermione, feigning composure, drank from the vial that Harry had offered her, followed closely by Ronya, who also partook. Harry turned towards the black flames, the sound of Ronya's anguished cry echoing behind him. Why is this happening? Accompanied by Hermione's gentle words of comfort. However, Harry had no time to ponder. He had entered the final chamber, where a figure awaited him, not Snape, nor Voldemort, but Professor Quirrell. Chapter 17, The Two-Faced Man. The boy who lived, Quirrell taunted, devoid of his usual stammer. The defense against the dark arts instructor, Harry replied, cautiously sidestepping to seek a more advantageous position. Without any warning, several ropes sprang forth, ensnaring the 3 of them. Hermione and Ronya were immediately bound tightly. Hermione fared slightly better, with a bit of room to struggle, but Ronya's curvaceous figure resulted in the ropes forming a constricting pattern around her. Yet, the ropes seemed to glide off Harry as if coated in oil, failing to secure him. Quirrell, not waiting for the ropes to take effect, drew his wand and cast a spell at Harry. But Harry lunged forward, not only evading the ropes, but also closing the distance to Quirrell. Beside him, Hermione, straining against her bindings, shouted with excitement, "Yes, that's the move." With one hand, Harry struck Quirrell's hand holding the wand, while his other hand clutched firmly around Quirrell's throat. The blow failed to dislodge the wand, as Quirrell gripped it with remarkable steadiness. As Harry tightened his grip, attempting to snap Quirrell's neck, he realized that the texture of Quirrell's neck was unlike that of an ordinary human. At that moment, a smile crept across Quirrell's face. A voice emanated from within him. "Is this truly your ultimate move?" Quirrell raised the hand holding the wand once more, directing it at Harry. and from some unknown place within his body, he uttered the incantation, Petrificus Totalis. Harry leapt to evade the spell. You have some skill. Rather than pursuing Harry, Quirrell rushed towards the two bound female students, directing his wand at them. Harry, surrender? Hermione struggled desperately. Help? Ronya, ensnared by the tortoise shell bindings, found herself unable to move, forced to lie on her side in tears, lamenting, why is it always me? Harry, with a slight click of his tongue, finally drew forth his wand. With a gentle wave of his hand, a barrier of magic materialized between Quirrell and his companions. Although not an impenetrable shield, it was sufficient to render the immediate threat vanquished. Seizing the moment when Harry conjured the protective barrier, Quirrell unleashed a bolt of lightning towards him. Yet the bolt ricocheted harmlessly off Harry's form. Harry, Quirrell, surrender. Quirrell took a few steps back, then suddenly changed direction, sprinting towards the center of the room. There stood a colossal mirror, the Mirror of Erist. Quirrell struck the Mirror of Erist with all his might, yet it proved to be far more resilient than its appearance suggested. Remaining utterly unmoved, Harry approached Quirrell, who suddenly fell to his knees, prostrating himself before Harry, and pleaded, I can reveal to you the most significant secret of Voldemort. I beg you spare me. Harry, you speak first. I shall ponder your words. Quirrell, Voldemort still lives. The tip of Harry's wand began to emit sparks and flashes of lightning. Quirrell exclaimed, Voldemort is lurking very close to you. Harry, share something I am unaware of. Quirrell looked up in astonishment. You already know? That is impossible. Then, with a resounding thud, Quirrell's head was crushed. Dumbledore appeared. In the room, he did not descend from the heavens, yet Quirrell's fate resembled that of the tree in the Forbidden Forest on that fateful day. Harry, you have arrived earlier than expected. Dumbledore, no, I am, in fact, late. It was my folly to thrust my dear, fragile first-year students into the presence of a perilous criminal. With a mere wave of his hand, the bonds that ensnared Hermione and Ronya vanished into thin air, leaving behind a pristine Gryffindor uniform that gently enveloped the sobbing Ronya's form. Harry wished to reprimand Dumbledore for feigning ignorance. Yet Dumbledore paid him no heed and instead strode directly towards the two students who lay on the ground. At that moment, Hermione had assisted Ronya in donning her uniform. And then Dumbledore placed a hand on one of their shoulders. With a whoosh, the three vanished. Almost instantaneously, with another whoosh, only Dumbledore reappeared at the original spot. Harry, now it is just you and me. What was Quirrell about to reveal to me? Dumbledore slowly approached Harry. Quirrell is a Death Eater, a schemer who has clandestinely allied himself with Voldemort in pursuit of immortality, all the while managing to evade my watchful gaze. He may wish to convey fragments of truth, but his intent is solely to mislead you through these partial revelations. Indeed, I am aware of what Quirrell intends to disclose. However, are you truly certain that you desire to uncover what he wishes for you to know? As Dumbledore drew nearer, his words became increasingly deliberate. Harry gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, and Dumbledore met Harry's gaze in return. Harry, not enough. Dumbledore, I can offer another secret in exchange for the one that Quirrell was about to reveal to you. Is that sufficient now? Harry squinted, hesitating momentarily. Speak, he urged. Dumbledore responded, Voldemort is not currently within the school. Yet he has a profoundly close associate present among the students. A portion of Voldemort's scheme is being executed through this student. Harry, is it someone I know? Dina Malfoy? Dumbledore, it is not her. That is all I can divulge. Upon finishing his words, he placed a hand upon Harry's shoulder. Then, Harry found himself alone, standing beside his bed in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. A few days later, during the end-of-year feast, Slytherin reveled in their victory of the House Cup. The attempt by Quirrell to seize the Philosopher's Stone had been made public, as the obstacles protecting the stone had been designed collaboratively by all the professors. Ensuring that they were aware of the breaches, multiple individuals had traversed the challenges, and not merely on one occasion. However, the precise details were concealed from the students. The prevailing narrative among the students was that Ron had triumphed over Professor McGonagall's wizard's chess, vanquished the troll, while Hermione had unraveled the riddle of the devil's snare and the potion puzzle. Harry had flown, captured the key, and during his confrontation with Quirrell, he delayed for time, awaiting Dumbledore's rescue. This tale was woven by Dumbledore himself, who employed dubious tactics to persuade Ron and Hermione that Harry had garnered too much attention and thus required a reduction in his role. Harry believed there was no necessity to deceive. However, the situation had escalated to this point, and he had no intention of pursuing fame any further. Only Dean and Neville were permitted to be informed of the complete truth by Harry, Hermione, and Ronya. Of course, it was not entirely the full story. as Ronya and Hermione insisted on omitting the ineffective portions of the potion riddle. After the term concluded, everyone boarded the train back to London. Ronya deliberately left the station alongside Harry, waiting for Aunt Petunia to arrive to collect him. "Hello, Weasley family." Aunt Petunia greeted warmly before Harry could make introductions. Ronya stared blankly at Aunt Petunia's chest, lost in thought. "Hi." Harry got into the car, bidding farewell to Ronya. "I will miss you during the holidays." Ronya waved slowly. "Oh, all right." As the vehicle drove away, Aunt Petunia inquired, "Is she your girlfriend?" Harry, "No." Aunt Petunia, "Ha ha, that's fine. The Weasley family's ancestral spell requires them to be barefoot all year round, leaving them dirty and muddy." Harry, "However, she is my dear friend." Aunt Petunia tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Their family's magical prowess is quite impressive, and their expertise in ley line divination is indeed remarkable. After all, they belong to a lineage of wizards that has been passed down through several generations. "Harry, Auntie, I encountered remnants of the Death Eaters at school. He claimed that Voldemort is lurking nearby. Could it possibly be Dudley and his gang?" Aunt Petunia fell into silence, and after a long pause, just as the car was nearing home, she finally spoke again. "I don't believe it could be Dudley and his friends." "Harry, Aunt Petunia, are you afraid of Voldemort?" Petunia furrowed her brow and replied slowly, "For me, I am uncertain who is more terrifying, Voldemort or Dumbledore." Harry chuckled. "I have encountered Dumbledore several times at school, and I too find him rather intimidating." Aunt Petunia laughed heartily, indeed. Chapter 1. The most dreadful birthday. Harry had never anticipated that he would experience such a profound conflict with Aunt Petunia. He had long suspected that Heather was an illegal animagus and had mentally prepared himself for the day she might assume human form. However, he did not foresee Aunt Petunia's intense fury towards Heather upon her transformation. A large hole was burned into Harry's bed by lightning, and after Heather transformed back into an owl, she flew out of the window, disappearing without a trace. Aunt Petunia and Harry engaged in a prolonged argument, only reconciling in the afternoon when they finally sat down together for Harry to thoroughly elucidate the incident that had provoked Aunt Petunia's outburst. Aunt Petunia bombarded him with questions. "Was last night truly Heather's first transformation into human form when she entered your room? Was she genuinely just sleeping? Do you remember that ordinary animagi typically transform while wearing their clothes?" "Harry, it was the first time. Just sleeping. I remember. But she mentioned that wearing clothes for an extended period while transformed was uncomfortable." Aunt Petunia opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. She attempted to say something once more, only to fall silent again. On the third attempt, she finally posed the question, "Did you encounter her?" "Harry, I encountered it." The air seemed to solidify. "Aunt Petunia, how did it happen?" Harry rested his hand on a nearby cushion, just so. Aunt Petunia clearly paused in her breath, gazing at the cushion that was slightly deformed under Harry's large palm. "Was that the waist?" "Perhaps. I cannot say for certain." Aunt Petunia exhaled deeply. Harry continued, "You may call Heather back. We can recreate the scene to ascertain what transpired." Aunt Petunia fixed her gaze on Harry, slowly responding, "Enough. That's quite enough. A commendable suggestion, but refrained from making any further recommendations." Then, with a serious expression, she stared intently at Harry. "Now, let us discuss your punishment." "Harry, why?" "Aunt Petunia, there will be no birthday gifts this year. You are grounded until school starts." "Harry, why?" Aunt Petunia hesitated, grappling with her words before finally confessing. "Because you did not inform me immediately when Heather transformed." "Harry, it was the dead of night, and I was utterly exhausted. Moreover, it was Hathaway, and she could hardly intend any malefaction towards me." Aunt Petunia, gritting her teeth, remarked, "I believe she would not enact any evil deeds upon you. Yet I also hope she will not perform any good deeds. In essence, I wish for her to refrain from doing anything at all. Should she require a return to her human form for rest, she ought to seek me out, rather than you. And when you discover her in her human guise, you should also come to me, rather than allowing her to roam freely." Harry sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Aunt Petunia's words. Although his birthday gifts each year comprised trivial muggle trinkets, the absence of any this year left him feeling somewhat dejected. With a heavy heart, Harry slowly returned to his bedroom, closed the door, and turned to throw himself onto his bed. The predicament was that a house elf was already perched upon it. Chapter 2. Dobby's warning. Harry almost cried out, instinctively wanting to call for Aunt Petunia, but he quickly recalled the recent argument with her, which left him feeling somewhat irate. Harry drew his wand and cast a silencing charm along with several information interference spells within the room. He was well aware of the regulations prohibiting underage students from casting spells outside of school. However, he understood that this house possessed the ability to shield against external monitoring and that many complex spells, including surveillance charms, would be distorted within its confines. Furthermore, he was confident that even if he were apprehended, Dumbledore would find a way to ensure his safety. "What is your name? Who sent you? Which family do you belong to?" Harry inquired, directing his wand towards the house elf. "My name is Dobby." The elf replied to the first question before proceeding to bang its head against the wall. Harry recognized the turmoil within himself, a manifestation of the conflict arising from the restrictions he faced. Without hesitation, he employed the levitation charm to lift Dobby into the air, ensuring that the house elf was suspended away from any furniture or walls. Concurrently, he bound Dobby's hands and feet with the binding spell, preventing any self-harm. Despite this, Dobby continued to struggle, prompting Harry to shift his inquiry. "Have you been sent to convey a message to me?" Finally, Dobby ceased his thrashing, panting heavily as he responded. "Yes, esteemed savior boy, Harry Potter." The title sounded somewhat familiar to Harry, who pondered the nature of the message. Dobby continued, "Harry Potter, you must not return to Hogwarts." A profound silence enveloped the room. Harry struggled to suppress the impulse to call her Aunt Petunia. "Is there more?" Dobby replied, "If Harry Potter returns to Hogwarts, he will be in grave danger." "Harry, is there more?" "Dobby, there is a conspiracy, Harry Potter. This year, the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shall witness the most terrifying events." Dobby whispered, his body trembling suddenly. "This is not my fault," Harry thought. It must be the conflict between the message and Dobby's own restrictions that has caused this. A conspiracy. Harry felt an exhilarating mix of anxiety and excitement. He yearned to call Aunt Petunia, yet simultaneously desired to summon Dumbledore directly. In that moment of indecision, Dobby unexpectedly freed himself from his bonds and, with a leap, vanished through the window. Harry utilized the art of levitation to pursue his escape through the window. However, he was unable to seize Dobby and was promptly struck down, landing on the lawn of the backyard. Aunt Petunia, standing in the yard, lowered her wand and remarked, "I was just contemplating the installation of iron bars on your window. This would prevent owls or any other entities from inadvertently entering or exiting your chamber. What are your thoughts on this proposition?" Harry turned over and stood up, inquiring, "Did you see a house elf fly out?" Aunt Petunia replied, "Is it this one?" as she lifted a dazed house elf by its foot. The very same Dobby that had just escaped. Harry laughed heartily. "It is a conspiracy. This house elf has come to inform me of a plot against me. It must surely be the work of Voldemort. We can follow this lead to capture Voldemort." Aunt Petunia displayed a look of disdain. "Oh." Harry was agitated. "It's true. If you don't believe me, wake it up and ask." Aunt Petunia, while gently swaying the house elf Dobby hanging from her hand, replied slowly, "Do not trust anything it says. Harry, the mental state of house elves is far from normal. They are either willfully or unwittingly deceitful." A splash of cold water was thrown down, yet Harry persisted. Then handed over to Dumbledore. Aunt Petunia responded, "Dumbledore, yes, of course. You can certainly trust the chief wizard of the Wizengamot. However, Harry, you should be familiar with the tale of the boy who cried wolf, shouldn't you?" Harry finally calmed down. Yet he remained reluctant to relinquish his concerns. What if it were true? Aunt Petunia remarked, "Based on my understanding of wizards of that caliber, if they intended to hatch any nefarious schemes, they would never allow a house elf to slip through the cracks and divulge information. Therefore, if a conspiracy truly exists, its orchestrator is likely not who you envision. Once this creature awakens," she said, shaking the house elf Dobby in her hand, "I shall investigate the matters it has mentioned. And should it prove necessary, I will inform you separately." "Harry, what does the notification mean?" "Aunt Petunia, I have already arranged it for you. We shall depart for the Dursleys at midnight." "Harry, where is the Dursleys' residence?" "Aunt Petunia, it is your girlfriend's house." Harry pondered for a moment and then smiled. "You wish to deceive me? I have no girlfriend." Petunia clicked her tongue. "The Weasley family. Ronya Weasley. They were unable to reach you during the summer, so they utilized their connections within the Ministry of Magic and eventually informed me." Harry displayed a contented smile, yet he was enveloped in perplexity. "Why?" And Petunia responded, "A coincidence, a multitude of coincidences. Heather was injured and needed to revert to human form for rest. The house elf remarkably managed to breach the barriers here and infiltrate. The Ministry of Magic astonishingly did not deny Ronia's request to contact you, and they were even able to inform me. There is indeed a conspiracy, Harry, but it is not something you can comprehend at this moment. The atmosphere here has transformed into the eye of the storm. Number 4 Privet Drive will temporarily safeguard you for a month before school begins. Chapter 3. Number 4 Privet Drive Ronia. After Harry bid farewell to Aunt Petunia in the car, he dashed towards another teal vehicle awaiting at the roadside of the train station, where Ronia struggled to prop her upper body out of the rear window to gaze at him. Upon entering the vehicle, Harry noticed that the two individuals in the front seat, grinning at him, appeared somewhat familiar. Ronia cleared her throat with feigned composure and said, "Harry, allow me to introduce you. This is Fred, and this is George, my brothers. They are twins and also study at Hogwarts in Gryffindor, entering their 4th year next semester." Harry spoke slowly. "Last year on the train." Ronnie replied, "Yes, it was indeed those two." Harry looked at Ronia with a puzzled expression. Ronia, unable to meet his gaze, averted her eyes towards the lower left. They often jested in such a manner. "I apologize for not elucidating the situation at that time." Harry chuckled. "It's all in jest." Ronia seemed to release a heavy psychological burden, letting out a long sigh as she leaned back against the rear seat, her loose lace jacket unable to conceal the quivering marks of her unease. Fred ignited the engine. All right, let's find a secluded path. There are many winding roads adjacent to King's Cross Station, but they are often crowded with vagrants. Numerous paths lie strewn with the homeless, deterring ordinary folk from approaching. Fred chose one such route, ventured forth, and then the car soared into the air. Harry recounted to them the tale of Dobby, the warning he had given, and the bruised palm he bore. After he finished, a lengthy silence enveloped the vehicle, thick with suspicion. "Quite dubious," Fred finally remarked. "It is evidently very peculiar," George concurred. He even refrained from disclosing who orchestrated these events. "I believe he is unable to speak," Harry interjected, as I mentioned earlier. "Every time he is on the verge of revealing something, he trembles uncontrollably or strikes his head against the wall," he observed as Fred and George exchanged glances. "Well," Fred proposed, "let us put it this way. I suspect someone is attempting to toy with you. Do you have any adversaries at school?" "None," Harry replied. "Yes," Ron interjected simultaneously. "Dinacon Malfoy," Ron elaborated. "She has been seeking excuses to approach Harry, but I can discern she harbors ulterior motives." "Dinacon Malfoy?" George turned to ask, "Is she not the cherished daughter of Lucius Malfoy?" Ron nodded affirmatively. "I have heard my father mention him," George stated. "Lucius Malfoy is a close associate of the Dark Lord." After the Dark Lord's disappearance, Fred turned to Harry and said, "Lucius Malfoy claimed he had no connection to him. It is mere nonsense. Father suspects he is a confidant of the Dark Lord. Many of Voldemort's followers hail from ancient, pureblood families, and the Malfoy family undoubtedly fits this description, thus Harry felt no surprise. As a prominent and affluent family, the Malfoys surely possess house elves. "I have it," Harry declared. "It is Lucius Malfoy who seeks to harm me, and then Dinacon Malfoy sent Dobby to warn me." "You have strayed too far west," Fred said. As George pointed to a compass on the dashboard, Fred adjusted the steering wheel. Ron shook his head and added, "Harry, Dinacon is not as benevolent as you might think. She has a notorious reputation for bullying at school." Harry fell silent. "Regardless, I am truly delighted that Aunt Petunia allowed us to come fetch you," Ronnie said. "You haven't responded to a single letter. I was quite anxious. At first, I thought there was a problem with Errol." "Who is Errol?" "Our owl. He is getting old and has collapsed from exhaustion while delivering letters in the past. Hence, I thought of borrowing Hermes." "Who?" "The owl that Mum and Dad bought for Percy when he became a prefect," Fred interjected from the front seat. "But Percy refused to lend him to me," Ronnie lamented, saying he needed him for himself. "That's out the main road," George remarked, peering through the windshield. "We'll arrive there in 10 minutes. Thankfully, dawn is approaching." A faint blush of crimson appeared on the eastern horizon. Fred lowered the car slightly, and Harry beheld a tapestry of dark fields and clusters of trees. "We are just outside the village," George announced. As the vehicle descended, the sun peeked over the treetops. "Touchdown," Fred exclaimed, and the car gently jolted as it made contact with the ground. They landed beside a dilapidated garage, surrounded by a small yard. For the first time, Harry surveyed Ronnie's home. The house appeared to have once been a stone structure, later augmented with additional rooms, now towering at several uneven levels, likely constructed with the aid of magic. The red roof was adorned with 4 or 5 chimneys, and a sign at the front read "The Burrow." Beside the door stood a rusty cauldron. A few plump brown chickens scuttled about the yard. "Not much, is it?" Ronnie asked cautiously. "Respecting the original architecture while integrating sustainable design is simply splendid," Harry replied joyfully. "Now, let us go find Mum," Fred suggested. "All right," Ronnie said. "Come on, Harry. I sleep in." Suddenly, Ronnie's expression turned pale, her eyes fixated in the direction of the house. Mrs. Weasley approached swiftly from the yard, causing the chicks to scatter. Surprisingly, this plump, kind-faced woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a tiger with bared teeth. Mrs. Weasley halted before Ronnie, scrutinizing her daughter's averted gaze. She wore a floral apron, with a wand tucked into her pocket. "Well," she said. "Good morning, Mom." George replied in what he believed to be a light-hearted tone. "Good morning, George." "And Fred, Mrs." Weasley smiled as she turned to the twins. "You two need to tidy up a spare room for Harry." Although this arrangement was originally intended for Ronnie, she had evidently forgotten. Ronnie shrank back, appearing even shorter than her mother. Mrs. Weasley shot Ronnie another glance before turning her attention to Harry. "I am so pleased to see you, dear Harry," she said. "Come inside for a bit of breakfast." She turned and re-entered the house, while Harry glanced at Ronya, who nodded in encouragement before he followed suit. At the entrance, he removed his shoes like the others, casting them aside, and stepped inside. The room resembled both a living room and a kitchen, small and rather cramped, dominated by a pristine wooden table and several chairs at its center. Harry perched himself on a chair, barely making contact with the seat. He surveyed his surroundings, as he had never before set foot in the home of an ordinary wizard. On the opposite wall hung a clock devoid of hands. The mantelpiece was cluttered with 3 stacks of books, all of which were tomes on magic. Beside the sink, an old radio announced the renowned witch singer, Mrs. Weasley, was busily preparing breakfast. She carelessly tossed sausages into a frying pan, while occasionally shooting glances at her daughter, muttering phrases such as, "She's maturing too quickly, and a girl shouldn't linger." "Thank you for looking after Ronya at school, dear," she said, gently pouring 8 or 9 sausages onto Harry's plate, adding, "We spoil her too much." Then she placed 3 fried eggs onto Harry's plate as well. With a flick of her wand, the dirty dishes in the sink began to wash themselves, their clinking sounds providing a sort of background melody. At that moment, a little girl with red hair, clad in a long nightgown, dashed into the kitchen, locked eyes with Harry, let out a shriek, and bolted back out. "Ginny," Ronya whispered to Harry, "that's my sister. Just ignore her." "Not a chance. She wants your autograph," Fred quipped as he entered the kitchen. But upon catching a glimpse of their mother's gaze, he quickly sat down at the table, silencing himself. George followed suit. Yet he distinctly winked at Ronya as he took his seat. Before long, the 4 plates were emptied. Ronya turned to Mrs. Weasley and announced, "I'll take Harry to see his bedroom," and she pulled Harry out of the kitchen, navigating through a narrow hallway. They arrived at a staircase that was uneven and winding. On the 3rd landing, a door stood ajar. Just as Harry caught a glimpse of a pair of bright brown eyes staring at him, the door clicked shut. "That was Ginny," Ronya remarked. "Don't pay her any mind." They ascended 2 more flights of stairs until they reached 2 adjacent doors, both with peeling paint. One bore a small sign that read Ronya's room, while the other showcased a brand new sign declaring Harry's room. Harry entered the room that bore his name, the slanted ceiling nearly brushing against his head. The space was modest, furnished with but a bed and a wardrobe. The walls of the room were clad in exposed wooden planks, save for a conspicuous patch of white wallpaper adorning the area beside the bed. Harry climbed directly onto the bed, approached the white wallpaper, and lifted it. Ronya exclaimed, "Don't." Harry opened the wooden door concealed behind the wallpaper. "Ronya, no." Harry cautiously peered inside. On the other side lay a similarly quaint room with a slanted ceiling, its walls adorned with an array of posters depicting a boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, captured in various poses. Ronya's magical textbooks were haphazardly piled in a corner, accompanied by a collection of comic books. Her wand rested in a large bathtub on the windowsill, where a multitude of frog's spawn thrived. Her plump gray mouse, speckled in appearance, lay snoozing in a patch of sunlight beside the fish tank. At that moment, Ronya burst into her room, exclaiming urgently, "Please, allow me to explain." Harry stepped over a deck of self-shuffling cards on the floor and gazed out of the small window. Below, he observed a group of goblins constructing a chicken coop under the direction of Fred and George. I had never known anyone capable of exerting such control over goblins. Harry turned to look at the anxious Ronya. "Everything unearthed from this land is under the command of our family." Ronya quickly shifted the topic, including the ghoul in the attic. However, it incessantly clanged its pipes and grumbled. Harry laughed joyfully and exclaimed, "This is the finest room I have ever seen." Ronya's ears flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 4. At the Leaky Cauldron, life at the burrow starkly contrasted with that at Aunt Petunia's home, where everything was orderly and composed. while the Weasley household thrived on delightful unpredictability. Approximately a week after Harry's arrival at the Burrow, on a bright and sunny morning, he received a letter from Hogwarts. That day, as he and Ronya descended the stairs for breakfast, they discovered Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with Ginny, already seated at the dining table. Upon seeing Harry, Ginny inadvertently knocked her bowl of porridge onto the floor, creating quite a clatter. It seemed that every time Harry entered a room, Ginny would inevitably topple something. She scurried beneath the table to retrieve the bowl, emerging with a face as flushed as the evening sky. Harry pretended not to notice and took a seat. Accepting a slice of bread handed to him by Mrs. Weasley, Mr. Weasley distributed the letters from Hogwarts, which included one for Harry, one for Ronya, and another for the twins who had just sauntered in, still clad in their pajamas. Ginny also received a letter. "You're going to Hogwarts this year too?" Harry inquired of Ginny. She nodded, her auburn hair glowing with embarrassment as her elbow inadvertently nudged the butter dish. Ronya suppressed a barely audible TSK. "Good morning, everyone," Percy announced as he entered, impeccably dressed with the badge of a prefect pinned to his knitted vest, exuding enthusiasm for the fine weather. He made his way towards an empty chair beside Harry. However, a resting owl occupied the seat, which Percy seemed oblivious to. Before Percy could settle down, and noticing that no one was alerting him, Harry could no longer resist and gently lifted the owl. "Errol," Ronya exclaimed, taking the ailing creature from Harry's hands and extracting a letter from beneath its wing. It was finally Hermione's response. The letter briefly greeted Ronya and, perhaps, Harry as well, and arranged a meeting next Wednesday in Diagon Alley to purchase their textbooks. When Wednesday arrived, Mrs. Weasley roused them early. Each hastily consumed 5 or 6 slices of bacon sandwiches before donning their outer garments. Mrs. Weasley produced a pouch of Floo powder. Harry had never traveled by Floo powder before. "We don't use those magical items at home," Ronya suddenly remarked. "Never used it?" Mr. Weasley queried with curiosity. "How did you get to Diagon Alley last year to buy your school supplies?" "Aunt Petunia drove me," Harry replied. "Is that so?" Mr. Weasley asked eagerly. "What model of car was it? Was it magically modified?" Now, Arthur, not now," Mrs. Weasley interjected. "Goodness, if you have never used it." "I'm fine. Aunt Petunia taught me," Harry assured, emphasizing the importance of clear articulation and remaining still. Fred interjected, "Harry, watch how we do it first." He pinched a handful of shimmering powder from a flower pot and approached the hearth, tossing the powder into the flames. Fred strode directly into the vibrant emerald flames, exclaiming "Diagon Alley," and vanished in the blink of an eye. Next came George, followed closely by Mr. Weasley. "All right, you may proceed behind Arthur," Mrs. Weasley instructed. Harry reached for a handful of Floo powder, approached the flames, and tossed the powder into the fire. "Diagon Alley," he declared as he stepped forward. Harry felt as though he were spinning at an alarming speed, the howling wind deafening in his ears. The lightning-shaped scar on his forehead throbbed painfully, and something hard gripped his arm. Suddenly, he tumbled out of a spacious, dimly lit stone fireplace, bracing himself with one hand on the ground, half kneeling to steady himself. Cautiously, he rose to his feet. Before him lay a wizarding shop unlike any he had encountered in Diagon Alley, and the items displayed bore no resemblance to those found on Hogwarts' shopping list. What place was this? He was uncertain. Drawing his wand, he resolved to confront whatever trickery awaited him. In a nearby glass case, a withered human hand rested atop a blood-stained pile of cards, accompanied by a lifeless glass eye. Sinister masks glared down from the walls, while an array of human bones adorned the counter, and rusted, jagged instruments dangled from the ceiling. He needed to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Harry quickly located the door, only to find 2 figures outside, one of whom was Delacour Malfoy. Was Delacour the culprit behind the mishap with the Floo powder? Harry pondered silently, unwilling to take any risks. He swiftly slipped into a large black cupboard, shutting the door behind him, leaving only a narrow slit through which to observe the outside world. Moments later, the bell jingled as Delacour Malfoy entered the shop. The man accompanying her could only be her father, with a similarly pale, pointed face and haughty, indifferent gray eyes. Mr. Malfoy sauntered through the shop, lazily surveying the displayed items, ringing the bell on the counter before turning to his daughter, saying, "Do not touch anything, Delacour." Delacour was reaching out to the glass eye, saying, "I thought you were going to buy me a gift." "Not in the shop, Miss Bojan," a hunched, balding man appeared from behind the counter, slicking back his oily hair with his hand. "Mr. Malfoy, it is a pleasure to see you again," Mr. Bojan said in a voice as slick as his hair, adding, "It is indeed an honor to welcome Miss Malfoy." Mr. Malfoy was not there to make a purchase. Instead, He produced a roll of parchment, unfurling it for Mr. Bojan. As they began to negotiate the price of these discarded items, as they haggled, Delacour leisurely perused the shop's wares, gradually approaching Harry's hiding spot. It was then that Harry remembered he was concealed within a cupboard adorned with mirrors. Delacour stood just half a meter away from the gap. Twisting and posing before the mirror, she lifted her skirt to reveal her pale thigh, or faced the mirror, pressing her hand against her developing chest in an attempt to shape it. Then, she pulled over a chair, perched upon it, removed one of her small black shoes, crossed her leg, and extended her foot clad in black stockings straight out before her, tilting her head back as she languidly declared, "Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Lick my foot." Harry was drenched in cold sweat, fearing he had been discovered. Dakana, with an air of arrogance, continued to hold her head high, slowly saying, "Yes." Just like that. "Harry, keep licking." One hand lifted her black skirt, revealing her thigh, while the other reached between her legs. Harry understood that he had not been discovered and let out a long sigh of relief. Danaikon seemed to sense something amiss. Pausing her actions, she lowered her skirt, revealing an alert expression. Slowly, she placed her feet down and stood up, slipping on her little leather shoes. She approached the slightly ajar cabinet door, her hand reaching for the doorknob. "There you go, Mr. Malfoy," said the voice from the counter. "Come here, Danaikon." Danaikon turned and walked away, while Harry wiped his forehead with his sleeve. Harry waited for a moment longer, then quietly emerged from the cupboard, gliding past the glass counters and slipping out of the shop door. Before him lay a squalid alley, flanked on either side by establishments of dark magic. The windows displayed an array of ghastly items, including human heads and spiders. In front of a shop selling poisonous candles hung a weathered wooden street sign, indicating that this was Nocturne Alley. Aunt Petunia had mentioned this place, which was not far from Diagon Alley. Taking a deep breath, Harry steadied himself, then drew his wand, casting a spell to reveal the path ahead. Following the faint thread of light through the winding alley, he finally emerged into the brilliant sunlight. Spotting a familiar edifice of gleaming white marble in the distance, Gringotts Bank. Hermione had not specified where to meet in Diagon Alley, but surely no location offered a better vantage point than the entrance of Gringotts. As Harry descended the white steps of the bank, he heard Hermione Granger's voice calling from above, "Harry, Harry." She raced down to greet him, her tousled brown hair flowing behind her. "Harry, have you spotted the Weasley family?" Hermione pointed, and Harry followed her gaze to see Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Mr. Weasley hastily making their way through the bustling street. "Molly is utterly frantic. She will be here in no time," Mr. Weasley panted. "Where did you emerge from?" Ron wore an expression that suggested he was on the verge of tears. "The Leaky Cauldron," Harry replied as calmly as he could. "Splendid," Fred and George exclaimed in unison. "Adults never permit us to go there," Fred lamented enviously. "Mrs. Weasley rushed towards them, her handbag swinging vigorously. Ginny struggled to keep up, holding on to her other hand. "Oh, Harry, dear heavens, where on earth have you been?" Once they all entered Gringotts, Mrs. Weasley was escorted by a goblin to their underground vault, while another goblin led Hermione and her parents to exchange currency. Meanwhile, Mr. Weasley waited in the hall with all of the Weasley children and Harry. So, was it the case that the location was not clearly stated during the portkey travel? Mr. Weasley inquired about the recent incident with the flu powder. In a fleeting moment, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to divulge the excruciating pain in his forehead from using flu powder and the incident with Dobby, yet he restrained himself. Indeed, it seemed that the soot had prompted him to sneeze. Mr. Weasley nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that all was well. After a brief pause, he reiterated, "All is well." As the group reconvened in the hall, they parted ways once more on the marble steps outside the bank. Percy, Fred, and George expressed their desire to split up, while Mrs. Weasley and Ginny intended to procure some ropes. Mr. Weasley, however, insisted on taking the Grangers to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. They were to reconvene in an hour at Flourish and Blott's, where he would purchase their textbooks. Mrs. Weasley, while giving instructions, set off with Ginny. Harry, Ron, and Hermione leisurely wandered along the winding cobblestone street. However, much of Harry's mind was preoccupied with pondering who had tampered with his broom during his journey, while Ron and Hermione engaged in hushed, clandestine discussions that seemed to pertain to Aunt Petunia in a rather disrespectful manner. After an hour, they made their way towards Flourish and Blott's. To their astonishment, they encountered a throng of people gathered outside, all eager to enter. A large banner hung in front of the upper window, proclaiming, "Gilderoy Lockhart book signing, autobiography, Magical Me, today from 12:30 to 16:30. Hermione exclaimed, "It's him." Nearly all of our Defense Against the Dark Arts textbooks this year are authored by him. Harry felt a sense of disinterest. "Oh," he said, as he fished out 10 gold galleons from his credit card and handed them to Hermione and Ron. "Please fetch me a book. I prefer to avoid crowded places." Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was oblivious to him, he discreetly slipped away to a more secluded corner. "Isn't this your scene, Potter?" came a voice he could never misinterpret. Harry turned to face Dinacon Malfoy, who wore that familiar, disdainful smile. The renowned Harry Potter, the boy who lived. "The center of the universe," Dinacon remarked. "If you walk in there now, you would undoubtedly steal his thunder." "You know I am not that kind of person," Harry replied calmly, instinctively casting a glance at Dinacon's feet. "Long time no see, Dinacon. How was your summer? Are you here to buy books as well?" "My father went in to purchase them for me," Dinacon replied. "Harry, could you introduce me to your father?" Dana's previously pale face flushed a deep crimson, and she stammered, "WHWH, what do you wish to do?" Before Harry could concoct an explanation, a cacophony of frantic screams and the sound of collapsing objects erupted within the bookstore. Then, a commanding voice pierced through the tumult. "Stand back, gentlemen, stand back." It was Hagrid's voice. However, the crowd was so densely packed that it was impossible to discern what was transpiring within. After a brief moment, a bruised Mr. Malfoy emerged from the throng, striding towards Mr. Dursley. "What happened?" Mr. Dursley inquired, rushing forward. Mr. Malfoy uttered not a word, instead seizing Mr. Dursley and leading him away. Mr. Dursley glanced back at Harry, yet said nothing as he followed his father. Moments later, Hagrid shielded the Weasley family and the Grangers as they navigated through the crowd to find Harry. Mr. Granger was trembling in fear, Mr. Weasley had a split lip, and Mrs. Weasley appeared to be on the verge of fury. On their way back to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry learned from Fred, George, and Ron that Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy had engaged in a brawl within the bookstore. The Granger family bid farewell and returned to the Muggle Street on the other side of the tavern, while Harry and the Weasleys once more used flu powder to return to their home. This time, Harry's scar did not throb, and the flu powder successfully transported him back to their residence. Chapter 5. The Whomping Willow. Harry felt that the summer had concluded all too swiftly. Before he knew it, it was time for the return to school. The Weasley family, accompanied by Harry, traveled to King's Cross Station in Mr. Weasley's modified automobile. Percy, Mr. Weasley, Fred, and George sequentially passed through the barrier and entered platform 9 3/4. "I will take Ginny. You two stay close behind," Mrs. Weasley instructed Harry and Ron, grasping Ginny's hand and moving forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Harry and Ronya's cart collided with the partition wall, rebounding forcefully. Ronya's trunk thudded heavily to the ground, cracking open to reveal a seam from which several elegant white lace corsets tumbled out. "Someone is conspiring against me," Harry nearly shouted in exasperation. He cautiously leaned the cart against the wall, exerting all his strength to push, yet the partition remained steadfastly unmoved. Harry immediately pulled the hurriedly gathering Ronya back to the car. Once inside, he clasped her hands tightly, nearly touching his nose to hers, and whispered, "Listen, Ronya. There is a plot afoot." Ronya blushed, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. "We should wait in the car," Harry said, releasing her hands and sitting up straight. Casting a glance out the window, he pondered the intentions of their pursuers. Did they wish to separate him from others? Or were they intent on preventing him from boarding the train back to school? After Harry had let go of her hands, Ronya paused, seemingly coming to her senses. "Harry, the car. What's the matter? We can drive straight to Hogwarts." Harry hesitated for a moment before acquiescing, believing that regardless of what the other party desired, as long as he could find a way to reach Hogwarts, their nefarious scheme would ultimately come to naught. Harry expertly engaged reverse and maneuvered the vehicle onto a deserted alley obstructed by a homeless individual. No one was in sight. After Ronya assessed the surroundings, she pressed a small silver button on the dashboard and declared, "Take off." The car ascended vertically, intermittently flickering between visibility and invisibility. "Oh dear," Ronya exclaimed as she jostled the button, "this switch seems to be malfunctioning." The car suddenly accelerated straight upward before plummeting in a state of weightlessness for several seconds, causing Ronya, now afloat, to grasp Harry tightly in fear. It was only after the vehicle stabilized among the clouds that Ronya gradually released her hold on Harry's head. Harry took a deep breath, not frightened by the sensation of weightlessness as he descended, though he had experienced several seconds of suffocation moments ago. Ronya silently lifted her hips from Harry's lap, slowly stood up, and moved to the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Harry emerged from the cloud in his car, locating the tracks of the Hogwarts Express and trailing behind the train. For the next few hours, he navigated along the railway, maintaining a distance that allowed him to keep the train in sight as he soared northward until dusk fell. There, Harry exclaimed, startling Ronya, right ahead, against the dark horizon. Atop the cliffs across the lake, the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle's turrets and towers loomed majestically. However, the car began to shudder and gradually decelerate. The engine roared, releasing plumes of steam from beneath the hood. As they flew over the lake, the vehicle shook violently. Harry cast a glance out the window, glimpsing the tranquil, pitch-black surface of the water a mile below, smooth as glass. The castle was just ahead. The car quivered once more. Harry pressed the accelerator. A loud clank resonated, followed by a crack, as the engine sputtered to a halt. "Oh no," Ronya remarked quietly amidst the silence. The front of the car tilted downwards, and they began to plummet, accelerating rapidly as Harry activated the levitation spell while searching for a cushioned landing spot. A cacophony of metal colliding with wood erupted as they crashed into a thick tree trunk, plummeting to the ground with a jolt. Harry heard Ronya murmuring anxiously beside him. "Are you okay?" Something had struck the side of the car. As Harry unbuckled his seatbelt, he was thrown against Ronya by the force, landing softly against her chest. Just then, a heavy thud struck the roof. Ronya gasped at the windshield, and Harry turned to see a branch as thick as a python smash against the glass. The tree they had collided with was attacking them. The trunk bent like a bow, and numerous branches struck every accessible part of the vehicle, while countless smaller twigs intruded into the cabin through the gaps. With a thud, Harry kicked open his side of the car door, but Ronya's seatbelt remained fastened, preventing her from escaping with him. "I won't leave you behind," Harry shouted at Ronya, but despite his efforts to adjust the seatbelt buckle, it wouldn't unlock. Suddenly, perhaps a twig inadvertently pressed a button inside the car, causing the engine to roar back to life, and the buckle unexpectedly released. Harry quickly embraced Ronya, braving the resistance of his torn clothing as he jumped out from his side. A heavy thud indicated that the car had ejected their luggage as well. Then, the battered car, bruised and steaming, rumbled into the darkness, its exhaust emitting a final puff before vanishing from sight. Ronya, cradled in Harry's arms, sobbed, "Don't look at me." Harry did not need to bow his head to discern the reason. A white lace corset dangled from the branches of the whipping willow, swaying gently alongside other tattered fragments of lace dresses, undisturbed by the breeze. Harry gazed up at the sky, slowly crouching down to place Ronya on the ground. "Your belongings are scattered nearby. Make haste, and do not catch a chill." When Harry and Ronya finally dragged their luggage to the Great Hall, they found Severus Snape waiting for them at the entrance. "You too. Why did you not take the school bus?" Snape, clad in black silk and sleek black high-heeled shoes, stood with his professor's robe billowing in the cool breeze, accentuating his slender yet voluptuous figure. His straight black hair danced gently in the wind before settling once more. "Follow me," Snape said icily. He led the pair to his office, instructing them to wait while he stepped out for 10 minutes. Upon his return, he was accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Snape presented the evidence of their sighting in a flying car to Professor McGonagall, who listened to Harry and Ronya's explanations. "Why did you not send an owl to inform us when you could not access the platform? I trust you possess an owl." McGonagall's tone was frosty as she addressed Harry. Heather was injured, transformed into human form, and was subsequently cast out by Aunt Petunia, so she currently has no owl. Harry thought, unable to voice such an outrageous claim. Yet, what should have been a clever retort to McGonagall's inquiry morphed into another line of thought prompted by her unintended reminder. The station wall had denied him entry. Had Heather been by his side, she could have notified Aunt Petunia. Thus, the adversary must have first incapacitated Heather. This revelation made sense. A knock sounded at the door, and Snape went to answer it. Standing outside was their headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. An extended silence ensued. Snape shot a venomous glare at Harry and Ronya before being pulled out of the office by Dumbledore. The room was left with only the three of them and Professor McGonagall. "You ought to visit the school hospital, Weasley. You are bleeding," McGonagall remarked. Her lips no longer pressed so tightly together. Harry was aware that wizards possessed methods of nonverbal communication. It was evident that Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall had exchanged significant information moments ago. Yet, how much did they truly know? Had they sensed the existence of a conspiracy? Harry opened his mouth to inquire, but found himself at a loss for where to begin. Moreover, Dumbledore's deliberate avoidance of conversation with Harry in the presence of Snape and Professor McGonagall suggested that the content of their dialogue was not meant for Harry's ears. Ronnie dabbed at the wound beside her eye with her sleeve. "Professor, I wish to see my sister's house allocation." "The sorting ceremony has concluded," Professor McGonagall replied. "Your sister is also in Gryffindor." "Ah, splendid," Ronnie exclaimed. Chapter 6. Gilderoy Lockhart. The following day, when Harry encountered Hermione and Neville, it was clear that they had gleaned the details of the previous day's events from Ronnie, who shared a dormitory with them. Hermione greeted Harry with a peculiar smile, while Neville enthusiastically waved at him. Being prone to mishaps himself, Neville was already accustomed to receiving reprimands from professors. However, the aftermath of the events was not so easily resolved. Mrs. Weasley sent a letter via their owl, Errol, which bore a red envelope and a shrill message. Harry silenced its noise with a charm, yet Ronnie's eyes were still red from the scolding she had received. Hedwig also delivered a small note, penned in Aunt Petunia's familiar handwriting. "She can reach me." The first period was herbology, followed by transfiguration, and the first class in the afternoon was defense against the dark arts. As the afternoon class approached, Harry was halted by a student named Colin Creevey, who clutched a camera. "Could I possibly have a photograph with you?" he implored, gazing at Harry with eager eyes. "Perhaps you could ask your friend to take it for us? And could you sign an autograph?" A fervent admirer. Harry was astonished that this was his first encounter with such a fan. "No, I cannot," he replied firmly, recalling the school's strict prohibition against idol worship. "How adeptly managed," came the mocking voice of Deanna Malfoy from behind Colin, flanked by her two brutish companions, Crabbe and Goyle, who often served as her bodyguards. "Yes, I've practiced," Harry retorted with dignity. "After all, I am the savior and must learn to handle public relations." Deanna was momentarily taken aback by his response, retreating 2 steps in disbelief. "What is going on?" A man in a professor's uniform strode toward them. Harry had never seen this individual before, yet he recognized the face from the covers of numerous defense against the dark arts textbooks for the semester, Gilderoy Lockhart. As Harry opened his mouth to elucidate, Lockhart, with an arm around his shoulder, exuberantly proclaimed, "No need to inquire. You are none other than Harry Potter." Seizing the opportunity, Colin raised his camera and captured the moment just as the afternoon class bell rang. "Come now, let us proceed to class," Lockhart called out to the crowd, leading Harry towards the castle. "A word of advice, Harry," Lockhart said in a patronizing tone as they entered the castle through the side door. "I shall provide cover for you before young Creevey. If he captures us both in a photograph, your classmates will not perceive you as overly arrogant. Yet it may still come across as rather conceited, Mr. Lockhart." "I am, after all, the savior," Harry retorted, brushing aside Lockhart's arm. "For the sake of your reputation, it would be wise not to appear too familiar with me. Otherwise, it may seem as though you are merely riding on my coattails." Upon arriving at Lockhart's classroom, Harry made his way to the back row where Hermione, Ron, and Neville had already been waiting. He stacked Lockhart's 7 books in front of him, creating a barrier, and then quietly remarked to his companions, "This Lockhart is quite questionable." Meanwhile, Lockhart stood at the podium, boasting of his 5-time accolade as the recipient of the Wizarding Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. "Harry, I am uncertain whether he possesses any genuine abilities. Yet his approach to fame is rather juvenile." "Lockhart, excellent. I propose we commence with a brief quiz today." "Harry, I possess no literature pertaining to the wizarding world at home, nor am I certain if all renowned figures within that realm are of a similar ilk." Upon receiving the paper passed from the front row, I cast a fleeting glance at it before discarding it carelessly to the side. Lockhart, 30 minutes. "Harry, what are your thoughts?" Hermione, mimicking Harry, piled books in front of herself to shield her face. "I used to believe that all celebrities in the wizarding world were such egotists." "Harry, I am not arrogant." Hermione raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Ronya also shielded herself behind a book, saying, "Well, it's hard to say. My mother seems to like him, but only because he has a charming smile." The group turned their gaze toward Navi, who had just arranged her books and leaned back slightly. She replied, I'm not sure. It seems my grandmother has an aversion to all famous individuals." "Harry, am I included?" Navi hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Harry smiled. "I adore your grandmother." Navi joined him in laughter. As the half-hour examination time concluded, Lockhart collected the papers and began to peruse them before the entire class. TSK. "Hardly anyone remembers that my favorite color is lilac," he remarked, reminiscing about the year he spent with the snowman. Returning to the matter at hand, Lockhart bent down and retrieved a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium, placing it on the desk. Now be cautious. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent entities known in the wizarding world. You will confront the most terrifying things in this classroom. However, remember, as long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. I merely ask that you remain calm. The entire class held their breath as Lockhart lifted the cover, revealing a freshly captured Cornish pixie. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Harry shook his head, recognizing that these pixies posed no real threat. Yet, Lockhart's subsequent actions prompted a more serious demeanor from Harry. He exclaimed, "Well then, let us see how you handle them," and opened the cage door. Chaos ensued as the pixies erupted from the cage like rockets. Two of them seized a short student by his ears and hoisted him aloft. A few others darted straight out the window, leaving a shower of shattered glass in their wake. The remainder wreaked havoc within the classroom, splattering ink from bottles across the room, tearing books and paper into shreds, ripping down posters from the walls, and appending the wastebasket, tossing backpacks and textbooks out through the broken window. Moments later, half the students were hiding beneath their desks, while the other half gathered at the back of the classroom, forming a defensive line constructed by Harry. Standing firmly atop a desk, Harry grasped the nearest pixies barehanded, flinging them toward others at a distance, while Hermione utilized the freezing charm to immobilize the remaining ones that came too close. Still, two pixies seized the opportunity to dart over to Hermione, tugging at her clothing. As the collar tore, her slender collarbone was left exposed. From her hiding spot, Ronya's eyes brightened. "Go for it." Hermione turned to glare at Ronya. "Huh?" Ronya, feeling guilty, averted her gaze to Harry. "You can do it." Harry grasped a small sprite in each hand and hurled them simultaneously in Hermione's direction, accurately striking the two mischievous creatures that sought to embarrass her. Ronya exclaimed, "TSK." Chapter 7. Mudbloods and Whispers during the defense against the dark arts class. Harry's act of protecting his classmates did not garner him any additional attention. After all, how much harm could a creature that a 12 or 13-year-old wizard could effortlessly capture and discard truly pose? The foolishness of Lockhart's actions was thereby diminished. Early Saturday morning, Harry and Hermione summoned Ronya and Navi to the library to complete their assignments. Ronya, forcibly roused by Hermione, protested throughout the journey, expressing her desire for a few more moments of slumber. When Deacon was absent, Ronya's motivation to study plummeted. Speaking of Deacon, "Harry, have you encountered Dina Khan? Have you mentioned collaborating on homework with her?" Ronya, who typically refrains from discussing Dina Khan, unexpectedly let forth a torrent of gossip this time, including, but not limited to, the generous gift bestowed by Lucius Malfoy of a brand new Nimbus 2001 broomstick to each member of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Simultaneously, the captain of the Slytherin team, Marcus Flint, fortuitously discovered that their second-year student, Dina Khan Malfoy, possessed extraordinary talent. He thus implored her to join the otherwise all-male Quidditch team as a newly recruited seeker. "Ronya, if you head to the pitch today, you will witness Dina Khan training alongside her teammates." Harry, however, today the Gryffindor team is also heading to the pitch for practice. "I just encountered Wood, the captain, who dragged Fred and George out of bed." As he spoke, Harry paused in his tracks. "Hermione, Harry, you are not a member of the Quidditch team. There is no reason for you to involve yourself in this matter." Harry gazed towards the Quidditch pitch, enveloped in tranquility. There was no distinct sound to disrupt the stillness. Navy added, "Harry, I too do not wish to tackle homework alongside Dina Khan." Harry resumed his journey towards the library, declaring that the vote had passed. "Unless you all agree, I shall not invite Dean Thomas to join us for our assignments again." Thus, the group remained in the library until noon. During lunch, they overheard in the dining hall the news of a brawl between the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams on the pitch. The origins of the altercation were shrouded in speculation. Yet every account contained one common thread. Dean Thomas had insulted a Gryffindor player by calling him a mudblood. "Harry, this is a violation of school rules." "Ronya, but that's just who she is, Harry." "Hermione, if she dares to speak to me that way." In the afternoon, everyone remained in the library. And soon it was time for dinner. The dining hall buzzed with gossip, revealing the continuation of the midday drama. All members of the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams were confined to their quarters tonight, unable to leave until they completed the punitive tasks assigned by the professors. Some were tasked with polishing the silverware in the trophy room by hand, while others were to clean the kitchen alongside house elves after dinner. A few were even required to assist a professor in responding to fan letters. By the time dinner concluded, it was already 8 o'clock. The group exchanged farewells, and the girls departed together to the Gryffindor dormitory. However, Harry did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he made his way to the Ollery. Hedwig, I need your assistance. I wish to learn where Dina is confined tonight, Harry stated directly. Hedwig took flight. Harry had not waited long outside the shed when the owl returned, landing softly upon his shoulder, whispering gently, in the underground classroom. Snape has asked her to wash the cauldron. As Dana Khan, standing by the sink, spotted Harry, she quickly abandoned the cauldron and straightened up, adopting a facade of everyday arrogance. Harry, the boy who lived, have you come to witness my embarrassment? Harry slowly approached Dana Khan, wearing her elevated shoes. She appeared to be of equal height with Harry. She gazed intently at him, and as he drew within a mere step's distance, she warned, Harry, I caution you. Snape's office is just nearby. Harry softly inquired, did you send Dobby? Dana Khan stepped back from the sink, asserting, I am not acquainted with anyone named Dobby. Harry stepped forward. What is this conspiracy you speak of? Dana Khan, I must call Snape. Harry, do you harbor feelings for me? Dana Khan abruptly seized a copper cauldron from the basin, yet gradually set it down, a mocking expression gracing her face. Indeed, I have fallen for you, utterly enamored, savior boy. Shall we wed? Harry fixed his gaze intently upon Dana Khan's eyes, taking a step back. Dana Khan displayed a triumphant smile, advancing towards Harry with determination. Harry stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Dina's waist, pulling her close. Let us marry, he proposed. Dina, gritting her teeth, fiercely kicked Harry's shins and pushed him away with all her might, her fists pounding against his chest. Yet, Harry remained unfazed. Although her struggle was intense, it lasted less than 10 seconds before Dina, feeling defeated, ceased her efforts. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye as she smiled and replied, All right, Harry, very well, we have now established a verbal engagement. You are my wife. As a husband, may I pose a question to my beloved wife? Dina, still wearing a smile, could not contain her tears as they flowed freely. Please, ask. Harry, who requested your hand in marriage? Dana's tears had already trickled down her chin, yet she maintained her smile. It was you, my husband. Harry, who has been persistently urging you to find ways to approach me? Who has been insisting that you maintain a lasting relationship with me? Dina struggled for a moment, then closed her eyes, shaking her head. Taking a deep breath to quell her tears, she replied slowly, Harry Potter. The answers to your questions can only be provided by my father. Harry nodded slowly, and Dana Khan revealed a faint smile once more. May I be released now? My husband? Harry, it is still insufficient. Why would your father desire you to marry me? He is, after all, a servant of Voldemort. Diana, indeed. The most frequently uttered words I have heard since childhood are that you are merely fortunate, unworthy of such adoration. Yet, she also claims that your destiny and blood are imbued with magic, making you the ideal match for a pureblood family. Not to mention the prestige and wealth. Marrying you would also allow me to shed the stigma of being associated with Voldemort's followers. A multitude of benefits. Diana cradled Harry's face with one hand while gently caressing the lightning scar on his forehead with the other, gritting her teeth as she declared, Harry Potter. The boy who lived. For the sole daughter of a pure-blood family, marrying you would be the most fortuitous event of her life. Harry, it seems you have always been quite dissatisfied with the notion of me as the savior. Dina Khan rolled her eyes, displaying a mocking expression. Indeed, the savior boy. Honestly, I truly wonder whom he has ever saved. Perhaps Nawe counts as one? Harry, I shall rescue you. Danakan, what do you mean? Harry released Dina Khan. But due to her earlier struggles, she felt somewhat fatigued. He continued to support her at the small of her back, ensuring she could stand steadily, while he reassured her. I promise, I will save you. This is my vow. Dina Khan wished to speak further, but Harry pressed a finger gently against her lips, silencing her. Shoo, he whispered, as a voice emanated from within the wall. It was spoken in Parseltongue, or perhaps it was an actual serpent conversing. Come closer, let me tear you apart. Let me slay you. Yet, a serpent cannot rend its prey. It can suffocate, poison, or swallow its victim whole, but it cannot tear them asunder. Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation. What lurked within the wall? Harry Potter, what are you doing here? Snape's furious roar interrupted Harry's thoughts, breaking his focus on the voice within the wall, as well as Dina Khan. Have you finished washing the cauldron? It is already midnight. Dina Khan suddenly sprang away from Harry, wiping her face with her sleeve. Harry promised to help me wash the cauldron. Harry glared at Dina Khan, who defiantly returned the gaze. Snape, Harry? Harry turned to face Snape, who had by now changed out of his professor's robes and donned civilian attire, a long black dress, yet still wore black stockings and low-heeled black shoes. Yes, Professor Snape. I shall assist Mr. Malfoy in washing these cauldrons, Harry sighed, conceding. Chapter 8. The Death Day Party. October had arrived, bringing with it a damp chill that permeated the grounds and seeped into the castle. Rain, as large as bullets, drummed incessantly against the castle windows. Continuing for several days without respite, the lake swelled, and the flower beds turned into muddy streams. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm of Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, remained undiminished. On rainy days, no one contested his claim to the pitch. However, when the Quidditch players returned from a stormy Saturday evening practice just days before Halloween, they were caught by Filch for tracking mud into the castle, resulting in a punishment requiring them to clean the corridors. During this time, Harry had not sought out Dean Thomas, nor had Dean provoked Harry. Ron's diligence in her studies had waned significantly, only to be curtailed when Harry declared that he would no longer collaborate with her on homework if she continued to doze off in the library. The Halloween feast took place in the Great Hall, adorned with bats and spiders that had been recently captured from the Forbidden Forest, enchanted to remain suspended in their positions. An advantage of this was that when the spell wore off the following day, they would escape on their own, alleviating some of the cleaning duties. At 7 o'clock, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville made their way to the Great Hall, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. There was no dress code. Some students wore mere masks, while others transformed entirely into ghoulish figures. Hermione, still clad in her uniform, had opted for her favorite sneakers, complemented by a black mask adorned with spider motifs. Resting on her forehead, Ron donned a white dress, complete with 2 small wings fashioned from white fabric attached to her back. Neville, in addition to his translucent wings, had repurposed a kitchen apron into a robe embellished with flowers. Harry had initially worn a lightning-shaped headband that emitted light at the press of a button, but it had been confiscated by Ron and Hermione in a collaborative effort. Harry protested, there is no rule against cosplaying oneself. Yet, he was met with silence. The 4 friends sat side by side on the long bench at the table. Ronya, as was her habit, kicked off her shoes, tucking her feet beneath her, while her right knee, clad in thigh-high white stockings, casually rested against the side of Harry's thigh. Hermione sat to Harry's right, inquiring about various costumes she did not recognize from Navi. The boy wearing an apron was the old hag. The old hag? Hermione exclaimed, clearly astonished that anyone in the wizarding world would consider such a figure a monster. Navi quickly waved her hand, clarifying, not just any old hag. This is a well-known old hag. Look at the chicken feet hanging from his apron, she pointed at the boy. We've all heard tales of this figure, the old hag with chicken feet, or the one wielding a chicken-footed wand, or even the one who offers you chicken feet to eat. It is all about this old hag. Harry suddenly exclaimed, I understand what is missing, the poltergeist, Peeves, and nearly headless Nick. Not a single one is in sight. On the eve of Halloween, it is peculiar not to encounter a ghost that one typically sees at any moment. There must be some sort of conspiracy at play. Ronya replied, it is the Death Day party. Harry, what is it? Ronya, seated cross-legged on the bench, swayed her body from side to side, causing her little wings to flutter behind her. Fred and George told me that today marks the 500th anniversary of Nick's death, and there will be a Death Day party in the dungeon classroom. They've been invited to join the festivities. Well, perhaps I should say to join the ghostly gathering? In any case, all the ghosts should be in attendance at the Death Day party now. Upon hearing this, Hermione exclaimed with great enthusiasm, that sounds absolutely marvelous. Harry, why is it that my time at Hogwarts coincides precisely with the 500th anniversary? What a remarkable coincidence. Ronya gazed skyward. This conspiracy must have been orchestrated 5 centuries ago. Once everyone was satiated and the skeletal dance performance concluded, the ghosts still had not made their appearance. Harry proposed, shall we venture to the dungeon classroom to witness the Death Day party? Hermione was the first to express her approval, while Ronya and Navi were indifferent, resulting in a 2-0 decision in favor. The quartet made their way towards the dungeon classroom. The corridor leading to nearly headless Nick's soiree was already illuminated by flickering candles, yet the ambience was far from delightful. The slender, ominous black candles emitted a ghostly blue light, casting an eerie glow upon their youthful, vibrant faces. With every step they took, the temperature seemed to drop. Upon arriving at the dungeon classroom, Harry found it teeming with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, most of whom were gliding across the overcrowded dance floor, waltzing to the dreadful and tremulous sounds produced by 30 musical saws. Their breath formed clouds of mist within the cold chamber, reminiscent of stepping into a refrigeration unit. At that moment, Harry heard it, a chilling voice whispering, tear you, rip you, kill you. It was the same voice he had encountered while searching for Dina Khan in the dungeon classroom, cold and filled with malice. He halted, grasping the stone wall, fully concentrating on listening while scanning his surroundings, squinting in the dimly lit corridor. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione was the first to notice something amiss. Don't speak just yet. I've been starving for far too long. It's time to kill. The voice grew fainter. Harry was certain it was moving, ascending. This way, he shouted, breaking into a run, dashing up the stairs and into the entrance hall. The joyous laughter and merriment from the Halloween feast in the great hall echoed around him, making it unlikely to hear any other sounds. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the second floor, with Ronya and Hermione stumbling behind him. Navi had already fallen behind. Harry, what are we doing? Hermione gasped. Shoo. Harry perked up his ears. From the floor above, the voice echoed again, growing increasingly faint. I smell blood. I smell blood. It intends to kill, Harry shouted, hastening up the staircase. He dashed across the third floor and then halted by a wall. Ronya and Hermione followed closely behind him. Before them, something glimmered on the wall. Between two windows, a foot above the torch, some words were scrawled, shimmering faintly in the light of the burning torch. The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemy. What is that hanging below? Ronya asked, her voice trembling slightly. A large pool of water lay on the floor before the inscription, which had prevented them from approaching. Beneath the torch, a dark figure loomed. It was Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat, her tail draped over the torch's stand, her body rigid as a plank, eyes wide open, staring intently. The three stood motionless for several seconds until Ronya spoke. Should we inform Filch or Professor McGonagall? However, the decision was soon taken from them. A low rumble, akin to distant thunder, signaled the end of the feast. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs mingled with cheerful, boisterous chatter. Then, students began to jostle their way into the passage. As the crowd reached the spot where Harry, Ronya, and Hermione stood, many paused to gaze at the inscription on the wall and the cat hanging from the torch. More and more people halted in the corridor, yet it grew ever quieter. In this silence, someone spoke loudly in a deliberately drawn-out tone. Harry, is this your Halloween prank? It was Dina Khan. Malfoy had pushed her way to the front of the crowd. Ronya immediately tugged at Harry, attempting to escape in another direction, but the crowd blocked their path. Facing Ronya, who had her back turned to her, Dina Khan slowly extended her hands, shaking them. Two enormous black wings unfurled from behind her, nearly brushing the ceiling. Black feathers drifted gently from the wings, dancing in the breeze. Harry and Hermione, wow. Ronya, you all. Chapter 9, the words on the wall. What has transpired here? What has occurred? Filch was drawn to the gathered crowd, shouldering his way through. Then he beheld Madame Loris, staggering back a few steps, her face gripped in terror. My cat! My cat! What is wrong with Madame Loris? He cried out. Dumbledore also arrived on the scene, followed by several other professors. He carefully lifted Madame Loris from the torch stand. Come with me, Argus, he instructed Filch, and you as well, Mr. Potter, Miss Weasley, Miss Granger. The silent crowd parted to allow them passage. Professor McGonagall and Snape followed closely behind. Dumbledore temporarily commandeered Lockhart's office, being the nearest available space. Harry, Ronya, and Hermione exchanged tense glances and seated themselves on a few chairs obscured by shadows, closely observing Dumbledore as he examined Madame Loris. Finally, Dumbledore straightened up. She is not dead, Filch, he said softly. Not dead? Filch stammered, peering at Madame Loris through his fingers. Then why is she completely rigid, as if frozen? She has been petrified, Dumbledore explained, but the circumstances surrounding it remain unclear to me at this moment. However, I shall uncover the truth. He turned his gaze towards Harry. Harry spoke from the corner. I do possess a clue, but I shall only share it with you, Dumbledore. Dumbledore swiftly exchanged glances with Snape and McGonagall, who then escorted Filch out of the office. Dumbledore inquired, and what of Miss Weasley and Miss Granger? With a wave of his hand. Harry stood up. They have been following me all night, and can attest to my claims, at least in part. He then recounted his experience at the banquet, where he heard the whispers of Parseltongue emanating from the walls, leading him to ascend to the third floor. Although it bore the semblance of a prank on Filch, it was no jest. There is a conspiracy afoot within these hallowed halls, Harry concluded with palpable excitement. Dumbledore replied, petrification is a highly sophisticated form of dark magic. I have never viewed it as mere tomfoolery. As for conspiracies, he sighed deeply. It is somewhat disconcerting to admit, but this school is rife with intrigue, even beneath my very nose. Dumbledore fixed his gaze upon Harry. Harry did not anticipate such a response. So you mean it's a free pass? Dumbledore replied. I possess a potion capable of reversing petrification, which can restore Madame Loris to life. Harry, you once told me to trust you. Dumbledore straightened his posture. His already narrowed eyes now reduced to mere slits. I cannot divulge every detail to you, just as you would not reveal all to me. Yet, this does not hinder my trust in you, Harry Potter. Harry, in his anger, found himself laughing instead. Your manner of speaking resembles that of your Aunt Petunia. Does it not? Dumbledore nodded, acknowledging that others had remarked upon this as well. Now, you may leave. For several consecutive days, the students spoke of little else, incessantly discussing the incident involving Mrs. Loris's attack. Most regarded it as nothing more than a Halloween prank. Harry and Hermione, amidst their homework, embarked on an investigation into the Chamber of Secrets mentioned in the cryptic message on the wall. However, they were not the only ones intrigued by this revelation. Several others had also taken an interest. The library's entire collection concerning the school's history, legends, and the chamber had been entirely borrowed. Subsequently, Hermione turned her attention to Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor of history of magic. Upon Hermione's sudden inquiry regarding the chamber, the previously drowsy class awoke. Their gazes fixated on Professor Binns. Well then, Professor Binns began hesitantly, let me ponder the chamber. Hogwarts was founded over a millennium ago, and the rift between Slytherin and the other founders became increasingly pronounced, as reliable historical accounts indicate. However, a peculiar legend emerged upon Slytherin's departure, asserting that he concealed a secret room within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. According to this legend, Slytherin sealed the chamber until his true heir arrived at the school. Only that heir could unlock the chamber, releasing its terrifying contents to purify the school and eliminate all those unworthy of practicing magic. As the tale concluded, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Hermione's hand shot up once more. Sir, you mentioned the terrifying entity within the chamber. What exactly is it? It could be some sort of monster, one that only Slytherin's heir can control, he replied sternly. Enough. This is merely a legend. It does not exist. There is no evidence whatsoever. Professor Binns redirected the discussion back to the standard curriculum of magical history, and within 5 minutes, the students succumbed once again to drowsiness. The four friends returned to the scene of the incident. Navy, regretting her previous absence from the initial event, had been pestering Ronya and Hermione repeatedly to recount the occurrences. But this was her first time here with the others. The inscription indicating that the chamber had been opened still lingered on the wall, and Filch had yet to discover a method to erase it. Was the cat hanging here at that time? Navy approached the torch bracket beneath the inscription. Yes. There was a large puddle beneath it, Harry recalled. Do you remember that puddle on the floor? Where did it come from? Although the window was open that day, it did not rain. Probably right here, Ronya suggested, pointing to a spot parallel to the door. She reached for the brass doorknob, only to retract her hand suddenly, as if scalded by fire. What happened? Harry inquired. Don't go in, Ronya cautioned. This is Moaning Myrtle's territory. Who is Moaning Myrtle? Harry asked. She's a ghost. Ronya and Hermione replied in unison. Harry disregarded the prominently displayed sign indicating a malfunction and pushed open the door. Beneath a large mirror, marred with stains and fissures, lay a row of stone sinks, their surfaces peeling away. The floor was damp, with several candle stubs flickering feebly on their holders, casting a dim, eerie light that illuminated the grimy floor. The wooden doors of the individual compartments were chipped and scarred. One door hung precariously, its hinge detached and swaying gently. Harry gradually made his way to the innermost part, calling out, Hey, Myrtle, how are you? Suddenly, a jet of water erupted from the sink's pipe, striking Hermione, who was following closely behind Harry. With a swift motion, Harry sent the exploded water pipes twisting together like soft ropes, forming a knot. The head of Myrtle emerged from the wall, bellowing at Harry, This is the girls' restroom. You are not a girl. Hermione, drenched in icy water, stood frozen in place, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Ronya narrowly escaped disaster, promptly leaping out of the restroom to join Navi, who had yet to enter. Harry was too preoccupied to pay attention to the pansy, and he turned to the outside, addressing Ronya and Nawe. Do you have any spare clothes? Ronya replied with a smile, None. Nawe added, I don't have any either. Harry, Ronnie, come in. Hermione, you and Ronnie go to the innermost stall, remove your clothes, and let Ronnie take them out for me. I will dry them for you. With a cheerful demeanor, Ronnie pulled Hermione toward the farthest cubicle, while Harry turned to face Moaning Myrtle. The specter appeared as a student, diminutive in stature, plump, with a face marked by blemishes. "We merely wish to inquire if you have witnessed anything intriguing lately," Harry swiftly interjected, "for on the eve of Halloween, a cat was assaulted right outside your door." "I didn't notice." Moaning Myrtle exclaimed dramatically, "Peeves has been tormenting me." She then lamented with a sorrowful sob, rising into the air, only to plunge headfirst into a toilet. The walls echoed with her muffled weeping, suggesting she was hiding somewhere within the depths of the plumbing. Ronnie and Hermione remained in the stall, exchanging light-hearted banter. "Finally, you've had your moment of social demise. Ha ha ha, why are you still dwelling on that potion?" "Silence. We agreed not to mention it." At last, Ronnie, her face flushed, opened the stall door and handed the damp garments to Harry. Harry gazed at the drenched uniform, which included a similarly soaked sports bra suitable for an A cup and a pair of wet athletic boxer briefs. After a moment's hesitation, he took the garments, poised to cast a spell, when suddenly, Hermione screamed and tumbled out of the stall, landing on the floor before him. Following closely was Moaning Myrtle, who not only shoved Hermione out, but promptly turned back into the stall and shut the door from the inside. The events transpired so swiftly that all three were momentarily stunned. Hermione sat on the damp floor, one foot still clad in a sneaker while the other was missing its shoe, revealing a nude invisible sock. Her long, toned legs were complemented by a subtly defined abdomen, and her slender arms supported her upper body as she glared furiously at the closed stall door, her chest heaving dramatically beneath her delicate collarbone. After several seconds of intense scrutiny, she finally turned to see Harry, feigning calm while holding the wet clothes, and Ronya, who stood aghast with her hands covering her mouth. Before Ronya could react and shield Harry's eyes, it felt to Hermione as if a century had passed, a century in which someone would inevitably discover a gravestone hidden in the mountains, inscribed with the shameful revelation of Ronya exposing herself before Harry, as innocent as a newborn. It was only when Ronya kicked Hermione twice that she snapped back to reality, stood up, donned her shoes, and slipped into another stall. That evening in the common room, Ronya and Hermione made a concerted effort to sit as far away from Harry as possible, with Nevia joining them. Ginny, feigning nonchalance, deliberately passed by their table several times before quietly approaching Harry, inquiring, "What have you done to Hermione?" Harry was somewhat taken aback. "Ginny, I thought you were afraid to speak with me." Ginny chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "During this time, I have witnessed many frightening things, and my courage has certainly grown." "Harry, that's fine. Your sister has quite the audacity." Ginny chuckled, covering her mouth, and then inquired, "Has Ronya spoken ill of me?" Harry furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why do you ask?" Ginny replied, "She must have spoken ill of me, which is why you haven't sought me out." Harry was momentarily speechless. "Ah, you are in first grade, while I am in second grade. We do not attend classes together, nor will we work on assignments together." Ginny appeared to be listening to Harry's explanation, yet her attention seemed to waver. She perched herself on the armrest of the sofa where Harry sat, leaning against his arm. Turning her head, she brought her lips close to Harry's ear, exhaling warm breath as she softly murmured, "No matter what you did to Hermione, I won't be upset with you." With a playful smile, she darted away from Ron's outstretched fingers. Ron chased after her for a couple of steps, but upon realizing he could not catch Ginny, he turned back to find Harry. "Ginny has been running a fever lately. She ought to be resting in bed more." "Harry, has she been uttering some peculiar phrases lately?" "Ronnie, indeed. The more severe her fever, the more she rambles. Just ignore her." Furthermore, she gestured towards Hermione. "We have just devised some new perspectives regarding the Chamber of Secrets and the conspiracy alluded to by Dobby. It is certainly advantageous to swiftly move past the incident in the lavatory." Harry, sensing the invitation, eagerly joined the remaining discussion for the evening. Dobby's warning, the obstruction at the station, the serpent's voice within the walls, the petrified cat, and the air of Slytherin's chamber, all clues intertwined, leading everyone to a unanimous conclusion. Draco Malfoy must know something. Hermione articulated her investigative strategy. "Ronnie and I can utilize Polyjuice Potion to transform into Goyle and Crabbe, infiltrating Slytherin to extract information from Draco. Harry will accompany us with his invisibility cloak. If we are discovered, we will all escape stealthily." "Harry, I have a question. Why not directly inquire with Dakana? Moreover, I suspect she might not possess extensive knowledge on the matter." Hermione, "Very well. Navy shall enter cloaked in invisibility, tasked with aiding us. Harry, simply lend us the invisibility cloak. Leave the rest to us." Harry, "I refuse." Hermione, Harry, this contravenes the school regulations, possibly exceeding 50 infractions." Hermione gazed at Harry with a melancholic expression and said, Harry, this is what you owe me. Do you intend to deny your responsibility? Harry, please be cautious not to get caught. Chapter 10. The uncontrolled wandering ball. Under Hermione's guidance, Harry stealthily infiltrated the library, where he meticulously transcribed the recipe for the polyjuice potion from the restricted section filled with potent brews. How long will it take to concoct this potion? Ronia inquired of Hermione. Well, the fluxweed must be harvested on the night of the full moon, and the lacewing flies need to be stewed for approximately 20 days. If we can gather all the ingredients, I believe a month should suffice. A month? Ronia exclaimed. Well, this is the best plan we could devise. Harry, I have just conceived an alternative plan. Are you interested? As Saturday approached 11 o'clock, students and faculty began to make their way to the Quidditch pitch. The atmosphere was stifling and humid, with distant rumbles of thunder echoing in the air. Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, and Wood, the captain of Gryffindor, emerged from the locker rooms to a cacophony of noise. The predominant sounds were cheers and applause, as both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were eager to witness Slytherin's defeat. Yet the jeers and boos from the Slytherin supporters could also be heard amidst the crowd. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch instructor, requested a handshake between Flint and Wood. Flint grasped Wood's hand firmly, inquiring about their seeker. Wood gripped Flint's hand back with equal strength, remarking on the exceptional talent of his own seeker, whom he had fervently persuaded to join their team. On my whistle, Madam Hooch announced, 3, 2, 1. The crowd erupted in fervent excitement, sending the 14 players soaring into the leaden sky, while both seekers ascended to heights beyond the reach of human sight. Are you all right? Shouted Dean Thomas, the newly appointed seeker for Slytherin, in a fit of confusion and anger. I have something to discuss with you, stated Harry Potter, the newly inducted seeker for Gryffindor, indicating that he indeed had matters to address. Dean propelled his broom towards Harry, who deftly sidestepped the advance, however. Dean seized the fleeting moment to deliver a kick to Harry's broomstick. The broom tumbled from beneath Harry, but he managed to catch it just in time. You are not even flying on a broomstick, Dean accused, pointing at Harry, who was hovering in midair, one hand gripping his broomstick. Harry brushed his hair away from his eyes, which had been disturbed by the gusts of wind. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? He inquired. Dina Corn, exasperated, stamped her feet in frustration. You must know something about that chamber, don't you? Harry pressed on. I have already stated that I am unaware, she retorted vehemently, continuing to stomp her feet. The last question I posed was whether you were aware of any conspiracy. The matter of the chamber arose later, Harry clarified, and then added. If you divulge all that you know, I could ensure that you capture the golden snitch in every match against Gryffindor. Dina Corn was taken aback. Does Wood permit you to do such a thing? Harry nodded. Defeat against Slytherin is inevitable, yet victory against the other two houses is assured. This outcome is entirely acceptable to Wood. Dina's expression darkened. What if I choose to remain silent? Harry, thus, Slytherin finds itself perpetually defeated whenever they confront Gryffindor. Moreover, the captain of Slytherin is well aware that expelling you from the Quidditch team would liberate them from this misfortune. Dina Kong ascended gracefully on her enchanted broom, casting a disdainful gaze upon Harry from her elevated position. Is this your bargaining chip? Harry, is that not sufficient? Dina Kong dashed forth, her aim directed towards the golden snitch hovering above Harry's head. Harry was entirely oblivious to the presence of the golden snitch, and now it was too late. Dina Khan had dashed to the spot where the elusive snitch hovered. She missed it. The golden snitch slipped away from Dina Khan's grasp, soaring downward. Without hesitation, Dina Khan pursued it immediately. Harry swiftly mounted his broomstick, following closely behind Dina Khan, and then quickly surpassed her, closing in on the golden snitch. As Harry was about to reach out, a rogue ball hurtled towards him, forcing him to come to an abrupt halt in evasive action. Taking advantage of this moment, Dina Khan surged past Harry, pursuing the elusive golden snitch. Yet, he failed to seize it. Dina Khan exclaimed, Harry, you were cheating. Harry dodged once more as the bludger lunged towards him, shouting to the Gryffindor batsmen, George and Fred, Decan's cast a spell on that bludger. It's targeting me. Decan yelled in protest. I didn't do it. Harry brushed past Dina Khan, pursuing the elusive golden snitch, and spoke at a volume just sufficient for Dina Khan to hear. I know. Dina Khan accelerated, charging forward. You scoundrel, Harry. Harry's hand was nearly within reach of the golden snitch. This elusive object possessed an exceptionally high resistance to spells, rendering it susceptible only to the faintest tracking and remote control. Otherwise, Harry would have already summoned it into his grasp. Dinakin's hand was also approaching the golden snitch. Suddenly, a bludger soared towards them from ahead. If Harry continued his pursuit of the snitch, a collision with the bludger was inevitable. Conversely, should he choose to evade, it would be astonishing if Dinakan did not seize the snitch first. The bludger would surely smash Dinakan's hand and face before she could touch the golden snitch. Moreover, Dinakan remained blissfully unaware of the approaching bludger, her gaze fixated solely on the elusive snitch. Harry took a deep breath, propelling himself forward with the flying spell while urging his broom to soar at full speed. At last, he seized the small ball just before Dean caught up with the golden snitch. In that moment, Harry discarded his broom, using his free hand to grasp Dean's broom alongside his own, executing a forceful twist. Harry and Dinakan exchanged positions in midair. Immediately, Harry heard several crisp cracking sounds emanating from within his arm. After they plummeted to the ground, they left behind a long trail of mud. Once they came to a halt, Harry released Dinakan and, using his uninjured hand, propped himself up to stand. A cacophony of whistles and shouts resonated, as if coming from a distant realm. Rain poured down relentlessly, drenching his face. Gasping for breath, he turned to assist Dinakan, only to find her already upright, standing still and staring at him, her arms cradling a flying broomstick. Her uniform was splattered with mud, and her black stockings were torn, revealing her fair calves beneath. Harry, are you all right? Deacon. Harry, it is my fault. Forget what I said. Dina, which words? Harry, what? Just then, Dinakan suddenly burst into tears and screamed. You said so much. So much. So much. Which part do you want me to forget? She then turned and fled, clutching her broomstick. Mrs. Hokey rushed over, exclaiming, Harry, the fact that you can still stand means your fall wasn't severe. Goodness, your hand. Harry, I have numbed the nerves, so I shall not feel pain for the time being. However, I am unable to control the golden snitch being transferred to you, Miss Hokey. Could you perhaps extract it from my fingers yourself? Very well. Now I must make my way to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is quite displeased. This is a combat spell that one would employ only in dire circumstances. She exclaimed, I could have set the bone in a mere second. But numbing the nerves exacerbates the injury. I need to allow the nerves to regrow. You will too, will you not? Harry inquired with a smile. I certainly shall. But it will be quite painful, Madame Pomfrey said with a stern expression, tossing Harry a set of pajamas. You will have to spend the night here. The curtains surrounding Harry's hospital bed were drawn, as Fred and George assisted him in changing into his nightclothes. They exerted considerable effort to maneuver his plastered arm into the sleeves. As Harry swung his leg onto the bed, Madame Pomfrey glided around the curtain. The school nurse held a large vial labeled spinal regeneration. This evening is rather arduous, she remarked, pouring a steaming cup and handing it to Harry. Rebuilding nerves is an exceedingly uncomfortable process. The potion ignited a fiery sensation in Harry's mouth, which then coursed down his throat, prompting him to cough several times. Madame Pomfrey retreated, still smacking her lips, lamenting the dangers of the sport and the incompetence of the teachers. After Fred and George bid farewell, Ron and Hermione remained in the infirmary, assisting Harry in swallowing a few sips of water. Malfoy brought that bludger upon himself. You needn't have rescued him, Hermione said indignantly. It likely was to your doing, Harry interjected only partially, but upon seeing Hermione's expression, he fell silent. Ron added, even if it wasn't her fault, she can't be entirely absolved. She must know something. Harry lamented that she was still unwilling to speak. Otherwise, he would not have had to confront her. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey approached, stating that the child required rest, as he had 13 nerves to regenerate. Everyone was asked to leave, leaving Harry alone in the ward, devoid of any distractions. The sensation in his arm began to return, akin to the piercing pain of a knife. After what felt like an eternity, Harry suddenly awakened to an enveloping darkness. He cried out softly in pain, feeling as though countless fissures had formed within his arm. Initially, he believed it was the pain in his arm that had roused him, but soon he realized that someone was gently sponging his forehead in the darkness. It was Dean. He recognized him. In the obscurity, Harry could not discern Dean's expression, only the sight of a few delicate, pale fingers before him. After a while, Dean ceased his ministrations on Harry's forehead. It wasn't me who let the bludger loose, Dean said softly. I know. The cat incident wasn't my doing either. I know. Dobby is my father's house elf. Harry, please continue. I am listening. Danakan spoke slowly, with each word seemingly accompanied by a faint sigh. I believed it had merely gone missing. It often does, exploiting the loopholes of my father's or my commands. It harbors a deep-seated animosity towards my father, and to a lesser extent, towards me. Yet, its disdain for me is not as profound. It frequently derides me, claiming that I am inferior even to a house elf. In response, I would strike it. After uttering this, Dana Khan fell into a prolonged silence, reflecting on how the more I hit it, the more it mocked me. Conversely, the more it mocked me, the harder I would hit it. Dana Khan ceased speaking, enveloped in silence. Harry recounted his encounter with Dobby during the summer break to Dana Khan, meticulously detailing the elf's appearance and behavior. That's it. It must have eavesdropped on some of my father's plans. Dina Khan pondered for a moment before a sudden chuckle escaped her lips. I find it rather amusing that even a house elf seems to possess greater knowledge about my household affairs than I do. A profound silence ensued once more. Harry, so, do you have any information regarding the Chamber of Secrets? Daphne, I could attempt to extract some information from my father. Harry hurriedly interjected, Stop. Harry observed Dina Khan nodding gently in the darkness. After some contemplation, he continued, Ronnie and Hermione suspect that you possess considerable knowledge and wish to extract information from you. It's quite all right. They can simply inquire with me directly. Find a secluded spot, as long as we are not seen, Dina Khan replied. They do not trust you and have no intention of approaching you directly. Harry paused before adding. They plan to disguise themselves as Goyle and Crabbe to glean information from you, possibly in about a month's time. Dina Khan erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Well, they better think carefully about how to convincingly pull that off. Harry, I am unable to prevent them. Could you do me a favor and refrain from troubling them? Dana did not respond immediately, and Harry could not discern her expression. Harry, I beg you. A cool and slightly damp finger pressed against Harry's lips, then gradually released. Danakin, do not ask me. After a pause, teach me the art of aerial dance. Harry, deal. Deacon gently traced his fingertips across Harry's forehead, leaving a fleeting chill at the sight of the scar, before vanishing into the darkness. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Harry gazed at the darkened doorway of the infirmary, the sound of footsteps drawing ever closer. Moments later, Dumbledore retreated into the room, bearing one end of a sculptural object in his hands. A second later, Professor McGonagall appeared, lifting the other end. Together, they placed it upon the bed. Go summon Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore instructed McGonagall softly. Another incident of attack. This time, Colin Creevey has been petrified, his eyes wide open. Hands outstretched before him, he clutched his camera. Dumbledore pried open the back of the camera, and a pungent scent of burning plastic wafted forth. It has melted, Madame Pomfrey remarked. What does this signify, Albus? McGonagall inquired with urgency. It signifies, Dumbledore replied, that the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been reopened. Chapter 11. The Dueling Club on Sunday morning. Harry awoke to the bright winter sunlight streaming into the dormitory. He found he could move his previously incapacitated hand. Yet each motion elicited a sharp sting. Upon noticing Harry had awakened, Madame Pomfrey approached with a breakfast tray, cheerfully beginning to stretch and flex Harry's arms and fingers. Looking good, she remarked, as Harry used his left hand to scoop porridge with a spoon. You may leave once you finish your meal. Harry hurried back to the Gryffindor Tower, finding no sign of Ronya and the others. After searching the library in vain, he eventually discovered the three girls in the malfunctioning lavatory of Myrtle. This was indeed the ladies' restroom, and Hermione, startled while hiding in a stall, worried about the possibility of others being present. How is your arm? She inquired as Harry squeezed into the small cubicle, causing the cornered Navi to scramble atop the cistern. Be careful, Ronya cautioned, steadying Navi to prevent her from toppling the cauldron perched precariously on the toilet. Harry brought up Colin, who had been taken to the infirmary last night, but Hermione interrupted him, stating, We are already aware. We heard Professor McGonagall inform Professor Flitwick this morning. Thus, we decided it would be prudent to compel Malfoy to confess as soon as possible. Ron exclaimed in frustration, Do you know what I think? Ever since the Quidditch match, Malfoy has been sulking, and he is venting his anger on Colin. Moreover, Harry observed Hermione tearing apart bundles of fluxweed and tossing them into the potion, saying, Dumbledore mentioned the Chamber of Secrets. Ron and Hermione looked up in astonishment. Harry recounted the conversation he had with Dumbledore and McGonagall in its entirety. Ron and Hermione listened, dumbfounded. The chamber has been opened before? Hermione inquired, pushing some leeches into the cauldron's bottom. Then why is it only Dumbledore who knows? I mean, if so many people died last time, why is it only now that it has garnered such attention? Ron stated, pouring some shrivel figs atop the leeches. She crumpled the empty bag of shrivel figs and turned to Harry, asking, What do you think? That suggests perhaps not as many people died the last time it was opened, which led everyone to believe it was an accident, except for Dumbledore, Harry replied, shaking his head. However, Hogwarts has had its fair share of accidents. Moaning Myrtle, for instance, died unexpectedly in that very lavatory and became a ghost. On Monday morning, the news of Colin Creevey being attacked and lying in the hospital like a corpse swiftly spread throughout the school. Instantly, rumors swirled, and suspicion permeated the air. Students clustered together in groups, seemingly terrified that venturing out alone would result in an assault. Ginny's fever persisted, causing her to frequently miss classes and often isolate herself in the dormitory. Madame Pomfrey had little recourse, and Ron speculated it might be a family ailment, as she felt unwell whenever she left the burrow's confines. Percy mentioned he had sent an owl to inform his family of Ginny's condition, but there had been no response. After once again coercing Harry into using the invisibility cloak to pilfer some ingredients from Snape's office, Hermione excitedly declared, "We should have it ready within 2 weeks." A week later, as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville traversed the entrance hall, they suddenly spotted a small group gathered around the notice board, reading the freshly posted parchment. Posted by Professor Lockhart of Defense Against the Dark Arts, with Potions Professor Snape's assistance and Dumbledore's approval. A dueling club will be held in the Great Hall at 8 o'clock. Ron, Hermione, and Neville turned to Harry. Lockhart probably has little to teach me, Harry hesitated, yet ultimately agreed to attend, pondering what might transpire. At 8 o'clock, they returned to the Great Hall. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a gilded stage that appeared along one wall, illuminated by hundreds of floating candles overhead. The ceiling once again transformed into an inky black akin to velvet. As nearly all the students gathered, jostling closely together, each clutching their own wands, faces alight with excitement, Lockhart waved his hand for silence and then proclaimed loudly, "Come closer. Come closer. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear my voice? Splendid. Allow me to introduce Professor Snape." As Lockhart spoke, he flashed a broad grin. And although he was merely the assistant, it would be Professor Snape who would primarily demonstrate the forthcoming lessons for us. Harry, I had a feeling that Lockhart would shy away from this troublesome affair, most likely at Snape's suggestion. Snape, donning high heels, appeared taller than Lockhart, positioned closer to the center of the stage. It was then that Harry first noticed just how elevated Snape's heels truly were, her instep nearly perpendicular to the ground. Once the introductions were complete, Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other on stage and bowed. As you can see, Lockhart addressed the silent crowd. "We shall grasp our wands in the typical dueling stance. On the count of 3, we shall cast our first spell. Of course, no one intends to take the other's life. Right, Professor Snape? 1, 2, 3. The two simultaneously thrust their wands over their shoulders. Snape declared, "Expelliarmus." Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed, sending Lockhart staggering. He was propelled backward off the stage, crashing into the wall before sliding down to curl on the floor. Draco Malfoy and several other Slytherin students erupted in applause. Lockhart, unsteadily rising, lost his hat, his wavy hair standing on end. Well, you all witnessed that. He wobbled back onto the stage, exclaiming, "That was a disarming charm. As you can see, I have lost my wand." "Thank you, Miss Brown." "Yes, Professor Snape." Demonstrating that technique was a brilliant idea, though I must say, your spell casting was rather excessive, which does not align with our demonstrations plan. Snape raised an eyebrow, prompting Lockhart to swiftly change the subject. "Now, I shall come among you and pair you into duos." They traversed the crowd, pairing students, with Lockhart assigning Neville and Ron as a pair. Just as he was about to arrange Hermione and Harry, Snape stepped in front of them. Lockhart immediately moved on to the next group. "Malfoy, come here," Snape said, a frosty smile on his face. "Gryffindor's finest against Slytherin's best. Let us see what a splendid duel you can conjure with the top student in the school, Miss Granger. As for you, Mr. Potter, I have found you a more fitting opponent." Draco Malfoy strutted over, and Hermione managed a strained smile, which received no acknowledgement in return. Severus Snape led Harry onto the stage, positioning them on either side. Lockhart was pushed to the edge of the stage, ignoring Snape's actions, addressing the students outside. "Face your partners. Bow." Snape brandished his wand, raised like a sword before his chest. "Harry, your practice opponent is me. Raise your wand and prepare." Lockhart proclaimed loudly. "On the count of 3, cast your spells. Disarming the opponent is all we wish to accomplish. No accidents, please. 1, 2, 3. The hall descended into chaos as a swirl of green smoke enveloped the auditorium. Navi and Ronya lay breathlessly on the floor, while Hermione and Deanna Kong had lost their wands. Yet, they did not cease their struggle, continuing to grapple with one another. Deanna Kong locked Hermione's head under her arm, and Hermione let out soft whimpers of distress. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" Lockhart exclaimed, descending from the stage and weaving through the crowd in an attempt to soothe the chaotic throng, casting spells of first aid upon the injured students. At that moment, Harry slowly inclined his head in a subtle bow towards Snape, then drew his wand, allowing it to rest by his side. Suddenly, Snape raised his wand with remarkable swiftness, aiming it at Harry. However, before the incantation could escape his lips, Harry charged forward, seizing Snape's wand-bearing hand. Yet, Snape's wrist slipped away from Harry's grasp as if greased, while his other hand made a gesture, uttering the incantation, Expelliarmus. Once again, Harry interrupted Snape's incantation by gripping his throat. Yet Snape's throat remained elusive. She abruptly stepped back, her high heels striking the stage in a series of sharp echoes as she freed herself from Harry's grasp. Harry also staggered back a few steps, turning to face Severus Snape, and began to walk sideways slowly. Harry exclaimed, "You possess remarkable skills, Professor Snape." Professor Snape, rubbing his neck where blood had been drawn with his wandless hand, revealed a chilling smile. "Although I have already heard about it from Dean, witnessing it firsthand is still astonishing, even evoking a sense of nostalgia. Harry, oh, is there someone else who employs the same technique?" Snape, indeed, a renowned Slytherin wizard has, for various reasons, encountered these maneuvers, yet few have witnessed them. Snape raised his wand once more to his chest, assuming a defensive stance. "Now, let us proceed." This time, Snape leaped backward as he suddenly brandished his wand, exclaiming, "Disarm." Harry swiftly maneuvered along the tangent, evading the magical force emitted by the wand, and then dashed rapidly towards the periphery of Snape's vision. Snape, turning sharply, realized he had lost his target and immediately leaped into the air. Wielding his wand beneath him, Sectum Sempra, a fissure several meters long cleaved through the center of the stage, and Harry rolled away from its edge, leaping towards Snape's rear. The wizard found it inconvenient to alter his orientation while under the influence of his levitation spell, forcing Snape to strain his neck to observe behind him, while simultaneously pointing his wand skyward. Stinging hex. The air around Snape warped and solidified into a semi-transparent array of spikes, forming a protective barrier. Although his gaze failed to capture Harry, Snape sensed something had just collided with his defenses, not a physical presence, but rather a magical shield. Once more, Snape summoned his power, the ripples at the tip of his wand coalescing into a dangerous crimson glow, yet remaining unlaunched. Harry finally made his appearance, breathless as he halted at the edge of the stage before Snape, his gaze fixed intently on the descending figure of Snape, whose robes billowed gracefully in the air. It turned out to be tights, not stockings. Despite this newfound revelation, no exploitable flaw could be discerned. "Harry, shall we call it a draw?" Severus Snape, absolutely not. In an instant, he lunged towards Harry, his wand flicking with a flourish, unleashing a crimson light that radiated forth. It was not a targeted spell, rather, it was a vast web of deceleration. The duel lacked explicit regulations concerning the arena. Should Harry retreat and vacate the stage, he might be deemed the loser. Yet he could argue that the absence of restrictions permitted his withdrawal. However, should he fall victim to the net of slowing magic? Without hesitation, Harry charged directly at Snape, colliding into his embrace just as the slowing net struck him. Harry encircled Severus Snape's slender waist with one hand, the grip smooth yet firm. However, he swiftly tightened his other hand, securing both around the delicate curve between the pelvis and the ribs. Severus Snape let out a piercing scream. "Release me," Harry shouted. It's too late. The armoring spell solidified his arms, restraining his opponent, while the shield charm safeguarded against a potential self-detonation. With a deft application of the levitation charm, he propelled his adversary headfirst into the fissure at the center of the stage. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted from the students gathered in the auditorium. Naturally, Snape did not succumb to unconsciousness. She swiftly extracted her head from the crevice, stumbling back a few steps, yet still brandished her wand, though the tip trembled noticeably. Breathless, Harry crouched by the fissure, once again proposing a draw. Snape slowly lowered his wand. Among the students, applause began to emerge, rapidly swelling to encompass everyone but the Slytherins. Amidst the resounding cheers and clapping, Lockhart cautiously ascended the stage, waving his hand to draw attention to himself. "Let us extend our gratitude to Professor Snape and Mr. Harry Potter for their splendid demonstration of dueling. The dueling club concludes here today. Please gather your belongings and exit the hall in an orderly fashion. If you experience any feelings of nausea or discomfort, please proceed immediately to the infirmary. I repeat, if you feel unwell, seek out Madame Pomfrey at once." That night, Harry lay awake for several hours, Through the gaps in the canopy of his bed, he gazed at the snowflakes drifting past the castle windows, feeling a profound sense of confusion. From whom had Aunt Petunia inherited her combat skills? He was utterly oblivious to Aunt Petunia's background in the wizarding world. All Harry knew was that Aunt Petunia always seemed to devise various new ways to best him during their sparring sessions. He was aware that she had consistently emphasized the connection between body and mind. He also understood that the parcel tongue she taught him was a rare skill, and indeed, he had yet to encounter another who shared this ability during his time at Hogwarts. Harry turned over, contemplating a visit to Heather the following day to pose his questions to Aunt Petunia. He also recalled Dobby's situation, and Petunia had promised to deliver the findings. Yet several months had passed without any news. However, on the following morning, the gentle snowfall that had begun during the night escalated into a fierce blizzard. Harry sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, his heart heavy with worry as he contemplated whether to send Heather out into the storm. Meanwhile, Ronya, Hermione, and Navi took advantage of their free time to engage in a game of wizard's chess. If you find this matter so significant, perhaps you should seek out Snape and inquire about whom she mentioned. Hermione lost to Ronya, prompting Navi to take her place. I find your battle style quite reasonable. Many wizards are rather slow. A swift kick can be quite effective. Hermione settled beside Harry, demonstrating the kicking motion, lifting her sneaker-clad foot high, causing her robe to flap up and reveal her typically concealed knee and toned thigh. She hurriedly pressed her robe down. Thus, Harry rose, crawling out through the portrait hole, pondering where Snape might be. Thick, gray snowflakes danced through the air, sealing every window, making the castle seem much darker than usual during the day. Shivering, Harry walked past classrooms in session, deciding to first check the potions classroom in the dungeons. To his relief, the dungeon classroom was empty. He knocked on the door of the adjacent office, and Snape's voice called out, "Enter." Harry pushed the door open and entered. Snape, seated behind his desk, furrowed his brow upon seeing him and inquired, "Mr. Potter, what brings you here?" Harry closed the door and approached the desk, taking a seat opposite Professor Snape. "Good day, Professor Snape," he greeted. Snape raised an eyebrow, signaling Harry to continue. "Harry, Headmaster Dumbledore once expressed his hope that I would place my trust in adults." "Snape, Harry, I admit there has been a rift between us." Snape replied with a cold smirk. "Is that so?" Harry did not relent, continuing to speak. "I hope you can grant me an opportunity to restore harmony in our relationship." Snape fixed a cold glare upon Harry. After a considerable pause, she let out a derisive laugh, pushing her chair back and reclining, her feet clad in high-heeled shoes propped up on the desk, the heels pointed directly at Harry. The toes of the suspended foot swayed gently before him, intriguing. "How amusing, Harry Potter. You are indeed quite fascinating and remarkably audacious." "Harry, do you agree?" Severus Snape reclined in his chair, cradling his head, and succinctly uttered a single word, "No." "Harry, very well." He prepared to rise and take his leave. "Snape, unless..." Harry settled back down. "You made a request to Dumbledore to be sorted into Slytherin," Snape remarked. "However, the sorting hat..." Snape waved his hand lightly. "Surely inquired if you wish to join Slytherin. Given your ability to speak Parseltongue, it would be entirely fitting for you to be placed in the Serpent House. Is there a precedent for this? Does precedent truly matter? Furthermore, only those who challenge tradition can become extraordinary wizards." Severus Snape's toes wiggled with increasing enthusiasm as he added with a smile, "I believe you possess that potential." Harry had to pause the topic, allowing himself a moment to think. Then he made one final attempt. "Professor Snape, the renowned Slytherin wizard you mentioned during that duel, who exactly was he?" Snape's foot and smile froze. Not only did he halt, but his entire calf and instep tensed as if Harry had alluded to something of great consequence. After a moment of silence, his brow furrowed. He replied, "I shall tell you once you have joined Slytherin. Moreover, refrain from mentioning what I have just divulged to anyone." Harry mused to himself that he had nearly revealed it to Aunt Petunia, and undoubtedly would have. "Understood, Professor Snape," he replied. After bidding farewell to Snape, Harry descended the stairs, his mind replaying the earlier conversation in the office. As he traversed corridor after corridor, a loose pane of glass allowed a chilling gust to sweep in, extinguishing the fire. Midway through his journey, he was suddenly tripped by something lying on the floor. He turned, squinting, and beheld Justin Finch-Fletchley sprawled on the ground, cold and lifeless, an expression of sheer terror frozen on his face, his eyes vacantly fixed on the ceiling. That was not all. Beside him lay a human-like form, nearly headless Nick, no longer his usual translucent hue, but now a shadowy figure, still and hovering half a meter above the ground. His head was nearly severed, his visage mirroring Justin's own expression of horror. Moments later, Justin was carried away by Professor Flitwick and Professor Sinistra from the astronomy department to the hospital. Professor McGonagall conjured a large fan, instructing a student to fan nearly headless Nick up the stairs. "Follow me, Potter," Professor McGonagall commanded. They turned quietly, halting before an exceedingly hideous stone monster. "Lemon sherbet," she uttered, evidently a password. Instantly, the creature sprang to life, leaping aside, as the wall behind it split in two. Beyond lay a spiraling staircase that ascended slowly, akin to an escalator. As Harry and Professor McGonagall stepped onto it, they heard a thunderous sound behind them as the wall closed once more. They spiraled higher and higher until they finally encountered a gleaming oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Harry knew where he had been taken. It must be Dumbledore's office. Chapter 12. The Polyjuice Potion. Upon reaching the top, they ascended the stone steps, and Professor McGonagall rapped on a door. The door opened silently, and they entered. Professor McGonagall instructed Harry to wait, and then departed, leaving him alone in the room. Harry surveyed his surroundings. It was a spacious circular chamber, its walls adorned with portraits of former headmasters, both male and female, each gently snoring within their respective frames. In the center of the room stood a colossal table, its legs fashioned in the shape of claws. Behind the table, upon a shelf, rested a tattered and crumpled sorting hat. Harry hesitated for but a moment before stealthily circumventing the table and donning the sorting hat that rested upon the shelf. The hat was overly large, slipping down to obscure his eyes. A soft voice whispered in his ear, "Ah, I knew it. Harry, what do you know? The women of Slytherin will undoubtedly desire you." The hat cleverly remarked, "Indeed, you would be quite suitable for Slytherin." Harry said, "But you also mentioned that I am not suited for Slytherin." The hat replied, "Indeed, you are not fit for Slytherin." Harry grasped the brim of the sorting hat, removing it and placing it back upon its shelf. Suddenly, an odd, suffocating sound emanated from behind him, prompting him to whirl around. He was not alone in the room. Perched upon a tall, gilded branch behind the door was a decrepit bird, resembling a half-plucked chicken. Harry stared at it, and the bird returned his gaze, emitting a strangled sound while shedding a few feathers. In an instant, the bird was engulfed in flames, transforming into a fireball, and with a piercing cry, it vanished, leaving only a pile of smoldering ashes on the floor. It was a phoenix. The office door swung open, and Dumbledore entered. "Professor," Harry gasped, "your phoenix has been reborn. But I am unsure how to manage it." Dumbledore smiled. "Just observe. The phoenix's prophetic resistance is minimized during rebirth, thus they instinctively choose the safest moment to rise anew." As Harry lowered his gaze, he chanced upon a tiny, wrinkled chick peering out from the ashes. Its appearance was as unappealing as that of the adult birds. "What a pity you have to meet him on the day of resurrection," Dumbledore remarked as he settled into his chair, noting that most of the time, they were quite beautiful creatures. Such enchanting and powerful beings seldom choose to coexist with humans for long. As Dumbledore, perched in his high-backed chair, fixed his penetrating light blue gaze upon Harry, the boy recalled the reason for his summons. "Harry, I do not believe you are involved in the attack," Dumbledore stated, though his expression turned serious once more. "Nonetheless, I wish to speak with you." Dumbledore scrutinized Harry, the tips of his long fingers interlacing. "I must ask you, Harry, if there is anything you wish to share with me," he said gently, "anything at all." Harry reminisced about his last meeting with Dumbledore and inquired, "So, are you prepared to divulge more information?" Dumbledore blinked. "Indeed, equivalent exchange. Regarding Dobby? Mrs. Dursley has already informed me of certain details. It is now known that he is the house elf of the Malfoy family, yet many particulars remain unverified. I pilfered the recipe and ingredients for Polyjuice Potion under the cloak of invisibility. I instructed Mr. Filch to bypass the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor during his routine inspections, ensuring he does not linger too close to the scene of his cat's unfortunate incident or your makeshift laboratory, as it may disrupt your endeavors. Professor Snape has suggested that I transfer you to Slytherin." Dumbledore gently tapped his fingertips, gesturing for Harry to continue. Consequently, Harry recounted the conversations and duels that transpired at the dueling club, as well as his subsequent encounter with Snape regarding the individuals he had mentioned. "Wow," Dumbledore remarked, seemingly impressed, though it was unclear what specifically garnered his admiration. After a brief pause, he added, "Regrettably, I must inform you that I cannot permit your transfer to Slytherin. Concerning your combat skills with Aunt Petunia, my recommendation is to seek an opportunity to inquire directly with her rather than from any other source. As for your relationship with Severus Snape, it is somewhat complicated, but I shall make arrangements." Harry felt somewhat disheartened. Dumbledore inquired, "How much do you know about Professor Snape?" Harry, the potions master and head of Slytherin House, stands at a height of 170 centimeters and is 33 years of age. After some contemplation, Harry decided it would be best not to mention the matters concerning measurements and tights. Moreover, she is acquainted with my father and may have been either a classmate or a romantic partner of his. Dumbledore then inquired, "Who informed you that Snape and your father were lovers?" Harry, "I surmise that she is always targeting me and my friends." Dumbledore sighed and sat up slightly. Harry, "It is true that Snape and your father were classmates. However, her affections lay elsewhere. During his time at Hogwarts, Snape was distinctly masculine, taking pride in being perceived as one of the boys and reveling in the company of the most mischievous lads. He even adopted a masculine nickname for himself. Harry, at that time, Snape and your father were rivals." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "She likes my mother." Dumbledore gave a slight nod. But the weight of the revelation felt as heavy as a boulder crashing down upon Harry's head, causing him to collapse into the chair opposite Dumbledore. Harry trembled as he inquired, "What about my mother?" Dumbledore replied, "Your mother is of a conventional orientation. She has declined Severus's advances on numerous occasions." Harry gasped, finally relaxing a bit, when a thought struck him. Why has Snape become so feminine? Dumbledore, this matter is not a secret, yet few are aware of it. Snape once shared a close association with Voldemort during his rise. Voldemort persuaded him with a certain theory. What theory? Harry inquired. The notion that outwardly masquerading as a man does not equate to truly becoming one. One may appear female, yet still possess a male essence. This is the genuine transformation into masculinity. What a fallacy. This hardly qualifies as a theory, Harry remarked. If coupled with deception, curses, and coercive violence, it might be deemed so. Dumbledore shrugged, noting that when Snape sought to extricate himself from Voldemort's ranks, certain things had become irreversible. Voldemort is toying with human emotions, Harry murmured. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, but the more powerful the wizard, the more they tend to disregard the concept of gender, be it male, female, elder, or child. A formidable wizard can assume any form for extended periods. These transformations can be superficial or deeply rooted within their very essence. However, the reverse is not necessarily true. Many fail to understand that even if one emulates a powerful wizard by willfully disregarding gender, it does not inherently render them stronger. Voldemort excels at exploiting the flaws in human thought, and Snape is a quintessential victim of this manipulation. Harry fell into a long silence before speaking. Could it be that Voldemort is exploiting the vulnerabilities in our thoughts, hiding in plain sight? Dumbledore nodded slowly. It is indeed highly probable. Hurry. I must have a serious conversation with Aunt Petunia, Harry exclaimed. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, resting a hand on his forehead. Indeed, that is essential. Most students eagerly rush to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, yearning to escape the ominous atmosphere of Hogwarts and return home for the Christmas holiday. This meant that only we would remain at the school, Ronya remarked to Harry, Hermione, and Neville. There are the four of us, along with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. What an intriguing holiday it shall be. Rumors about the Chamber of Secrets circulated among the students, morphing with each retelling. The latest version claimed that Harry Potter was the heir of Slytherin, as he always seemed to be present at the scenes of the incidents. If only that were true. Harry sighed upon hearing the rumor. If I were the heir of Slytherin, I could influence the reconciliation between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Not a chance, Harry, Ronya replied. If you were Slytherin, the entirety of Gryffindor would loathe you. Would you despise me as well? Harry inquired. Ronya fell silent, and Hermione interjected, Of course not. She would follow you to Slytherin. Flushing, Ronya exclaimed, How could that be possible? I'm nothing like Ginny. Hermione promptly shifted the topic. The Polyjuice potion will soon be ready. We can seek out Malfoy at any moment. At last, the term concluded, and a profound silence, as thick as the snow blanketing the ground, enveloped the entire castle. Harry did not feel weighed down by the stillness. Rather, he found solace in it, and the prospect of spending an entire day in the library filled him with joy. Fred, George, and Ginny ultimately decided to remain at school instead of accompanying the Weasley parents to visit Bill in Egypt. Percy stayed behind, believing it his duty to support the teacher's work. On Christmas morning, the air was crisp and the surroundings blanketed in white. In the dormitory, Harry found himself alone, having been awakened early by Hermione and Ronya, dressed in casual attire and holding gifts for him. They urged, Wake up, as Hermione flung open the curtains. Hermione, you shouldn't be here, Harry protested, shielding his eyes from the sudden light. Merry Christmas, Ronya chirped, tossing a gift at him. We've been awake for nearly an hour and added some lacewing flies to the potion. It's ready now. Harry sat up, instantly alert, aware of Ronya's proficiency in potion making. He inquired, "Can you be certain?" "Absolutely," was Hermione's response as she settled beside Harry's four-poster bed. "If we are to act, I believe it should be tonight." Just then, Hestia swooped into the room, clutching a tiny package in her beak. "Hello," Harry exclaimed joyfully as Hestia landed on his bed. "Did Aunt Petunia send you?" She gently nibbled at Harry's ear before taking flight. Inside the small package were a pair of earplugs and a note that read, "Do not heed the misguided words of others." Harry received other Christmas gifts that were far more meaningful. Hagrid bestowed upon him a large bag of toffee, which Harry decided to roast by the fire until it softened. Ron gifted him a book titled Flying with the Cannon Team, detailing the latest happenings of her beloved Quidditch team. Hermione presented him with an exquisite eagle feather quill. As Harry unwrapped the final package, he discovered a brand new hand-knit sweater from Mrs. Weasley, accompanied by a substantial fruitcake. "My apologies, Mrs. Weasley, for being unable to prevent your daughter from once again contravening school rules," Harry silently lamented. During the Christmas feast at Hogwarts, everyone indulged in the sumptuous fare. The Great Hall appeared magnificent, adorned with numerous Christmas trees glistening with silver frost, and thick garlands of mistletoe and holly crisscrossing the ceiling, while magical snow, warm and dry, gently descended from above. The number of students was sparse, with barely 10 from each house remaining at school for the holidays. Harry and Ronya had just finished their third serving of Christmas pudding, while Navi had only completed her second. When Hermione led them out of the hall to execute their plans for the evening, "We still need some items from the individuals we wish to transform," Hermione remarked casually, as if dispatching them to the supermarket for laundry detergent. "It would be ideal if you could procure something from Crabbe and Goyle. They are Malfoy's minions. We must ensure that the real Crabbe and Goyle do not interrupt when we interrogate Malfoy. I have meticulously orchestrated everything." She spoke in one breath, disregarding the astonished expressions on Harry, Ronya, and Navi's faces. She held up 2 pieces of chocolate cake. "I have infused these with a standard sleeping potion. You merely need to ensure that Crabbe and Goyle discover them. You know how greedy they are. They will undoubtedly devour the cake. Once they are asleep, we will pluck several strands of their hair and conceal them in the broom cupboard." As Ronya and Navi began to share in the excitement, Harry made one last attempt. "Hermione, this could lead to grave consequences. I do not believe, however." The resolute glint in Hermione's eyes bore a striking resemblance to Professor McGonagall's at times. "Oh, very well," Harry conceded. "You two transform. And then Navi will wear the invisibility cloak to assist the 3 of us." Hermione cheerfully retrieved a small vial from her pocket, displaying a strand of hair within. "I plucked a hair from Malfoy during the dueling club. Navi can transform into Malfoy and don the invisibility cloak for double assurance." They split up, with Hermione and Navi hastily heading to inspect the polyjuice potion, while Ronya, wearing an expression of impending doom, took Harry to ambush Crabbe and Goyle. To Harry's astonishment, the first phase of their operation proceeded remarkably smoothly, just as Hermione had predicted. After partaking in Christmas tea, they stealthily crept into the deserted entrance hall, waiting for Crabbe and Goyle, who remained alone at the Slytherin table, voraciously consuming their 4th muffin. Harry placed the chocolate cake on the railing, and, upon seeing Crabbe and Goyle exit the hall, he and Ronya hurriedly concealed themselves behind a suit of armor beside the front door. Crabbe joyfully pointed out the cake to Goyle, then seized it with enthusiasm, both grinning widely as they stuffed the entire cake into their mouths. The 2 greedily chewed, their expressions exuding satisfaction. Then, without any noticeable change in their demeanor, they suddenly toppled backward, collapsing onto the floor. Harry immediately rushed out to carry the 2 individuals back, while Ronya took charge of opening the broom cupboard at the hall's end to create some space. Moments later, the 2 unconscious figures were securely nestled between the mop and the bucket. Harry and Ronya each collected a lock of hair from Goyle and Crabbe, subsequently removing their shoes, as Hermione and Ronya's own footwear could not accommodate the large feet of Crabbe and Goyle. The 2 then swiftly made their way to Myrtle's weeping lavatory. Inside the small cubicle, Hermione was still stirring the cauldron, from which thick plumes of black smoke were billowing forth. Harry showed her Goyle's hair. "Very well. I managed to pilfer these change of clothes from the laundry," Hermione remarked, lifting a small cloth bag. "After we transformed into Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy, our original garments became unwearable." Harry approached the cauldron, where the potion appeared as a dark, viscous sludge, languidly bubbling. It resembled the description in the formula he had stealthily procured. Hermione anxiously flipped through the now stained parchment containing the recipe, contemplating the effects after consuming it. We would have a full hour before reverting to our former selves, though vigorous activity might shorten that duration. Surely, we wouldn't engage in any strenuous exertion, would we? What should we do now? Ronya inquired in a hushed tone. Divide the potion into 3 cups, then add the hair, Hermione instructed, using a long-handled spoon to scoop generous amounts of potion into each glass. Her hands trembled as she poured the hair of Dinacon Malfoy into the first glass. The potion erupted with a sound akin to boiling water, frothing energetically. In a mere second, it transformed into a champagne-like pale gold. Oh, Dinacon Malfoy's essence, Ronan remarked disdainfully, eyeing it with skepticism. It looks appealing, but I suspect it must taste dreadful. All right, let's add our hair, Hermione said as she handed the glass to Navi. Harry tossed Goyle's hair into the central cup, while Ronya placed Crabbe's hair into the final vessel. Both cups hissed and bubbled. Goyle's transformed into a muddy yellow, and Crabbe's morphed into a dark, murky brown. Ronya and Hermione reached for their respective cups. Wait, Harry interjected. Hermione just mentioned that after the transformation, we won't fit into our current attire. That makes sense, Ronya replied. Stepping out of the small cubicle, let's each take a cubicle. Once all 3 had entered their separate spaces, Harry stood outside, hearing the rustling of clothing being removed from within. Shortly thereafter, Hermione called out, "Are we ready?" "Ready," came the voices of Ronya and Navi. 1, 2, 3. Pained groans and the sound of bodies colliding with the partitioned walls and toilet emerged from the cubicles. Sudden and fleeting. In an instant, all sounds ceased. A floral fragrance wafted through the restroom. "Are you two all right?" Goyle's gravelly voice emanated from Hermione's cubicle. "I'm fine," came Crabbe's murmured reply from Ronya's space. Hermione and Ronya opened their doors and stood before the cracked mirror. "This is unbelievable," Ronya exclaimed, stepping up to the mirror and poking Crabbe's flattened nose in disbelief. "We should hurry," Hermione urged, loosening the hair tie that bound Goyle's hair. "We still need to figure out where the Slytherin common room is. I truly hope we can find someone to accompany us." Ronya knocked impatiently on Navi's door. "Hurry up. We need to leave." A sharp female voice responded. "I really don't want to come out. You all go ahead." "Navi, we understand that becoming Malfoy is uncomfortable, but we are transforming into something even less appealing. You at least. No, truly, you must come out, both of you." Hermione gazed at Ronya, her expression one of confusion, while Ronya boasted, "This is quite reminiscent of Goyle." "Navi, are you all right?" Harry inquired through the door. A faint scream erupted. "Ah, Harry." "Yes, you all go ahead. Let Harry assist me." Hermione glanced at her watch. Their precious 60 minutes had already slipped by 5. "We still need someone to back us up, Harry," she stated. "If Navi cannot join us, it will be solely up to you." With that, Hermione and Ronya cautiously opened the restroom door, glanced around, and set off. Once the other 2 had departed, Harry called through the door to Navi. "What is happening? Your voice doesn't sound like Dinacon's." Navi responded from within, "I'm fine." "Really?" Harry sighed. Nawe replied, "I'm fine. This has happened a few times before." "Harry, how many times? Is this your first experience with the compound tincture?" "Navi, indeed, it is my first time. What I meant to say is that a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed from the room, and it was disastrous. Then came the sound of a woman weeping. After a brief moment, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a face somewhat reminiscent of Navi's, yet sharpened and devoid of its former softness. Alongside this visage, her bare shoulders and collarbone emerged, showcasing a delicate vulnerability. "I've ruined the garment you gave me," she lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. "Could you possibly mend it?" she inquired, extending a crumpled piece of clothing towards me. "Harry, Navi, have you transformed into your sister?" He then took the clothes. Navi shook her head while closing the door. "This is the result of the conflict between the potion and the magic within me." Harry unfolded the garment, revealing a sweater that was perfectly tailored to match Dana's physique. However, it bore a significant tear at the chest. After a moment of contemplation, Harry measured the size of the rip with his fingers, cutting a section from under the armpit downward, and then skillfully stitched the chest area back together before handing it back over the small room's door. After a short while, Navi timidly opened the door and stepped out, stating, "I still feel incapable of executing Hermione's plan. Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, Harry." Navi was adorned in her usual floral dress, yet it now revealed a considerable expanse of thigh, as the hem had risen higher than usual. Her complexion appeared markedly paler, and she stood barefoot on the floor. While the front of the sweater concealed her modesty, the opening at the side near her armpit seemed stretched to the brink of further tearing, leaving the white curve of her side disturbingly exposed. Harry silently assessed the situation, realizing he had underestimated her upper figure, and then said, I shall go. You remain here and do not venture outside. I will return here to meet you once I have assisted them. Harry donned his invisibility cloak and exited the washroom. As he stealthily made his way into the Slytherin common room, he discovered Goyle, Crabbe, and Malfoy seated around a round table. Goyle and Crabbe appeared rather apprehensive, while Draco Malfoy sported a contented smile, gesturing towards the glasses on the table and saying, Come now, indulge in this delightful mocktail. It is your favorite, is it not? Rest assured, there is not a drop of real alcohol in it. Oh, what am I saying? Of course, you are aware of that, right? Crabbe, known as Ronnie, hesitated for a moment before lifting his glass and gulping it down. Goyle, or rather Hermione, raised her glass, pausing briefly. Draco, would you care to join us? Draco chuckled, covering his mouth. Oh no, I prefer something much stronger. She produced a glass bottle and handed it to Hermione. This is the latest shipment, in celebration of Christmas. I had my father procure it for me. Harry could not discern the words inscribed on the bottle. He only observed Hermione, after placing it down, guzzling the juice from her glass. Excellent. Delightful. Danicon filled another glass to the brim, rose to her feet, and raised it high, proclaiming, Merry Christmas, before downing its contents in one swift motion. She then sank onto the sofa, deeply ensconced, her feet elevated above the table, her skirt hiked up, revealing the garter between her stockings and undergarments, remaining seated for quite some time. Ronya exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione, questioning her silently. Was she? Suddenly, Danicon sat upright, her demeanor grave. I am not inebriated. I am aware that you have numerous inquiries. Please, go ahead. Hermione immediately spoke. You must have some knowledge regarding the Chamber of Secrets, correct? Danicon grasped Hermione's hand gently, massaging it. I do not know. You have already posed this question to me many times, Goyle. Ronya subtly shifted back, concealing her hands behind her, then inquired, What of the rumors? The speculations? Surely, you cannot possess no thoughts on the matter? Danicon turned her attention to Ronya, one hand releasing Hermione's, inadvertently brushing against Ronya's thigh. It was my father. It must be him. Do you have any evidence? Hermione pressed, grasping Danicon's hand with urgency. Danicon withdrew her hand, re-seizing Hermione's, squeezing it. Seizing the opportunity, Ronya discreetly shifted her position, sitting further back. No, dear Goyle, none at all. Danicon continued to massage Hermione's hand, murmuring, her other hand gently caressing Hermione's forehead. Not a shred. Yet, it unequivocally must be him. After all, he is my father. Even if I were to obtain evidence. Danicon abruptly stood, sniffing towards Harry. I cannot endure this any longer. I need to expel this substance swiftly. It is unbearable. I can not only see him, touch him, but I can even smell him. The reaction is imminent. She took a few steps forward, then halted, turning back to gaze at Hermione and Ronya with a conflicted expression, gradually revealing a tender smile, before taking each of their hands. My darling little ones, come and give me a back rub. Let us converse about something delightful. The three departed the common room, ascending towards the girls' dormitory. As Harry observed their disappearance down the corridor, he immediately approached the round table, picking up Danicon's small bottle to inspect it. The surface was densely inscribed with tiny letters. Oh no, I am surrounded by handsome men. A perfect blend of muggle ingenuity and wizarding potions. Instantly enveloped by your ideal male counterpart. Principle of visual illusion. Prohibited for certain demographics. Withdrawal reaction. Harry dropped the bottle as if scalded by fire, then repeatedly rubbed his hand on his robe where he had grasped the bottle. Harry waited in the common room for an extended period, and after half an hour, Hermione and Ronya had yet to descend. After much hesitation, he finally ascended the staircase leading to the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Locating the trio was not particularly challenging. The hallway echoed with their light-hearted laughter. Following the sound, Harry soon found himself standing before the door of the girls' bath. Inside, the splashing of water mingled with bursts of laughter, occasionally punctuated by shrill screams. Enough already. I'm done. Crabbe, scrub my back. Danicon commanded after a particularly loud shriek. Shortly thereafter, she issued another directive, Goyle. Your turn to scrub my back. An hour had nearly elapsed. Harry discreetly extended his wrist from beneath the invisibility cloak to check the time. Reluctantly, he stepped through the door to the bath, maneuvering around the screen. Enveloped in mist, three pale figures were submerged in the water, although the outlines were indistinct. Hermione and Ronya's skin tones and hair colors were unmistakably devoid of Goyle and Crabbe's characteristics. Taking advantage of Danicon's back being turned, while Ronya idly surveyed her surroundings, Harry extended his watch-clad hand from the cloak, angling the dial towards Ronya in an effort to capture her attention. Ronya emitted a short, startled scream. Instantly, Harry retracted his hand and swiftly exited the bathing chamber. "What is the matter?" Danacon's voice called out. "Goyle, we have homework to do." "Now." "Immediately." "Homework," Ronya responded. A flurry of water sounds followed, succeeded by the rustling of clothing from the wardrobe. The two emerged from the bath clad in ill-fitting garments, still radiating the warmth of dampness. Ronya halted Hermione, gently inquiring into the air. "Harry?" The invisibility cloak immediately enveloped them both. The trio huddled closely together, and Harry felt the occasional inadvertent touches from behind. He silently adjusted his position, allowing Ronya to move in front of him. They cautiously advanced in their concealed state, and before reaching the staircase, they observed Dana-Con emerging from the bath, wrapped in a towel, casting a glance around the empty hallway before retreating once more. "Thank goodness. It wasn't a complete waste of time," Ronya panted, shutting the restroom door. "I can write to my dad and see if he can uncover anything." Hermione inspected her face in the cracked mirror and asked, "Ronya, do you recall how long we had been restored?" Ronya shook her head. "I don't know. I only remember seeing Crabbe in the mirror when we entered." Hermione shot her a glance, but quickly added, "Fortunately, you remembered when the time was up." Ronya glanced at Harry and remarked, "Yes, it just suddenly came to me." She then dashed to the door of Nawi's room and knocked heavily. "Nawi, come out quickly. We have so much to tell you." Harry remarked, "Navi may not be in a position to meet you at the moment." As the door swung open, a more intense fragrance of blossoms wafted forth. Navi emerged, standing tall and proud. Hermione and Ronya gazed at her in astonishment. "What is happening?" Ronya inquired. "Surely you must have returned to your normal self by now. Wasn't that not the hair of Dana-Con?" Hermione found herself engulfed in self-doubt. "You are all my dearest friends," Navi stated, her chest quivering slightly as she turned, nearly spilling out of her sweater. "Harry is already aware of my secret, so I have resolved to share it with you as well. I am Navi, the Navi of extraordinary circumstances." Ronya observed Navi, whose expression was resolute and proud, her visage radiant and mature, standing barefoot yet taller than herself. The ordinary sweater stretched to reveal her waist, and in an attempt to conceal her midriff, she had hiked her skirt to form a fitted silhouette, softly murmuring a plaintive cry. "No?" Chapter 13. The confidential diary. Navi returned to her former self before dinner that day, yet for many days thereafter, Ronya steadfastly refused to allow Navi near Harry. It was not until after the Christmas holiday, when the new term commenced and they resumed one-on-one tutoring while doing their homework, that Navi and Harry found themselves seated together once more. Navi. The environment and cultivation methods of herb growth are intrinsically linked to the application of these herbs in potion making. Harry jabbed at Navi's parchment for potion class, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "You are fully aware of the process for cultivating mandrake. Why then did you write that mandrake can be used directly in its fully active state?" Navi replied, "I forgot." Harry, rewrite it. Navi, why should I? I have no fondness for Snape. Harry, whether you like Snape or not, one must acquire knowledge. Navi, I shall not partake in learning. Harry gritted his teeth, his frustration bubbling to the surface as he turned to Ron and Hermione, who hastily averted their gazes. On their way back to the tower from the library, the four of them passed by the restroom on the third floor. A vast expanse of water spread across half the corridor, evidently seeping continuously from beneath the door of Moaning Myrtle's restroom, her wails echoing against the tiled walls. "What has happened to her this time?" Ron inquired. "Let us go and see," Harry suggested, expertly navigating through the puddles as he pushed open the door marked with a malfunction sign and stepped inside. The sound of Moaning Myrtle's sobs was even louder and more heart-wrenching than before, in almost unbelievable intensity. She seemed to be hiding in her usual refuge, the toilet. The restroom was dimly lit, the candles extinguished by the torrent of water, with the walls and floor drenched. "What is the matter, Myrtle?" Harry asked. "Who are you?" Myrtle replied in a mournful tone. "Are you going to throw something at me again?" Harry cleared his throat, proclaiming himself to be the savior who vanquished Voldemort, the boy who lived through great peril, a unique student marked by a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. "Enough," Myrtle shouted, bursting forth as she unleashed an even greater torrent of water, splashing onto the already soaked floor. "I do not welcome such a crowd here." Harry waded through the water towards her room and inquired, "So who struck you? And with what?" "I don't know. I was merely seated on the toilet seat, contemplating death, when that book suddenly fell from my head." Myrtle glared at them fiercely and declared, "It's right there, completely ruined by the water." Following Myrtle's, the group glanced towards the bottom of the sink, and beheld a thin little book lying on the ground. Its tattered black cover, like everything else in the restroom, was utterly soaked. Harry stepped forward, intending to retrieve the book, but Ronia abruptly extended an arm to restrain him. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "It might be something problematic." Ronia replied. "I see," Harry said, drawing his wand and casting the levitation charm on the little book, attempting to lift it from a distance, yet it barely budged. "See, it indeed poses a problem," Ronia exclaimed. "It has magical resistance." Hermione interjected. "Notify Professor McGonagall," Nevia suggested, "or perhaps call Filch. It could very well be this little book that petrified his cat, and cleaning up such matters is ostensibly his responsibility." Harry suggested, "Very well, let us divide our tasks. Hermione, you shall inform Professor McGonagall, while Nia will alert Filch. Meanwhile, Ronia and I will remain here to guard against anyone attempting to seize this book. Or in the event it should unexpectedly take flight, or should the individual who discarded it suddenly reconsider and return to reclaim it." In early February, the sun began to cast its faint light upon Hogwarts once more. Within the castle, a sense of optimism began to permeate the atmosphere. Since the petrification of Justin and nearly headless Nick, no further attacks had transpired. Madame Pomfrey joyfully reported that the Mandricks had become less temperamental and silent, indicating their swift departure from infancy. Once their pustules faded, they could be replanted anew. One afternoon, Harry overheard her gently speaking to Filch, stating that before long, they would be ready to sever them and simmer them over the fire. "Your Madame Pomfrey will return shortly," she added. Harry pondered whether this was indeed connected to the little book. On February 14th, Harry rose a tad late, arriving alone in the Great Hall for breakfast. A snowy owl swooped down, delivering an envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered a Valentine-esque card that read, "I hope you belong to me. The valiant conqueror of the Dark Lord." Suddenly, Denokin appeared behind Harry and snatched the card away. "Oh, how shameless," she exclaimed. Glancing at the card's contents before drawing out the words in a teasing tone, "It bears no signature." "Harry, can you guess who penned this?" Harry earnestly remarked. "My first reaction is that you wrote it." Without uttering a word, Dina Kong hurled the card back at Harry's face and stomped away in her little shoes. Ginny rushed to Harry's side, picked up the card, and returned it to him. "Thank you," Harry expressed with a smile, while Ginny, her cheeks flushed, ran off without replying. Recently, it seemed Ginny had completely recovered from her illness, yet her demeanor appeared to have reverted to the state he had first encountered her in. Turning around, Harry noticed Professor McGonagall standing beside him with a grave expression. "Come with me, Mr. Potter. Class is about to start, Professor McGonagall. The headmaster is waiting for you, Mr. Potter." In the headmaster's office, besides Dumbledore, there were Snape and Hagrid. Snape stood facing the window, arms crossed, not bothering to turn as Harry entered. Hagrid wore a furrowed brow, giving a brief wave without uttering a word. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, on which lay the small black book that Harry and his friends had discovered some time ago. Of course, the book now appeared quite dry. "Please take a seat." "Harry Potter," Dumbledore gestured towards the chair opposite him at the desk. After Harry Potter took a seat, Dumbledore briefly elucidated the situation they had uncovered and the challenges they faced. This diary was left behind by the Dark Lord. It evidently harbored concealed spells and mechanisms, yet no one, including Dumbledore himself, had been able to decipher them. The ink written upon its pages would be absorbed by the paper. Dumbledore surmised that each individual's writing would simultaneously be subjected to the scrutiny of this diary. It selectively chose its users. Those with excessive magical power or unwavering will would be bypassed. Dumbledore asserted that only those he deemed susceptible could elicit a response from it. "Then I may not be of any assistance," Harry interjected. "No, you are the only one who can. We cannot realistically seek out a weak and helpless student for this experiment, but you can. The magic you carry, your very lineage, will render the Dark Lord's mechanisms ineffective and nullify the diary scanning. You, Harry Potter." Dumbledore opened the book, pushing it towards Harry, while simultaneously retrieving an ink-dipped quill and presenting it to him, declaring, "Only you." Harry took the quill, and a drop of ink fell onto the first page of his diary. The ink shimmered vividly on the paper for a fleeting moment before it seemed to be absorbed by the page, vanishing without a trace. As Harry set quill to parchment, a slight sting emerged on his forehead, yet it invigorated him. He inscribed, "I am the Savior, Harry Potter." The words shimmered momentarily on the paper before being absorbed, leaving no trace. Then, unexpectedly, new text began to seep forth, composed in the very ink he had used. "Greetings, Savior Harry Potter. I am Tom Riddle. How did you come upon my diary? Professor McGonagall and Hagrid had circled around Harry as he wrote, and now, upon witnessing the emerging script, McGonagall gasped. While Hagrid erupted in curses, Snape approached, exchanging glances with Dumbledore. Do you still wish to impede me, Severus? Dumbledore inquired. Receiving no reply from Snape, he turned to Harry, urging him to write. Where's the Chamber of Secrets? Where's the Chamber of Secrets? Harry hastily penned. The previous line of text swiftly vanished, replaced by an extensive passage. I certainly know about the chamber. When I was in my 5th year, it was opened, and the headmaster forbade me from revealing the truth. Such occurrences can happen again. The monster still lives, and the one capable of releasing it remains unconfined. Professor McGonagall quietly read aloud the words reflected in the diary. Hagrid, still cursing, stomped away. Dumbledore scrutinized the diary and its inscriptions, reading as swiftly as Professor McGonagall. All of this is true, yet utterly misleading. A quintessential Voldemort tactic. Dumbledore remarked, to which McGonagall nodded. Hurry, right? How do I open the Chamber of Secrets? Harry urged. How do I open the Chamber of Secrets? He scribbled in response. If you wish, I can guide you to see, the diary replied. You need not read my words. I can immerse you in my memories. Enough. Snape interjected suddenly. Dumbledore gestured for him to remain silent, and then instructed Harry to write. Very well. Harry paused momentarily before swiftly inscribing 2 words. All right. The pages of the diary rustled as they flipped to a specific entry from mid-June, and then Harry plunged his head onto the diary, succumbing to unconsciousness. At the moment Harry fell towards the diary, Dumbledore rose and raised his wand. Beams of light simultaneously emanated from Harry Potter's tightly shut eyes and ears, converging in the air to form a floating screen depicting a scene reminiscent of the current headmaster's office. Yet it was the headmaster's office from 50 years prior. Dumbledore used one hand to guide the screen into the center of the room with his wand, ensuring that everyone could see, while his other hand continued to gesture, sending forth beams of light from Harry's chest and crown, transforming into smaller screens pulsating with rhythmic waveforms, which settled beside Dumbledore. He is safe. Trust me, Severus, Dumbledore proclaimed, gesturing for everyone to observe the grand screen. A vividly realistic drama unfolded upon the large display. In this portrayal, Tom Riddle appeared as a conscientious student, deeply concerned for his peers and the school's reputation. He stumbled upon a perilous giant spider, secretly nurtured by the foolish Hagrid in an unknown chamber, and surmised that the recent fatalities were the spider's doing. However, Hagrid not only refused to surrender the spider, but also resorted to violence against the gentle and innocent Tom Riddle. Once the drama on the screen concluded, Harry stirred, humming as he awakened. Harry, listen to me. What Tom Riddle said, and there is nothing but deceitful nonsense. Hagrid was the first to rush to Harry, grasping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. I know. Harry quickly interjected. You'll break my neck. Hagrid finally released his grip. Dumbledore closed the diary and returned it to his possession. Upon witnessing this, Harry returned the quill to the nearby inkpot and said to Dumbledore, I just saw it. Dumbledore replied, We have seen it as well. Harry, well, what now? Dumbledore sighed. The room housing the spiders is not the true Chamber of Secrets. The spiders are also unrelated to the recent events. I must ponder further on how to elicit the truth. Harry, is there going to be a next time? Dumbledore, if deemed necessary. Now, Harry, you should return and rest. You may attend class if you wish, but do not overexert yourself. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to seek assistance from the 4 individuals within this room, Severus Snape, Minerva McGonagall, Rubeus Hagrid, and myself. Harry reflected on this, concluding that it seemed rather few individuals he could trust in this school. Chapter 14. Cornelius Fudge. As Harry contemplated how to subtly disclose his involvement in the investigation of Voldemort's diary to his close friends, the Easter holidays arrived. Second-year students were to select their courses for third year, a matter that, at least in Hermione's view, required careful consideration. This will affect our entire future, she stated. At that moment, they were all diligently studying the new course list, making notes upon it. I simply wish to forego the defense against the dark arts class, Harry remarked. That is out of the question, Ron replied despondently. We must take the original subjects, or else I would have discarded potions long ago. Numerous witches and wizards from the Longbottom household inundated Neville with letters, offering a plethora of differing advice regarding course selection. Neville felt overwhelmed and anxious. He had intended to choose the same courses as Harry, but upon discovering that Harry and Hermione had signed up for every subject, he sought to consult with Ron about their selections, fostering a spirit of camaraderie. when Dumbledore once again summoned Professor McGonagall to escort Harry to the headmaster's office. Harry anticipated a second investigation of the diary. However, in addition to the 4 familiar faculty members, a stranger was present in the office, short and stout, with disheveled gray hair and an anxious expression upon his face. His attire was a peculiar mishmash, a pinstriped suit, a vivid red tie, a black long cloak, and purple-pointed boots. He clutched a dark green top hat under his arm. Harry had encountered him in the Daily Prophet. It was Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. Harry approached with a smile, extending his hand towards Fudge. "Good day, Minister Fudge. Would you like me to introduce myself?" Fudge reciprocated the gesture, shaking Harry's hand briefly. "Oh, Mr. Harry Potter. I have heard of your invaluable contributions during the recent attack from Professor Dumbledore. Your bravery is commendable." He then shot a reproachful glance at Dumbledore. "Well, now that everyone is present, Cornelius, please proceed," Dumbledore stated. "This is quite dire, Hagrid," Fudge remarked in a crisp, rapid tone. "It is indeed unfortunate that we must convene. 3 attacks have occurred, and the Ministry must take action. Your prior record does not bode well for you." Hagrid looked towards Dumbledore, as did Harry, both astonished. While Dumbledore frowned at Fudge. "Albus," Fudge said awkwardly. "You see, the Ministry's credibility is still in tatters. Failing to respond to such incidents does nothing to uphold our reputation." Dumbledore replied, "I have made arrangements. Officially, it will be a transfer to Azkaban, but in reality, he will remain at the Ministry for the time being." Fudge fiddled with his top hat. "If it turns out that Hagrid is innocent, which I personally believe he is, we will publicly maintain a stance of protecting witnesses. In any case, the Ministry is taking action." Suddenly, there was a heavy knock at the door. Everyone expressed surprise, except for Dumbledore. The door swung open, revealing Mr. Lucius Malfoy, who strode into the headmaster's office, enveloped in a long, dark travel cloak and wearing a cold, self-satisfied smile. His expression brightened upon catching sight of Harry. "You've arrived, Fudge," he said with satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent. What brings you to me, Lucius?" Dumbledore inquired politely. "The situation is utterly dire, Dumbledore," Malfoy drawled lazily, producing a lengthy scroll of parchment. "The board believes it is time for you to step down. This is a temporary suspension order, and you will see the signatures of all 12 board members here." Fudge twirled his hat rapidly, responding with equal speed, "Lucius, the Ministry wishes for Dumbledore to continue as headmaster of Hogwarts. Appointments or suspensions of the headmaster are matters for the board, Fudge," Malfoy replied in a steady tone. And since Dumbledore has failed to prevent these attacks, a sly smile crept onto his face. Dumbledore regarded Lucius Malfoy. "If the board wishes for me to depart, Lucius, I shall certainly relinquish my position." Harry felt a profound sense of estrangement from the events unfolding before him. Dumbledore, the most formidable wizard he had ever heard of, was now being manipulated by Malfoy. Fudge stammered, his emotions commendable. "We shall all miss you," Malfoy declared, bowing slightly, before striding towards the door of the headmaster's office, opening it and bowing to escort Dumbledore out. Snape and Professor McGonagall followed closely behind, with Harry trailing after McGonagall. Fudge fiddled with his top hat, awaiting Hagrid's approach. As Hagrid exited behind Harry and stepped onto the descending spiral staircase, he suddenly remarked, almost to himself, "If anyone seeks something, they need only follow the spiders to find the right path." That is all I shall say. The next Quidditch match for Gryffindor was against Hufflepuff. Although Harry was ostensibly a key player on the Quidditch team, he never participated in practices, instead spending his time immersed in the library. In the past, he found joy in reading alone in the library, but now, even in solitude, undisturbed, he could not concentrate on any book. On the eve of the Saturday match, temporary headmistress McGonagall found Harry in the library to inform him that Riddle's diary had gone missing, and he felt no surprise at all. Only those who can enter the headmaster's office could have stolen it. Indeed, no one else knows the password, McGonagall stated. Thus, the suspects include you, me, Professor Snape, and board members, such as Mr. Malfoy. Yes, the list of suspects is quite extensive. This theft is unlikely to progress, McGonagall replied curtly. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with a pleasant breeze wafting through the air, ideal weather for a Quidditch match. At the Gryffindor table, Wood animatedly spoke as he served generous portions of scrambled eggs to each team member, urging, "Harry, perk up. You need a hearty breakfast." Ron, Hermione, and Neville sat a bit farther from Harry. In recent days, Harry had consistently found excuses to be alone, leaving them uncertain how to engage him in conversation. However, this morning, Hermione approached him directly. "Harry, do you have a moment?" Harry rose to his feet, refraining from providing a direct response to Hermione. Instead, he approached the other two and gestured for them to follow him. Together, the four of them departed the Great Hall, making their way towards Gryffindor Tower. Harry, you are all aware of Dumbledore's temporary departure from the school, are you not? Hermione, I have heard it is to cooperate with the investigation into the petrification incidents. But hasn't that matter already passed? Harry, yes and no. It had already passed. We discovered Riddle's diary. Hermione, Ron, and Lavinia. Who? Harry, the Diary of the Dark Lord, which he had during his time at Hogwarts, is actually the very book we discovered in Myrtle's bathroom that day. A collective gasp arose from the crowd, and Hermione pressed on. Who do you mean by you? It was I, Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Hagrid. We are convinced that this incident regarding the Chamber of Secrets is indeed linked to that diary. We believe that if we can control the diary, there will be no further attacks, and we are prepared to delve deeper into the investigation. Ronnie raised a question, and then Dumbledore was suspended for inquiry? How peculiar. Harry, indeed, the timing is rather peculiar. Following Dumbledore's suspension, the diary was stolen. Professor McGonagall and I suspect it was the work of Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy, the father of Draco. The three individuals trailing behind Harry took a few moments to digest this revelation, erupting into a cacophony of voices. The attacks are surely about to commence. It must be him. Perhaps Draco could assist. The last voice was Ronya S., but upon seeing Navi's expression, she quickly retracted her statement, saying never mind. A voice emanated from the walls, capturing Harry's attention. This time, let me tear, let me rip, he shouted, causing Ronya and Hermione to leap in terror to the side, while Navi plopped down onto the ground. That voice, Harry exclaimed, turning to look back. I just heard it again. Suddenly, Hermione slapped her forehead. Harry, I've just realized something. I must go to the library. She hurried away, heading upstairs. What did she understand? Harry anxiously pondered. But he had no time to follow Hermione. Instead, he chose to pursue the serpentine voice from the wall. If it intends to kill, it must emerge from the wall, he thought, determined to find the point of its emergence and trace it back to its lair. Ronya, Navi, please help me request a leave from Wood. I cannot participate in the Quidditch match, Harry shouted as he raced towards the direction from which the voice had glided. Harry ran along the wall, straining to listen, hoping to capture that elusive sound once more. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The crowd ebbed and flowed, with some grumbling about the cancellation of the match. But Harry paid them little heed. It was not until Ronya found him that his attention was diverted. Harry, I've finally located you. Professor McGonagall informed me first. It's Hermione, Ronya exclaimed as she led Harry back to the infirmary. Nawi was already present, as was Professor McGonagall. Madame Pomfrey was bent over a sixth-year student with long, curly hair, situated in the adjacent bed. Hermione, Harry cried out. Hermione lay there motionless, her eyes wide open and vacant. They were discovered near the library, Professor McGonagall remarked, raising a small round mirror found on the floor beside them. Uncertain if it was connected to the attack, Harry fixed his gaze intently on Hermione. Would it have been better had he acted alongside her at that moment? Would matters have improved had he taken a more proactive approach after Dumbledore's suspension? Yet, there is no room for what if. He would next seek out Hestia, then Snape, followed by Dean, and he would also pursue the spider mentioned by Hagrid. Harry resolved that Hermione must not perish. Chapter 15. Aragog. All students are required to return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening. No student is permitted to leave the dormitory after this hour. Each class is accompanied by a teacher. Under no circumstances may a student utilize the lavatory without the presence of a teacher. All Quidditch practices and matches have been postponed. No activity shall take place in the evening. The Gryffindor students huddled in the common room, silently listening to Professor McGonagall. Likewise, students from other houses were informed of the same by their respective heads. Fear spread among the students with unprecedented rapidity. It is not your fault about Hermione, Harry, Ron gently remarked. Neville quietly grasped Harry's sleeve without uttering a word. Impulsiveness served no purpose. Harry smiled at Ron. I believe I have come to understand that the Chamber of Secrets and the monster are merely components of a larger plan. This is not a matter that can be resolved through force. I intend, Harry paused, to seek assistance. Who could possibly help now? Ron inquired hastily. Many could. But foremost among them is my guardian, Petunia Dursley. Ron immediately recalled who it was, her face flushing slightly, and she vigorously shook her head, casting aside any extraneous thoughts. Harry continued, and Petunia is quite familiar with Dumbledore. She is the most knowledgeable person I know, and I should have informed her about the school matters long ago. With a sigh, he quickly regained his spirits. Tonight, I shall venture to the Ollery cloaked in invisibility to seek out Hedwig. The summer night was not particularly tranquil. The sky was clear and radiant. Harry did not take long to reach the Ollery. Hedwig, Hedwig, he softly called as he removed the invisibility cloak just outside the shelter. Hedwig emerged and gracefully landed upon Harry's shoulder. He produced a neatly rolled parchment and handed it to her. This is of utmost urgency. Please deliver it to Aunt Petunia with the utmost haste and promptly return with her reply. By the way, do you have any news? Hedwig tilted her head, inquiring. What news? Harry, recent news regarding events at the school. Hester tilted her head to the other side. What has transpired at the school? Harry shook his head. Dismissing the matter, there was no need for further discussion. Go on now, he urged. Heather swiftly seized the parchment and soared into the sky, vanishing into the night above the forest. Approximately a week later, Harry finally found an opportunity to speak with Snape privately. Following a potions class, Snape was tasked with escorting the entire class to the herbology classroom. Harry cleverly maneuvered himself to the end of the line, allowing Ronya and Navi to position themselves ahead of him, thereby granting him a few moments of undisturbed conversation with Snape at the rear of the procession. Harry, Professor Snape. I require assistance. Snape replied with a stern expression. Mr. Potter, whatever it is you wish to undertake, it is advisable that you refrain from doing so. Harry, I once thought the same when Headmaster Dumbledore was taken away. Yet, the outcome was the disappearance of the diary and Hermione being petrified. Snape, none of this concerns you. Harry, after rescuing Hermione, I shall formally request Headmaster Dumbledore to transfer to Slytherin House. Severus Snape sneered. Dumbledore will not grant that request. Harry, I can be your dueling partner. Severus Snape remained silent, his body tense, his gaze drifting into the distance. Harry, I require a list of students from Slytherin who are suspected of being heirs. I will find a way to investigate each of them individually. Snape interjected. I have already examined every single one. Harry paused momentarily, his eyes darting with urgency as he inquired, which house's students have yet to be thoroughly examined? Gryffindor. Snape replied, his voice low. McGonagall is preoccupied with Fudge and Malfoy, lacking both energy and decisiveness. As for the students of Gryffindor, all those in the third year and above have been scrutinized. Only the first and second years remain. He nodded subtly at Professor Sprout, the esteemed herbology instructor who typically attended to the students. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. A few days later, after realizing it was impossible to find a moment to converse with Dina Khan alone during the daylight hours, Harry donned his invisibility cloak and stealthily infiltrated the Slytherin dormitory. Dina Khan initially appeared to be languidly engaged in a card game with Goyle and Crabbe in the common room, but before 8 o'clock, she ascended the stairs alone to take a shower. Harry, remaining concealed, followed Dina Khan to the bathroom and then to the dormitory. As soon as Dina Khan stepped into the room, he swiftly covered her mouth from behind with one hand, while the other hand intercepted her elbow as she attempted to strike. As soon as Harry released Dean promptly went to lock the door. My father desires to appoint Snape as the headmaster. He may possess some leverage over Snape. Harry, Dean suddenly gasped for breath. You must prevent my father. Harry, has he mentioned anything new to you? About the chamber? The monster? Daphne collapsed onto the bed, tugging at her hair. No, Harry, you don't understand. None of that matters. Even if we capture the monster now, it would only serve to prove that he can resolve the school's crisis without Dumbledore's assistance. Your current efforts to address the chamber's issues would only aid him. He has already triumphed over me. It is over. She trailed off into a murmur. Harry called out to Dina Khan several times, but received no response. He grasped Dina Khan's shoulders firmly and shook him to rouse him. Come on, Dina Khan. Malfoy may not have won yet, but I must thank you for the reminder. I need to seize the moment. I cannot allow this matter to conclude in the manner he desires. Let me ask you once more. Has he revealed any new information recently? Anything you believe could be pertinent? Dina Khan's gaze gradually regained its clarity. Harry, I've thought of something. It's not new. It has always been there. He is never like the Weasley family. Dina Khan's words grew increasingly steady and clear. If he could control the attack, and the situation has not yet reached its conclusion, it is quite possible he is waiting for an opportunity to eliminate a Weasley. In unison, Dina Khan and Harry uttered a name, Ronnie Weasley. Harry immediately shook out the invisibility cloak and draped it over himself. I understand. Thank you, Darnikon. Farewell. Take care. The doorknob of the locked dormitory turned seemingly by itself. Then the door opened and closed once more as if by magic. Harry dashed to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, and by the time he entered Ronya's room, it was already past midnight. Ronya, Navi, and Hermione shared the same dormitory, but now Hermione was residing in the hospital wing, leaving only Ronya and Navi. As Harry entered, the two were reclining on the bed, yet neither had succumbed to slumber. The door creaked open and then softly closed. Navi pulled the blanket up to cover her mouth, revealing only her eyes, which were fixed on the door as she curled up. Ronya sat up, clutching her wand tightly in her hand, which rested on the inner side of the bed. "It's me," Harry said, lifting his invisibility cloak. Both Ronya and Navi exhaled in relief. The Ronya promptly yanked the blanket up to shield her chest, inadvertently exposing her entire lower leg. "I went to find Danikon," Harry continued. Upon hearing Danikon's name, Navi shrank deeper beneath the covers, while he added, "She provided me with some information that I found quite compelling. Ronya, you may very well be the next target of an attack." After a moment of silence, Navi nestled even closer. "Ronya," she said, "I appreciate your concern, Harry. But I must remind you, Harry, from this day forth, you shall accompany me in my endeavors." Ronya, "Oh, so you will be sleeping in Hermione's bed?" "Harry, that is not what I meant." Ronya released her grip on the wand with the hand that was not clutching the blanket and swiftly retrieved a book from the bedside, hurling it at Harry with fervor. This vigorous motion nearly exposed her fair thigh entirely from beneath the covers, compelling her to carefully tug the blanket back over her form to ensure it concealed more of her body, all while striving to avoid revealing any further areas during the process. Harry caught the textbook that was hurled towards his face, bending down gently to place it on the ground as he hurriedly added, "I meant during the day. Tomorrow during the day. I will leave at once. Harry donned the invisibility cloak, opened the door, and upon exiting, he swiftly closed it behind him, only to immediately hear a resounding thud emanating from within. The following day, Harry remained inseparable from Ronya, even accompanying her to the restroom, standing vigil just outside until they returned to the common room after dinner. That evening, "I intend to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid mentioned that the spiders possess knowledge of certain matters, and I must ascertain what it is they know." Ronya and Navi exchanged a glance, and then Ronya inquired of Harry, "Have you been sleeping well during this time?" "Harry, there should be some. Occasionally. I find it a bit difficult to fall asleep. Once this whole affair concludes, I shall certainly make up for the lost rest." Ronya stifled a yawn. Harry immediately yawned. Ronya remarked, "See, I knew it. You are utterly exhausted. Harry, it should be soon. I feel that the answer is right before my eyes." The search for the spiders has been a lengthy endeavor. The diminutive spiders scurry from various corners of Hogwarts towards the Forbidden Forest, their paths difficult to discern. It was not until he followed the tiny spiders far from the beaten path that Harry encountered a slightly larger spider, and as he ventured further, the spiders he found grew in size. When he finally came across a spider as large as a horse, it too noticed him and began to flee. Harry soared through the forest, eventually arriving at a hollow teeming with spiders. The enormous spider that had just fled to this spot began to call out a name, Aragog. Aragog. A spider the size of a small elephant slowly emerged from a hole at the center of the hollow. "What is happening?" Its body and legs were a mottled gray and black, and each of its grotesque eyes, set upon a large, claw-like head, was clouded with a white film. It was blind. "Is it Hagrid?" Aragog inquired, its 8 milky eyes gazing vacantly. "It's a flying man," another spider replied. "Kill him," Aragog ordered. "I wish to sleep." "I am a friend of Hagrid," Harry called out as he lowered his altitude slightly. Aragog hesitated. "Hagrid is in trouble," Harry continued. "At the school. They believe Hagrid has recently released a creature that is harming students. They have taken him away." "Such a reason again," Aragog retorted angrily. "The monster residing within the school is something entirely different." Harry hastily inquired, "What is it? Do you know what the entity harming the students is?" "The creature residing in the castle," Aragog fervently replied. "It is an ancient being that terrifies us spiders. We cannot utter its name, for it may draw its attention." Thus, this was the knowledge the spiders possessed, as Hagrid had indicated. Harry silently contemplated. An ancient being feared by spiders should significantly narrow the investigation's potential avenues. Yet it was still insufficiently swift. "Do you know where its lair is?" Harry asked again. "The entire castle is its lair. It traverses through the walls." The old spider lamented. "It is everywhere. Yet they have only sealed off the bathroom where that girl's body was discovered." Yes, Harry thought, I was not mistaken. The chamber's opening slogan, the petrified cat, the water from the bathroom, the diary, the bathroom, the girl's corpse, all tied to the bathroom. However, as Harry soared higher in thought. He realized he should have deduced this earlier. It was Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Chapter 16. The Chamber of Secrets. So, even if we know that the chamber might be located in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, we cannot resolve the issue? The next morning at breakfast, Ron expressed his frustration. Is it because solving this would credit Lucius Malfoy? During their first Transfiguration class that morning, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom and informed them that the exam would be held on June 1st, a mere week away. Exams? Seamus Finnegan wailed. We still have exams? In light of the current extraordinary circumstances, the school remains open to ensure your education, she stated sternly. Therefore, exams will proceed as usual, and I trust you will all study diligently. The classmates began to chatter among themselves, the room buzzing with noise, which only deepened the furrow in Professor McGonagall's brow and darkened her expression. Professor Dumbledore's directive is to maintain the school's normal operations as much as possible, she continued. This means assessing how much you have learned this year. With only 3 days until the first exam, Professor McGonagall announced another piece of news at breakfast. Professor Sprout has informed me that the mandrakes are finally ready for harvest. Tonight, we shall restore those who have been petrified. Cheers erupted among the students. Ron displayed a smile for the first time in days, exclaiming, Then it doesn't matter if we don't resolve the chamber, she said to Harry when the students finish their exams and leave the campus. All those petrified will be safely revived, and it will be neither through Lucius's efforts nor will anyone be harmed. Perfect, Harry mused. Perhaps this is precisely what Dumbledore hoped for during McGonagall's tenure as acting headmistress. Yet he pondered, could Lucius Malfoy truly have no contingency plans? Before we leave the school, Ron, you must stay by my side at all times. I fear there may be unforeseen developments. Harry observed as Ginny Weasley approached and took a seat beside Ronya. She appeared exceedingly anxious, her demeanor fraught with trepidation. Harry noticed her hands tightly intertwined upon her lap. What's the matter? Ronya inquired brusquely, pouring herself more porridge. Ginny remained silent, her gaze flitting nervously across the Gryffindor table. Speak up, will you? Ronya urged, her eyes fixed on her. I have something to tell you, Ginny murmured, cautiously averting her eyes from Harry. What is it? Harry asked. Ginny seemed at a loss for the right words. What's wrong? Ronya pressed. Ginny parted her lips, but no sound emerged. Leaning closer, Harry lowered his voice to a mere whisper, audible only to Ginny and Ronya. Is it about the Chamber of Secrets? Did you see something? Has anyone been acting strangely? Ginny took a deep breath, poised to speak, when Percy Weasley appeared, looking weary and haggard. Ginny, if you're done, could you vacate your seat? I'm famished after my shift, he said. Ginny leaped up as if her chair had been electrified, casting a panicked glance at Percy before hastily retreating. Percy plopped down, seizing a large cup from the center of the table. Percy, Ronya exclaimed in frustration. She was just about to share something very important with us. Harry sprang to his feet in pursuit of Ginny. She dashed out of the hall, ascended the staircase, and veered into a corridor. Upon reaching the corridor, Harry encountered Professor Lockhart standing directly opposite, in the very direction Ginny had fled. Professor Lockhart, please help me catch Ginny. Yet, Professor Lockhart merely sidestepped, clearing the way. Ginny surged past him, racing up the stairs, and just before Harry could follow, a piercing scream erupted from her lips. The scream abruptly ceased. As Harry ascended the staircase, he found himself once again in the corridor leading to the Myrtle's lavatory, the floor drenched in water. Harry could not perceive Ginny's silhouette. However, beneath the previous passage, a new line of text read, Her bones shall forever remain in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry swiftly turned and seized Lockhart, who was attempting to sneak away, urging him to summon Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Lockhart glanced to the side, muttering, Very well, very well. Harry, you won't go and call, will you? Lockhart sighed, his expression one of pleading as he said, The term is nearing its end, and all I desire is to return home safely. Harry seized Gilderoy Lockhart's collar, urging him to assist directly, and subsequently dragged Lockhart into the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. There, Myrtle, weeping, was perched atop the tank of the innermost toilet. Oh, it's you, she exclaimed upon spotting Harry. What do you want this time? Have you seen Ginny? Or anything else? No. Myrtle was about to dive into the toilet to escape when Harry hurriedly inquired, How did you die? At that moment, Myrtle's entire demeanor shifted, as if no one had ever posed such an honorable question to her. Oh dear, how dreadful, she recounted with delight. It all happened right here. I remember it vividly. I locked the door and was crying inside when I suddenly heard someone enter, a boy's voice speaking. So, I opened the door and told him to go away, to use his own boys' restroom. And then Myrtle puffed out her chest, her face glowing. I died. How did you die? Harry pressed. I don't know, Myrtle replied, her voice dropping to a whisper of mystery. I only remember seeing a pair of enormous, terrifying yellow eyes. It felt as if my entire body was seized. And then I floated away. She gazed dreamily at Harry. But then I returned, just like I am now. Where exactly did you see those eyes? Harry asked. Right about there, Myrtle said, vaguely gesturing towards the sink in front of her. Harry hurriedly approached, while Lockhart stepped aside in a fluster, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. The pool appeared unremarkable. They meticulously examined it, inside and out, top to bottom, leaving no trace of the underlying pipes unchecked. Then, Harry noticed something. On the side of a brass dragon tap, a small serpent was etched. This tap had never dispensed water. Seeing Harry's intention to twist the tap, Lockhart exclaimed with delight, Harry, may I leave? I assure you I will fetch Professor McGonagall, I promise. Open it. Harry spoke to the faucet in Parseltongue. Instantly, the faucet emitted a brilliant white light and began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink began to move as well. They watched as the sink gradually vanished from view, revealing an extraordinarily thick pipe large enough for a person to crawl through. Lockhart gasped in surprise, stepping back as he said, I believe you actually do not need my assistance. You can go down first. Harry replied. Lockhart's face turned pale as he slowly approached the mouth of the tunnel, lamenting, I should never have taken this job. I am utterly unfit for it. Harry poked Gilderoy Lockhart in the back with his wand, prompting Lockhart to slide his legs into the pipe. Harry truly believed that Lockhart had more to say, but he suddenly slipped down and vanished from sight. Following suit, Harry gradually wriggled into the container, then released his grip, allowing himself to fall. It was a sticky, interminable, dark slide. He observed numerous pipe junctions whizzing past, none as wide as this one. The pipe twisted and turned, steeply descending in a convoluted manner. Harry realized he had plummeted deep beneath the school, even further than those subterranean classrooms. He could hear Lockhart ahead of him, producing faint sounds of clattering, screams, and cries as he rounded the corners. Suddenly, the pipe leveled out, and Harry emerged from the opening with a splash, landing on the damp ground. Before him lay a dark stone tunnel spacious enough for a person to stand inside. Nearby, Lockhart was rising from the floor, covered in muck, his face pale as a specter. Harry then turned his gaze toward the darkness ahead, where a flickering glow caught his eye. He whispered to his wand, which illuminated the surroundings. Let us go, he urged Lockhart. Their footsteps echoed loudly on the damp ground as they traversed the tunnel, which was shrouded in darkness, limiting their view to a small area ahead. Lockhart grew increasingly shaky and slow. Tell me about your adventures. How many are true? Harry sought to ease Lockhart's anxiety. Most of them are true, Lockhart replied, inching closer to Harry, seemingly more at ease, except for the protagonist. I convinced them to take the lead, as the books wouldn't sell otherwise, but selling the stories to me brought immediate financial gain. The werewolf incident was an embarrassing tale about a disheveled American wizard, and the witch who banished the banshee had a bushy chin. Wow, clever business, Harry nodded in admiration. Lockhart immediately responded with pride, indeed. I must say, most wizards are rather rigid in their thinking. Yet Harry quickly inquired, then why did you come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts? It sounds like you are quite aware of your own capabilities. Lockhart instantly deflated, the tunnel echoing with a grave silence until Harry stepped on a rat's skull, producing a crack. In truth, I initially resolved problems myself, Lockhart resumed. I excelled in divination, always finding problems I knew I could solve. However, I later discovered that simply divining another's story was far more lucrative, yielding money and fame more swiftly. After a brief pause, he continued, I also divined this job, foreseeing that my career would ascend to a new pinnacle, which is why I accepted it. As Harry listened to Lockhart's incessant ramblings, he lowered his wand to inspect the ground, discovering an array of small animal bones scattered about. He led the way forward, navigating a dark bend within the tunnel. What are you still afraid of? He inquired, continuing to engage Lockhart in conversation. At that moment, Lockhart erupted in a fit of disjointed exclamations, shouting, Mr. Harry Potter, are you aware that all prophecies related to you are bound to be distorted? Had I known this earlier, though I must admit, I never anticipated such a twist. You ought to be aware of it yourself. Yet, one cannot place all the blame upon you. Half of your year possesses an inherent resistance to prophecy, particularly those from ancient Slytherin lineages. Every attempt to divine matters concerning them results in nosebleeds. But you, my dear boy, are the most egregious of all. My divination revealed that the Dark Lord is your sister. Absurd. Do you comprehend the sheer absurdity? I can hardly trust my prophecies anymore. I am paralyzed with doubt, longing only to finish the term in peace, add a line of credentials to my sum, and resign immediately. What on earth is that? Lockhart croaked, pointing ahead before swiftly covering his mouth with his hand. Before them lay the outline of a colossal, coiled creature. Motionless on the other side of the tunnel, Harry raised his wand high. The light illuminated a massive serpent's skin, vibrant and emerald green. Unmistakably the shedding of a venomous snake, coiled and lying upon the ground of the tunnel, hollow within. This was a snake's molt, measuring at least 6 meters in length. Goodness, sighed Gilderoy Lockhart weakly, his knees buckling as he collapsed. Get up, Harry urged, directing his wand at Lockhart. Lockhart struggled to rise, but fell back down once more. A moment of profound silence ensued. See you later. Take care of yourself, Harry said, then ventured past the enormous serpent's skin alone. The tunnel twisted and turned. Every nerve in Harry's body trembled with discomfort. At last, he cautiously rounded another bend, only to discover a sturdy wall ahead, adorned with 2 entwined serpents. Their eyes set with large, glimmering emeralds. Harry approached step by step, feeling his throat parched. He cleared his throat and opened his mouth. As Harry emitted a low, hoarse hiss, 2 serpents parted, and the stone wall cracked open, slowly sliding apart to vanish into the shadows. Trembling all over, Harry stepped inside. Chapter 17. Heir of Slytherin. He stood at one side of a long, dimly lit chamber. Numerous stone pillars, intricately carved with entwined serpents, soared upward, supporting a ceiling that seemed to dissolve into the surrounding darkness, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the room suffused with a mysterious, greenish glow. Harry's heart raced as he stood there, listening to the chilling silence. He drew his wand and cautiously advanced between the stone columns entwined by the giant serpent. Upon reaching the last pair of columns, a statue loomed before him, matching the height of the room itself, pressed against the shadowy wall behind it. The statue bore a colossal visage, reminiscent of a decrepit, monkey-like face, with sparse, long whiskers that nearly brushed the hem of the stone-clad wizard's robe, and 2 large, grayish feet firmly planted on the smooth floor of the chamber. Between those feet lay a small, bloodied, naked figure sprawled on the ground, with hair as red as flames. Ginny, Harry whispered urgently, rushing to her side and kneeling down to drape his robe over her. Blood immediately seeped from the robe, beginning to dissolve the fabric. The fingers that brushed against the blood now felt as if they were burning, and as Harry looked down, he realized his fingers did not merely bear blood. They seemed to be oozing it, drop by drop. All magic associated with blood was dark magic, a lesson Aunt Petunia had instilled in him. He instinctively stepped back, casting standard spells of countercharm, cleansing, and healing upon his hands, then scrutinized the ground and surroundings, seeking a way to dispel the enchantment. A tall boy with black hair leaned against the nearest stone column, watching him with an eerie, indistinct outline, as though Harry were gazing through a foggy window. Yet, there was no mistaking his identity. Should I address you as Tom Riddle or Voldemort? He asked. The youthful Voldemort, or Riddle, spoke softly. You are the savior, Harry Potter? His gaze remained fixed on Harry's face. The tall boy emanated a peculiar, misty glow, pointing to the toe of the statue. There lay the diary Harry had discovered in Myrtle's bathroom, soaked in tears. When you first spoke that name to me, I never contemplated its significance. Nor did I connect it to you, the Harry Potter Ginny had mentioned countless times. But now I understand. You are a fraud, Harry Potter. Then go ahead and report me, Harry retorted, all the while keeping a wary eye on Riddle as he slowly approached the diary. No, Harry, Riddle replied with delight. I admire your spirit. I believe there is no insurmountable conflict between us. You may continue to be my master. I mean, the master of my diary. Become the true heir of the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle's gaze never wavered from Harry's face, his eyes glinting with a near-greedy expression. Very well. My first request is to awaken Ginny. Harry had reached the diary and was bending down to pick it up. She will not awaken, Riddle said softly. Harry finally grasped the diary and cast a binding spell upon it. A radiant glow emanated from Riddle's figure, yet he remained unbound. What does this signify? Will she not awaken? Riddle replied calmly. She is still alive, but her time is limited. Harry gradually lost his patience and unleashed a burning spell upon the diary. However, the flames merely flickered upon Riddle's corporeal form before extinguishing. The fire on the diary met the same fate. Riddle let out a chilling, piercing laugh. Reviving her would be futile. Rather, she would suffer even more, forever branded as a remnant of Voldemort, condemned to an eternity in Azkaban. Harry gazed intently at the diary in his hands. The answer was tantalizingly close, yet frustratingly distant. The wound on his hand began to bleed anew. The crimson liquid seeping into the pages of the diary, vanishing like the ink inscribed upon them. It was somewhat unexpected. "Do you desire my blood?" Harry murmured. "Can you not discern it yet, Harry Potter?" Riddle whispered softly. "A connection has formed between us since the moment you first inscribed upon my diary. Your blood just dripped into my ritual, now permeating my diary. The suppression exerted by your bloodline is waning." "Impossible," Harry whispered. "Indeed," Riddle replied calmly. "It will be painful at first, psychologically, spiritually. Initially, it was Ginny incessantly reiterating how remarkable and benevolent you are, followed by my realization that I was indeed constrained by the magic of your lineage." Riddle let out a sharp, derisive laugh. "This is not mere self-aggrandizement, Harry. I have faced far more daunting predicaments. However, as long as you can bewilder a few individuals." With a swift motion of his wand against his own wrist, Harry unleashed a torrent of crimson, akin to the opening of a spigot. The blood gushed forth, cascading into a stream that fell upon the pages of his diary, only to vanish into its depths. "You continued to speak." Riddle's expression grew increasingly ravenous. For months, Ginny had poured her heart onto those pages, confiding her poignant worries and sorrows, how she was mocked by her sister, and how she was compelled to witness the burgeoning relationship between her sister and the boy she secretly adored, Harry Potter. In her heart, she believed that the illustrious Harry Potter would never harbor feelings for her. Harry's blood continued to seep into the diary, its cover gradually shifting from black to a deep crimson. Riddle's body began to emanate a silvery and red glow. It was exceedingly tedious and simplistic. With just a slight nudge, I could lead her to believe that her actions, whether opening the Chamber of Secrets, inscribing words upon the walls, or unleashing the basilisk to attack other students, would yield my presence. As long as our souls intertwined, merging into one another, it was effortless to manipulate her into undertaking these deeds. Her determination to cast me aside truly astonished me, yet it rendered her soul and vitality even more delectable. "Harry, what have you done?" Riddle shrieked, his entire being aglow with red light. "What have I done?" Harry picked up the diary, now entirely transformed into a shade of red, and opened it, smearing his blood across the alternating red and white pages. "Voldemort, I have learned a phrase during my brief existence among humans. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is sheer folly." Riddle's mouth opened, hissing, yet Harry comprehended his words. "Speak to me, Slytherin." The voice emanated from above, and the colossal stone visage of Slytherin began to stir. Its mouth opened wider and wider until it formed a vast black void. Then, Harry heard Riddle's hissing command, "Kill him." A shadow surged forth from the abyss. But in that moment, a nearby stone pillar erupted in flames, and a deep crimson bird emerged from the fire, soaring toward the shadow that had crawled from the hole. It was Fawkes. The phoenix lunged forward, driving its elongated golden beak into the basilisk's skull. Instantly, a torrent of black blood rained down upon the ground, akin to a deluge. The basilisk's tail thrashed wildly, nearly striking Harry, who then beheld its visage directly, witnessing its eyes, once meant to be eyes, now reduced to two bloodied sockets. The phoenix had blinded it. At that moment, the diary in Harry's hands trembled. It regurgitated. The blood previously absorbed began to surge forth from the pages. Harry decisively inverted the diary over Ginny's chest, as the uniform he had laid upon her had long since dissolved. "Kill that boy. Leave the bird. The boy is behind you. Sniff him out," Riddle commanded, kneeling and struggling to hiss the orders. The basilisk's head descended, turning to face Harry, its body coiling and striking against the stone columns. Harry could see its enormous, blood-soaked eye sockets, witness its mouth agape wide enough to engulf him entirely, revealing rows of venomous fangs, thin and glimmering with poison. Fawkes landed heavily upon Harry's shoulder, his golden tail trailing behind him. Simultaneously, a tattered object was cast at Harry's feet. It was the sorting hat. Could the sorting hat vanquish the basilisk? As Harry contemplated, he picked up the sorting hat, only to feel something long and rigid beneath it. He reached into the hat and pulled out a gleaming silver sword, its hilt adorned with a magnificent, ink-sized ruby. The basilisk charged blindly towards him. Harry straightened his right leg, advanced his left, bending his knee, and pivoted his upper body to the left, wielding the sword in his right hand with an outward rotation of his arm. The blade sliced through the serpent's mouth, cleaving through half of its body before coming to a halt. Warm serpent blood drenched Harry's arm. In agony, the basilisk writhed, and as it rolled onto the ground beside him, one of its venomous fangs sank into his right arm. Harry swiftly transferred the sword to his left hand, tucking the blade beneath his arm, preparing to muster his strength. However, his vision began to blur. The chamber gradually dissolved into a whirlwind of shadowy hues. A dark figure loomed before him. "You are dead, Harry Potter," Riddle's voice echoed above him. "Dead. Even Ginny is aware of this fact. Do you see what she is doing, Potter? She is weeping. Soon she will beg me to save you." Harry blinked. Ginny's face appeared alternately clear and blurred. "I shall sit here and witness your demise, Harry Potter. Do not fret, for I have all the time in the world." Harry felt drowsy, as if the world around him were spinning, albeit at an increasingly sluggish pace. Pain began to resurge in his arm, stemming partly from the spot where the venomous fangs had punctured and partly from his armpit. It seemed as though something gentle was caressing his wound. It was Ginny. She cradled Harry's arm, pressing her lips against the injury, her cheeks sunken, then lifted her head to expel what she had been holding in her mouth. This cycle repeated itself. "This is futile," Harry thought. "The serpent's venom has already permeated my entire being and could claim your life as well." Yet, the Chamber of Secrets did not descend into darkness. Rather, it grew increasingly vivid. Harry gently shook his head. Riddle shouted at Ginny, "Get away." But she paid him no heed. "The serpent's saliva can counteract the venom," Riddle murmured, his gaze fixed on Harry's arm. "The spell has reversed. You are now a monster." "Ginny, yet it matters not. In fact, I believe it is for the best." Ginny spat out another mouthful of blood, gazing at Harry's face, and smiled. Blood and tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. Then she bowed her head, sucking even more fervently. Riddle attempted to seize Harry's wand, but failed. He then tried to pick up Ginny's wand, but was similarly unsuccessful. Harry Potter, you are indeed the unparalleled savior. Voldemort cannot triumph over you. I can assist you in vanquishing Voldemort." Riddle knelt before Harry. "You are Voldemort." Harry could now speak, albeit with a slight numbness in his tongue. "I am. And yet I am not. I am not the complete Voldemort, therefore I cannot be him. I am merely a fragment, a minuscule shard of him." Riddle spoke with a tone of sincere gravity. "All fragments are distinct. They all desire different things. I now wish only to aid you in fulfilling your desires, Harry." Riddle leaned lower, gazing up at Harry. "I merely wish to assist you in eliminating the other fragments of Voldemort. Nothing more." Harry remained silent. Riddle then knelt and turned to Ginny, saying, "Miss Ginny Weasley, my esteemed master, I have come to realize my errors. Please do not forsake me. I am of great utility to you, whether it be in the pursuit of magical knowledge, the understanding of the male psyche, or in mastering the newfound powers you have acquired. Retain me, for Harry shall undoubtedly require my wisdom in the future." Ginny spat out another mouthful of blood, grasped the basilisk fang lying beside her, and gazed at Harry. Harry nodded slightly. Ginny directly inserted it into the center of the diary resting on the ground. With a terrible, prolonged scream that pierced the eardrums, a torrent of ink surged forth from the diary. Riddle contorted and struggled, his arms flailing wildly as he emitted desperate cries, and then he vanished. Subsequently, all fell silent, save for the hissing emanating from the hole in the diary, which was wreathed in black smoke. Harry and Ginny supported each other as they made their way back. Approaching the serpent's shed, Harry called out loudly, "Lockhart, are you still there? Thank goodness you have returned. I just heard a tremendous noise coming from within." Lockhart's voice echoed from ahead, prompting Ginny to hide behind Harry. "Lockhart, close your eyes. Remove your clothing." "All right. No problem." Harry instructed Ginny to remain where she was as he advanced past the serpent's shed skin, returning with a professor's robe in hand. After Harry and Ginny had dressed, he called out towards the front, "Lockhart, you may open your eyes now." Harry and Ginny traversed the serpent's shed, while Lockhart stared with wide eyes at the two, their bodies smeared with blood. He glanced at the sword in Harry's hand, then at the black tome in Ginny's grasp, which bore a gaping hole in its center, before finally observing Ginny, who wore nothing but his recently discarded robe. His breath quickened. "Mr. Potter," Lockhart began, a hint of impertinence in his tone, "I have a suggestion, one that could prove immensely beneficial for both of us." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stammered. Chapter 18, Dobby's Reward. Harry, Ginny, and Lockhart were lifted by Fawkes from the hidden entrance of the washroom. The trio landed on the damp floor of Moaning Myrtle's washroom, and as soon as they regained their footing, the basin that concealed the pipe slid back into place. Myrtle gazed at them with wide eyes, exclaiming, "You're alive," she said to Harry with a hint of disappointment. Ron rushed in from outside the washroom. clearly having kept vigil near the new inscriptions in the vicinity of the washroom, coming to investigate at the slightest disturbance, despite being covered in blood and disheveled. The calm demeanor of Harry and Ginny quickly alleviated Ron's concerns. However, Ron was taken aback by Lockhart's demeanor, which had transformed from his usual timorous self into one of self-satisfaction and confidence, resembling the visage on the covers of his books. "I just informed Professor McGonagall," Ron exclaimed hurriedly. "Professor Dumbledore has returned as well. They are both in Professor McGonagall's office." Fawkes shimmered with golden light and soared down the corridor toward McGonagall's office. Moments later, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Lockhart stood before the door of Professor McGonagall's office. An instant of silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. "Ginny!" It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been sitting by the fire in tears. She sprang to her feet, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, both reaching out their arms simultaneously to embrace their disheveled daughter. Harry's gaze traversed their figures, peering into the room. Professor Dumbledore stood before the hearth, a smile gracing his face, while beside him, Professor McGonagall clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Fawkes perched upon Dumbledore's shoulder. At that moment, Harry realized that he and Ronya were enveloped tightly in Mrs. Weasley's embrace. "You saved her. You saved her. How did you manage it?" The door suddenly swung open with a forceful bang against the wall. Lucius Malfoy stood there, his expression seething with rage, and tattered pillow clutched under his arm. No, not a pillow, but a house elf clad in a pillowcase, none other than Dobby. "Good day, Lucius," Dumbledore greeted amiably. Following Malfoy, Severus Snape appeared in the doorway. Harry could discern her by the swift, sharp click of her heels. "Ah." Lucius Malfoy fixed Dumbledore with a frigid glare, stating, "You've returned. The board has suspended your position. Yet you still presume to return to Hogwarts." "Ah, indeed, Lucius," Dumbledore replied with a calm smile. "I have just received notice from the other 11 board members. Upon learning that the attacks have extended to those of pure blood, they expressed their desire for my immediate presence here." Malfoy's face was paler than usual, yet his eyes blazed with fury. "You can do nothing. Even if something transpires, it is not your merit, but rather." Harry and Ronya turned their gazes towards Lockhart, who, with a playful wink towards Harry and his companions, gracefully interrupted Malfoy with his smooth and eloquent tone. "Thank you, Mr. Lucius. I must confess that I predominantly resolved this matter single-handedly. However, one cannot entirely dismiss the slight conveniences provided by Professor Dumbledore and others." "Who?" Lucius Malfoy, caught off guard by the interruption, paused momentarily before glaring fiercely at Lockhart. "And who might you be?" "I am Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor at Hogwarts, 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly." Lockhart displayed his signature smile. Lucius Malfoy, clearly unimpressed by the name, seemed both astonished and taken aback by this self-introduction. Subsequently, Lockhart began to recount the events leading to this situation in a meticulous manner. He spoke for approximately 15 minutes, with everyone listening intently. Throughout his narration, Ronya frequently pinched Harry's arm to suppress any unusual expressions, while Ginny occasionally buried her head in Mrs. Weasley's embrace. Mrs. Weasley, stroking Ginny's hair, appeared to believe that the retelling of this tale had frightened her daughter. Yet Harry knew that both she and Ronya were likely stifling laughter. Lockhart recounted how he vowed to uncover the dreadful conspiracy from the moment the first petrification incident occurred, speculating that some secret lay hidden within the lavatory adjacent to that inscription. To this day, Ginny had been secretly monitored by Lockhart near the lavatory, where she was ultimately ensnared by a massive serpent. Lockhart rushed into the lavatory only to find himself unable to access the passage the serpent had taken, thus seeking assistance from the only Parseltongue he knew, Harry Potter. He instructed Harry that upon opening the door, he should return to notify Professor McGonagall. However, Harry, in his eagerness, pursued the creature himself. Upon his descent, Lockhart discovered the younger version of the Dark Lord had already incapacitated both Harry and Ginny, draining their life force. He then engaged in a fierce battle with the specter of the Dark Lord, in the course of which he effortlessly vanquished a 6-meter-long serpent and ultimately obliterated the diary possessed by the Dark Lord using its own venom. Professor McGonagall clearly sensed a disparity between Lockhart's account and what she had heard from Ronya earlier. However, seeing that Ronya raised no objections, she simply furrowed her brow and remained silent. Ultimately, Lockhart concluded by expressing gratitude to Professor Dumbledore for inviting him to teach at Hogwarts and for the trust bestowed upon him during the semester. Harry was the first to lead the applause, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Professor Lockhart, I admire you." Ron and Ginny immediately joined in, chanting, "Fantastic! Remarkable!" Dumbledore began to clap, followed by Professor McGonagall, the Weasley couple, and Professor Snape. Lastly, there was Lucius Malfoy, who, amidst the resounding ovation, disdainfully dropped Dobby to the ground and, with great reluctance, raised his hand to join in the applause, his expression grim. Lockhart smiled, bowing repeatedly to the enthusiastic audience. "Thank you. Thank you. Oh, by the way." He gestured for silence, the specter of the mysterious figure, as it begged for mercy in its final moments. Once revealed to me that it was a member of a long-renowned pureblood family who had introduced it into the school. The name of that family is so shocking that I must exercise caution in expressing my doubts and refrain from disclosing it at this moment, lest I fall victim to its divisive schemes. As Lockhart concluded his remarks, he cast a glance towards Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore followed Lockhart's gaze, also looking at Lucius Malfoy, and remarked, "Ah, splendid, Professor Lockhart. You have handled this admirably. Although we are undoubtedly compelled to speculate about the identity of the perpetrator." Harry also turned to Lucius Malfoy, pondering who it could possibly be. Lucius Malfoy remained silent, his face suddenly resembling a mask. Harry distinctly observed his right hand twitch, as if he were tempted to retrieve his wand. However, he restrained himself and turned to his house elf, saying, "Let us depart, Dobby." He opened the door, and the house elf hurriedly approached, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Mr. Malfoy. Their ears were met with Dobby's anguished cries echoing down the corridor. Just before the door closed, an owl swooped in. "Hedwig." Harry extended his arm, allowing the owl to perch, and swiftly removed the small note clutched in its talons. Reading the contents with urgency, it contained several detailed instructions from Aunt Petunia, concluding with an outline of the anticipated outcome of the entire plan. As Harry harbored doubts about the feasibility of the plan, he dashed out the door and sprinted down the dimly lit corridor. Just as the two individuals were about to descend the staircase, he caught up with them. "Mr. Malfoy." Harry exhaled deeply, coming to an abrupt halt. "Dobby has damaged my clothes at home. He owes me a garment as compensation." Mr. Malfoy, frowning and yet to utter a word, was interrupted by Dobby, who began tugging at the pillowcase draped over him, murmuring, "Dobby deserves punishment." With a tearing sound, the lower half of the pillowcase was ripped away, resembling a pair of undergarments, and was flung towards Harry. Harry reached for the utterly revolting pair of undergarments and declared his rejection of them. He crumpled the half of the pillowcase and hurled it towards Malfoy. Malfoy caught the pillowcase and tossed it aside, glaring furiously at Harry. "Harry Potter. One day you shall meet the same fate as your parents," he whispered, "for they never understood the meaning of respecting others." He turned to leave. "Come on, Dobby. Did you hear me? Hurry up." Yet, Dobby remained motionless, holding the half pillowcase aloft, gazing at it with fervor, as if it were a priceless treasure. "My master has given Dobby a pair of underpants," the house elf exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Mr. Malfoy fumed. "What did you say?" "Dobby received a pair of underpants." Dobby could hardly believe it truly worked. "My master threw them, and Dobby caught them. Dobby is free." Lucius Malfoy stood there, dumbfounded, glaring at the house elf. Suddenly, he lunged at Harry. "You have cost me my servant, boy." But Dobby shouted, "You shall not harm Harry Potter." With a resounding crash, Mr. Malfoy stumbled backward, tumbling down the stairs in disarray and collapsing onto the lower platform. He struggled to rise, his face pale with rage, drawing his wand, yet Dobby raised a long, menacing finger. "You may leave," he declared, pointing at Mr. Malfoy. "You shall never touch Harry Potter again. You can depart now." Lucius Malfoy cast a final furious glance at the two of them, wrapped his cloak around himself, and swiftly vanished. "Harry Potter has freed Dobby," the elf exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, gazing up at Harry as moonlight streamed through the nearest window, illuminating his round, wide eyes. "Harry Potter has granted Dobby his freedom. It was all thanks to Aunt Petunia's advice. I did nothing, Dobby," Harry replied, catching Dobby's infectious excitement and breaking into a smile. The elf's ugly, reddish-brown face suddenly blossomed into a radiant grin, revealing a mouthful of teeth. I know, but Harry forgave me. Even after all the wrongs I have done to him." Dobby stretched out his arms and embraced Harry tightly around the waist. "Harry Potter is greater than Dobby ever knew." He sobbed, "Farewell, Harry Potter." With one final explosive sound, Dobby vanished. When Harry returned to Professor McGonagall's office, everyone had departed, leaving only Dumbledore awaiting him. Harry closed the door to the office and sat across from Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione nearly perished. Ginny also came perilously close to death, Harry said. his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore's eyes. "Harry, if they had died," Dumbledore replied slowly, "the blame would rest squarely on Voldemort. Professor Dumbledore, I hold you in high regard. However, I find myself contemplating whether this relationship requires re-evaluation," Harry continued, maintaining his unwavering stare. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, his elbows resting upon the surface, his long fingers interlaced in front of him. "Ask your questions, Harry." With a deliberate tap of his fingers, he inquired, "What do you truly know about the Chamber of Secrets?" "I know it harbors a basilisk. I know the entrance lies within the restroom on the 3rd floor. I know the entrance must be opened using Parseltongue." Harry clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Had he been able to confront the basilisk on the very first day of the attack, everything that followed could have been averted. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, yet sighed deeply. However, had that course of action been taken, a fragment of Voldemort would remain hidden within the school in a form unknown to us. I must first uncover its whereabouts. Harry fell silent for a moment. "You later obtained the diary, yet you still did not proceed to destroy the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore nodded in response. "Indeed. I acquired the diary, Voldemort's diary. However, I remain uncertain whether it was the catalyst that unlocked the chamber. It could merely have been a discarded pawn. Had I destroyed both the chamber and the diary at that time, the true culprit behind the chamber's opening might have escaped my notice," Harry exclaimed in frustration. "Where are all these fragments of Voldemort? If what you say is true, then they are everywhere. How can we possibly continue? Perhaps it would be better to cease our endeavors altogether." Dumbledore merely sat in silence, observing Harry without uttering a word. "Speak," Harry shouted again. Dumbledore began to speak slowly. "The resistance to prophecy, Harry, is quite formidable. The fragments of Voldemort possess a significant degree of prophetic resistance. Ginny was always able to access the Chamber of Secrets during the moments I overlooked, relying on this very characteristic. However, this resistance to prophecy simultaneously creates a prophetic void. In other words, if a location experiences frequent prophetic inaccuracies, it is highly likely that Voldemort is orchestrating mischief there. Harry, please provide me with a list of books. I wish to delve into the theories regarding anti-prophecy that you mentioned." Dumbledore slowly retrieved a piece of parchment he had prepared long ago. "Here you are." Harry glared at him. Dumbledore shrugged. "It required no prophecy to discern that you would inevitably need it sooner or later." Furthermore, as Dumbledore handed the paper to Harry Potter, he casually remarked, "Starting next semester, Ginny Weasley will be a Slytherin." Harry stood in astonishment. Surely, he had to give Snape a taste of Parseltongue, Dumbledore explained. The remaining days of the summer term were spent basking in brilliant sunshine. Hogwarts had returned to its usual routine. Though with a few minor alterations, all the petrified victims had awakened, including Filch's cat. The defense against the dark arts class had been cancelled. Yet Lockhart promised to gift each student a copy of his forthcoming book as compensation. Lucius Malfoy had been dismissed from the school board. Narcissa Malfoy's demeanor had lightened considerably, while Ginny, on the other hand, had begun to show signs of distress. In the blink of an eye, they were set to board the Hogwarts Express to return home. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny occupied a compartment exclusively. It goes without saying that the initial topic of conversation revolved around the dreadful events of the year, but eventually, the focus shifted to Ginny's unconscious state in the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny recounted that upon regaining consciousness, she found a diary resting on her chest. But after some reminders from the others, she finally realized that this could not possibly be the work of Riddle, and thus blushed and withdrew from the discussion. Nevertheless, the others continued, deliberating on the most suitable placement for the book. Harry initially intended to sneak away, but Hermione firmly believed that it was essential for him to acquire the pertinent knowledge so he could gracefully navigate similar situations in the future, avoiding sights that should remain unseen. Next time? Indeed, there will certainly be a next time, Hermione vowed with unwavering conviction. And Petunia once again arrived to fetch Harry, this time accompanied by Ronya, who, along with Hermione, Navi, and Ginny, awaited Aunt Petunia's arrival to take Harry away. As Harry settled into the car, Ronya waved goodbye to him while addressing the astonished onlookers beside her, saying, "I told you I wasn't lying, didn't I?" Harry, in the car, recounted in detail to Aunt Petunia the events that transpired after Heather sent the letter. And Petunia elucidated the matter concerning Dobby, revealing that they had struck a deal. Dobby would assist her in investigating affairs at the Malfoy residence, and in return, she would endeavor to secure his freedom. Regarding the inquiries about combat techniques mentioned in the letter, Aunt Petunia confided that her instructor was, in fact, Dumbledore, though he had never held much fondness for her as a pupil. On the subject of the Chamber of Secrets, Aunt Petunia had engaged in extensive discussions with Dumbledore upon receiving news and had entrusted him entirely with the situation. Ginevra is rather fortunate, despite her numerous blunders. No one perished. Had anyone lost their life due to her actions, forgiveness would have been utterly unattainable, Aunt Petunia remarked with a sudden sigh. Oh, even if someone had indeed died, I believe I would ultimately come to forgive Ginny, Harry responded. Murder is a grave offense, Harry, Aunt Petunia stated with a serious tone. Yet, Harry countered, Ginny's errors were not without justification. Aunt Petunia displayed a rare sardonic smile, asserting that if justification sufficed, Voldemort could likewise concoct reasons to seek forgiveness. Harry, do not slip into despair. I can discern who can be forgiven and who cannot. Voldemort is unequivocally beyond forgiveness. Aunt Petunia gently furrowed her brow, enveloped in silence. And after a considerable pause, she revealed a relaxed smile. You are right, Voldemort is unforgivable. We should not allow such matters to trouble our minds. Chapter 1. The owl post the quill glided across the parchment as Harry furrowed his brow, searching for information that would aid him in composing his summer assignment. The topic being the economic causes of the witch-burning movement in the 14th century. The quill came to rest upon a passage that appeared to hold some merit. Harry read intently. In the Middle Ages, those devoid of magical abilities, commonly referred to as muggles, found themselves at a distinct economic disadvantage compared to wizards. Bread was not as delectable as that baked by wizards, and potions lacked the efficacy of those concocted by them. Wizards partook in such economic activities often merely out of chance and curiosity rather than necessity. They did not require to procure raw materials from local markets and could even forego them entirely. The profits they garnered were seldom spent in the nearby markets. Instead, they were either buried or discarded at will. A single bakery operated by a wizard could lead to the demise of 10 Muggle bakeries, plunging the entire neighborhood's economy into chaos. The fear of magic served as the superficial cause for the witch-burning movement, while the deeper cause was the dread of financial ruin. As Harry pondered, he slowly dipped his quill into the inkwell and commenced writing. Soon, he realized he required additional reference books, which posed a dilemma. Ever since Harry enrolled at Hogwarts, Aunt Petunia's home had finally begun to resemble a conventional wizarding household, filled with magical tomes. Initially, Aunt Petunia exhibited a degree of restraint, merely borrowing a few books from Harry and returning them after a few days. However, with the onset of this summer vacation, she had taken to appropriating the various books Harry had brought home, relocating them to her own room without the courtesy of borrowing or returning. Harry rose and stretched lazily, glancing at the luminous alarm clock on the bedside table. It was 1 o'clock in the deep of night. Unbeknownst to him, he had already turned 13 for a full hour. Numerous legal stipulations marked the age of 13 as a significant threshold. However, Harry still wished to complete his essay that very night. He gently opened his bedroom door and stealthily made his way to the doorway of Aunt Petunia's room across the corridor. With a soft twist of the knob, the door, as unguarded as ever, swung open. The bedside lamp remained lit, yet Aunt Petunia was fast asleep, lying on her side facing the door, clad in a pearl-white silk nightgown. The thin blanket barely covered her waist and legs, her left hand tucked beneath her pillow, while her right hand, largely encumbered by a book, lay nestled between her bosom. Judging by the cover's hue and the volume's thickness, it was precisely the summary of magical theory that Harry sought. Harry softly approached, delicately extracting the book, only to find himself met by Aunt Petunia's wide, astonished eyes. "This is my book," he asserted firmly, taking the initiative. "This is my room." Aunt Petunia furrowed her brow in disapproval. "I shall leave now," he declared. With a decisive thud, Harry closed the book and prepared to retreat swiftly. But Aunt Petunia seized his hand, pulling him back, causing him to tumble onto the bed. Fortunately, the fall did not inflict pain. Rather, he momentarily plunged into a suffocating abyss. After shaking his head several times, Harry finally emerged, gasping for breath. Aunt Petunia gently patted Harry's back, murmuring, "How have you grown so quickly?" Harry's breath rebounded off the walls of the abyss, carrying with it a damp fragrance. The thought of speaking, only to find his mouth filled, quelled any urge to protest. The hand that had been patting his back ceased its motion, and after a moment, Harry endeavored to lift his gaze to Aunt Petunia's face, only to discover that she had once again closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. With a gentle motion, he raised her hand, granting himself the freedom to escape. Softly departing from Aunt Petunia's room, he quietly closed the door and made his way back to his own chamber. Approaching the open window, over the course of the year, he had grown over 5 centimeters, possibly even 10. At the same window, He could now lean his upper body entirely outside, a feat that had been impossible the previous year. He surveyed the star-studded sky, casually glancing at the rooftops of the Muggle houses, only to take several moments to realize what he was witnessing. Against the backdrop of the golden moon, a large mass, wrapped in wings, was soaring towards Harry, growing ever larger. Harry recognized her and quickly stepped aside. It was Hestia, her feet bound with packages. A parcel clutched in her mouth, and a letter grasped beneath her feet. For various reasons, no other owls could relay messages between Harry and the outside world. Except for Hestia. There was, in fact, the option of making a phone call. Ronya had called once, and Aunt Petunia answered the phone. "Harry, your girlfriend is on the line." Harry heard the piercing screams from the phone upstairs. Before he could make his way down, he heard Aunt Petunia exclaim, "So you're not Harry's girlfriend then? I see. Harry, your girlfriend's sister is calling." When Harry answered the phone, Aunt Petunia informed him that the call had been disconnected. The line was filled with the incessant beeping of a busy signal. A lengthy 5 weeks had elapsed since Ronya last made contact, and Hermione had not reached out either. Harry attempted to dial the numbers they had left him, but to no avail. All attempts were met with disconnection. Aunt Petunia explained this phenomenon as a consequence of someone having reversed the cloaking spell. The intended effect should have permitted outgoing calls while blocking incoming ones. Much like the situation with Heather. Consequently, Harry was left with no choice but to enlist Heather to periodically visit the homes of those who might send him letters. Today, he received the most correspondence he had seen in quite some time. Harry casually selected a parcel and unwrapped it, revealing a gift adorned in golden paper, a birthday card, a letter, and a newspaper clipping. The clipping, evidently sourced from the wizarding newspaper, The Daily Prophet, bore the headline proclaiming a Ministry of Magic employee's grand lottery win. Accompanying the text was a photograph depicting the Weasley family, 9 members strong, standing before an enormous pyramid, energetically waving in his direction. There stood the stout Mrs. Weasley, the tall Mr. Weasley, 5 sons, and 2 daughters. In the center, the lanky yet notably well-developed Ron stood, with his pet rat Scabbers perched on his shoulder and one arm affectionately draped around his petite sister Ginny. Harry picked up Ron's letter and opened it. "Egypt is truly marvelous. Ginny has grown a tuft of black hair. We shall return a week before the school term begins and then head to London to purchase our new textbooks. Is there hope of encountering you there? Percy has been elected as the head of the student council." Harry turned to his gift. He unwrapped it to reveal a small glass-like top. Beneath it lay a note from Ronya. "Harry, this is a pocket spyglass. It will illuminate and spin if there are any suspicious individuals nearby." Bill remarked that it was a fraudulent item marketed to wizarding tourists, lacking reliability. Ever since we acquired it, it has been spinning incessantly. Harry placed the pocket mirror on the nightstand, and it remained tranquil for merely a few seconds before it began to spin and emit light, precisely as described by Ronya. Delighted, Harry gazed at it for a brief moment before picking up another parcel. Within it lay another beautifully wrapped gift, accompanied by a card and a letter from Hermione. "Dear Harry, Ronya has written to advise me against calling you, though she did not disclose the reason. I sincerely hope you are well. Ronya mentioned that she plans to visit London during the final week of summer. Will you be able to join her? I truly hope you can. If not, let us meet on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Harry picked up Hermione's gift, and it was quite heavy, considering their shared passion for literature. He expected it to be a book, but to his surprise, it was not. As he tore open the wrapping paper, he beheld a lovely black leather box adorned with silver lettering, Wand Care Toolkit. Harry unzipped the box and peered inside. There lay a large jar of Ollivander's wand polish, a name tag that could be hung from his wand, and a manual on wand care. Harry set the leather-bound box aside and picked up the final parcel. He instantly recognized the crooked handwriting on the wrapping paper, which belonged to Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. As Harry tore away the top layer of paper, he uncovered a vibrant green object that resembled leather. Before he could fully unwrap it, the parcel began to tremble peculiarly. And regardless of what lay within, it emitted a loud sound akin to that of something biting, as if it possessed a mouth of its own. Harry hesitated and prodded the package, which emitted a series of clicking sounds as if it were gnawing on something. With one hand, Harry grasped his wand, while with the other, he seized the remaining wrapping paper and tore it away with force. Out tumbled a book. Just in time. Harry caught a glimpse of the exquisite green cover adorned with shimmering golden lettering that read the Monster Book of Monsters. In an instant, the book sprang to life, scuttling across the bed like some peculiar crab. "Ah!" Harry exclaimed softly, then cast a binding spell upon the book, conjuring a rope to securely bind it. He tossed the monster book onto the bed and reached for Hagrid's card. "Dear Harry, I believe you will find this book useful next term. I shall say no more. We will discuss it when we meet. Best wishes, Hagrid." Ever since Hagrid had been exonerated from the accusations of causing harm last term, he had grown considerably closer to Harry, shedding his previously formal demeanor. It seemed someone had revealed the truth of the final events to him. Now, Hagrid was informing Harry of the necessity of a seemingly forbidden, animated spellbook, which filled Harry with an unsettling sense of foreboding. All that remained was the letter from Hogwarts. Harry discovered that this letter was considerably thicker than usual. He tore open the envelope and extracted the first parchment, which read, "Dear Mr. Potter, please be advised that the new term commences on September 1st. The Hogwarts Express will depart from King's Cross Station at precisely 11 o'clock from platform 9 3/4. Third-year students are permitted to visit Hogsmeade on select weekends. Kindly present the enclosed permission slip to your parents or guardian for their signature. Enclosed. You will also find the book list for the upcoming term. Yours sincerely, Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." He glanced at the clock. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Harry decided to wait until he awoke to seek Aunt Petunia's signature. He returned to his bed, lifted the covers, and discovered Heather, once again transformed into her human form, curled up within the blankets. The cold air prompted her to shiver slightly, drawing her naked body closer to herself, yet she retained the appearance of slumber. Harry mused that this must be a skill honed from sleeping on trees after transforming into a bird. Moreover, this face seemed oddly familiar. Considering Aunt Petunia's ire the last time she discovered him sharing a bed with the human Heather, Harry felt compelled to rearrange the blankets for her, then retrieved a winter quilt from the cupboard to make himself a makeshift bed. In the sweltering dreams of summer, Harry envisioned Aunt Petunia launching a luxury brand in Italy, featuring ready-to-wear clothing, perfumes, high heels, and handbags, enchanting all women with her magical allure. She had appointed Heather, who knew nothing of the fashion world, as her assistant. While cursing Aunt Petunia as a Voldemort in high heels, Heather implored her to take her to the United States for an international fashion show. The dream culminated in the two witches being apprehended upon entering America, facing execution by fire, as Aunt Petunia's empire had led to the bankruptcy of numerous American companies. Chapter 2. Aunt Maggie's grave error. The following morning, Harry descended to breakfast and found Aunt Petunia engrossed in the television. Whenever she prepared to engage with muggles, she would turn on the TV and charge her phone, allowing herself a moment to gather her emotions. Was she planning to visit Uncle Vernon? Aunt Petunia slowly nodded, her brow furrowed as she fixated on the news broadcast. It alerted the public that Black was armed and extremely dangerous. A dedicated hotline had been established, urging anyone who spotted Black to report him immediately. The man on the screen bore a gaunt, haggard visage surrounded by filthy, tangled hair. The news anchor reappeared. The Department of Agriculture and Fisheries announced today. Aunt Petunia waved her hand, and the television reverted to the earlier moment displaying the photograph of the criminal named Black. "This man," Aunt Petunia sighed, "is a good friend of your father. He has escaped from Azkaban. He is likely to come looking for you." Harry choked on a mouthful of milk, causing it to spew from his airway. "Cough, cough," he sputtered. Aunt Petunia, with her head held high and a frown etched upon her brow, looked down upon Harry and said, "First, focus on saving yourself before considering anything else. I have taught you that." Harry clasped his chest with his right hand, exerting a forceful upward push, causing the milk, speckled with dark stains, to be expelled entirely from his trachea by his magical prowess. He then cast a gentle healing spell upon his chest. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Harry posed a question anew. Why had he been confined to Azkaban? How had he escaped? What was he to do now? Aunt Petunia drained her teacup and glanced at the clock, stating that they should set off, and they could discuss matters slowly during the drive. Once Aunt Petunia had Harry on the main road, she revealed, "He is suspected of being a henchman of Voldemort, having betrayed your father." "Harry, so he wishes to kill me?" "Aunt Petunia, yet he may be innocent. Azkaban has imprisoned countless innocent souls." "Harry, so he wishes to assist me?" "Aunt Petunia, yet I am uncertain as to who, aside from Voldemort's remnants, possesses the means to liberate him from Azkaban." "Harry, so he still wants to kill me?" "Aunt Petunia, regardless of who he was in the past, having entered Azkaban and emerged, he is no longer the same individual. He has no children, no wife, and no friends. Under such circumstances, if he still wishes to escape, I can only conclude that he desires to see you." Harry pondered for a moment and replied, "If it is merely to see me for a brief encounter, I should be able to manage." A few moments later, Aunt Petunia and Harry arrived at the Dursleys' residence. To their astonishment, another guest was present, Aunt March. She was the sister of Petunia's late husband and Vernon Dursley, an elderly woman who had never married. Dudley appeared slightly taller and thinner than when Harry last saw him, exhibiting a newfound politeness, yet he seemed to have swung to the opposite extreme. Hastily exchanging greetings with Harry before retreating to his room. Previously, it was customary for Harry and Dudley to play together, while Aunt Petunia would casually engage with the Dursley family. However, the dynamics had shifted, and now Harry found himself sitting in the living room alongside Aunt Petunia, engaging in trivial gossip with Aunt March and Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Suddenly, Aunt March inquired, "Petunia, would you consider allowing Harry to stay with the Dursleys for a while? Or perhaps at my home?" Harry believed he had misheard. Aunt Petunia wore an expression of astonishment. Aunt March sighed and shook her head, lamenting, "My unfortunate brother passed away far too soon. I can scarcely recall his visage now. But Petunia, you are still quite youthful," she added. Yet Harry pondered. Petunia is a witch. Witches remain eternally young. He resolved to concoct a plausible excuse to navigate the situation. "Very well," Aunt Petunia replied. Harry once again thought he had misheard. He gazed at Aunt Petunia's face, which was contorted with conflict as she turned to him. "Harry," she said, "this is a limitation tied to our bloodline. As long as there is any other eligible person willing to adopt you, I cannot refuse." Harry shouted, "You are lying." Aunt Petunia clapped her hands decisively, and the entire house came to a standstill. Aunt March and the Dursleys paused as well. Aunt Petunia replied, "I am not lying. Nor am I capable of lying to you. It is a limitation of our bloodline." "Harry, so you have been concealing something from me." Aunt Petunia's expression grew even more conflicted. "Indeed, I have." "Harry, what have you been concealing from me?" Aunt Petunia gently tilted her head, her eyes glancing towards the lower left. "Quite a lot. For instance, I have never mentioned that your undergarments are not washed in the machine." "Harry, you know I am not referring to this. Why did you agree to send me away?" "Why?" Aunt Petunia merely lowered her gaze, avoiding Harry's eyes. "I just mentioned it. It is a matter of blood ties." Harry took a deep breath, 1, 2, 3 times. In the still air, it seemed that only Aunt Petunia's chest was trembling. Harry gradually inquired, "Do you harbor hatred towards me?" After a prolonged silence, Aunt Petunia finally spoke, "Harry, our relationship is quite unique." "That's enough. No need to elaborate," Harry interrupted, then retreated to the sofa. Aunt Petunia also settled back down, gently clapping her hands. And time resumed its flow. "Oh, this pot of tea should be freshly brewed." Uncle Vernon grimaced as he sipped the cold tea from his cup. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall return home now." With that, Harry stood up and bid farewell to everyone. Aunt Petunia hastily followed suit. The journey home was filled with silence. Upon arriving, Harry swiftly ascended the stairs, tossing his homework, textbooks, and birthday gifts into his suitcase. He then grabbed the drowsy Hedwig from the windowsill and placed her upon his shoulder before heading downstairs and opening the front door. Harry turned to glance back, where Aunt Petunia stood in the center of the living room, adorned in her customary floor-length blue robe embellished with twinkling stars. Her hands were clasped over her abdomen, her head held high, and her brow furrowed as she gazed down at Harry, Hathaway, and Harry's suitcase, yet she uttered not a word. "I'm leaving," Harry declared, feeling utterly exasperated. In the blink of an eye, he found himself on the dark, tranquil street, dragging the heavy suitcase behind him, with Hathaway perched on his shoulder, wide-eyed and speechless. Chapter 3. The Night Bus. After dragging his suitcase through several streets, Harry's heart still surged with anger. Harry leaned against a low wall, striving to calm his tumultuous thoughts. After a span of 10 minutes, he inquired, "Heathcliff, do you harbor many secrets from me?" While Heathcliff was still in the midst of her murmurs, Harry pressed on, "Heathcliff, are you conspiring with Aunt Petunia to deceive me?" At this, Heathcliff fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she tilted her head and ventured, "Perhaps we should return?" "You may return." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "I am not yet ready to go back." With a sigh, Heathcliff rolled her eyes. "If I return alone, it would surely be a fate worse than death." After a few more murmurs and a glance around, she suggested, "Let us go to London." "Indeed, London. I am certain someone in Diagon Alley would be willing to shelter me for a few weeks until Hogwarts commences." Harry rallied. "Well, what I meant to say is that I happen to possess an unused house in London." Heathcliff murmured in agreement. "Splendid." Harry replied decisively. "How shall we travel? Will you fly me there?" "Forget it. My strength has yet to be restored. Let us take a bus. I shall teach you. Here, take out your wand." And then, Lumos. With a resounding bang, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, prompting Harry to shield his eyes with his hands. A moment later, with a creaking sound, a pair of enormous wheels and headlights came to a halt before him. When Harry looked up, he beheld a vibrant purple triple-decker bus, as though it had materialized from thin air, with the words "Night Bus" emblazoned in gold letters across the windshield. Then, a conductor clad in a purple uniform leapt from the bus and addressed the knight. "Welcome aboard the Night Bus, an emergency transport service for stranded witches and wizards. Simply board, and we shall take you wherever you wish to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and tonight I am your conductor." The conductor paused, glancing at Harry, who was situated between the bus and the low wall. "You were the one who signaled us to stop, were you not? You waved your wand, did you not?" "Yes," Harry promptly replied. "How much does it cost to go to London? Can I use a credit card?" 11 sickles, Stan stated, "cash only." Harry rummaged through the trunk until he unearthed the credit card issued by Gringotts. He silently willed a galleon to appear, giving the card a slight shake. A single coin fell into his other hand, which he promptly handed to Stan. In return, Stan provided him with 6 sickles before they both hoisted the trunk and boarded the bus. Inside, there were no seats available. Along the curtained windows lay 6 or 7 brass-framed beds. Each bedside stand bore a lit candle, casting a warm glow upon the wooden walls of the bus. A few of the beds were already occupied, and near the back, a diminutive wizard was mumbling in his sleep, tossing and turning. "You'll sleep in this bed," Stan whispered, nudging Harry's trunk beneath the bed located behind the driver. The driver, a seasoned wizard named Ernie Prang, sat comfortably in an armchair at the wheel. "Ernie, this is Dudley Dursley," Harry introduced himself. Ernie Prang, an elderly wizard with thick spectacles, nodded in acknowledgement. "Drive on, Ernie," Stan urged, settling into the armchair beside him. With a resounding bang, Harry suddenly found himself flat on his back upon the bed, as the night bus accelerated with such speed that it propelled him backward. Propping himself up on his arms, Harry gazed out into the inky darkness beyond the window, witnessing their rapid passage along an entirely different street. Harry removed his shoes and reclined once more on the bed. The bed was considerably narrower than the one at home, and the blanket was much shorter. Pulling it up to his neck left his feet exposed. Heather stood by the bedside, but the sudden breaking jolted her several times, almost causing her to tumble to the floor. In her attempt to maintain balance, her outspread wings brushed against the wall, sending feathers flying in all directions. Harry affectionately cradled the owl in his arms and lay down together. With a gentle touch, Harry caressed the neck and back of the owl with his fingers, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. In a state of drowsiness, the vehicle commenced its journey, stopping and starting anew as the wizards disembarked one by one. When Harry finally stirred awake, he found himself the sole passenger remaining. "All right, Dudley," Stan inquired upon noticing Harry's awakening. "Where to in London?" Hedwig nibbled at Harry's ear as they arrived at Diagon Alley. "Diagon Alley," Harry replied. "Splendid," said Stan, and with a sudden burst of speed, they zoomed past Charing Cross. Harry sat up, gazing out at the buildings and benches that jostled together, making way for the night bus. The sky began to brighten slightly, and abruptly slammed the brakes, bringing the night bus to a halt in front of a dilapidated little pub named the Leaky Cauldron. "Thank you," Harry said to Ern as he leapt down the steps, assisting Stan in moving his trunk onto the pavement. "All right," Harry said. "Farewell." Hedwig hopped onto Harry's shoulder, nipping at his ear to guide him. An hour later, Harry, dragging his trunk behind him, made his way to the northern bank of the Thames, within the affluent district of Westminster. Hedwig directed Harry towards a courtyard, where the gate swung open automatically at her cooing, and the door of the house within the courtyard creaked ajar, responding to her gentle calls. As Harry dragged the suitcase across the yard, Heather glided through the gap in the door and into the house. The lights illuminated every room within. When Harry finally reached the entrance, a woman with long brown hair, clad in a light blue shirt, jeans, and flat sandals, smiled as she fully opened the door. "How is it?" the woman inquired cheerfully. "A nice house," Harry replied. The woman feigned an exaggerated expression of disappointment. "Oh, well, I should have anticipated it. After living with her for so long, your taste has surely become distorted." Harry stepped into the room, immediately greeted by an enormous portrait of Shakespeare adorning the living room. "Oh, fret not, he has long since departed from this world. Presently, it is just the two of us within these walls." With that, the woman leapt onto the grand sofa, the taut denim of her jeans creating a sharply defined silhouette as she reclined against the plush upholstery. Harry cast aside the box and settled onto a grand sofa, its plushness inviting him to sink into its depths. The tension in his back, which had been rigid throughout the night, now melted away in the embrace of the soft cushions. Hathaway?" I have a question, he said, extending his legs and gazing languidly at the enormous chandelier overhead. I always assumed you had fallen afoul of the law, resulting in your homelessness, which led you to reside in Aunt Petunia's home. Indeed, I did break the law, Hathaway replied in a languid and leisurely tone. But my reluctance to return home stems mainly from a desire for a change of scenery. With that, she gestured towards the immense portrait of Shakespeare that Harry had noticed earlier. I particularly wish to avoid that face lately. I also have no desire to return to America. Oh, Harry, you are American? Hathaway exclaimed, her gaze snapping to him, and she erupted into a fit of giggles. Once her laughter subsided, she added, "Let me show you to your room." She rose and took Harry's hand, her touch soft and gentle. Guided by Hathaway, Harry ascended a beautifully crafted wooden staircase. Arriving at a door, Hathaway opened it for him, revealing a bed that appeared exceedingly comfortable, adorned with several gleaming pieces of furniture. While a cheerful blaze crackled in the fireplace, filling the room with warmth and delight, Harry collapsed onto the pillow. Did he still need an owl to accompany him through the night? Heather let out a light-hearted laugh. If you desire, then why not? Ignoring Heather's lingering presence, Harry began to remove his clothing. Oh, you mustn't be at a disadvantage. Heather chuckled as she moved to close the door. Very well. I want you to stay with me. Harry lay back, closed his eyes, and thought, with your presence, it feels as if I am home. The lights were extinguished. The door was shut. In the enveloping darkness, the rustling of clothes could be heard, followed by a figure slipping into Harry's bed. This body radiated a warmth reminiscent of a bird, significantly higher than that of an ordinary human, feeling almost feverish to the touch. Harry embraced her, inhaling the scent of her hair, which was imbued with the aroma of Aunt Petunia's home. Chapter 4. The Leaky Cauldron. It was not until evening that Harry awoke once more. Heather had already set the table in the downstairs lounge, filled with steaming dishes and an array of fruits. Guess who just visited? Harry's initial reaction was to think of Aunt Petunia, but recalling her expression from the previous night caused him to close his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, he speculated, Dumbledore? Cornelius Fudge. I know he is the Minister of Magic. Harry sat at the table, ladling a bowl of steaming hot soup and tearing off a piece of bread to toss into it. Hestia arched an eyebrow and asked, What do you think brings him here? Perhaps it's due to the disappearance of the Savior, Harry replied after sipping the hot soup, adding, And perhaps the matter concerning Sirius Black. Are you aware of the situation with Black? Fudge and I discussed it. He hopes you will refrain from venturing out lately. Hestia smiled knowingly. Am I considered to be going out or not? Harry paused, furrowing his brow in inquiry. Not really, Hestia replied, popping a grape into her mouth. He means staying in a place visible to the Ministry of Magic, like my home, Diagon Alley, or Hogwarts. Oh, Harry said, feeling reassured, and resumed drinking his soup. Hestia sat at the other end of the table, smiling as she watched Harry eat, occasionally plucking a grape for herself. So what is this business about breaking the law? Harry inquired after a while. Hestia waved her hand dismissively. It's of little consequence. It merely involves using magic to gain notoriety in the Muggle world while inadvertently revealing certain aspects of the wizarding world to them. Every Ravenclaw tends to dabble in such matters. Oh, Harry responded again, noting that his second bowl of hot soup was nearly empty. If he were still at Aunt Petunia's, his life would consist of reading, doing homework, eating, and conversing with her. Do you have any books at home? Any book will do. Hestia feigned a dramatic expression of disgust. This house contains 2,000 different editions of Shakespeare's complete works. Harry turned to gaze at the box he had carelessly tossed by the door that morning. The box lay open, its contents mysteriously vanished, while textbooks and parchment for assignments were neatly piled on the chair beside it. Harry, however, found himself devoid of the motivation to complete his homework. Let us wander through Diagon Alley, he suggested. Absolutely. This was initially a mere casual proposal. Yet it soon evolved into a daily ritual for Harry and Heather over the following week. During the lengthy, sun-drenched days, Harry and Heather meandered in and out of shops, dining beneath the vibrant umbrellas of a CAF. They would showcase their purchases to one another or engage in discussions about the case of Sirius Black. He could sit in the radiant sunlight outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, diligently working on his final paper. Heather not only possessed a wealth of knowledge about the medieval witch burnings but could also provide first-hand accounts of her own burning experiences, provided he treated her to a scoop of ice cream every half hour. Harry procured the necessary ingredients for his potions class at the apothecary, and noticing that the sleeves and pant legs of his school uniform had shrunk by several inches, he ventured to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase a new set. Given that he would continue as the seeker for the Gryffindor team this year, He also acquired a Firebolt 2000 from the Quidditch shop. Although somewhat outdated, it was far more comfortable than the broom provided by the Gryffindor team. Since he had enrolled in all third-year courses last year, he had a plethora of new textbooks to acquire, including the one for care of magical creatures, which Hagrid had sent him, the Monster Book of Monsters. The divination textbook, The Inner Eye, also appeared on the reading list provided by Dumbledore regarding the theory of anti-prophecy. Additionally, Harry purchased the prophecy that cannot be predicted, the Broken Orb, and the Omen of Death from the list. As days passed and the start of term approached, throngs of Hogwarts students flocked to Diagon Alley. Outside the Quidditch shop, Harry encountered his fellow Gryffindors, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, who were eagerly gazing at the newly released Firebolt broom. Outside Flourish and Blots, he also ran into Lavender Brown, whose frightful grandmother was reprimanding her. Harry merely exchanged a glance with Lavender from a distance, too timid to approach. On the last day of summer vacation, Harry slept until nearly noon, and along with Heather, strolled to Diagon Alley in search of a place for lunch when, suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Harry! Harry! He turned to see Ron and Hermione sitting outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, both vigorously waving at him. Finally found you, Ron exclaimed, his eyes darting between Harry and Heather. Who is this? Harry took a seat, intending to craft a plausible introduction for Heatherway, all while concealing the fact that she was the very owl who had previously accompanied him into the school. However, he noticed Hermione fixating on Heatherway's face, her expression shifting from a furrowed brow to wide eyes, then covering her mouth, and finally exclaiming in a thin, strangled voice, "It's really you." Shoo. Heatherway placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, for uttering her name here would render the concealment charm ineffective. Hermione gasped quietly, "I am your fan. I wanted to be an actress even before I received my letter from Hogwarts. After receiving the letter, I pondered whether I could use magic to become an actress. I mean, I never imagined you were a witch. Of course, I later learned that you were a witch, but I never thought I would see you in person." "Oh, what am I saying?" Hermione turned to Harry. "How do you know her?" Harry turned to Heather with a questioning gaze. "How did I come to know you?" Heather raised an eyebrow playfully. "I've known Penny for quite some time. Recently, she has been feeling rather down, which is why Harry has been staying at my place." "Here we go again." Harry gently shook his head, his tone laced with exasperation. "It's all the same." Heather shot him an indignant look. "Harry." Then she turned to Hermione and Ronya. All right. What Harry means is that he thinks I'm fabricating the story. Fine, I admit it. The first time Harry and I met, I was completely unclothed." Harry sprang up, covering Heather's mouth, exclaiming, "That's not what I meant." He then turned to Hermione and Ronya, asserting, "She is deliberately misleading you." Hermione and Ronya wore expressions of astonishment, uncertain whether they were more frightened by Heather's words or by Harry's. Suddenly, Ronya's eyes widened in realization. I know. I'm your fan. I am too." Hermione and Heather simultaneously placed their fingers to their lips, signaling for silence. "All right," Harry mused. "It seems I am the only one here who does not know Heather." During lunchtime, Heather concocted an excuse to draw Harry away from Ronya and Hermione, thinking, "Well, starting tomorrow, you will be together every day. Let him accompany me today." Once they departed from Diagon Alley and were en route to Heather's residence, Harry could not restrain his curiosity any longer. "So who exactly are you?" he inquired. Heather chuckled playfully. "I want to tell you." Observing Harry's conflicted expression, she added with a grin, "You can ask Hermione and Ronya tomorrow. I simply do not wish to reveal it today." Taking Harry's hand, Heather began to stroll forward, gently swaying it. "It has been a long time since I enjoyed the company of someone who does not know me. I mean, someone who does not know me but is still worth spending time with. You must understand, right? Just think about how, when you emerged from Diagon Alley and passed the leaky cauldron, everyone greeted you. Wherever you go, you are recognized as Harry Potter. Some admire you, others despise you. Yet no one regards you as an ordinary person. It must be quite distressing for you as well." Harry frowned and said, "No, I believe this is quite good. I was never meant to be ordinary." Hathaway burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I adore your stubbornness. It's utterly charming." Chapter 5. The Dementor, Part 1. The following morning, Harry dressed himself, dragging his trunk along while allowing the owl, Hathaway, to perch atop it. He strolled across the grounds of the British Museum, making his way to King's Cross Station. Upon passing through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, he spotted the Weasley family and Hermione waiting for him not far from the entrance. Ronnie waved excitedly, clad in a white lace dress and out-of-season snow boots, her chest bouncing vigorously with each leap, prompting her to halt abruptly. pressing her hands against her bosom. Ginny also greeted Harry with a wave. Though merely a year younger than Ronnie, she appeared considerably more petite in every aspect. Ginny was already dressed in her Slytherin uniform, a lock of dark hair standing out conspicuously among the sea of redheads. Mrs. Weasley led the group through the crowded carriages, guiding them towards the rear of the train, where an empty compartment seemed to await. As they loaded the trunk onto the train, Mr. Weasley quietly beckoned Harry over. He inclined his head towards a nearby pillar, and Harry followed him behind it, while the others remained gathered around Mrs. Weasley. "Before you leave, there is something I must tell you," Mr. Weasley said nervously. "You are already aware of the escape of Sirius Black from Azkaban, which is good. I have heard from the Ministry that he is likely coming to find you." Harry said, "I already know." "You do? How did you find out?" It was Minister Fudge who informed me. He also advised me not to go outside." Harry hesitated, refraining from mentioning that it was Aunt Petunia who had told him. It seemed that the situation was more dire than he had imagined. Mr. Weasley appeared quite troubled, noting that just a few days prior, Minister Fudge had warned him against discussing this matter openly. "It's nothing, really. Perhaps he advised you to remain silent because he had already notified me." "Harry, you must be terrified." "Not at all," Harry replied earnestly. "Really," observing Mr. Weasley's skeptical expression, he added, "To be honest, Sirius Black cannot be more fearsome than Voldemort, can he?" Harry refrained from uttering Voldemort's name, and Mr. Weasley instinctively flinched. "Arthur," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, already attending to other passengers boarding the train. "What are you doing?" "The train is about to depart." "I'll be right there, Molly," Mr. Weasley replied, then turned to Harry, speaking in a lower, more urgent tone. "Listen, I need you to promise me that you will not seek out Black." Mr. Weasley had never been so serious, leaving Harry astonished and perplexed. "What? Why would I go looking for a madman who has escaped from Azkaban? Promise me, Harry, no matter what happens. No matter what you hear." Mr. Weasley's words grew increasingly rapid. "Arthur, hurry up," Mrs. Weasley called out. A loud whistle sounded from the front of the Crimson train as the guard moved along the carriages, firmly closing each door. Harry rushed towards the compartment door, and Ronya opened it, stepping aside to let him in. They leaned out of the window, waving at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, until the train turned a corner, rendering them invisible. Percy, George, and Fred occupied one compartment, while Ronya and Hermione dragged their luggage, along with Harry's, into another compartment that already contained one person. Navi arrived as well, and she and Ginny took possession of another vacant compartment. "Why don't we occupy that empty compartment first?" Harry inquired. "Because that would mean having Ginny or Navi in the same compartment as us," Ronya replied, unwilling to entertain the idea. Hermione, feigning ignorance, ignored Ronya's frown. "But why?" Harry furrowed his brow. "Let us not dwell on that. What is this about Anne Hathaway saying she was completely unclothed when she first met you?" Ronya quickly shifted the topic, adopting a serious demeanor. She was injured and stayed at Aunt Petunia's house for treatment. A little incident occurred," Harry explained, striving to keep the narrative simple while recalling Hathaway's full name. "I knew something like this would happen," Hermione exclaimed, springing up in delight. Her chest puffed out as she addressed Ronya. "See, I was right." Ronya's expression finally softened a bit. "As long as nothing else occurs, that's good." "What other things?" Harry questioned again. "Nothing." Ronya swiftly changed the subject. "I pondered last night. Perhaps the rumor is true, that Anne Hathaway injects unicorn blood for beauty." Hermione frowned. "How can you believe such nonsense? Just yesterday, you claimed to be her fan." Ronya assumed a righteous stance, after careful consideration. "I have transitioned from being a fan to a mere bystander, and I feel it is my duty to ensure Harry receives more information, so he is not misled by whatever is before him." Harry reclined against the chair, gazing at Ronya, and said, "But at this moment, you are the only one before me." Ronya's cheeks flushed crimson, while Hermione turned her head away, stifling a suppressed laugh. Chapter 5, Part 2. The Dementor continued. In the compartment, a man was seated by the window, sound asleep. He was an adult male. The Hogwarts Express was exclusively for students, and apart from the witch pushing the snack trolley, Harry and his friends had never encountered any other adults aboard. The stranger wore a tattered wizarding robe, patched in several places. He appeared frail, lacking any semblance of strength. Though he bore a youthful visage, his light brown hair was already streaked with gray. "Who do you think he is?" Ronya smoothly transitioned to the next topic. "R.J. Lupin," Hermione whispered immediately, gesturing towards the luggage rack above the man's head. There sat a shabby little trunk, bound with numerous ropes tied in neat knots, with the name R.J. Lupin faintly printed on one corner, the letters slightly worn. I wonder what subject he teaches, Ronya mused, furrowing her brow as she regarded the lifeless figure of Professor Lupin. Defense against the dark arts, Harry replied. Hermione nodded quietly. There is only one vacancy, isn't there? What sound is that? Ronya suddenly inquired. A faint, almost imperceptible whistling was emanating from somewhere. They scanned the compartment. It's coming from your trunk, Harry, Ronya said, rising to reach the luggage rack. Positioned directly above Harry, he had to lean back to avoid being splashed with water. Moments later, she retrieved a pocket mirror from Harry's robe. The mirror spun rapidly in Ronya's palm, emitting a dazzling light. Is that a mirror? Hermione asked with keen interest, standing up to examine it closely. Yes, to be honest, it's a cheap one, Ronya replied. I had it tied to Heather's foot to send to Harry when it suddenly malfunctioned. It was incessantly making noise when I received it. Harry hastily returned the mirror to the trunk, urging them not to wake him. He nodded towards Professor Lupin and closed the trunk. Just then, Professor Lupin stirred slightly. They watched anxiously, only to see him turn his head to the other side, his mouth slightly ajar, and continue to sleep peacefully. The Hogwarts Express journeyed northward, the scenery outside growing increasingly desolate. As the altitude and layers thickened, the sky darkened. Harry and Ronya engaged in a game of wizard chess, while Hermione read their new textbooks for the term, observing them play. Ginny visited their compartment several times, eager to join the game, yet was consistently sent back by Ronya, who found various excuses. By 3 or 4 o'clock, the rain began to fall, shrouding the undulating mountains outside in a veil of mist. At that moment, they heard footsteps in the corridor, and 4 figures appeared at the door. The elegant Delacour Malfoy, clad in a black lace gown, adorned with black stockings and polished black shoes, her hands gloved in thin black leather. Flanking her were her 2 loyal companions, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, while trailing behind, with a tuft of dark hair on her forehead and an air of indignation, was Ginny. Hello, I heard someone has been bullying our new Slytherin classmate. Let me see who it is, Delacour said, opening the compartment door with a languid, drawn-out tone. Ronya, I knew you would be envious of your family's first Slytherin. Crabbe and Goyle erupted into boisterous laughter, akin to that of trolls. I heard you spent the entire summer mingling with Anne Hathaway? Delacour turned to Harry, arching an eyebrow. Is Ronya not green with envy? Ronya sprang to her feet in indignation. Lupin cleared his throat. And who might that be? Delacour queried, instinctively retreating a step upon noticing Lupin. The new teacher, Harry interjected, rising to position himself between Delacour and Ronya. He is just staying at her home for a week. Delacour Malfoy's gray eyes narrowed. She was never one to cause trouble under a teacher's watchful gaze. Let us go, she said with a hint of annoyance to Crabbe and Goyle, taking Ginny's hand as they departed. Just before leaving, Ginny made a face at Ronya. Harry and Ronya resumed their seats, with Ronya gently massaging her knuckles. To her astonishment, Ginny had taken up with Dean Thomas. Enraged, she declared, I knew her transfer to Slytherin would lead to trouble. I meant what I said. The next time I catch Ginny, I shall seize that tuft of black hair. Ronya made a dramatic tugging gesture in the air. Ronya, Hermione cautioned, pointing discreetly at Professor Lupin, be careful. Yet, Professor Lupin remained deeply asleep. The train continued its swift journey northward, the rain growing heavier, transforming the world outside into a watery gray, gradually darkening further. Eventually, the lights in the aisle and above the luggage racks flickered to life. The train rattled along, rain tapping insistently against the windows, while the howling wind outside was relentless. Nevertheless, Professor Lupin remained undisturbed in his slumber. We must be approaching soon, Ronya remarked, leaning forward to peer through the now pitch-black window, glancing past Harry. He had to lean back to avoid being jostled by the weight of shifting objects. Just as she finished speaking, the train began to decelerate, and Ronya leaned against Harry. Oh dear, she exclaimed with a light laugh. It's still too soon, Hermione noted, glancing at her watch. The train continued to slow, the sound of the wheels fading away, replaced by the intensified din of wind and rain striking the windows. Suddenly, the train jolted to a stop. Then, inexplicably, all the lights went out, plunging them into complete darkness. Hermione and Harry's once ignited almost simultaneously, casting a flickering glow into the void. Lumos. Harry rose and approached the door, sensing that something was amiss. I shall step outside to investigate. Ronya, Hermione, remain here and do not stray. Ronya wiped a clear patch on the window and peered outside. Something is moving out there, she remarked. It appears that someone is boarding. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and Navi rushed in, colliding with Harry's chest as she stumbled. Navi, you arrived just in time. Stay with Hermione and Ronya, Harry instructed before exiting the compartment and shutting the door behind him. He had scarcely taken a few steps when he spotted a cloaked figure standing in the middle of the corridor, tall and imposing, nearly brushing against the ceiling. Its face was entirely shrouded beneath the hood. A decayed hand slipped from beneath the cloak, only to retract into the dark folds. It was a Dementor, the guardian of Azkaban. At the feet of the Dementor lay two girls, one clad in a Slytherin uniform, the other in a long black dress and black stockings. With only one shoe adorning her foot, the other black shoe had fallen to the ground beside her. The Dementor slowly inhaled, producing a rattling sound from its throat. Harry exerted himself to raise the wand in his hand, as a rapidly spinning fireball gradually took shape at its tip. "Do not cast the fireball spell?" A voice echoed from behind Harry, seemingly close yet distant. While he struggled to gather his magical energy, a silvery shadow brushed past him, darting towards the Dementor. Simultaneously, a hand reached from behind, grasping Harry's hand that held the wand, directing it towards the window. Upon encountering the silvery shadow, the Dementor recoiled a few steps before drifting away. Harry finally felt a sense of liberation, as if he could breathe freely once more. In that moment, a fireball erupted from the tip of his wand. Boom! The brilliance of the flames illuminated the corridor for a fleeting instant, akin to a flash of lightning, only to be swiftly extinguished by a deluge of rain. A colossal surge of water was thrust through the windows by the shockwave, drenching both Harry's garments and those of the person behind him. Harry felt a sense of dizziness enveloping him. He had never sustained the concentration of magic under such immense pressure. The lights above flickered erratically, and the floor trembled beneath him. Leaning against the wall, he found Ron, Hermione, and Neville by his side, with Professor Lupin standing behind them, all gazing intently at him. Harry finally moved his lips, feeling water trickling down his face, uncertain whether it was sweat or rain. After uttering the names Dinacon and Ginny, he slid down to the floor. Chapter 5. Part 3. The Dementor continued. Two individuals lay nearby, and Harry wished to alert those surrounding him, yet found himself unable to speak. With a sudden crack, the girls turned in fright to discover it was Lupin, breaking a large piece of chocolate into several smaller fragments. He handed a particularly large piece to Harry, encouraging him to eat it, assuring him it would prove beneficial. Ronya seized the chocolate and brought it to Harry's lips. With great effort, Harry opened his mouth and took a small bite. "What is this?" Hermione inquired of Lupin. "Dementor," Lupin replied, distributing chocolate to everyone. "The Dementors of Azkaban." Professor Lupin crumpled the empty chocolate wrapper into a ball and tucked it into his pocket, retrieving another piece of chocolate from another pocket. As he unwrapped it, he stated, "Please forgive me. I need to check on the other students." He walked past Harry, proceeding down the corridor. There were no students lying on the corridor floor. Lupin paused at each compartment door, briefly entering before promptly emerging. As he reached the next carriage, he disappeared from view behind the door. After consuming a few bites of chocolate, Harry felt somewhat better, yet he still experienced pervasive fatigue. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Ronya and said, "Ronya, could you please check on your sister?" Ronya furrowed her brow slightly, glanced at Hermione, then at Navi, handed the chocolate to Hermione, and said, "You feed him." She then proceeded along the corridor. After a short while, just as Harry stood up, Professor Lupin returned. "In 10 minutes, we shall arrive at Hogwarts. Are you all right, Harry?" he inquired. "I'm fine," Harry replied while leaning against the wall. The train came to a halt at Hogsmeade Station, and everyone hurriedly disembarked, resulting in a chaotic scene. Owls were hooting, cats were meowing, and toads were croaking. The small platform was chillingly cold, drenched by a relentless downpour. "First-year students, this way," a familiar voice called out. Hagrid's enormous figure appeared at the far end of the platform, beckoning the flustered first-years to approach, guiding them in the traditional manner across the lake. "Are you all well?" Hagrid bellowed over the heads of the crowd. They waved to him, but had no opportunity to converse, as the throng of people pushed them toward the opposite end of the platform. Harry, Hermione, and Navi followed their classmates onto a rough, muddy path, where at least 100 carriages awaited the remaining students, though the horses were nowhere to be seen. As they climbed into one of the carriages and closed the door, it began to move on its own, jostling along the line toward the impressive wrought iron gates, flanked by Romanesque stone pillars, atop which perched winged boars. At that moment, Harry spotted two ominous hooded Dementors, one stationed at each side of the entrance. The carriage accelerated along the lengthy uphill driveway leading to the castle. Hermione leaned out of the small window, observing as the numerous turrets and towers drew ever closer. At last, the carriage came to a swaying halt. and Hermione and Navi exited. After Harry alighted from the carriage, he spotted Professor Lupin emerging from the next vehicle. The four of them ascended the stone steps together, passing through the grand oak doors into a spacious and shadowy foyer. Torches flickered with flames, illuminating a magnificent marble staircase that led to the upper levels. To the right, the doors to the great hall stood ajar, and Harry followed the throng toward it. He briefly glanced at the enchanted ceiling, which tonight mirrored a sky laden with dark, ominous clouds, when a voice called out, "Potter, Granger, I need to see you both." Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, was shouting over the heads of the crowd. Her hair was tightly pinned up, and sharp eyes were framed by rectangular glasses. "There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to speak with you in my office," she instructed. "Over there, Longbottom." Neville stared wide-eyed as McGonagall led Harry and Hermione away from the jovial assembly. The trio traversed the foyer, ascended the marble staircase, and proceeded down a corridor. Professor McGonagall's office, though modest in size, radiated warmth from a crackling hearth. As soon as Harry and Hermione entered, she gestured for them to take a seat before settling down herself at the rear of the office. Abruptly, she stated, "Professor Lupin sent an owl ahead, informing me that you encountered a Dementor on the train, Potter." Before Harry had the chance to respond, a gentle knock echoed through the room, and Madame Pomfrey hurriedly entered. "I am quite well," Harry stated, insisting he required no treatment. "Oh, it's you." Madame Pomfrey seemed to disregard his words, leaning in to scrutinize him closely. "Have you been fighting again? Was it a Dementor?" Professor McGonagall exchanged a confirming glance with Madame Pomfrey. As Madame Pomfrey murmured about the Dementors being dispatched around the school, she gently brushed Harry's hair back and felt his forehead. "He cannot be the last to suffer," she noted. "Indeed, he feels cold and damp. They are truly dreadful creatures. Their effects particularly devastating on those who are already vulnerable." He conjured a fireball in front of the Dementor. Professor McGonagall interjected. Madame Pomfrey frowned at her while beginning to check Harry's pulse, inquiring, "Did you witness it firsthand?" Professor Lupin described the incident in great detail. "It does not seem fabricated." Professor McGonagall replied solemnly. Without uttering another word, Madame Pomfrey lifted Harry's eyelid to examine his eyes. "I had some chocolate, and I felt much better." Harry seized the moment to add, "It was given by Professor Lupin." "Is that so?" Madame Pomfrey sighed in relief, approvingly stating, "You appear to be recovering splendidly. No abnormalities are evident. Do you truly feel well, Potter?" Professor McGonagall asked sternly. "Yes," Harry affirmed. "Excellent. Now, I need to discuss the schedule with both of you, and then we shall proceed downstairs for the feast." Madame Pomfrey muttered as she exited Professor McGonagall's office, returning to the hospital wing. "In brief, you have numerous classes that conflict with one another. Have you considered how to resolve this?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "Attend all classes for the challenging subjects, while for the easier ones, only partake in the essential courses. Focus on the critical exams. If they conflict, one must forfeit the credits." "But acquiring knowledge is never in vain," Harry replied. Hermione, flustered, added, "I feel the same." "I see," Professor McGonagall responded. "Harry, please wait outside for a moment. I would like to speak with Miss Granger privately." Harry returned to the corridor, and after just a few moments, Hermione emerged, her face alight with joy, followed closely by Professor McGonagall. The three of them descended the marble staircase and made their way back to the great hall. Inside, an ocean of pointed black hats filled the room, with each long house table brimming with students. Thousands of floating candles illuminated their faces, casting a shimmering glow. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard with a head of white hair, exited the hall carrying an antiquated hat and a three-legged stool. "Oh," Hermione whispered, "we missed the sorting ceremony." Professor McGonagall strode purposefully towards her vacant seat at the staff table, while Harry and Hermione turned to the other side, attempting to stealthily approach the Gryffindor table. As they passed the rear of the hall, heads turned in their direction, and a few students pointed at Harry. Ron and Neville had already gathered, saving seats for them, and they settled down on either side of Ron. "What happened?" Ron inquired softly, glancing at Harry. As Harry was about to whisper to her, the headmaster rose to speak, prompting him to cease his conversation. Although Professor Dumbledore appeared with a long, white beard, he always exuded a vibrant energy. "Welcome," Dumbledore proclaimed, the candlelight glimmering upon his beard. "Welcome back to Hogwarts." After indulging in some customary banter, Dumbledore proceeded to mention the Dementors, stating that they had been dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to perform their duties. They were stationed at every entrance of the school, and students were strictly forbidden from leaving the premises. Not even the most legendary of invisibility devices could deceive the Dementors. Harry glanced around nervously. Most of the students were focused on Dumbledore, with only Ronya, Hermione, and Navi turning their attention to him after his previous remark. Welcome to our two new professors, Professor Lupin, who will teach defense against the dark arts, and Professor Rubeus Hagrid, who will conduct the care of magical creatures class. The applause erupted, particularly enthusiastic from the Gryffindor table. Well, that is all the important news for now, Dumbledore declared. Let us commence the feast. Suddenly, the golden plates and goblets before them were filled with an abundance of food and drink. Harry's appetite surged, and he eagerly filled his plate with everything within reach, indulging in the feast as he had never felt such hunger before. Chapter 6, Eagle Claws and Tea Leaves, Part 1. The following morning, as Harry, Ronya, Hermione, and Navi entered the Great Hall for breakfast, they immediately spotted Dina Malfoy, who was laughing and chatting with Ginny, completely oblivious to Ronya's greeting. Underneath Dina's student robe, she wore black stockings and black shoes, which was rather typical. However, Ginny also donned black stockings and shoes, whereas Harry distinctly remembered her wearing white ankle socks and brown shoes the day before on the train. Ronya plopped down at the Gryffindor table, her chest heaving slightly. The new schedule for third years, George said, passing her the timetable. What's the matter, Ronya? Malfoy, Ronya replied, taking a seat beside George, glaring furiously at the Slytherin table. George looked up just in time to see Dina and Ginny laughing together. That's all right, he said calmly. Ginny needs a friend in Slytherin. Malfoy is no ordinary girl, Ronya retorted. When I visited Ginny yesterday, Dina was in the corner muttering about wanting to kill Harry. Harry slowed his pace as he reached for the bread. Yet Ronya chose not to elaborate, prompting him to inquire, why did she wish to take my life? How should I know about that madwoman? If you seek the answer, you must ask her yourself, Ronya retorted, her irritation palpable. Upon noticing Hermione covering her face, she realized her blunder, but it was already too late. Harry stood up and crossed the hall, making his way to the Slytherin table, where Deacon Malfoy and Ginny were seated. As the Slytherins noticed Harry approaching, they fell silent and willingly parted to make way. Deacon rose, holding his head high, and smiled warmly at Harry, while Ginny stood as well, though half hidden behind Deacon. Ronnie said that after the Dementor's visit yesterday, you threatened to kill me. Is there some misunderstanding? Harry inquired, furrowing his brow. Oh, that. Deacon seemed to exhale in relief. It's nothing. I have already forgiven you. Forgiven? What have I done? Harry asked, increasingly perplexed. It's quite simple, Deacon Malfoy replied in an elongated tone. You, the boy who lived, should have prevented the Dementors from boarding. Harry gasped, nearly unable to catch his breath. He took a few steps back and turned to leave immediately, yet hesitated and slowly turned back to ask, then why have you forgiven me? Danakin's fair complexion momentarily flushed with a subtle hue, and she retorted, there is no reason. Meanwhile, Ginny, half hidden behind Danakin, felt her own cheeks warm, silently forming a name with her lips, Lupin. As Harry returned to the Gryffindor table, the conversation had shifted to the Quidditch match. It was a relief that no one was still concerned about the questions he had just asked. Well, let's see how happy Malfoy will be after we play our first Quidditch match, Fred remarked, referring to the upcoming game between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the season's inaugural match. Remember the last time you made her cry? Just as the topic seemed poised to return to him and Dean, Harry leaned closer to examine Hermione's new timetable. A roasted sausage in hand. Oh, splendid. We are starting several new classes today, he exclaimed with delight. Hermione, Ron said, peering over her shoulder with a frown. They've arranged your schedule in utter disarray. It appears you have nearly 10 classes in a single day. How is there enough time for that? I will manage. Hermione replied confidently. I've already discussed it with Professor McGonagall. She then looked at Harry and added, Harry has the same schedule as me. He'll find a way too. Right? However, Ron interjected, laughing yet still frowning, have you seen your classes for this morning? 9 o'clock, divination. And then right after that, 9 o'clock, Muggle studies. Look here. Ron leaned closer to the timetable, seemingly in disbelief, arithmetic divination at 9 as well. I know you're brilliant, Hermione, but no one can possibly excel to that extent. How could you be in 3 classrooms simultaneously? Stop being foolish, Hermione retorted succinctly. Of course, I want to be in 3 classrooms at once. Then you, Ron began. But Hermione continued, I will follow Harry, she said, passing him the orange marmalade. Under Ron's inquisitive gaze, Harry briefly outlined his limited class skipping plan and the credit forfeiture algorithm. I've already spoken to Professor McGonagall. She had no objections. As the students hurried off to their first class, the hall gradually emptied. Ron glanced at his timetable, We've all opted for divination. Shall we head out together? The divination class is atop the North Tower, and it will take us 10 minutes to reach there. Or are you two planning to skip divination and attend, arithmetic divination instead? I'm going to divination, Harry stated, as he possessed the textbook for divination from Dumbledore's reading list, but none for arithmetic divination. They quickly finished their breakfast, bid farewell to Fred and George, and made their way out of the hall. The path through the castle to the North Tower was long. Although they had been at Hogwarts for 2 years, they were still far from being familiar with the castle, and they had never ventured to the North Tower before. There must be a shortcut, Ron panted. Although Harry and Hermione did not bear the same burdens as Ron, they were nonetheless panting heavily. They ascended a series of swiftly spiraling staircases, and at long last, they discerned faint voices emanating from above, signaling their arrival at the classroom. Upon climbing the final few steps, they reached a small platform where most of their classmates had already congregated. There were no doors on the platform, but overhead, a circular opening revealed a brass plaque inscribed with the name Sybil Trelawney, the divination instructor. Harry read aloud the inscription, as if summoned by Harry's words. A trapdoor suddenly swung open, and a silver ladder descended, landing neatly at Harry's feet. A hush fell over the crowd. Thus, Harry was the first to ascend the ladder. Chapter 6, Part 2, Eagle Claw and Tea Leaves, Middle. Harry found himself in the most peculiar classroom he had ever encountered. In truth, it bore little resemblance to a conventional classroom. Rather, it resembled a curious amalgamation of an attic and a tea room. The space was crammed with at least 20 small round tables, each surrounded by upholstered armchairs adorned with floral patterns and plump cushions. The entire room was bathed in a hazy red glow, with curtains drawn tightly and many lamps draped in deep crimson shawls. The stifling heat was palpable, emanating from a roaring fire beneath an overstuffed mantelpiece, upon which rested a large copper teapot, exuding an aroma so rich it was almost overwhelming. Lining the circular walls were numerous shelves cluttered with soiled quills, candle stubs, an assortment of tattered playing cards, countless shimmering crystal balls, and an array of teacups. As Ronya joined Harry, she stood beside him, when suddenly a soft, indistinct voice emerged from the shadows. "Welcome," it said. "It is truly delightful to finally meet you in the material world." Professor Trelawney stepped into the light of the fire, revealing a slender figure, her large glasses magnifying her eyes to an extraordinary size. She was draped in a sheer, translucent shawl adorned with numerous glimmering metallic pieces. Around her long, delicate neck hung an abundance of beads and chains, while her arms and hands were adorned with a plethora of bangles and rings. "Please, my dear children, take a seat," she implored. The students, somewhat uneasy, climbed into the armchairs or awkwardly settled onto the cushions. Harry, Ronya, Hermione, and Nevia gathered around the same table. "Welcome to divination class," Professor Trelawney announced as she settled into an armchair before the fire. "I am Professor Trelawney. You may not have encountered me before. Due to being regarded by many as an omen of misfortune, I seldom make my way into the campus." No one dared to respond to her sensational declaration. "So, you have chosen to enroll in divination," she continued. "I must forewarn you that in this realm, the knowledge imparted by books is rather limited. This course, serving as an introduction to the entire curriculum of prophecy, is less about teaching you how to foresee the future and more about helping you accept the reality of your own lack of prophetic ability. It is a gift possessed by only a select few. You, Mr. Potter," she suddenly addressed Harry, causing Nevia, seated beside him, to nearly tumble off her cushion. "Even without prophetic abilities, it is evident that you will face a multitude of troubles ahead." The firelight illuminated the long, emerald earrings of Professor Trelawney, which shimmered brilliantly. Nevia gasped, while Harry merely regarded Professor Trelawney with a blank expression. "Now, I would like you to pair up," Professor Trelawney instructed, initiating a tea brewing exercise. She guided all the students in preparing tea, sifting through the leaves, and interpreting the shapes of the tea leaves as per the 5th and 6th pages of their texts. As she roamed among the students, she leaned down to whisper in Nevia's ear as she passed by the queue for teacups, "Do not break the cup." As Navy approached the teacup rack, a sharp sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the air. The group filled their cups with tea and returned to the table, hastily sipping the scalding liquid. Following Professor Trelawney's instructions, they swirled the tea leaves a few times, drained the liquid, and exchanged cups. "All right," Ronya and Harry exchanged their cups. "What do you see in mine?" Ronya inquired. "Tea leaves," Harry replied. "Now it's my turn." Ronya scrutinized Harry's cup closely. "This piece resembles a ring," she remarked. Perhaps you've already encountered your future wife. She rotated the cup, and upon a different angle, it appeared to resemble a snake. What could that be? She pondered, glancing at her book, parting the mists to gaze into the future. Indeed, the temptation of the serpent was unmistakable. There was the serpent's pointed head. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney turned around. My dear, let me have a look. She snatched Harry's cup from Ronya's hands. The students fell silent, their attention fixed on her. Trelawney peered into the cup, rotating it counterclockwise. Generally speaking, the less accurate the divination, the harder it is to provoke the counter-prophecy traits, Trelawney murmured. Thus, the less precise, the more accurate. She continued to spin the cup. After a final rotation, she halted, releasing a long sigh. Many students paused their activities, observing Professor Trelawney. My dear child. My unfortunate dear child. I found it hard to believe when Dumbledore informed me, she lamented. What is it, Professor? Dean Thomas promptly inquired. A few classmates rose and gathered around Professor Trelawney, scrutinizing Harry's cup with intent. What is it? Harry furrowed his brow and asked. The divination for you is utterly ineffective. Your prophecy reveals only death and beasts, Trelawney murmured in a shocked tone. Four-legged creatures, pure black, pure white. The students silently returned to their seats, seemingly unfazed by the notion that the tea leaf reading was inaccurate. The next class was Transfiguration, and after that, they joined the throngs of students, chattering loudly as they headed to the great hall for lunch. As they neared the end of their meal, Hermione opened her bag and took out her arithmancy textbook, placing it beside her divination book. If you believe arithmancy is superior, you need not accompany me to divination, Harry remarked. Or Muggle studies, Ronya added with a laugh. I think all divination classes are the same. Hermione returned both books to her bag. I will still attend the next class, she said, her tone irritable. If I decide not to, I will formally inform Professor McGonagall of my withdrawal. But I don't want her to think I can't endure a single day. With that, she grabbed her bag and left. Ronya frowned as she watched her retreating figure. I thought she wouldn't have so much time to waste. She remarked to Harry, and how does this relate to perseverance? Chapter 6, Part 3, The Eagle Claw and Tea Leaves continued after lunch. Harry joyfully made his way outside the castle. They were about to attend their very first lesson on the care of magical creatures. The rain had ceased, and the sky donned a refreshing pale gray hue. The grass beneath their feet was damp and springy, offering a delightful sensation with each step. Harry descended the grassy slope, making his way towards Hagrid's hut at the edge of the forbidden forest. It was only when he spotted several familiar heads in front of him that he realized this class, much like potions, was shared with the Slytherin students. Dean Akin was animatedly conversing with Ginny, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Hagrid stood at the door of the hut, awaiting the arrival of his classmates. Clad in his moleskin coat, with Fong, the boarhound, eagerly at his feet, seemingly impatient to set off. Come on, hurry up, Hagrid called as the students approached. I have something splendid to show you today. Follow me. In a mere 5 minutes, the students found themselves outside a small enclosure. There is nothing in the paddock, Hagrid shouted. Everyone gather around the fence. Make sure you can see. All right, first you need to open your textbooks. How do we open them? Came Malfoy's languid voice. It's been trying to bite my hand off. You need to stroke them, Hagrid instructed, noticing that Hermione had already retrieved her textbook. He took Hermione's book, tore off the magical tape binding it, and with his thick index finger, he ran it down the spine. The book trembled slightly and lay open quietly in his palm. The first lesson is that any magical creature, whether innate or conjured by wizards, possesses its own characteristics, Hagrid announced loudly, returning the book to Hermione while whispering to Harry and the others, and I find them quite amusing. As the students busied themselves with their textbooks, Hagrid left them and ventured into the forbidden forest. After a short while, a dozen creatures came bounding towards them. Their bodies were equine, with hind legs and tails of a horse, but their forelegs, wings, and heads resembled those of an eagle. Their cruel beaks gleamed a steely hue, while their bright, large eyes shone a vivid orange. The eagle-like claws on their forelegs were half a foot long and appeared formidable. Each beast wore a thick leather collar, tethered by a long chain, all of which Hagrid held firmly in his large hands as he led the creatures into the enclosure. Quickly, over there, he bellowed, shaking the chains to urge the animals towards the fence where the entire class stood. Hagrid approached and secured the creatures to the fence, prompting the students to step back slightly. Griffins. Hagrid waved his hand excitedly, exclaiming, aren't they gentle? It's quite a feat to meet Hagrid's standards for unruliness. Harry knew that only a dragon, after several weeks of growth, could reach such a level. Remember, Griffins can be easily provoked. Never insult them, or you could face dire consequences. Always wait for the Griffin to make the first move, Hagrid continued. That's just polite, understand? If you approach it and it bows to you, then you may touch it. If it doesn't bow, make a hasty retreat. Those claws can be quite dangerous. Only those who possess a profound understanding of magical creatures may partake in the demonstration. Coincidentally, I am aware that one among you does. Hagrid cast a glance at Harry. Very well. As Harry approached, a sharp intake of breath echoed behind him, as Lavender and Parvati exclaimed in unison, a four-legged creature. Harry paid no heed to them. He vaulted over the paddock's fence and, casting a protective spell upon himself, he prepared for the encounter. All right, Harry, Hagrid bellowed. Are you ready? This is Buckbeak. He unclipped a chain and led a magnificent gray hippogriff away from its companions, removing its leather collar. The students standing on the other side of the paddock seemed to collectively hold their breath. Now it's simpler, Harry, Hagrid whispered. You've locked eyes with it. Do not blink. If you blink too frequently, the hippogriff will doubt your intentions. That's right, Harry. Now bow. Harry quickly bowed and lifted his head. The hippogriff, with its eagle head and wings, continued to gaze at him with an air of arrogance, remaining motionless. Ah, Hagrid remarked, his voice tinged with regret. Well? Take a step back now, Harry. Just relax. At that moment, the hippogriff suddenly bent its scaly foreleg, executing an unmistakable bow. Well done, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed with unbridled joy. Now you may touch it. Give its beak a gentle pat. Go on. Harry slowly approached the winged creature, extending his hand and gently patting its muzzle. It lazily closed its eyes, seemingly quite pleased. The entire class erupted in cheers, with the exception of Delacour Malfoy, who merely held her head high, observing coldly. Very well. Harry, Hagrid remarked, I believe it will allow you to ride it. Climb atop, just behind the joint of its wings, and remember, do not tug at its feathers. It will not appreciate that. I do not wish to ride it, Hagrid. If I need to fly, I can do so on my own, Harry replied, refraining from advancing. Hagrid, with a pleading expression, softly urged, Harry, please, just take a quick flight for everyone to witness. They will all fall in love with this lesson. Harry hesitated before finally nodding in agreement. He placed his feet upon Buckbeak's wings, performing a pull-up to climb onto its back. Buckbeak rose to its feet. Let us go, Hagrid bellowed. Suddenly, the 12-foot-long wings unfurled on either side of Harry, and just in time, he grasped the neck of the majestic creature as it soared into the sky. Rather than fear of falling, Harry was more concerned about inadvertently using his spell to maintain balance in the air, which might disrupt Buckbeak's flight. Buckbeak circled the grounds with him before returning to the earth. With a resounding thud, Buckbeak's 4 uncoordinated feet landed, and Harry struggled to steady himself and sit properly once more. Well done, Harry, Hagrid shouted, as all the students, except for Dina Con Malfoy, erupted in cheers. As long as you all take this class seriously, everyone will have a chance to experience this. This is easy, Dina Con Malfoy drawled, her voice loud enough for both Harry and Hagrid to hear. Why does Harry get to ride today while we must wait? With that, she nonchalantly vaulted over the fence toward Hagrid and Harry. Oh, a Malfoy child, you have ridden a hippogriff before, haven't you? Hagrid inquired. Dina Con Malfoy ignored Hagrid and approached Buckbeak directly, theatrically pulling her hands to the sides of her robe as if to display her attire, and bowed to Buckbeak. The creature immediately returned the gesture. Dina Con smiled as she approached and patted its beak, adopting an air of arrogance. I knew it would be like this. Since Harry Potter can do it, I dare say you are not dangerous at all, are you? She spoke to Buckbeak, her gaze fixed on Harry. Maintain eye contact. Harry hastily reminded her, but it was too late. In an instant, the creature's steel-like claws flashed, and Dina Con emitted a piercing scream. Buckbeak, extending its neck, lunged to bite Dina Con but was restrained by Hagrid, who quickly reattached the harness. Dina Con Malfoy collapsed onto the grass, blood staining her robes. I'm dying, she shrieked, causing panic among her classmates. I'm dying, there is so much blood. Harry, equally bloodied, quickly tore open Dina Con's robe, reaching inside to search for the source of her injury. Calm down, Dina Con. I can't find your wound. Tell me where it hurts. I'll stop the bleeding. Dina Con stammered, suddenly blushing as she gasped. Not there. I don't know. I don't seem to be in pain. Harry paused for a moment. Withdrawing his hand from Dina's robe, blood flowed like a stream from a deep, long wound on his forearm, splattering onto the grass. Hermione rushed over to open the large door, while Hagrid, pale but unwavering, effortlessly lifted Harry and rushed up the hill towards the castle. Don't panic, Don't panic, Hagrid. Harry reassured him, as he used his other hand to cast a rudimentary healing spell on his wound, trying to soothe Hagrid, explaining that the amount of blood lost was far from life-threatening, and it was merely due to his misjudgment of the protective spell's duration that led him to catch Buckbeak's claw with his hand. By the time dinner came around, Madame Pomfrey had completely healed Harry, leaving no scar behind. As he entered the Great Hall, the Slytherin table fell into an abrupt silence, while the Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause. Gryffindor welcomed him with a deliberately left space between Ron and Hermione, adorned with a large platter of stacked steaks, spinach liver soup, and an assortment of puddings. After the meal, they ascended to the crowded Gryffindor common room to tackle Professor McGonagall's assigned homework. Ron and Neville exchanged jokes about Dina's exaggerated cries of despair. Hermione, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Could you at least show some concern for Harry's injury? This is a serious accident." Neville bashfully lowered his head to continue with his homework. Ron quieted for a moment, but soon asked, "Harry, may I see your wound?" "It's already invisible," Harry replied immediately, not a trace left. With that, he rolled up his sleeve, palm up, placing his exposed forearm flat on the table. Ron squeezed Harry's palm and then traced along it to his wrist, gently gliding up the inner skin and muscle of his forearm. Meanwhile, Harry noticed that Ron's chest was drawing ever closer to his palm. "I want to touch it too," Neville murmured from beside them. "No way," Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. Seizing the opportunity, Harry quickly withdrew his hand and lowered his robe sleeves. "This incident shouldn't affect Hagrid's position, right?" Harry sought to change the subject. "It shouldn't," Hermione replied, taking a breath. "If we start from the attack on Malfoy, it was, after all, instigated by him. And besides, her father isn't on the board anymore." Pausing, Hermione turned to Harry. "Considering that the actual injured party is you, though I feel a bit guilty. Everyone might have already come to a consensus that you would be fine." "That's true. There's no need to feel guilty," Harry responded, "but I just remembered something else. Professor Trelawney mentioned the pure black and pure white four-legged animals. Could it be that Hagrid knows what she meant?" The other three members at the same table shook their heads, clearly harboring no expectations regarding Hagrid's riddle-solving abilities. In Chapter 7, Part 1, The Boggart in the Wardrobe. During the 2 potions classes held on Thursday morning, Harry once again encountered Dean Thomas, who had been assigned to the same group as Ron and Harry. Seated together at a table. "What's the matter, Malfoy?" Harry's roommate, Seamus Finnegan, asked with a mock grin. "Are you dying?" Dean Thomas turned his gaze away from Malfoy. "Take your seats, everyone," Severus Snape said lazily, appearing in a rather good mood. The entire lesson progressed smoothly, with Gryffindor not being singled out for special attention. Ron even received a commendation simply for cutting her daisy roots into perfectly equal pieces. "That's a bit nauseating," Ron whispered to Harry. "It's my first time being praised by Snape. It feels as if I've done something wrong." Dean Thomas evidently heard her, rolling his eyes without uttering a word. Yet Ron noticed his expression. "Harry, do you need help cutting your daisy roots? After all, you sustained such severe injuries on Monday while protecting someone," Ron said deliberately, her voice just loud enough for several tables around to hear. "No, thanks, Ron," Harry replied, but Dean Thomas had already pushed his neatly cut daisy roots toward Harry. "And Harry, your fig needs peeling," Ron continued mischievously, as laughter began to bubble around them. Dean Thomas took Harry's wrinkled fig, swiftly peeled it, and silently tossed it back in front of Harry. Ron struggled to stifle her laughter. Across several cauldrons, Neville was in trouble. He often made a mess in potions class, which was his weakest subject, and he feared Professor Snape immensely. Oddly, he excelled in herbology, despite the strong correlation between the two subjects. His potion was supposed to be a brilliant, vivid green, yet it had turned a sickly orange. "Longbottom," Snape remarked, scooping some with a spoon and slowly pouring it back into the cauldron for all to see. Neville's face flushed, his body trembling as he lowered his head, bracing for Snape's wrath. "Hermione, help Miss Longbottom rectify this," Snape coldly instructed before walking away. Hermione and Longbottom both widened their eyes. "Hey, Harry." Seamus Finnegan leaned over to borrow Harry's brass scales, saying, "Did you hear? The Daily Prophet this morning reported that someone thinks they spotted Sirius Black not too far from here." Seamus appeared quite excited, while Harry paused for a moment, realizing that Seamus was unaware of his connection to Black. Seamus was merely sharing gossip about the infamous fugitive, and Harry responded, "Are you hoping to catch him for the reward?" "I'm not interested in such matters." At the opposite end of the table, Dean Akon exhaled a long breath, seemingly relieved. When she noticed Harry gazing at her, she lifted her chin and assumed a demeanor of indifference. What is it, Savior Boy? Is there anything else to be peeled? Just then, Snape interjected, now you should have added all the ingredients. This potion requires a gentle simmer before consumption. While it brews, tidy up your workspace. And then we shall select a fortunate recipient for the potion. Harry and Ronya gathered the unused ingredients and proceeded to the stone basin in the corner to wash their hands and utensils. Dana Khan must know something. Harry whispered to Ronya as they rinsed their hands under the icy cascade gushing from the monstrous spout. He then recalled that the Weasley couple might not have disclosed the nature of their relationship with Black to Ronya. You and Hermione, along with Navi, should head out first. I have a matter to attend to. As the class approached its conclusion, Snape strode towards Harry, his heels clicking sharply on the floor. The others gathered around, and Snape, wearing a smile that revealed his glistening black eyes, remarked, "What a splendid hue, devoid of impurities. This exemplifies what you ought to aspire to in your studies." With evident delight, Snape produced a small vial and carefully extracted some of the liquid from Harry's cauldron with a tiny spoon, storing it in the vial. This age-reducing potion would undergo efficacy testing after class, and if it passed flawlessly, Gryffindor would earn 5 points. As the bell rang, Ronya bid farewell to Harry and joined Hermione and Navi. Harry fixed his gaze upon Dean, who reciprocated the attention, though their lips remained sealed. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, they diverged from the throng of classmates making their way to the Great Hall. Instead, they shared an unspoken understanding. Veering around a corner before swiftly disappearing into a secluded corridor, unseen by others. I warn you, Harry Potter, Dean exclaimed as soon as they reached the solitude, turning sharply to face Harry with a fierce expression. Do not presume you can coerce me into any outrageous act. What you did to me that day, I can report you for at any moment and bring about your disgrace. Harry had initially intended to inquire about his own actions, but upon observing the flushed complexion and seemingly moist eyes of Dean, he resolutely suppressed his curiosity. You are aware of the relationship between Black and me, are you not? Harry asked, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. So what? Do you seek my assistance in exacting revenge? Dean retorted with a sardonic smile. Revenge? Harry pondered the term. Are you referring to the betrayal of my father by Sirius Black? No, I have no intention of seeking vengeance. I plan to allow the Ministry of Magic and Azkaban to address the matter on their own. That's a relief, Dean replied with a nod before asking. Then why have you summoned me? I have heard that there are several accounts of that incident. I wish to learn the version you are aware of, specifically the one known to your father. Dean fell silent for a moment in the shadows. He was the keeper of your parents' secret. The Dark Lord captured him, extracted the location of your parents, and subsequently released him. Afterward, he descended into madness, transforming into a killer. Oh, Harry acknowledged with a nod, recognizing it as a version that, while innocent, still reflected gross negligence. Incorrect, Dean scoffed, dismissing Harry's assessment. His error lay in failing to find a means to end his own life. He presumed that after falling into the hands of the Dark Lord, his mind would remain his own. My father deemed this arrogance. Your parents perished due to his hubris, Harry. Harry fell silent. After a brief moment, Dana Khan, shrouded in shadows, spoke again, urging him not to seek revenge. Harry remained silent. Dana Khan emerged from the shadows and walked towards the corridor leading out of the underground classroom. As she brushed past Harry, she casually remarked, You promised to teach me the art of levitation. With that, she departed. Chapter 7, Part 2, The Boggart in the Wardrobe, continued. As Harry went to lunch, he encountered Hermione, who was also hurrying to the dining hall. Ronya and Navi had nearly finished their meal, savoring mushroom soup leisurely. The moment Hermione sat down, she scooped a generous portion of stew into her plate, slurping it noisily and getting grease all over her face. What is the matter? Ronya beckoned Harry to sit. Sirius Black, the fugitive, is indeed connected to my parents' demise. Dina Khan believes I will seek vengeance against him. Harry also took a heaping spoonful of stew but did not rush to eat. Instead, he tore bread to soak up the meat juices as he slowly replied, I want to go. Ronya and Navi fell into silence, leaving only the sound of Hermione's spoon clinking against her plate. With a satisfied burp, Hermione grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth and said, If you decide to go, let me know. Are you out of your mind? Ronya whispered with a frown. And how can you eat so much? You'll make yourself sick. I'm starving, she replied, then hoisted her bulging backpack and departed. Hermione must be hiding something from us, Ronya remarked to Harry, glancing at Hermione's retreating figure. This afternoon, we only have defense against the dark arts. Good afternoon. Professor Lupin greeted, looking as disheveled as ever. Please put your textbooks back in your bags. Today's lesson is practical. You will only need your wands. The students tucked their books away, recalling that their first defense against the dark arts class last term had also been practical. All right, Professor Lupin announced once he saw everyone was prepared. Follow me. He led them through the empty corridors, around a corner, shooing away a troublesome poltergeist, and stopped outside the staff lounge. Go inside, he instructed, opening the door and stepping back. The staff lounge was a long room filled with mismatched old chairs, with wooden panels lining the walls. Only one teacher was present, Professor Snape, who sat in an armchair. As the students filed in, she turned her face towards them, her eyes glinting and a sardonic smile playing on her lips. After Professor Lupin entered and shut the door, Professor Snape stood, dragging her chair to a corner before sitting down again, saying, "Perhaps no one has reminded you, Lupin, but there is someone in this class who is entirely unafraid of anything." Professor Lupin raised an eyebrow but did not respond to Snape's remark. All right. He motioned for the students to move towards the far end of the room. There stood only an old wardrobe, where teachers typically stored their spare robes. As Professor Lupin approached the wardrobe, it suddenly shook and thudded against the wall. "No need to worry," he said calmly, noticing several students jump back in shock. "There's a boggart inside. It just moved in yesterday afternoon. I requested the headmaster and my colleagues to keep it here for my third-year students' practical lesson." Boggart is a shape-shifting creature that assumes the form of whatever the observer fears most in order to secure its own survival. It is believed by some that fear provides it with the magical essence necessary for transformation, while ridicule can swiftly diminish its power. After Professor Lupin briefly introduced the class to the habits of the boggart, he began to instruct them on the incantations to combat it. "Now, repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous." The entire class echoed in unison. "Excellent," Professor Lupin remarked. "Very well done. However, this is merely the preliminary stage. It is essential to understand that this incantation alone is insufficient. Now, Neve, you shall be the first." The class lined up in a single file under Lupin's guidance, with Neve trembling in the foremost position, akin to stepping onto the gallows. "Very well, Neve," Professor Lupin stated. "Let us address the crux of the matter. What is it that you fear most in this world?" Neve's lips quivered as she softly uttered a single word, "Cauldron." Professor Lupin pondered for a moment. "Ah, a rather small one, merely the size of a palm, and you fear it?" Not that," Neve replied awkwardly. "I fear the kind that is, well, much larger." "Neve, when the boggart bursts forth from the wardrobe and sees you, it will transform into an enormous cauldron," Lupin explained. "At that point, you shall raise your wand and exclaim 'ridiculous,' while concentrating on envisioning a miniature cauldron that does not frighten you. If all goes well, the boggart will be compelled to revert to the form of a diminutive cauldron." Turning to the other students, Lupin declared loudly, "This serves as an excellent example. Essentially, any object that instills fear can be rendered harmless if diminished in size. If you cannot immediately conjure an image that is particularly humorous, simply imagine it shrunk down. Should Neve succeed, she will step aside, and the boggart will then confront the next student, transforming into their specific fear. And that student will then be tasked with rendering it into something they find amusing, continuing down the line. Are we all prepared?" Neve appeared pale, visibly apprehensive. Yet she had rolled up her sleeves and was poised with her wand. On the count of 3, Neve, Professor Lupin instructed, pointing his own wand at the handle of the wardrobe. 1, 2, 3, begin." Sparks erupted from the tip of Lupin's wand, striking the spherical doorknob. The wardrobe doors swung open abruptly, revealing a colossal cauldron, large enough to contain a person, from which a swirling black and green concoction emerged, accompanied by the sound of a baby crying from somewhere within. Neve did not retreat, yet her body froze, her wand raised but her voice lost. A familiar floral scent began to waft through the common room, causing Harry to tense up, ready to act preemptively. The cauldron slowly advanced towards Neve. "Ridiculous." Nalwe finally let out a piercing scream. With a sharp crack, the infant's cries ceased, and the cauldron transformed into a miniature toy cauldron, which fell to the ground and began to spin. The classmates erupted into applause as Professor Lupin exclaimed, "Pavarti, it's your turn." With resolute determination, Pavarti stepped forward. The miniature cauldron vanished, revealing a bloodied mummy, wrapped in bandages, standing in its place. Its sightless face turned towards Pavarti, and it shuffled towards her, its rigid arms raised. "How absurd!" Pavarti shouted. One of the mummy's bandages unraveled, causing it to trip and fall, its head rolling aside. "Simo!" Professor Lupin cried out. Simo dashed forward from beside Pavarti, transforming the ghost conjured by the boggart into a mouse. Dean rushed over, exclaiming, "How absurd. The mouse was caught in a mousetrap." "Excellent work. Ronia, it's your turn now." Ronia sprinted forward, and before her hung two enormous balloons tightly bound together, squashing each other. "How absurd," Ronia shouted. And with a pop, the balloons burst, showering colorful confetti everywhere. The festive atmosphere captivated every student, as they all endeavored to transform the boggart into something ludicrous or toy-like. Laughing heartily, at last, the queue reached its end, and Harry stood as the last participant. The boggart had just morphed from a cockroach into a cockroach stuck to a cockroach sticker when Harry stepped before it, eager to confront his own fears. Suddenly, the boggart exploded into countless wisps of smoke, vanishing without a trace. "Brilliant!" Professor Lupin exclaimed, as the entire class erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Well done, Harry. Everyone performed admirably. Let us award Gryffindor 5 points for everyone successfully overcoming the boggart, and 10 points to Nawe for being the first to face her fear and conquer it. Plus another 5 points for Harry." "But I didn't do anything," Harry protested. "You vanquished it, Harry," Professor Lupin replied lightly. "Everyone did splendidly. This class was a resounding success. For homework, please read the chapter about boggarts and summarize it in simple terms to submit on Monday." "That is all." The students animatedly chatted as they left the staff room. "That was the best defense against the dark arts class we've ever had, wasn't it?" Ronia exclaimed as they walked back to the classroom to retrieve their bags. "He seems like a rather fine teacher," Hermione remarked approvingly. "It's a pity we didn't get to see Harry deal with that boggart. By the way, Ronia, why are you afraid of balloons?" I'm not sure." Ronia replied, rolling her eyes and turning to Hermione. "What about you? Why are you afraid of hourglasses?" Harry sighed gloomily, expressing his discontent. Where can one find a living boggart to play with? Chapter 8. The Fat Lady's Escape, Part 1 soon. Defense against the dark arts became the favored subject among the majority of students. After mastering the boggart, they progressed to the study of the red cap, an unsightly creature reminiscent of a diminutive goblin, lurking in places where students had once roamed, such as the castle's dungeons and the trenches of forsaken battlefields. Poised to strike unsuspecting wanderers with a hefty club, following the red cap, they began to delve into the study of the kappa, an aquatic reptile resembling a monkey adorned with scales and webbed hands, ever ready to ensnare those unsuspecting souls who dared to wade through its pond. Harry was not particularly pleased. In the recent practical classes, his opponents had been thoroughly defeated before his turn. Conversely, in potions class, Snape began to frequently find reasons to award points to Harry, the underlying reason being well understood by all. Professor Severus Snape's newfound attentiveness towards his student, Ginny Weasley, had gradually spread throughout the school. Most of the divination lessons were exceedingly dull, yet Harry persevered, hoping to glean some logical insights from Professor Trelawney's sporadic discussions on anti-prophecy. The Care of Magical Creatures class was the most disappointing for everyone. After an exhilarating first lesson, the course became particularly tedious. Hagrid had grown exceedingly cautious, and now they spent class after class learning how to care for flobberworms. As October began, and with the Quidditch season approaching, on a Thursday evening, Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, summoned everyone for a meeting to discuss strategies and training plans for the new season. Although it had secured the best seeker imaginable, Harry had missed the crucial final match 2 years prior, and last year's league had been cancelled, leaving Wood still unable to hoist the Quidditch Cup. "This is my last chance," he proclaimed dramatically as he paced before the team. "At the end of this school year, I shall depart, and there will be no next opportunity." Ever since Harry joined the team, I had thought it was a certainty. Yet, it has never come to fruition. I yearn to see my name inscribed upon that cup. This year is my final chance. Wood's solemnity even moved Fred and George. The team agreed to dedicate 3 evenings a week to training, and naturally, Harry was not required to attend. However, this time, he did not spend his spare time in the library. Each Gryffindor training day coincided with the days Harry had arranged to tutor Dean Thomas in aerial dance techniques. Utilizing his slight rapport with Hagrid, Harry chose a secluded spot between Hagrid's hut and the Forbidden Forest for their meetings, a location not visible from the castle. During their first private lesson, Dean still donned a black lace gown and black stockings, though he had swapped his usual high-heeled black shoes for flat ones. The meager light filtering through the windows of Hagrid's hut was sufficient for both to discern the surroundings and each other. Harry nodded slightly to indicate the start, then began to explain. Aerial dance is a combination of 3 abilities. First, you must master the levitation charm. Then, you must be able to cast this charm on multiple objects simultaneously. Finally, You need to understand the fundamentals of human anatomy. Simply put, you must apply the levitation charm to your femur, pelvis, and spine simultaneously, ensuring you channel enough magical energy to lift yourself off the ground without dislocating your body. As Dean listened, his face paled. Sensing his apprehension, Harry added, "When you first practice, you can begin by using this technique to lessen your weight upon landing. Once you become accustomed to it, you can gradually lift yourself entirely." Harry spread his legs, assuming a posture reminiscent of horseback riding. First, he cast a levitation charm on his right leg, and then he directed the same spell towards his left leg. Standing tall, he took a few steps, urging, "Observe my footprints." Deacon leaned closer to inspect the ground Harry had just traversed, noticing the lack of any discernible prints. Stepping back, he glanced at his own feet, where the shoe prints were starkly evident. "Give it a try," Harry encouraged. Deacon slightly parted his legs, drew his wand, and pointed it at his right leg, uttering, "Wingardium Leviosa." His body struggled to maintain equilibrium, tilting to the left. Harry reminded him, "Now for the left leg, ensure you apply equal force." Maintaining his precarious stance, Deacon anxiously cast the charm on his left leg. Instantly, Deacon Malfoy's left leg ascended, while his right leg floated, albeit at half the height of the left. Upside down. He split his legs in midair, simultaneously shrieking in distress and attempting to adjust his inverted skirt to shield his pale thighs. One hand to protect your head, and with the other, dispel the charm, Harry shouted, yet Deacon continued to scream and spin wildly. Harry rushed to embrace the suspended Deacon, casting the counter charm on his legs. With a heavy thud, Deacon's legs landed on Harry's shoulders, the skirt enveloping Harry's head completely. However, Deacon's cries did not cease. Instead, his struggles intensified. As his thighs clamped around Harry's head, his hands pounded against Harry's legs, demanding, "Let me go." Deacon's voice echoed from below Harry's abdomen, followed by a sharp pang in Harry's thigh. Harry turned Deacon over and laid her on the ground. Her pale golden hair was in disarray, cascading across her face. Yet it could not obscure the fierce glare she directed at Harry. She swiftly retreated a few steps, then glanced at Harry's thigh. Her wand was embedded in his leg, blood already seeping through his uniform trousers. As Harry drew out Deacon's wand with his left hand, he waved his wand with his right to cast a simple healing spell upon his wound. "I do not blame you. You were merely overwhelmed with anxiety," Harry remarked. "Blame me?" Deacon charged forward to reclaim her wand, her voice dripping with venom as she retorted, "That is entirely your own doing. Should you dare to act in such a manner again, I shall pierce that contraption of yours without hesitation." A silence ensued. Harry furrowed his brow, pointing his wand towards the space between his legs, wearing an expression of inquiry. Even in the dim light of the night, Dana's fair complexion flushed a vivid red. "I'm terribly sorry. I truly didn't notice," Harry sighed, "and I felt nothing at all." "What else do you expect to feel?" Dana exclaimed, followed by an awkward silence, her face still aflame, as she declared, "Let us not speak of it any further." "Very well," Harry acquiesced. He attempted to move his injured leg, feeling a slight ache. He would walk with a limp tonight, but would surely be fine by tomorrow. "Are you still interested in studying?" he asked. "It's perfectly fine if you're not. Let us call it a day." In a flash, Dana bolted towards the castle, promising to continue in 2 days, before disappearing behind the cottage. After a considerable time, Hagrid emerged from the cabin and approached Harry, who was resting on the ground. "Are you all right?" Hagrid plopped down beside him with a thunderous thud. "Was that Malfoy? I can't believe she managed to hurt you." "Well, it wasn't really a fight. We were merely practicing," Harry replied. Hagrid burst into laughter. Indeed, practicing, helping each other to improve. But then his laughter ceased abruptly. "However, if someone is bullying you, I should inform Dumbledore." "No one is bullying me, Hagrid," Harry insisted as he stood, limping along the path towards the castle, sincerely adding, "I've arranged to meet her again here in 2 days. I assure you, I won't bleed again." Hagrid nodded in satisfaction. That's the spirit. Chapter 8. 2. The Fat Lady's Escape, Part 2. During their second private training session 2 days later, Dana was better prepared. This time, after executing 2 levitation spells, she gracefully flipped over, her legs straddling wide, slowly spinning upside down. However, she neither screamed nor fussed with her flipping skirt. Instead, she held up her light golden hair with one hand to keep it from dragging in the mud, while the other firmly grasped her wand. "Now what should I do?" she asked Harry. Harry's gaze followed the movement of Dana's black leather shorts as she spun. "You could choose to step back, releasing the spell on your legs to let yourself fall back to the ground, but be cautious to protect your head. Alternatively, you could advance further, casting a levitation spell on your spine to align yourself in midair. As Dana spun slowly, she pointed her wand to the center of her back, exclaiming, Wingardium Leviosa. Her upper body began to rise, and Dana eagerly watched her legs, adjusting her position in the air. Yet, she struggled to lift her waist completely, ultimately settling into a horizontal squat, her legs ceasing to rotate in Harry's direction. If your core strength is insufficient to elevate your midsection, release the levitation spell on your pelvis once more, Harry advised, observing the leather shorts. Wingardium Leviosa. Dina Khan finally completed her adjustment in midair, hovering approximately 1 meter above the ground, facing Harry. Her platinum blonde hair remained unkempt, cascading over her face, untouched and immaculate. Harry clapped his hands, exclaiming, Excellent, perfect. Now, if you merely lean forward slightly, you will feel the buoyancy provided by the levitation charm being transformed into a forward thrust. Dina Khan bent slightly at the waist and began to glide toward Harry, her hair cascading around her face, yet failing to conceal her beaming excitement. Now, let us learn how to descend. At your current altitude, simply release the counter charm upon yourself. Dina Khan pointed her wand at herself and uttered, Charmus Haltus. Instantly, she plummeted from the air. Harry stepped closer, extending his hand to prevent Dina Khan from falling. Upon landing, she squatted slightly to stabilize her balance, then grasped Harry's outstretched hand to rise upright, while her other hand, still clutching her wand, tidied her hair. That felt wonderful, Dina Khan declared with a wide grin, as she brushed her sweat-soaked hair back, casting a glance at Harry. It was only after she had finished arranging her hair that she realized she was still holding Harry's hand, and her smile abruptly froze. As Harry released Dean's hand, he shifted the topic. You have already begun your training. Whenever you wish to practice on your own, you may make use of this venue. I have already spoken to Hagrid about it. Dean withdrew his hand, along with his smile, and, with a stern expression, replied, You haven't finished teaching yet. Speed, height, and undoubtedly many other techniques remain to be covered. Harry nodded in agreement, indeed. He also reminded you to continue your studies with the readiness to face injuries, and to refrain from elevating your height without my presence. Dina narrowed her eyes and coldly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I shall fulfill my promises, however. While it is true that Wood and the others train regardless of the weather, mastering the art of levitation cannot be achieved in just a day or two. Harry finally voiced his request. For instance, on rainy days, shall we not practice? Dina exhaled sharply, rolled her eyes, and then coldly replied, You must inform me in advance. On a frigid, stormy night, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room from the library, only to find it abuzz with chatter and excitement. What is happening? He inquired of Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who were seated by the hearth in the 3 finest chairs, diligently completing their star charts for astronomy class. Our first trip to Hogsmeade for the weekend, Ron pointed to a tattered notice on the bulletin board, announcing a date in late October, just before Halloween. How splendid! Fred, who had squeezed through the portrait hole behind Harry, exclaimed, I must pay a visit to Zonko's joke shop. My stink bombs are almost depleted. Harry plopped down onto the chair beside Ronya, gazing upwards at the ceiling. Harry, you will definitely be able to go next time, Hermione asserted, expressing confidence that they would soon capture Black, as he had already been spotted once. Perhaps this time you can go too, Ronya suggested. Why not ask Professor McGonagall? We might have to wait a long time for the next opportunity. Ronya, Hermione interjected, Harry should remain at school. We can't just leave a third-year student here alone. Ronya countered. Go ask McGonagall, Harry, quickly. No need to ask. I can't go, Harry replied, staring at the ceiling and remaining seated. I didn't receive the permission slip. Ronya and Hermione exchanged a glance, and Nevia quietly inquired, Did you forget your permission slip at home as well? At that moment, Hermione's new pet cat, Crookshanks, gently leaped onto her lap, carrying a large dead spider in its mouth. Most students' pets usually stayed in their dormitories, so Harry seldom saw it. How did it get out? Ronya exclaimed. I even brought Scabbers out to avoid it. Crookshanks fixated its gaze on Ronya's backpack, its fluffy tail swaying gently. Suddenly, it pounced. Ouch! Ronya yelped, grabbing her backpack, while Crookshanks dug its claws deep into the bag, tearing at it fiercely. What are you doing? Ronya attempted to wrest the backpack away from Crookshanks, but it held on tightly, baring its teeth. As Ronya swung the backpack around, Crookshanks remained attached, but Scabbers suddenly darted out from the bag. Crookshanks immediately released the backpack and sprinted to the other side of the table, chasing after the fleeing Scabbers. Scabbers scuttled through the legs of several onlooking classmates, darting under an old chest of drawers. Crookshanks quickly followed, crouching down to paw beneath the furniture. Ronya and Hermione hurried over. Hermione seized Crookshanks by the waist and lifted it away. Ronya, crouched on the floor, exerted considerable effort, overcoming challenges that few 13-year-old girls would face, to grasp Scabbers by the tail and pull him out. "Look at him," she exclaimed, holding Scabbers up before Hermione. Her voice filled with indignation. "He's nothing but skin and bones. Keep that cat away from him. It's always staring at Scabbers. Your rat isn't that fragile." Hermione replied impatiently, "And as you can see, Crookshanks couldn't catch him. He is indeed very fragile. And he is unwell." Ronya huffed, striding across the common room with Scabbers in tow, heading upstairs to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 8, Part 3, The Fat Lady's Escape, continued, the following day. Ronya was still in a tiff with Hermione. During her biology class, she pulled Nevia into their group, leaving Harry to pair with Hermione and the others. In the subsequent transfiguration lesson, Ronya and Hermione sat on either side of Harry, refraining from speaking to each other throughout the entire class. As the class bell rang and the students rose to depart, Professor McGonagall called out, "You are all within my academy. Please submit your permission slips for the trip to Hogsmeade before Halloween. Those who fail to do so shall not be allowed to go. Do not forget." Neville raised his hand. "I'm sorry, Professor, but it seems I have misplaced my slip." "Your grandmother has sent it directly to me, Longbottom," Professor McGonagall replied. "She evidently believes that to be a safer option." "Very well, that will suffice. You may leave now." On the morning of Halloween, as Harry descended for breakfast, Ron and Hermione had finally set aside their quarrel concerning Crookshanks, and together with Neville, they consoled Harry. "We will bring back a plethora of sweets from Honeydukes for you." "Indeed, a great haul. Do not fret about me," Harry said with a deliberately nonchalant tone. "Enjoy the feast tonight." He accompanied them to the entrance hall, then turned back after they joined the line of departing students. Draco Malfoy was also in the line, alongside Crabbe and Goyle. She exchanged a glance with Harry, yet neither uttered a word. Harry ascended the marble staircase alone, traversing the desolate corridor as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. "Password?" the fat lady inquired. Roused from her slumber, "Lucky stars," Harry replied listlessly. The portrait swung open, and he crawled through the entrance into the common room. It was bustling with the chatter of first and second-year students, alongside a few older students who had evidently visited Hogsmeade numerous times and no longer found it novel. He crawled back out of the portrait hole. "Why have you woken me again?" the fat lady complained, her irritation palpable. Harry headed towards the library but, midway, changed his mind and ascended the staircase leading out of the castle towards the Ollery. As Harry strolled down a corridor, a voice emerged from a nearby room. "Harry?" Harry turned around to see who was speaking and encountered Professor Lupin, who was peering into the office doorway. "What are you doing?" Lupin inquired, scrutinizing Harry. "Are you alone?" "Just in time. I have a matter to discuss with you." "What is it?" Harry asked casually as he followed Lupin into the office. In the corner stood a large water tank, within which resided a repugnant green creature adorned with sharp horns, pressing its face against the glass while contorting into grotesque expressions and incessantly flexing its slender, elongated fingers. "Grindylow, a type of water monster," Lupin remarked, glancing around. "Dealing with it should pose no challenge, especially after confronting a Kappa. The trick lies in freeing oneself from its grasp. Have you noticed how peculiarly long its fingers are? Quite powerful, yet brittle and fragile." The Grindylow bared its green teeth before submerging itself into a tangle of aquatic vegetation in the corner of the tank. Harry remarked, however, "I have yet to attempt the Cabra. The last Cabra only managed to pass through 6 students before becoming utterly immobile. As for this Grindylow, I doubt its fingers could endure the weight of even 10 individuals. If you were placed first, Lupin would finally locate his teapot, and it wouldn't even withstand a single person." Lupin tapped the teapot with his wand, and a plume of steam erupted from the spout. "This is not only unfair to the other students, but it may also lead them to develop a false sense of security, believing these creatures pose no threat. Please, take a seat," Lupin said, a glimmer of humor in his eyes as he offered Harry a cup of tea. "Moreover, comparing yourself to you might induce unnecessary feelings of inferiority in others." Harry sipped his tea, observing Grindelwald shaking a fist at him. "Yet I too wish to partake. I mean to say, I desire to apply the teachings of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Lupin raised an eyebrow. "I was just about to seek you out to discuss this matter." Harry was slightly taken aback. "What is it?" "Clearly, your speed, strength, and reflexes render ordinary magic or magical creatures incapable of posing a threat to you." Lupin furrowed his brow slightly. "Meanwhile, Your ability to address each malevolent entity with precision is lacking, albeit obscured. Harry was taken aback, as he had not anticipated Lupin reaching such a conclusion. If you are concerned that I do not wish to learn specific counter-curse methods, then you are mistaken. No. It is not a problem that you do not study these fundamental countermeasures against dark magic, Lupin continued, his brow still furrowed. Learning them would merely squander your time. Your lack of knowledge will only become apparent when confronted with formidable dark magic threats. Hence, I intend to teach you directly. A knock at the door interrupted his words. Come in, Lupin called out. The door opened, and Snape entered with the crisp sound of his heels, holding a slightly smoking goblet. Upon seeing Harry, he halted. A knowing smile spreading across his face, his dark eyes narrowing. Ah, Severus, Lupin said with a smile, thank you very much. Would you mind placing it on the table? Snape set down the steaming goblet, surveying Harry with a smile. Mr. Potter, it is rare to see you alone and seemingly in good spirits. Indeed, Harry replied. I am showing Harry my Grindylow, Lupin said cheerfully, gesturing towards the tank. How interesting, Snape remarked dispassionately. You should drink it immediately, Lupin. All right, I shall drink it. Lupin responded. Thank you very much, Severus. Don't mention it. Snape smiled as he exited the room, the sound of his heels gradually fading away. Harry gazed curiously at the high-stemmed goblet. Lupin chuckled, lifted the cup, inhaled its aroma, and took a sip, shivering slightly. I've been feeling rather unwell, Lupin remarked. And only this potion proves effective. I consider myself fortunate to work alongside Professor Snape. There are not many wizards capable of brewing such a potion. Lupin drained the goblet and grimaced. It tastes dreadful, he confessed. All right, Harry, I must return to my work. We shall meet at the evening banquet. But you haven't told me what you'll teach me. Harry's spirits sank once more. Ah, that, Lupin reassured him. Let's keep it under wraps for now, until I am adequately prepared. It won't take long. Very well, Harry replied, setting down the empty teacup. The now empty goblet continued to emit wisps of smoke. Harry bid farewell to Professor Lupin and had barely taken a few steps down the corridor when he was intercepted by another person. Ginny, clad in the green and silver ensemble of Slytherin, donned what appeared to be black stockings reminiscent of those worn by Dina Can, coupled with stylish black platform shoes. She seemed to be in a great hurry, a small tuft of black hair plastered to her forehead by sweat as she rushed towards Harry. He quickly stepped aside. But Ginny halted before him, panting as she exclaimed, I finally caught you. Straightening her posture and puffing out her chest, she boldly announced, Behold my Halloween costume. I wanted you to see it first. In the Halloween feast at Hogwarts, students had the option to dress up as various creatures or renowned witches and wizards, with the complexity of their costumes entirely dependent on their mood. Last year, Hermione had merely worn an eye mask, while Ron and Neville had sported handmade wings. In contrast, Dinakin had adorned herself with an impressive pair of enormous, realistic black feathered wings, proudly flaunting them in front of Harry and the others. Ginny's eagerness to show Harry her costume indicated that her choice would surely be no simple affair. As Harry pondered this, it seemed Ginny had exhausted all her courage. Her back slightly hunched, hands clasped in front of her heart as she looked up into Harry's eyes and softly asked, Is it okay? Of course. Harry replied without hesitation. So, when shall we meet? Let us have lunch together first. Ginny brightened at the suggestion. Then we can return to the Slytherin common room. And I'll change before finding you. Together for lunch? But we aren't in the same house. We can each grab some bread and pastries from our respective tables. Many from Slytherin do that, Ginny dismissed, and since there's a feast tonight, it's best to eat light at midday. She continued. We'll grab some bread and find an empty classroom on the second floor to eat. The two slipped away to the Great Hall, arriving just as mealtime commenced. Harry fetched a few sausage rolls from the Gryffindor table before heading upstairs, with Ginny quickly catching up. They soon located a vacant small classroom. Once seated, Ginny unfurled a cloth on the table, revealing an array of cheese rolls, bacon bread, egg sandwiches, tarts, and sausages spilling from within. Wow, Harry marveled, slightly taken aback. Where did you acquire all this? It was a gift from Dina Can, Ginny giggled in response. You can trade your bread for some of mine. But you just said to eat lightly. Indeed, I did eat lightly. But now I'm absolutely famished. Before Harry could finish his sentence, a cheese roll had already vanished from the table, untouched by Ginny's small mouth. Harry left behind a sausage roll, placing several other rolls upon Ginny's napkin. He then extracted a few egg tarts and sandwiches from within, partaking in the meal. Ginny remained silent, her face adorned with a smile, as she savored her lunch while gazing at Harry, as if his visage were the very essence of her meal. How have you been lately? Harry initiated the conversation. Well, quite good, Ginny joyfully replied, her mouth never ceasing its motion. What I mean is, perhaps you face some unfair treatment, yet being only in second year. You might not have realized it, Harry elucidated. If you sense anything amiss, feel free to confide in me, or Ron, or even send a message home via owl. While continuing to eat, Ginny blinked, and after finishing another sandwich, inquired, does it count that Dean discarded my shoes and socks? Absolutely. Harry immediately halted his meal, responding with gravity. I must inform Professor McGonagall at once. However, she gave me her shoes and socks, Ginny remarked, taking a bite of her sausage and using a piece of white bread to dab the grease from her mouth, continuing, they are quite comfortable to wear. If you didn't want her to throw them away, then her actions were indeed inappropriate. Harry slowly began on his second sandwich. It is somewhat regrettable, Ginny replied, rolling her eyes, and there is one more thing. Harry paused his actions, quietly awaiting Ginny to finish speaking. Professor Severus Snape had suggested that when he was in the right mood, he would allow her to accompany him into the Chamber of Secrets. Don't go. There might be other dangers lurking within, Harry decisively advised. However, Severus stated that as long as I was willing to guide her, she could invite Professor Dumbledore to descend as well. I thought that if Professor Dumbledore were to join us, it might not be too perilous after all. That won't do either, Harry replied, finishing the sandwich in his hand and wiping his mouth. You must at least wait until you are a bit older. All right. I will respond to her in that manner, he concluded. Ginny had just finished her last sausage roll, tidied her handkerchief, and suggested, let us head to the Slytherin common room. Though Harry was already aware of the location of the Slytherin common room for various reasons and had even ventured there once, he had never approached it openly. As they walked deeper into the Castle's dungeons towards the lake, the number of Slytherin students in their silver-green uniforms increased, making Harry's crimson attire stand out all the more. Yet, they encountered no obstacles along the way. Upon reaching the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Ginny called out, Serpent's Master, and a stone door materialized in the wall. Almost there, Ginny chirped, joyfully bouncing inside, her figure vanishing into the dark corridor. During the wait, Slytherin students came and went, with only a handful displaying surprise upon seeing Harry, while the majority appeared to overlook him entirely. When Ginny emerged, she seemed unchanged in attire, except that the buttons of her uniform jacket, typically left unfastened, were now all secured. Let us go, she urged, leading Harry through several turns until they arrived at a well-lit underground corridor illuminated by torches, yet devoid of any other presence. This is the spot, Ginny said, stepping a few paces away from Harry, her feet slightly apart as she began to unfasten the buttons of her uniform. After a few had been undone, Harry caught a glimpse of the gleaming leather beneath. Once all the buttons were released, Ginny swiftly turned around and exclaimed, ha, tossing her uniform into the air. Beneath the uniform lay a form-fitting black leather ensemble, complemented by her everyday black shoes and stockings, creating a cohesive look. The black leather pants hugged her thighs and pert posterior tightly, tapering at the waist, where a silky black fabric peeked out between the leather corset and her waist. As Ginny extended her arms outward, membrane-like wings unfolded from her waist to her arms, resembling those of a bat. Indeed, a bat that reminded Harry that bats are mammals. This transformation also provided a sufficient explanation for Ginny's increased appetite, aside from her growth in height. It seemed that Ronya's physical prowess in the Weasley family was not a result of genetic mutation, but rather early development. Harry struggled to refocus his attention on Ginny's innocent smile, her expression brimming with anticipation for compliments. Would this be quite suitable for a second-year student? Gradually, Ginny's smile began to fade, yet it remained undeniably charming. Harry quickly added, very imposing. Ginny, bouncing with enthusiasm, struck several fearsome poses. How about this? Or this? It must be said that Ginny possessed a remarkable talent for fright, successfully diverting Harry's attention from other matters. Impressive. Amazing. Harry applauded. Haha, my skills are quite remarkable. Aren't they? All of this was crafted from the discarded clothes of my sister, Dina. Ginny twirled about, flapping her membranous wings, producing a rustling sound. I plan to wear this beneath my uniform. When it's time for the feast, during the ghost performance, I shall remove my uniform and don the headpiece. A headpiece as well? Ginny produced a black leather mask from seemingly nowhere, slipping it over her head, obscuring her face and hair, leaving only her eyes and nostrils visible. The front of the mask bore a gigantic, gaping bat's mouth, adorned with sharp teeth and a blood-red tongue. Atop the mask were two erect bat ears. With the mask on, it's perfect, Harry exclaimed. At that moment, I must ensure that I catch everyone off guard. No one will suspect it is you in disguise. Ginny donned the mask and flapped her wings, striking several more menacing poses while laughing heartily. As dusk approached, Ronya, Hermione, and Navi returned to the common room. Their cheeks flushed from the cold wind, looking thoroughly delighted from their adventures. Here, Ronya said, we took as much as we could. A cascade of colorful candies rained down upon Harry's lap. Thank you, Harry replied, picking up a pack of pepper imps. How was Hogsmeade? Where did you go? Davy's Band shop. The magical equipment store, Zoko's joke shop, and the three broomsticks, they chattered excitedly, as if they had visited every place. It wasn't until Hermione glanced at the clock that she said, we need to head down now, you know? The feast will begin in 5 minutes. The Great Hall was adorned with hundreds of lit pumpkins, a myriad of bats flitting about, and numerous orange banners flickering with flames, lazily drifting like vibrant serpents across the stormy ceiling. The food was exquisite. Even Ronya, whose belly was already filled with honeydew sweets, found room to sample everything. Harry kept glancing at the Slytherin table, but he could not locate Ginny's seat. The climax of the feast was a performance by the Hogwarts ghosts, who emerged from walls and tables, forming various formations as they glided about. Nearly headless Nick from Gryffindor reenacted his beheading experience with great success. The evening was thoroughly enjoyable, with even the Gryffindor students mingling and frolicking with their Slytherin counterparts. As he exited the auditorium, a bat clad in a skin-tight leather suit, adorned with a gaping maw of crimson, was swept past Harry by the frolicking crowd. It cast a fleeting glance at him before seemingly losing its footing and tumbling amidst the throng. Harry hurriedly pushed through the crowd to help Ginny up. She was jostled by the throng, forcing her to cling closely to Harry, who found his arms wedged between two pressing bodies. Ronya followed closely, squeezing herself between the bat and Harry, casting a fierce glare at the bat. Harry hesitated for a moment before finally confessing, it's Ginny. Ginny, Ronya whispered. And upon hearing her name called out, Ginny's previously confident posture shrank instantly. What have you learned in Slytherin? Ronya remarked, surveying Ginny clad in her leather attire. I must inform Mother. Ginny quickly shook her head in protest. Harry promptly interjected, she is wearing a mask. No one can recognize her. She mentioned this disguise to me earlier today, which is how I knew it was her. It's merely a bit of Halloween fun. Let us not dwell on it too much. Ronya still had the urge to reprimand Ginny, but by then, Ginny had already drifted away with the throng of Slytherins, leaving her no choice but to relent. Hermione and Navi gradually caught up with them, but as the Gryffindor students approached the portrait of the fat lady, they discovered that the crowd had ceased to move forward. Why can't we get in? Ronya inquired curiously of the classmates ahead. Someone go fetch Professor Dumbledore. Hurry, came a sharp cry from the front of the corridor. As Harry floated up to observe the situation ahead, he saw Dumbledore fly in through the window. He landed before the fat lady's portrait and the fat lady. Oh dear, Hermione exclaimed, gripping Harry's arm, peering over the heads of others, and, like Harry, witnessed the unfolding scene. The fat lady had vanished from her portrait, which bore the marks of a vicious slash. Fragments of canvas lay scattered across the floor, and a large swath had been entirely torn away. Dumbledore quickly scanned the ruined portrait, waving one hand through the air as if grasping something. Indeed, he seized something. Peeves the poltergeist materialized before Dumbledore, his neck pinched between the long fingers of the headmaster. Peeves whispered something to Dumbledore, who then released him and turned to address all the Gryffindor students, announcing loudly, everyone, please return to the Great Hall under the guidance of Professor McGonagall, the Student Council, and the prefects. 10 minutes after the Gryffindors returned to the Great Hall, students from Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin entered, each bearing a look of confusion. Professor Dumbledore stood at the front of the Great Hall and declared, for your safety, you will likely have to spend the night here. The fugitive Black is believed to have infiltrated the school and has compromised the protective measures of the Gryffindor common room. A buzz of murmurs arose among the students as Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick closed all the doors to the Great Hall. My colleagues and I need to conduct a thorough search of the castle. I hope the prefects will secure the entrance to the Great Hall, and I have entrusted the management to the male and female student councils. Should anything arise, send a ghost to report to me immediately. The crowd chattered animatedly, while a few around Harry fell silent. Deakin squeezed through the throng of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students to reach Harry's side. Ronnie, may I borrow your boyfriend for a few minutes? She said. Ronnie's face flushed crimson, caught off guard and unsure whether to accept or decline, as Deakin pulled Harry away. What is it? Harry inquired once they were cornered. Harry, you must not die. No matter what, Deakin said earnestly. Oh, thanks for your concern, Harry replied. still somewhat bewildered. Deaconess stomped her foot several times, biting her lip before continuing. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word. Anything at all. All right. Harry decided to acquiesce for the moment. Deaconess let out a cold laugh. You don't understand, do you? Understand what? I'm 13, Deaconess whispered through clenched teeth. And now you're the best choice in my father's eyes, so he can afford to wait. If you die, my best match would be a bunch of adult wizards. You wouldn't need to wait anymore. Oh, Harry nodded slowly. Now I understand. Yes, I comprehend. There's one more thing. Deaconess sighed again. That was me earlier. Thank you for saving me. Huh? What? Harry was once again bewildered. Ginny had also fashioned a bat costume for him. Deaconess rolled her eyes, but nonetheless expressed her gratitude and added, and please, do not perish, before pushing past Harry and returning to the throng of Slytherin students. Chapter 9. The ominous defeat. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore caused tables to soar to the edges of the hall, aligning themselves against the walls. With another subtle gesture, hundreds of plush, purple sleeping bags appeared on the floor. Sleep well, Professor Dumbledore proclaimed before exiting and closing the door behind him. Instantly, the hall erupted into a cacophony of chatter as Gryffindor students relayed the recent events to their peers from other houses. Come here. Ronya beckoned to Harry. The trio had already dragged four sleeping bags to a corner, and as Harry approached, she promptly inquired, What did Malfoy say? She came to thank me on behalf of that bat, Harry replied. What bat? Hermione asked. I saved a Slytherin dressed as a bat just before the feast concluded. Harry clarified. Ronya shook her head dismissively. It's not a significant matter. Do you think Black is still in the castle? Navy whispered anxiously. Dumbledore seems to believe so. Ronya responded. Around them, students posed similar questions. How did he get in? Lights out. A male student, Percy, bellowed. I insist everyone crawl into their sleeping bags and cease all conversation. Instantly, all the candles extinguished. Only the silver ghosts emitted a faint glow as they floated about, engaging in serious discussions with the prefects. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky, adorned with countless stars. Beneath such a celestial canopy, amidst the whispers still echoing in the hall, Harry felt as though he were slumbering in a gentle outdoor breeze, even catching a whiff of floral fragrance. A sense of alertness surged from deep within Harry, yet it was soothingly quelled by the tender aroma. The sleeping bag behind him stirred slightly, pressing against Harry's. Navy's soft voice reached him. I'm so frightened. Every hour, a teacher would appear in the hall to ensure all was well. By approximately 3 in the morning, many students had finally drifted off to sleep when Professor Dumbledore re-entered. However, he was soon followed by Snape. They exchanged a silent glance, one increasingly fraught with animosity. Before Snape exited, Harry recalled witnessing a similar scene last year when he had flown to school. They must have communicated something significant, yet offered no clues for bystanders to decipher. In the ensuing days, the sole topic of conversation throughout the school was Sirius Black. The torn portrait of the fat lady was removed from the wall and replaced with the image of Sir Cadogan and his plump gray horse, much to everyone's discontent. Sir Cadogan spends half his time taunting others to engage in duels, and the other half concocting complex, nearly absurd passwords, changing them at least twice a day. He has completely lost his mind. Can't we have someone else? Simon Finnegan exclaimed in frustration to Percy. No other portraits are willing to take on this task. They are all terrified by the fate of Fat Lady, Percy replied. Only Sir Cadogan displays such bravery, volunteering for the role. Currently, Harry is under strict surveillance. The teachers are searching for excuses to accompany him through the corridors, and Percy Weasley trails him everywhere. When Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office, he noticed the grave expression on her face and feared that someone must have died. There is no point in hiding it from you any longer, Potter, she said in a very serious tone. I understand this is a blow for you, Sirius Black. I know he is looking for me, Harry replied helplessly. Aunt Petunia mentioned some things, Ron's dad hinted at it, and others have told me too. Professor McGonagall appeared quite astonished. She stared at Harry for a moment and then said, I see. Well then, Potter, I believe you can understand why I think it is unwise for you to participate in tonight's Quidditch practice. Out on the pitch, surrounded only by your teammates. It is quite exposed. I am not training with the team. Every moment of Quidditch practice, I have been at Hagrid's hut, practicing combat, Harry stated. Professor McGonagall scrutinized him intently. Oh, she said, rising to gaze out at Hagrid's cabin, faintly visible through the rain. Well, for heaven's sake. I would like to see you possess the ability for self-defense. However, Potter, I must ask, surely the tactic you used to defeat Professor Snape could not have been taught by Hagrid? Harry scratched his head. Not entirely. Much of what I know was taught to me by Aunt Petunia, who mentioned that she had learned combat techniques from Dumbledore long ago. The first Quidditch match was rapidly approaching, and the weather was growing increasingly severe. Just before the final training session on Saturday, Wood sought Harry out privately to deliver some unfortunate news. The first match will be against Hufflepuff, so the tactics we practiced against Slytherin will be of no use. It's infuriating, he exclaimed to Harry. We must rely on you to secure a swift victory. If the match drags on, even if you catch the snitch, we will still lose. Is the gap really that significant? Harry asked, astonished. I didn't find them particularly strong last year. They have a new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory. Wood grumbled. He was on the professional Quidditch team as training roster last year, but this year he has opted out to focus on his studies. A young man who was undergoing professional Quidditch training last year now participating in amateur matches, it was no wonder Wood suspected foul play from the opposing team. In any case, we can only rely on you to win. Your skill level is the only match for Diggory. We must act decisively. Focus. We must prevail, Wood shouted, his eyes bulging with intensity. Calm down, Oliver, Harry reassured him. I will take Hufflepuff very seriously. Very seriously. The day before the match, the wind howled, and rain fell harder than ever. The corridors and classrooms were dim, prompting the addition of more torches and lanterns. Today's defense against the dark arts class was to be taught by Snape. What about Professor Lupin? A student inquired. He informed me that he is feeling unwell and cannot attend class today, Snape replied coldly. I know some of you have been dissatisfied with the harmless exercises provided by Professor Lupin and are seeking a bit of genuine excitement. Moreover, I'm not entirely certain what chapter Professor Lupin has covered with you. Apologies, sir, Hermione quickly interjected. We studied Boggarts, Redcaps, Kappas, and Grindylows. And we're about to start learning. Silence. Snape interrupted, disregarding Hermione's input. As Professor Lupin left no record, we shall study a chapter he most certainly has not covered. Snape flipped through the textbook until he reached the final chapter, a cold smirk gracing his face. Werewolves, he announced. Now, everyone turned to page 394. With a chilling smile, Snape posed a question. First, we shall learn how to distinguish between a werewolf and a true wolf. During the ensuing lesson, under Snape's direction, students diligently copied extensive notes about werewolves from their books. The class bell finally rang. Each of you is to write an essay on how to identify and kill a werewolf. I require you to fill 2 rolls of parchment on this topic, to be submitted by Monday morning. The following day, during breakfast, the members of the Quidditch team gathered together, undoubtedly anticipating a fierce battle. I am quite apprehensive, Wood remarked, his worry palpable. As if in response to his trepidation, a gust of wind howled past the hall, carrying with it broken branches, while distant thunder rumbled above. Do not fret, Oliver, Aaliyah reassured him. We shall not be deterred by a mere drizzle. Yet, it was far from a mere drizzle. Numerous students found their umbrellas whisked away by the forceful wind en route to the pitch. As Harry was about to enter the changing room, he spotted Dean Thomas walking arm in arm with Ginny, while Crabbe and Goyle sheltered them with a large umbrella as they made their way towards the open-air stadium. Both Dean and Ginny caught sight of Harry. Ginny waved at him enthusiastically, while Dean, with an impassive expression, urged Ginny to move forward. The players donned their vibrant red team robes, eagerly awaiting Wood's customary pre-match speech. However, Wood shook his head, signaling them to follow him instead. The wind howled ferociously, causing them to sway uneasily as they approached the pitch. Another rumble of thunder echoed, and even amid the crowd's cheers, they remained oblivious to the noise. Rainwater streamed into Harry's eyes, compelling him to frequently close them to squeeze out the moisture accumulating in his eyelids. The Hufflepuff players, clad in pale yellow robes, approached from across the field. The 2 captains met and exchanged a handshake. Diggory flashed a smile at Wood, but Wood, with his jaw clenched, merely nodded in response. Harry noticed Madame Hooch's lips forming the words "Mount your brooms." With a muttered exclamation, he extricated his right foot from the muck and mounted his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch placed the whistle to her lips and blew, the sound piercing and shrill, akin to a distant herald of the match's commencement. Harry ascended swiftly, yet his broom swerved unpredictably in the wind. He endeavored to steady the broom, turning around and squinting into the downpour. However, visibility was utterly obscured. Even a slight elevation rendered the other competitors indistinguishable. The field was illuminated, yet the spectators were shrouded beneath a dense canopy of cloaks and umbrellas. High above, Harry could discern no sounds emanating from the pitch. His ears were filled with the relentless drumming of raindrops. He was oblivious to the duration of the match. Gripping the broom became increasingly arduous. The sky was dreary, as if night had resolved to encroach prematurely. On 2 occasions, he narrowly avoided colliding with another player. Unsure whether they were a teammate or an opponent, everyone resembled drenched chickens, and with the rain so torrential, distinguishing between them proved challenging. As the first lightning bolt streaked across the sky, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced through the tempest. Through the thick curtain of rain, Harry could only perceive the silhouette of Wood, who gestured for him to descend to the ground. With a cacophony, the players landed in the muddy terrain. I called a timeout. Wood shouted at his teammates, "Quick! Come down here." They huddled beneath a large umbrella at the edge of the field. "What's the score?" "We're only 50 points behind," Wood replied. "If we can seize the snitch, we can still win." Just then, Ginny appeared beside them, her head concealed beneath her cloak, her face inexplicably beaming. "Harry, you forgot your goggles." To the astonishment of his teammates, Ginny presented a pair of flying goggles. Harry was momentarily taken aback. He had never worn such goggles before. Without hesitation, Ginny stepped in front of Harry, placing the goggles atop his head, then moved behind him to secure the strap at the back of his head before returning to fasten the chin strap. "Now, no water will flow into your eyes," she declared, before darting back into the crowd. "Brilliant," Wood shouted after her retreating figure, his voice hoarse. "All right, team, let us go." These goggles not only prevented water from entering his eyes, but it was evident they were imbued with additional protective spells, rendering them impervious to rain and droplets alike. Though Harry remained chilled to the bone, more soaked than ever before, his vision was significantly clearer. Harry evaded a bludger and swiftly ducked beneath the oncoming Diggory. A thunderous crack echoed, followed by a zigzag of lightning, illuminating the stands once more. In that fleeting moment, Harry's attention was diverted. He discerned the silhouette of a disheveled large black dog, starkly outlined against the sky, perched upon the topmost row of empty seats. Squinting again towards the stands, Harry found the dog had vanished. "Harry!" came Wood's anguished cry from the Gryffindor goalposts. "Harry, behind you!" Harry swiftly turned his gaze. Cedric Diggory soared across the pitch, a glimmering golden speck amidst the torrential downpour that fell between them. Harry gripped his broom tightly and soared swiftly towards the golden snitch. However, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. A peculiar silence enveloped the entire stadium. The wind, though still fierce, seemed to have forgotten its roar, as if someone had muted the world around him, leaving Harry bewildered as if he had suddenly lost his hearing. Moments later, a familiar chill enveloped him, penetrating his very being and disrupting his aerial maneuvers. Something lurked below. Harry averted his gaze from the golden snitch, peering downwards. At least 100 Dementors loomed below, their hidden faces all raised to regard him. An icy surge seemed to wash over his chest, slicing through his innards. A swirling white mist enveloped Harry's mind, rendering him numb. The absence of the spell of flight rendered his body heavy and rigid, causing his hands to slip on the broomstick. "Ack!" Harry screamed. He summoned his magical energy anew, casting a spell upon himself, dragging his way toward the golden snitch. Never before had he exerted his magical prowess to such an extent. He had anticipated an immediate acceleration to the utmost limit, yet the end result was merely a fraction of a moment faster than Diggory's fingertips in seizing the snitch. Then, he plummeted into the frigid, bone-chilling mist. Fortunately, the ground was remarkably soft. I had thought he was surely doomed. These flying goggles are of excellent quality. Harry heard people whispering, yet he could not comprehend their words. He was oblivious to his surroundings and the circumstances that had led him here, as well as what he had been doing prior to this moment. All he knew was that every inch of his body ached, as if he had endured a brutal beating. This was the most terrifying experience he had ever encountered in his life. Harry suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself in a hospital bed, surrounded by members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, all covered in mud from head to toe. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were also present, appearing as if they had just emerged from a swimming pool. "Harry," Fred exclaimed, his face pale beneath the layer of mud. "How are you feeling?" Harry's memories seemed to leap rapidly. "Did we win?" He abruptly sat up, startling everyone. "We won," Wood replied, as calmly as if he were commenting on the eggs at breakfast. "You caught the snitch," George remarked, "and then Diggory caught you. But not entirely." After you slipped from his grasp, he felt deeply remorseful. "We only won by 20 points, Fred interjected. "I have a feeling Hufflepuff could triumph over Ravenclaw by 300 points and defeat Slytherin by 600. If only we could achieve a similar victory. It's improbable. Ravenclaw is too formidable. However, if we could manage to surpass Slytherin by a little." Harry lay there, silent and unmoving. Approximately 10 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey arrived to instruct the team members to leave, allowing Harry some much-needed rest. "We'll come back to see you later," Fred assured him. "Don't blame Wood." He seemed a bit shaken. The team filed out, leaving behind a trail of mud. Once they departed, Madame Pomfrey closed the door, appearing quite displeased. Ron and Hermione approached Harry's bedside. Dumbledore was furious, Hermione said, her voice trembling. "After he soared onto the pitch, your descent slowed considerably, but you still fell quite hard." Then he directed his wand at those Dementors, casting silver spells that surprisingly managed to frighten them away, though we are unsure of their purpose. "Afterward, he levitated you into the air and flew you straight to the school," Ron added. "Everyone wanted to see you, but only a few of us were allowed in." Harry lifted his gaze and saw Ronya and Hermione looking at him with deep concern. He glanced at Nevia, who always appeared sorrowful as if she had encountered misfortune. And today was no exception. Seeking a more mundane topic, he inquired, "Has anyone seen my Nimbus broomstick?" Ronya and Hermione exchanged quick glances. What is the matter?" Harry asked. "Well, we were just discussing how much you might enjoy that broom," Hermione hesitantly replied. "I've realized that the flying charm has its flaws, and I should practice with the broom more often." "So what about the broom?" Harry looked at Ronya and then at Hermione. "It was swept away by the wind and then collided with that whomping willow." Harry fell into silence. That broomstick was a model from the previous year, purchased in Diagon Alley before the start of this academic term, yet it far surpassed the ones provided by the school for students' practice. "Alas, you know that whomping willow," Rania remarked. "It certainly does not enjoy the sensation of being collided with." "Just before your awakening, Professor Flitwick had returned it," Hermione whispered. She gradually leaned down to retrieve a pouch from beside her feet and opened it. Inside lay a collection of splintered wood and slender twigs, resembling a pile of kindling ready for a fire. Harry sighed and then smiled at the three of them, reassuring them that it was not their fault and to not be so tense. This reminded him that even a broomstick may not be entirely reliable. Avoidance was futile. He had to learn how to confront Dementors. In Chapter 10, Part 1, The Marauder's Map, Madame Pomfrey insisted on keeping Harry in the hospital wing over the weekend. He neither argued nor complained. Visitors came in droves. Hagrid brought a bouquet of peculiar flowers resembling yellow cabbages, while Ginny Weasley seized the opportunity to sneak in during Ron's absence, politely greeting Hermione and whispering with Neville about something unknown. She then presented Harry with a handmade get-well card adorned with a multitude of signatures from Slytherin students, including the entire Slytherin Quidditch team, along with Crabbe, Goyle, and the last three names being Ginny, Dean, and Severus. Harry had to hide it beneath a bowl of fruit to keep it out of sight. The Gryffindor team members visited him again on Sunday morning, where Wood hesitantly expressed his conflicted feelings of wanting to win, but not wishing for Harry to risk his life. Ron, Hermione, and Neville stayed until evening, transforming the hospital wing into a library as they completed the dark arts homework assigned by Snape at Harry's bedside. Upon returning to the bustling and noisy school on Monday, Harry's first challenge was facing Snape in potions class, along with the unfriendly countenance of Dean. "Malfoy is surely disappointed that you weren't injured. She is no match for you," Ron quietly remarked, predicting that Slytherin would finish at the bottom this year. After lunch, as they walked toward Lupin's classroom, Ron declared, "I've seen enough of Snape's face for one day. If Snape teaches defense against the dark arts again, I shall skip class. Let us see who is inside." "Hermione," he added. Peering into the classroom, Hermione exclaimed, "Wonderful. Professor Lupin is back to teach." "Of course." He appeared as though he had just recovered from an illness, his old robes hanging more loosely than before, dark shadows beneath his eyes. As the students settled in, he smiled at them, but they immediately erupted in a chorus of complaints about Snape's behavior during Lupin's absence. "It's not fair. He was merely substituting. Why should he assign us homework?" "2 rolls of parchment," Lupin inquired, frowning slightly. The room buzzed with voices. "We told him, but he wouldn't listen. 2 rolls of parchment." Professor Lupin smiled at each indignant face. "Do not worry. I shall speak with Professor Snape. You need not write that essay." "Oh no," Ron said, looking disappointed. "I've already finished it." They attended a remarkably delightful lesson, during which Professor Lupin introduced a glass enclosure containing a hinkapunk, a delicate creature that appeared to be composed of wisps of smoke, seemingly fragile and devoid of any menace. "It has the propensity to lead travelers into marshes," Professor Lupin explained, as the students diligently took notes. "Did you observe the lantern it carries? The flickering light beckons wandering souls." And soon the hinkapunk pressed itself against the glass wall, emitting a chilling, creaking sound. As the class bell rang, The students began to gather their belongings and make their way towards the exit, Harry among them. "Wait a moment, Harry," Lupin called out. "I wish to speak with you." Harry returned to see Professor Lupin draping a cloth over the box containing the boggart. "Is the advanced content I mentioned last time Dementors?" Harry inquired eagerly. Lupin paused and responded, "Why do you believe it to be Dementors? Whether it be werewolves or trolls, they can be subdued through sheer strength. However, I have discovered that this approach does not apply to Dementors." A beam of winter sunlight streamed into the classroom, illuminating Lupin's graying hair and the wrinkles on his youthful face. Dementors are creatures that exercise considerable restraint over wizards. They can certainly drain muggles of their hope and joy. Yet the emotional power wielded by wizards allows them to thrive at an alarming rate. Thus, they were chosen to guard Azkaban. "So our special lessons have nothing to do with Dementors?" Harry concluded, disappointment evident in his voice, but suddenly furrowing his brow, he asked. "You repelled the Dementors on the train, and Dumbledore dispelled them in the arena. Furthermore, Sirius Black evaded the Dementors and escaped from Azkaban. There must be some means of defense." "Indeed," Lupin replied, "I am not fully aware of Black's situation, but I will teach you the methods I used alongside Dumbledore." Harry was filled with joy, exclaiming, "This is wonderful." Lupin gazed at Harry's excited expression, hesitating before responding. "However, it must be in the next term." "Could it be any sooner?" Harry inquired, adding, "There are Dementors lurking everywhere around the school." Lupin straightened up and replied, "I cannot truly capture a Dementor to guard the school for your practice, Harry. They are akin to civil servants. We must resort to alternative methods, which will inevitably require more time." Harry's spirits had finally lifted. Upon learning that Hufflepuff had triumphed over Ravenclaw by a mere 150 points, Wood cast aside his previous discomfort and approached Harry to devise a strategy to amass more points. He regained his fervent energy, leading his teammates in relentless training amidst the drizzling rain, which persisted until December. In the school grounds, Harry could not detect the presence of Dementors. Dumbledore's furious wrath seemed to have strengthened the Ministry of Magic's control over them. With only 2 weeks remaining until the end of term, the sky unexpectedly cleared, transforming into a brilliant, radiant white. One morning, the muddy pitch was adorned with a glistening layer of frost. The castle was filled with a bustling atmosphere reminiscent of Christmas. Professor Flitwick, who taught charms, had already decorated his classroom with vibrant, twinkling lights that could transform into real fairies, fluttering their wings. The students joyfully discussed their holiday plans. Ron, Hermione, and Neville had all decided to remain at Hogwarts. As the last weekend approached, excitement filled the air for a visit to Hogsmeade. With everyone but Harry brimming with enthusiasm. "We can buy everything we need for Christmas there," Hermione exclaimed. "My parents absolutely adore the Honeydukes Fizzing Whizbees." Harry was the only third-year student remaining behind. On that Saturday morning, as everyone set off for Hogsmeade, Harry bid farewell to Ron, Hermione, and Neville, all wrapped in cloaks and scarves, before ascending the marble staircase alone, making his way back to Gryffindor Tower. Snowflakes began to drift outside, and the castle was enveloped in a serene silence. "Hush, Harry." He turned around to find Fred and George peeking at him from behind the statue of a hunchbacked one-eyed witch halfway down the 4th-floor corridor. "What are you up to?" Harry inquired curiously, wondering why they hadn't joined the others in Hogsmeade. "We came to bring you a bit of festive cheer before we left," Fred said with a mysterious wink, gesturing towards an empty classroom to the left of the one-eyed statue. Harry followed Fred and George inside. George gently closed the door and turned to Harry with a grin. "An early Christmas gift for you, Harry," he announced. Fred dramatically pulled something from his cloak and placed it on the desk. It was a large, weathered square of parchment, completely blank. Harry stared at it, suspecting yet another prank from Fred and George. "What is this?" "This, Harry, is our secret of success," George said, affectionately patting the parchment. "We really hesitated to give it to you," Fred added, "but we decided last night that you need it more than we do. Besides, we've already memorized it," George said solemnly, passing it on to Harry, declaring they had no further use for it. "What use do I have for a piece of old parchment?" Harry asked. "A piece of old parchment," Fred exclaimed, closing his eyes and making a pained face as if Harry had deeply offended him. "Explain, George." George drew his wand and lightly tapped the parchment, proclaiming, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." In an instant, fine lines of ink spread across the parchment like a spider's web, intertwining and expanding to every corner of the sheet. Then, words appeared in elegant green script. "Moony, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs offer their assistance to those who seek mischief." Presenting the Marauder's Map. The map detailed every inch of Hogwarts Castle and its grounds, but most astonishingly, numerous small black dots moved across the parchment, each labeled with an incredibly tiny name. Harry leaned in, amazed, as he noticed a marked dot in the upper left corner indicating Professor Dumbledore pacing in his office. The mischief-loving Peeves was currently bouncing around in the trophy room. And Mrs. Norris, the caretaker Filch's cat, was patrolling the third floor. Harry's gaze swept up and down the familiar corridors, discovering several passages on the map he had never traversed, many seemingly leading to Hogsmeade. Fred, while pointing out the route of one passage with his finger, remarked that there were a total of 7. Filch was aware of 4, which he indicated one by one. While we believe that only the 2 of us knew the remaining 3, do not consider the one behind the mirror on the 5th floor. We had used it before last winter, but it has since collapsed completely. The passage likely remains untouched, as the Whomping Willow stands right at its entrance. The last passage leads directly to the cellar of Honeydukes, which we have frequented numerous times. You may have noticed that the entrance is just outside this classroom, through the hunchback of the one-eyed witch. Do not forget to erase it after use, George cheerfully reminded. Otherwise, others will be able to see it. Fred warned. Just give it a tap and recite, Mischief managed, and it will revert to a blank sheet. Well then, young Harry, Fred mimicked Percy in a peculiar tone. Take care. Honeydukes awaits. George winked. The 2 of them exited the classroom, smiling with satisfaction. Harry stood there, gazing at the remarkable map. He observed the small dot representing Mrs. Norris turned left and paused momentarily. Pointing to his classroom, he noticed 2 dots, labeled George Weasley and Fred Weasley, had just exited and were traversing past the witch statue, entering the secret tunnel. Looking at his own classroom, he saw a dot, but it was not marked as Harry Potter. Instead, it bore the name The Boy Who Lived. Why was it not my true name? He glanced again at Professor Dumbledore, noticing another marked as Forenza in the headmaster's office. Then, he turned his attention to the Ollery, where amidst a myriad of names, he found Hedwig, knowing full well it was not her complete name. Subsequently, he spotted Argus Filch and also Hagrid. Harry felt he was piecing together the puzzle. As he searched for names on his way from the Slytherin common room to the castle, he confirmed each one, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a dot labeled Little Snake. Calculating her speed and speculating her direction, he tucked the map into the inner side of his robe and dashed out. There was ample time. Harry did not need to rush, yet his heart raced fervently. Arriving at the designated corridor, he ascended the essential staircase of the castle, pausing for a few seconds. Ginny leisurely emerged from the corner of the lower staircase, taking her time to ascend the steps. Upon noticing a shadow looming above her, she looked up to meet Harry's breathless gaze. Startled, Ginny took a step back, her face flushing, her eyes darting aside as she softly inquired, "Harry, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, come with me," Harry replied, bounding down a few steps, firmly grasping Ginny's hand, and pulling her, who let out a soft whimper. Up the stairs, past the 2nd and 3rd floors, until they reached the scarcely frequented 4th floor. There, he found a classroom and ushered Ginny inside. "There shouldn't be anyone here," Harry panted, loosening the top few buttons of his uniform robe. Ginny let out a slight squeal, covering her flushed face with her hands. Yet her eyes peered through her fingers, fixated on Harry's chest. Chapter 10. 2. The Marauder's Map, Part 2. Harry retrieved the map from the inner pocket of his chest and spread it across the table, locating his position. A dark spot marked the place of the boy who lived, and adjacent to it was another dark spot denoting the presence of the diminutive serpent. "Indeed," Harry exclaimed. "It is just as I suspected. What is it?" Ginny, captivated by the map, could neither decipher its contents nor comprehend the source of Harry's exclamation. Harry succinctly introduced the origin and function of the map to Ginny, who gradually displayed a look of concern. "Harry," she said, although it may seem a bit pessimistic, "I currently harbor a significant mistrust towards magical artifacts with such strong, independent personalities. I suggest you hand it over to Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore. I may be willing to submit it, but I must find a suitable justification to avoid revealing that it was pilfered by George and Fred from Filch." Harry replied. "Before that, I wish to use this map to see if I can locate Black." Ginny sharply pressed her small palm against the Marauder's map. "I am serious, Harry," Ginny said coldly. "Hand it in. Now." Despite the fact that even with her height-enhancing shoes, she still stood a bit shorter than Harry, her presence was undeniably as formidable as that of Danica. Harry attempted to extract the map from Ginny's palm, but it remained stubbornly in place. "All right, Ginny. I suppose I can explain," he conceded, relinquishing the map and settling into a nearby chair. "It was not as perilous as it appeared. It was ingenious, yet devoid of true danger. It is enticing you to seek out black. Ginny's tone remained icy. This is a different matter, Harry remarked, raking his fingers through his hair and scratching the back of his head. The creator of this map was undoubtedly a prodigy in the field of prophecy. Look. Harry indicated a few dark dots on the map. The significance lies not in its ability to track ordinary individuals, but in its capacity to even monitor Dumbledore and his Phoenix, Fawkes, as well as myself and you. Do you recall what Lockhart mentioned last year about anti-prophecy? In my prophecy class this year, the instructor informed me that I possess complete prophetic resistance. However, this contraption cleverly circumvents that resistance by altering code names. It can capture those whom ordinary seers cannot. Harry, do you comprehend what you are saying? Ginny, listening to Harry's explanation, grew increasingly anxious. You should turn it over to Professor Dumbledore. The mere notion of changing names and code names feels sinister. No, Harry replied firmly. I cannot betray George and Fred. If you genuinely believe it to be dangerous, I can promise to refrain from using it starting tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Because I wish to test whether it can lead me to black today. Ginny erupted in protest. I am going to tell Severus. You now have two choices, either accompany me in the search for black, or head off to find Snape. However, when you return to this classroom, I assure you I shall no longer be here, Harry declared, pressing his palm against the Marauder's map, aligning it with Ginny's hand. That is reckless, Harry. Tears began to glisten in Ginny's eyes. Yes, Ginny, I am aware. And this is not the first time, Harry said gently, gazing into her eyes. Ginny seemed to recall something. Her whimper abruptly ceased. Her cheeks flushed as she turned her gaze away and slowly withdrew her hand. And once you find black, then what? Ginny inquired softly. To be precise, I intend to scan the entire map to identify which code names could possibly belong to black, and then verify them one by one, employing the safest means possible. If fortune smiles upon us and we locate him, we can immediately seek out Dumbledore, present him with the Marauder's map, and inform him of Black's code name. Harry laid out his entire thought process, believing that this way, Dumbledore could apprehend Black with utmost expediency. Or we could simply hand it over to Dumbledore, Ginny persisted, unwilling to relinquish her argument. If it fails to locate Black, then surrendering it and involving George and Fred in trouble would be an unwise trade-off. Harry proposed an alternative scenario. It is possible that Black has escaped from Azkaban, in which case this map may not be able to track him. If Black can be located, he must be reported immediately. If not, the matter shall be sealed. What do you think? Ginny composed herself, her eyes darting as she pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, it is settled. Their first task was to scour the entire map for any individual named Black, or Sirius Black. Among the multitude of names within the Ollery, they discovered several individuals bearing the surname Black, as well as a few students in the library whose names included Black. However, they unanimously concluded that none of these could possibly be the Black they were seeking. Harry speculated, based on the names of Professor Dumbledore and Fawkes, that perhaps Black would be referred to as Bub on this map. They discovered a small black dot marked as Bub, which appeared to be lingering beneath the Great Hall. Wandering in the kitchen, the two hurried to the kitchen and inquired with a house elf at the door whether there was anyone named Bub. Indeed, we have a Bub here. But what do you need him for? The elf responded. We are house elves of Hogwarts. Not just any student can call for us at will. After lunch, they gathered in an empty classroom to search for the fugitive, outsider, and murderer under various code names, but met with no success. Inspiration dwindled. In a moment of boredom, Ginny began scanning the map for the names of her classmates, discovering that half of them were marked with various pun-inspired aliases, though they were easily decipherable. As dinner approached, Harry noticed a new black dot appearing in a tunnel leading to Hogsmeade. His finger traced the tunnel's line to its entrance, which was the Whomping Willow. The mark on the dot materialized as they neared the school, a black dog. Harry's finger pressed against the mark, lost in contemplation. Could it be this? Harry's hand obstructed Ginny's view as she continued to peruse the gossip, and soon she noticed the small black dot near Harry's fingertip. A black dog? Sirius Black? The thought struck her. Let us head to the Whomping Willow and take a look. Harry calculated the speed and distance, stowing away the Marauder's map, and took Ginny's hand, urging her to run. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the grass beside the castle. Yet the shadows of the forbidden forest stretched ominously to the edge of the meadow. The Whomping Willow was planted close to the forest, and by the time Harry and Ginny arrived, the light had dimmed to a near twilight. Harry retrieved the map and laid it upon the ground. The dark dot marked by the black dog was drawing nearer to the exit. Harry stood up, his gaze fixed upon the exit. A massive black dog, with striking gray eyes, emerged from a hollow at the base of the whomping willow, cautiously crawling out from beneath its sprawling branches. It truly was just a black dog. Ginny let out a laugh. Upon hearing the sound, the dog turned to look at Harry and Ginny, then began to retreat slowly, only to suddenly leap back into the hollow. What a timid creature, Ginny chuckled even louder. Harry slowly rolled up the Marauder's map and handed it to Ginny. If I do not return tonight, give the map to Dumbledore and recount everything that has transpired. Ginny looked at Harry, momentarily taken aback, her smile freezing in place. He began to rise slightly, when a fierce gust of wind swept before Ginny, causing her to squint against the sudden force. Harry had vanished. The branches of the whomping willow thrashed against the entrance of its tunnel, as if provoked by the fierce winds that had just erupted. Ginny quickly unfolded the map. The black mark representing the boy who lived had entered the tunnel alongside the black mark of the black dog, moving slowly towards the edge of the map, one following the other. Chapter 10, Section 3, The Active Map, Part 2. Harry advanced as swiftly as possible, bending low at the waist. The tunnel stretched ahead, twisting and turning, while Harry illuminated the path with his wand, mentally calculating the passage of time and distance. After a considerable duration, the tunnel began to incline upwards. And after a while, Harry beheld a faint glimmer, a small exit. Harry gazed out from the exit into a room that was disheveled and dreary. The wallpaper was peeling. The floor was stained, and the furniture lay in ruins, as if it had been violently battered. The windows were all boarded up with wooden planks. Harry slipped through the opening and surveyed his surroundings. The room was devoid of any presence. To his right, a door stood ajar, leading into a dimly lit hallway. At that moment, a creaking sound emanated from above, suggesting that something was stirring on the upper floor. With a flick of his wand, Harry pointed it at a nearby wooden chair and, with a sudden motion, sent the chair crashing into the ceiling. Dust and splinters erupted throughout the room, then were whisked away by a gust of wind into another chamber. A substantial hole appeared in the ceiling. Beneath the gaping void, a quadrupedal creature, cloaked in black and nearly blending into the dim surroundings, began to rise from the ground. It was the black dog that had fled at the sight of Harry. Locking eyes with Harry for a brief moment, it suddenly lunged at him. Gripping his illuminating wand in his right hand, Harry had to adjust his stance and, using his less dominant left hand, delivered a powerful sideways punch. His fist connected solidly with the dog's jaw, sending it spinning and crashing against the wall before collapsing to the floor. After a series of whimpers and agonized cries, the black dog began to transform. In no time, a gaunt man with waxy skin, sunken eyes, and disheveled hair resembling that of a skull sat in the place of the dog, grinning grotesquely to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. Harry recognized this face from both television and the Daily Prophet. It belonged to Sirius Black. Harry waved his hand, summoning a sturdy rope that securely bound Black. Rather than struggling, Black fixated on Harry, emitting an eerie laughter. "Do you have accomplices, Black?" Harry leaned closer, gripping Black's chin. "Look into my eyes and do not lie. I can discern deceit." Black erupted into a hearty laugh, prompting Harry to raise his left hand and deliver a swift punch to Black's face, sending him crashing into the dust, coughing up blood. "I have witnessed Dementors. They are truly terrifying." Harry seized Black's hair, lifting his head. "Let me see if I can surpass them." Yet, Black displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he laughed heartily, his expression one of delight. Harry furrowed his brow, releasing Black and allowing him to tumble back to the ground. Black's laughter gradually subsided. "Don't misunderstand me. I haven't lost my mind. I am merely overwhelmed with joy." He wriggled his legs to prop himself up, reflecting on the fact that James had a remarkable son, one who could avenge him, a notion too splendid to fathom. "I regret to disappoint you, but I shall not take it upon myself to end your life," Harry remarked coldly. "I will return you to Azkaban." Black erupted into wild laughter once more, only ceasing after a moment to fix his gaze upon Harry and slowly utter, "I'm not suggesting that I deserve to die, but there are others far more deserving, Harry." Harry rummaged through the clutter and unearthed several candles and candlesticks. Igniting them and placing them upon the table, he then discovered a chair that could still be used, positioned it beside the table, and sat down. With a deep breath, he uttered a single name. It was Peter Pettigrew. "He is the one who truly betrayed your father. This secret rests solely with me, for it was I who persuaded your father to appoint Peter as the secret keeper. Evidence? There is none. Yet, you claim to possess the ability to discern whether I am lying, do you not?" Black said with a smile directed at Harry. Harry sighed, cradling his head in his hands. Suddenly, Black burst into tears, pleading, "Please, look at me. I am not lying, truly. This could very well be a hallucination born from the pressures of Azkaban." "Black," Harry replied slowly. "You have completely lost your mind, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality." Black stared blankly, leaning back against the wall, gazing into the air while muttering to himself. "Could it really have been me? Is there any other evidence?" "Think harder," Harry urged. After a moment of silence, Black began to bang the back of his head against the wall, and after a while, he suddenly sat upright. "Were you just holding the map?" Harry sat up straight, gazing at Black, yet remained silent. "The Marauder's map, is it not?" Black grinned widely, revealing a manic smile. "What do I appear to be on it now?" Harry hesitated for a moment before replying, "The black dog." Black erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Bring it forth. Present the Marauder's map. It can provide proof." "I left it with my companions and did not bring it along," Harry frowned. No matter, Black said, suppressing his wild laughter, murmuring to himself, "Enough, enough, that should suffice." He turned his gaze back to Harry and, with a tone both pleasant and composed, remarked, "The Marauder's map possesses a unique characteristic. If a person or creature is resistant to prophecy, their name will not be displayed, but rather replaced with a pseudonym." Harry nodded slightly. "A typical pet mouse would not possess an alias, Harry." Upon seeing Harry's acknowledgement, Black grew increasingly animated, exclaiming, "That mouse. The one belonging to the Weasley family. Go check its name on the Marauder's map. It is certainly not a name bestowed upon it by them." Harry did not respond immediately to Black's words. He endeavored to connect the disjointed statements made by the frantic Black. Peter, the rat, the alias. Even if there were indeed an alias, there could be other explanations. However, rats are ubiquitous and indistinguishable in appearance. "Black." Harry shook his head and spoke slowly. "I am far more curious about how you came to know that the Weasley family has a pet rat. A newspaper, the Daily Prophet. One day, this newspaper was thrust into my cell. It is now in my clothing, Harry. I cannot be mistaken." Black erupted again, his voice hoarse. Harry approached Black, reaching into his clothing to retrieve a crumpled piece of paper. It was a photograph of the Weasley family published in the Daily Prophet that summer, with Scabbers perched on Ron's shoulder. The coincidences were overwhelming. Since the Weasley family's win, the publication of the photograph, and Black, imprisoned, being able to view it. He not only believed that the rat in the photo was his adversary, but also managed to escape from the nearly inescapable Azkaban. Following the cryptic clues from the newspaper, he had tracked down his enemy to Hogwarts. Regardless of whether Black's claims were true or mere hallucinations born from prolonged torment, returning him to Azkaban now would forever rob Harry of the chance to uncover the fundamental reasons behind these coincidences. "I have made my decision. I will not return you to Azkaban, but neither will I set you free. Transforming into a dog, I intend to take you back to Hogwarts," Harry stated coldly. Black momentarily froze, then broke into a grin, shifting back into a large black dog. During the transformation, the rope fell away from the dog's body. Yet the black dog made no move suggestive of escape, merely sitting by the wall. "Very well. From this moment onward, you shall be my pet." Harry picked up the rope, looping it around the dog's neck to form a makeshift collar. "Let us proceed, Black Dog. Do not attempt any tricks, or I shall strike you with my right hand next time." The dog obediently stood and leaped toward the entrance to the Whomping Willow, disappearing inside. Harry, holding onto the extending rope, followed suit. Chapter 11, The Firebolt, Part 1. The black dog crawled out of the Whomping Willow's range of attack. While Harry shot out of the exit, the willow only managing to swish its branches behind him. Harry fell beside Ginny, who was crouched by the map, rubbing her hands together to warm them. He picked up the leash connected to the black dog's collar once more. Harry and Black spent a considerable amount of time in the tunnel, whereas their stay in the cottage was brief. Ginny had already spotted the two small black dots on the map and felt no concern for Harry's safety. Her curiosity was solely directed towards the black dog. "Is there something special about this dog?" she inquired, exhaling warmth into her hands. Indeed, there was something rather unique about it. Thus, I have decided to temporarily adopt it as a pet. Harry led the way towards the castle, the black dog silently trailing beside him, head bowed. "A pet?" Ginny quickened her pace to catch up, circling the black dog and observing it from various angles. "Harry, dogs are not permitted as pets at Hogwarts." Harry paused for a moment before continuing his stride. "Why?" he inquired. "I don't know. It seems that having a dog makes one appear more like a muggle." Ginny replied nonchalantly. "You are discriminating against muggles, as well as against dogs," Harry remarked. He hesitated briefly, stating, "If that is the reason, I shall find a solution." As they approached the castle, Harry asked Ginny for the Marauder's map. After a moment's hesitation, she relinquished it to him, saying, "You promised me you'd only use it today, and then you wouldn't need it anymore." The black dog cast a glance at Harry, who returned the look. "It still serves a purpose for me, but I shall not employ it to search for Black again," Harry said sincerely, meeting Ginny's gaze. They held eye contact for several seconds before she, blushing, murmured an affirmative and dashed away. "Is she your girlfriend?" the black dog inquired. "No," Harry replied. "That's good. Just don't date a Slytherin." "You harbor quite a prejudice against Slytherins," Harry sighed, acknowledging that deep-seated bias was indeed a hallmark of Slytherin. "Prejudice?" the black dog chuckled. "I am well aware of what Slytherin entails. Everyone in my family, except for me, belongs to that house." Upon Harry's return to the common room, he found Ronya, Hermione, and Navi awaiting him. "Harry, where have you been? We returned and could not find you, nor did we see you finish your meal." "Oh, what is that?" Ronya exclaimed, rushing towards Harry, her sudden shriek attracting the attention of every student in the room. "I caught it near the Forbidden Forest. It's tied up securely, so there's no danger," Harry revealed, showcasing the rope bound around his arm. Hermione furrowed her brow and remarked, "But, Harry, you already have Hestia. Can you truly care for another pet?" Navi, also frowning, eyed the enormous black dog and shrank back into her chair. "You can't keep Hestia and another dog." Ronya waved her hand dismissively, then added, "You ought to give it to Hagrid. I will ask Professor McGonagall tomorrow if I can keep it. If not, I shall take it to Hagrid." At that moment, Crookshanks appeared from seemingly nowhere, rubbing against the black dog's leg before darting away again. "Crookshanks likes it," Hermione exclaimed in delight. Harry inquired of Ronya, "Where is Scabbers?" "Confined within the cage in the dormitory," Ronya replied, frowning in annoyance. "With Crookshanks roaming about outside, I have not let him out for quite some time." Harry took a few snacks and cookies before bidding farewell to the trio and returning to his room. Seizing the opportunity of being alone in the dormitory, he spread the Marauder's map across his bed, meticulously tracing each dot representing the occupants of Gryffindor Tower with his finger. At last, he located the dot marked as Trevor, which was the name of Neville's toad, positioned in the girls' dormitory of Gryffindor Tower. In the same chamber, another dot was designated as Scabbers. Sirius Black sat quietly beside him, observing Harry with an air of tranquility. Harry let out a sigh. "All right, I am now 90% convinced of your words." Blake inquired, "When shall we take action?" "Harry, what do you mean by act? What action are you referring to?" Blake grinned widely and replied, "Of course, it means eliminating Peter." "Harry, no, we cannot kill him." Black's fur bristled, and he took a few steps back, baring his teeth. Ignoring the tightening makeshift collar around his neck, he emitted a low growl towards Harry. Harry raised his right fist, adopting a menacing posture. After a brief standoff, Black retracted his fangs and returned to Harry's bedside, using his forepaw to nudge his collar, signaling Harry to loosen it a bit. Then Black inquired, "Do you have other plans, do you not?" Harry, "Indeed. If he is killed outright, there will be no witnesses. Yet you would still be condemned to death." Black replied with urgency, "I care not. I have long been deserving of death. Harry, now that I have taken over, you cannot die." Black, and Harry, "I sense that Peter harbors additional secrets." "No, it is not merely a sense, it is a conviction." Black, with a determined paw, etched 3 marks into the floor. "What if he decides to flee? He undoubtedly will. Moreover, he is concealed near your girlfriend. Ron, Ronya is not my girlfriend." Harry, "Are the other two, then, not as well?" Ron, "No." Black fell into a brief silence before continuing. "He lurks near your friends, poised to inflict harm upon them at any moment. He has remained so docile for quite some time, he will not suddenly alter his behavior." Harry waved his hand dismissively. "I comprehend your concern. I shall devise a plan post-haste to pry the truth from him, ensuring a resolution that satisfies us both." Harry tapped the Marauder's map, marking the end of the prank. The map reverted to a blank parchment. He returned the Marauder's map to the bottom of the trunk, placing it alongside the invisibility cloak. "Before I attend to Peter, I must ensure your comfort first," Harry said to Black, who had already crawled under the bed. Then he lay down on the bed. Black remained silent. Chapter 11, Part 2, The Firebolt. "Harry, you look quite unwell." Harry finally succumbed to slumber at dawn, awakening to find the dormitory devoid of company. He donned his attire and, with Blakely in tow, descended the spiral staircase. The common room lay desolate, save for Ronya, who was contentedly massaging her stomach while indulging in peppermint toadstools, and Hermione, who had spread her assignments across 3 tables. "What of Navi?" Harry inquired. "She has returned to her dreams," Ronya replied, scrutinizing Harry closely. Lunchtime approaches, and we were just about to rouse you. Harry settled into an armchair by the fireplace. While snowflakes continued to dance outside the window, Crookshanks lay before the hearth, resembling a large, ginger-colored rug. Black also nestled close to the fireplace, pressed against Crookshanks. You truly look unwell, Hermione remarked with concern in her eyes, gazing at Harry's face. Is it related to that dog? I'm fine, Harry replied. Listen to me, Hermione said, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ron. Ron and I visited Professor McGonagall this morning, and her response aligned perfectly with Ron's suggestion. Should we entrust it to Hagrid? It could keep Fong company, right? Hermione looked towards Ron, who promptly nodded in agreement. Harry furrowed his brow as he gazed at the two young ladies. But why would you seek out Professor McGonagall to discuss this matter? The pair exchanged glances, and then Hermione slowly raised her hand. It was my suggestion. I suspect that this dog may be connected to Black. However, she quickly added, Professor McGonagall shares this suspicion. Black slightly lifted his head and cast a glance at Harry, who gestured for him to remain still. So, why do you suspect that this dog is related to Black? Harry inquired of Hermione. Striving to maintain a faade of calm, Hermione presented an awkward expression, her gaze wandering over the scattered assignments before her. I was considering that Black might be lurking somewhere within the school, most likely in the Forbidden Forest. Yet, no one has ever encountered a dog there. Not even a wolf. So? Harry pressed further. I was just pondering whether this dog could be something that Black brought into the Forbidden Forest from outside. Harry exhaled deeply. Ronya burst into laughter. Stop laughing, Hermione said, her cheeks flushed as she stood up. Didn't you mention this possibility at the outset? Moreover, Professor McGonagall praised my efforts. I must have still been half asleep at that moment, Ronya replied with a smile. In any case, Hermione, feeling defiant, pushed the books weighing down her assignment aside. Professor McGonagall also indicated that there are risks involved and advised you to hand it over to Hagrid as soon as possible. Harry glanced at Black, who had rested his head on his paws and closed his eyes. Understanding this, Harry smiled at Hermione. Since Professor McGonagall had not come to find him personally and had merely suggested a prompt resolution, he interpreted her message to mean that it sufficed to address the matter during the holiday. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Harry, I'm sorry. It's quite all right. Harry replied casually. As you mentioned, he can keep Fong company at Hagrid's. It's almost time. Let's go fetch Neville and have lunch together, he suggested. By the way, Ronya, will you be bringing Spot to the Great Hall for a bite? I would like to take him along. Harry pointed to the large black dog tethered to his hand. I've tried a few times, Ronya lamented. Either he refuses to come out of the bag or he runs amok. I see, Harry nodded. The Great Hall was nearly empty during lunchtime, with only 2 female students seated at the Slytherin table. Why is Ginny always clinging to Malfoy? Ronya muttered with a disgusted expression. I suspect Malfoy has bewitched her. Ginny was whispering something to Dean while glancing at Harry and the black dog he held. And Dean stared at Harry with a cold expression. Harry fashioned a paper plate from the foil wrapping outside the toast, then heaped a generous portion of sausages, roast slices, and potato stew onto it, placing it against the wall within reach of the rope. Black, though quiet, devoured the food voraciously, finishing it in mere moments. Only after Harry refilled the paper plate did his pace begin to slow. After their lunch, Harry excused himself, claiming he needed to walk the large black dog, allowing Ronya and Hermione to return to Gryffindor Tower first. However, just a few steps beyond the Great Hall, he noticed Dean Thomas had followed him out. The two ambled in unison along the castle's walls for a while before Dean caught up with Harry. What is the deal with that dog? Dean inquired, his tone irritable while cautiously maintaining some distance from Black. How much has Ginny told you? Harry asked. Map of Hogwarts. The Whomping Willow. The tunnel. Everything, Dean replied, glaring at Harry. But you're definitely hiding something from her, aren't you? What is really going on with that dog? Is it truly Black? Upon uttering this, Dean seemed startled by his own words and instinctively retreated a few steps. Black sat against the wall, his expression neutral. I cannot disclose that right now, Harry responded. Fine. First, you risk your life catching the snitch in the Quidditch match, and now you're grappling with a wild dog under the Whomping Willow, Dean remarked, shaking his head with a cold smirk. I must be blind to place my hopes in an idiot like you. Calm down, Dean, Harry said calmly. I'm not that easy to kill. I won't keep him around for long. I'll take him to Hagrid's today or tomorrow. Are you going to continue practicing your airwalking during the holidays? Absolutely, Dean replied eagerly. Every evening after dinner, same place. But he cast a few glances at Black before turning to leave. Once Dean had distanced himself, The boy and the dog continued to stroll slowly along the castle wall. Is she your girlfriend? Black inquired. Not at all. Good. She's a classic Slytherin lunatic. She would chew your bones and swallow them whole. She can't overpower me. Harry replied nonchalantly. Black let out a few dry laughs. That's splendid. But even if you knocked all her teeth out, she'd still lick you with her bloody tongue. Keep your distance from Slytherin women, little Harry. Instead, let us discuss how to revert Peter to his original form and compel him to confess. That's impossible. Black immediately dismissed. Breaking a few of his limbs might force him to revert, but he would never confess. He knows the consequences of doing so. You think it's impossible because your mind has deteriorated in Azkaban? Harry shook his head. Not only do I intend to make him confess, but I also need him to clarify a few lingering mysteries I have been pondering. Black halted, and speaking of Azkaban, the large black dog's mouth stretched into a grin, his eyes narrowing. I learned a particularly useful application of Dementors there. It's immensely beneficial, truly worthy of study. Chapter 11, Section 3, The Firebolt Arrows, Part 2. Across the lake, distant from the castle of Hogwarts, a considerable number of Dementors are stationed near the station, while others patrol the vicinity of Hogsmeade. The remaining locations where one might encounter these wretched creatures include the edges of the Forbidden Forest and beyond the walls at the foot of the mountains. The Dementors at the Quidditch pitch had entered through a small door from the direction of the walls. They not only guard the entrance but also patrol along the edge of the walls, given that this area was already infrequently visited. The presence of the Dementors has deterred even more people from approaching. Harry, holding on to Black, stood 10 paces away from the wall, his wand raised, emanating a soft glow. Every few minutes, an oppressive, suffocating sensation would sweep over the wall, enveloping Harry, causing the light from his wand to dim. Moments later, the stifling feeling would dissipate, and the brightness of his wand would return. This cycle would repeat every few minutes. After the 5th occurrence, Black urged Harry to retreat to a safe distance, indicating for him to take a seat. How do you feel? Harry's lips trembled, his entire body drenched in perspiration, as he stared blankly back at Black. After a considerable pause, he slowly replied, What? Black grinned slightly, inquiring whether he felt fatigued, whether he was in pain, and most crucially, whether his magical powers had been depleted. Harry shook his head slightly, asserting, I can still manage. It's merely the flickering of lumos, not a brawl. There's no need to rush. Urgency is futile. Next time, bring chocolate. The large black dog emitted a smug chuckle, a sound palpable in the air, was it not? The forehead, nape, heart, lungs, stomach, intestines, diaphragm, and the muscles and nerves in his wand-bearing hand, all the organs related to his spellcasting, were throbbing, accompanied by a subtle burning sensation. In just half an hour, it felt as though he had unleashed fireballs all day long, Harry concluded. The dog nodded, gently pulling Harry to his feet. Let us amble back to the castle. It's nearly time for dinner. You need to replenish your magical energy. After dinner, Harry made his way directly toward the Forbidden Forest. He and Black strolled across the lawn, leaving a delicate indentation in the powdery, crystalline snow. The dog's paws were damp, and the long fur that hung down to the ground was encrusted with ice. Each tree in the Forbidden Forest shimmered silver, while Hagrid's hut resembled a loaf of freshly baked bread that had tumbled into the snow. Water from melting snow trickled down the walls, and warm yellow light glowed from the windows, with wisps of steam rising from the chimney. Harry knocked on the door, and a yelping sound emanated from within. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the door creaked open. Hagrid stood there, gazing at Harry and the large black dog beside him with a look of confusion. Harry? What brings you here? And what is the story with this dog? Students are not permitted to keep dogs. Hagrid welcomed Harry and Black into the room, tossing a few more logs into the fireplace. Indeed, Hagrid, Professor McGonagall also forbids me from keeping him and instructed me to bring him to you, Harry replied. Hagrid settled at the table, poured a cup of hot tea from a kettle, and handed it to Harry. So, where did he come from? I found him at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's gaze suddenly sharpened. There are no dogs in the Forbidden Forest. Dogs cannot survive in the forest. Harry shrugged. Perhaps this elucidated why it was so slender. Hagrid lifted his large teacup, took a sip, and then inquired, What would you like me to do? I already have Fong and do not wish to take on another. He continued, If you have no suggestions, I shall take it further away, perhaps to Hogsmeade, to find it a new home, or let it attempt to survive in the wild. Please do not part with it, Harry implored immediately. Just help me care for it for a while next term, and I will take it home at the end of the semester. That is quite manageable. Hagrid chuckled. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, it was not long before Dean Thomas arrived in the clearing. "We should be learning to fly at high altitudes now," he remarked, furrowing his brow at the large black dog. The dog stared back at him impassively. "Can't you restrain it?" Dean queried. "It seems you have the rope tied to your hand. It's perfectly fine to learn a bit later. Besides, my magical reserves may not be very stable at the moment." "Understood," Dean replied, casting a frigid gaze of disdain at Harry, suddenly breaking into a cold smirk. "I am rather curious as to what excuses you concoct after dinner each evening." "Excuses for what?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Surely for Ron or Hermione." Dean continued with a mocking tone. "It cannot possibly be for that little squirt, Neve. Currently, Ron and Neve's assignments are being tutored by Hermione. I often spend my evenings in the library, and they hardly concern themselves with my whereabouts." Dean was taken aback. "They?" His face flushed with embarrassment. Harry furrowed his brow. "As it seemed you had misunderstood something." Danae Khan let out a sharp scream, quickly covering her face with her gloved hands, adorned in black leather. After a moment, she lowered them, her countenance returning to its pale and icy demeanor. Harry refrained from entangling himself in matters unrelated to Dina Khan, instead focusing on guiding her through the intricacies of hovering, accelerating, and landing. Mastering the fundamental principles is one thing. Achieving proficiency in their application is another. Presently, Dina Khan has attained the ability to cast spells upon herself silently without a wand, and she can also perform rapid consecutive spells while wielding her wand. However, she has yet to master the silent and swift casting of multiple spells upon herself without a wand. This skill set proves exceedingly useful in actual combat. Nevertheless, witnessing Dinakin's delight as she soared high into the air, Harry chose not to emphasize these aspects. Chapter 11, Part 4, The Firebolt continued. On Christmas morning, Harry was roused from his slumber by a pillow thrown by Ronya. "Hey, gifts!" Harry squinted towards the foot of the bed in the dim light, where a small pile of packages had appeared. Ronya was already tearing at the wrapping paper of one of the gifts. "My mother has sent you yet another sweater." Mrs. Weasley had sent him a scarlet sweater, adorned with the Gryffindor lion emblem on the front. Additionally, there was a dozen of the small, homemade treacle tarts, some festive pastries, and a box of nut brittle. As Harry set these items aside, he discovered a slender package lying on the floor. What could that be? Ronya inquired while hanging the sweater in the wardrobe, casting a glance in that direction. "I have no idea." Harry tore open the package, gasping as a gleaming broomstick tumbled onto his sheets. Ronya immediately perched herself on Harry's bed to examine it closely. "It's a firebolt," Ronya exclaimed. "The Cannon team has advertised it." Harry glanced at Black, who lay motionless at the edge of the bed. Black returned his gaze briefly, lifting his ears. "Oh." Whoever placed this gift order, Harry thought to himself, must have been unaware of my minimal reliance on a broom when I take flight. Black's ears drooped again as he closed his eyes, remaining still. "Enough of this." Ronya chuckled, playfully striking Harry with a pillow. "You could certainly use a new one." "What are you two laughing about?" Hermione, clad in her morning robe and cradling Crookshanks, entered the room. She tossed Crookshanks onto Seamus's empty bed, her mouth agape as she stared at the firebolt. "Oh, Harry, who sent you this?" "I have no idea," Ronya replied, rummaging through the firebolt's packaging, which bore no accompanying card. Hermione's expression darkened as she bit her lip. "What's the matter?" Ronya inquired. "I'm not certain," Hermione replied slowly, "but it is rather peculiar." "Isn't it? I mean, this should be quite a fine broom, shouldn't it?" Ronya sighed in exasperation. "Are you suspecting it has something to do with Black again?" "But who would give Harry such an extravagant gift without revealing their identity?" Hermione questioned. Crookshanks leaped off Seamus's bed and nestled up against Black. Ronya and Hermione turned their attention back to Harry. Harry reluctantly suggested, "How about we wait until we ascertain who sent it before using it?" During lunch, they descended to the hall, only to discover that the house tables had once again been moved against the walls. In the center of the hall stood a single table set for 15, where Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Professor Flitwick were seated, along with the caretaker, Filch. Additionally, there were merely 5 students, 2 exceedingly anxious first-year Hufflepuffs, a glum fifth-year Slytherin, along with Dean Thomas and Ginny Weasley. "Merry Christmas!" Dumbledore exclaimed as Harry and his companions approached the table. "With so few of us, it seems rather foolish to occupy the house table. Please, take a seat." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville sat side by side at the end of the table. "Firecracker!" Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully, handing a silver firecracker's tail to Snape, who pulled it with a stern expression. With a thunderous bang, the firecracker exploded, revealing a large pointed witch's hat adorned with a stuffed vulture. Dumbledore promptly replaced his own wizard's hat with it. "Enjoy your meal," he encouraged, beaming around the table. "Draco, have you tried these little sausages? They are absolutely delightful." The first-year student, addressed by Dumbledore, flushed crimson as he accepted the platter of sausages with trembling hands. Throughout the 2-hour Christmas feast, Harry indulged in such delectable dishes that he felt as though his stomach might burst. As everyone began to disperse, Harry prepared a tinfoil plate, collecting a generous amount of sausages and ribs to place before the waiting Black beneath the table. Apart from Harry, only Snape remained. "Harry, dogs are not permitted at Hogwarts," Severus Snape remarked slowly, swirling his wine glass. "I shall deliver it to Hagrid before the new term begins," Harry replied. Harry Potter." Snape elongated the name with a hint of disdain. "I am here," Harry responded. "You bear a striking resemblance to your father," Severus Snape said, draining the red liquid from his glass. After setting the glass down, more wine surged up from the bottom, which was quite bothersome. Harry nervously interrupted Snape's musings. "Professor Snape, you are intoxicated." "I am not inebriated," Snape replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon Harry as he downed the remaining half of his drink. "You look down upon me, do you not? Simply because you triumphed in our last duel. The greatness of a wizard is not solely measured by prowess in combat. I hold you in high regard." "Professor Snape," Harry quickly asserted. "Respect," Snape scoffed, taking a small sip from the freshly filled glass, tilting his head back. His long black hair cascading over his shoulders and behind him, his eyes fixed upon the ceiling. Suddenly, Severus Snape stood up, gritting his teeth as if he had made a monumental decision. The sharp sound of his heels echoed as he steadied himself against a row of chairs, gradually making his way towards Harry. Harry remained seated, yet he extended his right hand into his robe, gripping his wand firmly. Severus approached Harry, cupping his chin with his hand, lifting Harry's face to meet his gaze. Gradually, Severus bent down, his eyes drawing nearer to Harry's. Harry could already perceive the sweet aroma of the alcohol on his breath. "Lily," Severus Snape whispered gently as he nearly touched the tip of his nose to Harry's. Before Harry could fully comprehend Severus Snape's words, she released her grip on his chin and fled without looking back. Harry exhaled, releasing his grip on the wand as he steadied himself and bent down to observe how Black was faring with his meal. The tinfoil tray still held a substantial portion of meat, while Black's canine visage stared wide-eyed, his long ears erect and alert. A rib bone clamped tightly in his mouth, though he had yet to chew it. Upon noticing Harry leaning down towards him, Black hastily spat the rib back into the tray. "Did she kiss you?" he inquired, to which Harry replied, "No." "Why haven't you finished your meal?" he urged. Black, upon hearing this, resumed gnawing on the rib, yet after only a couple of chews, he expelled it once more, darting from beneath the table and tugging at Harry to leave the great hall. When they reached a secluded spot, Black pressed, "What is your relationship with her?" "Surely you and she, I have no connection with her," Harry interjected. "It's freezing outside. We should head back." However, Black planted his paws firmly against the grass, resisting Harry's attempts to pull him back to Gryffindor Tower. "Are you about to lose your mind again?" Harry threatened, raising his right fist. Let me finish." "Let me finish," Black implored in a hushed tone, and as Harry loosened his grip, he scratched his neck with his forepaw, prompting Harry to adjust his collar before continuing. "Snape surely harbors ill intentions." "Oh, and what of it?" Harry replied, bemused. Black grew agitated. "I can't provide you with the details. But Snape harbors a profound animosity towards your father because she had a crush on my mother, of that I am certain." Black inhaled sharply and paused. "Who told you this?" "That is of no concern to you. It's a long story. She had a crush on my mother, despised my father, and thus targeted me relentlessly when I started my first year. However, last year our relationship improved, and she even suggested I transfer to Slytherin." Black leaped up, exclaiming, "That is hardly an improvement. She surely intends for you to transfer to Slytherin only to what?" Harry queried. Black let out a mournful howl, shaking his head before stating, "In any case, remember this. Snape appears normal on the surface, yet deep within, she is a person devoid of any moral constraints. I knew her well from our time as classmates. When she later associated with the Dark Lord, none of us were surprised." "But, Peter, you failed to notice he was following the Dark Lord as well," Harry remarked. Black's demeanor sagged at this. Harry was momentarily taken aback, then slowly remarked, "Do you think, in Peter's perspective, that Snape and he are allies?" Black fell silent. "I have a plan," Harry declared, standing amidst the cold wind, articulating his strategy to the wide-eyed canine. Upon hearing Harry, Black responded, "You think I am mad, and I too believe I have lost my sanity. Yet now, It seems to me that you are the one who ought to be restrained. When Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room, he discovered not only the familiar faces of Ron, Hermione, and Neville, but also Professor McGonagall. The crossbow had been removed from Harry's dormitory and placed prominently in the center of the common room, with everyone gathered around it. As Harry entered, Ronya and Navi took 2 steps back to clear a path, leaving only Hermione standing beside Professor McGonagall, who remained next to the firebolt. Ah, and there was that dog. With keen eyes, Professor McGonagall glanced at Harry's side and then addressed him, stating that she would take the broom for inspection and that the dog would accompany her as well. Oh, certainly, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied while untying the ropes from his wrists. I've already informed Hagrid about the dog. He mentioned he could look after it next semester. You can simply take it to Hagrid. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the firebolt and kindly remarked that the inspection would not take more than a few weeks. If it proved to be harmless, he would have it back before the Quidditch match next semester. With the firebolt in hand and the large black dog in tow, Professor McGonagall exited through the portrait hole, which closed behind her. Harry turned to Hermione, and before he could utter a word, he heard Ronya's angry voice. What on earth are you doing seeking out Professor McGonagall? Hermione's forehead flushed with color, her cheeks also tinged with red, yet she defiantly glared back at Ronya, because Harry once said there are no coincidences in his life. Chapter 12, The Patronus, Part 1. Shortly after the new year, the students returned, and Gryffindor Tower once again became bustling and lively. On a damp and chilly January morning, the last thing anyone wished for was to spend 2 hours in the courtyard. To their surprise, Hagrid had concocted another splendid idea for the first day back. He had gathered a pile of bonfires filled with fire lizards. The students tirelessly collected firewood and leaves to toss into the flames, watching as the fire lizards darted about in the crackling wood, laughter echoing around them. The first divination class, however, proved to be rather dull. Professor Trelawney was now teaching them palmistry, using Harry's hand to demonstrate what sort of palm should be disregarded. As you can see, she said, Harry's lifeline has been broken and intermittent since he was 1 year old. Does this indicate that Harry has died numerous times? Certainly not. It merely suggests that Harry's palms are quite calloused. Once Professor Trelawney set down Harry's hand, Ronya immediately reached over, exclaiming, "Let me see." She flattened Harry's palm, pressing her thumb along the spaces between his fingers and then gliding it up to his wrist. "I don't feel any calluses," she said, diligently rubbing her fingers over his skin. Hermione, nearby, shook her head, holding up Navi's hand. Navi, alarmed, quickly inquired what she had seen. "Nothing alarming. Just that your heart line indicates you will marry a great hero," Hermione replied calmly. Ronya halted her movements, glancing towards Hermione and Navi, who appeared tense. "Don't look. Don't look," Navi urged. "It's all right to take a look," Hermione reassured them. "Besides, your palmistry may not be entirely accurate." Ronya and Navi simultaneously exhaled in relief, while Hermione stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Now, let us see my palm," Ronya declared, setting Harry's hand aside, pulling her chair closer to the table, and extending her right hand toward Harry. With her fingers together, Harry gently pressed against her fingertips and palm, encouraging her, "Relax, open up." As he attempted to separate Ronya's tense fingers, Ronya inhaled sharply, a soft whimper escaping from deep within her throat. "Did I hurt you? Should we call it a day?" Harry inquired. "We can continue," Ronya replied, her brow furrowed with anxiety. "No, we cannot proceed," Professor Trelawney interjected, stepping beside Harry and taking Ronya's hand from him. Disheartened, Seamus Finnegan, who was positioned behind the professor, let out a sigh of disappointment and retreated to his seat. "You are not yet prepared, Ronya." Professor Trelawney gently curled Ronya's palm back into a fist and placed it on the table. With such palpable tension, has she forgotten what I mentioned last semester? One must not be crushed by prophecy. Blushing, Ronya nodded, her gaze fixed on the table, too timid to meet Professor Trelawney's eyes. After the inaugural defense against the dark arts class of the new term, Lupin informed Harry of a meeting, Thursday evening at 8 o'clock. "What are you going to do?" Ronya inquired as they made their way down the corridor towards the great hall for lunch. Hermione, with a hint of impatience, replied, "Isn't it obvious? He must be teaching Harry how to confront Black." Suddenly, Hermione's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "I understand now." "What?" Harry asked. "Black is a werewolf," Hermione declared with a tone of triumphant revelation. "That's why Snape is teaching us the chapter on werewolves separately." Overjoyed, Hermione leapt with excitement and strode ahead. "You can't possibly be learning how to deal with werewolves, can you?" Ronya questioned. Her brow furrowed as she cast a wary glance at Hermione's retreating figure. "No," Harry replied softly, choosing not to divulge any further details. On Thursday evening at 8 o'clock, Harry departed from Gryffindor Tower to make his way to Lupin's office, then accompanied him to the History of Magic classroom. Upon arrival, the classroom was desolate and shrouded in darkness. Professor Lupin placed a large trunk atop Professor Bin's lectern. "What is that?" Harry inquired. "A boggart," Lupin responded, removing his cloak. "I have fed it quite a bit of fear. It has now grown capable of imitating a Dementor." "All right," Harry attempted to mask his disappointment with his tone. "Now, Harry," Professor Lupin continued, drawing out his wand and gesturing for Harry to do likewise. "The spell I am about to demonstrate and teach you is a remarkably advanced piece of magic. It far exceeds the capabilities of an ordinary wizard. This incantation is known as the Patronus Charm." "What does it do?" Harry asked nervously. "Well, if performed correctly, it conjures a Patronus," Lupin explained, "which serves as the antithesis to Dementors, just as Dementors are the bane of wizards. It can stand between you and a Dementor." "Is that all it does?" Harry asked, disappointment creeping into his voice. Professor Lupin elaborated. "A Patronus is a manifestation of positive energy, an external representation of hope, joy, and the will to survive, intensified far beyond what an ordinary person emits. At that moment, for a Dementor, such sustenance transforms into potent poison." Harry nodded and then inquired with curiosity, "What does a Patronus look like?" "Each Patronus takes on a form that is intimately connected to the wizard who conjures it. I have never encountered two that are identical." "What must I do?" "Recite a spell, ensuring that all of my thoughts are focused on a particularly joyful moment. Only then will the incantation take effect." Harry raised his wand, contemplated for a moment, and then lowered his hand. "I cannot do it," Lupin suggested. "Consider something like a birthday gift or perhaps a Christmas present." Harry still had not raised his wand. "I cannot do it." He glanced at Lupin. "What is wrong, Harry? What troubles you?" Lupin leaned closer, scrutinizing Harry's face. "It's my birthday. It has always been celebrated with Aunt Petunia. This year, she said she would send me away. I was furious and ran away from home. She never came looking for me afterward. No Christmas card either. I cannot do it, Lupin. All my happy memories are tied to Aunt Petunia's home, but I cannot return." Lupin remained silent for a long while before suggesting, "Perhaps you should try crying. It might ease your burden. But I am the chosen one. I cannot cry." A smile unexpectedly spread across Harry's face. "I understand now. Thank you. I have thought of something joyful." Lupin hesitated for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, "The proper incantation is Expecto Patronum." "Expecto Patronum," Harry exclaimed, uttering the spell. A torrent of silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, flooding the classroom and spilling out into the corridor. Harry ceased channeling his magic and lowered his wand hand, yet the silvery mist continued to swirl in the classroom. Lupin grasped the lid of the trunk and lifted it abruptly. A Dementor slowly emerged from within, its hooded visage turning towards Harry, a hand glistening with a sickly sheen gripping its cloak. As the Dementor half emerged from the trunk, several wisps of silvery mist gently approached it. The creature seized the trunk's lid with its decaying hand, forcefully pushing the lid back as it slipped downward. Bang! It closed itself back inside. Chapter 12. Part 2. The Patronus continued. Lupin opened the trunk once more, peering inside. "Interesting. This should suffice for me to write a paper." Harry approached and followed Lupin's finger to gaze inside the trunk. In the corner lay a fluffy, round object, resembling a mixture of fur and dust, utterly motionless. Lupin closed the trunk with a sigh, remarking that the good news was Harry possessed a remarkable talent in this area. The bad news, however, was that he would have to wait a considerable time before practicing again, at least 2 weeks. "Can I practice with a real Dementor?" Harry inquired. "Absolutely not." Lupin swiftly turned around, firmly declining. Yet, upon seeing the disappointment etched on Harry's face, Lupin's expression softened. "Harry, you truly have a gift. You can begin by practicing the formation of the Patronus. Would you like some chocolate?" Lupin produced a handful of chocolate frogs from his pocket. Harry also produced a chocolate frog from his pocket. "I brought some along as well. I've been carrying a few with me during this time." "Ah. Is it because you are concerned about the Dementors intruding again?" Lupin inquired while lifting the trunk. Harry found himself unable to speak the truth and was compelled to shift the conversation. "Do you think Black is a werewolf?" A large box tumbled from Lupin's grasp, landing at his own feet. "Oh, I truly did not mean to," he exclaimed, hastily bending to reclaim the box's handle while rapidly inquiring. "What did you just say?" "I mentioned that Snape taught us the lesson on werewolves," which suggests that black might actually be one. Harry boldly presented Hermione's hypothesis. Shouldn't we learn a few methods to combat werewolves? Oh, no. Black is not a werewolf. Lupin stammered momentarily before finally responding to Harry with conviction. He then hurriedly bid farewell and departed. A week into the new term, Ravenclaw faced off against Slytherin in a match. Slytherin emerged victorious, albeit narrowly, securing their win through points garnered by their seeker. Consequently, Ravenclaw found themselves at the bottom of the standings with 2 losses. According to Wood, this was fortuitous news for Gryffindor, as Ravenclaw's morale was now diminished, making it easier for Gryffindor to triumph over them. Although Harry did not train with the team, his evenings were scarcely free. Deanikin insisted on the training for the Patronus charm to be held at least twice a week, to which Harry acquiesced, as it provided an opportunity to glance at Black whenever he passed by Hagrid's hut. During other times, Harry would acclimatize himself to the pressure of the Dementors by the edge of the wall. He had now reached the point where he could sustain a silvery luminescence for an hour before exhaustion set in. January subtly transformed into February, with the biting cold remaining unchanged. The day of the match against Ravenclaw drew ever closer. Professor Lupin, having instructed Harry on the nuances of the Patronus charm without a boggart present, finally produced one. This time, Harry endeavored to minimize the magical energy he expelled, waiting until the Dementor had fully emerged from the box before casting his spell. Yet, the silvery mist he conjured had already begun to take on the semblance of a quadrupedal creature. Why were there multiple patron uses? Lupin glanced beneath the box, shook his head, and closed the lid, which transformed back into a furry mass. 3 silver, 4-legged misty forms circled the box slowly, resembling 3 sheep. My Patronus is a sheep? Harry was more concerned with the appearance of his Patronus. No, it isn't. Seizing the opportunity while the mist had not yet dissipated, Lupin scrutinized these 3 sheep-like clouds. They were not yet fully formed. I believe I can discern that they possess antlers. It is quite likely a stag. Harry, much like your father. Harry paused for a moment. Do you know my father? Lupin remained silent until the mist had entirely dissipated, then replied, Yes, I was classmates with your father. So you also know Black? Harry pressed on. Lupin furrowed his brow. When did you become aware of the connection between Black and your father? Harry counted on his fingers. Aunt Petunia, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall, along with some parents of his classmates who had also experienced that era, in addition to others. Lupin raised an eyebrow, understanding. So you were classmates with Professor Snape? Harry pressed on. Well, yes. However, she is quite different now compared to how she was back then. Lupin replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. Could you share some stories from your school days? Harry inquired with a hint of excitement. Those are matters of the past, Lupin replied solemnly, and much has changed. The affairs of adults are best left to them to resolve. Oh, fine, Harry said, feeling somewhat disheartened. But even just this information is sufficient. As Harry pondered how to exploit the old connections among Lupin, Black, Pettigrew, and Snape, he ascended the Gryffindor Tower. The eccentric Sir Cadogan, the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, excitedly swung open the door, exclaiming, Are you here to join the fray? What fray? Harry inquired, only to be greeted by a cacophony of cheers and howls emanating from within the common room. The students were clearly divided into 2 factions, standing around the makeshift arena. In the center, Ronya and Hermione, flushed and disheveled, brandished their wands, poised for a duel, each pointing at the other. Upon spotting Harry's entrance, Navi rushed over, exclaiming, Crookshanks 8 Scabbers. What? Harry gasped, disbelief washing over him. Could he have fallen for Black's deception? Petrificus Totalis. Ronya and Hermione simultaneously cast their spells. Hermione's petrifying charm missed Ronya, striking a portrait on the wall, causing the horse within to bolt from its frame. Ronya's spell struck Hermione's hand, causing her wand to slip from her grasp. However, it appeared as though Hermione had willingly relinquished it, for she charged at Ronya without hesitation, colliding into her embrace. Ronya screamed as she fell to the ground, but Hermione promptly settled on Ronya's chest, stifling her cries. You foolish girl, she scolded while kicking Ronya's wand away. I will say it again. It wasn't Crookshanks. Ronya's arms were pinned beneath Hermione's legs, rendering her unable to escape, and she resorted to kicking Hermione's back with her knees, though it seemed her efforts lacked sufficient force to pose a threat. After a few futile attempts, Ronya ceased her struggles. Hermione stood, retrieved her wand, and returned to her side. After Hermione rose, Ronya coughed a few times before getting up to reclaim her wand, once again assuming a dueling stance aimed at Hermione. They had already exchanged several rounds, and Ronya had yet to secure a victory. As Navi whispered to the astonished Harry, Ronya hasn't won a single time. All petrified. Ronya shouted, her spell striking the table behind Hermione, sending textbooks and parchment soaring into the air. After dodging the spell, Hermione glanced at the table and smirked. Thank you. Ronya, I now have fewer assignments to complete. Petrificus Totalis. Petrificus Totalis. Spells continued to erupt from Ronya's wand, causing students on the opposite side to duck beneath tables and behind sofas, while those behind Ronya began to cheer wildly. Hermione deftly evaded all the spells. And as Ronya paused to catch her breath, she retaliated with a wand flourish, shouting, Petrificus Totalis. One spell narrowly missed Ronya as she attempted to dodge, tripping over her own feet and tumbling to the ground. This time, Hermione refrained from pursuing her closely. Instead, she pointed her wand at Ronya from a distance, calling out. It wasn't Crookshanks. Think carefully. Crookshanks is missing too. Ronya glared fiercely at Hermione but offered no response. Harry stepped into the center of the common room and urged everyone to calm down, asking them to recount what had transpired. Hermione quickly responded. Both Fong and Crookshanks have vanished, and there are bloodstains and cat hair on Ron's bedclothes. Ron exclaimed, Crookshanks has devoured Fong. Harry, remain calm. This situation is rather suspicious. Ronya let out a piercing scream. You helped her? And burst into tears as she fled up the staircase to the girls' dormitory. A smattering of jeers arose from the onlookers, with someone muttering jerk, which elicited a chorus of agreement. Indeed. Chapter 12. Part 3. The Guardian, continued. The reputation of public figures is often subject to drastic upheaval due to unforeseen circumstances, and Harry now had more pressing matters to attend to. It was her who initiated the confrontation. Hermione interjected, fixing her gaze sternly upon Harry. Harry turned to Navi. Navi, could you fetch Ronya's sheets for me to examine? As Navi went to retrieve the sheets, Harry swiftly dashed back to his own room. Thankfully, the dormitory was empty. He rummaged beneath his trunk and unearthed the Marauder's map. First, he checked Hagrid's hut. The black dot representing the dog remained inside. If he were indeed the mastermind, he should be fleeing by now. Next, he scrutinized the girls' dormitory. Navi's pet, Leaf, was present, as was Ronya Weasley, along with another marked as Flowerbone, which was slowly moving within. Harry quickly scanned the names of nearly 100 students and a similar number of pets throughout Gryffindor Tower, but he could not locate the rat, Scabbers, or Crookshanks. Flowerbone exited the girls' dormitory and began to make its way towards the common room. Harry rolled up the Marauder's map and tucked it against his chest, hastening towards the common room. Upon his arrival, he found Nevia meticulously spreading Ronya's bedspread across the central table of the room. A cluster of students gathered around the edges of the bedspread, engaged in lively discussion, while another group diligently worked to repair the damage left in the wake of the recent skirmish between the two girls. Percy and Fred were arranging a picture frame. Upon noticing Harry, Percy awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement, his expression somewhat sheepish, while Fred, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Well done, Crookshanks. Percy absolutely detests that wretched mouse. Harry approached the edge of the bedspread, scrutinizing the scene before him. The bloodstains were conspicuous, albeit sparse, and confined to a small area. There was a notable lack of cat fur. I intended to take the bedspread to Hagrid, allowing Fong to discern the scent of the blood and cat hair in hopes of uncovering any clues. Harry glanced at Hermione and Nia, asking, Who will inform Ronya? I will assist her in locating Speckles. I shall not go, Hermione replied defiantly, lifting her chin. Nia, in turn, reluctantly turned to ascend the stairs. I will also aid you in searching for Crookshanks, Harry said to Hermione. Among the onlookers, a few stifled chuckles could be heard. Hermione, with a stern expression and clenched teeth, averted her gaze and remained silent. As Harry knocked on Hagrid's hut door, clutching a bundle of bed sheets, Hagrid was equally taken aback. In the corner, the cowering Sirius Black also raised his head in surprise at Harry's presence. After Harry explained his desire for Hagrid's assistance, Hagrid broke into a cheerful smile, affirming that this indeed was a matter for him. Under Hagrid's direction, Fong sniffed the bloodstains and cat fur on the unfurled sheets. And after completing his task, Fong barked a few times towards the forbidden forest. Harry, hand me the sheets, and then you can wait for me inside. Hagrid instructed briefly before merrily following Fong into the woods. Once Hagrid exited, Harry spread the Marauder's map across Hagrid's large table. Although no wizards resided within the forbidden forest, there were numerous named black dots. Among the names Harry recognized were Aragog, Firenze, and Bane, alongside a plethora of others he did not recognize. Amidst the dense cluster of names, Harry spotted Crookshanks, whose corresponding black dot remained motionless not far from the edge of the forbidden forest. What transpired? Sirius Black leaned closer to the Marauder's map. Peter has escaped. I cannot locate him on the map. Do you know how to swiftly find a name on it? With a mournful howl, Black trembled, exclaiming, Peter has fled. I knew it. Harry comforted. Don't be disheartened. Let's remain patient. And we shall surely locate it on the Marauder's map. Black shook his head and, with his paw, fiercely clawed into the wooden floorboards. Not necessarily. Harry furrowed his brow. Why? Blake shook his head, taking a moment before responding. Peter, he is aware of all the passages that lead outside. Harry pressed his hand against his forehead, his eyes wide with realization. You are familiar with the Marauder's map. You and Peter were both friends of my father, classmates even. Which means Peter must have used the map as well. I should have considered that. He could already be in Hogsmeade or even farther. Black continued to shake his head, suggesting uncertainty. Harry clenched his teeth in frustration. Why? The Marauder's map occasionally alters the code names of those being tracked, Black explained slowly. Perhaps Peter inadvertently triggered a rule. What rule? What name does it change to after being triggered? Harry inquired hastily. I am unaware of the specific rules. Black lamented. Only your father would know. We have only encountered this a few times. My father? Why does this always come back to him? Harry was momentarily torn between anger at Black for consistently omitting crucial information and surprise at the mention of his father once more. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Harry glanced at the top of the Marauder's map, a sense of unease gripping his heart. How did you come by the Marauder's map? Harry inquired. It was created by James, Black replied, his demeanor distant and distracted. Harry was gliding his finger across several names, pondering. So, you are Bigfoot, Spot. No, Peter. Is it Wormtail? Indeed, came the response. These were our nicknames when we were newly formed. And who is Moony? Remus John Lupin. You may not be familiar with him. But he is Professor Lupin. Harry exclaimed. Lupin is currently teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Black let out another mournful wail. Harry's fingers glided to the last name inscribed. The sharp-ended fork pointed to James Potter, his father, a genius of prophecy. The only one capable of devising a method to track the untrackable. Black buried his head in his paws, lamenting, I am sorry for him. I truly should not have. The map indicated the Forbidden Forest, marked as Hagrid's black dot and another denoted as Yaya, which had now reached the point labeled Crookshanks. Pausing momentarily before beginning to return together. Calm down, Harry murmured. After a brief moment, he inquired of Black. Your first alias was Bigfoot. Then you triggered a change. What did your alias become? Black hair, Black replied. What else did it transform into? Blackfoot, Furryfoot? I cannot recall. Peter initially went by Wormtail. The last time it was Severed Finger. Harry muttered, Severed Tail? Severed Worm? Rat Tail? Rat Tail, Black exclaimed, raising his head. Peter used that alias. I understand, Harry nodded slowly. Black, Hagrid will return shortly. We shall conclude our conversation here for today. I sense that Peter has not yet escaped Hogwarts. Remain calm and do not act recklessly. Our plan remains fundamentally unchanged. Harry stowed away the Marauder's map. Black trembled silently as he retreated to his corner nook. No sooner had he settled down than Hagrid kicked open the door. A gust of cold wind sweeping into the room. Goodness, it nearly perished. Fortuitously, you sought me out. Hagrid exclaimed, cradling Crookshanks in his arms. His excitement palpable amidst the chilling breeze. The creature had suffered a broken leg, seemingly in a desperate attempt to flee, when Fong discovered it. The poor thing was almost frozen solid. Hagrid gently placed Crookshanks on the table, swiftly turned to shut the door, and then returned to toss a few logs into the fireplace, followed by setting a kettle of water to boil atop the flames. Poor little cat. How fortunate you are to have encountered me, Hagrid murmured tenderly as he carefully parted the fur on Crookshanks's leg to examine the injury. Hagrid, are there any clues? Does the scent of the blood on that sheet lead back to the Forbidden Forest? Harry inquired anxiously. That is not mouse blood. It is the blood of this little cat, Hagrid grumbled. The other scents on the sheet point towards Gryffindor Tower, which is only to be expected, as you mentioned. It is a student's bed linen. Harry exhaled deeply, exchanging a glance with the attentive Black before mustering his spirits to thank Hagrid and departing from the small cabin. Upon finally returning to the common room, he discovered Hermione cocooned in a blanket, resting on the sofa. Though she was not asleep, she remained seated, peering at Harry with her eyes peeking out from the fabric. Hagrid had located Crookshanks and was tending to him, Harry informed her, prompting Hermione to sit upright. The bloodstains on the sheet belonged to Crookshanks, not Scabbers. Scabbers was likely still within the confines of this tower, hidden away in some dormitory or tucked into a corner of the common room. I'll call Ron to check under his bed right now, Hermione exclaimed as she leaped off the sofa, only to scream and dive back under the blanket. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Harry responded calmly, adding, besides, I suspect Scabbers is no longer in your dormitory. Hermione covered her face and mouth with the blanket, revealing only her eyes as she gazed at Harry, mumbling a muffled thank you from beneath the fabric. As Harry turned to ascend the stairs back to his dormitory, he was suddenly called by Hermione. Harry, she said, peeking out from under her blanket, her gaze fixed upon him. Ronnie is not suitable for you. She is rather foolish. I do not judge my friendships based on intelligence. No one is brighter than I am, Harry replied. And what about me? Hermione inquired. You are indeed quite clever, the most astute among my peers, he acknowledged. Then may I be your girlfriend? Hermione pressed further. Wait, I don't quite understand. What are you saying? Harry shook his head in confusion. Do you prefer a figure like Ronnie's? Hermione chuckled softly. That's all right. I can manage that too. No, that's not it. Harry slowly shook his head. You are such a kind-hearted person, Harry, Hermione remarked, her tone both playful and earnest. It is settled then. Starting tomorrow, you shall be my boyfriend. And I shall be your girlfriend. Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. You see, I knew it, he said. Hermione chuckled. You simply do not know how to refuse anyone. Anyone who confesses to you can easily win you over. Ronya is rather foolish. If you have no other matters to attend to, I shall return to my slumber. Harry turned and ascended the staircase. A faint sound resembling a blown kiss echoed behind him, followed by Hermione's gentle farewell. Good night, Harry. Chapter 13, Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw, Part 1. The friendship between Ronya and Hermione transformed into an entirely new dynamic. The two visited Hagrid and the recuperating Crookshanks, after which they no longer spoke of Scabbers. When Hermione tutored Ronya, the latter ceased her previous procrastination, diligently studying late into the night alongside Hermione. During moments of disagreement, if Hermione was in the right, Ronya would patiently endure Hermione's admonishments rather than fleeing from confrontation. Another notable change was that during classes and meals in the Great Hall, Ronya would sit beside Harry, while Hermione, who had typically occupied a seat on Harry's other side, now positioned herself next to Ronya. You seem to be under quite a bit of stress lately, Harry inquired during their meal. It's nothing, I can manage, Ronya replied with a soft smile. Indeed. She can manage, Hermione chimed in from Ronya's other side, laughing lightly in response to Harry. I believe part of her stress is due to you, Hermione. Harry furrowed his brow. What exactly have you said to her? Nothing. It's fine, Ronya quickly denied. I volunteered. Yes, she did volunteer, Hermione echoed with a smile. And I am quite good to her. Aren't I, Ronya? Ronya cast a wistful glance at Hermione before turning to Harry, stating, Hermione truly is quite kind to me. She teaches me my studies and imparts valuable life lessons. I am very grateful to her. Harry gazed curiously at the cheerful Hermione and the dejected Ronya, then glanced at Nevia, who was engrossed in her meal, not lifting her head. Oh, very well. If you were being bullied, I'm not being bullied. Hermione and I are forever good friends, Ronya quickly countered, adding, if I were being bullied, I would tell you. Nevia's spoon scraped noisily against her empty plate. Yet she still did not raise her gaze. Professor McGonagall returned the firebolt to Harry during the week of the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Although the identity of the gift-giver remained a mystery, it was confirmed that there were no malicious curses upon it, thus allowing Harry to use it in the competition. On the eve of the match, Wood organized a final practice session. After taking the firebolt to the pitch for a few test flights, Harry entrusted the broom to Wood for safekeeping until the following day, allowing the Gryffindor team to fully experience the performance of the rare and advanced firebolt that evening to satisfy their curiosity. He then made his way to the clearing beside Hagrid's hut to meet with Dean. I heard you acquired a firebolt. Dean was already able to hover steadily at an altitude of over 10 meters while effortlessly engaging in conversation. Harry flew beside Dinacon, gently grasping the hem of her sleeve, striving to provide her with a sense of security while ensuring her balance remained undisturbed. Indeed, it was a gift from an anonymous benefactor, Harry replied, pausing momentarily before adding. Its maneuverability is remarkable, nearly rivaling the agility of aerial ballet. Dinacon offered no response. Instead, she gradually leaned forward, accelerating. Harry adeptly kept pace with her. Suddenly, Dinacon raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose due to a sneeze, but as Harry tugged on her sleeve, She was unable to stop herself and tumbled forward uncontrollably. Harry had to draw close to Danicon, embracing her tightly. Very well, this time you remain composed. It is imperative to remember to cast the levitation charm on yourself, regardless of what transpires. Harry wrapped his arms around Danicon's waist, guiding her gently down to the ground. Upon landing, Harry released Danicon, who exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Palm, palm. I must remember to use my palm to cast the wind charm to halt myself. Yet I failed to do so just now." Danicon then turned to glare at Harry, saying, "This cannot continue." "What cannot?" Harry replied, perplexed. Danicon, with a stern expression, remarked, "Just what happened a moment ago, each time you have to hold me." Harry clicked his tongue, reminding Dean that he had advised securing the safety rope around the upper body. But Dean had been unwilling. Dean looked at Harry with disdain, yet chose to remain silent. The next morning, Harry descended to breakfast with his dormitory mates. Upon entering the Great Hall, he noticed that the firebolt had been prominently placed at the center of the Gryffindor table, its label facing upwards. Surrounding it were not only Gryffindor students but also those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team wore grim expressions, save for Draco Malfoy, who maintained a calm demeanor, as cold as ever. After 10 o'clock, the Gryffindor team began to make their way to the locker room. Harry, along with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, strolled across the lawn, only to be halted by a figure in front of the locker room. It was Ginny Weasley. "Harry, you should head to your locker room. This is a matter between me and Miss Granger." Ginny, with a stray lock of hair floating across her forehead, stood with her legs apart and arms crossed, one hand clutching her wand, blocking their path. Last year, she had been a head shorter than Ron. But this year she had shot up by more than 10 centimeters, and with the heeled shoes Dean had gifted her, she was now nearly at the same height as Ron and Hermione. In a hurry, Ron rushed towards Ginny, standing before her. "Ginny, Hermione and I are lifelong friends. Stay out of it." Ginny waved Ron aside dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at her sister, then turning her gaze back to Hermione. "I didn't understand at first when I heard, but, I asked Dean." Hermione scoffed. "Oh, really? And what did you come to understand?" Ginny cleared her throat. "Miss Granger, although you told my sister that as long as you remain good friends, you wouldn't try to take Harry for yourself, that is a deception. Even if it stays like this, you will find a reason to confess your feelings to Harry. Perhaps you have already done so." Ron looked shocked, turning to Hermione. "Is that true?" Harry rubbed his forehead, exhaling deeply, then turned his gaze to Hermione, who, with an air of arrogance, slowly drew her wand. "Ginny Weasley, you've been hanging around Slytherin and following Dean Espor example." Chapter 13. 2. Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw mid-match. Wood led the team onto the pitch, the cheers ringing deafeningly in the air. The Ravenclaw team, donned in blue robes, stood poised in the center of the field. Their seeker, Cho Chang, was the only girl on the team. She was a year above Harry but was about a head shorter, standing at a height similar to that of Ron and Hermione. Smiling at Harry, Wood, Davis, Madame Hooch said briskly, as Wood shook hands with the captain of Ravenclaw. "Mount your brooms at the sound of my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Harry soared into the air, circling above the crowd in search of the elusive golden snitch. Firebolt, the longbow, ascended from below, positioning itself in front of Harry and compelling him to alter his course. As Firebolt reappeared before him once more, Harry decided to halt his advance entirely, hovering in midair. Firebolt circled around Harry, playfully inquiring, "Hey, Potter, what are you waiting for?" "I'm waiting for Gryffindor to take a lead of over 100 points. Harry indicated with a glance towards Wood, the captain and goalkeeper. "And what about you?" "I'm not quite sure," she chuckled. "You're more agile than I am. And your broom is swifter. I can't think of a way to outmaneuver you." Harry raised an eyebrow, remarking on your remarkably composed demeanor. "Gryffindor leads 80-0. Came the voice of the commentator from below. "What you did earlier, flying in front of me, was rather perilous. I'm still not quite accustomed to the firebolt. I might struggle to halt." Harry cautioned Fire, the longbow. Fire, the longbow chuckled. "No worries, I had you covered. I placed a sickle on that." "Oh," Harry mused, attentively observing the situation on the ground. "What else did you wager?" "I placed 5 sickles on you catching the opposing seeker." Unexpectedly, Fire, the longbow truly began to tally. "I wagered a galleon on you conversing with the opposing seeker, another galleon on you sustaining an injury during the match, 1 sickle on Ravenclaw's victory, and on Gryffindor winning by a score between 200 and 300 points. I shall not disclose." Harry spotted the golden snitch fluttering near the ground, darting beside a fence. Ravenclaw adapted to Gryffindor's tactics, narrowing the score gap by scoring 3 consecutive goals, leaving Gryffindor with a mere 50-point lead. Harry dove downwards. And seeing his maneuver, Firebolt swiftly pursued him. Harry accelerated relentlessly, but was abruptly forced to veer back by a rogue ball struck by a Ravenclaw chaser. In those critical moments, the golden snitch vanished. Firebolt darted directly towards the Gryffindor goalpost. Following her trajectory, Harry spotted a glimmer of gold swirling around the goalpost. Harry accelerated. But just as he was about to surpass Firebolt, the opposing player veered off course, blocking Harry's path. He swiftly pivoted to avoid a collision. Harry, knock her off her broom, Wood bellowed. Firebolt wore a grin on her face. The golden snitch had vanished once more. I thought you weren't that keen on winning. Harry called out to Firebolt. Of course, I want to win, she laughed heartily. I wager you win merely to hedge your risks. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. And she shouted, Dementor, pointing towards the stands. Harry turned to face the stands, discovering a sea of ordinary student spectators. He then turned back, where the Firebolt, with its long, elegant bow, soared gracefully over the Quidditch pitch towards Ravenclaw, its pair of fluttering wings shimmering in the distance. Harry accelerated, closing the distance to Cho Chang. The golden snitch, in a sudden maneuver, evaded the approaching opponent who had unexpectedly altered their course to intercept him. And he deftly captured the struggling little golden snitch between his fingers. The whistle of Madame Hooch pierced the air. Harry spun in mid-flight, embracing the 6 teammates who rushed towards him. He could hear the uproar of Gryffindors below. Well done, Wood shouted repeatedly. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the players dispersed to land. At that moment, Cho, riding her broomstick, approached Harry with a countenance not adorned with her usual smile, but rather a pained expression that suggested she was on the verge of tears. Harry, our team hasn't won a single match. Could you give me a hug to comfort me? Harry decisively declined, then pressed further. What else have you wagered? He, with a pouting expression, blinked her eyes and replied, I have staked 100 galleons on the project regarding the first person to correctly guess my true name. Are you interested in collaborating? Harry swiftly descended to the ground, landing amidst the jubilant crowd, and then quickly maneuvered through the throngs, dashing into the changing room. Without taking the time to change, he burst forth from the opposite side of the locker room. Ron, Ginny, and Hermione were engaged in lively conversation by the roadside when they spotted Harry rushing out. Pausing to greet him, Harry gasped in surprise. Nia rushed towards him in quick strides, whispering softly in his ear, Ginny lost 0-5, a complete defeat. Then, I couldn't quite grasp what transpired, and they began conversing. Do we still need to call the teacher? Harry gestured for a moment of pause, slowly approaching the trio. Harry, my brother, the misunderstanding between Hermione and me has been resolved, Ginny said with a sweet smile. You need not worry. The misunderstanding resolved? Harry hesitantly inquired. All those whispers about secret confessions were merely my overthinking. Ginny stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. Hermione is too kind-hearted to engage in such things. Haha. Precisely. Even if she did, it would be just a jest, Hermione chimed in with a laugh. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned somber. The smile that had adorned Ronya's face vanished. Huh? Indeed, it was a jest, Harry continued. I know Hermione was joking, and she knows it too. Right, Hermione? Hermione, maintaining her smile, averted her gaze skyward, avoiding Harry's eyes. Yes, I was indeed joking. In an unexpected rush of emotion, Ronya embraced Hermione, bursting into tears. You scared me. Hermione, you really frightened me. Ginny, standing behind the sobbing Ronya, remained silent, watching Hermione. She raised one eyebrow, her fingertips resting against her lips, though they did little to conceal the smile at the corners of her mouth. Hermione and Ginny exchanged glances, then shared a look with Harry, before rolling their eyes toward the heavens. All right, stop crying, Ronya. No matter what happens in the future, I shall never steal your boyfriend, all right? Ronya's sobs intensified. And through her tears, she exclaimed, but we must always be good friends. Navi, nearby, also began to wipe her eyes and then joined in the embrace. Hermione had to free one hand to include Navi as she too began to weep. We shall always remain good friends. Ginny quietly shifted closer to Harry, avoiding Hermione's gaze, and softly inquired, what about you and Hermione? Nothing has occurred. And what about you and my sister? Nothing has occurred either. Ginny neither nodded nor shook her head, appearing to have heard nothing, and silently returned to her previous spot. Chapter 13, Part 3, Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw, Part 2. Where have you been? George asked upon Harry's return to the changing room, but before Harry could respond, he urged, Hurry, Harry. The party. Gryffindor Common Room. Now? The sense among the Gryffindor students was akin to having won the Quidditch Cup. The celebration lasted throughout the day and extended into the night. Fred and George Weasley vanished for 2 hours, only to return with an abundance of butterbeer, pumpkin fizz, and several large bags filled with honeydew sweets. Harry sat in the corner of the sofa, staring blankly at the lively crowd in the common room. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" asked Navy as she unwrapped a cream candy for him. "I'm pondering the whereabouts of Padfoot," Harry replied. Navy quickly placed her index finger on her lips. "Don't mention that in front of those two." George was tossing mint toadstools into the crowd, and Ronya and Hermione joined forces to snatch a large handful. Navy glanced toward the center of the common room and then turned back to whisper to Harry, "We've turned our dormitory upside down. And even had the next dormitory search as well. We found nothing." She removed the candy wrapper from the cream candy and popped it into her mouth. "By the way, Padfoot used to enjoy this too." Harry's eyes widened suddenly as he stared at the candy in Nawi's hand. "I'm going to bed," he declared abruptly, before hastily dashing up to the boys' dormitory. Naturally, the dormitory was empty at that hour. Harry retrieved the Marauder's map, activated it, and placed it beneath his pillow. He then climbed into bed, drawing the curtains of his four-poster tightly shut to shield himself from prying eyes, and lay back, battling the pervasive drowsiness that enveloped him. Every so often, Harry would pull the Marauder's map from beneath his pillow to glance at the location of the Gryffindor common room, where dozens of names were densely clustered. As time passed, some of the names returned to the dormitory. However, it was not until 1 o'clock in the morning, when Professor McGonagall's dot arrived in the common room, that most of the dots began to vacate the area. Following this, Harry's roommates also returned to the dormitory, cautiously tucked beneath his covers, illuminated by a flickering light. Harry kept a vigilant watch over the Marauder's map, nearly succumbing to sleep several times along the way. At last, he spotted a single dot. It slowly detached itself from the multitude of dots in the girls' dormitory and made its way to the common room. Its designation was the servant. Harry tucked the Marauder's map into his pocket, rose to don his clothes and shoes, and then stealthily departed from the dormitory. He descended the staircase and arrived at the common room. In the common room, the lingering embers of unquenched desires emitted a faint glow, while remnants of the celebration lay scattered in disarray. The floor was strewn with confections, and every table was adorned with an assortment of cookies and refreshments. Yet, it was devoid of any company. Upon departing the common room through the portrait hole, Harry promptly retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket. The house elf remained within the confines of the common room, while the boy who lived stood just outside its entrance. Peter still required sustenance. In the dormitory, food was scarce, and any consumption would likely attract attention. However, indulging in snacks from the common room went largely unnoticed. Harry steadied himself, commencing his search for Professor Lupin's alias on the Marauder's map. Within the confines of Hogwarts' main castle, he discovered the names of Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Yet he could not locate the moniker akin to the shape of a moonlit face. After much contemplation and the process of elimination, Harry ultimately deduced that the black dot marking in Professor Lupin's office was indeed the professor himself. However, the name associated with this mark left Harry in disbelief. Moony. Moony. Inwardly, Harry could not help but chastise Black for withholding crucial information. The enigmatic werewolf lessons from Professor Snape and Lupin's illness now found their explanations. A vital element of the plan to apprehend Peter was persuading Lupin to assist. After much hesitation, Harry resolutely made his way toward Lupin's office within the castle. Lupin was already asleep when Harry knocked on the door, rousing him from slumber. Yet, Lupin exhibited no signs of anger or annoyance. He simply welcomed Harry into his office, waved his wand to stow away the bed, and began to boil water for tea. Harry closed the door and placed the activated Marauder's map upon the table. Lupin was still brewing tea, yet he could not conceal the look of astonishment on his face. After a considerable pause, he finally inquired of Harry, "Where did you acquire it?" "From Fred and George," Harry replied. "They claim to have pilfered it from Filch." "Wow," Lupin raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess. You now wish for my assistance in returning it to Mr. Filch?" "Absolutely not," Harry retorted. "I have only just managed to comprehend its alias mechanism." Harry pointed to the black dot marked as Wordtail on the map, situated at Lupin's office. Lupin glanced at the dot and shrugged nonchalantly. "You deduce my predicament from the moniker, and then what? That is of little consequence. What truly matters is the connection between the alias and the individual, and this." Harry directed his finger towards another black dot on the map, located in the Gryffindor common room. Lupin scrutinized this dot, a look of confusion crossing his face. "After long observing the stalked individual and the evolution of its alias, I suspect it to be Peter Pettigrew," Harry articulated slowly, deliberately. Lupin's hand visibly trembled, spilling hot water onto his own hands and feet. A look of pain and panic washed over him. "No, that cannot be," he exclaimed. Yet, in an instant, Lupin's gaze sharpened as he set down the cup. "Harry, we must find Professor Dumbledore at once and present the map to him for his judgment." "Absolutely not," Harry insisted. "Why not?" Lupin countered, his tone blunt. "Because I have numerous questions that I wish to pose directly to Peter. I fear that if Professor Dumbledore apprehends him first, I may lose my opportunity to inquire. Ask him what? Why he faked his death to hide in Hogwarts." Lupin pressed, unyielding. "For instance, I wish to know how this servant designation came to be. We are all aware that there exists a group of individuals who take pleasure in assuming the role of a servant." Harry scoffed. Lupin raised the cup to his lips once more, taking a sip. Now, he no longer gazed at the Marauder's map. Instead, he observed Harry intently while sipping his tea. "You suspect Peter is a Death Eater," Lupin said, locking eyes with Harry. "Thus, you have reason to doubt that Sirius Black, who killed Peter, is truly innocent." However, Lupin furrowed his brow, took another sip of tea, and slowly set the cup down. "There is no shortage of conflict among Death Eaters, Harry. Leave this matter to Dumbledore." "Absolutely not," Harry reiterated firmly. "Professor Dumbledore has his own limitations. He cannot act outside the bounds of propriety." Lupin narrowed his eyes. "So, you seek me out because Professor Dumbledore cannot overstep his bounds? Have I been misled in my choice of confidant?" Harry inquired. Lupin slowly shook his head, releasing a sigh. "Speak, then. What is it that you wish to accomplish?" Chapter 14. Snape's Grudge, Part 1. Harry informed Lupin that the plan he shared had been significantly trimmed compared to what he had divulged to Black. Yet it still garnered a wild reception. In the ensuing week, whenever Harry and Lupin found a moment, they convened to deliberate on the intricacies of the plan, ultimately reaching a consensus by the weekend. The only remaining hurdle was persuading Snape. Lupin furrowed his brow and remarked, "I believe I can convince her to trust in Peter's matter, but there lies another complication." "What complication?" Harry inquired. "She will likely want Dumbledore to address this issue as well," Lupin replied thoughtfully. "You understand, this suggestion is quite reasonable. You can assure her that as long as she cooperates, I will be permitted to visit her every weekend to study defense against the dark arts," Harry stated with calm confidence. Lupin scrutinized Harry's face, narrowing his eyes, yet refrained from voicing any objections. After potions class on Monday morning, Professor Severus Snape requested Harry to remain behind, as the other students ascended to leave the subterranean classroom for the Great Hall. Only Harry followed Professor Snape deeper into his office. Professor Severus Snape settled into the chair behind his desk without inviting Harry to sit, reclining back and propping his stilettoed feet upon the table. "You possess quite the audacity, Harry," Snape sneered, shaking his toes. "Have you informed Professor Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Not yet, but I shall," Snape replied cheerfully. "Not only will I relay what Lupin has said, but I will also inform him that such an idea could not possibly have originated with Lupin. It must have been your design. Dumbledore will promptly dismiss Lupin, and you will be confined until the end of the term." "Then why have you not gone yet?" Harry pressed. "Because I am curious as to why you believe such terms would suffice to sway me," Snape scoffed. "Are you underestimating me, Harry? If you deem weekends insufficient, we can extend it to all future Christmas holidays." Harry replied nonchalantly, 2 days at most. 3 days, Snape countered. "I require time to rest," Harry insisted. "I shall allow you time to rest." Snape's stilettoed feet began to sway once more. Harry hesitated for a moment, then acquiesced. "Let it commence from tonight," Severus promptly declared. "Wednesday and Friday evenings are designated for the Gryffindor Quidditch team's training sessions," Harry quickly added. Severus smiled and nodded, then gestured with his hand, indicating that Harry was free to depart. Upon finishing his lunch and stepping out of the hall, Harry was approached by Lupin. She agreed, on the condition that he would attend her lessons in defense against the dark arts every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday evening, and on both weekend days. Harry stated, "The Boggart doesn't have much effect on me. Even without it, I would practice the Patronus charm," he continued, "as I can now reliably recall happy memories." Lupin furrowed her brow for a moment before inquiring, "Your Patronus is quite unique, Harry. Would you be willing to share the joyful memory that aids you in conjuring it?" "I assisted a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest during my first year at Hogwarts. It was injured, and I helped clean its wounds. It fell asleep beside me." Lupin listened intently, nodding slowly, yet began to shake her head. "I have never heard of a Patronus taking the form of a unicorn. Have you ever conjured your Patronus in front of others?" "No," Harry replied immediately. "I practice privately at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where no one can see." "I advise you to keep the form of your Patronus a secret," Lupin cautioned. Even if you encounter a Dementor, do not attempt to conjure a full Patronus. A mere wisp will suffice. Why? Harry inquired. Because the form of a Patronus is closely tied to personal traits and may even be used to infer a wizard's weaknesses. Lupin explained, still with a furrowed brow. Moreover, it is possible for multiple patron uses to coexist. I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. If it is indeed a curse, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Harry nodded and took note. Chapter 14, Part 2, Snape's Grudge. The underground classroom in March was cold and damp, particularly during the night. However, as one ventured deeper, the walls and floor gradually became warm and dry. The torches and candles in the main corridor emitted a brightness rivaling that of electric lights. The torches flanking the door to Snape's office burned the brightest, subtly releasing the aroma of charred oil. Harry knocked on the door of Professor Snape's office. The door opened automatically. Severus Snape, clad in his professor's robe, stood before the bookshelf, turning to face Harry with a chilling smile gracing his lips. On the desk rested a small cauldron stand, the fire beneath it extinguished. Yet steam still wafted from the cauldron atop the stand. In the center of the desk sat a small cup filled with a pale brown liquid. Is this for me to drink? Harry inquired. No, Snape replied, deliberately pacing closer to Harry, the sound of his sharp heels echoing in the room. It is intended for you to use. Pour it into your eyes. Both of them. Harry raised the potion with his right hand, using his left hand to prop open his eyelid, and poured the liquid into his left eye. The searing pain surged from his eye socket straight to the crown of his head. In haste, Harry tipped the remaining potion into his right eye with trembling hands, then flung the cup back onto the table, bracing himself with both hands on its edge, his eyes tightly shut. You are exceedingly reckless, Harry Potter. Far too reckless. Are you not afraid that I might blind you? Snape whispered softly in Harry's ear, his breath brushing against it, causing a tingling sensation. I trust you won't harm me. Harry gritted his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain in his eyes. Is that truly how little you think of me? This time, the breath came from the opposite side of his ear, and in this regard, you are indeed just like your father. The pain in Harry's eyes gradually subsided. He opened his eyes and gazed at Professor Snape. Severus Snape stared at Harry with wide eyes, displaying a smile that was more ironic than genuine. Now it resembles more. Snape produced a small mirror and handed it to Harry. Harry gazed into the mirror, noticing that his once vibrant green eyes had transformed into a soft shade of hazel. Harry observed that Snape stood silently beside him, scrutinizing his face with an expression that was almost a smile. Once the pain had completely subsided, Harry took a few tissues from Snape's desk to wipe away the remnants of the potion on his face and inquired, What shall we do next, Professor? Call me Severus. Severus? Indeed. What shall we do next, Severus? Harry's reflexes were too sluggish. He raised his hand only halfway and failed to block Severus's strike. A resounding slap landed on Harry's left cheek, causing his head to turn sideways. Severus, rubbing his right palm, smiled, exhaling deeply before saying, Next, we shall wander about. Revisiting old haunts, Mr. Potter. Clad in echoing high-heeled shoes, Severus led Harry out of the underground classroom, beyond the castle, across the meadow, and towards the Quidditch pitch. How much has Lupin shared with you about your father's exploits? He inquired. Not a word, Harry replied. Your father, James Potter, was a chaser, Severus remarked. But he excelled as a seeker. They ascended to the stands of the Quidditch pitch. The arena lay desolate, illuminated only by a few flickering lights along the aisles, rendering it nearly invisible. After gazing into the shadowy expanse of the pitch for a moment, Severus guided Harry away from the Quidditch grounds, and the exams as well. He continued, veering away from the direct path to the castle. Both the examination papers and the golden snitch are safeguarded by anti-prophecy enchantments. Yet your father found ways to circumvent those protections. Severus halted, and Harry's gaze fell upon the Whomping Willow. Beneath the tree lies a tunnel leading outside the school. Severus explained. Harry's eyes widened. He had never fathomed that Professor Snape was aware of this tunnel. You're astonished, aren't you? Severus sneered, mocking the notion that a school under the vigilant watch of Dementors could harbor such a significant flaw. I have even more shocking news to share with you. Severus paused deliberately before continuing. This passage is known to Lupin, to Black, and to Dumbledore. I once took the effort to inform Dumbledore that this tunnel represented a security breach, yet my counsel went unheeded. Severus turned to Harry, his gaze laden with unmistakable disdain. Mr. Potter, you consistently presume to possess greater knowledge than others, leading you to look down upon them. This arrogance could ultimately be your downfall. He's already dead. Harry replied softly. Severus walked away from Harry, his back turned as he made his way towards the castle, offering no further response, his expression concealed. Upon returning to his office, Severus cast a healing charm upon Harry's face and eyes. The substance within Harry's eyes writhed as if alive, wriggling out of his eye sockets and falling into the copper basin that Severus extended, gradually reshaping itself into a liquid form. Harry rubbed his eyes and said, "You may call me Demi-Iton." "I could not find that shade," Severus replied with a voice full of mirth. The following evening, Severus once again instructed Harry to drop the potion into his eyes, yet this time it caused him no pain. They refrained from venturing out and instead commenced their activities in the nearby underground classroom. "Today, I shall teach you a dark curse known as the hanging bell. Its most notable characteristic is, Harry's ankle was suddenly ensnared by an unseen force, propelling him towards the ceiling. He did not employ any levitation spells or resist in any manner. Instead, he merely adjusted his robes mid-air to prevent them from obstructing his vision. Perfectly suitable for silent casting, Severus remarked with a smile. "With all due respect, this spell lacks sufficient harm," Harry replied while striving to regulate his breathing. "Inducing unconsciousness through cerebral congestion takes far too long. Yet, it is profoundly insulting," Severus countered, stepping closer to Harry and gently prodding his chest with his wand. "Are you not aware of its counter-curse?" "Indeed," Harry responded. The bell tolled. As Severus uttered the incantation, Harry fell in response. He braced himself against the ground, swiftly turning to his feet, gasping for air. The counter-curse was quite simple. If one were aware of it, they would not find themselves ensnared by the bell's enchantment. Consequently, students beset by the inverted bell would not only suffer tangible physical harm but would also be perceived as ignorant fools. Severus glared at Harry's face, stating with palpable malice, "This is a dual humiliation." The flush on Harry's face finally subsided, resembling a prank spell that might circulate among students. "A prank?" Severus narrowed his eyes, pressing his wand against Harry's chest, the tip sinking into his skin. "Mr. Potter, do you consider this merely a prank?" "Indeed, I perceive it as a prank," Harry sighed, enduring the sharpness of the wand without flinching. He continued, "However, I do not believe that pranks are solely frivolous. The consequences of a prank can vary greatly. One cannot dismiss the potential for significant repercussions simply because some pranks yield trivial outcomes." Severus took a step back, falling into silence for a moment before removing the color-changing contact from his eye. Harry directed a healing spell at his own eyes. This time, the color-changing pupils did not leap out like a spider. Instead, they transformed into a stream of liquid that flowed forth from his eye sockets, resembling tears. A portion of this fluid trickled through the nasolacrimal duct into Harry's nose, prompting him to involuntarily sniff a few times. Severus suddenly displayed an expression of regret. "Ah, no need to apologize. I am not crying," Harry chuckled. Harry's hand was still too slow, only managing to grasp the sleeve of Severus's robe, failing to block his hand. A resounding slap landed on Harry's left cheek, causing his head to turn to the side. "Is this truly your strength, Severus? So swift. Did you hold back during our last encounter?" Harry sniffed, expelling the liquid that had trickled into his nose, gradually realigning his head. Severus rubbed his palm and coldly remarked, "Very well, Harry. I had a slight sense of guilt for my previous actions. That feeling has dissipated." Chapter 14, Part 3, Snape's Resentment, continued. Apart from Harry, everyone was quite astonished that Slytherin managed to triumph over Hufflepuff. After 3 matches, Hufflepuff had 1 victory and 2 defeats, while Ravenclaw suffered 3 losses. Thus, the champion of the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup would undoubtedly be determined between Slytherin and Gryffindor, both currently with 2 victories. Dina Malfoy studied diligently, and Harry taught with equal seriousness. They tacitly refrained from discussing the Quidditch matches or the skills of aerial maneuvering on broomsticks. Hagrid occasionally glanced at their training, but maintained a lack of interest. As Harry took advantage of the moment before Dinnikin's arrival, he led Black from Hagrid's hut to stroll along the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Following Snape's mention of his father's past the previous evening, Harry intended to extract further information from Black. "Please share more about my father's Quidditch matches, Black. Why did he cease to be a seeker? Why do you incessantly inquire about such matters?" Black retorted listlessly. "What progress has been made? I have nearly persuaded Snape." Harry replied, "Nearly? What does that imply?" "It means that Snape has agreed, but with conditions." "What conditions?" Black perked up, his interest piqued. "I must attend her lessons in defense against the dark arts during the evenings and weekends." "Huh," Black scoffed, a derisive chuckle escaping him. What could she possibly know about dark arts? Even when she was aligned with the Dark Lord, she was hardly proficient in them. "Do you know what qualities a master of the dark arts possesses?" "I do not," Harry answered. "Creativity, Black declared with pride. Without creativity. No matter how many spells one memorizes, one cannot grasp the essence of dark magic. Harry remained silent, and Black, feeling disheartened, redirected the conversation. When can we commence? After the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch match, came the reply. Black exhibited an expression of agitation. And when might that be? After the Easter holidays. And when is Easter? Black exclaimed. I have no calendar. At the end of March. There are still 2 weeks to go. The final Quidditch match will occur a week after Easter. In the week following the match, Lupin and Snape will initiate their plan. Black, perturbed, scratched his claws against the trunk of a tree in the Forbidden Forest. A month is far too long. Exercise a bit of patience. We must return, Harry reminded him, noticing Dean Thomas approaching Hagrid's hut from the castle. Do you fancy that young lady? Black inquired as he turned to walk back. I like her. I like you too. I believe you are both good people. Even if one hails from Slytherin and the other from Azkaban, Harry replied. Black made a few grumbling sounds in his throat and fell silent. Before reaching the clearing, Harry had returned Black to the cottage. However, as soon as Dean arrived at the clearing, he frowned at Harry and remarked, I saw you looking for that dog again. Indeed, Harry shrugged. You are a wizard. Even seeking out your owl for amusement would appear far more conventional than playing with a dog. Dean rolled his eyes, retorting that only muggles kept dogs. I do not need to appear more like a wizard, Dean can, Harry replied calmly. No one embodies the essence of a wizard more than I do. Dean huffed in silence, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The following evening during their defense against the dark arts tutoring session, Professor Severus Snape's potion for color-changing pupils had morphed into a version that produced a burning sensation. Severus sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed on Harry's face, his expression growing increasingly sinister. After a prolonged silence, he finally drawled, Mr. Potter? How much do you understand about curses? Not much, Harry hesitated. Distilling the knowledge imparted by Aunt Petunia into a single phrase, those whose magical power exceeds their own will be rebounded by their curses. Severus sneered contemptuously, suggesting that the individual who imparted that phrase might not even grasp its full meaning. The implications are exceedingly complex. Severus looked upward as if recalling something, then shook his head in distaste. Of course, there is a simpler interpretation, he continued, rising from his chair and striding toward the office door in his clicking high heels, signaling for Harry to follow. As long as one can evade the backlash, one may curse anyone by any means. Severus guided Harry from the underground classroom through the castle, meandering about. It was just past the dinner hour, and many students had yet to return to their common rooms. Some engaged in extracurricular activities, while others were on their way to the library. Except for Slytherin, students from other houses would divert their paths upon spotting Severus. A few students encountered her in close proximity at corners or classroom entrances, instinctively recoiling before greeting Severus. Thus, after patrolling the castle with Harry, Severus returned to her underground office. She resumed her seat behind the desk, casting a disdainful look at Harry's face, and inquired, Mr. Potter, among those we encountered moments ago, who attempted to curse me, who succeeded, and who faced the repercussions? Harry looked bewildered. I didn't notice anyone cursing you. Mr. Potter, that should be rather apparent, Severus replied, furrowing his brow and tilting his head to gaze at Harry. Everyone who has encountered me has, to varying degrees, cast curses upon me. Why? Harry inquired. Why do they curse you? Because they harbor disdain towards me. They are merely a collection of ordinary, ignorant, and short-sighted students who attribute the adversities they face in life to those they dislike. Except for Slytherin. Severus revealed a satisfied smile. The students of Slytherin understand that their suffering is a result of their own actions, rather than the fault of their head of house. After speaking, Severus tapped his fingers lightly on the table, posing the next question. Who among them has succeeded? Who has failed? Harry pondered for a moment and remarked, these insidious malevolences, coupled with the ambiguous curses, lead me to believe that most of those who wished ill upon you have not succeeded. Severus shook his head once more, sneering, in truth. The majority of curses have indeed been effective. Harry took a nervous breath and gazed at Severus, remaining silent. Severus let out a cold laugh and continued. You have not witnessed the effects of the curses because these scattered and feeble hexes only reveal their minuscule effects over time. Some have cursed me with a cold, which may indeed manifest next year. Others have cursed me to stumble on the stairs, leading to the possibility of daily falls. Such minor curses can eventually accumulate into a sudden onslaught, capable of inflicting immediate harm. After a pause, Severus once again sneered and asked, Mr. Potter, If you were the one perpetually subjected to disdain and curses, what recourse would you find? I cannot solve it, nor can I conceive of a solution. Could you teach me how to resolve it? Harry replied candidly before posing his question. Severus squinted at Harry's earnest face, his smile gradually fading. After a moment of silence, he said with a chilly arrogance, "Today's lesson concludes here. We shall continue this discussion over the weekend." Chapter 15, The Quidditch Final, Part 1. Hagrid's care of magical creatures class could be both delightful and dull. After 2 consecutive lessons feeding flobberworms, the students began clamoring to ride the hippogriffs. However, flobberworms are also crucial, as they serve as sustenance for many magical creatures, Hagrid explained to the dissatisfied students, emphasizing their nutritional value. Do hippogriffs eat flobberworms? Oh, they do not. They prefer ferrets, and ferrets enjoy flobberworms. Some students intentionally made disgusted retching sounds. But Hagrid could not ascertain whether they were protesting the feeding of flobberworms to ferrets or the feeding of ferrets to hippogriffs. All right, perhaps after Easter. I will consider it. Hagrid ultimately had to make a promise to the students. After class, the Slytherins and Gryffindors walked together toward the castle doors. As Dana walked past Harry, she remarked, "Your taste in pets is even inferior to Hagrid's." Harry paid no heed to Dina Khan, yet Hermione immediately retorted, "Harry has saved your life, Malfoy. Have you ever expressed your gratitude to him?" Dina Khan halted in her tracks, turning her head to gaze at Hermione. Goyle and Crabbe, who trailed behind Dina Khan, also paused, their expressions alight with excitement. "Miss Granger, I've heard that your pet devoured your roommate's rat, necessitating its disposal. Is that true?" Dina Khan drawled slowly, "Do not dispose of it. After all, you still harbor a toad in your dormitory." Nearby, Navy shuddered, her face reflecting sheer terror. Furious, Hermione charged toward Dina Khan, but Ronya was even quicker, delivering a resounding slap to Dina Khan's face. Dina Khan staggered from the blow, leaving Harry, Hermione, Navy, Clark, and Goyle utterly astounded. Ronya raised her hand once more. "How dare you speak ill of Hermione, you vile wretch?" Hermione weakly protested, attempting to grasp Ronya's arm. But Ronya shook her off. "Let go, Hermione." Ronya brandished her wand, causing Dina Khan to step back, while Crabbe and Goyle stood bewildered, awaiting orders, entirely at a loss. "Ungrateful wretch," Dina Khan muttered, her hand resting on her wand at her waist, but upon glancing at Harry, she relented and declared, "Leave." In the blink of an eye, the trio vanished into the corridor leading to the underground classroom. "Ronya," Hermione called out again, a mixture of surprise and joy in her voice. "Harry, you must utterly defeat her in the Quidditch final." Ronya insisted fiercely, "You must. I cannot bear it if Slytherin triumphs." The time for the charms class arrived. And Hermione remarked, still smiling at Ronya, "Let us go." That afternoon during the divination class, Professor Trelawney announced that they would begin teaching crystal ball scrying ahead of schedule. Ronya felt somewhat discontented, as she had intended for Harry to read her palm during this lesson. However, when Professor Trelawney mentioned that students could request their divination subjects to place their hands atop the crystal ball together, Ronya straightened up with renewed interest. "But first, we must learn to predict our own futures, rather than those of others," Professor Trelawney reiterated. Harry gazed at the crystal ball, but all he could perceive was a swirling mist of white. He glanced to his sides. Hermione wore a nonchalant expression as she surveyed the surroundings, while Naveen furrowed her brow, attempting to discern something from the crystal sphere, but to no avail. Ronya muttered, "What is this? It looks like a wedding dress." Hermione shot Ronya a disapproving look, then glanced at the idle Harry, rolling her eyes without uttering a word. Ronya murmured again, "Why are there several wedding dresses?" Hermione could no longer contain herself. "Ronya, stop this nonsense." Ronya, her face flushed, diverted her gaze from the crystal ball to Hermione and softly replied, "But I truly feel as though I can see them." "Stop getting lost in prophecies. You should act decisively, just like you did this morning, if you wish to attain what you desire," Hermione asserted with a tone of dissatisfaction. "Act decisively," Ronya frowned. "Yes, act decisively." Professor Trelawney had leaned in closer, startling Ronya as she had been patrolling between the students' desks and now stood behind Ronya. The relationship between prophecy and action is exceedingly nuanced. Regardless of whether you possess prophetic abilities or have heard predictions about your future, let everyone remember, action is always beneficial. Professor Trelawney straightened up and proclaimed this to the entire class before moving away. Ronya, left in a daze, turned to glance at the wide-eyed Hermione, then at the expectant Naveen, and finally at the serene Harry. Ultimately, She chose to lower her head in silence and continued to scrutinize her crystal ball. Hermione pressed her forehead, closed her eyes, and sighed a silent, prolonged breath. The Easter holiday was far from easy. Third-year students had never encountered such a heavy workload. Naveen Lombard always appeared on the verge of tears, while Simon Finnegan incessantly complained in the common room. Is this what you call a holiday? Hermione completed all her assignments on the very first day of the break. Some said she spent the entire day in the library, while others claimed she occupied a seat in the common room all day long. When she appeared the following day, sporting dark circles under her eyes and an unusually exuberant smile, she asked Harry, "Have you finished your assignments?" as she settled into a corner of the sofa. Unusually removing her shoes and curling her legs to her chest, her toes resting beneath Ronia's crossed legs. "No," Harry replied. "What do you plan to do with the remaining time?" "I don't know," Hermione responded with a buoyant laugh. "Perhaps I will learn to play Quidditch." "You barely use a broomstick," Naveen muttered. Upon hearing Naveen's words, Hermione fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, she curled her legs, rested her head on her knees, and drifted off to sleep once more. After navigating through a chaotic and hurried few days, Hermione's routine finally returned to normal, and her state of mind exhibited a typical weariness. With the assistance of Harry and Hermione, Ronia finally completed her assignments a week before the holiday concluded, while Navi followed suit the very next day. The remaining days of the holiday flew by swiftly. Hermione and Ronia found themselves embroiled in an argument over wizard's chess in the common room, which escalated into a dispute with other classmates who had yet to finish their tasks, leading them to spend most of their final days sequestered in their dormitory. Since completing her assignments, Navi had no desire to leave her bed. After a hiatus of several weeks, Harry returned to the wall to borrow a Dementor for pressure training. And this time he was astonished to discover he could endure far longer than he had remembered. During this period, you have had ample rest. Your reservoir has finally replenished its magical energy, explained Black. Pressure, recovery, pressure, recovery. It follows the usual regimen of training magical capacity. The Dementor merely accelerates the process of stress and depletion. Black raised his leg against the root of a great tree in the forbidden forest, liquid coursing down the roots into the deep, decaying leaves below. Shaking his leg, he continued, Azkaban houses only adult wizards. You are the first underage wizard to train your magical reservoir using this method. If you persist, your total magical capacity could break all historical records. Harry pondered over the words, suddenly realizing the dilemma. Are you suggesting that while instructing me on this exercise, you are entirely unaware of what may transpire within me? Blake smiled broadly and replied, Does it matter? If you cannot endure it and faint, I shall simply drag you away. Harry furrowed his brow and inquired, What if other circumstances arise besides fainting? Blake tilted his head in hesitation and replied, Surely it can't be that unfortunate? Harry inhaled sharply, directing a glare at the canine visage of Sirius Black, who merely responded with a wide, foolish grin, resembling a true dog in demeanor. Chapter 15. Part 2. The Quidditch Final, Middle. The match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was set to take place on the first Saturday following Easter. In the wake of the holiday, the palpable tension between the two teams and their respective houses was unmistakable. The students of Gryffindor engaged in fervent discussions regarding the remarkable performance of Slytherin's Seeker during their narrow victories in the previous matches, inevitably drawing comparisons to their own Seeker. The older students took it upon themselves to enlighten the first-year students about the bitter rivalry between the two. You should have witnessed the spectacle when Malfoy commanded the bludger to strike Harry, who ultimately retaliated, sending him crashing to the ground in tears. On the eve of the match, Wood canceled practice, urging everyone to ensure they were well rested. Dean Thomas also informed Harry during dinner that the training for flying had been called off. Harry meandered along the wall for a brief moment, returning to the common room before exhausting all his magical energy. The common room was abuzz with noise. Fred and George Weasley coped with the pressure by being even more boisterous than usual. Oliver Wood crouched in front of a model Quidditch pitch in the corner, directing miniature figures with his wand while muttering to himself. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie erupted in laughter at Fred and George's jokes. Harry approached Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who were seated together, away from the hubbub. Hermione had parchment and a textbook before her, appearing to be on the verge of studying, though her book lay untouched. I can't study. I can't concentrate, Hermione lamented, then anxiously inquired of Harry, You're not nervous, are you? He has the Patronus charm and the firebolt. Malfoy is doomed, Ron declared with a hint of vindictiveness. Harry wished to say something further, but Wood abruptly stood up and exclaimed, All team members, it's time to sleep. Harry reluctantly bid farewell to the other three and returned to the dormitory to rest. The following day, as Harry and his Gryffindor teammates entered the Great Hall, they were met with an enthusiastic round of applause. Many students at the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables also joined in the applause when the Slytherin Quidditch team made their entrance. However, the Slytherin students remained remarkably subdued, quickly parting to create a long corridor in the center for their players. Harry noticed that Draco Malfoy's seat was centrally located, with a conspicuous half-body space left on either side. Wood spent the entirety of the time encouraging his teammates to eat more, although he himself consumed little. Just as everyone finished their meal, he urged them to head to the pitch to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. As they departed the hall, applause erupted once more. "Good luck, Harry. I have bet on your victory," came a voice from the Ravenclaw table. Instinctively, Harry wanted to smile back, but upon recalling that she might have wagered on something else, he refrained. The weather was pleasant, with the sun shining brightly, which could be blinding. They needed to be cautious of the hard ground, but it was ideal for a swift takeoff. Wood paced the pitch, inspecting this, and that while the players followed closely behind. At last, they saw the castle doors swing open, and the entire school surged onto the lawn. "To the changing room," Wood commanded. As the players donned their vibrant red robes, silence enveloped them. They emerged from the changing room, stepping onto the pitch, where a cacophony of noise greeted them. 3/4 of the spectators wore bright red roses, waving flags emblazoned with the Gryffindor lion, or brandishing banners proclaiming Gryffindor cheers. "Lions for the cup." Behind the Slytherin goalposts, around 200 individuals donned green accessories, with silver snakes glimmering on their flags. Professor Severus Snape sat in the front row, also adorned in green, his face bearing a grim smile. Ginny, with a strand of black hair falling over her forehead, sat beside Snape, fixated on the pitch while chattering incessantly with her classmates. "And now, the Gryffindor team takes the field," shouted Lee Jordan, the customary commentator. Potter, Bell, Johnson, Spinnet, the Weasley brothers, and Wood. It was widely considered to be Hogwarts' finest team in years, though Lee's commentary was drowned out by the jeers from the Slytherin side. The Slytherin team also made their appearance, led by Captain Flint. They had pulled off surprising victories against Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Would their luck run out today? The jeering from the Slytherin contingent intensified. "The two captains shake hands," Madam Hooch announced. Flint and Wood stepped forward, shaking hands tightly, as if attempting to crush each other's fingers. "Mount your brooms," Madam Hooch declared. 3, 2, 1. Her whistle was drowned out by the cheers of the crowd as 14 brooms ascended into the sky. Harry felt his hair lift in the wind as he glanced around, noticing that Dean was following closely behind, and he soared higher into the air. Harry hovered in midair, while Dean suspended himself in front of him. Uncertain whether the fireball had once again suppressed the discussions among the seekers, Harry pondered within. "Harry Potter, the boy who lived," Dean shouted forcefully, his voice overpowering the howling winds at such heights. "Do you have any last words to impart?" "You cannot defeat me," Harry retorted loudly. Dean erupted into laughter, his platinum hair cascading behind him like a shimmering ribbon. "I already know your secret," he called out with glee. "You may not have taught me, but I have deciphered it." "What secret?" Harry inquired in astonishment. "I have taught you every technique of aerial maneuvering. The secret is that if your bones have not shattered upon landing, you cannot claim to have given it your all." With that proclamation, Dean charged at Harry, laughing maniacally. A sense of dread enveloped Harry as he swiftly sidestepped. Yet, empowered by the art of aerial maneuvering, Dean pivoted with equal agility, successfully seizing the head of Harry's broom. "Release it, Dean," Harry shouted. "Very well." Dean chuckled heartily, relinquishing her grip on her broom and instead clasping both hands onto Harry's. "Let us see who shall be deemed in violation today," suspended in the air after abandoning their broom, and thus expelled from the arena. Harry's broomstick head was abruptly lifted upwards by Dean, causing the stunned Harry to slip off the upright firebolt and plummet through the air. Dean swiftly mounted the firebolt and dove to pursue the falling Harry. As Harry plummeted through the air with increasing velocity, he made no attempt to alter his fate. Instead, he called out to the approaching Dean, "If I were to fall like this, would you catch me?" Dean bellowed in response, "Absolutely not. I would watch you meet your demise." Harry laughed. "I don't believe it." Dean exclaimed, "You don't understand me at all." The ground loomed closer. The commentator also noticed the two rapidly approaching the earth. "What is that? Why is Dean riding the firebolt?" Harry had lost his broom. Dean reached out and grasped Harry's sleeve, pulling the firebolt's head into level flight. With a ripping sound, Harry's sleeve was torn off completely by Dean. Without hesitation, Dinakin discarded the sleeve and continued her pursuit of the falling Harry. Harry erupted into laughter, not waiting for Dinakin to catch up. As he pointed skyward with both hands and shouted, "Nimbus 2001, soar forth." A series of piercing sounds accompanied by billowing white vapor erupted in the center of the pitch. Grass blades and soil dust were transformed into an expanding cloud of smoke. 2 brooms sprang forth from the mist, racing back into the sky. Harry had returned to the arena. How marvelous! The commentatorly exclaimed, "This match is truly a duel between 2 prodigious seekers, once again ascending to great heights." This time Harry rode Dinakin's Nimbus 2001, a smile gracing his face, while Dinakin perched upon Harry's firebolt, his complexion pale, teeth clenched, and eyes filled with animosity. "This might slightly narrow our gap, which is a good thing," Harry remarked with a grin. "Shall we commence in earnest?" Chapter 15. Part 3. The Quidditch Final continued. Gryffindor now had possession of the quaffle. Aaliyah Spinette, soaring with the bludger, charged toward the Slytherin goal with commendable momentum. "Well done, Aaliyah." "Oh no, the bludger has been intercepted by Warrington." Slytherin's Warrington charged across the field. "Wow, what a magnificent maneuver by George Weasley." Warrington lost the bludger, which was seized by Johnson, granting Gryffindor control once more. "Go, Angelina." "Splendid, she has evaded Montague." "Careful, Angelina, with a Wronski feint." She scored. 60-50, Gryffindor leads. Angelina glided around one end of the pitch, triumphantly raising her fist as the Crimson Sea below erupted in cheers. Marcus Flint collided violently with Angelina, nearly dislodging her from her broom. "My apologies," Flint said amidst the audience's boos. "Didn't he see you?" Then, Flint's nose collided with his broom, causing it to bleed. Behind him, Fred Weasley, retracting his bat, also remarked, "Sorry, didn't he see you?" "Enough," Madam Hooch shouted sternly, darting between the 2 players. An unprovoked attack on a seeker results in a penalty for Gryffindor. Intentional harm to a seeker results in a penalty for Slytherin. Madam Hooch's ruling did little to quell the escalating conflict. Both sides began to shift their focus from the quaffle and bludger to targeting the opposing players. Harry discovered the golden snitch beneath a post in Gryffindor. He initially darted towards the Slytherin goal, closely pursued by Demelza. Suddenly, he veered towards the Gryffindor goalposts, causing Demelza to fall behind for a moment. However, she swiftly regained ground, propelled by the superior speed of her firebolt, overtaking him. Demelza aimed for the elusive snitch, but as she drew near, it shifted its position, leaving her unable to pivot in time to follow. The firebolt carried her past Harry, and by the time she adjusted her course, he had already closed in on the snitch. In a desperate maneuver, Demelza urged her broom toward Harry, forcing him to swerve to avoid her, and when he glanced back, the golden snitch had vanished once more. Harry ascended to great heights, with Dean Thomas closely trailing behind him. He soared above the pitch, the golden snitch glimmering just 5 meters above him. Harry suddenly accelerated, the wind whistling past his ears. He reached out his hand, but the firebolt soared past him. Dean was closing in on the golden snitch with remarkable speed, extending his hand. Yet once more it slipped through his fingers. Oh no! Dean forcefully twisted the firebolt, not even glancing at the whereabouts of the golden snitch, and charged directly towards Harry. Harry ducked beneath the broomstick's handle to evade the impending collision. However, Dinakin swiftly altered her course, charging towards him once more. In an attempt to escape her trajectory, Harry propelled the Firebolt 2001, yet no amount of sharp turns or linear acceleration could shake off Dinakin's relentless pursuit. Slytherin maintained possession, and with a decisive throw, Montague scored, prompting Lee Jordan to announce, 100-90, Gryffindor leads. Dinakin's frequency of direction changes began to wane. The exertion required to control the violent Firebolt drained her magical energy far more quickly than the Firebolt 2001. Realizing that she could not strike Harry through mere evasive maneuvers, she attempted to kick him as she brushed past, but her efforts fell short. Suddenly, Dinakin's harassment ceased. Harry turned to search for the whereabouts of Dana Kong, discovering her in a rapid descent, propelling the fire crossbow with utmost velocity. Below her, a tiny glimmer of gold hovered just a meter above the lawn. Harry urged his Nimbus 2001 to accelerate and dive, yet Dinakin's speed surpassed his by a considerable margin. Harry was poised to draw his wand from his robe and cast the softening charm upon the ground before Danakin. Yet the grass began to transform into a quagmire and a pool of water. In an instant, Harry realized that someone else was enchanting the ground. The golden snitch shifted slightly as Danakin approached, but she was unable to seize it, nor could she adjust her crossbow in time. Plunging headfirst into the murky waters mixed with mud, Harry lunged forward, capturing the swaying golden snitch in his grasp before tumbling into the pool of water. The crowd erupted in cheers. The tiny golden ball fluttered desperately in his clenched fist underwater. Taking a deep breath, Harry submerged himself, and after a brief moment, he resurfaced with the unconscious Dean Thomas. By now, players from Gryffindor and Slytherin had gathered around the pool's edge. The Slytherins took Dean, rushing him towards the hospital wing under Madame Pomfrey's direction. Wood, with tears brimming in his eyes, embraced Harry tightly, weeping on his shoulder. Harry felt a sudden impact as Fred and George pounced on him, followed by the voices of Angelina, Alicia, and Katie exclaiming, "We won the cup! We won the cup!" Arms entwined, the Gryffindor team formed a jubilant huddle, shouting hoarsely. A torrent of red surged through the barriers into the pitch, while countless hands patted their backs like a rain of applause. Amidst the chaos, Harry felt a multitude of voices and bodies pressing around him, and he was lifted by the crowd alongside his fellow players. He was suddenly raised into the light, spotting Hagrid adorned with vibrant red roses, and Percy, bouncing with unrestrained joy, entirely forgetting his decorum. Professor McGonagall wiped her tears with a large Gryffindor banner. Over there. Ron and Hermione were struggling to push their way towards Harry, too excited to speak, simply smiling at him. Harry was carried toward the stands, where Dumbledore stood holding the enormous Quidditch trophy. As Harry received the trophy from the sobbing Wood and raised it high, he felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with an odd sense of disquiet. He had thought himself accustomed to being the center of attention, yet in this moment, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. When Dean awoke, only Harry was by his side. He turned his eyes, noticing Harry's hand resting at the back of his head. Trying to see where Harry's hand was placed, he realized he could not turn his head. Moreover, he felt nothing apart from his head. "Stay calm, Dean, stay calm," Harry gently urged, sitting beside him. Dean composed himself enough to ask, "Can it be cured?" "What?" Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. "What did Madame Pomfrey say?" Dean inquired with a trembling voice. "Madame Pomfrey said there's nothing she can do," Harry replied calmly. "What about St. Mungo's? Have they been informed? Am I being transferred to St. Mungo's?" Dean asked urgently in rapid succession. "No, there are no plans for a transfer." Harry continued in a steady tone. "Stay calm, Dean. Take a deep breath." Dean closed his eyes and began to breathe deeply. Yet tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, increasing in volume until he finally wept aloud. "Don't do this, Dean. Be strong," Harry said softly. "You've done your best. Losing to me is nothing to be ashamed of." Dean bit his lip to stifle his sobs, rolling his eyes to glare at Harry from the side. "You think I deserve this, don't you?" "I never thought of it that way," Harry immediately denied. "So you think I'm pathetic?" Dana clenched her teeth and asked bitterly. "No, I don't think you're pathetic either," Harry replied. Dana closed her eyes and suddenly smiled through her tears, saying, "I understand now. I am a trivial person, merely a minor stumbling block in the illustrious journey of the boy who lived. Perhaps I am not even worthy of being called a stumbling block." "No, Dana. I believe you are significant," Harry said earnestly and solemnly. "Significant?" Dana opened her eyes and smiled with a tenderness Harry had never seen before. "Then take me home with you. Now that I am paralyzed, I am quite affordable. I may still have the ability to bear children. Even if I cannot bear children, I should still be capable." Harry finally withdrew his hand from behind Danicon's head. Danicon immediately sat up straight, exclaiming, My back, it hurts." "Your magical energy has been depleted, and coupled with the forceful tug on the fire crossbow arrow, your arms and thighs are covered in bruises." Harry raised his freshly freed left hand to explain, "I merely numbed your spinal nerves a bit, hoping to alleviate your discomfort. I apologize for the misunderstanding." Danicon wrapped her arms around her legs, burying her face in the blanket between them. Then, a muffled scream emerged from the blanket. "Harry Potter, I shall kill you." As Harry rose, he spoke. All right, I shall depart at once. I instructed Ginny to keep the others at bay, primarily to discuss matters concerning aerial maneuvering without prying ears. Your exertion is lacking. You struggle to balance speed and agility. However, with diligent practice, you can refine your skills. I have entrusted the firebolt arrows to Ginny, so feel free to use them whenever you wish. The Nimbus 2001 is placed upon your bedside. After this, I shall not accompany you in your aerial training. Do take care. Farewell." As Harry emerged from the infirmary, he was met with the ire-filled gazes of the Slytherin Quidditch team, along with Goyle and Crabbe. Standing resolutely between them and the door was Ginny, armed with a crossbow. She glanced at Harry, her expression inquiring as to the situation within. "She's awake, though in a foul mood." "Ginny, You should go in first and assess whether to allow others to visit. I'll take my leave now." By the time Harry reached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, Lupin awaited him. "You've taken far too long," he remarked, his brow furrowed. "What transpired?" "I was delivering last words," Harry responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Lupin frowned. "Be serious. Should you just like this again, I shall withdraw." "Understood. Let us proceed," Harry replied, uttering the password to the fat lady, leading Lupin through the wall. The celebratory crowd had long since dispersed, leaving only Ron, Hermione, and Neville in a corner, engaged in light conversation as they awaited Harry's return. The appearance of Lupin surprised them, but what Harry said next astonished them even more. "Ronya." Harry spoke in a voice neither too loud nor too soft. "Professor Lupin wishes to discuss something regarding Padfoot." His words reverberated distinctly in the somewhat desolate common room at midnight, instantly rousing the three girls who had begun to succumb to drowsiness. Chapter 16. 1. The Prophecy of Professor Trelawney, Part 1. Navi settled beside Hermione and Ronya, leaving half a table space for Harry and Professor Lupin. "Good evening, ladies." Professor Lupin appeared more anxious than the three students. He paused, glanced at Harry, who was seated next to him, cleared his throat, and then addressed the trio. "Let us get straight to the point. Padfoot is likely an animagus." Hermione furrowed her brow in silence, while Navi blinked, seemingly perplexed by Lupin's words. "What?" Ronya exclaimed. "I don't understand. Why do you say that?" "It's a long story. During my time at school, I had several classmates who were animagi. One of them transformed into a rat. For various reasons, he was believed to have been killed by another classmate of mine. If I could find him alive, it would prove my other classmate's innocence." The three girls widened their eyes in astonishment. Lupin continued, "I have never seen Padfoot in person, but I stumbled upon this newspaper." He revealed a copy of the Daily Prophet, featuring a photograph of Ronya's family on holiday in Egypt, with Padfoot lounging on Ronya's shoulder. It's not merely a resemblance. He is also missing a toe. The only remnant left in that battle, where he was presumed dead, was a single finger. Lupin pointed at Padfoot's front paw in the photograph. After seeing his picture, I inquired about Padfoot from Harry. What intrigued me most was his disappearance and Crookshank's injury. He gestured towards Hermione. "He still refuses to return to Gryffindor Tower, does he not?" "Yes," Hermione whispered. Lupin nodded. "I suspect that Padfoot heard news of me from you, and, fearing discovery, created the illusion of being devoured using Crookshank's blood and fur." At this, Lupin suddenly chuckled. "Ah. Just like the last time he faked his death, finding a scapegoat and then hiding away." Hermione grimaced in distaste. Ronya, however, remained silent, her brows knitted. Until long after Lupin had finished speaking, she slowly began. "Even if what you say is true, even if Padfoot is an animagus entangled in a murder case, he has never harmed anyone. He might simply be frightened." Hermione silently rolled her eyes beside Ronya but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lupin nodded, exhaling deeply. "But I wish to hear his explanation regarding past events. That is all. If you find him, I believe he is still somewhere within Gryffindor Tower. If you do encounter him, could you convey this request on my behalf? If it refrains from attempting to flee after listening, you may arrange for it to meet me." Professor Lupin's requests are thus. Harry added a remark and then inquired of Ronya. "Is this acceptable?" Ronya neither nodded nor shook her head. "I need to ponder further." Lupin and Harry exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement, and then Lupin bid farewell to everyone as he departed from the Gryffindor common room. The arrival of Lupin and the matters he broached dissipated the celebratory atmosphere that had initially pervaded the evening. With a heavy heart, Ronya ascended the staircase to the girls' dormitory alongside Hermione and Navi. Bringing up the rear, Hermione covertly turned back to give Harry a thumbs up. Harry also returned to his dormitory, but instead of changing out of his clothes, he simply removed his shoes and lay down on his bed. He drew the curtains closed and retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket. Locating the common room's position, he observed that the dots representing the house elves remained nearly unchanged, just as they had been before he entered the common room. Harry closed his eyes to rest for a moment, then reignited the glow of the firefly to glance at the map. After several attempts, he finally spotted the name Severus Snape appearing near the Gryffindor Tower. Harry quietly slipped out of bed, barefoot, and silently left the dormitory. He approached the edge of the corridor that led to the common room and gazed down from the staircase. The hearth in the common room flickered gently, while most of the torches on the walls and the candles on the table had long since extinguished. Harry waited for a moment when a figure quietly entered the common room from the corridor. In a voice that Harry could hear clearly from the staircase, she coldly proclaimed in the common room, "Peter, you have been exposed. The master has sent me to assist you." Meet at the Shrieking Shack. After uttering these words, the figure retraced her steps and departed from the Gryffindor common room. Harry retraced his steps back to the dormitory, collapsing into bed in blissful slumber. At long last, they had clinched the Quidditch Cup, and the exhilaration among the Gryffindors lingered for at least a week. Even the weather seemed to join in the celebration. As June approached, the days became bright and cloudless, the warmth inviting one to bring along a few chilled pumpkin juices and leisurely lounge on the grounds. Perhaps engaging in a few rounds of gobstones or watching the giant squid glide dreamily across the lake's surface. However, with exams looming, most students were compelled to remain within the castle, forcing their minds to concentrate despite the tempting summer breezes wafting through the windows. Ronya discovered Hermione's exam schedule. The first column read, Monday 9 o'clock, Arithmancy, 9 o'clock, Transfiguration, Lunch 1 o'clock, Charms 1 o'clock, Ancient Ruins. Hermione, Ronya cautiously inquired. Are you certain you copied these times correctly? What? Hermione exclaimed sharply, snatching up the schedule for a closer inspection before decisively declaring. I can't find my arithmancy and grammar classes. Has anyone seen them? The examination week commenced, casting an unusual silence over the castle. During Monday's lunch, third-year students emerged from the Transfiguration exam, each looking drained and pale. They hastily finished their meals and promptly returned upstairs for the Charms exam. After dinner, students rushed back to the common room, not for relaxation, but to commence their revision for care of magical creatures, potions, and astronomy. The following morning, Hagrid presided over the care of magical creatures exam. He appeared preoccupied, his mind seemingly elsewhere. He had prepared a large bucket of fresh flobberworms and various vegetables for the students, requiring them to ensure that the worms remained alive for an hour after feeding. However, it soon became apparent to the students that the flobberworms would thrive perfectly well without any nourishment, rendering this course one of the easiest exams they had ever encountered. Harry sought an opportunity to converse with Hagrid. I am truly sorry, Harry, Hagrid said. His body stooped low as he pretended to inspect whether Harry's flobberworm was still alive. The dog you entrusted to my care has vanished. Fong could not locate it either. The scent was lost in the Forbidden Forest. In the afternoon, during the potions examination, Severus Snape loitered beside Harry, disrupting his work as he concocted a confusing potion, either by rearranging Harry's ingredients or by deliberately nudging the table, causing the cauldron to spill. Until Harry finally presented a flawless, thick potion. Snape, wearing a discontented expression, jotted down a note in his ledger before departing, which appeared to resemble a perfect score. At midnight, they took the astronomy exam atop the highest tower. The history of magic examination was scheduled for Wednesday morning, during which Harry diligently recorded all the tales of medieval witch hunts that Heather had recounted to him. Wednesday afternoon brought the herbology test. Conducted in the greenhouse under the blazing sun, many students returned to the common room with sunburns on the backs of their necks. However, Neville seemed unaffected. And the more he perspired, the more he exuded a delightful aroma. Thursday morning marked the penultimate examination, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin devised an outdoor test reminiscent of an obstacle course, requiring students to wade through a deep pond inhabited by Grindylows, navigate a series of pits filled with red caps, squelch through a marsh without heeding a dancing hinkapunk, and finally, climb into an old trunk to confront a boggart. As usual, Harry was assigned to take the exam last. Lupin followed closely behind him, occasionally reminding him that there might still be lingering threats in a certain corner. Harry entered the boggart's chest, and then emerged, followed by wisps of fine smoke. Lupin leaned in to inspect, exclaiming, "Oh, I shall need to fetch another one." The final class was divination. The four of them ascended the marble staircase, climbing all the way to the 8th floor. Many students were seated on the spiral staircase leading to Professor Trelawney's classroom. She sees us one by one, Parvati remarked. Chapter 16. Part 2. The prophecy of Professor Trelawney continued. After Ron was summoned by Professor Trelawney, only Harry remained, anxiously awaiting his turn for the examination. He leaned against the wall, seated on the ground, listening to a fly buzzing in the sunlit window. Approximately 20 minutes later, Ron's snow boots and white lace tights appeared on the ladder. How was it? Harry inquired as he stood up. A complete mess, Ron replied despondently. I couldn't see a thing. See you in the common room, Harry whispered. Just as Professor Trelawney's voice rang out, Harry Potter. The room at the top of the tower was stifling, more so than ever before. The curtains were drawn, and a fire crackled in the hearth. He navigated around the haphazardly arranged tables and chairs, making his way toward Professor Trelawney, who sat before a large crystal ball. Hello, my dear, She murmured softly, "Please gaze into this crystal ball and take your time to tell me what you see." Harry fixated on the crystal ball, straining his gaze in hopes that it would reveal something beyond the swirling mists. Yet, nothing materialized. "Absolutely nothing," Harry asserted. Professor Trelawney sighed. "Very well, my child. It is not only your fate that is in turmoil, the destinies of those around you are also being disturbed. Please refrain from engaging in any perilous activities in the near future, though I trust you already comprehend this. Do you not?" Harry stood up, lifted his backpack, and turned to leave, only to be met by a piercingly loud voice behind him. "It will be tonight." Harry pivoted swiftly, only to find Professor Trelawney seated upright in her armchair, her eyes glazed and her mouth agape. "Tonight?" Harry inquired, gradually approaching Professor Trelawney. She appeared oblivious to his presence and the question he posed, her eyes beginning to move in an erratic and asymmetrical manner. Professor Trelawney spoke again, her voice resonating with an unsettling quality, starkly contrasting her usual tone. "The Dark Lord lies in solitude, devoid of companionship, forsaken by kin. His servant, bound by chains for 12 years, shall, before midnight tonight, break free and embark on a journey to reunite with his master. With the aid of this servant, the Dark Lord will rise again, more formidable and terrifying than ever before. Before the stroke of midnight tonight, this servant will set forth to join his master." Professor Trelawney's head drooped to her chest, emitting a low, rumbling sound. Then, abruptly, her head lifted once more. In a dazed manner, she uttered, "Record. Automatic recording device." Harry gazed at the array of magical instruments upon the shelf behind Professor Trelawney, uncertain which one might be the recording device. "What did I just say, my dear?" she inquired. "You didn't say anything," Harry replied, and Professor Trelawney appeared utterly astonished. "But I must have uttered a prophecy while I was clearly lost in slumber." "My dear child, I undoubtedly made some prediction. You might have said something, but I did not catch it," Harry responded. "No matter, no matter," Professor Trelawney declared as she rose and approached the shelf, surveying the assortment of items. "I should possess a recording device. You know, every seer must have such an apparatus. However, I need to search for it." Harry descended the ladder and the spiral staircase. Had Professor Trelawney's automatic recorder been activated? If she discovered the device and presented its contents to Professor Dumbledore, would her plans still proceed as intended? Could she apprehend Peter before Dumbledore? Harry discovered an empty classroom and retrieved the Marauder's map, locating the position of Gryffindor Tower. The dots within the Gryffindor common room were few. There was Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. The dot representing Peter Pettigrew no longer lingered at the edge of the common room, but was instead situated in the center, alongside Ron and the others. 5 minutes later, Harry dashed from the entrance of Gryffindor Tower, Professor Trelawney's words still echoing in his mind. People were approaching, laughing and chatting as they made their way to the grounds to relish that long-awaited freedom. Upon reaching the portrait hole and climbing into the common room, he found it nearly deserted. Ron, Hermione, and Neville were nowhere to be seen. Harry, breathless, retrieved the Marauder's map, heedless of the peril of being discovered, and unfurled it in the very center of the common room. His 3 companions and the house elf, Creature, had already departed from Gryffindor Tower. Rather than heading towards the Great Hall or making their way to Lupin's office within the castle, they meandered slowly towards the Whomping Willow. Harry rushed into his dormitory, appending his trunk onto the bed and seizing the invisibility cloak that had been compressed at the bottom of the suitcase. He swiftly donned it and pursued his quarry. As he advanced under the cloak, he took a moment to unfurl the Marauder's map to scrutinize his targets. 3 girls had encountered several other dots on the lawn and paused for a brief moment, yet they managed to elude Harry's approach. It was only after all 4 dots had entered the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow that Harry arrived in front of the tree. Should he plunge in immediately or maintain a safe distance to avoid detection? As he contemplated this while gazing at the map, 2 additional dots approached him and the Whomping Willow. It was Dinacon and Malfoy, along with the little serpent. They had just collided with Ronya and her companions on the lawn, and after a brief separation, they had followed. Upon spotting Harry with the map, they exchanged glances. Dinacon coldly remarked, elongating her words, "No wonder they appeared so uneasy. They were so cordial to me." Ginny, pressing close to Dinacon, nervously clutched her sleeve and inquired, "What happened, Harry? Why are you using the Marauder's map to track those 3? Did they enter the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow?" "Long story short, I suspect they are being coerced," Harry replied in as calm a tone as he could muster, "and they may be in imminent danger." Dinacon chuckled derisively, her tone stretched. "Oh, Harry, is today the day you've realized you might be endangering those around you?" "Oh, not at all," Harry shrugged. After all, I've already caused my parents' demise. Dina Khan's smile vanished in an instant, her already pale face turning even more ashen. That is not what I meant, Harry. She stammered. But you were correct. It was I who led them into this situation. I will take responsibility for rescuing them. Harry lowered his gaze to the 4 dots advancing slowly within the tunnel, pondering for a moment before addressing Dina Khan. I wish to introduce a new character into this narrative. Would you be willing to assist? Dina Khan glared at Harry, her fair complexion tinged with crimson. Yet she remained silent. Ginny, peering from behind Dina Khan, gently waved her hand toward Harry. Could we possibly add 2 new characters? Chapter 17. 1. Cats, Mice, and Dogs, Part 1. The light faded rapidly, and by the time Harry had outlined his plan, darkness enveloped them like an incantation. Crookshanks approached silently from the direction of the forbidden forest, his large yellow eyes gleaming with an eerie luminescence in the shadows. Harry first spotted him on the map before locating him with his own eyes. He stood near the Whomping Willow, just outside its reach, turning to face Harry. Dina Khan followed Harry's gaze and beheld Crookshanks, asking, "Is that Hermione's cat?" "Indeed, but he has nearly reverted to a feral state," Harry replied, already drawing his wand and pointing it at a knot on the trunk of the Whomping Willow. Blake had informed him that as long as the spell struck the scar, the attacking willow would cease its assault. However, before he could cast the incantation, Crookshanks had already maneuvered through the branches, pressing his forepaw against the scar. The tree, which had just begun to tremble in response to Crookshanks' provocation, abruptly froze, as if transformed into stone. Harry raised an eyebrow, sheathing his wand. "Quickly, let us go inside." Within moments, the trio dashed to the tree trunk. Crookshanks flicked his fluffy tail and slipped into the hole, following closely behind. Harry glided down the earthy slope into the low tunnel's depths. Not far ahead, Crookshanks' feline eyes glimmered in the faint glow of Harry's wand. A few seconds later, Dean joined Harry, followed closely by Ginny. "Hold on to my robe and keep up," Harry whispered, bending low to follow Crookshanks. The 3 moved swiftly, crouching as low as possible. Crookshanks' tail flickered in and out of view ahead of them. Harry occasionally illuminated the Marauder's map with a flick of his wand, checking their progress until 4 black dots vanished at the map's edge. The tunnel began to incline upward, and Dean inhaled sharply behind Harry. "We're almost there." Harry gently reassured, then slowed his pace. As Ronya emerged from the tunnel and landed on the ground, she was taken aback to find Professor Snape standing in the disheveled, grayish room, his wand aglow, gazing down at her with a chilling demeanor. Hermione followed closely behind Ronya, then came Neville, while Hermione remained still like Ronya. Neville rushed forward upon seeing Professor Snape. "Professor Snape, save us." With an expressionless face, Snape waved his wand, and a rope shot forth, binding Neville tightly, silencing him completely. Neville whimpered and struggled briefly before curling up in a corner. "Peter, I did not intend to carry such a burden," Snape uttered in a cold voice, taking his time. A moving bulge appeared beneath Ronya's clothing, and then a wand protruded from the collar at her back, followed by a mouse grasping the wand. The creature crawled out from her collar, perched on her shoulder, glanced at Snape, then bit down on the wand before scampering down to the ground. In a manner reminiscent of a seed sprouting into a tree, a head emerged, followed by limbs. Moments later, a bald, burly man stood where the rat once was. He towered over Snape, his skin filthy and nearly matching the hue of the rat's fur, with a pointed nose and watery green eyes that bore traces of rodent-like features, incongruous with his massive frame. "There may be someone following me," the burly man remarked, not responding to Snape, but rather gazing towards the tunnel entrance. "I hear sounds from behind." Snape raised his wand higher, intensifying the light, yet the tunnel seemed to grow darker as a result. "First, answer my question, Peter," Snape said, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "What question?" "Oh, the cargo." Peter glanced back at Snape, then returned his gaze to the tunnel's entrance. "The one you've bound is a gift for the master. These 2, he gestured with his wand towards Ronya, are for ransom. And this one, he pointed at Hermione, is to create a distraction." "A distraction?" Snape continued to interrogate coldly, suggesting framing Black or Lupin, leading them astray while they pursued the young Miss Longbottom. A heavy silence enveloped the room, and Hermione's face appeared pale as a ghost under the flickering light. Slowly, Snape remarked, "The orders I have received pertain solely to your apprehension, Peter. Moreover, the master has just awakened. It is not suitable to create such a commotion." Peter seemed oblivious to his words, aiming his wand at Hermione, while Snape directed his wand back at Peter. Peter glanced over his shoulder with small, beady eyes at Snape. Suddenly, a yellow shadow sprang from the tunnel's mouth, rushing towards Peter. He hastily swatted it to the ground. "Crookshanks!" Hermione cried out, rushing to scoop up the kitten. The small creature lay in her arms, breathing rapidly, yet motionless. So it was this creature, Peter muttered, abandoning his watch over the tunnel's entrance. He turned to Snape, who was still pointing his wand at him, and said, "You do not comprehend, Severus. The Longbottom girl is of great use to the master." Snape furrowed his brow and retorted with indignation, "Indeed, I do not understand. However, I will act according to the master's wishes. You understand. Yet you have caused the master considerable distress." Peter shrugged. "But since the master has summoned you to find me, it indicates that he has forgiven me, does it not? Do not be envious, Severus." He laughed with a thin voice, incongruous with his bulk. "Why?" Snape lowered the tip of his wand, no longer pointing directly at Peter. "Convince me. It's a prophecy," Peter exclaimed excitedly. "I have reinterpreted Trelawney's prophecy and discovered that Neville also fits the criteria." He bounced around, waving his hands, his massive frame causing the floor to creak. "I am truly a genius. James cannot compare to me." "Another prophecy," Snape scoffed, "if prophecies held any merit. Why did James fail to evade the master and ultimately cause Lily's demise?" Peter halted, gazing at Snape, yet remained silent. Snape, frowning again, pointed his wand at Peter. "You know something, don't you?" Peter scratched his head, saying, "You should have moved past it by now, shouldn't you? Otherwise, the master would not have entrusted you with my affairs and sent you to assist me, would he?" Snape hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. "That is good. That is good." Peter nodded in return, adding, "In truth, it was not James who caused Lily's death, but rather Lily who led to James's demise." Upon uttering this, Peter erupted into a series of high-pitched laughs. Snape's complexion paled as he raised his chin, gradually lowering his wand, commanding in a trembling voice, "Elaborate." James made several prophecies, far earlier than Trelawney. He knew long before that Lily's child would be orphaned and pursued by the master's forces. As Peter spoke, he let out another sharp laugh. He also knew that his own child would become the master's nemesis. Yes, precisely so. Do you understand now? Precisely so." Peter waved his hands, staring at Snape, whose brow was furrowed. Snape's wand hung limply, pointed towards the ground, when suddenly his eyes widened, and he took a deep breath. He realized the truth. Indeed, he could have evaded his master. His prophecy had foretold that he would not perish. Yet, Lily was destined to die? Peter erupted into laughter, intertwining his fate with that of Lily's son. He chose to marry Lily. He transformed her child from an ordinary orphan into a savior. Ha ha ha. How clever. Alas, this bound his destiny to Lily's as well. How tragic. Breathing heavily, Snape, tense and trembling, exclaimed, "This makes no sense. If you had known he had made these prophecies." Why? Peter's laughter abruptly ceased. "At the time, I believed those prophecies inconsequential, and who could have anticipated that James would wield them in such a manner?" Peter replied, calm yet sorrowful. "However, when my master's physical form was destroyed, I had already faced my punishment. Now, my chance for atonement has arrived." Peter raised his wand once more, preparing to aim it at Hermione, who was huddled in the corner with a cat alongside Nia. Just then, a voice with an intentionally elongated tone echoed from the tunnel. "Professor Snape, did you succeed in capturing Harry for me after the exam?" Peter jumped in surprise. Yet this time, his massive form landed with an unexpected lightness. He directed his wand towards the tunnel's entrance. Snape immediately raised his wand, pointing it at Peter, shouting, "Put down your wand, Peter." A platinum-haired head peeked out from the tunnel, glaring at Peter, then slowly descended to the ground. Snape glared sternly at Danica, who smiled back at him. "Is it permissible to discuss matters regarding Harry in front of this person?" Peter lowered his wand, his small eyes shifting to Snape. Severus Snape cast a glance at Peter, furrowing his brow as he nodded at Danica. "Severus, you promised me you would use Harry for a while after capturing him. The exam has concluded, and if you delay any longer, the term will end, and he will slip away again." Danica chided Snape in a very natural tone as she approached him. As she passed by Ronya, she playfully slapped her on the back, pushing her from the center of the room to the wall, and cheerfully remarked, "Silly cow, you're in the way." Chapter 17. 2. Cats, Mice, and Dogs, Part 2. Since the day of the Quidditch final, Lupin and Snape had taken to watching at the little cabin at the end of the tunnel every night. Today marked the last day of exam week, and Lupin followed Snape into the shed, retreating upstairs to observe the scene below through the gaps in the wooden planks. The appearance of Ronya heightened Lupin's anxiety. He and Snape had not discussed how to handle such a situation. Peter, I had no intention of bringing so much cargo. Snape's voice resonated with an icy calmness. Lupin knelt slightly, discreetly drawing his wand and directing it towards the transformed Peter, separated only by a wooden board. In the dim candlelight, a frail hand reached out beside him, making a gesture to halt. With great effort, Lupin restrained himself from leaping up and casting a spell at the hand's owner. He raised his gaze to behold a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar, adorned with a haughty, foolish grin, while another hand pressed a finger to its lips. Lupin had numerous questions swirling in his mind, yet he understood that now was not the moment for reminiscing. Thus, he merely inquired in the softest of tones, "Does Snape know?" "He does not," replied Black with a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Wait for Snape to extract information." He then pressed his slender finger, which had been held aloft, against his lips. Lupin nodded in acknowledgement. The diminutive Peter Pettigrew began recounting the tale he was privy to in a frenzied tone. Lupin and Black exchanged shocked glances, realizing that this was their first encounter with such revelations. As the tale concluded, Peter slowly raised his wand once more, poised to strike down Hermione. Snape appeared to be still in a state of shock, failing to immediately intervene. Lupin aimed his wand at Peter again, while Black took a couple of steps back, crouching to the ground, and in an instant, a large black dog silently materialized in his place. Just as Lupin prepared to act, a voice echoed through the tunnel. "Professor Snape, you promised to bring Harry to me after the exam. Have you succeeded?" The appearance of Dean interrupted Peter's actions and thwarted Lupin's preparations to cast a spell. As Dean shoved Ronya against the wall, Lupin exhaled in relief. Sharing a glance with Black, the large dog-s had nodded slightly in agreement. Severus Snape, reacting swiftly from downstairs, played along with Dean after sending Mr. Pettigrew away. "I shall proceed to capture Harry." Dean elongated her tone, casting a sidelong glance at Peter, and slowly asked Severus Snape, "Is this Mr. Pettigrew a trustworthy ally? Or shall we capture Harry together with this Mr. Pettigrew?" "No need to capture, Potter," Peter retorted irritably. "I have already secured Nivy Longbottom." What use is that little squirt?" Dean exclaimed loudly, deliberately stomping towards Nivy and pressing her foot against Nivy's shoulder, pushing her further against the wall. "A little squirt? What gives you the right to belittle those of shorter stature?" Peter shouted in fury, only to immediately regain his composure. "You are unaware of her true form, are you?" "What true form?" Dean asked, taken aback. "The Longbottom family's secret magic, which must be brewed in a cauldron daily from a young age to be extracted." Peter chuckled ominously, revealing that his family had invested significantly in avenging their master. However, he added that if they were to bring her to their master for consumption, it would be an entirely different matter. Dean chose not to engage with Peter's words, instead retreating to Severus Snape's side to whisper a few words in hushed tones. After listening intently, Snape turned to Peter and inquired, "Is capturing not Lombard a directive from our master, or merely your own suggestion?" "It is not the master's command," Peter replied, shaking his head. Snape immediately stated, "Then I require those students. I will take responsibility for erasing their memories and returning them." Peter glared at Snape, scoffing. "You simply wish to claim the credit for yourself. Yet, you fail to comprehend. The children of the Potter lineage are unnecessary. The Lombard offspring will suffice." As Peter gradually raised his wand, turning it ominously towards Snape, he posed a sudden question. "Which master do you serve?" Did he let something slip? Remus and Black exchanged tense glances, instantly preparing for spellcasting and combat. Downstairs, Severus Snape replied with deliberate calmness, "My master, of course, can only be the one whose name cannot be spoken." Peter pressed further. "What I mean is, specifically, which one?" Snape coldly retorted, "I do not comprehend your inquiry. Has a decade of living as a rat diminished your intellect?" Peter persisted, aiming his wand at Snape while brandishing his mutilated hand, frantically exclaiming, "The master has divided himself into many. Are you not aware?" Snape maintained his composure and responded, "I am only aware of one." Peter fell silent, and after a brief moment, he inquired, "Only one has contacted you?" Before Snape could respond, Peter continued, "This implies that only one of the masters trusts you. But that is of little consequence, for the master who believes in you is also the one who remembers me, while the others," Peter laughed maliciously. Remus subtly gestured for the large dog to approach him, whispering in the dog's ear, "We need him alive." The dog widened its eyes at Remus, baring its teeth, and shook its head in silence. A voice softly emerged from the side, "He is left for Harry. You will be responsible for the rescue." Remus and the dog stared wide-eyed at the source of the voice, where a girl clad in Slytherin robes, with a mane of red hair and a streak of black, materialized, deftly folding her invisibility charm. Downstairs, Peter and Snape engaged in a heated argument. You intend to capture Harry, yet you claim there will be no commotion? You are merely afraid I will steal your glory. Dinacon responded to Peter in an intentionally elongated and haughty tone. My father has long desired a portion of the Potter lineage. Once I bear Harry's child, neither the Ministry nor Dumbledore will dare to lay a hand on our family. Hermione and Ronya stood wide-eyed against the wall, staring at Dinacon, while Snape gazed at her with equal intensity. Lupin and Black directed their scrutiny towards Ginny, who silently mouthed the words, "It's an act." Dinacon, with her chin raised, cast a fleeting glance at Ronya and Hermione, snorted dismissively, and retorted to Snape, "Severus, are you going to apprehend Harry or not?" Severus Snape fell into a momentary silence before turning to Peter. "Answer me one question, and then I shall decide whether to escort you away or take you along with Longbottom." Peter, visibly agitated, responded, "Ask away. Did James Potter foresee your betrayal before you became his secret keeper?" Upon hearing Snape's question, Black's ears perked up, his teeth bared, as he fixed an intense gaze downward at Peter. "I don't know," Peter replied instantly, followed by a shrill laugh as he added, "But in retrospect, that's quite likely. If Black had been the secret keeper, he would have been doomed." Lupin, anxious, grasped Black's forearm. Yet, Black merely stared quietly at Peter below, doing nothing. Even retracting his bared teeth, Snape suddenly raised his voice, ensuring that the three upstairs could hear him effortlessly. So James Potter traded his life to ensure that Lily's son became the savior, while saving Black by making Peter the secret keeper. I now comprehend everything that has transpired. I have no further inquiries. Very well, Peter. I shall escort you as per my master's request, but let me caution you, beware of the vehicles on the road. Ginny hastily thrust her hands against Lupin and Black. It's the signal. Prepare to rescue. Before Ginny could finish her sentence, a tremendous explosion drowned her words. Lupin immediately cast a spell to blast open a hole in the floor, and together with Black, leaped down to the lower level. There, they confronted a massive round opening in the wall opposite the secret tunnel. The room was in disarray. Ronya, Hermione, and Navi lay in varying states of unconsciousness, while Snape shielded Dinacon. Upon seeing Lupin descend, he intended to speak to him, but as the large black dog followed Lupin down, he swiftly drew his wand and pointed it at the creature. The black dog stood upright, raising its paws, swiftly transforming into the surrendering form of Black. "I'm innocent. You heard it yourself." Severus Snape's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. "You two are an animagus. I should have anticipated this. Save them," Lupin shouted to the two. Severus responded, "The plan has changed. You are responsible for the rescue, while I have a performance to enact." With that, he leapt through the freshly blasted hole. Lupin hurriedly cleared the debris that had fallen upon the three students, casting healing spells and checking their condition. "Black, come help. We need to move them to a safe place." Black gazed out through the breach, not turning to look at Lupin. "They will spare Peter, won't they? Because he possesses information about the Dark Lord." Lupin shouted, "And so what? Even if he survives, he will spend a lifetime imprisoned in Azkaban. But I want him dead." Upon finishing his words, Black shook himself and transformed into his canine form, leaping through the hole. Lupin remained silent, kneeling beside the three unconscious individuals, trembling as he cast healing spells on each student in turn with one hand while the other pounded the ground in frustration. "Go find them," said Dinacon as she stood beside Lupin. Moments ago, Severus had cast protective spells around them, shielding them from harm. "Ginny and I can look after them," she added. As Ginny descended the stairs from above, Lupin looked up at Dinacon, then at Ginny, and with a grateful expression, nodded at Dinacon before rushing through the opening. "Sister is so useless," Ginny muttered after Lupin had jumped out. Dinacon glared at her, prompting Ginny to quickly clarify, "I meant Ronya." With a huff, Dinacon replied, "I know. Help me move her to a clean spot." Dinacon grasped Ronya under her arms with great effort, suddenly flushing a deep crimson. "What a monster," she muttered vehemently, as she struggled to find a suitable grip on Ronya's side, discovering that the reality was even more daunting than it appeared. Chapter 18. The Moonlit Face, the Insect's Tail. The large foot, and the sharp fork after being blasted away, Peter fled a short distance before halting. He turned to face his pursuer. It was Harry Potter. Upon noticing Peter's pause, Harry slowed his pace and approached cautiously. Harry Potter!" Peter shouted, "Come on. Come and kill me." Harry dashed towards Peter, only to alter his course midway. A fireball erupted along the path he had evaded. "We shall seize him together," Snape exclaimed as he caught up to Harry from behind, brandishing his wand. "No need to capture him alive. Peter shouted back at Snape. With a swift change of direction, Harry found himself once more confronting Peter, raising his fist to strike Peter squarely in the chest. The sickening crack of bone and the sharp sound of metal colliding echoed simultaneously. As Harry attempted to withdraw, Peter seized his hands with an iron grip. "Heh, I've heard much about your fighting style," Peter sneered, as the remnants of flesh on his chest oozed forth like sludge, his arms and legs swelling in size. He lifted Harry's hand and hurled him towards the ground, then stomped down with ferocity. Harry rolled to the side as Peter missed his kick, immediately lifting his other foot to strike at Harry. Harry raised his hands to block, and with a sharp sound reminiscent of metal clashing, he was sent flying several meters away. Snape approached, positioning himself opposite Peter, standing behind Harry. "Severus, do not interfere. My master has bestowed upon me this flesh to be utilized today." Peter cackled maniacally, charging towards Harry with an unexpected speed that belied his massive frame. Harry swiftly sidestepped, shaking his hands to free his fist from their petrified state, and brandished his wand towards Peter. A colossal fireball engulfed Peter, leaving him no opportunity to emit a scream. His flesh was seared to charcoal amidst the relentless flames, repeatedly evaporating and then regenerating. He stumbled and rose again, blindly swaying as he moved. Severus cast a reproachful glance at Harry, questioning what could be done. Harry fell into a momentary silence, observing the charred remnants of meat sizzling upon the scorched earth. He implored, "You must save him. Tell him that if I do not return soon, Denacon will kill Ronya." In an instant, Harry levitated into the sky, vanishing into the night. Severus Snape, with a flick of his wand, conjured a stream of water to extinguish the flames engulfing the meat, subsequently casting healing spells upon it. The charred mass quickly reformed into a human shape, albeit a diminutive one, far less robust than before. Severus conjured a few simple garments and tossed them to Peter, who remained dazed on the ground. Coldly, Severus remarked, "I told Harry Potter that if he does not return, Malfoy will kill all 3 girls." Trembling, Peter grasped the clothing, murmuring, "Very clever. The master will reward you and Malfoy. To remain by the master's side is the greatest reward." "Calmly now. Take me to the master," Severus instructed. Peter, now considerably shorter than Severus, lifted his gaze, bewildered. "I thought you were to lead me to the master." "The master said for you to guide me." Severus Snape firmly insisted, "Peter, you must lead." After a brief contemplation, Peter's face lit up with realization. "I know where the master is. You were not sent to guide me, but to provide hints. I am so clever." "Cleverer than James, right?" A deep voice interjected as a large black dog emerged from the shadows of the night, slowly approaching the two. Severus tensed, watching the imposing figure, while Peter, seeing the black dog, became exhilarated, exclaiming, "Your chance for revenge has arrived." Severus was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you don't know?" Peter chuckled sharply. Turning to the black dog, "Sirius, reveal your true form." Sirius ignored Peter, continuing to advance toward him. Peter retreated slowly, pulling Severus in front of him, shouting, "That's him. The fugitive, Sirius Black. He's the one who led you into the tunnel with the werewolf Lupin. Back when we were at Hogwarts. He nearly got you killed. Have you forgotten?" Severus stood protectively before Peter, raising his wand toward the black dog. "Whoever you are, do not impede our pursuit of our great master." The black dog suddenly crouched, preparing to pounce. Severus swiftly cast Petrificus Totalis. However, the dog evaded the spell, leaping aside and bounding toward Peter, rising to snap at his throat. A spell shot from afar, striking Sirius and sending the black dog tumbling, rescuing Peter from the imminent danger of his teeth. Remus approached, wand in hand, jogging closer. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, nervously glancing at Snape and Peter. "Oh, I was having a late-night snack in Hogsmeade when I heard the explosion and came to see what was happening." "Hi, Severus. What are you doing here?" "Hi, Peter. I thought you were dead." Remus chuckled awkwardly. Severus anxiously observed Peter's reaction. Without hesitation, Peter let out a cry, rushing towards Remus and collapsing at his feet. "Remus, please save me. Black escaped from Azkaban just to kill me." Severus discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief behind Peter. Remus's tension eased slightly. He helped Peter to his feet and stammered, This is truly surprising. I seem to recall Black killed you, but evidently, he did not." Remus paused, finally mustering 2 complete questions. "What happened back then? Where have you been hiding all these years?" Peter wiped his tears, clinging to Remus's leg, and sobbed. "Black betrayed the Potters. Then he tried to hunt me down. I barely escaped, but terrified of being found by Black. I transformed into a rat and hid in the Weasley household. Peter paused to wipe away tears and saliva on Remus's trousers before wailing again. The day you came to Gryffindor to find me, I was so happy. I almost revealed myself to you. But just thinking of Black lurking near Hogwarts terrified me into silence. Remus exchanged a tense glance with Severus. Severus frowned, rolling his eyes, and added for Remus's benefit. I was patrolling the end of the Shrieking Shack tunnel when I encountered Peter. He sought my protection to a safe place. Little did we know. Black ambushed us before we had taken more than a few steps. Yes, exactly, Peter exclaimed, standing up with delight. Let us bind Black now. Throw him back into Azkaban. Remus glanced at Severus, who nodded in affirmation, and replied to Peter, All right. I will restrain Black. Remus approached the unconscious Black, conjuring a rope to bind his limbs and mouth. He s an animagus, Remus. That won't hold him. Peter rushed forward, wrapping the rope around Black's shoulders and back several more times, then let out a sharp laugh, standing to face Remus. Remus instinctively took a step back. Peter. You. Peter looked up towards the sky, just as a cloud parted, allowing the luminous light of the full moon to bathe the ground. Well done, Remus. You can actually control the transformation, Peter remarked in a tone devoid of mirth. I discovered a potion that can temporarily suppress the transformation. Remus dared not mention Snape. Suddenly, Peter waved his hand in front of Remus's eyes, asking, What about this? Severus observed the glow of magic emanating from Peter's hand. However, there was no turning back. Lupin froze, and then his limbs began to tremble. Peter dashed towards Severus, grasping her sleeve and urging her to flee. Severus. Now is the time. Lupin will devour Black. A horrifying roar erupted as Lupin's head elongated, and his body followed suit. Severus withdrew his wand, shaking off Peter, and coldly declared, I would rather slay them both myself. Peter let out a piercing laugh. Good luck, Severus. A tailless rat fell to the ground beside Severus, scuttling into the underbrush. Lupin's shoulders arched, hair sprouting on his face and hands, his fingers curling into sharp claws. He transformed slowly, much more sluggishly than a typical werewolf. The potency of the potion and Lupin's own willpower struggled to suppress the change. Yet, ultimately, he became the very same werewolf that Severus had encountered over a decade ago at the mouth of the tunnel. The werewolf lunged forward, and Severus was propelled backward. What are you dawdling for? Harry's voice came from behind, echoing the tone of the person who had pulled him from the tunnel entrance years prior. I cannot. Lupin will kill Black. James's dear friend will murder his other dear friend. Severus dared not glance back at Harry, merely scanning his surroundings in a futile attempt to detect Peter's essence and magical signature. I've lost track of Peter. He must have abandoned me to seek his master. I'll take care of Lupin and Black. You continue searching. Harry set Severus down on the ground and swiftly charged towards the werewolf, drawing its attention before leading it away from Severus and Black. Severus first stared blankly as Harry receded into the distance, then suddenly snapped to attention, racing towards the Shrieking Shack. Chapter 19. Voldemort's servant. When Dinacon and Ginny attempted to move Nawi, they discovered that she had awakened and bore them no malice, merely waiting quietly for them to untie her bonds, then timidly inquired, What on earth is happening? Ginny countered, When did you wake up? Nawi pondered for a moment. When Professor Lupin was treating me. Dinacon interjected, So you heard Professor Lupin instruct us to care for you? Nawi timidly replied, No. I only heard you say to take care of us, and then Professor Lupin left. Dinacon gasped in disbelief. Ginny quickly interjected, It's the same, right? Nawi, you know we are the good ones, don't you? Nawi nodded. Dinacon cleared his throat and stated, In any case, Professor Lupin is a good person. And Professor Snape is a good person. They set a trap to catch that Peter, but you three were utterly useless and got captured by Peter. So Harry had to come to me, asking for a way to rescue you. Do you understand? You should be grateful, Nawi. Nawi nodded in response. Oh. Then who did you say was a monster? Dinacon and Ginny replied in unison. You misheard. Upon returning to the room where the other two were settled, the trio busied themselves collecting more candles to illuminate their surroundings while deliberating their next course of action. Ginny discovered Ronya's wand and placed it beside her. Deacon, having retrieved the rope from Navy, first secured Hermione tightly before proceeding to bind Ronya. Is it really necessary to tie up Ronya? Even if she doubts us. She cannot overpower us, Ginny questioned, perplexed. Deacon continued her task without answering, only stepping aside once the rope was exhausted. Her cheeks flushed as she scrutinized the tightly bound Ronya. Ginny joined Deacon, casting a glance at her sister, her own face reddening as well. Noticing the two Slytherins standing motionless in the center of the room, Navy approached them, mimicking their gaze at Ronya. "What exactly are you looking at?" Navy inquired, baffled after a moment. "Nothing," Ginny promptly denied, her eyes fixated on the candle in Navy's hand. Deacon followed Ginny's gaze and clicked her tongue. "Ginny, this is not the time," she admonished before turning to Navy, asking, "Do you know how to treat a cat?" The ailing Crookshanks had also been moved to lie beside Hermione. Navy squatted next to Crookshanks, studying it intently. The cat returned her gaze, its yellow eyes half closed, blinking slowly as though each flutter of the eyelid required immense effort. Suddenly, Navy sprang to her feet and began shedding her student uniform. Beneath it, she wore an old linen dress adorned with an array of gaudy flowers, appearing both soiled and tattered. Navy folded her uniform robe and handed it to the wide-eyed Deacon before removing her uniform shoes and placing them aside. "This is a secret, so please don't tell anyone," Navy said, shyly smiling at the two Slytherins, who nodded vigorously in response. Once more, Navy knelt beside Crookshanks, extending a finger to the cat's bleeding mouth. In an instant, Ginny and Deacon were unable to discern what Navy had done. Yet several drops of blood welled up from her fingertip. The blood shimmered with a radiant glow. Not only did the blood emit light, but Navy herself began to glow as well. A rich floral fragrance enveloped Ginny and Deacon, while the decaying floor beneath Navy's feet sparkled with a green luminescence, delicate branches emerging from its surface. The flowers on Navy's old robe transformed into real blossoms, and her knee-length skirt elongated into a floor-length gown. The flowing light dancing across the fabric. Blood slipped from Navy's fingertips, dripping into Crookshanks's mouth. The yellow fur of Crookshanks began to shine. "Meow," it exclaimed, leaping from the floor and darting away, vanishing from sight. Navy, alarmed, stood to pursue it but stumbled over her newly lengthened robe and fell forward. Deacon, quick to react, stepped in front of Navy and caught her. Thank you, Malfoy," Navy said, feeling embarrassed, then anxiously asked, "What should we do now that Crookshanks has run away?" Dinacon supported the now taller Navi, urging her to stand straight, then inquired, "Could you first clarify what you have done?" Navi blinked her eyes. "The universal remedy. It's akin to resurrection, right? My blood merely revives. It won't allow it to leap out. Are there other functions?" Dinacon endeavored to keep her focus on the matter at hand, concentrating solely on the situation at Crookshanks Hill. "It may also induce enforced exhilaration and alleviate pain," she noted, recalling her grandmother's words about its use in battle. "How long will the exhilaration last?" Dinacon pressed further. Navi glanced down at her fingers, where the wounds had already healed. The radiance surrounding her had dimmed significantly, and the glimmers on her robe appeared sporadically. "A few hours?" Navi timidly ventured a guess. Dinacon nodded. "Then she should return on her own after a few hours. There's no need for concern." Navi exhaled in relief, embracing Dinacon tightly before finally releasing her, asking, "May I call you Dinacon?" "Of course," she replied enthusiastically, but upon noticing Dinacon's stern gaze, she quickly covered her mouth. Dinacon cleared her throat, lifted her chin, and replied coolly, "You may?" Navi stepped back, nearly tripping over her robe, but fortunately, Dinacon held her hand to steady her. "How long will you remain in this state?" Dinacon queried again, as they ought to awaken shortly. Navi waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. They both know." "Just," Dinacon raised an eyebrow. "Just what?" "Ronia seems to dislike seeing me like this," Navi admitted, as Ginny stifled a laugh behind her hand. Dinacon snorted, saying, "Ronia is merely envious of you. Though she is older, your figure is far more balanced, and with your height, it suits you perfectly." Suddenly, Dinacon turned pale. "Has Harry seen you like this?" "No," Navi quickly denied. Dinacon and Ginny both sighed in relief. "The last time I transformed, I wasn't wearing this robe, so he's unaware it can shift with me," Navi explained. Dinacon squeezed her eyes shut, furrowing her brow, and gritted her teeth. "Has Harry already witnessed you tearing your clothes?" No. Navi blushed fiercely, waving her hands. "He was outside and didn't see." Dinacon held her forehead, eyes closed, shaking her head in silence. Ginny bit her lip and gently remarked, "As long as he didn't see you completely unclothed, it's fine. Only Hermione has seen." Navi instantly clasped her hands over her mouth. I promised not to speak of it. Can you help keep it a secret?" Ginny's expression turned frigid as she slowly retreated a few steps, raising her chin and drawing her wand, pointing it at Navi. "Playing the fool, are we?" she questioned. Navi stood there, bewildered, letting out a confused "eh?" Dinacon sighed and turned to Ginny, saying she may not have thought that deeply. Don't act rashly. A tuft of black hair on Ginny's forehead began to float, her brown pupils transforming into a swirling blend of black and crimson. An overwhelming aura of pressure emanated from her as she pointed her wand at Navi, murmuring, "Only I am the rightful heir of Slytherin. I am the one destined for this." Dinacan, feeling tense, attempted to approach Ginny cautiously, but a sudden, piercing howl echoed from a distance. "Master!" A flurry of footsteps accompanied the cries of "Master! Master!" as they rapidly approached the room. Suddenly, a short man with a sharp nose and beady eyes burst through the decaying door, sliding on his knees toward Ginny's feet while wailing, "Master!" in a fit of rage. Ginny kicked at the man's face, sending him tumbling backward in midair before he landed on the ground, immobilized. Dinacan quickly gestured to Navi, urging her to sit beside the bound Hermione and Ronya. Then she leaned closer to Ginny, whispering a few words. Ginny's demeanor calmed, her pupils gradually returning to their brown hue. The man on the ground began to regain consciousness. The first thing he did was kneel, pressing his forehead to the floor, and cried out in a high-pitched wail, "Master, my only master. The moment I felt your power, I came rushing here. I am your most loyal servant, Peter." Ginny exchanged a tense glance with Dinacan, who stepped forward and coldly inquired of Peter, "Why have you returned?" The man lifted his beady eyes to look at Navi and replied, "I wish to capture the child of the Longbottom family and present them to you, Master." He then buried his face again, forehead touching the ground. The atmosphere fell into silence. Although Ginny pointed her wand at Peter, her anxious gaze remained fixed on Dinacan. Dinacan gritted her teeth and slowly uttered, "Which master do you intend to present the Longbottom child to?" Peter began to bang his forehead against the floor, quickly creating a hole, and cried out in a sharp voice, "I did not realize the master could consume that child at any moment. I beg for your forgiveness, my loyal yet foolish servant." Seeing the cold sweat bead on Ginny's forehead, Dinacan scoffed at Peter and said, "Leave, Peter, and do not return to Hogwarts." Peter's wailing abruptly ceased. "Dinacan Malfoy, you have usurped my position," the man said through gritted teeth, "but the will of the master is all that matters." With that, he shrank into a hairless rat and scurried away through the hole he had made in the floor. Ginny anxiously glanced at Dinacan, who returned her gaze with equal concern. Ginny silently mouthed the question, "Has he gone?" Dinacan shook her head, silently forming the words, "I do not know." The short candles, gathered by the group, flickered in the stillness, some having already burned out completely, casting an ever-deepening darkness. Yet, none dared to stir. Suddenly, Ronya awoke, struggling against the ropes that bound her, rendering her nearly immobile. She glared at Dinacan, who turned to meet her gaze, only to discover her sister Ginny standing beside Dinacan. Glancing at Nawi, who was unbound and had grown larger yet showed no resistance against the Slytherin duo, she ultimately decided to inquire, "What has happened?" Dinacan and Ginny simultaneously raised a finger to their lips, urging silence. Nawi mirrored their gesture, beckoning Ronya to be quiet. A crisp sound of high heels echoed from outside, and soon Severus Snape appeared at the door, wand in hand, its tip emitting a faint glow. A silver thread extended from the wand's light, slowly weaving into the floor's crack from which Peter had previously emerged. Had he just returned? Had he fled again? What had he done? Severus bombarded them with questions, demanding to know how Nawi Lombardon had reverted to her original form and who had bound Ronya Weasley in such a disgraceful manner. Was it Peter? Dinacan and Ginny responded in unison, yes. Nawi was left speechless, unable to articulate a response. Ronya attempted to glance down at her bindings, but could only see several ropes crossing her chest, intertwining in intricate knots above her heart. Dinacan anxiously tugged at Severus's sleeve, whispering, "Is Peter still nearby?" Severus flicked his wand, causing the silver thread to shimmer faintly. "He is no longer in the vicinity." Dinacan exhaled a sigh of relief, bending at the waist, her hands resting on her knees. Ginny kicked off her shoes and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. What on earth happened? Severus inquired of Dinacan while casting a spell to untie Ronya. "Ronya Weasley, do not move. I shall free you from these disgraceful bindings before explaining further." Peter burst in, mistaking Ginny for the Dark Lord, incessantly calling Master, Master. Before we frightened him away, Dinacan explained. Severus furrowed his brow, looking at Ginny, who lay on the ground, her damp black hair clinging to her forehead. "You lost control? Why did that happen?" Nawi timidly raised her hand. "It was my fault. I mentioned Hermione." Hermione abruptly sat up from the floor, bewildered. "What?" Dinacan, Ginny, and Nawi chorused, "Nothing." Chapter 20. The kiss of the Dementor flames and howls shattered the tranquility of Hogsmeade in the dead of night. The merchants and residents of Hogsmeade did not venture close to the commotion. They are not entirely oblivious to these anomalies, nor are they devoid of interest. Rather, they are acutely aware that other entities will soon arrive. The Dementors, drifting around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade alike, gather in succession as agents tasked with the pursuit of Black, converging upon the vicinity of the Shrieking Shack where a battle is unfolding. As Harry hurriedly carried the petrified Lupin back to where Black lay, he noticed that more than one Dementor had already detected Black's presence. At that moment, Black had regained his human form, struggling to summon the magical energy necessary to incinerate the ropes binding him. He yearned to transform into his canine guise to confound the Dementors. Yet the ropes clung tenaciously to his body, and any attempt to shift shape elicited agonizing cries of distress. Expecto Patronum. Harry released a silvery mist, momentarily driving the Dementors away. He threw Lupin beside Black, casting a spell to untie the ropes binding Black, and then bound the ropes around the limbs of the werewolf. Lupin, as soon as Black was freed, he transformed back into his canine form, the very guise that had aided his escape from Azkaban. However, the Dementors did not disperse. Instead, they lingered nearby. Initially, they evaded the silvery mist, yet as the mist began to dissipate, they lunged into it, ravenously feeding. The accumulation of quantity had induced a qualitative change, and Harry, mused that this revelation could warrant a scholarly paper. What revelation? The black dog, Black, anxiously circled around Harry, questioning their reluctance to depart. Was it due to Lupin? Or perhaps it was because of him? Once more, Harry conjured the Patronus, enveloping the three of them in a vast expanse of silvery mist. Both Black and Harry sensed the Dementors retreating to a greater distance, yet when the mist cleared, they discovered even more Dementors had joined the encirclement. A modicum of happiness served as sustenance for the Dementors, while an abundance of joy became their nemesis. However, when great joy confronted a multitude of Dementors, the burden each Dementor had to bear diminished, and the effects of the Patronus transformed into their nourishment. Harry explained to Black, "Can you carry us away?" Black, though somewhat perplexed by Harry's words, did not hesitate to offer a suggestion. "It's hard to say. I am uncertain if I can lift both of you at once." The Dementors slowly tightened their circle. As Harry gathered his magical energy, he began to feel an additional strain. He unleashed the Patronus once more, driving the Dementors back, and then said to Black, "We can only attempt it." Harry first cast the levitation charm on both Black and Lupin, then used the wind charms to elevate himself, seizing the ropes binding Lupin as he soared towards the lakeside. Black clutched Lupin's rigid form, dangling at the lowest point. As they flew past the Dementors, Harry distinctly felt the power of the levitation charm waning rapidly, and his newly summoned magical energy proved insufficient to lift himself again. "Be careful," Harry shouted to Black, and together, the three of them plummeted onto the clear ground by the lake. As Harry had anticipated, the Dementors pursued them. However, none were in the direction of the water. Into the water. Harry recast the levitation charm on Black and Lupin, then dashed towards the lake himself. Once buoyed by the charm, the three floated effortlessly on the surface, drifting away from the shore. The Dementors ceased their chase. A few approached the water's edge, seemingly attempting to reach the trio from the lake's depths. But Harry sensed that they halted their advance once they submerged. "We are safe. For now." Harry recast the levitation charm for all three, then gazed towards other parts of the lakeshore. Dementors were visible along the shoreline, with the area they had just entered being the most densely populated. As they floated towards the castle, the Dementors surged along the bank in pursuit of the castle's direction. A wall marked the boundaries of Hogwarts grounds by the lakeside. Once they floated over that barrier, they would be free from the Dementors' grasp. Harry peered towards the castle, but the distance rendered the wall indistinct and obscured. As Harry contemplated ways to accelerate their drift towards the castle, he engaged in conversation with the now human form of Black. "What do you intend to do upon regaining your freedom?" he inquired. Black replied listlessly, "I have no plans. Excluding you, 8 individuals witnessed Peter's actions. Among them, 2 were professors from Hogwarts, 4 were scions of noble families, and 1 was the savior himself." Harry chuckled. "At least you need not fear imprisonment in Azkaban for having killed Peter." "That matters little," Black grumbled, clutching onto Lupin's body, which floated on the surface of the water like a balloon. "I would prefer to be incarcerated for having genuinely taken his life. If you were to kill Peter again and subsequently be captured and sent to Azkaban, they would surely employ Dementors to kiss your forehead, thereby siphoning your soul to prevent any further escape attempts." "How do you know all this?" Black muttered. "Lupin taught me." Harry gestured towards the rigid werewolf beside them. "And he also imparted the Patronus charm." Black fell silent and drifted a short distance before uttering, "If it were not for Peter, it would have been James teaching you these things." Harry fell silent as well, and after a moment, remarked, "If you ever return to Azkaban, you shall no longer have the opportunity to spar with me." Black turned his head away, avoiding Harry's gaze. In turn, Harry averted his eyes from Black, feigning ignorance to the suppressed sobs that lingered in the air. "We have arrived," Harry suddenly declared with a sense of ease, gesturing towards the lakeside. There stood a wall that began at the water's edge and extended into the distant mountains. Previously, Harry had often utilized the pressure from the Dementors outside this wall to enhance his magical reservoir. Now, he observed that a considerable number of Dementors had gathered on the outer side of the wall, while not a single one lingered within. Once again, Harry cast the levitation charm on both Black and Lupin, then elevated himself from the surface of the water with the airborne charm. "There is something I have long desired to attempt." Harry floated in the air and addressed Black, "but previously, I feared that making too much noise would draw unwanted attention. And just now, I worried that exhausting my magical energy would prevent my escape from encirclement. Now seems quite opportune. Should I faint shortly? You are responsible for dragging me to safety." Black gradually floated towards the shore within the walls, watching as Harry ascended into the air beyond the barrier. Then, facing the throng of Dementors outside the wall, he shouted, "Expecto Patronum." This time, what burst forth from the tip of Harry's wand was not a silvery mist, but a multitude of silvery creatures, each resembling both a deer and a horse, adorned with a sharp, singular horn. They scattered into the ranks of the Dementors, not advancing in a straight line, but rather circling around, enclosing the unfortunate Dementors who had not managed to flee into separate, dispersed circles. Black stood astonished, when suddenly he heard Harry's voice from above. "I have heard that forcing those with depression to feel joy is a cruel act. I wonder if, to the Dementors, I might be the most malevolent wizard in this world." What? Black had yet to fully comprehend when he was propelled by the waves to the shore within the walls, rendering him unable to witness the events unfolding outside. In the air, Harry waved his wand several times. Black sensed the pressure from the Dementors outside the wall dissipating. Harry descended gently from the sky, assisting Black in dragging Lupin to a flat expanse of ground. "Do you have a house?" Harry suddenly inquired of Black. Taken aback by the unexpected question, Black hesitated before responding, "Yes, in London." "That's splendid. I can stay at your place when Aunt Petunia and I have a quarrel," Harry remarked, before reclining beside Lupin, yawning, and almost instantaneously drifting into slumber. The full moon had traversed a significant portion of the night sky. Several hours remained before Lupin could recover to a safe state, leaving uncertainty as to whether the petrifying spell would endure until dawn. Should the enchantment dissipate before sunrise? Despite being bound hand and foot, there lingered the risk that he might break free and inadvertently harm Harry. Black sat beside Lupin and Harry, preoccupied not only with thoughts of Peter, but also with the realization that it had been over a decade since he had visited his ancestral home in London, which he deemed in need of tidying before it could be habitable. Chapter 21. Hermione's secret. When Harry awoke, he discovered himself in the infirmary. At the far end of the room, Madame Pomfrey had her back turned to him. Harry propped himself up, glancing around, but found no one else present. Madame Pomfrey briskly approached Harry's bedside in the dim light, cradling a piece of chocolate that was the largest he had ever encountered in his life, resembling a substantial boulder. "Ah, you're awake," she exclaimed cheerfully, placing the chocolate on Harry's bedside table and beginning to break it apart with a small hammer. Harry picked up the fallen chocolate fragments, stuffed them into his mouth, and indiscriminately chewed and swallowed them. A wave of warmth spread from within his body, even causing him to shiver. He had not intended to expend so much magical energy, nor had he wished to fall into such a deep slumber. Harry sat up and grasped his wand. "Potter, what are you doing?" "I am going to find others." Harry paused before adding, "I am going to see the headmaster." "Very well, Harry." Professor Dumbledore entered through the door. "Poppy, please step outside." "Headmaster." Madame Pomfrey exclaimed anxiously, "He requires treatment and rest. This matter cannot wait." "I must insist," Dumbledore replied. Madame Pomfrey huffed and strode into her office at the far end of the infirmary, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Before Harry could inquire further, Professor Dumbledore began to speak. "Everyone is undergoing polygraph tests, assessments for confundus charms, and checks for other forms of dark magic that affect judgment and memory. Officials have been dispatched directly from the ministry. I am not concerned about the outcomes, although several of the ladies are reluctant to recount certain details for privacy reasons. It is not a significant issue. Black is currently being held temporarily upstairs, and once all testimonies are clarified, his charges will be limited to the destruction of public property. However, there remains one complication. Cornelius is demanding Peter. Harry blinked his eyes, but where was Professor Snape? She had slipped away. Harry let out a sigh and inquired, what would happen if Peter were not captured? The Ministry of Magic would prosecute Black for obstructing justice. Dumbledore shrugged, indicating that he would not return to Azkaban, but would likely face hard labor or perhaps exile. Exile? Harry scoffed. Are we still living in the 18th century? Dumbledore merely regarded Harry in silence. How much has the Ministry truly plotted against me? Harry asked, furrowing his brow. And how much have you manipulated me? Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture of openness, stating, you came to me, and I would divulge the plan directly. My intention, along with Fudge S, was to use Black to frighten Peter out of hiding, and then follow Peter to locate the Dark Lord. He would be responsible for releasing Black, and I would ensure Peter was returned. A clean slate. Harry felt a surge of acid rise in his stomach. Struggling against nausea, he forced down several pieces of chocolate and then remarked, you wouldn't dare let me handle this matter without a safety net. You wouldn't wish to know the particulars of that safety net? Dumbledore replied softly. And it is not yet time. He approached a large cabinet beside the wall of the infirmary and rapped on its door. Are you in there, Hermione? The door creaked open from within, revealing Hermione amidst a jumble of clutter, holding aloft a chain. Harry noticed a glimmering hourglass dangling from it. I thought you were undergoing examination. Harry stared at Hermione. I was. I've been set back 3 hours, Hermione hastily informed Harry, then turned to Dumbledore. Please remember to remind me about this after the examination. Dumbledore turned to leave, but paused at the door, saying, Miss Granger, just turn it 6 more times. You know the rules. Best of luck. The door clicked shut behind Dumbledore. Harry, come here, Hermione urged urgently, quickly. Harry approached. As Hermione draped the chain around his neck and turned the hourglass 6 times, the dimly lit infirmary grew even darker, and Harry felt as if he were drifting into slumber, only to be abruptly awakened, his feet meeting the solid ground. He stood beside Hermione, enveloped in the emptiness of the infirmary. The sun had set, and the moon had yet to rise. It is called the Time Turner, Hermione whispered. We have returned to 9 hours ago, or rather, for you, 6 hours ago. This is its limit. Were it capable of reaching further back, I could have prevented Peter from abducting the 3 of us. Now, we must seize Peter without altering the events we have already experienced. Harry gazed at the Time Turner, his eyes widening in astonishment. Does this contraption have no side effects? Hermione let out a dry laugh. Oh, there are far too many side effects. But now is not the time to discuss them. Do you have any plans? Harry retrieved the Marauder's map from his pocket and first examined his current location, discovering that there were no dark marks present in the infirmary. He then glanced towards the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow, where he noticed 2 dark figures gradually advancing within the passage. Hermione quickly grasped the purpose of the map and, astonished, inquired, What is this? It's called the Marauder's map, Harry whispered. I used it to identify Peter. Hermione's eyes widened as she surveyed the moving dark marks and the names and aliases inscribed upon the map. Is this Marauder's map legal? Harry cleared his throat lightly, admitting that he had yet to ponder the matter. He then gestured towards another underground tunnel leading from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, stating that this route would also allow us to reach Hogsmeade without interfering with our current endeavors. The entrance to that tunnel at Hogwarts is concealed behind a statue of a one-eyed witch. Harry and Hermione dashed through the dimly lit castle. Arriving at the statue of the one-eyed witch, Harry drew his wand and, following the instructions on the Marauder's map, whispered, Severus. He tapped the stone statue, and instantly, its hunchback opened, revealing an entrance wide enough for a slender person to squeeze through. The earthen passage twisted and turned, resembling a giant rabbit hole. As they walked, Hermione shared information unknown to Harry, who listened attentively while occasionally consulting the Marauder's map to confirm the location of his counterpart. The first group of black dots in another tunnel had vanished beyond the boundary, while the second group, led by Crookshanks, was nearing the same fate. After a while, when the second group also disappeared beyond the boundary, Harry closed the Marauder's map and set it aside. Once Hermione finished sharing what she knew, she began discussing the precautions and side effects of the Time Turner. As Harry listened, he sensed something amiss and remarked, This device may not merely control time. It seems to govern something far more dreadful. Hermione let out a cry, interrupting Harry's contemplation. Stop. I do not wish to know any more. The passage began to ascend. 10 minutes later, Harry reached the base of a dilapidated stone staircase that stretched upwards into the unseen. The two began their ascent. 100 steps, 200 steps. A trapdoor appeared above Harry's head. He cautiously pushed it open and peered inside. It was a cellar filled with crates and other wooden boxes. Harry climbed up, pulling Hermione along with him, and securely closed the hatch. The two ascended the wooden staircase leading to the upper level, slipping out through the door at the top, only to find themselves standing behind the counter of honeydukes. The shop was devoid of customers and staff. Gently, they opened the door and stepped out onto the street, discovering that all the shops had already closed. Few earnest students remained, but there was an abundance of dementors. Hermione muttered to herself, just like in London. "Let's head towards the Shrieking Shack," Harry suggested. "According to your information, we should wait for Peter to emerge from the shack a second time before following him. At that point, we can either capture him or leave a tracking mark on him." Before they could reach the Shrieking Shack, they heard a loud explosion from its direction. A robust figure shot out from the shack, landing on the ground, while a slightly smaller figure followed closely behind. Moments later, a great burst of flame erupted where they had landed, burning fiercely for a time before finally subsiding. At last, they arrived at the shack. Under Hermione's guidance, Harry found himself outside the room where they had gathered. Silently, he used his wand to create two small holes in the outer wall, one for himself and one for Hermione, to peer inside. They witnessed Dina binding Ronya with a rope. After a few furtive glances, Hermione yanked Harry away from the opening, exclaiming, "You mustn't look." After a brief interval, the room was filled with sharp cries of "Master! Master!" Only then did Harry lean closer to the hole. Before long, Peter transformed back into a rat and scurried away. As soon as Harry saw Peter burrowing into the hole in the floor, he began to cast the tracking spell. A silver thread extended towards the center of Hogsmeade. Growing longer and thinner with each pull, Harry extended his arm, encircling Hermione's waist within the crook of his elbow, and deftly activated the spell of aerial movement to follow the silken thread. The thread led to the heart of the village, stopping at the crossroads. From his vantage point in the air, Harry caught sight of the diminutive Peter standing in the center of the road, illuminated by the bright streetlight. Neither fleeing nor seeking refuge, Harry placed Hermione behind a house at a prudent distance from Peter and approached him directly. Peter soon became aware of Harry's presence. They locked eyes in silence, his small green orbs reflecting both sorrow and resentment. Harry halted a few meters before Peter. "Are you my master?" Peter suddenly inquired. "I am the savior, Harry Potter, not your master." "What a pity. I can scent the essence of a master upon you," Peter remarked, twitching his nose. "Where is the Dark Lord, the mysterious one, he, or rather they?" Harry raised his wand, aiming it at Peter. "He is right beside you, Harry." Peter chuckled with a twitch. "Who is it?" "That is merely a metaphor, foolish Harry Potter," Peter replied with a furrowed brow, implying that his influence was pervasive and omnipresent. "Omnipresent?" Harry smiled. "Does that mean shattered so thoroughly that even a broom cannot gather the fragments?" "Oh, it's the 21st century. I should say vacuum cleaner." Peter did not laugh. He rolled his eyes in contemplation and then proposed, "Shall I assist you in absorbing the Dark Lord's power?" Harry was momentarily stunned. While Peter broke into a smile, they would undoubtedly find a way to devour one another, restoring their wholeness. If they could consume each other, it stood to reason that others could devour them as well. Harry nodded. "All right, then take me to find them." Peter let out a sharp laugh. "Not now. Once I attain my freedom, my master will contact me willingly. To find my master, you must grant me my liberty. First, you must accompany me back to Dumbledore, and then persuade him to free you." Harry stifled a yawn, feeling the effects of the time-turner beginning to take hold. Peter shook his head, squinting as a smile crept across his face. "What if, just what if, the price for pursuing the Dark Lord is the life of someone close to you? If you do not pursue him, he will not spare me. We both know this." Harry replied calmly, "That is not necessarily true. Prophecies can be interpreted in myriad ways." Peter slowly spoke, laughing as he did. "Indeed, I am aware. My father has attempted it." Harry smiled in return, recognizing his own prowess in the study of prophecies. A sudden scream interrupted Harry. "Proficient?" The smile vanished from Peter's face, replaced by a grimace of rage and a booming roar. "Your father stole my ideas. I am the true inventor of the cutting charm. He utilized my charm as an invincible seeker. He aced every exam with my charm. We created the Marauder's map together. Yet everyone believes it was his accomplishment. Once I vanquish the Dark Lord, I shall restore your name. How does that sound?" He faltered, his voice dwindling down to a bewildered inquiry. "What did you just say?" "I do not comprehend what the cutting charm is. It sounds quite formidable. Once I defeat the Dark Lord, I shall fund your publication, helping you prove that you are the true inventor of this cutting charm. What say you?" Peter initially appeared stunned. Then his expression transformed into one of heightened fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Harry. You do not grasp the value of the cutting charm. It could rule the world. You and your father are fools. But I can assist you only to a certain extent, Harry shrugged, then inquired. If the cutting charm is so powerful, can it aid me in vanquishing the Dark Lord? Of course, Peter exclaimed in a shrill voice. Then, a disquieting silence ensued. Peter's face contorted with terror as he gazed skyward, falling to his knees. Master, Master, you have spoken it. Harry approached the trembling Peter, who knelt upon the ground. What if, just what if, defeating the Dark Lord could better validate the value of the cutting charm? Peter stared at Harry in horror, then crawled backward on the ground. For instance, how might one utilize the cutting charm to more effectively and swiftly eradicate the Dark Lord? Harry stepped closer to Peter, gently and slowly articulating, eradicate the Dark Lord. Eliminate that Dark Lord whom none can contend with. Could it be that only the cutting charm holds the key to achieving this? Peter continuously crawled backward until he ultimately ceased his movement, raising his hand to shield his head while murmuring softly to himself. After a moment of silence, Harry heard Peter's faint voice. Let me go. What? Let me go. I know what I must do now. Do not follow me. Let me go. Peter gazed at Harry with his small green eyes and whispered, And you allowed Peter to leave without leaving any trace upon him? Hermione inquired incredulously of Harry. Harry nodded slightly and replied, Do not be so agitated. Otherwise, I shall not be able to hold on properly. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured. No wonder Snape would lose track, while picking up the hourglass on the time-turner to check the time. We still have a few hours. We can only free him after Black has been confined. In truth, exile is of little consequence. I am aware of an illegal animagus who was once sentenced to exile in America and later gained fame there, returning to England discreetly without anyone paying heed. Hermione rolled her eyes, retorting, What you speak of are mere roadside rumors. There is no evidence to substantiate that Anne Hathaway is an animagus. Suddenly, Hermione paused, gazing at Harry, and asked, She cannot truly be, can she? What do you mean? Hermione, her expression a complex mix of emotions, looked at Harry's calm face and after a considerable pause, said, Never mind, do not tell me for now. I am not mentally prepared for that. Harry soared along the lakeside, approaching the gates of Hogwarts. Typically, several Dementors would be stationed here, yet now not a single one was in sight. Harry understood that they had congregated on the opposite shore of the lake, eagerly anticipating the rich joy released by those drifting upon the water. Hermione guided Harry to a concealed spot beneath the window of Professor Flitwick's office, taking refuge among the thickets. We must release Black approximately 45 minutes before the time shift. Hermione calculated, informing Harry of the timing. She then inquired, After you set him free, where will he hide? The Forbidden Forest? Harry recalled the myriad of enigmatic names within the Forbidden Forest, shaking his head as he employed the technique for handling fire-breathing dragons. The moon glided gracefully across the sky. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloped Hermione and Harry. With practiced ease, Hermione pricked her finger and subsequently cast a healing charm upon it, an act that roused Harry's senses considerably. The moment had arrived. Harry ascended straight into the night sky, soaring towards the upper levels of the castle, seeking the window of Professor Flitwick's office. Black lifted his head, leaping from his chair and rushing to the window, attempting to open it, yet unable to locate the lock. Step back, Harry instructed him, then waved his wand, exclaiming, Alohomora. Instantly, the window swung open. I'm too heavy. You can't carry me far, Black lamented, though his eyes sparkled with joy as he regarded Harry. Not too far. I'll only be responsible for a brief distance, Harry replied, firmly securing his arm under Black's and pulling him through the window, then soaring towards the Ollery. Moments later, a white snowy owl, bearing a large black dog, took flight from the Ollery. Harry watched as they ascended into the vast expanse, until they finally vanished from sight within the night sky. Chapter 22. The return of the owl. Post Hermione glanced at her watch, stating, We have 10 minutes to quietly return to the hospital wing. The two slipped into the castle, employing the Marauder's map to elude detection. Arriving at the end of the corridor where the hospital wing was situated, they stealthily dashed down the hallway when suddenly, the door opened to reveal Dumbledore's head peering out at them. Hermione raised her hands high, displaying 6 fingers. Dumbledore turned and retreated into his chamber. Miss Granger, just make 6 more turns. You know the rules. Good luck. He stepped back, closing the door with a broad smile gracing his face. How did it go? He inquired softly. Harry took a deep breath and replied, I released Peter, and I also set Sirius free. Dumbledore looked at them with a gentle smile. What a pity. Fudge will undoubtedly be furious. He listened intently for any sounds coming from the hospital wing, then turned to Harry and said, "Yes, I believe you should go in. I shall lock you in." Harry and Hermione bid farewell and stealthily returned to the infirmary. The door clicked shut behind them as Harry climbed back into his bed. Moments later, Madame Pomfrey emerged briskly from her office. "Did I hear the headmaster? May I attend to my patients now?" Her demeanor was quite irritable. Harry dutifully consumed the chocolate she had provided, though it was difficult to swallow. After a brief interval, the door to the hospital wing was flung open with a bang. Fudge and Dumbledore strode into the ward. Fudge wore a look of anger, while Dumbledore remained composed. "You, Harry Potter, should not have done that," Fudge exclaimed sharply. Madame Pomfrey regarded Fudge with a displeased expression but remained silent. Fudge seemed poised to utter further words, but, casting a glance at Madame Pomfrey and then at Harry, huffed and exited the ward, pulling Dumbledore along with him. Madame Pomfrey hastened to relock the door, muttering irritably as she returned to her office. Harry drifted back to sleep on his hospital bed, only to awaken to the midday sun. Madame Pomfrey informed him that he was free to leave the infirmary. He wandered slowly through the desolate castle, reluctant to return to Gryffindor Tower or to join his peers in the Great Hall for lunch. He made his way to the lakeside, where he had emerged the previous evening, observing the giant squid languidly undulating its tentacles upon the water's surface. Strolling along the perimeter wall, he felt the magical pressure that had become so familiar to him this term dissipate entirely. He circumvented the Whomping Willow and followed the edge of the Forbidden Forest until he reached Hagrid's hut. After passing by the hut, he arrived at a clearing, gazing up at the sky, utterly alone. Eventually, he returned to the castle, ambling leisurely to the door of Lupin's office. The door stood ajar, and Lupin was inside, tidying up his belongings. A few days remained until the end of the term. Harry stood at the threshold, initiating a conversation with Lupin. The professor approached the door, inviting Harry inside before shutting the door behind him. "The first to witness my transformation into a werewolf was the one who discovered my secret. Now the entire school is aware of my condition." He sighed, expressing that even if it remained a secret, he would resign. "Why?" Harry inquired, concern etching his features. "Peter has the ability to force my transformation. I am uncertain how he manages it." Lupin shook his head, continuing to sort through his drawers. "Perhaps it is a method taught to him by the Dark Lord. The Wolfsbane potion can no longer guarantee my safety." "You are our finest defense against the dark arts, teacher," Harry asserted. Lupin shifted the topic. "Tell me about your Patronus. Before Blake and I were forcibly separated." He mentioned it briefly, but I did not quite grasp his words. "Oh, what did he say?" Harry asked, suddenly feeling a flutter of anxiety. "Everywhere, like an army." Harry recounted the circumstances to Lupin. Upon finishing, Lupin smiled once more, saying, "If there is anything that I could take pride in for a lifetime, it would be you." A knock at the door interrupted them. It was Professor Dumbledore. Upon seeing Harry there, he appeared unperturbed. "Your carriage awaits at the entrance, Remus," he stated. "Thank you, Headmaster." Lupin replied as he tossed the last few books into his trunk, closed the drawer, and picked up his suitcase along with the previously emptied container that held Grindylows. "Well then, farewell, Harry," he said with a smile. "It has truly been a pleasure teaching you. I believe we shall meet again." "Headmaster." "There is no need to see me to the door. I can manage," Lupin added. "Very well then, Remus," Dumbledore replied calmly. Lupin nodded at Harry, smiled, and swiftly exited the office. Harry seated himself in the vacant chair beside Lupin, directing his gaze towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore closed the door, turned, and took a seat opposite him. "Why the long face, Harry?" he inquired gently. "You ought to feel proud of what you accomplished last night. I feel as though I have been used by you." "By all of you," Harry lamented. "I have acquired some answers, yet the questions have multiplied. If you have inquiries, do not hesitate to pose them," Dumbledore replied softly. "You cannot expect someone shrouded in ignorance to formulate pertinent questions," Harry remarked, meeting Dumbledore's eyes. "Is that so?" Dumbledore responded. "Ah, you make a valid point." Harry gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment. How could his reaction be so composed? "You are accusing me. I can discern that," Dumbledore softly articulated. "I persuaded Fudge to arrange for the Weasley family to win, subsequently organizing for the Daily Prophet to capture photographs and deliver them to Azkaban, placing them in Black's cell. He paid a considerable price for this, as he believed that once Peter was captured, or by following Peter to seize another fragment of Voldemort, he could restore his waning reputation. Upon hearing Professor Trelawney's latest prophecy, he accepted the outcome of Peter's escape. However, he was displeased that I allowed Black to be freed as well. He perceived this as a sign of my distrust. In this respect, he was not mistaken. Is this how it is with everyone you interact with? Harry inquired. How so? You trust no one, yet expect everyone to trust you. Dumbledore gently replied, in truth. I yearn to believe in all of you, yet each of you holds different convictions. It is precisely because I trust no one that anyone may place their faith in me. Dumbledore exited the office, leaving Harry to untangle his chaotic thoughts. On the final day of term, the examination results were released. Ron, Hermione, and Neville passed every subject, while Harry received a score of 0 in several elective classes. Percy achieved high marks in the ultimate wizarding examination, and Fred and George garnered some points in their ordinary wizarding registration exam. Gryffindor secured the House Cup championship through their victory in the Quidditch Cup, which meant the end-of-term feast was adorned in scarlet and gold, with Gryffindor's table bustling with celebration. Harry momentarily forgot about returning to Aunt Petunia's the following day as he indulged in food and laughter with his friends. The next morning, as the Hogwarts Express departed from the station, Hermione announced some news to Harry, Ron, and Neville. I returned the time turner, but I never got to play with it. Ron exclaimed. That object is not meant for amusement, Hermione sighed. It possesses its own will. It wasn't until the end that I comprehended its nature. It is quite terrifying. Professor McGonagall also confirmed my thoughts, stating that whether I kept the time turner or returned it, it was all part of its design. Perhaps had you informed us earlier, we might have deduced its purpose. It seems last year's incident with Ginny did not impart a lesson upon you, Ron huffed. And using it to win a duel, does that even count as proper usage? I assured I would not disclose it to anyone, Hermione replied earnestly. But I will not speak of the duel. She turned to Harry, who was intently watching Hogwarts vanish behind a mountain. Oh, cheer up, Harry, Hermione implored. I'm fine. Harry quickly responded, I will manage things with Aunt Petunia. If it truly becomes unbearable, Ron said, you must come stay at my house. I will inform my parents, and then get back to you. I will make the call. Really, Ronya, you should consider studying Muggle studies next year, Hermione remarked. Ronya ignored her. There's the Quidditch World Cup during the summer. What do you say, Harry? Come stay with us, and we can go together. My dad usually gets tickets. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open with a loud bang. Dina Khan stood at the entrance, while Ginny peeked in from the side. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Nawe, who had been huddled in the corner, blushed and retreated further inside, lost in her thoughts. Dina Khan stepped into the box, followed closely by Ginny. Ronya instinctively took a step back to make space. I heard from Ginny that Harry seems to have some thoughts regarding his accommodation during the holidays. Dina Khan said, lifting her chin and speaking in a prolonged tone. I overheard a young woman inviting Harry to stay at her home. Ronya's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as she retorted, Malfoy, what are you scheming now? Dina Khan cast a disdainful glance at Ronya and replied, I have no intentions towards Harry. I'm merely relaying my father's invitation for Harry to visit. Stunned, Ronya stumbled back, collapsing onto the sofa, then turned to glare fiercely at Ginny. Ginny quickly interjected, Sister Dina Khan said we could also be invited to her house. Dina Khan gently covered her mouth, though a smirk betrayed her amusement as she said, Of course. My father invites Harry to visit, and I extend the invitation to Ginny as well. There is no conflict. My family's castle has plenty of vacant rooms to accommodate many friends. Mixing with the Malfoys? Mother would be furious. Ronya shot back at Ginny. Ginny shrank behind Dina Khan. Ignoring Ronya, Dina Khan settled herself next to Harry. Hermione, feeling anxious, stood and squeezed onto the sofa beside Ronya and Nawe, allowing Ginny to seize Hermione's vacated spot. Harry Potter, what is your response? Dina Khan urged, her breath quickening. Why don't we play some cards? Harry suggested, pulling his gaze from the window as he stood and retrieved a deck of cards from the luggage rack, which exploded with a pop. How about that? Childish. Dina Khan pouted, yet she showed no intention of relinquishing her spot at the table. The card game commenced in a quiet atmosphere before gradually becoming lively, and Harry's spirits lifted considerably. As evening approached, Hermione suddenly exclaimed, staring out the car window, What is that? Harry turned his gaze, noticing a small, gray figure flitting to and fro outside the window, appearing and disappearing in a whimsical manner. He stood up to observe more closely and discerned that it was a diminutive owl, awkwardly clutching a letter that seemed oversized for its small stature. The owl, too slight for its task, tumbled through the air, buffeted by the turbulent currents created by the train. In haste, Harry lowered the window and extended his arm to seize the creature, feeling as though he had caught a furry little thief in flight. He carefully brought the owl inside, which promptly dropped the letter onto his seat before beginning to circle the compartment, clearly pleased with its accomplishment. Hestia opened her eyes briefly before closing them again. Crookshanks leapt down from the luggage rack, his large yellow eyes tracking the small bird. Ronya, noticing the commotion, swiftly secured the owl in a safe spot. Harry picked up the letter addressed to him. He tore open the envelope and exclaimed softly, "Sirius, what does it say?" The others urged excitedly. The firebolt was a gift from Black. "Huh," Hermione declared triumphantly. "I told you it was from him." "Indeed, but he did not place any jinx on it, did he?" Ron interjected. They welcomed him to stay at Black's old residence in London, as Heather knew the way. Ron and Dean furrowed their brows. Perhaps Ron would be willing to adopt the owl. It was his fault that it had lost its mouse. Ron's eyes widened. The little owl was still hooting with excitement. "Adopt it?" she said, somewhat skeptically, gazing intently at the owl for a moment. Then, to Harry and Hermione's astonishment, she passed it over to Crookshanks to sniff. Crookshanks meowed twice, showing no particular reaction. "Just an ordinary owl," Ron said cheerfully. "It's mine now." As Harry passed through the barrier of platform 9 3/4, he immediately spotted Aunt Petunia. He approached her, pushing a cart laden with his trunk and Hedwig's cage. Aunt Petunia greeted him in her customary manner. "We need to talk," Harry exclaimed, struggling to lift his head from the depths of despair. "About me moving out." "Not necessary," Aunt Petunia replied with an exuberant expression. "I've been in touch with your godfather. With his permission, you can stay with me forever." "Godfather?" Harry stumbled, once again plunged into confusion. "Didn't he tell you? Sirius Black? He's your godfather. Your rightful guardian is designated by your father." And Petunia ushered Harry into the car, cheerfully bidding farewell to a few disappointed classmates in the distance. While she stowed his belongings in the trunk and back seat before taking her place in the driver's seat, Hedwig rustled softly in the back. And Harry glanced back to find her exchanging synchronized smiles with Aunt Petunia. Chapter 1. The Riddle House. Frank Bryce emitted a silent yet anguished scream. His already stooped frame appeared even more diminished. He transformed into a mass of flesh, and then into a diminutive creature. Thus, a new house elf was born. The peculiar being on the sofa spoke in a chilling tone. "Thank me, Muggle. You eavesdropped on our conversation. And yet I grant you a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary men and the ability to wield magic. Now, I shall bestow upon you a new name, Wormtail." Peter stood beside the sofa, trembling at the utterance of this name. Wormtail quivered as he picked up the blood-stained garments from the floor. He needed to cleanse this refuse and tailor a uniform suitable for his newly formed stature. The commands flooding his mind overwhelmed reason, remorse, and fear. He raised his gaze to the colossal serpent before him. He now knew its name, Nagini, and understood that he would soon need to feed her milk. "Where were we, Peter?" The master of Wormtail inquired from the sofa, his voice as frigid as ice. Peter spoke, his words rushing forth like a torrent, as if he were compelling himself to finish before courage abandoned him. "We can manage without Harry Potter, master." "Without Harry Potter?" The voice from the sofa inquired gently. "I see. Master, I say this not out of concern for that boy." Peter's voice rose sharply, turning shrill and piercing. "I do not care for that boy at all. I simply believe that if we employ another wizard, we could resolve matters swiftly. If you permit me to leave your side for a brief moment, I shall return within 2 days with a suitable candidate. I could employ another sorcerer. It is indeed a commendable idea." The creature known as Wormtail fell silent and began to tremble. "I have my reasons for utilizing that boy, as has been previously stated. I have waited for 13 years. A few more months shall not be a burden. I do not wish to test your loyalty, Peter. Your devotion to me is undeniable. Yet we both understand that I am no longer singular. It is I who sought you out." Peter exclaimed, his voice laced with palpable irritation. "It was I who located you and restored your vitality." "That much is true," the master of the dwarf remarked in a teasing tone, "at times. You do exhibit a modicum of cleverness. My dear master, if only you could be a tad more astute, recognizing that I could have revived you even in your absence. That would be splendid." The jesting tone became more pronounced. "I do not deny the value of the intelligence you have provided. However, to speak candidly, you remain unaware of which particular piece of information might truly serve my interests, do you not?" The dwarf wrapped the remnants of flesh and blood on the floor in its garments and carried them out of the room. Various incantations flitted through its mind. Flying, passing through walls, apparition. Each form of magic brought with it an inherent risk, and the toll it would exact on its master's power was etched in its consciousness. Why is it that I am the one laboring? Yet it is I who owes my master magical energy. The dwarf pondered this with the last vestiges of its human reasoning, but soon, even such contemplation would seem overly complex. 200 miles away. A boy named Harry Potter suddenly found himself beset by unease, struggling to find sleep. After much contemplation, he resolved to share this troubling feeling with Aunt Petunia. He knocked gently on her bedroom door, and from within came the response, "Come in." Harry pushed open the door and beheld Aunt Petunia enveloped in a quilt, resembling a pyramid, as she sat upon the bed with only her head peeking out from the apex of the structure. Simultaneously, they spoke. "Are you unable to sleep as well?" Harry paused for a moment, approached Aunt Petunia's bedside, and sat on the edge of the bed, saying, "It seems that my scar is throbbing faintly." Aunt Petunia responded with a soft "oh," and remarked, "Peter must have found his master by now." Harry nodded. After all, England is a relatively small place. Aunt Petunia let out a soft chuckle, and Harry joined in her laughter. As long as Aunt Petunia shielded her body, her face appeared remarkably youthful. Feeling Harry's gaze upon her, Aunt Petunia blushed, averted her eyes, and said, "You might inquire with your godfather or Dumbledore about how to alleviate the pain from your scar." Harry rolled his eyes and inquired, "Could this pain be attributed to some sort of curse? I know a professor who has extensively studied curses." Aunt Petunia's tone suddenly turned frigid. "You would be wise to keep your distance from her." Harry was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Why?" Aunt Petunia, caught off guard by the counter-question, bit her lip and slowly replied, "If a witch is so adept at cursing, it would be one thing if you maintained a poor relationship with her. However, if you were to foster a good rapport for a time and then subsequently bond with another witch, what do you think she might do?" "That sort of thing would never happen," Harry declared emphatically, his voice ringing with confidence. "I am certain that I can remain friends with everyone forever." Suddenly, a bare foot shot out from beneath the pyramid and kicked Harry off the edge of the bed. Aunt Petunia shouted, even louder than Harry, "Get out." Chapter 2. The Scar. There were still 2 weeks until school commenced. The next morning, Harry retrieved his dedicated notebook for chronicling the instances of pain emanating from his scar, meticulously noting the onset time and intensity of the discomfort experienced the previous night. It throbbed faintly, akin to the sensation of having overindulged in steak, leaving him with a distended stomach. The pain had manifested close to midnight, abruptly appearing. He held vague recollections of a dream, yet upon awakening, they slipped from his mind. Aunt Petunia, too, found herself unable to sleep, despite Aunt Petunia's suggestion to confide in Dumbledore and Black regarding these matters. Harry believed that until he discerned a clear pattern to the pain, their assistance would be minimal. Moreover, the intensity of this pain paled in comparison to the sharp sting he had felt during his first eye contact with Severus. During breakfast, Harry questioned Aunt Petunia, "Are you well acquainted with Professor Snape?" She lifted her coffee, enriched with cream, took a delicate sip, and countered, "Why do you ask?" Harry recalled Dumbledore's discussions about Snape's past, suggesting, "It seems she was once associated with the Dark Lord." Aunt Petunia raised an eyebrow, silently sipping her coffee, before setting the cup down, wiping her mouth, and propping her chin on her hands. With a smirk, she urged Harry, "Describe her current state to me. For instance, her attire, the impression she leaves, her temperament, and so forth." "She has long, black hair, always clad in 60 denier black tights beneath her uniform, and consistently wears high-heeled shoes, approximately 10 centimeters in height, without platform." He had never witnessed her donning any other footwear or hosiery. Most of the time, her expression radiates resentment, haughty and cruel. With each detail Harry recounted, and Petunia's smile widened. After he finished, she blinked and remarked with a smile, "I cannot claim to know her situation well, and my observations may be inaccurate. However, curses, at their essence, are spells that achieve their objectives through the imposition of constraints. Based on what I've just heard, I would surmise that her attire represents the constraints she endures." "Constraints?" Harry pondered. "Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord cursed her to wear those?" "Yes, and no," Aunt Petunia continued, her smile unwavering. "If we perceive this not merely as a curse, but as a constraint, it implies that there exists an alternative perspective to consider. In other words, Severus, while constrained, acquires something in return." "Acquires something?" Harry furrowed his brow even more deeply. Aunt Petunia, with a gentle smile, poured another third of a cup of coffee from the pot, then added a generous amount of fresh milk. After taking a sip, she remarked, "Though I am unaware of the specifics of their interactions, it is often the case that external constraints are exchanged for spiritual gains. Severus, a woman aspiring to embody masculinity, after being externally confined to a feminine appearance, would experience spiritual rewards." And Petunia paused, her gaze fixed on Harry with a knowing smile. Harry remarked, "It is akin to the notion that a wizard's demise may lead to the dissolution of spells. However, there exists a probability that it might also amplify their potency. When considering changes in appearance alongside their corresponding benefits, one may discern both progressive and regressive possibilities. This could potentially enhance feminine attributes of the psyche or, conversely, fortify masculine traits. Petunia smiled and nodded, encouraging Harry to continue with her gaze. Thus, Harry elaborated, from Severus's demeanor, it appears she has been cursed by the Dark Lord to reinforce her inner masculine characteristics through the augmentation of her external feminine traits, a form of confinement, if you will. After articulating this in one breath, Harry sipped from his lemonade and concluded, she has been deceived. It is no wonder she harbors such animosity towards Voldemort. Deceived? Petunia furrowed her brow in inquiry. Indeed, deceived. Voldemort exploited her desire to transition into a man, deliberately presenting her with a tormenting method that ultimately would not fulfill Severus's aspirations. A torment, indeed, but why would it not achieve the desired outcome? Petunia raised her eyebrows. Her curiosity piqued. Harry let out a cold laugh, remarking that he could easily guess Voldemort's words, which likely revolved around the notion that a true man must maintain a male psyche beneath a woman's exterior. I believe he was not entirely wrong, Petunia murmured softly, covering her mouth with her coffee. However, the spell anchored in stereotypes possesses a markedly weak directional capability. Gender stereotypes do not encapsulate the essence of gender differences. Voldemort's suggestion to Severus was to utilize male and female stereotypes as a means of casting spells. It was either foolish or malevolent. Petunia narrowed her eyes, sipping her coffee quietly, choosing not to speak. Harry continued, can you truly believe that a man dubbed the most formidable dark wizard of the century is a fool? I cannot. Severus would not believe it either. The more Severus contemplates this issue, the deeper his disdain for Voldemort will grow. Enough, Petunia interjected coldly, placing her coffee cup down. Shall we discuss the matter of Black and Peter instead? I recall you mentioning that Peter betrayed Black only after Voldemort was shattered into pieces. This should illustrate a point. Not every misfortune encountered by a wizard is orchestrated by Voldemort. Harry let out a snort. Petunia fixed her gaze upon him and slowly remarked, Sirius Black was apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. The one who orchestrated his downfall was Peter. It was the Ministry that failed to discern whether he was wrongfully accused. It was the Ministry that imprisoned him in Azkaban. It was the Dementors who tormented him within those walls. His existence over the past decade has been nothing short of tragic, yet it bears no relation to Voldemort. Nonetheless, I shall still attribute this matter to Voldemort. After Harry spoke, he sighed, Voldemort is unique. I do not believe he should be subjected to the principles of due process and the presumption of innocence. He is far too formidable. I deem that the burden of proof should be reversed. In other words, if he cannot demonstrate his non-involvement, then he may be deemed the mastermind behind it all. Petunia furrowed her brow and squinted at Harry, pouring herself a generous cup of black coffee from the pot, savoring each sip. Chapter 3. The invitation. Every so often, Heather would make her rounds to several households, collecting letters and items intended for Harry. 2 weeks prior, she had returned with 4 grand cakes, each sent by Ronya, Hermione, Hagrid, and Sirius. This time, however, Heather brought back 3 letters, all addressed to Aunt Petunia. Upon receiving the letters, Aunt Petunia promptly tore them open before Harry's very eyes. One letter was from Molly Weasley, written in an exceedingly polite tone, requesting permission to take Harry to witness the Quidditch World Cup and to stay at their modest home until school commenced. The second was from Lucius Malfoy, plainly inquiring whether Harry could reside at the Malfoy estate for a period. The third letter was from Severus Snape. After swiftly perusing all 3 letters, Aunt Petunia took a closer look at Severus's correspondence. Dear Mrs. Dursley, your nurturing of Harry has showcased your exceptional talents. Perhaps you have already heard of the events that transpired last term from Harry himself. I have matters pertaining to the undesirable that I wish to discuss with Harry in person and eagerly await your response. Yours sincerely, Severus Snape. Aunt Petunia crumpled the letter into a ball and tossed it into the fireplace. Suddenly, the fireplace, which had been unlit moments before, erupted with flames, devouring the letter and leaving no trace of ash behind. Opportunistic. Malicious. Traitor, Aunt Petunia muttered. Harry pondered for a moment and inquired, I can somewhat comprehend opportunism and malevolence. But what does traitor signify? The term traitor refers to her failure to inform Dumbledore of the new information regarding Voldemort. Aunt Petunia swiftly responded, however, the entire matter seems to be merely an excuse for you to visit her. Harry lifted the other 2 letters, scrutinizing them repeatedly, before inquiring, which one should I choose? Which one do you wish to select? Petunia retorted coldly. If Professor Snape's information proves to be of little significance, I could always inquire with her after school. My interest in the Quidditch World Cup is rather minimal. As for the Malfoy family, I harbor suspicions that they possess genuine insights into Voldemort's activities. Otherwise, they might have received orders to capture me, or perhaps they are simply aware of Voldemort's resurgence and wish to sever ties with him by leveraging my notoriety. Do not go to the Malfoys. Aunt Petunia narrowed her eyes. Instead, visit the Weasley family. Attend the World Cup. With that, Aunt Petunia retrieved a pen and a small piece of parchment, succinctly inscribing, "He may be picked up at any time." She then rolled the parchment into a small scroll, secured it to Hedwig's leg, and instructed her to return to the Weasley household before throwing her out of the window. Harry gazed at Heather as she vanished into the air, then turned to Aunt Petunia and inquired, "Why?" "The Malfoy family undoubtedly possesses more intelligence regarding Voldemort." "Harry, how old are you?" she asked. "I just celebrated my 14th birthday. What of it?" He replied, "You are merely 14. And although you may be significantly stronger than the average wizard of your age, you are still just a child," and Petunia retorted coldly. "Moreover, they are Slytherins. They would not spare a thought for whether or not you're underage." Harry let out a disappointed sigh, rolling his eyes as he remarked, "Ginny is also a Slytherin. Surrounded by Gryffindors, Ron Weasley will certainly keep a close watch on her. Conversely, she too will keep an eye on Ron Weasley. Neither of them stands a chance." Penny smiled as she elucidated. "Chance for what?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "Anything," Penny replied coolly, her smile fading. Before shifting the subject, "Think of what needs to be done. You should start packing your things." Harry returned to his room, reclined on his bed, and gazed at the ceiling. He had long since completed his summer assignments. There remained a small portion of birthday cake in the refrigerator, which Aunt Petunia undoubtedly had no interest in. If he wished to avoid waste, he would have to consume it himself. The unfinished household chores and the laundry left hanging in the yard could be effortlessly managed by Aunt Petunia with a mere gesture, so there was no need for Harry to worry about them. Reflecting on birthdays, Harry suddenly realized he did not know Aunt Petunia's birth date. He leapt from his bed and hurried downstairs to the living room. Aunt Petunia was still seated on the sofa by the window, her arms crossed, and her gaze fixed outside, seemingly lost in thought. "Aunt Petunia, your birthday. I still don't know when it is," Harry exclaimed as he rushed to her side. Aunt Petunia turned her head, her expression a mix of confusion and unease, her mouth opening as if to speak. But it took her a moment to respond. "October 31st, the eve of Halloween." "Wow, what a coincidence," Harry exclaimed. "Yes, quite a coincidence," and Petunia nodded nervously. "Every year, on Halloween Eve, they could celebrate her birthday." Observing the delight on Harry's face, and Petunia sighed in relief and added, "I am not particularly fond of celebrating birthdays." I understand, Harry chuckled as he made his way upstairs, inquiring, "But surely I can give you a birthday gift?" Aunt Petunia cast a wary glance at Harry, but he had already vanished around the corner of the staircase. "What do you intend to do?" "I warn you, no clothing." Aunt Petunia's shout echoed from downstairs, to which Harry replied loudly, "Got it. Anything else is fine, right?" At Hogwarts, the Halloween Eve feast was filled with customary performances, delectable treats, and an array of rare magical trinkets, where everyone could dress as renowned wizards. Harry had once attempted to disguise himself, but was thwarted by Ron and Hermione. Even though Aunt Petunia forbade costumes, there were numerous treasures from the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts that would make splendid birthday gifts for her. Harry happily contemplated this, growing increasingly eager for the start of the school year. Chapter 4. Return to Number 4. Aunt Petunia's house had a fireplace, but it was not until Harry's first visit to Number 4 that he encountered Floo powder. The fireplace was haphazardly cluttered with several black charcoal sticks, rarely utilized, as the house relied on other means for illumination and warmth. However, on the morning after receiving the invitation, Aunt Petunia lit a fire in the fireplace. At lunchtime, the flames suddenly transformed into a vibrant green, and a small paper bundle leaped forth from within. After leisurely finishing a few strands of noodles on her fork, Aunt Petunia set it down, wiped her mouth, and with a wave of her hand, the paper bundle flew into her grasp. Aunt Petunia unfurled the paper, raised an eyebrow, placed the note face down on the table, and then summoned a quill that materialized in her hand. Harry observed Aunt Petunia scribbling a few words on the back of a piece of paper. "It is permitted by me." She then crumpled the note and tossed it into the fireplace. As the paper flew into the flames, the fire turned a vivid green before gradually returning to its original hue. "Are you ready?" she inquired. "They will come to fetch you before 5 o'clock." Aunt Petunia resumed her meal, spearing a small mushroom with her fork while addressing Harry. I can be ready before 5, Harry replied, furrowing his brow and asking, will they be using flu powder? Indeed, Aunt Petunia smiled. Mr. Weasley is consulting a friend in the Flu Network Authority at the Ministry of Magic regarding our address. The Flu Network Authority has reported to their superiors. And that is what the note contained? Harry interrupted Aunt Petunia's explanation. Oh, not quite, she replied, tapping her lips. It merely held a copy of the message I sent last night and a large from Wisteria Walk. Harry lifted the creamy soup, sipping it while casting a puzzled glance at Aunt Petunia. This woman, from the earliest moments of his memory, had frequently made assertions devoid of evidence, yet ultimately proven correct. After several years at Hogwarts, Harry finally found the courage to question her. After finishing his soup, Harry slowly set down his bowl, furrowing his brow as he inquired, what about the 5 o'clock matter? Such troublesome issues are usually addressed just before closing time. Aunt Petunia gazed warmly at Harry. Whether it be the Ministry of Magic or the Flu Network Management Committee, Harry once again affirmed that questioning her would merely provide her with another opportunity to flaunt her knowledge. Harry ascended to the upper floor to organize the trunk he intended to take to school. At the bottom of the trunk lay the invisibility cloak inherited from his father, followed by the Marauder's map. Attached to the exterior of the trunk was the firebolt, a magnificent broomstick gifted to him by Sirius the previous year. He carried the trunk down to the first floor, placing it in the center of the hall, then settled onto the sofa. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 2 o'clock. He observed Aunt Petunia busily tidying up in the kitchen and cast his gaze towards the fireplace, where the flames danced fiercely, crackling with a vibrant hue. He reflected that if someone were to arrive via flu powder, the flames would transform into a vivid green. Harry reclined on the sofa, his head resting against the armrest, his eyes gently closed. The afternoon sun streamed in at an angle, casting a bright and warm glow upon the edge of the sofa. Petunia, Harry called out loudly towards the kitchen while gazing at the ceiling, do you wish to be an ordinary wizard? A distant reply echoed from the kitchen. What do you mean? I am an ordinary wizard now. I mean an ordinary wizard in the wizarding world, reading the Daily Prophet every day, using magic to wash dishes and do laundry, or having a house elf take care of those chores. Perhaps even keeping a common owl or another pet, traveling with flu powder. Others could contact you through a regular owl without needing permission from the Ministry of Magic before visiting your home. That kind of ordinary, Harry proclaimed loudly. I do not need that. The kitchen responded with a cheerful reply. One day, we will become ordinary wizards. Harry shouted towards the ceiling, you and I. After Voldemort is completely vanquished. Once I leave this house, I will only be able to refer to him as the Dark Lord. I will eventually defeat him. And then we can live as ordinary wizards. The sounds of running water and the gentle clinking of dishes continued from the kitchen, but Aunt Petunia did not respond further. After a considerable time, the kitchen fell silent. Aunt Petunia moved to sit at the edge of the sofa on the other side of the fireplace, locking eyes with the reclining Harry. If you truly encounter Voldemort, I advise you to flee, Aunt Petunia said slowly and earnestly. Why? Harry furrowed his brow. If he did not believe he could overpower you, he would not present himself before you. Your combat skills and common spells have been witnessed by many at Hogwarts. Your abilities hold no secrets for him, yet you know nothing of his. Aunt Petunia hesitated for a moment, then added, only Sirius has seen my Patronus in its full form. She frowned, pouting slightly, displaying a look of regret. And having one person aware of it is not a secret. I cannot fathom how a Patronus could harm Voldemort. Harry let out a despondent sigh and turned his gaze towards the ceiling, falling into silence. Petunia exhaled deeply and remarked, I'm merely suggesting, should you discover any new tricks, do endeavor to keep them to yourself. This includes keeping them from me. Where could I possibly learn any new tricks? Harry muttered. From Dumbledore, perhaps? Indeed, Professor Dumbledore possesses knowledge of certain things that elude me, but since I am unaware of them, I cannot divulge what they are to you. Petunia softly replied. Your first challenge on the path to vengeance is to uncover a skill that has never been discussed by anyone else. Only such a skill can truly astonish Voldemort and catch him off guard. After a moment of silence, Petunia added, remember, it is imperative that you keep this from me as well. Harry let out a sound, still reclining on the sofa with his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Yet his tone was notably more spirited than before. He then shifted the conversation. Are you aware of the dark spells that Voldemort can wield? Aunt Petunia blinked in mild surprise. Oh, though no one has ever inquired about this, I can indeed name several. The sunlight gradually shifted across the floor, illuminating the opposite side of the living room. The clock slid towards 5 o'clock. Harry seemed to have unlocked a new realm of curiosity, becoming increasingly animated with each question. Until suddenly, the flames in the fireplace emitted a roar that belied their modest size, swelling into a vibrant green. Mr. Weasley emerged from the emerald flames, casting a brief glance around the living room before promptly redirecting his gaze towards Aunt Petunia's face. Trailing behind him were George and Fred, who evidently lacked their father's self-restraint, their eyes widening as they lingered on Aunt Petunia for several moments before hastily diverting their attention to Harry. Aunt Petunia stifled a giggle behind her hand. George and Fred's faces flushed, yet their gaze remained unwavering. Mr. Weasley, slightly anxious, introduced himself to Aunt Petunia. "Good day, Mrs. Dursley. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Arthur Weasley, father of Ron and Ginny, as you may know." Petunia smiled in response, gently waving her hand, prompting Mr. Weasley to return the smile. He then turned to Harry, his demeanor becoming significantly more relaxed. "Hello, Harry. Is your trunk ready?" "It's right there," Harry replied with a grin. "Let's go move it." Fred immediately volunteered, and he and George rushed over to lift the trunk and bring it back to the fireplace. Mr. Weasley retrieved a small bag tied with a string from his pocket, opened it, and pinched a bit of powder into the fire, which instantly transformed back to the vivid green they had encountered earlier, the flames leaping higher. "Off we go," Mr. Weasley declared. Fred and George carried the trunk towards the flames, with Fred positioning it upright to enable George to grip it more securely. Then, George shouted, "Number 4, privet drive." And with a whoosh, he vanished. Fred took a few steps forward and walked directly into the flames, declaring, "Number 4, privet drive." And with another whoosh, he too disappeared. "Goodbye, Aunt Petunia," Harry waved. Aunt Petunia smiled back and waved to Harry, "Goodbye." After saying this, Harry stepped into the green flames, feeling them like a warm breath. He turned to see Mr. Weasley eagerly lined up behind him, eager to enter the flames. "Number 4, privet drive," he exclaimed. And then Harry began to spin rapidly within the blazing emerald fire. Chapter 5. Weasley's Wizard wheezes. Harry closed his eyes, allowing the passage to whirl him around. When he sensed the speed diminishing, he opened his eyes and reached out, grasping the fireplace wall of the Weasley kitchen. Fred pulled Harry out. As Harry surveyed his surroundings, he spotted Ron and George seated at a meticulously cleaned wooden table, accompanied by 2 red-haired individuals he had never encountered before. "How are you, Harry?" The brother closest to him grinned widely, extending a large hand. Harry shook it, feeling the calluses and blisters that adorned the man's fingers. "This must be Charlie, who studies dragons in Romania." Charlie's physique was similar to that of the twins, though he was shorter, stockier, and sturdier than the lanky Percy. With a broad, weathered face marked by a constellation of freckles, his complexion had nearly taken on a dark brown hue. His muscular arms bore a prominent scar, a vivid reminder of a fire. Bill rose, smiling, and shook Harry's hand as well. Harry found Bill's appearance somewhat surprising. He knew Bill worked at Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, and had been a member of the student council at Hogwarts. Harry had always imagined Bill as a replica of Mr. Weasley, but upon closer inspection, he realized that Bill was more like a different version of himself. Of course, Bill was slightly taller, with red hair tied back in a ponytail, adorned with an earring, and he bore no scar on his forehead. His demeanor was more roguish, and his looks were distinctly different, yet in terms of physique, especially the width of his shoulders, the muscularity of his chest, and the composed grace in his movements, Harry found a striking resemblance. Before anyone could utter a word, Mr. Weasley stumbled out of the flames, steadying himself and exhaling deeply, as if he were the first to ever use flu powder. Just then, Mrs. Weasley entered the kitchen. She was a short, plump woman with a very kind face, though her eyes were narrowed in suspicion at that moment. Mr. Weasley glanced nervously at his wife, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room. At that instant, 2 girls appeared at the kitchen doorway behind Mrs. Weasley. One girl, with thick brown hair, donned a loose top and jeans. This was Hermione Granger, a close friend of Harry and Ron. The other girl, with red hair and a stray lock of black hair adorning her forehead, resembled Ron's twin. This was Ginny, who had now fully caught up with her sister in development. Both girls smiled at Harry, who returned their smiles, causing Ginny's cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. "Arthur, what's going on?" Mrs. Weasley inquired. "We'll talk later, Molly," Mr. Weasley replied vaguely, glancing around at the rest of the family. "I'll speak with you privately in a moment. Ron, shall we show Harry to his sleeping quarters?" Hermione spoke at the doorway. "He knows where he sleeps," Ronya said. "Next door to my room. He slept there last time. Let's go take a look," Hermione insisted sternly. Oh, Ronya suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Very well. Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione traversed the narrow foyer, stepping onto the precarious staircase. The staircase wound and twisted, leading them to the upper levels. The attic room where Harry slept bore little difference from his last visit, save for the addition of 2 extra beds. Fred and George shared the space with him, as Charlie and Bill had occupied their respective chambers. She informed Harry that Percy insisted on having a room to himself due to his work commitments. While Hermione surveyed the room, Ginny swiftly climbed onto Harry's bed, lifted a tapestry, and forcefully pushed open a hidden door in the wall. Ginny, Ronya exclaimed, but it was too late to intervene. Ronya, Hermione echoed in astonishment. After squeezing through the secret door, Ginny poked her head back, assuring Hermione, don't worry, she didn't have the nerve to do anything last time. And with so many of us here this time, she is even less likely to. Less likely to do what? Harry furrowed his brow, inquiring of Ginny. But she withdrew her head without answering. Anything, Hermione interjected, having refrained from following Ginny through the door. Instead, she stepped out to open the door to Ronya's neighboring room. Ginny had already settled onto a makeshift bed, which was Hermione's. Harry followed Hermione into the next room. In Ronya's chamber, all of Harry's posters had been removed, replaced by those of Ronya's favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons. The players soared across the walls and slanted ceiling, perpetually waving and greeting. The windowsill still bore a fishbowl, which once housed Frog's Pond, but now contained a terrifyingly large frog, possibly larger than Neville's toad, Trevor. Ronya's ancient pet rat, Scabbers, had vanished, supplanted by the gray owl that had delivered a letter to Harry on the train. It hopped up and down in a small cage, incessantly chirping. Be quiet, Pigwidgeon. Ronya scolded the owl as she entered, fuming as she approached Ginny. This secret door is nothing special. No one would dare open it except you. Is that owl named Pig? Harry stifled a laugh as he inquired of Ronya. She's just pretending, Ginny interjected. Its real name is Pigwidgeon. Indeed. That name is anything but foolish, though it's quite a mouthful, Ronya retorted sarcastically. Ginny named it. I suppose it's too late to change it. The owl only responds to that name. If you call it anything else, it ignores you entirely. So now I call it Pig. Pigwidgeon flitted about in its cage, emitting a piercing screech. Ronya frowned at the owl, muttering, what a nuisance. If you don't want it, just give it to me. Don't keep it and then complain. Ginny scoffed. In your dreams, Ronya shot Ginny a glare. Where's Crookshanks? Harry turned to Hermione. Probably in the yard, she replied. He enjoys chasing gnomes. I've never seen such a creature before. How was your summer? Ronya asked. By the way, did you receive? Hermione shot Ronya a warning glance and promptly closed the door to Ronya's room. Ginny quickly followed suit, shutting the secret door. Only then did Ronya continue. The news about Black, or anything else for that matter. At the end of last term, under the watch of Minister Fudge and Professor Dumbledore, very few knew what had transpired. The version known to the Weasley couple was the same as that of the majority. Peter Pettigrew was not dead, disguised as Scabbers, and had kidnapped their precious daughter Ronya and 2 other girls, only to be thwarted by Professor Snape, who abandoned the 3 girls afterward. This narrative had sufficiently terrified them. And Ginny and Ronya tacitly refrained from divulging the more perilous aspects involving Lupin, Black, and Harry. The other parts were, of course, of lesser importance. Black is now safe. Heather can locate him. He spent some time in France over the summer, mentioning he would venture further south. My scar reacted a bit for a while, but I cannot ascertain the cause. Professor Snape said she needed to discuss something with me, but I intend to visit her once school resumes. Lucius Malfoy has indeed sent me an invitation. Considering the previous discord between us, I believe there may be genuine news from his side. However, it could also simply be a ploy by Delacour. Ronya scoffed, glancing at Hermione and Ginny, and remarked, you both witnessed it last time. Her words are shrouded in ambiguity. She requires no preparation for her theatrics and lies without hesitation. Hermione fell into contemplation, while Ginny, pouting in silence for a moment, could not help but defend Delacour. That is due to her family's circumstances. She must be particularly cautious about her safety. Before Harry had the chance to speak, Hermione interjected. Interrupting the quarrel, isn't it about dinner time? Let's head downstairs. All right. Ginny replied with a sweet smile directed at Hermione. The 4 of them departed from Ron's room and made their way back downstairs. We're dining outside in the courtyard, Mrs. Weasley called out from the kitchen, busily preparing. There's simply no room for 11 people in here. Girls, could you please take these plates outside? Harry, lend a hand with the cutlery. They entered the garden through the back door of the kitchen. After taking a few steps, They spotted Hermione's ginger, bow-legged cat, Crookshanks, dashing about the courtyard with its bottle-brush tail erect, in pursuit of a muddy little goblin that resembled a potato with legs. From the other end of the house, a commotion could be heard. As they approached, they discovered Bill and Charlie maneuvering two old tables in the air, colliding with one another, attempting to knock each other from the sky. Fred and George cheered from the sidelines. Upon seeing Harry, Fred and George rushed over to him. "Hello, our heir." Fred squinted at Harry. Harry immediately grasped that the inheritance referred to the Marauders map. "We have some exciting news for you. Don't be startled." George feigned a serious demeanor. "We plan to open a joke shop called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and we would like your help with the promotion." Fred put on a comically pitiful expression, fully aware that Harry would undoubtedly agree. "What do you need me to do?" Harry inquired. "We haven't quite figured that out yet." George chuckled. "We're still drafting the promotional script, undecided whether it's better for the Savior to be the frightening one or the frightened one. In essence, it's just some toy wands, magical sweets, and similar trinkets, nothing hazardous." Fred laughed, almost entirely safe. "I'm available at any time," Harry replied with a smile. The Marauders map that George and Fred had gifted him had been immensely helpful, even though they were unaware of it. Having had their fill of flying tables, Bill and Charlie guided the tables down gently onto the grass with their wands. Bill deftly tapped his wand to repair the broken table legs and conjured a tablecloth from thin air. By 7 o'clock, the Weasley family of 9, along with Harry and Hermione, were seated under the clear, deep blue night sky, enjoying their meal. Mrs. Weasley's favorite delicacies, rich in fats and carbohydrates, stood in stark contrast to Aunt Petunia's usual protein and vitamin-laden fare, resembling more closely the style of Hogwarts kitchens. Before Harry, the plate was soon piled high with chicken, ham pie, boiled potatoes, and salad. Some of it had been specially served to him by Mrs. Weasley, while others were placed there by his companions, Ron and Ginny. At the far end of the table, Percy and his father were engaged in a discussion about their work at the Ministry of Magic. Though they belonged to different departments, they often encountered the same individuals in their professional lives. At the center of the table, Mrs. Weasley and Bill were embroiled in a debate regarding his attire. "Honestly, Bill, what do the people at the bank say?" "Mom, the bank employees couldn't care less about what I wear or whether I have earrings, as long as I can escort the treasure to its destination," Bill patiently replied. "Your hair looks atrocious, dear," Mrs. Weasley remarked affectionately as she idly fussed with her wand. "I do wish you would let me trim it to resemble Harry's hairstyle." "Absolutely not," Ron and Ginny exclaimed in unison. "I quite like Bill's hair." Ginny chimed in from beside him. "Mom, you're so outdated. Besides, compared to Professor Dumbledore's hair, this isn't long at all." Mr. Weasley conjured a few candles, illuminating the dimming garden, and then everyone began to savor the homemade strawberry ice cream. Moths fluttered low over the table, and the warm air was infused with the sense of fresh grass and honeysuckle. Bill, Charlie, George, and Fred had long since departed, leaving the whereabouts of their absence unknown. Mrs. Weasley sat at the end of the table next to Percy, joining in on their work-related conversation. Ginny settled beside Hermione, opposite Harry, engaging in a quiet exchange about who knows what. Since learning that Hermione had used a time turner to best her, Ginny had developed a profound admiration for her. Ron leaned towards Harry's ear and whispered, "I told Hermione that winning against me was just cheating, but she insisted that in Slytherin, if you cheat and don't get caught, it's not really cheating." "Look at the time," Mrs. Weasley suddenly interjected, glancing at her wristwatch. "You should all be heading to bed. You need to rise early tomorrow for the match. Harry, leave me the list of your school supplies, and I'll get them for you in Diagon Alley tomorrow. I need to buy things for the others anyway. After the World Cup, I might not have time." The last match lasted a full 5 days. Chapter 6. The Portkey Outside. It was still cloaked in darkness when a knock rapped on Harry's door. "It's time to go, dear," Mrs. Weasley called from the other side. "Already? Is it time?" Fred asked, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The three of them descended the stairs into the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley was stirring a large pot on the stove, while Mr. Weasley sat at the table, checking a bundle of parchment tickets. "Where have those 3 girls gone?" Mrs. Weasley inquired. Footsteps echoed in the hallway as Hermione, Ginny, and Ron entered the kitchen, their faces pale and weary, as if they had just awakened. "What is the matter with you?" "We still have a bit of a journey ahead," Mr. Weasley remarked. "I spent the night in Ron's room." Ginny, rubbing her eyes, took a seat at the dining table, casting a doubtful glance at me. "Are we walking to see the World Cup?" Hermione eagerly inquired of Mr. Weasley, her voice overshadowing Ginny's murmurs. No, that would be far too distant," Mr. Weasley chuckled. "We only need to walk a short distance." It is quite challenging to gather a large number of wizards without drawing the attention of muggles. We must be exceedingly cautious and choose the optimal time to set off, especially for an event as grand as the Quidditch World Cup. After breakfast, Mrs. Weasley bid everyone farewell, goodbye, enjoy yourselves. Don't cause any trouble. The last remark was directed at George and Fred, who had already dashed away with their canvas bags, leaving only their retreating figures behind. I dispatched Bill, Charlie, and Percy to set off around noon, while Mrs. Weasley kissed Mr. Weasley on the cheek and said to him, "The air is quite chilly, and the moon still hangs high in the sky." Only a faint gray-green hue appeared on the horizon to their right, indicating that dawn was gradually approaching. They ascended White Weasel Mountain, not far from their humble abode in Ottery. They spread out in search of the key mentioned by Mr. Weasley. Just a few minutes into their search, a voice pierced the tranquil night. "Arthur, over here. We found it." On the other side of the mountaintop, under the twinkling starlit sky, stood two tall figures. Amos. Mr. Weasley, breathless, responded, striding towards the man who had called them. The others followed suit. Mr. Weasley shook hands with a wizard who had a short brown beard and a ruddy complexion, the man holding what appeared to be a moldy old boot in his other hand. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is Amos Diggory," Mr. Weasley stated. "He works in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. This is his son, Cedric. I believe you all know him." Cedric Diggory, around 17 years of age, had become the captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team at Hogwarts after leaving the professional team's training camp last year. At the beginning of the previous academic year, everyone had expected Hufflepuff to be the champions of Hogwarts Quidditch, yet by the end of the year, they had finished in a dismal second to last place, a stark contrast attributed to Harry and the prowess of his teammate, Dean Thomas. The previous year's Quidditch champions were Gryffindor, and among the 6 children Mr. Weasley led, 5 were from Gryffindor, 3 of whom were key players on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Fred and George cast wary glances at the considerably taller Cedric Diggory. "Hello, everyone," Cedric greeted them with a broad smile, seemingly unfazed by last year's significant setback. "You walked quite a distance, didn't you, Arthur?" Cedric's father inquired. "Fortunately," Mr. Weasley replied, "we reside just on the other side of the village." "What about you? You got up at 2 o'clock, did you said?" To be honest, he had already mastered apparition, but for the past few years had been preoccupied with training and had not yet taken the apparition test. Amos Diggory looked kindly at the 2 Weasley brothers, 2 sisters, Harry and Hermione. "Arthur, are these all your children?" "This is Harry, Dad," Cedric promptly reminded him. "Goodness," Amos Diggory exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Harry? Harry Potter?" "Yes, that's me," Harry responded with a smile. "Of course, Cedric has mentioned you," Amos Diggory said excitedly. "He told us about the competition he had with you last year." "I told him," said, "losing to the Chosen One is nothing to be ashamed of. You've done remarkably well. After all, you were defeated by Harry Potter." Fred and George both frowned. Harry intended to clarify something, but upon seeing Cedric smile, he decided to remain silent. "Time is nearly upon us," Mr. Weasley hastily remarked, checking his watch once more. "Do you know if we are expecting anyone else, Amos?" "No, the Lovegoods arrived there a week ago, and the Fawcett's could not secure tickets," Mr. Diggory replied. "There are no others in this area, right?" "As far as I know, that's correct," Mr. Weasley said. "Well, we have 1 minute left. We should all take our positions." He turned to Harry and Hermione. "You just need to touch the portkey. That's it. Simply extend a finger." Hermione was still trying to align herself as per Mr. Weasley's instructions when Ginny and Ronya skillfully squeezed in on either side of Harry, effectively sandwiching him in the middle. Hermione looked at the two in confusion, but given the cramped nature of their 9-person formation, she refrained from asking questions. A cool breeze swept across the mountaintop. Mr. Weasley kept one eye on his watch, softly murmuring 2, 1. Harry felt as though an irresistible hook had suddenly yanked him forward from behind his navel, lifting him off his feet and into the air. He could sense Ron and Ginny flanking him, clutching themselves tightly with hands that had failed to grasp the door key. They soared ahead like a gust of wind, obscured by the blurs of their surroundings, and then Harry's feet landed heavily on the ground, and he immediately shifted his weight in an attempt to regain his balance. However, it proved to be quite a challenge as Ronya collided into him. He was compelled to brace himself against her weight while simultaneously reaching out to steady her by wrapping his arm around her waist. In that moment, he noticed Ginny to his other side, also wobbling precariously after her landing. Without hesitation, he extended his other arm, encircling Ginny's waist to prevent her from toppling over as he adjusted his own center of gravity. Ronya, Ginny, upon witnessing this scene, Hermione rushed over to rescue her dear friends. Harry lifted his gaze and beheld Mr. Weasley, his hair disheveled, assisting the fallen George and Fred. Cedric stood firmly on the ground, legs slightly apart, one hand running through his hair while the other supported the swaying Mr. Diggory. Upon noticing Harry's glance, he lowered his hand from his hair, smiled, and gave Harry a thumbs up. Harry returned the smile, initially intending to give a thumbs up, but realizing that any movement of his fingers might lead to misunderstandings, he refrained. At 5:07, a voice emanated from Weasel Mountain. Chapter 7. Bagman and Crouch, Part 1. Hermione struggled to detach Ronya and Ginny from Harry, ensuring they could stand independently. Two weary, somber-faced wizards approached them, one holding a large golden watch, while the other clutched a thick parchment scroll and a quill, adorned in a Scottish kilt. "Good morning, Basil," said Weasley, picking up a boot and handing it to the wizard in the kilt. The man tossed it into a large chest nearby, filled with used portkeys. Harry caught a glimpse of an old newspaper, an empty soda can, and a battered football. "Hello, Arthur," Basil replied wearily. "You'd best move aside. A large crowd is expected to emerge from the Forbidden Forest at 5:15. Just a moment, I'll check where your campsite is." Weasley scanned the parchment list, walking about 400 meters until he spotted the first plot. "The campsite manager is Mr. Roberts. Diggory, you'll find Mr. Payne at the second plot." "Thank you, Basil," Mr. Weasley said, gesturing for everyone to follow. The area resembled an expanse of desolate, fog-laden marshland. They trudged slowly through the thick mist, taking 10 minutes to glimpse the first structure. It was a small stone cottage. As they drew nearer, the fog began to reveal hundreds of oddly shaped tents, sprawling across the hillside and extending toward a dark forest on the horizon. A man stood at the cottage door, gazing at the tents. Harry initially presumed he was another wizard attending the World Cup until Mr. Weasley greeted him. "Good morning. Are you Mr. Roberts?" "Good morning. Are you here to rent a tent?" "Ah, yes," Mr. Weasley replied enthusiastically. "We have 2 tents reserved in advance for the Weasleys. Are they available?" "Yes," Mr. Roberts said, consulting a list affixed to the door. "You have a spot by the trees. Just for one night?" "Yes," Mr. Weasley confirmed. "Very well. Payment is due now." "If you please," Mr. Roberts inquired. "Ah, certainly. No problem," Mr. Weasley responded. He stepped back from the cottage, beckoning Harry to join him. "Help me out, Harry," he whispered, pulling out a roll of pound notes and sorting through them. "This one is, 10 pounds? "Ah, yes, I see the little number on it." "So this one is 20 pounds, Harry noted, then quietly inquired, "Is he a muggle? Why would they hire a muggle as a manager?" "Ah, so this is how it is. These little slips of paper are part of an agreement between the Ministry of Magic and the British government, which must stimulate local employment." "Are you a foreigner?" Mr. Roberts inquired as Mr. Weasley returned with several correct banknotes. "A foreigner?" Mr. Weasley nervously echoed. "You are not the only one perplexed by the sum of money," Mr. Roberts remarked, scrutinizing the Weasley family while rummaging for change in a tin can. At that moment, a wizard clad in baggy trousers suddenly descended from the sky, landing near the doorway of Mr. Roberts' stone cottage. "Obliviate," he exclaimed, pointing his wand at Mr. Roberts in a commanding tone. Instantly, Mr. Roberts' gaze blanked, his brow relaxed, and he wore a look of dazed indifference. "Here is a map of the campsite, Mr. Roberts calmly said to Mr. Weasley, "along with your change." "Thank you very much," Mr. Weasley replied. The wizard in baggy trousers accompanied them toward the entrance of the campsite. Appearing utterly fatigued, his chin was unshaven, his complexion was pallid, and dark shadows lingered beneath his eyes. When Mr. Roberts could no longer hear their conversation, the wizard murmured to Mr. Weasley, "He has caused me no small amount of trouble. To keep him in good spirits, I must recite the forgetting charm a dozen times each day. Ludo Bagman is only a hindrance." Wandering about and loudly discussing the Quidditch World Cup while entirely disregarding the need to be cautious of muggles and ensure safety. Goodness. I can hardly wait for all of this to conclude. See you later, Arthur. With that, he vanished with a pop. They trudged through the mist-enveloped grounds, weaving between rows of elongated tents. Most tents appeared unremarkable, differing from muggle tents only by the presence of additional chimneys or weather vanes. In the center of the field stood a particularly extravagant tent, lavishly adorned with stripes of silk, resembling a small palace, with several live peacocks tethered at its entrance. Further ahead, one could see a tent constructed in the shape of a 4-story building, accompanied by several corner turrets. Beyond that, another tent showcased a garden at its entrance, complete with a birdbath, sundial, and fountain. "Ah, here we are. Look, this is ours," Mr. Weasley said with a smile. They arrived at a clearing by the edge of the woods, where a small sign was planted in the ground, reading, Weasley. This place could not be more perfect. Mr. Weasley exclaimed joyfully, removing his backpack from his shoulder. Now, strictly speaking, no magic is allowed. We shall erect the tent with our own hands. However, as only Harry and Hermione comprehended the instructions regarding the positioning of the poles and screws in the tent manual, the majority of the labor fell upon them. The boys successfully erected their tent first, and Mr. Weasley, along with George and Fred, promptly ventured inside. George then retrieved several water bottles from within, and when Harry peered through the lifted flap, he was astonished to discover that the interior space far surpassed the modest dimensions one would expect from a mere few square meters. It resembled more of a 3-bedroom apartment. Harry also noticed several bunk beds situated deep within the room. In contrast, the girls' tent appeared significantly smaller than that of the boys, allowing for a more effortless assembly. Just as Harry was securing the final peg at the end of the last rope, Ronya, Ginny, and Hermione swiftly entered the tent. Harry struck the hammer a few more times, attempting to stabilize the rope. Quite well done. Rising to his feet, he noticed Ginny peeking at him from the edge of the curtain. Harry, you've been working hard all day. How about a refreshing bath? Ginny suggested with a cheerful smile. Oh, all right, Harry replied, lifting his arm to sniff and muttering to himself, Do I smell that bad? The sun had just begun to rise, and the mist gradually dissipated. Mr. Weasley was calling for George and Fred to assist in carrying the stove out of the tent, gathering firewood, and preparing for the day's tasks. Don't forget the safety regulations regarding muggles, Mr. Weasley exclaimed to the eager and excitable George and Fred, who were bustling about collecting water and firewood. We are going to boil water with muggle methods ourselves. Just wait. Dad will take a bit of time with the matches. Come on, Harry. We already have hot water ready here. Harry hesitated for a moment, nodded, lifted the curtain, and slowly stepped into the girls' tent. To his surprise, he did not see Hermione and Ronya. Unlike the spacious common area of the boys' tent, the girls' tent had a modest lounge. Yet it featured a long corridor adorned with a carpet, leading to 3 doors. Ginny guided Harry to the end of the corridor, where a turn revealed that he would have to pass through 3 more doors to reach a large room with an open entrance from which warm air emanated. Your tent is quite spacious, Harry remarked as he approached the doorway of the steaming room, realizing he had underestimated the tent's dimensions. Inside was an enormous bath. Not a movable tub made of glass or ceramic, but a basin hewn from the ground, constructed of stone. Billowing steam enveloped the room, reminiscent of the mist Harry had traversed outside, obscuring his view of the far end of the bath. A faint scent of sulfur lingered in the humid air. Harry nervously glanced at Ginny, taking a step back. Rest assured, I shall inform Ron and Hermione that you are bathing inside, so they will not intrude. Ginny hurriedly waved her hands in explanation. Harry let out a sigh of relief, thanking Ginny as he removed his shoes outside the bathroom door. Chapter 7. Part 2. Bagman and Crouch. From outside, Ginny's voice occasionally resonated. Harry, would you like to have breakfast? No, thank you. Harry, do you need to wash some clothes? No. Thank you. Harry, I can't open this door. Is it broken? The doorknob is tied with a rope to prevent anyone from straying off course. With his eyes shut, Harry rested his head against the distant stone wall of the bath, allowing his body to relax and float upon the surface of the water. He intended to soak for another 10 minutes before emerging to assist Mr. Weasley in gathering firewood to boil water. Abracadabra, a rope unexpectedly shot from the doorknob, and a figure pushed the door open. Harry instinctively stood up and grasped his wand, but upon noticing a figure entering the bathroom, he immediately crouched down and shouted, There is someone in there. I know someone is inside. Hermione calmly responded while approaching the edge of the tub. I'm sorry, Harry, but this is urgent. Don't worry, I can't see anything. Hermione held a small bucket in her hand. She dipped the bucket into the tub, drew out a scoop of water, and then carried it away. Close the door, Harry yelled. However, Hermione hurried off, and the door merely grazed shut, failing to close completely. As Harry was about to rise and grasp his wand, another figure appeared at the doorway, flinging the door wide open, compelling Harry to sink back into the water. Hermione is truly careless. Ginny's cheerful voice floated through the mist. How could so many papers become soiled? Could Ginny assist in closing the door? Certainly. Ginny stepped into the bathroom and shut the door. Harry inhaled sharply in the warm air, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor as he slowly questioned, Ginny, you surely aren't considering joining me in the hot spring, are you? Ginny's figure had already stepped into the bath, through the mist. Harry could vaguely discern that she was wrapped in a towel that concealed most of her body from the armpits down. aside from the areas covered by the towel. Her shoulders, collarbone, and calves were devoid of any clothing. Aunt Petunia's lesson echoed in his mind. One must never divert their gaze from their adversary. Harry gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. If you take another step forward, I shall scream. Ginny hesitated for a fleeting moment, but it was merely an instant. Then, she swiftly pulled down her towel. Harry let out a long sigh. Beneath Ginny's towel lay a one-piece swimsuit. With a hearty laugh, Ginny leaped into the pool, asking, "Who are you planning to call?" Hermione was preoccupied with tidying up her assignments, while Ron's voice echoed swiftly towards Harry, splashing water onto his chest and shoulders. Harry crouched down and said, "I intend to call Mr. Weasley." Ginny's expression momentarily froze, but she quickly regained her composure. "That's all right. Regardless of whether your voice can carry, my father is already aware of that incident." Harry inquired alertly, "Which time? What incident?" Ginny exaggeratedly covered her mouth with both hands, exclaiming, "The time I was captured in the Chamber of Secrets. My clothes were completely dissolved, and you placed the diary on my chest." "Stop. Hold on a moment." Harry interrupted. "We all know that was an accident, and Mr. Weasley is aware it was an accident too. Father recognizes it was an accident. Yet my dear little daughter does not perceive it as such. What can he do about that?" Ginny chuckled, adding, "Rest assured, since then, Father has been tacitly accepting of our matters. There is nothing between us," Harry firmly denied, "and I do not believe in the notion of tacit approval. If you were to summon my father, then our lack of affairs would indeed become an affair, wouldn't it?" Ginny laughed again, "But it's not a big deal. It merely means telling my father directly that you must reject my affections. Even if I have sworn to marry no one but you after you saw me in my entirety, while Mr. Weasley would have to accept that his little daughter will remain alone for all her days." Harry suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. "Ginny, it is not as you perceive. You merely encountered someone who assisted you in a perilous situation, and that is not synonymous with love. Furthermore, you are still quite young." "But Harry, do you not have a girlfriend?" Ginny interjected. "Indeed, I do not." "Then how can you assert that my feelings for you are not love?" Ginny retorted. "In theory, there exists a considerable distinction between this and love." Harry attempted to explain calmly, yet was interrupted once more by Ginny. "And I'm already 13 years old. 13 is still a rather tender age." Harry exclaimed in exasperation. "I have numerous classmates who are already engaged." Ginny shouted back. Harry paused for a moment and retorted, "That is Slytherin. The ancient wizarding families of Slytherin should not be considered modern individuals at all. Our family is also one of the 28 pureblood families." Ginny screamed in protest. Suddenly, she raised her hands to cover her mouth. At first, Harry believed that Ginny intended to retract her statement, but he quickly realized his mistake. Ginny's face began to flush, and her gaze fixated on a point just below Harry's neck. Harry found himself unconsciously rising amidst the quarrel, his chest emerging from the water, prompting him to swiftly sit back down, allowing the water to envelop him up to his neck. This brief interruption provided Harry with a moment to gather his thoughts. "Ginny, you see, even when we attempt to exchange a few simple words, we end up arguing. It hardly resembles the behavior of those who might be in a romantic relationship," he said, striving to maintain a calm tone as he spoke slowly. Ginny regarded Harry, her hands still covering her mouth, and softly replied, "Well, I won't argue with you anymore. That's not what I meant. I meant to convey that our personalities clash." He clarified. Ginny nodded slowly, then lowered her hands, smiling gently as she inquired, "Harry, do you like my swimsuit?" With that, she deliberately stood up a little, allowing the water to rise only to her waist. "It's rather ordinary," Harry replied with feigned indifference. The blue and white combination lacked distinction, and the lace trim rendered her figure somewhat bulky. Ginny settled back into the water, displaying no signs of anger, but rather chuckled lightly as she remarked, "Got it. Next time I'll opt for something more fitted." Harry rubbed his forehead and sighed, saying, "That is not what I meant." The bathroom door swung open, revealing another figure at the threshold. Was it Ronia? With a mix of despair and anxiety, Harry gazed in her direction and implored, "Could you take Ginny outside? I will dress and leave immediately." The silhouette gradually approached the bath, through the mist. She appeared to be a mirror image of Ginny from earlier, a bathrobe tucked under her arm, obscuring most of her body, with her neck, collarbone, and calves hidden from view. "Ronia, please do not interfere with Ginny," Harry beseeched, looking heavenward, struggling to offer counsel. Ronia stepped into the bath, settling into the warm waters while still clad in her robe. With a sidelong glance at Harry, who was submerged up to his neck, she remained silent. Her cheeks flushed as she turned, somewhat fiercely, to Ginny beside her. "Ginny, did you just see something?" Chapter 7, Part 3, Bagman and Crouch continued. Ronia. Harry interjected through clenched teeth, interrupting their conversation. "You and Ginny, both of you, please leave at once." Harry's serious tone evidently caused Ronia to flinch momentarily. Yet Ginny quickly leaned in with a smile and whispered something into Ronia's ear. Instantly, Ronia's expression firmed as she retorted to Harry, "I will not go out." Harry was still pondering over what Ginny had said to Ronia when Ronia, blushing, revealed the answer. "I want to see too." Harry submerged his chin beneath the water, tilting his head back to expose only his mouth as he replied, "There is nothing worth seeing. Ginny has already looked." Ronia immediately stood up slightly, attempting to meet Harry's gaze, but quickly returned to the water, clutching her damp bathrobe tightly. Harry glared at Ginny, whose face was adorned with a smile, and Ronia, who bore an expression of determination, remaining silent. Ronia fixed her gaze on Harry, whose chin was submerged in the water, equally mute. After a considerable pause, a third figure appeared at the quiet bathroom door. "Harry, just indulge Ronia a little," Hermione lazily remarked, leaning against the door frame. She had spent the entire summer listening to Ginny chatter about pectorals and double doors, and had been quite anxious when Ginny donned her swimsuit moments ago. "No way," Harry replied loudly to Hermione, addressing the other two as well. "Even if we were to look, we could do so during swimming later. There is absolutely no way I will allow you to barge in while I am bathing." Ginny continued to giggle, and while Hermione initially remained silent, she soon reacted. Urging Ronia, "You should come out now." "Why?" Ronia inquired. Hermione sighed and said, "Ronia, did you think Harry was wearing swim trunks?" "Wasn't he?" Ronia asked, bewildered, glancing at Hermione by the door and then at the still laughing Ginny. Ginny, under Ronia's scrutiny, felt a mix of amusement and restraint, turning her gaze away and saying, "I told you not to come in. I only mentioned that I was in a swimsuit, not that Harry was." With a shriek, Ronia dared not look at Harry any longer. Amidst Ginny's laughter, she scrambled out of the bath, clutching her thoroughly soaked robe, and dashed out the door. Ginny leisurely emerged from the pool as well, picked up the robe she had tossed aside, and while drying herself, she chuckled at Harry, saying, "Can you guess why my sister reacted so dramatically?" "I do not wish to speculate," Harry promptly declined. "She didn't bring her swimsuit. Under her robe, she actually, Ginny." Hermione interrupted, "Hurry up and come out." "Oh," Ginny replied cheerfully, wrapping her robe around her body once more, resembling her earlier appearance, and then sauntered to the bathroom door, whispering something into Hermione's ear before exiting. Upon hearing Ginny, Hermione widened her eyes in surprise, then turned her gaze sternly toward Harry. Silence enveloped the room. Hermione grasped the doorknob, hesitating to close the door. "Thank you very much for your understanding and assistance, Hermione. Now, could you please close the door from the outside?" Harry cautiously requested, refraining from mentioning her earlier intrusion. Silence lingered. "Very well." Hermione, disheartened, shut the door. Harry promptly waved his hand to summon a rope, readying it around the doorknob. He then leapt from the bathtub, hastily grasping a towel to dry himself as he cast a cleansing charm on the garments he had set aside. Swiftly, he donned his clothes, fastening the collar of his shirt before grabbing his outerwear, finally ready to open the door. Outside, Ginny leaned against the doorframe of an ajar dormitory door, smiling as she gazed at the entrance to the bathroom. She was still clad in her bathrobe, but had added a small towel wrapped around her hair. On the opposite side of the corridor, Hermione leaned against the door of a closed room, also watching the bathroom door. "Wow," Ginny exclaimed with a slight gasp, dramatically covering her mouth with her palm to stifle her laughter. "Harry, hasn't anyone ever told you that this is rather cheeky?" Harry glared at Ginny. Hermione frowned and replied, "Indeed, and having just emerged from the bath, it accentuates the definition of his pectorals even more." Harry turned his head, frowning as he glared at Hermione. "Are you joining in on the fun as well?" Hermione rolled her eyes and replied, "If you don't want people to look, then why are you working on your chest muscles?" Before Harry could retort, he noticed Ronia's head stealthily peeking out from the edge of the door where Ginny was leaning. After locking eyes with Harry, she let out a sharp gasp before retreating back. Harry hastily donned his shoes and swiftly made his way down the corridor, escaping the confines of the tent. The campers in the area were gradually awakening. Children frolicked and dashed about outside various tents, while a pot outside the boys' tent was half filled with water, though the fire in the stove had long since extinguished, leaving the water unheated. Mr. Weasley and the twins were nowhere to be found. Harry wished to wait for their return by the hearth, but when he noticed a toddler, seemingly no more than 2 years of age, brandishing a wand that evidently did not belong to him, and prodding a slime-covered slug before him, its size swelling and turning a deeper shade of purple. He could not restrain himself. He rushed over, scooped the child away from the menacing creature, and with a flick of his wand, he excavated a deep pit in the ground, unceremoniously kicking the enormous violet slug into it. As Harry had just waved his wand to refill the pit with soil, a muffled explosion resonated from the bottom, followed by a sharp, acrid scent wafting up through the earth's crevices. He then beheld two little girls, seemingly no older than 2, soaring on toy broomsticks, gliding gracefully with their feet barely brushing the dew-kissed grass. The whimsical broomsticks occasionally collided with the tents or the decorative arrangements outside, and Harry caught both of them when they attempted to fly beneath a tent's tether but got entangled and tumbled backward. He handed them over to a weary wizard clad in Ministry of Magic attire, who, with a weary expression, muttered his thanks before grumbling about the irresponsibility of these parents as he led the little girls away. Harry traversed a considerable distance within the camp. Upon glancing back, he noticed the woods had receded into the distance. Just as he contemplated returning to the tent belonging to the Weasley family at the forest's edge, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Harry, it was Seamus Finnegan, his classmate and roommate from Gryffindor. He was seated in front of his family's tent, adorned with clover, accompanied by a woman with light blonde hair, undoubtedly his mother, and his dearest friend, Dean Thomas, also a student of Gryffindor. Seamus enthusiastically introduced Harry to his mother and soon engaged him in conversation. It appeared that they had already been residing here for a considerable time, as he was well acquainted with the layout of the camp concerning the fan bases of the competing teams. And he also pointed out the locations of several other familiar faces from Hogwarts present at the site. After bidding farewell to Seamus, Harry followed his directions to locate the tent belonging to Oliver Wood, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Having graduated from Hogwarts, he would not be seen again when the new term commenced. Upon spotting Harry, Oliver was elated, chattering incessantly to his family about Harry's accomplishments. He also informed Harry that he had just signed on as a substitute player for the Puddlemere United team. Seamus further shared the locations of several tents belonging to students from other houses, including Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff and Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, while also cautioning Harry to steer clear of Draco Malfoy from Slytherin. Harry circumnavigated the camp, weaving through another cluster of foreign youths, and stealthily approached the vicinity of the Malfoy family's tent from an inconspicuous angle. The Malfoy tent resembled a diminutive fortress. Not only did its architecture evoke that of a castle, but unlike other tents that left an open space for free passage, it was enclosed by a tall fence that encircled the area around the tent. At the very center of the fence, directly facing the tent's entrance, stood a pair of imposing iron gates. Harry casually slipped to the entrance of the iron gate, turning his head to glimpse inside, where his gaze collided with that of Dina Khan. Harry continued to attempt to slip away with the casual gate, but Dina Khan swiftly yanked open the iron gate, pulling him inside, and then dragged him into the tent. Within the tent lay an enormous stone chamber devoid of windows, illuminated as brightly as the outside by countless torches affixed to the 4 walls. Each wall held a dozen doors lined up in succession. Dina Khan entered the room, continuing to pull Harry deeper within, only pausing after she had entered one of the doors and closed it behind them. Both Dina Khan and Harry exhaled in relief. Listen, this is urgent. My father has fallen gravely ill, likely due to the enigmatic figure. He is currently on edge and trusts no one. If you had come when you received his letter, I could have persuaded him, but now is not the right moment. After unleashing a torrent of information, Dina Khan finally released Harry's hand, then examined him closely with a frown. You got caught in the rain? Why are your hair and clothes wet? Harry sprinted, somewhat breathless, and instinctively reached for the clasp at his neck to loosen it. TSK, Dina Khan expressed her distaste. I told you it's not the right time. Can't you comprehend that? Chapter 7, Part 4, Bagman and Crouch continued. Dina Khan afforded Harry no opportunity to plead his case, swiftly ushering him through the iron gates and urging him to retreat further. Upon finally returning to the Weasley family's tent, Harry found that the kettle had been replaced on the stove with a frying pan. Mr. Weasley, brimming with enthusiasm, cracked eggs into the pan, tossed in dollops of butter, and added small sausages, subsequently transferring them to a large platter on the adjacent table, which now held a dozen golden brown eggs and an equal number of steaming, slightly charred sausages. George and Fred lounged in armchairs by the door, their bellies full, each holding a wooden mug containing an indeterminate beverage, occasionally sipping from it. Hey, Harry, where have you been? Come quickly for breakfast, or shall we say lunch? It doesn't matter, Molly isn't here today, Mr. Weasley called out. gesturing toward the mound of eggs and sausages on the table, all prepared using Muggle methods. Harry hesitated for a moment and inquired of Mr. Weasley, "Have the girls eaten?" "They have already taken away a large platter," Mr. Weasley replied with pride. "I suppose I cannot consume that much," Harry remarked, as several fried eggs and sausages were added to the towering heap before him. "And what about Bill and the others?" Mr. Weasley chuckled in response, his hands still busy. Harry had no choice but to retrieve a chair from the tent, and, after requesting a glass of their beverage, which was essentially water infused with peppermint, from George and Fred, he settled down at the table. Their tent was situated alongside the main thoroughfare leading to the stadium, where officials from the Ministry of Magic bustled to and fro, greeting Mr. Weasley with warm enthusiasm each time they passed by. Many recognized Harry as well, and greeted him with palpable excitement. Mr. Weasley diligently introduced Harry to various individuals. "This is Cuthbert Binns, the head of the Goblin Liaison Office. This is Gilbert Wimple, who works on the Experimental Charms Committee. And Arnold Peasgood, a memory eraser." He also mentioned Bod and Crook, the Obliviators. "What exactly do Obliviators do?" Harry inquired. Mr. Weasley leaned in, whispering, "They handle important prophecies. But I suppose I shouldn't be divulging that." Harry had already indulged himself thoroughly. Yet the scale of the fried egg hill had grown even larger than when he first arrived. At last, Bill, Charlie, and Percy emerged from the woods, striding purposefully towards them. "Ah, splendid. There is plenty of delectable food," Percy exclaimed loudly as he greeted them. "All prepared by Muggle methods," Mr. Weasley joyfully replied. Harry took the opportunity to withdraw, moving his chair beside George and Fred, sipping delicately on his peppermint water. Mr. Weasley busied himself for a while before finally taking a seat at the table. Just as he settled down, he suddenly leapt up, waving cheerfully at a man striding towards him with great enthusiasm. "Aha!" he exclaimed, the most important person of the moment. Ludo. Ludo Bagman was undoubtedly the most striking figure Harry had encountered that day. He donned a long Quidditch robe adorned with broad black and yellow stripes, with a massive wasp emblazoned across his chest and a splatter of ink. Once robust in stature, he now seemed to be on a downward slope. The robe stretched tightly across his burgeoning belly. Moreover, his round blue eyes, short golden hair, and ruddy complexion made him resemble an oversized schoolboy. "Aha!" Bagman cried joyfully, bouncing along as if his feet were equipped with springs. "Arthur, old chap," he panted as he approached the hearth and dining table. "What splendid weather, wouldn't you agree? Such marvelous weather. Where else could one find it? The evening promises to be cloudless, and everything is proceeding splendidly. I have little to occupy my time." Behind him, a group of weary ministry officials hurried past, making their way towards the towering purple flames in the distance. Mr. Weasley introduced Percy to Bagman first, followed by Bill, Charlie, the twins, and finally Harry. Upon hearing Harry's name, Bagman displayed a hint of surprise, his gaze instantly sweeping towards the scar on Harry's forehead. "This is Ludo Bagman. Thanks to him we secured such excellent tickets." Mr. Weasley continued to introduce Harry. Bagman beamed widely, waving his hand dismissively, as if to say it was of no consequence. "Care to place a bet on the match, Arthur?" he inquired eagerly. "Let me wager a galleon on Ireland winning. Shall I?" "A galleon?" Ludo Bagman appeared somewhat disappointed, but quickly regained his enthusiasm. "Splendid, splendid. Is there anyone else who wishes to wager?" "They're too young to gamble, Mr. Weasley interjected on behalf of his sons. "Don't be such a spoilsport, Arthur." Bagman boomed jovially, shaking the coins in his pocket. "They're old enough to know what they want." Bagman glanced at the boys at the table and those by the tent entrance, but received no response. He then turned back to Mr. Weasley. "Could you do me a favor? I've been trying to locate Barty Crouch. The Bulgarian official from my class has been making suggestions that are quite perplexing, and I can't comprehend a word he says. Barty will sort this out. He speaks around 150 languages." Suddenly, a wizard appeared by their campfire, creating a striking contrast to Ludo Bagman, who lounged in his old hornet's robe at the table. Barty Crouch, a man in his 50s, stood with a straight posture, his movements somewhat rigid. He was attired in an immaculate, well-tailored suit, complemented by a tie. His short, grayish-white hair was meticulously styled, with a central part that appeared almost unnaturally precise. The narrow mustache, reminiscent of a toothbrush, seemed to have been trimmed with the precision of a ruler. His shoes gleamed with a brilliant shine. "I have been searching for you everywhere," Crouch remarked, his tone calm despite the complaint. "The Bulgarians insist on adding 12 more seats to our top box." "Oh, so that is what they desire," Bagman responded. "By the way, there is something I have long wished to discuss with you." Arthur, Crouch's keen gaze fixated on Mr. Weasley. Surely your department anticipated Ali Bashir's reaction when deciding to ban the import of magical carpets? He threatens to sue you for trade discrimination. Mr. Weasley let out a heavy sigh. However, our decision aligns with the Ministry of Magic's regulations. Carpets can indeed be classified as Muggle handicrafts, he replied with a wry smile. Moreover, only a ban imposed by the Department of Magical Trade can be challenged on grounds of trade discrimination, correct? Crouch nodded, then turned to Bagman. Ludo. We must meet with those Bulgarians now. Ludo drained his glass of mint water in one gulp. See you later. He called to Mr. Weasley and the boys. You will join me in the top box as my commentators. He waved farewell, while Barty Crouch acknowledged him with a slight nod. And both men then vanished with a flicker of apparition. As the afternoon waned, a palpable excitement enveloped the camp like the early morning mist. By dusk, even the stillness of the summer air seemed to tremble with anticipation. As night descended like a curtain over the thousands of eager wizards, the last vestiges of restraint dissipated. Every few steps, vendors materialized from thin air, holding trays and pushing carts laden with an array of peculiar delights. There were glowing rose-shaped badges, green representing Ireland and red for Bulgaria, each capable of calling out the names of their respective players, green top hats adorned with dancing shamrocks. Bulgarian sashes featuring roaring lions, flags of both nations that played their anthems when waved, and small models of flying firebolts, alongside collectible statues of famous players, which could traverse the palm of your hand with an air of proud arrogance. As Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny leisurely traversed the bustling market stalls, Harry's gaze fell upon a small statue of Victor Crumb, the Bulgarian seeker, prompting him to ponder deeply. I would like 3 Crumb statues and 4 panoramic telescopes, he requested of the vendor behind a modest cart. Panoramic telescopes, the wizard vendor exclaimed enthusiastically, swiftly wrapping up the items Harry had selected. You have a discerning eye. Young man, twist here to replay the footage. This setting allows for slow motion, and if desired, it can rapidly provide match analysis. The total is 50 galleons. Harry extracted a considerable sum of gold coins from his vault at Gringotts, counting out 50 to hand over to the vendor. He subsequently returned the remaining coins to his pocket. He then gifted each of the girls nearby a crumb and a telescope. Thank you, Harry. Ginny exclaimed joyfully as she accepted her present, scampering a few paces away to a more open area where she began to adjust and test the telescope. Although somewhat taken aback, Ronya also accepted the gift with delight. Only Hermione, upon receiving her gift, furrowed her brow and inquired of Harry, why? Harry replied softly, I believe Ginny should be exposed to other gentlemen. No sooner had he spoken than he and Hermione noticed Ginny adjusting the telescope, aiming it distantly at Harry. I wonder if that will be of any use, Hermione chuckled quietly, as they returned to the vicinity of their tent. A deep and resonant gong echoed from somewhere in the woods, and instantly, thousands of vibrant red and green lanterns illuminated the trees, casting light upon the path to the arena. It's time, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, appearing as excited as everyone else. Let us hurry and go. Chapter 8, The Quidditch World Cup, Part 1. Mr. Weasley led the way, briskly walking down the lantern-lit path into the woods. They could hear the bustling of thousands around them, accompanied by cheers, laughter, and intermittent songs. After a 20-minute walk through the forest, they emerged from the other side, finding themselves in the shadow of a colossal stadium. Harry could only glimpse a portion of the magnificent golden walls enclosing the arena, which could accommodate 100,000 spectators. The Ministry of Magic has had 500 staff members busy for a year preparing this, Mr. Weasley remarked. Not only constructing the stadium, but also casting Muggle-repelling charms over every inch of this place. First-class tickets. The Ministry which at the entrance said after inspecting their tickets. The top-tier box. Keep going up, Arthur, to the very top. The staircase leading to the stadium was adorned with a deep crimson carpet, ascending alongside the crowd. They gradually split into the left and right stands. Mr. Weasley's party continued upward until they reached the top of the stairs. They discovered themselves in a small box at the highest point of the stadium, directly facing the golden goalposts. Inside were around 20 purple gilded seats, arranged in 2 rows. Following the Weasley family, Harry took a seat in the front row and gazed down below. Countless wizards were gradually settling into their seats, which surrounded the oval stadium, tiered in ascending order. On either side of the pitch stood 3 towering hoops, each 50 feet high. To their right, almost at Harry's eye level, was a gigantic blackboard, continuously flashing golden text that was then erased. These were advertisements for the stadium audience. Broomstick cleaning solution. Wizarding robes. Harry withdrew his gaze from the billboard and turned his head to observe who else was seated in their private box. At that moment, the box was sparsely populated, save for a rather diminutive creature occupying the penultimate seat in the row behind them, a house elf of remarkable smallness. Harry immediately averted his gaze. His impression of house elves was rather unfavorable. Ronya also noticed it and quietly inquired of Harry, "Those house elves are quite peculiar, aren't they?" Their mental state seemed rather unstable, filled with either intentional or unintentional deceit. Harry recounted Aunt Petunia's teachings verbatim. Ronya produced her panoramic telescope, commencing adjustments while gazing at the throngs on the opposite side of the stadium. Hermione flipped through the match program, reading aloud. "There will be a performance by the team mascot before the match." "Oh, that's always worth watching," Mr. Weasley remarked. "You know, each national team brings along some exotic creatures from their homeland to perform here." Over the next half hour, their box gradually filled with spectators. Mr. Weasley was incessantly shaking hands. Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge greeted Harry as an old friend, entirely devoid of the disgruntled demeanor he had displayed at the end of the previous term. Fudge, with a paternal warmth, clasped Harry's hand, inquiring after his well-being and introducing him to the wizard seated beside them. "Harry Potter, you know," he announced loudly to the Bulgarian Minister for Magic, who was clad in an opulent black velvet robe adorned with gold trim, the boy who narrowly escaped from the clutches of Voldemort. Upon seeing the scar on Harry's forehead, the Bulgarian wizard excitedly exclaimed a string of foreign words. Fudge smiled at Harry, saying, "It's perfectly all right if you don't understand. I often don't either." "Yes, just like now, a smile will suffice. If only Barty Crouch were here. Ah, I see his house elf has reserved a seat for him. Ah, here comes Lucius." Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately turned their heads. Squeezing into the second row behind Mr. Weasley's empty seats were none other than Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa Malfoy, and a woman whom Harry surmised must be Narcissa's mother. "Ah, Fudge," Malfoy greeted as he passed the Minister of Magic, extending his hand. "I believe you have yet to meet my wife, Narcissa, and our daughter, Delphine." "Hello, hello," Fudge replied, smiling as he bowed to Mrs. Malfoy. "Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Obolonsk, the Minister of Magic for Bulgaria. Let me see who else you might know. Ah, Arthur Weasley, I presume?" Mr. Malfoy's cold gray eyes swept over Mr. Weasley, scanning the row of seats. "My word, Arthur," he remarked in a low voice, "the seats in the top box? Which friend might have gifted you such a privilege?" Fudge appeared oblivious to Malfoy's comment as he continued, "Lucius recently made a substantial donation to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, Arthur. He is my esteemed guest." As Harry heard the mention of St. Mungo's, he immediately recalled the words spoken to him earlier by Dean. "Oh, how delightful," Mr. Weasley remarked with a smile. Mr. Malfoy's gaze swept across the box, landing on the sole Muggle-born, Hermione, as he curled his lip in disdain. Unfazed, Hermione met his stare with unwavering resolve. He nodded at Mr. Weasley and proceeded to his seat. Harry caught a glimpse of Dean shooting him a look of utter contempt as she nestled between her parents. "What an insufferable fellow," Ron muttered under her breath. She then redirected her attention to the field, just as Ludo Bagman burst into the box. "Is everyone ready?" he inquired, his round face gleaming like a sizable wheel of cheese. "Shall the minister commence?" "You may begin whenever you wish, Ludo," Mr. Fudge replied amiably. Ludo drew his wand, pointing it at his throat. "Sonorous," he proclaimed, and his voice boomed like thunder, reverberating throughout the packed stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers and applause. Thousands of flags waved in unison, accompanied by a discordant medley of national anthems, creating a scene of unparalleled excitement. On the opposite board of the box, all advertisements had been erased, now displaying Bulgaria, 0, Ireland, 0, Chapter 8. To Quidditch World Cup, continued. Now, without further ado, allow me to present the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. A vibrant red formation erupted with enthusiastic cheers from the right side of the stands. "I wonder what they have brought," Mr. Weasley mused, leaning forward in his seat. Suddenly, he removed his glasses and hastily wiped them on his robe. "The Vila." To Harry, 100 indescribable beings graced the field. The Vila were strikingly beautiful women, dancing enchantingly, which was the impression Harry gleaned through his eyes. However, upon catching sight of them, a piercing pain surged through his head. Not only did it ache, but his vision began to blur, as if something were incessantly altering his perception of the Vila. He was compelled to turn away, averting his gaze from them. As his sight shifted back to the box, Harry noticed that none of the other spectators appeared discomfort. George and Fred even stood up, eagerly leaning against the partition of the box, seemingly eager to leap into the arena. This continued until the music ceased. The Velas ceased their dance and lined up along the edge of the field. George, Fred, what are you doing? Ginny, seated beside Mr. Weasley, seemed to finally notice their reckless antics. George blinked in confusion, standing there with one leg propped against the box wall, while Fred assumed a pose that suggested he was about to dive off a springboard, remaining utterly still. The stadium was filled with furious shouts, as the audience yearned to see the Vela dance once more. George and Fred returned to their seats, beginning to tug at the green shamrock badges adorning their chests and hats. Mr. Weasley restrained their hands from either side. You will need them after the Irish team's performance, he remarked. Just then, Ludo Bagman's voice boomed like a bell. Please raise your wands high to welcome the mascot of the Irish national team. In an instant, with a whoosh, a colossal object of green and gold streaked into the stadium, resembling a great comet. It soared around the arena before splitting into two smaller comets, each racing toward a set of goalposts. Suddenly, an arching rainbow appeared across the field, connecting the two luminous spheres. The crowd erupted in gasps of wonder, akin to a fireworks display. As the rainbow faded, the gleaming orbs intertwined, merging into a magnificent, resplendent shamrock that ascended high into the air. Beginning to spiral above the stands, something began to fall from above with a crackle, resembling golden raindrops. Gold coin ray. How splendid! Shouted George as the shamrock twirled overhead, continuously showering enormous coins that landed on their heads and seats. Harry squinted, observing the shamrock closely, and discovered that it was actually composed of countless little figures clad in red waistcoats, sporting mustaches, each carrying a golden or green lantern. It's the Irish leprechauns, Mr. Weasley exclaimed amidst the cheers. People cheered while scrambling and diving beneath their seats to collect the coins. Ronya managed to pick up a few coins that had fallen before her, excitedly inspecting them, only to realize they were all different and not a single one was a galleon. Mr. Weasley asked Ronya for one of the coins, examining it closely. This appears to be an old currency that has circulated before, worth less than a galleon, perhaps 3 or 5 sickles, he concluded, returning the coin to her. There may be more valuable ones among them. Then I'll gather a few more. Ronya exclaimed joyfully, bending down to search beneath her seat, but alas, due to her stature, Hermione could bend lower and move quicker. Go for it, Hermione. I'll help you collect the coins. Ginny, 2 seats away, had abandoned her own search to team up with Hermione. As the grand shamrock vanished, the leprechaun slowly descended to sit cross-legged opposite the cheerleaders, preparing to watch the match. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to the Bulgarian Quidditch national team. Allow me to introduce Dimitrov, a figure clad in red, riding a flying broomstick, soared into the stadium from a lower entrance, moving so swiftly that it was nearly indistinguishable. He garnered frenzied cheers from the Bulgarian supporters. Ivanova, a second figure clad in a vivid scarlet robe, swooped forth with remarkable speed. It was Zograf, Levski, Volkov, and next came Krum. Yes, it was he, George and Fred exclaimed. Upon noticing Ginny following Krum with her binoculars, Harry raised his own to focus on him. Victor Krum bore a striking resemblance to Cedric Diggory, yet his complexion was somewhat more sallow, accentuated by 2 prominent eyebrows that lent him a far more serious demeanor than Diggory. Now, please welcome the Irish national Quidditch team, Bagman announced loudly, as Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mallet, Moran, Quigley, and last but not least, Lynch made their entrance. 7 indistinct green figures soared towards the pitch. Harry adjusted a small knob on the side of his binoculars to slow down their movements, allowing him to discern the firebolt insignia on their brooms, as well as their names intricately embroidered in silver thread on their backs. And here comes our referee, hailing from the distant land of Egypt, the esteemed Hassan Mustafa of the International Quidditch Association, a short, lean wizard clad in a pure gold robe that matched the stadium's colors strode confidently onto the field. Though his head was completely bald, a luxuriant beard adorned his chin. Mustafa mounted his broomstick and with a swift kick sent a wooden chest flying open, releasing 4 balls into the air, a scarlet quaffle, 2 black bludgers, and a diminutive, winged golden snitch. Harry instinctively fixed his gaze upon the golden snitch, endeavoring to keep pace with its swift movements, only to quickly lose sight of it. Ah, they're off, Bagman exclaimed. That is Mallet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov, and it's passed to Mallet, Troy, Levski, Moran, The chasers relentlessly passed the quaffle among their teammates with such rapidity that Bagman could only manage to announce their names. Chapter 8, Part 3, The Quidditch World Cup, continued. Harry had not undergone specialized training in Quidditch tactics. His primary responsibility on the field was to eliminate any distractions and locate the elusive golden snitch. Thus, when the snitch's trail vanished and he was unable to take to the field himself, Harry found himself somewhat at a loss. He directed the panoramic telescope towards the pitch and pressed the analysis button at the top, observing the slow-motion display within. The voice of Dean Thomas reached his ears from the back row, announcing, "It's the Hawk-Head attack formation." Meanwhile, the cacophony of the audience reverberated against his eardrums. Suddenly, a line of purple text flashed across the screen, Hawk-Head attack formation. He saw 3 Irish chasers flying closely together, with Troy at the center, slightly ahead of Mallet and Moran. Boscov tactics, Dean Thomas remarked from the rear. The trio advanced toward the Bulgarian players. Troy, feigning an upward surge with the quaffle, drew the Bulgarian chaser Ivanova away, and then passed the ball to Moran. At that moment, the screen displayed the purple text for Boscov tactics. One of the Bulgarian beaters, Volkov, swung his bat forcefully at the incoming bludger. "He's going to score," Dean Thomas exclaimed, followed by Bagman's booming voice shouting, "Troy scores." The crowd erupted in cheers, shaking the very foundations of the stadium. 10-0, Ireland led. Volkov struck the bludger towards Moran. He ducked to evade the bludger and sent out the quaffle, which was deftly caught by the hovering Levski below. Harry set down the panoramic telescope. At that moment, Troy was circling the field, reveling in his goal. To his left, Hermione and Ronya were ecstatically half-seated, half-standing, waving their arms in unison. The diminutive sprites watching the match from the sidelines had once again taken to the air, forming a magnificent, shimmering clover. Across the field, the enchantress cast a dark glare in their direction. Harry raised the panoramic telescope once more. Yet this time he disabled the race analysis and adjusted the speed back to normal. Harry's understanding of Quidditch was rather limited, however. From the intermittent comments made by Dinah Khan behind him, he discerned that Ireland's chasers were of exceptional caliber. Their coordination was exceedingly swift, characterized by numerous feints. Yet they adeptly transitioned between feigned attacks and genuine strikes. Within a mere 10 minutes, Ireland scored 2 additional goals, altering the score to 30-0, which elicited a thunderous cheer and applause from the supporters clad in green. Finally, Bulgaria's Ivanova managed to penetrate Ireland's defenses, evading goalkeeper Ryan to secure Bulgaria's first goal, which prompted a resurgence of pain in Harry's head. He set down the panoramic telescope and noticed Bulgaria's Miva beginning to dance in celebration on the sidelines. "Mr. Weasley shouted loudly at Bill, "Cover their ears." Subsequently, the two of them each took hold of George and Fred to restrain them. Harry simply closed his eyes, enduring until the throbbing in his head subsided. When he finally opened them, Maiwa had halted her dance, and the ghost ball was once again in the possession of the Bulgarian team. Dimitrov, Levski, Dimitrov, Ivanova, oh, heavens, Bagman proclaimed in his resounding voice. Crumb and Lindsay plummeted swiftly among the players, seemingly racing towards the ground with every ounce of their speed. Harry felt an eerie sense of familiarity with the scene, though he initially struggled to recall when he had witnessed something similar. It wasn't until a muted yet unmistakable expletive escaped the lips of the irate Dinah Khan behind him that the memory began to surface. In the final moment, Victor Crumb halted his dive, ascending once more, gracefully soaring away. Meanwhile, Lindsay fell heavily to the ground, the impact resonating throughout the entire stadium. A collective sigh of disappointment emerged from the Irish audience's stands. Harry involuntarily furrowed his brow and let out a sound of discontent. It appeared that no one here had prepared a cushioning pool for the contestants to break their fall. Dana Khan muttered a curse under her breath. And when Harry turned to glance back, he found she was indeed glaring at him as she scolded. Harry displayed an expression of regret, yet felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. The match was paused as Mr. Bagman bellowed, and the trained medical personnel rushed onto the field to assess Aiden's injuries. Mr. Weasley sighed, asserting that Crumb was merely feigning. There should be no golden snitch in sight, regardless of the snitch's presence. Crumb and Lindsay raced towards the ground with identical speed. Crumb managed to maneuver his broom to halt his descent, whereas Lindsay was unable to do so, indicating a significant disparity in their agility. Harry began to comprehend the reasons behind Crumb's immense fame and the adulation he received from all. A sudden sense of foreboding stirred within Harry, though he could not articulate its cause. Wronski's feint was precisely why he held a disdain for his underhanded agility. Behind him, Dean Khan appeared to be conversing with his parents, likely offering commentary on Crumb. A chill crept down Harry's back as he began to reflect on whether he had ever engaged in such perilous actions during school competitions. Though he had never ventured into such dangerous territory. On the field, a medical professional was administering something to Lin Chi, while Crumb hovered high above, undisturbed as he searched for the golden snitch. At last, Lin Chi rose to his feet. Amidst the resounding cheers of supporters clad in green, he mounted his firebolt, propelling himself into the air with a powerful kick. His recovery seemed to invigorate the Irish team with newfound confidence. When Mustafia's whistle pierced the air once more, Ireland's chasers swiftly launched a more aggressive offensive. Within a mere 15 minutes, the Irish team scored another 10 goals, now leading with a score of 130-10. The Bulgarian goalkeeper's elbowing was excessively aggressive. Ah yes, Mustafa has awarded a penalty to the Irish team. Oh, such scenes are unprecedented. The match may be descending into incivility. 2 penalties for the Irish team. A foul. Dimitrov's deliberate collision with Moran is certain to incur a penalty, and the referee has blown the whistle. Amidst Bagman's somewhat biased commentary, the conflict began to spill from the field into the stands. The house elves soared into the air, forming a colossal hand that directed a rather rude gesture towards the Vila on the other side of the pitch. Upon witnessing this, the Vila lost her composure, soaring across the pitch and hurling fiery objects at the house elves. Through the telescope, Harry observed that their faces and forms were no longer obscured. Instead, they had transformed into distinct, pointed avian heads adorned with sharp beaks, and a pair of elongated, scaled wings sprouted from their shoulders. George, Fred, look at those Vila. Mr. Weasley's voice echoed from beside him. Do you understand now, children? Levski, Dimitrov, Morant, Crumb, Mallet, Ivanova, and once again, Morlan. Morlan has scored. Bagman's commentary struggled to overshadow the piercing cheers of the Vila on the field and the explosive spells cast by the ministry officials attempting to quell the chaos. The Irish batsman, Quigley, struck a flying quaffle towards Crumb, who was struck head-on yet did not falter, maintaining his speed. Look at Lindsay, Hermione shouted, closely following the suddenly diving Lindsay. The golden snitch is below, Harry exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The golden snitch flickered just above the ground, while the opponent, mounted on a firebolt, dove ahead. Although Lindsay piloted a firebolt, Crumb swiftly matched his pace, both plummeting toward the ground once more. Hermione gasped softly. No, Ronya cried out. Again? Came the disgruntled shout from Dana Khan behind them. Lindsay crashed heavily onto the ground for the second time. Where's the golden snitch? Charlie, seated at the opposite end of the box, called out. He caught Crumb. The match is over, Harry shouted back. Crumb soared gracefully into the air, raising his fist high, with a glimmer of gold visible between his fingers. The scoreboard flashed the scores. Bulgaria, 160, Ireland, 170. Ireland has triumphed, Bagman announced. Crumb caught the golden snitch. But Ireland has won. Goodness, I don't think anyone anticipated such a conclusion. Crumb landed, and most of the medics surrounded Lindsay, while a few approached Crumb, whistling to disperse the squabbling goblins and Vila, urging them to clear a path for Crumb. Through the telescope, Harry beheld Crumb's face smeared with blood, likely the result of that last errant bludger. However, it was merely a trickle of nasal blood, and he was still able to rise and walk. Behind him, Dina was once again lamenting to her parents. The stadium was alive with the fervor of waving banners, the Irish national anthem resonating from every direction. The Vila had regained their enchanting yet headache-inducing beauty, though their demeanor appeared rather lackluster. Not far away, the Irish team members were jubilantly celebrating, their mascot showering them with a cascade of gold coins. I must say, we played valiantly, a heavy voice declared behind Harry. He turned to see the Bulgarian Minister of Magic. Fudge, standing nearby, muttered something in irritation, but Harry could not comprehend a single word. Oh, that was quite entertaining. The Bulgarian minister shrugged in response to Fudge. Now, the Irish team members, accompanied by their mascot, paraded around the pitch as the Quidditch World Cup trophy was delivered to the upper box. Bagman's booming voice announced. Suddenly, a dazzling light illuminated the upper box, as 2 wizards bore a large golden cup into the suite and presented it to Cornelius Fudge. Let us give a warm round of applause to the valiant Bulgarian team, Bagman proclaimed. One by one, the Bulgarian players entered the rows of seats in the box, shaking hands with the Bulgarian Minister of Magic and Fudge, while Bagman loudly announced each name. When he finally called out Crumb's name, the entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause. Next, it was the turn of the Irish team. Lynch seemed to have recovered, though his teammates Moran and Connolly still supported him. After receiving the trophy, the Irish team departed the box, taking flight on their brooms for another lap around the pitch. Bagman discreetly pointed his wand at his throat and whispered, "Sonorous. This match will be discussed for years to come." He hoarsely mused to himself. What an unexpected twist. Though it is a pity the match didn't last a bit longer. The crowd in the box began to disperse. The first to leave were the two ministers of magic, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, accompanied by Bill, Charlie, Percy, George, and Fred. Then came Mr. Bagman. Harry and the three girls he was with remained seated at the farthest point from the exit. Mr. Weasley greeted Harry and urged him to lead the way, while Harry beckoned for the three girls to stay behind. As Lucius rose with his family and approached the exit, Harry stood up alongside Hermione, Ronya, and Ginny, clearing his throat and exclaiming loudly, "Marrying a Quidditch superstar seems like a splendid choice." Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione displayed an expression of astonishment, her mouth agape, yet rendered speechless. Ronya, blushing, gently nodded in agreement. Ginny, with a delightful flush of shyness and excitement, inquired, "Harry, do you think I could marry a Quidditch star in the future?" Harry nodded hastily. Ginny's face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze from Harry, turning away to emit a series of giggles. Harry, accompanied by a few companions, approached the door of the private box. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed Dinacon leaning against the corridor wall. Upon seeing Harry emerge, Dinacon immediately straightened up, his face flushed, and with a frosty tone. He addressed him. "I heard what you just said." "What did I say?" Harry paused at the threshold, bewildered. "Malfoy? What are you up to?" Hermione inquired, peering over Harry's shoulder. "Just a moment, Granger." "Harry, come with me for a private conversation." After taking a few steps, Dinacon solemnly questioned Harry. "How did you know?" "What?" Harry remained perplexed. "Come on, don't play dumb. You must have known I was going to pursue a professional Quidditch career to say that." Harry gazed at Dinacon's face, his expression grave, as a faint flush crept upon her pale countenance. Harry opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again, pondering for a moment before resuming his explanation. "It is like this, Ginny." But before he could continue, Dana interrupted fiercely, "I do not care where you obtained this information. First and foremost, you are not to speak of this to anyone else. Secondly, if I pursue a professional Quidditch career, it will undoubtedly lead to conflict with my family. And initially, the income will be quite meager." Harry squinted as he gazed at Dinacon. "Do you not believe me? I did not attend a training camp. I had to start from the lower leagues, build my reputation, and it would take at least 3 years to transfer to a top-tier club." Harry promptly interrupted Dinacon. "All right, I understand." Dinacon exhaled with relief. "It is good that you comprehend. If you find yourself in need, I can lend you some money." Harry replied earnestly, "I have faith in your Quidditch abilities." Dinacon paused momentarily, her eyes glistening with emotion, yet she quickly steeled herself, nodded at Harry, and turned away. Harry returned to the group, and everyone eagerly inquired about what Dean and Malfoy had said. It was indeed a private matter, too delicate to discuss with you all. Harry replied solemnly, turning down their curiosity. "Let us continue our previous conversation about Krum." "But we haven't spoken about Krum at all," Hermione interjected with a sigh. "We were, of course, talking about Krum, the Quidditch star, the heartthrob." "No, that is not it, Harry." Hermione gently shook her head, though she conceded it was not entirely unrelated. "After witnessing Krum's prowess firsthand, the rest of us, Ronnie, Ginny, and I, are quite certain, Harry, wouldn't you consider joining the youth training camp?" Ginny suddenly interrupted Hermione, asserting that her father could arrange it, as long as a scout could observe just one of your matches. However, that would mean Harry would have less time at school. Ronnie interjected anxiously, interrupting Ginny. Listening to Ginny and Ronnie's discussion, Harry gasped, finally comprehending the implications. Meanwhile, Hermione picked up the thread of the conversation. "Harry, we are all convinced you are destined to become a Quidditch superstar." Then, in a hushed tone, Hermione added, "You see, they have indeed interacted with others and compared them to you. As you wish." Harry descended the staircase slowly, accompanied by a few companions, hesitant to utter a word. Chapter 9. The Dark Mark, Part 1. Harry descended the stairs with his small group, joining Mr. Weasley's team, and then, following the throng, retraced their steps along the lantern-lit corridor. The night sky resonated with raucous songs, while the diminutive goblins flitted overhead, brandishing their lanterns and cackling with delight. At last, they arrived at the edge of the tent, where Mr. Weasley set up a stove, brewing a generous pot of cocoa. After the girls shared a small portion among a few cups, they all retreated into their tent, while the boys congregated around the dining table by the stove, engaging in spirited discussions about the recently concluded match. A debate arose between Mr. Weasley and Charlie regarding the issue of fouls until everyone had entered their tents, changed into their pajamas, and crawled into their respective sleeping quarters, at which point the argument gradually subsided. Even then, the echoes of songs and peculiar crashes from the far side of the camp lingered in the night air. "Oh, how fortunate I am not on duty," Mr. Weasley mumbled, his weariness apparent. "I am relieved I do not have to rouse the Irish to cease their celebrations. It is indeed hard to imagine." Harry lay in bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. He was certain he had fallen asleep, for he was unmistakably aware that the sharp pang on his forehead had roused him from a deep sleep. Harry suddenly sat up, hastily putting on his clothes. George, who was sleeping on the adjacent bunk, was roused by the commotion and murmured a half-asleep inquiry. "What is the matter?" Harry did not respond to George, nor could he. The sharp pain in his forehead was indeed connected to Voldemort's state, yet Voldemort's actions did not necessarily correlate with the sounds surrounding him in the camp. The atmosphere had shifted, the singing had ceased. Harry hurriedly dashed out of the tent. By the flickering light of the still-burning campfires, he observed individuals rushing toward the woods, as if fleeing from something ominous advancing upon the campsite. This entity emitted a peculiar glow and produced sounds reminiscent of gunfire, resounding echoes of derisive laughter, wild cackling, and inebriated shouts approached Harry, followed by a flash of brilliant green light that illuminated the surroundings. A throng of hooded figures, their faces obscured by masks, huddled closely together, each brandishing their wands aloft, gradually advancing across the grounds. Above them, struggling silhouettes floated in the air. Harry inhaled deeply, then gradually crouched down before darting forward, colliding directly into the group of wizards. He did not intentionally target anyone, yet both arms, ensnared by the petrifying spell, felt the jarring impact of broken bones. The hooded and masked wizards shrieked and scattered in all directions. Paying them no heed, Harry swiftly turned and released several levitation spells upward, catching the 4 individuals plummeting from above. As they descended gently, he recognized one of them as Mr. Roberts, the camp administrator, while the other 3 appeared to be his wife and child. What transpired? Mr. Weasley called out, emerging from the tent. Several Ministry of Magic officials, who had been trailing the anonymous wizards, rushed to Harry's side, expressing their gratitude while explaining the recent events to Mr. Weasley. "We were hesitant to act. Fearing the muggles might fall, one of the wizards confided to Mr. Weasley. Please look after these individuals," Harry instructed, surveying the scene before addressing the ministry officials. He then cast a tracking spell on his arm. Several silver threads emanated from his arm, drifting in various directions. "I wounded a few of them. Their essence lingers on my arm. I shall attempt to apprehend them." Mr. Weasley's eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "No, Harry, don't go." Harry displayed a radiant smile to Mr. Weasley and said, "You may not believe it, but I am concerned that they are connected to the Dark Lord." Mr. Weasley immediately shouted in alarm, "No, I believe you." Harry did not respond further to Mr. Weasley. Instead, he dashed into the woods, following one of the silver threads without a backward glance. After running for a while within the forest, Harry employed his levitation charm to elevate himself into the air. Scattered throughout the woodland were clusters of individuals, most of whom were evidently those who had just fled from the camp, appearing quite distressed. A smaller number of wizards seemed to have been in the woods for some time, gathered around a campfire, either reclining or seated. The silver thread on Harry's arm stretched deeper into the woods, and as he ventured further, the figures of wizards dwindled, along with the lanterns that illuminated the forest. After flying for a while longer, Harry spotted a silhouette amidst the trees, and the figure noticed him in return. Harry slowly descended before Dinacon. "Has your father been injured?" he inquired gently. "Thank you for your concern, Harry. He is unhurt," Dinacon replied, her voice slightly choked. "My father has become entangled in matters he has long sought to escape. Could you turn back now? Was your father there just now? Was he among that group?" Harry continued to ask as he approached Dinacon, attempting to discern her expression under the faint light of the moon and lanterns. Or was he merely providing them refuge? "I cannot answer you, Harry," Dinacon said coldly. "I suspect your father is involved with the Dark Lord, not in the past, but in the present." Harry took another step forward. "Stop, Harry Potter," Dinacon shouted, drawing her wand and pointing it at him. "You shall not track them unless you tread over my corpse. Your hand trembles as you hold that wand, and you know you cannot defeat me." Harry halted and softly asked, "Did your father send you to stop me?" "I came on my own." Dinacon shouted hoarsely, "Don't move." Harry Potter. Stupefy. A red light struck a distant tree trunk. Harry dodged the spell and closed in on Dinacon, gripping her wrist to redirect her wand away. Dinacon raised her left hand to push him away, but was immediately restrained by Harry, her hand pinned to her side. You tremble quite noticeably, Dinacon. Are you afraid of me or something else? Harry leaned closer, whispering, Tell me. Dinacon's platinum blonde hair fell behind her, her pale face tilted upward, locking eyes with Harry. After a moment, she closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and uttered, He has returned and is issuing orders directly. Orders to your father? No. Dinacon screamed, tears streaming down her face. He wants to kill my father. Using your hands. But my father hasn't grasped the truth yet. Who is he issuing orders to? I don't know. I dare not eavesdrop. I cannot approach. Dinacon cried out, collapsing into sobs. Calm down, Harry said softly at first, but seeing her continue to weep. He raised his voice, Calm down. Dinacon ceased her crying at his shout. Calm down and tell me everything you know, every detail, no matter how small. Harry clenched his teeth, adding, I need information, Dinacon. I believe everything you say, but you must speak first. Initially sobbing and glaring at Harry, Dinacon suddenly tensed at his words, shaking violently. Harry, let me sit down. I can barely stand, she murmured, burying her head into Harry's chest. All right. Harry promptly released Dina from his grasp and assisted her in settling onto the ground. Not long after the contest concluded, someone came seeking us. My father instructed my mother and me to hide, and only after the visitor departed did he summon us, revealing that he was delivering a message from a mysterious figure. Chapter 9, Part 2. The Dark Mark. Lucius Malfoy summoned Dina back to his office, yet allowed Narcissa to retire to her chamber for the night. He confided in Dina that he was unable to discern the identity of the individual in question, nor could he track their movements. He laid bare the entire plan imparted by the messenger and inquired of his beloved daughter whether it was feasible to capture Harry Potter alive. Impossible. Perhaps I should attempt to eliminate him directly? Dina responded, That too is not an option, father. This is not our castle. How many magical artifacts have you brought with you? If only he had come to our home a few days prior. Dina hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Yes, father. But he did not come. Feign ignorance, then? Even if they arrive, I shall ensure their comfort before feigning ignorance to the Ministry of Magic until nightfall. If their sole aim is to evade the Ministry, they need not specifically inform you or request your assistance against Harry Potter. Their primary objective is to lure Harry here. Indeed, you are correct. However, they also stated that it is likely unachievable. No, it is quite possible, Dina asserted, her voice cold yet resolute, countering her father's deduction. Today, we have heard several Ministry employees mention that they saw Harry Potter with the Weasley family, who are camped right by the main road adjacent to the woods, making them easy to locate. A mere disturbance near the Weasley residence would likely draw Harry Potter, given his impulsive and arrogant nature. Lucius Malfoy raised his head, casting a frigid glance at Dina, choosing silence thereafter. After a moment's hesitation, Dina softly inquired, Is it permissible not to go? Unacceptable, Lucius Malfoy replied sharply, his tone icy. He turned away from Dina, withdrawing his wand and laying it across the table before him, fixating on it intently. His hand, which had been propped on the table, slowly clenched into a fist before unfurling once more. He then pocketed his wand and, adopting an exaggeratedly haughty tone, declared to Dina, I shall go to assist them. This is a testament to loyalty. Should Harry Potter dare to pursue, I will eliminate him. It is settled. Father instructed me to return to my room to sleep, but I wish to follow him. However, he used apparition to arrive at the rendezvous point where I intercepted you. You acted wisely, Dina, Harry remarked. Yet I must devise a means to capture those hooded figures. The so-called messenger, having gathered so many, must possess a lead worth pursuing. Not necessarily, Harry, not necessarily. Dinacon took a deep breath, stifling her sobs. My father has often told me that they excel at issuing commands covertly, leaving no trace. The more energy you squander on the bait they cast, the further you drift from your true objective. After a brief pause, Dinacon softly added, I do not say this to exonerate him. It is simply the truth of the matter. Harry rose to his feet, and Dana, seated on the ground, urgently grasped his sleeve. I still need to find them. This is the only lead we have right now. I cannot let it slip away. Suddenly, a colossal, radiant green light materialized within the woods, capturing Harry's attention and interrupting his words. It was an immense skull, composed of myriad star-like emerald particles, from which a great serpent emerged, resembling a flickering tongue. As Harry and Dana gazed, the skull ascended higher, emanating a dazzling glow amidst a swirling emerald mist, set against the pitch-black night sky, reminiscent of a new constellation. The Dark Mark. Dana trembled, pulling Harry's sleeve tighter, the symbol of the Dark Lord. That is not the direction of the person I was tracking, Dana, Harry replied, gently prying her fingers away. It could be the work of that messenger. I must confront him. Upon releasing her grip, Dana immediately grasped the gravity of Harry's words, but her outstretched arms found only emptiness. Harry soared into the sky. A chorus of shrill screams erupted from the forest. The inhabitants of the woods fled in haste, retreating away from the ominous skull. Harry rushed towards the marked location with utmost speed, descending rapidly in a straight line. Just as he steadied himself, a wizard abruptly materialized before him, shouting, "Stupefy!" Harry dodged the spell and swiftly closed the distance to his adversary, delivering a petrifying blow to the hand that gripped the wand. The wand soared into the air amidst anguished cries. Following this, a series of thuds echoed as several wizards descended from above, encircling Harry. "Stun him!" Multiple voices bellowed in unison. A dazzling flurry of sparks erupted, yet most missed Harry as he deftly evaded them. Only a few struck the wizard whose hand he had previously incapacitated. Harry seized him as a shield, deflecting the spells before hurling him towards another wizard. Two more screams pierced the air, and two wands flew skyward. The remaining two, though unscathed, instinctively retreated as they beheld Harry advancing toward them. One of them grasped a whistle, inserting it into his mouth and blowing with all his might, but no sound emerged. Intriguing. Was he calling for reinforcements? Or signaling his comrades to retreat? Harry smirked as he approached the duo, hoping for reinforcements. "I am quite eager to witness what tricks you Death Eaters can conjure. Perhaps it will compel me to draw my wand." The two exchanged terrified and bewildered glances, simultaneously lowering their wands. Meanwhile, several more individuals apparat into the vicinity, raising their wands and aiming them at Harry, who stood in the center. "Stop!" A familiar voice cried out in panic. "Stop! Harry, you too." Mr. Weasley strode boldly in front of Harry, shielding him and gesturing for all surrounding wizards to lower their weapons. Only when every wand had been relinquished did Mr. Weasley turn to Harry, his voice trembling. "Are you all right? Do you still recognize me?" "Step aside, Arthur," a cold, emotionless voice interjected. It was Mr. Crouch. "Harry Potter has attacked personnel from the Ministry of Magic. The evidence is irrefutable." His expression was stern. "They attacked me first. I was merely defending myself." "They attacked you because you appeared at the scene of a crime, Harry Potter," Mr. Crouch retorted, raising his wand toward Harry, his eyes bulging with intensity. "Barty." A witch clad in a long woolen morning robe murmured, "He is Harry Potter. What if he has been cursed with the Imperius?" Mr. Crouch turned his piercing gaze toward the witch, causing her to flinch, before redirecting it back to Harry, his face a canvas of fury and skepticism. "Answer me, Harry Potter. Who am I? Do you recognize Mr. Weasley?" "You are Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, superior to Percy Weasley." "Arthur Weasley, an employee of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, father to Percy Weasley, the kind soul who invited me to witness the Quidditch World Cup." Harry endeavored to respond to Mr. Crouch's inquiries in a calm and composed manner. However, to his surprise, the number of wands aimed at him only increased as he spoke. "Enough." Mr. Weasley was compelled to gesture broadly to all the wizards, insisting that Harry typically spoke in such a manner. Harry was indeed usually quite serene, exceptionally serene, not due to the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Finally, after everyone, including Mr. Barty Crouch, had lowered their wands, he turned once more to Harry and inquired, "You were the first to arrive, correct? Did you see anyone? Did you follow the group that just came here?" "I did not pursue the previous group. The tracking spell pointed in another direction, not towards here. I arrived only after witnessing the Dark Mark, and upon my arrival, I encountered a wizard who attacked me." Harry pointed to the first victim lying on the ground. "We arrived too late." The witch in the woolen nightgown shook her head and remarked that by the time Harry and our group collided with the scene, the true culprit had long since disapparated. Or perhaps not. A wizard with a short brown beard, none other than Amos Diggory, Cedric Diggory's father, spoke up, suggesting that the perpetrator might still be lurking within these woods, and we had a considerable chance of apprehending them. "Form groups of 3. Search dispersively," Mr. Barty Crouch shouted, subsequently assigning 2 young wizards to tend to the injured. He then turned to Harry, his eyes wide with apparent fury. Yet he ultimately refrained from speaking and joined the others in searching the vicinity. Chapter 9, Part 3, The Dark Mark, continued. Well, unless anyone objects. I shall escort Harry back to the tent, Mr. Weasley called out loudly to the remaining wizards and the injured still present. 3 wizards, nursing injuries to their hands, were receiving urgent care, and while 2 of them, still conscious, cast Harry complaining glances, they nodded in agreement. "Let us go, Harry," Mr. Weasley whispered. Harry followed Mr. Weasley out of the clearing. The dark mark instilled a palpable sense of anxiety among everyone. "Do not fault them for their immediate reactions," Mr. Weasley remarked on their way back to the tent. "I believe they can empathize with you. You were quite anxious just now, were you not?" "No, I was not anxious." Harry paused and replied, "I was angry. I was very angry." "Angry? That is quite understandable," Mr. Weasley quickly responded, "but that was not him." "It certainly was not. Others were merely exploiting his name." Harry immediately inquired, "How can you be so certain it is not him?" Mr. Weasley sighed and replied, "Well, I cannot be entirely sure. However, if, and I emphasize if, it truly were him, we should have already located the body by now." "A body?" Harry echoed. "Every time the Dark Lord and his followers commit murder, they manifest the dark mark in the sky," Mr. Weasley explained. "It is merely a shadow in midair. Yet it amplifies fear far more than any mental enchantment could. Just imagine returning home to find the dark mark hovering ominously above your house. You would know what awaited you inside." Mr. Weasley shuddered at the thought. A moment of silence ensued. As they approached the edge of the woods, a throng of visibly anxious wizards gathered there. Upon seeing Mr. Weasley approach, many of them pressed forward. "What is happening over there?" We all heard the screams. "Who has died?" "No one has perished." "We do not know who was responsible," Mr. Weasley said, attempting to maintain a casual yet slightly impatient tone. "All right, everyone. It is time to return to your tents. I too must get some rest." He guided Harry through the crowd back to their campsite, where tranquility had returned. "I still have a matter to attend to. I will be gone for a while," Harry informed Mr. Weasley. Instantly, Mr. Weasley tightened his grip on Harry's arm, asking anxiously, "What is it?" Harry hesitated for a moment before gesturing for Mr. Weasley to accompany him to a spot a little farther from the tent. "Uncle Arthur, I encountered Delacour in the woods, not in the clearing we were just at, but further away. She is the daughter of Lucius Malfoy." Mr. Weasley furrowed his brow as he looked at Harry. "I am aware of her. However, why? You were just tracking that group of masked individuals. And then you stumbled upon the Malfoy girl?" Harry nodded slightly and continued, "I had a brief conversation with her. She mentioned that the individual has returned and is issuing direct orders to a so-called intermediary, who is tasked with locating those who were once loyal to him, namely the Death Eaters, and coordinating their execution of his plans." Mr. Weasley held his breath as he listened to Harry's words, then widened his eyes and exhaled deeply, saying, "Did you harm her?" "While her private words cannot be considered evidence, if you did injure her, Lucius could exploit that for his own purposes." Harry furrowed his brow and inquired, "Shouldn't the important matter be his resurrection? Moreover, he seems to be plotting something." "Indeed, he has returned. Minister Fudge has hinted at this, albeit briefly. Yet it was sufficient for me to deduce the situation. Thus, I am not surprised." Mr. Weasley lowered his voice, saying, "I do not mean to imply that what you mentioned is insignificant. The information you gleaned from Dina Khan is indeed vital. However, we cannot take any action at this moment. The Ministry of Magic could devise a means to locate this messenger." "No," Mr. Weasley promptly interjected. "Harry, you are still too young to comprehend. Once we mobilize and pursue the leads he has provided, we may find ourselves wearied and overwhelmed. Lucius Malfoy is a decoy. Quite likely a pawn." Mr. Weasley paused for a moment before asking, "You understand what I mean by a pawn, do you not? It is akin to a chess piece that one deliberately sacrifices to the opponent. Yet, once they take the bait, their defenses will be compromised." "Yes, that is exactly the point. I apologize, Harry, I may be overly anxious." Mr. Weasley displayed a hint of regret, but quickly pressed on. "What does this have to do with what you just mentioned?" "Dina Khan Malfoy, she is still in the woods. I am uncertain if she is still able to act." Upon hearing Harry's words, Mr. Weasley gasped sharply. "I wish to return and check on her, to ensure her safety," Harry continued. "Go quickly. And do you require the forgetfulness charm? Would you like my assistance?" "No, thank you," Harry hastily declined. "I trust that she will not disclose anything." Harry took a few more steps and found an unoccupied corner to take flight. He soared through the air, evading the search parties near the dark mark, and returned to the place where he had encountered Deanna Khan. She was still there, merely repositioned beneath a large tree, leaning against its trunk. "I'm glad you're all right," she smiled as she noticed Harry approaching. "I've relayed everything you mentioned to Arthur Weasley," Harry stated. Deanna Khan's smile vanished in an instant. Why? She asked, her gaze piercing with a cold, resentful intensity. You trust him so readily? I do not intend to face this ordeal alone. My trust in you is mirrored by my trust in Arthur Weasley. Deanna Khan scoffed, a derisive sound escaping her lips as she retorted, Next, will you inform Ronya, tell Ginny, share it with Hermione? And let us not forget dear little Neville? Not at all. I will inform Aunt Petunia, and I shall speak with Dumbledore. I may write to Sirius Black and Remus, but I will withhold certain details. Furthermore, I might confide in Severus Snape. Deanna Khan glared at Harry through gritted teeth before her expression softened. Help me up, she said, extending her hands upwards with a chill in her tone. Harry grasped one of Denikin's forearms with each hand and, with a firm pull, hoisted her to her feet. However, she could not maintain her balance and stumbled backward, coming to a halt against the trunk of a tree. Harry let out a sigh and inquired, What shall we do now? If your father returns to the tent and does not see you, will he not grow suspicious? Sooner or later, our secret will be discovered. Did you not consider this when you confided in Arthur Weasley? Denikin scoffed derisively, suggesting that while he might be a reliable ally against the Dark Lord, his role as Ronya's father was another matter entirely. What does this have to do with Ronya? Harry frowned, but then suddenly relaxed, a smile creeping onto his face as he slowly replied, No, it could indeed be relevant. Along with Ginny, yes, it should suffice. Denikin's eyes widened in disbelief, a deeper flush spreading across her pale cheeks. What are you saying, Harry? I do not comprehend. The campsite beyond the trees was now tranquil, with someone standing guard at the entrance of their tent, yet the path remained devoid of wandering souls. As Harry carried Denikin in his arms, Malfoy emerged from the woods, striding towards Mr. Weasley, who stood by the fire. He noticed Bill and Charlie were also seated near the hearth. Hi, Harry, what is going on? Mr. Weasley awkwardly greeted Harry with a wave. I encountered Miss Malfoy in the woods. She was nearly frozen and required assistance. Harry called out from a distance. Oh. Very well, Mr. Weasley replied, flustered, before asking loudly, How are we to assist her? She may need to stay at the Weasley residence for a few days. Harry proclaimed in exaggerated tones. A few days? Mr. Weasley asked nervously. Does Mr. Malfoy know about this? He shall know shortly, Harry replied loudly. We could send someone to inform him that his precious daughter is in our care. No, Mr. Weasley shrieked. Charlie sat nearby, his expression grave, while Bill burst into hearty laughter. Mr. Weasley turned and glared at Bill, saying, You will go to the Malfoy residence, be polite, and inform Mr. Malfoy that his daughter is visiting us. Do not mention that she is in our custody. Be cautious. Bill nodded with a grin and promptly disapparated. Mr. Weasley then turned back to Harry, who had approached the hearth, and asked loudly, Stay for a few days? How long exactly? I do not know. Harry responded as he reached the fire, still speaking in a loud voice. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, Ginny can take care of her as well. Mr. Weasley grimaced, a pained expression crossing his face. What? Ginny's head popped out from behind the curtain of the girls' tent. What do you need me for? Sister Denikin? What brings you here? Harry gently set the pale-faced Denikin down, allowing her to stand beside the hearth, though she leaned slightly against him. Harry Potter invited me as a guest, she replied softly. Ginny initially retreated behind the curtain, but soon lifted it and dashed out. The heads of Ronya and Hermione followed, their expressions filled with astonishment. Ginny jogged over, taking Denikin's hand. How cold you are. Would you like to soak in a hot bath? Ginny cheerfully inquired. No, thank you. I merely need to rest, Denikin answered with a hint of indifference. Leaning closer to Denikin, Ginny whispered something that made Denikin blush and glance at Harry, softly uttering, How filthy. Then she followed Ginny toward the girls' tent, chatting as they walked. Take me to see. Chapter 10, The Chaos at the Ministry of Magic, Part 1. Harry was not as anxious as Mr. Weasley. Thus he fell into a deep slumber during the latter part of the night. As noon approached, he rose from his slumber, stepped out of the tent, and discovered that the camp surrounding the Weasley family's tent was eerily deserted, with only a few scattered tents remaining in the distance. However, observing the nearby wizards busily tidying up, it was evident that they too were in the process of packing. Bill, George, and Fred were huddled around the hearth. Bill had propped his legs on the dining table and, upon seeing Harry emerge, greeted him with a smile, proclaiming that breakfast was no longer available. Once everyone returned, they would head back to Grimmauld Place, just in time for lunch. Typically known for their playful banter, George and Fred sat stiffly at the table, merely gazing at Harry with a mixture of awe and trepidation, remaining silent. Where have they gone? Harry inquired. Mr. Weasley, Percy, and Charlie have gone to assist in the cleanup, Bill replied with a smile. They searched the forest twice, hoping to uncover clues regarding those who had marked it. It was only in the morning that they realized no one had been assigned to organize a systematic departure, resulting in chaos as some fought over the key to the exit. The Muggle government had issued a notification indicating that a Muggle had recorded the skull image hovering above the forest last night, which had already been disseminated online. Fudge was compelled to take another group of individuals to manage the situation. Harry nodded and took a seat beside the fireplace. You haven't inquired about the matter yet, Harry. Bill continued with a smile. Harry hesitated for a moment and inquired, did anything happen when you visited the Malfoy residence last night? Nothing at all. Bill laughed heartily. You never cease to amaze me, Harry. Lucius undoubtedly engaged in some nefarious activities last night. Upon hearing that you found Dinacon Malfoy in the forest, he merely showed a face of despair and hurried me away without uttering a single word or taking any action. George then asked, was it the dark mark that Lucius Malfoy conjured? Fred replied, it could very well be Dinacon Malfoy's doing. The two brothers exchanged glances, and George posed a question to Bill and Harry. Should we present Dinacon Malfoy to the Ministry for interrogation? Absolutely not, Harry responded, when the dark mark appeared. Dinacon Malfoy was right before my eyes. She is not a criminal. The Ministry may interrogate her, but they will uncover no significant information. Then why invite her over as a guest? Fred asked, puzzled. Before Harry could respond, Bill interjected with a smile. All right. Our father has already consented to her staying. So you two need to overthink it. Just treat her as an ordinary guest. Harry pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, yes, just treat her as an ordinary guest. As if she were my friend. George and Fred widened their eyes, mirroring the expression they had seen on Harry's face when he exited the tent. A mixture of admiration and trepidation. I cannot accept this. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the girls' tent, voicing her strong objection. Harry, come here for a moment. Bill chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. Harry followed Hermione to the side. With indignation, Hermione exclaimed to Harry, I cannot believe you would do such a thing. Regardless of how detestable Malfoy may be, she is merely a 14-year-old girl. How could you possibly compel her to abandon her family? Harry blinked and said, she volunteered. Hermione rolled her eyes and replied, don't give me that, Harry. You need to take her home. No, Harry firmly declined. She doesn't want to go home. Mr. Weasley has agreed to let her stay, and Mr. Malfoy has not objected. Hermione stepped back, squinting at Harry's face, scrutinizing him for a moment before asking, there's something more to this, isn't there? Indeed, but I shan't divulge a single word, Harry promptly responded. Anything I might say could lead you to uncover that which you ought not to know. Hermione, both exasperated and amused, nodded slowly before shaking her head. All right, Harry, fine. But you still shouldn't be doing this. Which matter are you referring to? The one about not revealing the truth. I mean, you should not have coerced Dinacon. Don't play coy, Harry. You know precisely what I mean. Hermione said through clenched teeth. If Dinacon is guilty, let the Ministry of Magic judge her. Why should she endure your indignity? Me? Indignity towards her? Harry began to frown. She is a guest of the Weasley family. I openly informed everyone in the camp last night that she had been frozen in the forest. How is that an insult? Dinacon Malfoy, a 14-year-old girl, being forcibly detained in the home of another 14-year-old boy, unable to return home. What else could that be if not an indignity? Hermione exclaimed, shaking her fists in frustration. Harry opened his mouth, but hesitated for quite some time before declaring, I will take full responsibility for this matter. How will you assume responsibility? By marrying her? Hermione remarked with a cold laugh, directing a glance at Harry's serious expression, yet her smile gradually faded in the wake of his silence. After regaining his composure, Harry replied, no, that is not what I meant. What I intended to convey is that since Dinacon's arrival, she has been residing with the Weasley girls. I should have a way to unequivocally substantiate this matter, ensuring that it does not tarnish Dinacon's reputation once everything concludes. Pausing for a moment, Harry added, thank you, Hermione. I truly had not considered that aspect. Hermione regarded Harry with skepticism and inquired, even so, you still won't send Malfoy home? Indeed, Harry responded resolutely, Dinacon. Malfoy shall remain a guest at the Weasley home until the commencement of school. From the direction of the campfire, Mr. Weasley called out, Harry, Hermione, come help tidy up the tents. Please check these small screws. I do not wish to forcibly dismantle them with magic. As the Weasley group departed the campsite, Harry noticed Mr. Roberts standing at the entrance of his small stone hut, dazedly waving them goodbye, and mumbling a garbled Merry Christmas. "Do not hold it against him for forgetting you saved him," Mr. Weasley remarked to Harry as they ventured into the marshlands. "It is far less damaging to delete large portions than to make numerous minor corrections. It may just leave one a bit befuddled for a while." As they approached the location of the Portkey, they saw only the Portkey keeper, Basil, standing alone. "There are only a few left from the Ministry," Basil said, checking off items on a parchment while glancing back at the group. "I heard you apprehended a suspect?" "There is no suspect. Dinacon Malfoy is a guest of the Weasley family," Mr. Weasley answered calmly. Basil produced an old tire, allowing everyone to stand with a bit more space. The group instinctively left room beside Harry for Dinacon Malfoy, while a disgruntled Ron stood on Harry's other side. The second flight was considerably smoother. Upon landing, Harry swiftly extended his arms to assist several nearby girls who were teetering off balance. The journey toward Grimmauld Place was marked by silence. As they rounded the final bend and approached the direct path to the house, a voice called out from the direction of Grimmauld, "They are back." It was Percy S.'s voice, peering out from his bedroom window. Mrs. Weasley rushed out of the kitchen, followed closely by Bill and Charlie. "Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, sprinting towards them without her shoes. "Arthur, I was so worried, so very worried." She enveloped Mr. Weasley in a tight embrace. Mr. Weasley, holding his wife, reassured her, "It's all right. Everything is fine. Bill, Charlie, and Percy should have already informed you that we are all safe." Bill, trailing behind, waved a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet, saying, "Mum saw the article and was quite distressed." The crowd squeezed into the cramped kitchen. Mr. Weasley hurriedly scanned the newspaper that Bill had handed over, while Harry peered over his shoulder. The headline on the front page proclaimed the harrowing scenes from the Quidditch World Cup, accompanied by a striking black and white photograph of the Dark Mark hovering ominously above the treetops. "The Ministry of Magic is in a state of panic. Security has been compromised," Mr. Weasley read heavily. "Criminals are believed to have been apprehended, yet the Ministry denies it entirely." Upon finishing, Mr. Weasley grimaced, his mouth curling into a frown as he cast a pained glance towards the last person to enter the kitchen, Dinacon. Mrs. Weasley also noticed Dinacon and, with a look of surprise, greeted her warmly. "You are the daughter of Lucius Malfoy? Welcome to our humble abode." Harry smiled at Mrs. Weasley and said, "This is Dinacon Malfoy, my classmate at Hogwarts and a dear friend, who will be staying here for a few days." Dinacon Malfoy gracefully lifted the tattered edges of her black lace gown and curtsied in the cramped kitchen, softly addressing Mrs. Weasley. "I apologize for the inconvenience." Mrs. Weasley looked puzzled at her husband, who nodded with a wry smile. Very well, Mrs. Weasley murmured, though she hails from the Malfoy family. "The child should be innocent. But where will she stay?" "In my room." Ginny immediately raised her hand. "I can stay anywhere," Dinacon said softly, lowering her gaze. "A tent outside would suffice. I can manage without one." An awkward silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sizzling oil in the pan and the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Most were serious expressions, yet Bill stifled a laugh, while Harry hesitated to speak. Before Hermione could erupt, Mrs. Weasley interjected, "That simply won't do. Lucius Malfoy is utterly unreasonable. Is this how he treats his own children?" "It's hard to believe." Mrs. Weasley glanced around, and her eyes fell on Ginny, who was eagerly raising her hand. Nodding, she said, "Yes, Ginny. Your room is indeed the only one with available space." Turning back to Dinacon Malfoy, she declared, "It shall be, then. We'll add a bed in Ginny's room. Now, let us eat." The tense atmosphere dissipated as Bill and Charlie merrily set up the dining table in the garden with their brothers, while Dinacon remained in the kitchen, assisting Ron, Hermione, and Ginny in preparing the plates and cutlery. Mr. Weasley sat in the kitchen, frowning over the newspaper. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he read aloud. "Rumors suggest several bodies will be carried out of the forest in an hour." He angrily thrust the newspaper towards Harry and sighed deeply. Times have certainly changed. In the past, instilling fear required real corpses, but now it seems that is no longer necessary. Chapter 10. 2. The Ministry in Disarray, Part 2. Mr. Weasley sighed heavily. "Molly, I must head to the office. This matter requires clarification." Mrs. Weasley appeared deeply distressed. "Arthur, you are supposed to be on leave. This situation has nothing to do with your office. Besides, you haven't even had lunch." "I must go, Molly," Mr. Weasley insisted, "to prevent things from worsening. I will change into my uniform and depart." Harry laid down the newspaper and inquired, "Should I also go over there?" "If they wish to interview the Savior and obtain first-hand accounts from the scene." Mr. Weasley glanced at Harry, then at his wife, before turning back to Harry and replied, "I comprehend your intention, Harry. However, I would ask that you exercise a bit of patience." Mr. Weasley then departed from the kitchen. Harry also left the kitchen and stepped into the garden outside. He informed everyone that Mr. Weasley would not be home for lunch. As he was headed to the Ministry of Magic, Percy immediately set aside his tasks and dashed into the house, shouting, "Mom, I won't be having lunch either. I'm going to work overtime." The boys continued to arrange the tables and chairs while discussing the events of yesterday's Quidditch match. After a night filled with commotion, the scene of the Irish team claiming victory felt like a distant memory to Harry. Following the midnight mishap, only Bill and Charlie were summoned by Mr. Weasley to assist, leaving George and Fred in remarkably high spirits. "Percy going to work overtime? Doesn't he even know what transpired last night?" George remarked. "So, what exactly did happen last night?" Fred inquired of Harry. Harry turned to Bill and inquired, "What did you say?" "Their father mentioned that you had injured several individuals tormenting muggles, then pursued them into the woods, after which the dark mark appeared from the trees, and subsequently, you rescued Miss Malfoy from the forest." Bill chuckled and replied, "I hope you don't mind my saying this, but much of what I know comes from our father. The only thing I witnessed firsthand was you carrying Miss Malfoy out of the woods." Harry nodded and said to Fred, "It's just as Bill described." George and Fred looked at Harry with discontent. George remarked, "You must be withholding something, Harry. To track the Death Eaters and then coincidentally encounter Malfoy. Such an occurrence seems too fortuitous." Fred inquired, "Did you engage in a confrontation with her and manage to subdue her? She seems to have altered her temperament. Now she is so polite that it feels quite unsettling." Harry hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Indeed, there are matters left unspoken. But I suppose they cannot remain hidden from you all. I shall confess." Everyone paused their activities, attentively listening to Harry. "Last night, I injured several employees of the Ministry of Magic." Bill chuckled lightly, while Charlie furrowed his brow before returning to the task of laying the tablecloth. However, George and Fred abandoned their chairs, exclaiming, "Why? Were there ministry personnel involved in the mistreatment of muggles? Did you follow them and discover that those wearing masks were all ministry employees?" Harry quickly clarified, "No, it was not that. When I arrived at the site of the Dark Mark, there was a misunderstanding with the Ministry of Magic personnel. We mistakenly believed each other to be Death Eaters." George and Fred sighed in relief, chattering animatedly, but soon a new question arose. "What does this have to do with Dina Con Malfoy?" "Nothing at all," Harry replied. "I merely found her in the forest, and she did not wish to return home. As for her reasons for not wanting to go back, I refrained from probing out of courtesy." Just then, the girls emerged from the kitchen, balancing trays and cutlery. George and Fred obediently silenced their chatter, watching Dina Con, who trailed behind the group of girls, until they noticed Hermione casting them an unfriendly glare, prompting them to avert their gaze. Dina Con maintained a calm demeanor, neither sad nor happy, just like Ginny, as she carried several trays. As they prepared the beds for Dina Con after lunch, the girls called Harry over. Ginny's room was on the 3rd floor. Although the space was small, it was well lit. "Could we set up a tent, like at the World Cup camp?" Harry inquired. Dina Con shook her head before Ronya could speak, yet remained silent. Ronya, still irked, replied to Harry, "You can't use that kind of magic near the burrow's protective enchantments." "Oh," Harry said with disappointment, "it seems the enchantments were designed rather conservatively from the outset." Ginny interjected, "The enchantments came first, then the burrow." Hermione gasped, casting a glance at Dina Con, and whispered to Ronya, "Can we say this in front of her?" Dina Con responded calmly, "The matters concerning the burrow are not a secret. Any family with a modicum of history knows that the true identity of the burrow's owner is the guardian of the stone enchantments." Ronya rolled her eyes and scoffed. "So what if they know?" Dina Con opened her mouth to speak, but then closed it again. "I want to know," Harry insisted. "Surely everyone can know but me." Dina Con blinked and said, "Knowing and truly understanding are two different things. The eldest daughter of the Weasley family may be aware that her home is built beside the stone enchantments and recognizes their formidable power. Yet it seems she has never contemplated why her father, as a mere clerk, stands on equal footing with the Minister of Magic." It was now Ronya's turn to be rendered speechless, and after a long pause, she finally managed to utter, "Equal footing? That's an exaggeration." Dina Con nodded, conceding that it was indeed somewhat exaggerated. After all, the Minister of Magic is subject to change. Furthermore, if the British Muggle government were to face an invasion from foreign Muggle armies, they would seek the guardian of the stone enchantments, not the Ministry of Magic. Hermione inhaled sharply and whispered to Ronya, "You never mentioned any of this to me." Ronya's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied to Hermione. I wasn't aware of this either. However, it feels entirely plausible. I had no idea either. Ginny leaped from her bed, raising her hands as she exclaimed, Sister Dina, please tell me more tonight. I am eager to learn about the fascinating stories of our family, as a member of the pure-blooded 28 sacred families. Dina calmly replied to Ginny. As is widely known, the Weasley family harbors discontent regarding their classification among the 28 sacred families. For they believe that the other 27 families do not merit being placed alongside them. Harry looked at Ginny with envy, to which she immediately responded with a cheerful smile. Harry, would you like to listen to? Then you should come over tonight. Ronya promptly interjected. No way. Harry replied with a hint of embarrassment. I know it's not possible. So, what do you need me to help with? Hermione directed Harry to the top floor, where he opened the trapdoor in front of Ronya's door and climbed up the ladder to the attic to retrieve a bed frame. Did you see that, ghoul? Hermione asked Harry, who was above her, as she caught the bed frame beneath the trapdoor. I did. It seems a bit shy, Harry responded, glancing towards the corner of the attic. It's not shy at all, Hermione called from below. It startled me quite a bit last time. The two of them carried the bed frame back to the third floor and placed it in Ginny's room, assembling it together. The bed frame was a dismantleable structure secured with screws and nuts, devoid of any magical traces. Once Harry and Hermione had finished assembling the bed frame, the room felt cramped with 5 people standing inside. Harry had to step outside, watching Ginny as she pulled out a set of sheets and blankets to lay on the new bed. Dina was hesitant to sit on her bed right away. My clothes are quite dirty, she said. Hermione turned her head, glaring at Harry outside as she closed the door. This is none of your concern. Dina calmly replied from inside. It's fine if Harry stays. Ronya shouted angrily. It is a concern. Hermione, shut the door. We need to have a serious talk with her. Chapter 10, Part 3, The Chaos at the Ministry, Part 2. In the following week, Mr. Weasley and Percy were rarely at home. Each morning, before the others in the household had risen, the two of them would leave the house, returning only long after dinner. The Daily Prophet initially reported on Mr. Barty Crouch's dismissal of the house elf, Winky, insinuating a connection between Winky and the Dark Mark during the Quidditch World Cup. Mr. Crouch had to publicly clarify that Winky's dismissal was due to repeated disobedience and had no relation to the Dark Mark whatsoever. The Prophet soon uncovered a story about Bertha Jorkins from the Department of Magical Sports going missing before the match, causing security breaches. Ludo Bagman repeatedly explained to every colleague who inquired that Bertha was not of significant importance. To Harry's astonishment, the Daily Prophet made no mention of Dina Malfoy visiting the Weasley household. It seemed this news, which had circulated throughout the wizarding community, was deemed insignificant. Even more surprising to Harry was that the very next day after Dina's arrival, she and Ronya had formed an alliance. I don't understand, Hermione lamented, tugging at her hair as she expressed her bewilderment to Harry. They talked all night about the magical disease, and then the next day, they were no longer arguing. Dina should be sleeping in Ginny's room. How could she have talked to Ronya all night? Harry asked, confused. The members of the girls' dormitory are never fixed, Ginny replied, looking away with a slight smirk. I can still go to the upperclassmen's dormitory in Slytherin. Hermione rolled her eyes and earnestly explained to Harry, over the past few days, we have occasionally spent the night together in Ron's room. It is quite cramped. Harry sighed. Cramped is one thing, but we end up chatting until the early hours. After Hermione finished speaking, she stifled a yawn. You could always sleep in my room, Ginny suggested with a playful smile. Hermione muttered. She must have a completely private family library at her home. The thing she mentions, I have never encountered anywhere else. For the past few days, after dinner, Ron and Luna have taken long strolls together, and today they returned to the confines of the Burrow's stone walls quite late. As Harry waved to the two returning figures in the garden, he remarked to Hermione and Ginny, regardless of the circumstances, their improving relationship is undoubtedly a positive development. I have always believed they could become friends. Hermione, grimacing in discomfort, replied, Harry, if you were aware of the nature of their conversations, you would not say such things. Ginny shook her head as well, yet wore a smile, saying, they have reached an unspoken understanding between themselves, so you need not worry. Just then, Ronya and Dina Kong entered the garden, approaching Harry. Harry, teach me the art of aerial dancing. Then, when the next semester begins, I will permit you to invite Dina Kong to study together. She added, of course, this is solely my personal decision. You must also seek the approval of Hermione and Navy. Harry furrowed his brow as he looked at Ronya and Dina Kong, stating, I have no objection to teaching you the art of aerial maneuvering. However, this matter is unrelated to Dina Khan, and I advise against intertwining it with our decision regarding whether to collaborate with Dina Khan on our assignments. It's fine, Harry. Dina Khan interjected in a deliberately elongated tone. This is part of a deal between Ronia and me. A deal? What sort of deal? Harry's vigilance heightened. What are you two negotiating? Ronia and Dina Khan remained silent. Hermione, rubbing her forehead, turned to Harry and remarked with a wry smile, Indeed, what are they negotiating? Quite intriguing. On the eve of their return to Hogwarts, raindrops pattered incessantly against the roof. The howling winds outside, coupled with the sporadic wails of the ghoul in the attic, formed a dissonant symphony that made it difficult for Harry to find slumber. George and Fred, seemingly accustomed to such clamor, soon drifted off to sleep. The concealed door beside Harry's bed creaked open. Ginny emerged from the shadows, her head peeking through as she locked eyes with Harry, softly calling, Harry, come here for a moment. No, Harry replied with a cheerful yet resolute tone, clutching his blanket tightly. Hermione's head soon followed. Appearing alongside Ginny as she met Harry's gaze and gently urged, come here for a moment, it's something serious. Harry hesitated for a moment before traversing the hidden door. Ginny closed it behind him. In Ronia's chamber, several small candles flickered, casting a dim light that was sufficient for Harry to discern the positions of those present. Now, Harry found himself seated on Hermione's makeshift bed, with Hermione and Ginny perched beside him. Dina Khan and Ronia occupied the opposite side of the room, seated on Ronia's bed. Dina Khan's sister requested to exchange some garments with Ronia's sister, yet Ronia's sister was reluctant. Ginny remarked. Harry pushed open the hidden door and, while crawling back, remarked, I'm going back to sleep. Hermione seized Harry's pajama pants, compelling him to sit back down. This is serious, Hermione stated. Dina can mention that exchanging clothing can serve as a guarantee of mutual trust. Curses can be transmitted through frequently worn garments, essentially providing a means for one to curse the other. However, such an idea is typically associated with dark magic. Harry grimaced in pain and said to Dina Khan. Ronnie would certainly disagree. Ronnie turned to Dina Khan and echoed, See, Harry and I react the same way. Most wizards are instinctively averse to manipulating dark magic. Dina Khan nodded, unsurprised. But wait a moment. She drew the curtains at Ronnie's bedside, obscuring Hermione, Harry, and Ginny's view. What are they doing? Harry whispered to the two beside him. But they both shook their heads in confusion. The curtain was lifted, revealing four legs clad in knee-high stockings extending from Ronnie's bed, feet dangling over the edge. However, the owner of the stockings seemed to differ from Harry's usual recollections. Hermione sighed, resting her forehead in her hand. Ginny gasped and covered her mouth. Harry's eyes widened as he sensed something amiss, and he fled through the hidden door. Dina Khan's voice, tinged with amusement, echoed from behind him. Ronnie, did you see Harry's expression? Do you still think he is averse to dark magic manipulation? Chapter 11. Boarding the Hogwarts Express, Part 1. The following morning, when Harry awoke, the Dursleys' home was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, reminiscent of the end of a holiday. The rain continued to patter against the windows as he donned jeans and a sweater. They would change into their robes on the Hogwarts Express. He descended the stairs with Fred and George for breakfast. Mr. Weasley and Percy had already vanished early on. Today, I will take you to King's Cross Station, Mrs. Weasley announced just as Bill and Charlie entered the kitchen. I heard you mention Mad-Eye Moody before Father left this morning. Bill inquired. What has he done now? He said someone attempted to break into his house last night. Mrs. Weasley replied. Mad-Eye Moody? That madman, George said, spreading a layer of orange marmalade on his toast. He was quite an extraordinary wizard in his day, Bill remarked. He's still an old friend of Dumbledore, Charlie added. Who is Mad-Eye? Harry asked. He is retired now. He used to work at the Ministry of Magic, Charlie explained. For wizards of his caliber, retirement often comes not from a decline in magical ability, but rather from an overwhelming surplus of power that makes collaboration with others untenable. Oh, Ronnie, who had just descended the stairs, gasped upon hearing Charlie's words. He was an Auror, the best at capturing dark wizards. Charlie gazed at Harry and made a brief remark regarding the long-standing Azkaban Contribution Award, if such an accolade indeed existed. He had cultivated numerous adversaries, primarily among the relatives of the inmates, and during the rise of the mysterious individual, the number of his foes had multiplied significantly. Bill and Charlie resolved to accompany everyone to King's Cross Station. With Hermione's assistance, Mrs. Weasley arranged for 5 ordinary Muggle taxis to transport them to London. Due to the generous tips from Dina Khan, the Muggle taxi drivers were quite cheerful about maneuvering 6 heavy Hogwarts trunks along the muddy roads in torrential rain. George and Fred's trunks occupied the rear seat and trunk of one vehicle, while Ginny and Hermione's trunks filled another. The front seats of the two cars were occupied by George and Fred respectively. Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie shared a vehicle, with Ronya's luggage in the trunk. Hermione and Ginny rode together, their trunk containing Harry's belongings. Harry, somewhat reluctantly, found himself seated in the same car as Ronya and Denecan. Prior to boarding, Denecan held the familiar white umbrella of the Weasley family, rather than the black umbrella Harry had seen at school, which caused him a moment of unease. Harry sat in the front seat, hearing faint murmurs from behind, but he attempted to ignore them. As the car entered London, he felt someone kick the back of his seat several times, prompting him to turn around. It was Ronya, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Denecan sat beside her, expressionless. "Harry, during the World Cup, were you not swayed by those alluring girls?" Ronya asked, her voice laced with indignation. "Yes. What is the matter?" Harry replied, perplexed. Ronya, flustered and crimson-faced, struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she delivered a heavy kick to Harry's seat. Denecan interjected. "Only those who have experienced it will remain unaffected by the allure of those girls." "Experienced what?" "Giving birth. Men who have fathered children." Ronya exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. "How can men give birth?" Harry murmured, recalling that it seemed neither Bill, Charlie, nor Mr. Weasley had been affected, yet George and Fred seemed to have succumbed to madness. Had Bill already had children? Harry suddenly realized, sighed, and said gravely, "My indifference stems from the fact that the mere sight of Merva induces a headache, rather than any other reason." "Is that so?" Ronya exhaled in relief, the flush on her face gradually subsiding. However, Denecan's face turned red instead. "Harry, you seem a bit unusual." Harry furrowed his brow, questioning what might be amiss with him. As a savior and the beacon of hope for the entire magical realm, is it not reasonable that he lacks the time for romance? Upon hearing his words, Ronya and Denecan simultaneously frowned and fell into silence. Harry turned back to gaze ahead once more. After a brief moment, a fervent murmur arose from behind. At last, they had alighted at King's Cross Station. The rain fell even more heavily than when they had departed, and as they carried their suitcases across the bustling streets and entered the station, they found themselves quite soaked. Harry dashed through the seemingly solid barrier between Platform 9 and Platform 10 as if in flight. The Hogwarts Express had already come to a halt at Platform 9 3/4. It appeared as a deep crimson steam locomotive, billowing forth clouds of white smoke. Through the haze, numerous Hogwarts students and parents were seen hurrying along or bidding tearful farewells. After Ronya pushed her luggage through, Pigwidgeon heard the cacophony of owls amidst the smoke and began to chirp excitedly. Dean Thomas stepped onto the platform and promptly left the queue, venturing into the depths of the fog. Before long, he returned, pushing a trolley laden with luggage. Several students began to search for seats, swiftly stowing their belongings aboard the train before returning to the platform to bid farewell to Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie. "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Hermione said warmly, embracing her for their parting. "I am grateful for everything you have done for me." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley," Dean Thomas offered, opting for a respectful nod instead of an embrace. As the whistle blew, Mrs. Weasley ushered them towards the train doors. Ginny shared hugs with Bill and Charlie before joyfully dashing back onto the train. Harry leaned out of the window, waving his hand. The engine's pistons emitted a loud hissing sound as the train began to move. Once it departed from the station, the rain began to fall in a rapid patter, prompting Harry to close the glass window. As he settled back into his seat, he noticed Hermione and Ron gazing intently at him. "Harry, we all just got drenched in the rain outside," Hermione remarked. Harry did not offer a defense. He immediately stood up and exited the compartment where Denna had begun to unfasten the buttons of her collar. Chapter 11. Part 2. Boarding the Hogwarts Express continued. George and Fred's compartment was likewise filled to capacity. Ginny had located Navy and was seated among a group of similarly aged Gryffindor girls. With no immediate destination, Harry ambled along the corridor, taking in the picturesque view of the rain outside. Upon reaching the next compartment, he encountered two familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Goyle and Crabbe. Both had cropped their hair short, their shoulders and arms now significantly broader than Harry recalled from the previous term, with one of them effectively blocking the aisle. Their height had now surpassed Harry's by a considerable margin. Goyle's voice had also deepened, resonating in a rough timbre. Well, Harry Potter, we've been looking for you." Crabbe trailed closely behind Goyle, advancing towards Harry in tandem. Harry stepped back with his right foot, slightly turning his body to the side as he adjusted his breathing, awaiting Gaule's approach. Gaul extended his right hand towards Harry's chest with a leisurely pace, prompting Harry to gently block Gaul's arm with his left forearm, intending to push it aside. However, as Harry exerted his strength closer to the point of contact, he immediately sensed something amiss. He was unable to budge Gaul's hand. Without hesitation, Harry swung his petrified right arm, striking Gaul's outstretched limb. A sharp crack resonated from her arm as the bone splintered. Her entire arm collided with the carriage wall, producing a thunderous thud. Gaul's other arm reached out as well, moving at a similarly languid pace. Frowning, Harry employed the same method to sever the newly extended limb, then stepped back to evade Gaul's right hand, which he had already incapacitated once before. After Harry steadied himself, he cast his gaze upon Gaul's arms, which showed no visible signs of injury, even the one that had been previously broken. Two muffled thuds prompted several nearby compartments to open, with a few students peering out to ascertain the commotion. Crabbe shouted loudly from behind Gaul, urging, "Mind your own business." Harry shouted loudly, "This is a duel practice for the upperclassmen. Students, please return to the boxes to avoid any accidental injuries." Gaul chuckled, saying, "Potter, you really don't seek help, do you?" Before Gaul could finish his sentence, Harry charged towards him. Gaul made no attempt to defend himself. Both hands reached out to grasp Harry's chest, but Harry aimed his punch not at Gaul's vital areas, but instead struck Gaul's outstretched arms. Gaul's arms contorted upon impact. Yet as he swung them, they returned to their original position, reaching out for Harry once more. Again, Harry landed a blow that broke through Gaul's defenses. Crabbe anxiously shouted from behind Gaul, "Hold him." Gaul stretched his arms wide, attempting to embrace the approaching Harry, but Harry stepped back, simultaneously delivering a blow that rendered Gaul's arms weak. Gaul's arms straightened again, but in the next moment, Harry closed the distance, striking down her recently restored forearm. Gaul let out a furious roar, both of her bent arms lunging towards Harry. Harry retreated a step, waiting for Gaul to miss her grasp. And when she reached out again, he struck her slightly restored arm once more. Gaul, dazed, let her arms fall limply. Crabbe peered over Gaul's shoulder at Harry, angrily shouting, "Gaul, what are you doing? I can't catch him." Gaul replied in a hoarse voice, arms hanging low. "How about trying again?" Harry suggested as he stepped forward, approaching Gaul. But she nervously tucked her hands behind her and took a step back. Crabbe was pushed back, yelling, "Let me through." Gaul cowered and turned sideways. But the gap she created was far too narrow for Crabbe to pass through. With great effort, Gaul squeezed aside, and Crabbe pushed forward, both working together until they found themselves wedged between the corridor walls, unable to move. "Do you need me to call for a teacher?" Harry inquired. "No need." Gaul and Crabbe shouted back at Harry while struggling to break free. The doors to several boxes opened again, and Crabbe began to curse at the students peering out, telling them to mind their own business. However, upon seeing the two trapped in the corridor, everyone could only laugh. Harry shouted to the students at the other end of the carriage, "Could you possibly seek out the teacher on the other side? I cannot get through." Laughter erupted among the students, and Harry joined in the mirth. However, upon returning to his compartment, his expression had turned grave. "Do you recall what I mentioned earlier about the corporeal form of Wormtail being capable of infinite regeneration? I just encountered Gaul. Her arm can also regenerate indefinitely. Though it may not possess the strength of Peter's, it likely falls under the same category of enchantment." Dina Can, seated casually on one side of the sofa, replied to Harry with an air of nonchalance, "Mr. Gaul and Mr. Crabbe are both fervent followers of the Dark Wizard. I am not the least bit surprised." Hermione, perched on the opposite side of the sofa, raised an eyebrow at Dina Can upon hearing this. Ronya, who had been seated alongside Hermione, sprang up to seize the vacant spot next to Dina Can as she noticed Harry's intent to approach. Harry had to turn and take a seat beside Hermione, addressing the two across from them. "You two seem to be getting along splendidly." Raindrops pattered against the glass window with a rhythmic cadence. The little pig in its enclosure pecked at its food, producing a crisp sound. Dina Can nodded and remarked, "We have developed a mutual trust." Ronya blushed and also nodded in agreement. Harry glanced nervously at the shoes and socks of the two, sighed in relief, and said, "Even without resorting to dark magical rituals, mutual trust can still be achieved. Right, Hermione?" Harry turned to Hermione, only to find her rolling her eyes and gazing skyward, utterly disregarding him. "However, the dark magic ritual is the swiftest," Harry, Dina Can replied slowly. "As the days pass, we remain ensnared in mutual suspicion." "You are absolutely right," Harry exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "The throngs of masked Death Eaters, the Dark Mark, and the students whose powers are surging. These all signify that a significant event is on the horizon. Ronnie, increasingly anxious as she listened, finally inquired, "What significant event?" "Regardless of the nature of this event, we must prepare in advance," Harry declared, raising his fist into the air. As Dinacon just mentioned, the days continue to pass. Yet wizards remain mired in suspicion, making it impossible to unite against adversity. The rain intensified, its sound nearly drowning out the clattering of the train tracks. The little pig, well-fed, dozed within its cage, occasionally flapping its wings. Hermione, in a languid tone, remarked, "Malfoy, you might as well finish what you were saying earlier. I am certain that what Harry intends to express differs from your own thoughts." Dinacon hesitated momentarily before speaking again. "As time progresses, we have surpassed the legal age for wizards to marry. Although a witch's youth may be extensive, a moment's carelessness could lead to prolonged solitude." Observing Ronnie nodding along to Dinacon's words, Harry found himself at a loss for words, his mouth agape. After a long pause, he finally managed to articulate, "The significant event I refer to involves intimidation, destruction, murder, and similar malevolence. Moreover, it encompasses war, slaughter, and poverty." Dinacon nodded, smiling at Harry as he said, "If we allow fear and anxiety to compel us to forsake the lives we desire, then our adversaries have indeed achieved their aim." Ronnie also nodded vigorously in agreement. "Exactly." Harry drew in a sharp breath, sensing that he had been ensnared in some intricate web, and he felt as though he had forgotten an important question. Yet, the precise nature of that forgotten matter eluded him. Harry turned to Hermione for assistance, but Hermione shot back at him, saying, "Don't look at me. According to Muggle law, one must be at least 16 years of age to marry. As a wizard from a Muggle family, I must adhere to Muggle regulations." Chapter 11. Part 3. Boarding the Hogwarts Express. Part 2. "You are a witch, Hermione," Deacon stated coldly. "Even if you are not of pure blood, your children would still be considered pure-blooded. You ought to set an example by following wizarding law rather than Muggle law." "What if I were to marry a Muggle?" Hermione instantly retorted. "Then, if that brings you joy, so be it." Deacon smirked disdainfully. "In that regard, you are quite suited for Slytherin. There are witches in our house who compete over how many Muggles they have been involved with. I mean a real marriage, a genuine love." Hermione argued back. Her cheeks flushed. "I believe Muggles understand love better than wizards do. According to Muggle law, at your current age, you should be too young to comprehend the concept of love." Deacon laughed lightly. "So, are you a witch or a Muggle?" Hermione huffed before declaring, "I intend to enter the Wisengamot and advocate for the legal marriage age for witches to be set at 16. Such a proposal would only invite ridicule from the older wizards. There are countless means to alter the age characteristics of a wizard over 13. For instance, regarding the Triwizard Tournament, upon hearing Deacon mention this term, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat up attentively. Noticing their reaction, Deacon paused before continuing. "The age limit for the Triwizard Tournament has been established at 17, but my father has always insisted that this restriction will not truly be enforced." "What is the Triwizard Tournament?" Hermione inquired. "What is the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry echoed, equally curious. "Isn't that a competition from centuries ago?" Ron asked nervously. "The Ministry of Magic intends to revive the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. This year, this semester," Deacon responded to Ron. "The Ministry has been preparing for a long time. But following the events of last term and the Quidditch World Cup, it remains uncertain whether it will be cancelled." "But what is the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry pressed urgently. "It is difficult to explain, Harry," Deacon said, tilting her head and squinting at him. "This matter does not concern you, nor does it relate to the issues you are worried about. The Triwizard Tournament is a brutal competition held centuries ago between Hogwarts and 2 other magical schools." Ron trembled as he spoke to Harry. They would send forth their finest students, attempting to eliminate the best students from the other schools. "Indeed," Deacon sneered, "the Dark Lord will not come to disrupt such a vintage and bloody contest. It is more likely that an anonymous donor will provide a trophy or something of the sort." "Are you suggesting that the Ministry plans to host a competition allowing Hogwarts students to legally kill students from the other 2 schools?" Hermione slowly summarized, her expression one of disbelief. "This is the tradition of the wizarding world, Miss Granger," Deacon replied coldly. "If the Triwizard Tournament can be successfully reinstated, the Ministry of Magic could enhance its reputation among the elder wizards." Hermione's eyes widened as she took a deep breath, incredulity etched across her face. Harry furrowed his brow and asked, "Why is there a restriction that one must be 17? Is this aimed at me?" "Who knows?" Deacon shrugged slightly. "I'm not sure who proposed this age limitation, but you certainly cannot participate, Harry." Even without the age restriction, your circumstances render you ineligible. Suddenly, Hermione sat up straight. Have the other two schools also agreed to allow their students to partake in such a competition? I cannot believe it. This time, Deaconess offered no rebuttal, merely casting a cold glance at Hermione. At that moment, Ginny suddenly pushed open the compartment door. What competition? She asked, leading in Navy, who was a year older yet still shorter than her, with a cheerful smile. I just heard you talking about some competition. The Quidditch match. Ronya quickly interjected, rising to rummage through her trunk while addressing Navy. Hi, Navy. The Quidditch World Cup souvenir I promised you is right here. Just a moment. Ronya pulled out a small statue of Victor Crumb and placed it into Navy's little hand. The statue lifted its head to gaze at Navy's face and took a couple of steps forward. Wow, that's amazing. Navy exclaimed joyfully. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Ginny urged as she nudged Ronya towards Deaconess and took a seat beside her. Observing this, Harry also edged a bit closer to Hermione, leaving a small gap on his right side just enough for Navy's petite frame to fit. I heard you gave Goyle and Crabbe a good thrashing? Ginny asked Harry with a smile. I've long been annoyed by them. They often say one thing to my face and do another behind my back. I broke Goyle's hand a few times, but each time she healed in less than a second. I suspect she has some dark magic. Much like what Peter had last semester, Harry remarked. Navy visibly trembled beside him. Noticing the tearful expression on her face, Harry wisely fell silent. Infinite recovery? Ginny squinted, inquiring. Is that the type of spell that allows one to instantly heal after an injury? Could it be to such an extent that even the teachers wouldn't notice? Ronya gasped. Ginny, what are you thinking? Ginny pouted. Nothing, turning away from Ronya. Let us discuss something lighter, Deaconess suggested from the corner. Navy, may I work on assignments with you next semester? Navy shivered slightly, retreating into her corner, and bravely shook her head. It's all right. We merely lack understanding and trust. Deaconess stated coolly. As long as we communicate more, things will improve. The train continued its journey northward as the rain fell heavier and more fiercely. The discourse among Dana, Ronya, and Ginny traversed a vast array of topics, from the magical potions that nourish the skin to the uncomplicated spells for laundering bed linens. Most of their conversation was deemed unsuitable for Harry's participation, while Hermione listened intently, her expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity at their use of magic in such a setting. The sky was a deep shade of black, and the windows were fogged with moisture. The clattering sound of a lunch cart echoed down the aisle, and Harry purchased a sizable assortment of cakes in various shapes for everyone to share. Throughout the journey, Navy, seated beside Harry, exhibited a fluctuating demeanor, oscillating between trepidation and intrigue. As the train approached Hogwarts, Ginny finally urged the silently contemplative Navy to leave Harry's compartment, as they needed to return to their own compartment to don their school robes. The Hogwarts Express gradually slowed, coming to a halt at the darkened Hogsmeade station. When the doors opened, the air was filled with the rumble of thunder. Hermione wrapped her cloak around Crookshanks, while Ronya clutched the cage of her small pig tightly against her chest. They disembarked into the torrential rain, heads bowed and eyes squinted against the downpour, which cascaded upon them as if buckets of icy water were being poured over their heads. Hello, Hagrid, Harry called out, spotting a massive figure at the end of the platform. Hello, Harry, Hagrid boomed in response, waving his hand. See you at the feast. They shuffled along with the throng, navigating the darkened platform, where outside, 100 horse-drawn carriages awaited them. Harry, Ronya, Hermione, and Dana quickly climbed into one, finally feeling a sense of relief. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and moments later, with a jolt, the long line of carriages set off along the winding path to Hogwarts, splashing through puddles along the way. Inside the carriage, silence enveloped them. Dana reached for the clasp on her collar, but Hermione immediately grasped her hand. Miss Granger, surely you wouldn't evict Harry at this moment? Dana remarked coolly. Hermione maintained her grip on Dana's hand, remaining silent. Very well, very well. I can provide a blindfold to ensure Harry sees nothing, Dana said, producing a lengthy black silk scarf from an unknown source. Once Hermione had wrapped the scarf around Harry's eyes several times and secured it tightly at the back of his head. Harry too felt a sense of relief wash over him. The carriage rocked and swayed, accompanied by the rustling of clothing. Harry leaned back against the corner of the carriage, closing his eyes to rest. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly heard Hermione exclaim, Malfoy, what do you intend to do with that scarf? Harry nervously lifted his head. The voice of Dumbledore gradually resonated. Calm down, Granger. Harry, Hermione is merely overreacting, Do not overthink it. Harry leaned back into the corner once more, but this time slumber eluded him entirely. Chapter 12. The Triwizard Tournament, Part 1. As the carriage passed through the grand gates adorned with winged-boar sculptures, Hermione gently removed the scarf from Harry's head. The driveway within Hogwarts was more spacious and even than that outside, yet the howling winds caused the carriage to sway violently. Harry rested against the window, observing Hogwarts drawing nearer, its myriad illuminated windows twinkling faintly behind the thick curtain of rain. Their carriage halted before the steps of the great oak doors. Just as a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, the occupants of the carriage ahead hastily ascended the steps and dashed into the castle. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Dean leapt from the carriage, hurrying up the stone steps until they finally raised their heads upon entering the cavernous entrance hall. Torches flickered in the hall, and the marble staircase exuded grandeur. A large red balloon filled with water descended from the ceiling, pausing just before it would have landed atop Ron's head. With a flick of his wand, Harry sent the water balloon rolling gently into the corner. A second water bomb plummeted down, this time aimed at Hermione, but Harry intercepted it, tossing it aside. Peeves, Harry shouted upwards, did you know that ghosts can be petrified? You can ask nearly headless Nick if you don't believe me. I haven't done anything. Peeves replied, his head adorned with a bell-topped hat peering down. You're already soaked, aren't you? Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, emerged from the great hall. I warn you, Peeves, she called out sharply. Peeves tossed the last few water bombs into the air and then darted up the marble staircase, cackling madly. With a wave of her wand, McGonagall sent the falling water balloons vanishing into thin air. All right, off you go, she urged the drenched students. Into the great hall, quickly. The great hall was as splendid as ever, adorned anew for the banquet of the new term. Hundreds of candles floated above the tables, casting a warm glow on the golden plates and goblets. The 4 longhouse tables were already filled with chattering students. At the hall's end was a 5th table, where the faculty members sat along one side, facing their students. This is much warmer, Dean remarked as he approached the table occupied by the Slytherin students. Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked past the students from the other 3 houses and took their seats at the Gryffindor table at the hall's far end. Beside them sat nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost. Good evening, he greeted them with a smile. Hello, Harry replied. I just encountered Peeves and scared him with the petrification thing. I hope you don't mind. Oh, the feeling of being petrified is quite dreadful, like dying all over again. Nick raised his eyebrows and chuckled. But it's quite effective against Peeves. Hermione and Ron sat on either side of Harry. As Ronia settled down, she promptly removed her waterlogged boots and kicked them aside. A familiar floral fragrance wafted through the air. Navi squeezed herself beside Ronia, expressing her discomfort as she tugged at the collar of her robe, tears welling in her eyes. Her robe seemed to have shrunk, clinging tightly to her form. However, it was evident that the issue lay not with the robe itself. During the journey, she had sat next to Harry, barely reaching his shoulder, yet now she towered above him considerably. In a hushed tone, Ronia inquired, What troubles you? Would you like me to fetch Professor McGonagall? Navi hesitated, murmuring, I need to adjust to this new attire. It feels as though it has been activated by the rain. Harry also lifted his head to assist in searching for Professor McGonagall. Several seats at the faculty table were unoccupied, and both Professor McGonagall and Hagrid were absent. Severus Snape was likewise missing, and in her usual place sat a man with short black hair and piercing eyes, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Severus Snape. Harry gently nudged Hermione and pointed to the new staff member he had just spotted. Is that our new defense against the dark arts teacher? Harry whispered to Hermione. But why does she resemble Professor Snape so much? Could she possibly be his sister? Hello, Harry. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from across the table. It was Colin Creevey, one of Harry's ardent admirers, now in his 3rd year. Hi, Colin, Harry said with a smile, extending his hand. Colin grasped Harry's hand tightly, shaking it enthusiastically as he exclaimed, You won't believe it. My brother is starting school too. My brother Dennis. He is beyond thrilled. After they finished shaking hands, Colin bounced away, and Harry noticed that Nia had shrunk a little, the fabric across her chest no longer taut. Just then, Seamus Finnegan greeted Harry, inquiring whether his sister Nia was nearby, while she quietly complained to Ronia. The doors of the great hall swung open, and an immediate hush fell over the gathering. Professor McGonagall led a long line of first-year students up to the front of the hall. They appeared as if they had not arrived by boat, but rather swum across the lake. They lined up in front of the staff table, halting in place, trembling in the presence of their peers. At that moment, McGonagall placed a three-legged stool on the ground before the new students and set an old, tattered, and patched wizard's hat upon it. The first years stared at it in bewilderment, as did everyone else. The hall was enveloped in silence for a brief moment, until a crack in the brim of the hat opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. More than 1,000 years ago, I was just woven into form. Suddenly, Hermione seized Harry's sleeve, pulling his ear close to her lips, and whispered tremulously, "That's not Snape's sister. That is Snape. Severus Snape. The man himself." Chapter 12. To the Triwizard Tournament, Part 2. As the sorting had concluded its song, the hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Professor McGonagall unfurled a large scroll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool," she instructed the first years. "Once the hat announces your house, you will join the corresponding table." The first student was sorted into Ravenclaw, the second into Slytherin. Cheers erupted from the table across the hall, welcoming their new classmates, while the new Snape at the staff table subtly nodded in acknowledgement. "This is hard to accept," Hermione remarked, her face slightly contorted with distaste. "I feel the same way," Ronya agreed, frowning. "I can't believe the first time I witnessed such a thing." "It's happening to Snape." "What?" Hermione reacted, leaning over Harry to ask Ronya. "Do you know what has happened to her?" "I've heard that some wizards experience a surge in magical power that can change their gender," Ronya said, casting a disapproving glance at Snape, reluctant to believe that he had become more powerful. "Perhaps it is not a matter of becoming stronger, but rather the consequence of some curse," Harry murmured, furrowing his brow. "That would be splendid," Ronya chuckled, adding, "I must extend my gratitude to the one who cursed her. And now, this appearance suits her rather well, does it not?" With the last student assigned to Hufflepuff, the sorting ceremony came to a close. Professor McGonagall gathered the sorting hat and the small stools, preparing to remove them. Professor Dumbledore rose to his feet, his face beaming as he gazed upon all the students, arms outstretched in a welcoming gesture. "I have but 2 words for you." His resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. "Dig in." Suddenly, the empty plates on the tables were miraculously filled with an abundance of food: mashed potatoes, steak, pumpkin juice. And as soon as a plate was emptied, it was instantly replenished. Outside, the rain continued to batter the windows of the hall. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated the golden plates against the somber ceiling. After several main courses vanished, desserts began to appear on the plates: syrupy fruit pies, raisin pudding, chocolate cake. Ultimately, the desserts too were devoured, and the plates gradually disappeared from the tables without a trace. Albus Dumbledore stood once more, and the hum of conversation in the hall ceased abruptly, leaving only the howling wind and the relentless rain. "Now then," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the gathered students. "Having feasted and quenched our thirst, I must once again request your attention, as I have a few announcements to make. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wishes for me to inform you that the list of prohibited items within the castle has grown, now including the screaming yo-yo, the wolf-tooth frisbee, and the multi-throw boomerang. As before, I must remind you that the Forbidden Forest is off-limits to students, and that students below 3rd year are not allowed to visit Hogsmeade Village. It is with great regret that I must also announce that there will be no Quidditch Cup this year." A chorus of dismayed groans erupted from the students. Harry, Hermione, and Ronya exchanged glances, clearly recalling what Dean had mentioned about the Triwizard Tournament on the train. Dumbledore continued, "A significant event will commence in October and will occupy much of the teachers' time and energy throughout the entire academic year. This year at Hogwarts, just then, the doors of the hall were flung open with a resounding bang. A man stood at the entrance, leaning on a long staff, cloaked in a black traveling mantle. All eyes in the hall turned towards him, and suddenly, a forked lightning bolt illuminated the stranger as it arced across the ceiling. He removed his hood, revealing a cascade of long, silvery hair, and began to make his way toward the staff table. With a pronounced limp, he approached the head table, each step echoing hollowly through the hall. A stranger turned to the right, approached Professor Dumbledore, exchanged a handshake with him, and then took a seat beside him. "Allow me to introduce our new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, Professor Moody," Dumbledore announced cheerfully, breaking the silence. Sparse applause erupted among the students. Moody, showing little emotion, pulled out a small knife, pierced a sausage on his plate, and began to eat. Dumbledore continued, "This year at Hogwarts, we are privileged to host an event at the request of the Ministry of Magic, the Triwizard Tournament." A flurry of chatter immediately ensued among the students, growing louder like a snowball until it erupted into a cacophony within the hall. Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling for silence, and spoke again. "Indeed, the Triwizard Tournament. This is a ceremony established over 7 centuries ago, serving as a unique competition among the 3 largest magical schools in Europe. These schools are Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects a champion, and then the 3 champions compete in 3 magical tasks. It is held every 5 years, with the 3 schools taking turns as hosts. Over the centuries, the tournament's content and rules have changed numerous times, and ultimately, it was suspended due to the alarming number of fatalities. The students, who had previously quieted down, erupted once more at the mention of casualties. Dumbledore raised his hand again, requesting silence, and continued, over the centuries. There have been several attempts to revive the tournament for various reasons, but none have succeeded. However, our Ministry of Magic believes that the time is ripe for another attempt. This summer, the International Magical Cooperation Department and the Department of Magical Sports have worked diligently to ensure that each champion will not face life-threatening dangers. In October, the headmasters of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will lead their carefully selected competitors here, and the selection ceremony for champions will take place on Halloween Eve. Dumbledore paused deliberately, allowing the hall to quiet once more. There is but one requirement to enter the selection, he continued. You must be 17 years of age or older. A wave of celebration and cheers erupted from some, while others voiced their angry protests. Now, it is getting late, and it is crucial for you to enter your classrooms tomorrow morning refreshed and clear-headed. Off to bed, quickly. The hall erupted into a cacophony as students stood and surged towards the double doors leading to the entrance hall. They can't do this, George Weasley exclaimed angrily, glaring at Dumbledore. We will be 17 next April. Why shouldn't we be allowed to try? They can't prevent me from participating, Fred added, equally incensed as he glared at the head table. Wait, is Professor Dumbledore looking at me? He gazed at me. And after Harry paused to exchange a confirming glance with Dumbledore, he turned to Ron, Hermione, and Navi, saying, You need not wait for me. Professor Dumbledore requires my presence. Chapter 12, Part 3, The Triwizard Tournament, Part 2. I believe a drop or 2 of the aging potion would suffice, Fred remarked nonchalantly. So many have perished. Hermione fretted anxiously. My grandmother will certainly insist that I participate. Navi's voice trembled. Harry's acquaintances gradually drifted away with the crowd as the Slytherin group passed by him. He caught sight of Ginny and Dean walking together. Dean also noticed him and, following Harry's gaze, saw Dumbledore observing them from a distance. As the crowd dispersed and the teachers began to leave, Dumbledore turned to speak a few words with Moody before rising and making his way towards Harry. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore did not lead him to his office, nor to McGonagall's. They ascended the staircase, turned a corner, climbed another flight, and turned yet again. Harry found himself gradually losing his sense of direction and distance. The corridor ahead seemed interminable, and the staircase behind him vanished into darkness. Harry Potter, after these years of, shall we say, collaboration, I trust you have come to realize. Dumbledore's deep yet clear voice resonated in the torchlit corridor devoid of doors or windows. That in the wizarding world, the superficial appearances and their true essence are often worlds apart. Take Hogwarts, for instance. The safest and least likely place for secrets to be divulged is not any office, but rather such a corridor as this. Astonishing, Harry calmly agreed. Harry Potter. The request I am about to make will contravene your principles of conduct. I will ask you to deceive others, to harm them, to take advantage of situations, to be utterly merciless. Can you acquiesce to my request? Dumbledore inquired. Only if you first disclose what you intend to do can I respond, Harry replied. Dumbledore nodded, slowly articulating his thoughts in the vast, empty corridor. The Triwizard Tournament may have been conceived with noble intentions, yet it swiftly degenerates into something sinister. It has transformed into a sacrificial rite, strengthening the victor through the demise of their adversaries. The winner takes all. A chill coursed up Harry's spine. So, of course, there will be fatalities. There is nothing unexpected about that. It is merely that everyone conceals it well. Death is the objective. Without it, from whence would the spoils arise? Correct? Dumbledore continued, his tone unwavering. He paused, not due to the number of fatalities, but because participants had gradually adapted to this mechanism of competition, learning to curse one another before their own demise, ensuring that their adversaries could not grow stronger by their deaths. Indeed, technological advancements have been the core reason for the gradual erosion of the Triwizard Tournament's immense value. Harry swallowed hard and inquired, Will there be fatalities in this Triwizard Tournament as well? Fudge replied in the negative. Dumbledore, with a calm demeanor tinged with a hint of regret, remarked that he was not only concerned about me, but also about you. Ultimately, however, his worries centered on me. He required a means to reliably vanquish Voldemort, one that did not depend upon you or me. Many others shared similar thoughts, particularly numerous foreign counterparts. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. After all, they are quite distant from both you and me. It is perhaps more prudent for them to rely on their own resources than on us. Thus, he persuaded the headmasters of the other two schools, intending for Harry to discover that his voice trembled uncontrollably, sacrificing 2 young wizards to create a super wizard. No, Fudge would never admit to such intentions. He merely arranged agreements with not only the headmasters of those 2 schools, but also with several ministers of magic from various nations, regardless of who emerges victorious. That individual would receive the unwavering support of all participants to enhance their strength and preparation for the forthcoming, shall we say, tempest. The footsteps of Harry and Dumbledore echoed softly in the tranquil corridor, gradually slowing to a halt. "Harry, do not falter. Continue onward," Dumbledore suddenly urged. Harry moved forward with a stiff gait, catching up to Dumbledore, and then asked, "Why did you agree to him? You are the headmaster of Hogwarts." If you had refused him, he could not have forcibly initiated the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders. "I am indeed the headmaster of Hogwarts. Yet he is the Minister of Magic. Should I refuse him, he would seek another means to achieve his aims. At least, with the Triwizard Tournament occurring under my watchful eye, I can monitor the situation. Moreover, it presents an opportunity to settle my debts." "Debts?" Harry inquired anxiously. "Are you referring to Peter Pettigrew?" "That is one of them." Dumbledore nodded, then shook his head. "I owe him quite a bit. However, after this Triwizard Tournament, I shall owe him nothing more." Harry fell silent for a moment before asking, "What of Black?" "The Ministry of Magic is exceedingly strained, with little inclination to pursue an old mad dog." Dumbledore promptly replied, as if they had long since forgotten that an owl remained on the wanted list. Harry let out a sigh of both relief and resignation, then inquired, "What do you require of me?" "The age restriction of 17 was my own stipulation." Dumbledore replied calmly as he continued walking. "However, I shall ensure that you are entered into the competition." Harry was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly caught up and remarked, "I thought this rule was intended to keep me out." "In a sense, yes and no," Dumbledore elucidated. "I do not wish for them to devise strategies based on your potential participation, for that would be overly targeted towards you. However, in truth, I cannot permit participation to those." Dumbledore turned to glance at Harry before reciting a list of names, all the children of the Weasley family, including George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Ron Weasley, and Ginny Weasley. The unforeseen misfortune befalling any one of them would spell disaster not only for Britain, but potentially for all of Europe. "Nymphadora Tonks," he added. "Her family lineage now consists solely of her. And then there is Cho Chang. Did I inadvertently reveal her true name? You are acquainted with her. There are several others you do not know. They absolutely cannot partake in such a contest. The age restriction is designed to safeguard them." As Harry listened, his brow furrowed in confusion, and by the end, he remained utterly perplexed. "You intend to enlist me in the Triwizard Tournament, but what then? What am I required to do? I need you to promise me, assure me," he insisted, his voice growing increasingly desperate. Dumbledore's tone shifted to a hushed whisper, almost as if he were speaking to himself. "No one shall perish during the tournament." Dumbledore paused, and Harry realized they stood at the corridor's end, where a turn awaited them, accompanied by the distant sounds of students' laughter and chatter. "I demand you ensure that not a single soul meets their demise in this competition." Dumbledore gazed intently at Harry, reiterating his solemn vow in a low tone. Upon receiving a nod from Harry, Dumbledore's voice returned to its usual cheerful cadence. "Very well. That is settled. By the way, Harry, have you ever encountered a situation where you arranged to meet someone, only to find that both of you took different paths, resulting in neither party crossing paths at the journey's end? This corridor is aptly named the Mist Encounter. It operates on that very principle. Once you step inside, you are certain not to meet anyone you wish to see. Naturally, no one can hear your musings within this corridor." As he walked briskly around the corner with Harry, he continued, "However, should the other party possess sufficient patience, even the most missed encounters can culminate in a reunion." "Ah, Professor Snape, were you awaiting me?" Dumbledore greeted Severus Snape, who stood at the corridor's exit. The short-haired Severus turned, casting a cold, disdainful glare at Dumbledore before his gaze fell upon Harry. "Harry," she exclaimed joyfully as she hurried toward him, "I've been searching for you for ages." Harry stared wide-eyed at Severus Snape, suddenly realizing that as soon as she smiled, it was effortlessly evident that she was indeed herself. Severus Snape approached Harry with a smile, but upon seeing Harry's expression, she retreated a couple of steps. Her eyes filled with concern. You don't like short hair, do you? Wait, short hair? Harry stammered, turning his head only to find that Dumbledore had already vanished from sight. He had to take a deep breath, steady himself, and replied, It's not that I dislike it. It's just that your appearance differs so greatly from last semester that I need a moment to adjust. Harry scanned Severus from head to toe, noticing that she had even changed into sneakers. Was there a significant difference? After listening to Harry's explanation, a broad smile returned to Severus's face. I used to enjoy this when I was still in school. It's convenient for movement. Oh, well, is there something you need from me? Nothing much. Severus chuckled lightly. Do you still not know the password to Gryffindor Tower? Yes, Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Severus leaned slightly closer to Harry's ear, gently exhaling a fragrant breath. Nonsense. Harry observed that Severus, without the towering heels, appeared only slightly taller than himself. Very well, thank you, Professor Snape. You may call me Severus when there are no other students around. Severus chuckled softly. How does one return to Gryffindor Tower from here? I seem to be a bit lost. Simply walk against the flow of the Slytherin students, and you shall find your way back to the Great Hall, Severus advised, gesturing towards the opposite direction of the crowd. Goodbye, Harry. Take care, and do run slowly. Harry rushed back to the Gryffindor Tower, uttering the password to unlock the entrance concealed behind the enormous portrait. He ascended the spiral staircase and burst into the dormitory at the tower's summit, quickly changing into his pajamas before climbing into bed. A tempest raged outside, while Seamus Finnegan mumbled indistinctly in his sleep. Harry tightly shut his eyes, burying his face in the pillow, uncertain of when slumber would finally embrace him. Chapter 13, Mad-Eye Moody, Part 1. The following morning, the storm had subsided, yet the Great Hall's ceiling remained shrouded in dark clouds. As Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville partook of breakfast, they scrutinized their course schedule for the term. Nearby, Fred and George engaged in a fervent discussion with their classmates about how to circumvent the age restriction, blissfully unaware that this regulation was specifically aimed at them. Herbology and care of magical creatures. Ron's finger traced the column for Monday on the schedule. 2 divination classes awaited in the afternoon. Harry sighed. I reckon you, like me, lack any prophetic talent, Harry, Hermione chirped, spreading butter on her toast. You should follow my lead and switch to arithmancy. Ron quickly interrupted Hermione's suggestion, but in divination, you can learn how to interpret the prophecies of others. The more you interpret, the deeper you descend into self-fulfilling prophecies. The best way to avoid self-fulfillment is to not believe in divination at all, Hermione proclaimed with an air of superiority. Skill is the finest tool for interpreting prophecies. Like that little hourglass? Is that your idea of skill? Ron retorted playfully. The students traversed the damp grass to Greenhouse 3 for their first class of the new term, Herbology. Professor Sprout presented a collection of creatures that, for a fleeting moment, led Harry to believe he was in a lesson on Shrieking Shack. They were large, dark, slimy slugs, writhing slightly, adorned with glimmering blisters that appeared filled with liquid. These are bubotubers, Professor Sprout cheerfully announced. Put on your dragon hide gloves and extract their juice. If you prefer, you may colloquially refer to it as pus. But you won't earn points for that during exams. Following Professor Sprout's instructions, they began collecting the liquid in bottles. The students gingerly punctured the blisters, directing the viscous substance into their containers. The pungent scent of gasoline assaulted their senses, yet Neville, in a daze, swiftly punctured the base of each blister with his thumb, squeezing the pus and the thin outer skin into the glass bottle, although much of it ended up on the ground beside him. As the pus met the soil, it emitted wisps of white smoke, accompanied by the acrid stench of something burning. Professor Sprout immediately noticed the anomaly and rushed over. Neville, the juice must be stored in the bottles. Just the juice. Navi paused, glancing at the mixture of tuber skins in her bottle, and remarked, Grandmother said the tuber skins can be removed during the cleaning process. Professor Sprout, undeterred by the acrid scent permeating the air, inhaled deeply and replied, Navi Longbottom. The cleaning process occurs only during large-scale processing. After we complete our collection, we will directly hand it over to Madame Pomfrey. Navi released her grip on the tubers, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked up at Professor Sprout, feeling lost. Furthermore, Professor Sprout sighed and continued, if you collect in this manner, you must use a large lead container, not a glass bottle. There are some over there. She gestured towards the corner. Fetch one of the clean lead buckets. By the end of the class, each student had collected about half a bottle of liquid. Navi's yield was more than half a bucket, seemingly surpassing the total of her classmates combined. Let Madame Pomfrey worry about that, Professor Sprout said while consolidating everyone's juices into a large container. Once these few bottles are depleted, she will certainly find a way to utilize that large bucket. What does Madame Pomfrey need this for? A Hufflepuff student inquired. This is your assignment. Discuss the relationship between the corrosiveness of the bubotuber juice and its efficacy in treating stubborn acne. In 200 words, due next week. A faint chorus of lament arose among the students. After class, the Gryffindor students descended the gentle slope of the lawn, merging with the Slytherin students as they approached Hagrid's hut, situated at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid stood outside the hut, one hand grasping the collar of his enormous hound, Fong. At his feet lay several open wooden crates, from which faint explosions could be heard even before Harry approached. Good morning. Hagrid beamed at Harry but turned serious as he addressed the Slytherin students. Quiet, everyone, please. Once all were standing still and silently gazing at Hagrid, he pointed to the crates at his feet and informed the students. I learned from last semester that you are not particularly suited to interact with the inherently friendly magical creatures of nature, so I managed to acquire this blast-ended scrut. What is that? Ron asked in a hushed tone, but Hermione shook her head. It is a hybrid of a manticore and a fire crab, possessing a vile temperament and uncertain utility. The benefit is, should you fail to care for it, you won't be held responsible. Laughter and scattered cheers erupted among the Slytherin students. Hagrid frowned, waiting for the Slytherins to quiet down before stating, I hope that through the experience of raising a blast-ended scrut, you will learn the perils of misusing flesh and blood magic, and, by comparison, come to understand that those naturally magical creatures are indeed much safer and friendlier. Lavender Brown from Gryffindor leaned closer to the crate to take a peek inside, only to scream and retreat back into the crowd. Someone from Slytherin asked, can we intentionally kill these blast-ended scruts? Or perhaps accidentally? The exceptionally tall crab and Goyle chuckled amidst the Slytherin crowd. No, Hagrid bellowed in his gruff voice. You may attempt to feed them anything, but you must not harm them yourselves. I have prepared in eggs, frog livers, and green snakes. You may each take a little of each and see if they will eat. Hagrid positioned the boxes in various spots around the small courtyard, and the students gathered in small clusters around each box. At that moment, Harry had the opportunity to observe the blast-ended scruts up close. They resembled deformed, shell-less lobsters. Grayish and slimy, with a rather frightful appearance, their numerous legs sprawled chaotically, obscuring any view of their heads. Each box contained approximately 100 of them, each about 15 centimeters long, writhing atop one another and occasionally emitting sparks from their rear ends. Is this thing legal? Hermione muttered. I suppose it's legal at Hogwarts. Harry whispered in response. Dina Khan approached Harry from the Slytherin group. Hermione and Ronya frowned, while Nevia noticeably shrank back behind Harry. Is something the matter, Dina Khan? Harry inquired. Nothing, it's just that no one in Slytherin is speaking to me, Dina Khan replied coldly. Nevia peered out in surprise from behind Harry to look at Dina Khan. It's not entirely true. Ginny is supposed to have dinner with me and help with my homework. But she is not in my class, Dina Khan added with a tone of icy sarcasm. I am seriously considering applying for a repeat year. We can't help you, Malfoy. Hermione said, frowning. If you're being bullied, you should report it to Professor Snape. Bullying? No. Dina Khan turned slightly, casting a cold glance at Hermione. They simply cannot figure out which side I am on. Forming small cliques and ostracizing those outside the group, that is bullying, Hermione retorted disdainfully. Malfoy. It is common for those who perpetrate bullying to struggle psychologically when they find themselves in a position of being bullied. Moreover, what have you done to make Slytherin turn against you? I visited the Weasley home, Dina Khan replied, glancing at the box of blast-ended scruts. Why? Ronya exclaimed. Visiting my home is not something to be ashamed of. Many would wish to come but are not allowed in. Hermione turned to Harry and said, You see. I told you so. The way you treated Malfoy, her reputation. Hermione's voice trailed off, growing softer until she blushed and could not continue. Dina Khan sighed, saying, Now all of Slytherin thinks I am a traitor. Some believe I have betrayed my father, others think I have betrayed Slytherin, and some believe I have betrayed. Dina Khan's voice faltered. Hermione sensed something amiss. Betraying Slytherin? Isn't Slytherin quite open about such matters? Dina Khan furrowed her brow as she gazed at Hermione, coldly stating, Your Muggle prejudices render you blind to the esteemed traditions of wizards, Miss Granger. Slytherin may not prioritize the collaborators in the pursuit of ambition. Yet we generally value equitable cooperation, rather than being associated with the Weasley family. Is that truly the tale being told? Hermione's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Indeed. Associated with the Weasley family?" Dinacon scoffed. Many claim to have witnessed it firsthand, with Harry, Arthur Weasley, and his two eldest sons, Bill and Charlie, present. They mocked my apparent inability to resist. Hermione felt her legs weaken and staggered backward, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared at Harry. "Look at the trouble you have caused." She then circumvented the box, embracing Dinacon before Malfoy could retreat, weeping. "We all know that is not true. We shall clear your name." Dinacon's previously pale face flushed slightly as she surveyed the surroundings, noting Ronya's bewildered expression, while Navi appeared to gaze at her with tears glistening in her eyes, and Harry was deep in thought, his brow furrowed. "Miss Granger," Dinacon murmured, glancing over Hermione's shoulder and looking skyward. "There is no need to clear one's name. There are countless individuals living in ambiguity in this world. This is the situation Harry wishes to witness. Let him make the most of it." But, Hermione sobbed against Dinacon's shoulder. "They must have said terrible things about you." "Many people say you are quite strong, Dinacon." Dinacon retorted with a scoff. "What is so terrible about that? After 500 rounds of the Battle of Hogwarts, I remain the protagonist. Bring it on. I relish it." Hermione shivered slightly, clinging tightly to Dinacon, and burst into loud tears, exclaiming, "Stop being so brave, Dinacon. No girl wishes to be this kind of protagonist." Chapter 13. 2. Mad-Eye Moody, Part 2. Ronya quietly inquired of Harry, "Is it such a grave issue to come visit my home?" Harry replied in a hushed tone, "This matter is not as you perceive it, nor is it as Hermione envisions. There is much I cannot elucidate at this moment." Ronya breathed a sigh of relief, yet, observing Hermione's fervent demeanor, she could not resist inquiring further. "So, when will you be able to explain?" Harry shook his head, acknowledging that this was one of those instances that defied immediate explanation. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and Hagrid dashed in front of Hermione and Dean, roaring with fervor, "Malfoy, you made Hermione cry, and I will inform Professor McGonagall." Dean raised an eyebrow, but refrained from voicing a retort. Hermione released her grip on Dean, wiped away her tears, and stammered, "It's not Dean's fault. She did nothing wrong." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Hagrid immediately deflated, muttering, Well, sorry, Malfoy." For the following hour, Hagrid sat at the entrance of his hut, brooding. During the break, he noticed Harry lingering at the back and called him aside, hesitantly inquiring, "Should I not have yelled at Malfoy like that?" I pondered over it all summer, thinking that as a teacher, I ought to be more assertive, but it seems that doesn't quite suit me. Should I apologize to Malfoy instead? "You're only in your first year of teaching. There's no rush," Harry reassured Hagrid. "I will convey your apologies to her. Additionally, your idea of breeding blast-ended Skrewts is genuinely intriguing. I hope I'm not asking an unnecessary question. Are these hybrid creatures legal?" Hagrid glanced sideways, scratched his head, then looked in the opposite direction before gazing up at the sky, ultimately responding, "I doubt anyone would report such matters to the Ministry of Magic, right?" Harry sighed and remarked that as long as no one was injured, it was likely that no one would concern themselves with the matter. He suggested that perhaps it would be prudent for her to first seek out Madame Pomfrey for some burn treatment potions as a precaution. Hagrid immediately nodded in agreement. During lunch, Hermione gazed anxiously towards the Slytherin table from a distance. Draco Malfoy and Ginny were seated together, engaged in cheerful conversation. Hermione reflected on Draco's resilience. After expressing her thoughts, she turned to glare at Harry, taking a hearty bite of lamb chop and fiercely stating her hope that he had not forgotten his promise. Harry blinked, swallowing the potato in his mouth, and said, "Can we ensure that this matter does not tarnish Dinacon's reputation once everything is over?" Hermione nodded, "Of course. But not at this moment." Harry also nodded in response. Hermione devoured her meal with great haste, then leaped up, announcing, "I'm off to the library. See you at dinner," and dashed away. "What?" Ronya exclaimed in disbelief. "Do we really need to go to the library so early for just a 200-word assignment?" During the afternoon divination class, Professor Trelawney declared, "My dear, it is time we delve into the stars." The girls in the classroom collectively emitted shy giggles. "Why are they laughing?" Harry inquired. "Ronya, why are you laughing too?" "Oh, it's quite simple, really. Astrology is remarkably accurate when it comes to matters of love." "Is that so?" Harry mused, poring over the textbook by the flickering light of the fire and oil lamp, discovering that the chapters on emotions indeed constituted half of the content. The movements of the planets and the mysterious signs they reveal, and how they relate to human behavior, are lessons that pure astronomy cannot impart, Professor Trelawney elaborated, particularly emphasizing the lunar cycles. Why is it that whenever the moon completes its cyclical phases, the emotional states of witches fluctuate correspondingly? At your age, young witches ought to learn how to properly navigate the tidal changes within them caused by the lunar cycles. And the young wizards in this classroom would do well to listen and learn for the sake of your futures. The aroma of the fire made Harry drowsy as Professor Trelawney continued to expound on the magical tides of witches, causing his thoughts to drift further away. He recalled the peculiar prophecy Professor Trelawney had made before him at the end of the last term. Since that moment, many things had changed. After a summer break, the transformations had become even more pronounced. Hagrid's wisdom and bravery had grown. Dumbledore had become more straightforward, no longer shrouded in riddles. Severus Snape had grown more cheerful. Everything was in flux, evolving, while he felt as though he remained unchanged. "Harry?" Ronya whispered. Harry glanced around and noticed that many classmates were staring at him. "I apologize," he said, tugging at his collar to reveal his neck. "Perhaps it's the heat. I nearly dozed off." "Dear Harry, do refrain from such actions. For you are distracting my female students," Professor Trelawney remarked, a hint of discontent in her tone, particularly regarding Ronya Weasley. Harry glanced at Ronya, noticing her fixated gaze on his neck. He tugged at his collar to conceal it, prompting Ronya to snap back to reality. "What did I do?" Ronya inquired. "No need to apologize, Ronya," Harry replied. Professor Trelawney appeared somewhat vexed. Yet she had just mentioned that young witches must learn to control themselves and mitigate the influence of their internal tides on their willpower. Half an hour later, Professor Trelawney distributed a complex circular chart to each witch, instructing them to record the fluctuations of their magical tides for the upcoming month. Complete the chart and analyze your emotional fluctuations in relation to your internal tides, she commanded sternly, her voice lacking its usual ethereal quality, resembling more that of Professor McGonagall. "You must submit this next month without any excuses. Why is there no assignment for wizards?" Ronya grumbled as they descended to the great hall for dinner. "And we have to record it daily. How bothersome." Upon reaching the entrance hall, they found it teeming with people queuing for their meals. Just as they took their place at the end of the line, a harsh, grating voice suddenly echoed behind them. "Weasley! Hey, Weasley! Harry, Ronya." And Nawi turned to see Crabbe and Goyle standing there, seemingly elated over some matter. "What is going on?" Ronya asked, annoyance evident in her tone. "Your father made the newspaper, Weasley," Goyle proclaimed, brandishing a copy of the Daily Prophet, his voice deliberately loud enough for everyone crowded in the hallway to hear. "Listen to this. The Ministry of Magic's new scandal. Thanks to the relentless efforts of our special correspondent Rita Skeeter. The name of the official responsible for apprehending suspects at the Quidditch World Cup, which everyone has been tight-lipped about, has finally been uncovered. It is none other than Arnold Weasley of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office." Ronya furrowed her brow and stated, "That's not my father's name." Goyle gleefully retorted, "What does it matter? We all know it's him." At that moment, the crowd in the hallway began to gather. Among them, Harry spotted Dana Kahn and Ginny. Goyle raised the newspaper high with his robust arms, theatrically reading aloud. After capturing the suspect, Arnold Weasley reportedly released them without interrogation from the ministry, yet the suspect's family claims that the individual has not returned home. While investigating the suspect's whereabouts and the background of official Arnold Weasley, Rita encountered unprecedented obstacles, but ultimately managed to obtain crucial information regarding Arnold Weasley's appearance. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable low-level official could receive protection from the ministry's deep-seated secrets? What else is the ministry hiding from everyone? Rita Skeeter will continue to provide you with updates. And there is a photo too, Weasley, Goyle exclaimed, flipping the newspaper over and raising it high, displaying a picture of Ronya's parents standing in front of a pyramid, presumably taken during their visit to a Muggle government colony. Ronya, trembling with anger, protested. "We were merely on holiday." Goyle ignored her, continuing to point at the photo and loudly remarking, "If your mother could lose a little weight, she wouldn't look half bad, would she?" Ronya gritted her teeth and reached for her wand, but Harry restrained her hand. "Oh right, Malfoy. You stayed with them over the summer, didn't you?" Goyle sneered, glancing at Dana Kahn. "So tell me, is her mother really that overweight, or is the photo just distorted?" Malfoy remained silent, whispering something to the seething Ginny, who had a small tuft of black hair on her forehead that quivered with her heavy breathing. "And what about your mother, Goyle?" Harry shouted, firmly holding Ronya's hand that gripped the wand. "I've never seen her. Is she too busy serving the Dark Lord?" The hall erupted into a cacophony of fearful screams and scattered laughter. Goyle paused for a moment, then laughed, turning to Dana Khan and exclaiming, "Looks like Harry has heard about your mother." As Harry turned to gaze at Dina Khan, her wand was already clenched in her hand, aimed at Gaul. A loud bang resonated from the direction of Dina Khan, yet it did not emanate from her wand. Several individuals gasped in shock. Dina Khan had vanished. A roar echoed through the hall. "You shall not do this, young lady." Harry abruptly turned around and beheld Professor Moody limping down the marble staircase. In his hand, he wielded a wand, pointing it at a trembling black weasel on the stone-paved floor, precisely where Delacour and Malfoy had stood moments earlier. This little girl. How dare you employ dark magic in my presence? Chapter 13, The Mad-Eyed Moody, Part 2. A chilling silence enveloped the hall. Aside from Moody, the only individual in motion was Harry. He approached the black weasel, bent down to lift it gently, and faced Professor Moody. The instantaneous transfiguration spell was quite remarkable. "Might we now lift her transformation, Professor Moody? If I were in your position, young Potter, I would maintain a distance from the Slytherin girl," Moody replied, turning to regard Harry with one normal, and while the other spun rapidly, changing its direction incessantly, occasionally even swiveling towards the interior of his head. "And I have heard about the World Cup incident. It was she who unleashed it, wasn't it?" A scream erupted from among the gathered students. "She didn't do it." Harry had only spoken half a sentence when the ferret had already soared 3 meters into the air, its 4 legs and tail flailing in desperation. "It wasn't her doing, was it? Did she convey such a message to you? How can you ascertain her veracity?" Moody bellowed, forcefully bringing his wand down, causing the ferret to crash onto the floor with a painful shriek. "Her father is a Death Eater who ought to be confined in Azkaban. You must thoroughly torment her to extract the truth from her lips." The ferret was once again lifted into the air. Harry drew his wand, not aimed at the ferret, but at Moody. "The procedure you mentioned has already been executed. If you are particularly eager to know what information we have gathered, we can have a private discussion." There was no need for Moody to say anything. With every word that escaped his lips, the ferret would rise into the air and then descend once more. "I could simply inquire directly." The tip of Harry's wand emitted a pale yellow fireball, moving at a leisurely pace yet directly aimed at Moody. In a swift motion, Moody directed his wand, previously pointed at the ferret, towards Harry, conjuring a whirlwind that erupted beneath Harry's feet. The fireball vanished. Half a second later, a thunderclap reverberated through the somber sky. A Gryffindor, attacking a professor for the sake of a Slytherin? Moody chuckled, exclaiming, "Fame is nothing compared to meeting you in person. Harry Potter, the boy who lived." "Professor Moody, I find your knowledge of history quite lacking. Had you perused the works of Homer in your primary years, you would recall a fundamental truth: do not touch another's spoils." Harry maintained his wand's aim at Moody, gradually advancing towards the location of the ferret. "Your spoils?" Moody lowered his wand-bearing hand. His normal eye fixated on the slowly approaching Harry, before casting a glance at the ferret on the floor. With a resounding crack, Dina Khan Malfoy was restored. Accompanying her revival was a chilling, wailing scream that echoed through the hallway. "I know nothing. I know nothing. I know nothing." Harry continued to move slowly towards Dina Khan, his wand still directed at Moody. "You see, she knows nothing." Moody glared at the crumpled figure of Dina Khan on the floor, her hair disheveled and her screams incessant. Gradually, he lowered his wand and then turned back to Harry, asking with evident dissatisfaction, "Then why have you been keeping her locked up?" "I told you, she is my prize," Harry replied coolly, "mine, not the Ministry's." Very well, Moody said, scratching his chin absent-mindedly. "She is of use to you, I take it? A use unrelated to the Dark Lord, I understand." He then turned and walked towards the staircase. As his figure vanished, a few murmurs began among the students in the foyer, but the majority, upon seeing that Harry remained, refrained from uttering a sound. Harry knelt beside the ground, gently lifting up Dina Khan's upper body, whispering a few words into her ear, which quelled her screams. After a brief moment, Dina Khan shakily rose to her feet. "Ginny, could you escort Dina Khan to the hospital wing? I need to go have my meal." Harry called to Ginny to assist Dina Khan before he departed the hall and entered the dining area. Ronya, in a daze, followed Harry and took a seat at the Gryffindor table. After a while, Hermione finally appeared. "What happened just now?" "I heard someone at the far end of the table excitedly discussing transfiguration and fireballs as I approached." "Do you know anything about it?" Hermione inquired while filling her plate with a hearty serving of beef stew. "Hermione, have you ever read the Iliad?" Ronya, instead of responding to Hermione, posed a question that left Hermione bewildered. "Yes, many muggles have read it. It recounts the ancient Trojan War. Now that I think of it, The heroes within it might actually be wizards, Hermione replied. Does it contain any passages about spoils of war? Ronya interrupted Hermione, pressing further. Spoils of war. Hermione muttered impatiently, beginning to eat. Are you referring to Achilles and the Trojan priestess? It seems Achilles died because of that priestess, doesn't it? Die? Ronya fumbled her fork, which clattered onto her plate. She turned to Harry, her voice trembling. Were you discussing such perilous matters? It's not that dangerous, Harry said, devouring his meal at a pace rivaling Hermione's. Is there any homework that needs urgent attention tonight? Witches have assignments. Wizards do not, Ronya huffed. I'll be in the library. If you wish to study together, you know where to find me, Hermione remarked, having nearly finished her meal. I won't be joining you today, Harry said. Also nearing the end of his meal, I have a minor matter to attend to. After the two hastily departed, Ronya and Navi quietly savored the lavish feast before them. As Ronya lifted a small bowl of mushroom soup, she suddenly remarked, I feel as though they are all hiding something from me. Do you sense that too, Navi? Navi raised her bowl of mushroom soup in response, offering a somewhat disjointed reply. Yes. Harry is just like my grandmother. The night grew still and quiet. Within the hospital wing, only one bed was occupied, and only that bed was surrounded by a curtain. As the curtain remained motionless, a figure emerged beside the bed. Clad in a robe resembling uncut burlap, the shadow of the hood obscured the entirety of the figure's head, leaving only the area around the mouth exposed, which was evidently covered by a mask. Deanican Malfoy, a deep voice emanated from beneath the hood. I have been entrusted by your father to assist you. Assist me? Deanican, lying on the bed, retorted in a cold, listless tone. Are you here to help me kill Mad-Eye Moody? If you wish for it so, came the muted response. Deanican let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling as she softly remarked, Then do help me eliminate Harry Potter. You may indeed have your wish, though it requires a brief wait. However, it shall come to pass swiftly. Trembling, Deanican clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at the hooded figure, inquiring, How long must I wait? Soon, Deanican, very soon, the figure replied in a soothing tone, then added, In the meantime, your father has a few matters he requires your assistance with. Weary, Deanican responded from her bed, Speak. Your father is quite eager to comprehend why Harry Potter possesses such formidable magical prowess and an extraordinary resistance to enchantments. I have mentioned this before. It likely pertains to his Aunt Petunia, Deanican replied weakly. Why ask again? The hooded figure paused before continuing. Your father also wishes to know what exactly Harry Potter desires you to do for him. Deanican emitted a sharp, almost mocking laugh, then declared, I do not know. Nor do I wish to. The figure nodded solemnly, whispering, Then you must uncover the truth, Deanican. It is of utmost importance. There are many secrets surrounding Harry Potter, and the clearer our understanding, the better it will serve your quest for vengeance. Vengeance, Deanican murmured weakly from her bed. Indeed, vengeance. The hooded voice resonated with a hint of severity and excitement. You may seek retribution in any manner you desire. Deanican nodded from her bed. The figure draped in the hooded robe vanished as silently as he had arrived. After what felt like an eternity, Harry lifted the invisibility cloak and settled beside Deanican's bed. No way to track it, Harry sighed, glancing at the Marauder's map which labeled the entity as a puppet. It vanished completely shortly after we left the hospital wing. Oh, Deanican replied softly, He is not sent by my father. Do you think my father is safe now? He should be secure for the moment, Harry smiled. Your father has become a valuable asset. That messenger requires your father's daughter to aid in uncovering Harry Potter's secrets. Is that so? Deanican replied gently, her body trembling slightly. I never imagined I would tell such a grand lie. Harry chuckled and jested. What is the greatest lie you have ever told? Deanican narrowed her eyes and coldly replied, I despise you, Harry Potter. Harry suppressed his smile and earnestly apologized. I am truly sorry for involving you in such matters. Dana cast her gaze towards the ceiling, a faint blush gracing her fair complexion as she replied. What I mean to say is, the greatest lie I have ever told is this. Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation and inquired, When have you ever expressed hatred towards me? Deanican let out a disdainful snort and replied, It is something I have whispered to myself in my heart. Harry furrowed his brow and persistently inquired, Have I done something to incur your resentment? That can't be right. I believed I had always treated you quite well. No, indeed. Quite well, responded Deanican, closing her eyes and pulling the blanket over her head to conceal her face. She then mumbled from within the covers, I'm not angry at all right now. Please leave me be. Do not disturb my rest. Harry, satisfied after listening to Dina's words, donned his invisibility cloak anew, and quietly departed from the hospital wing. Chapter 14. The Unforgivable Curse, Part 1. The following day during potions class. Nawi found herself lost in thought as she brewed her potion, only realizing her distraction when the cauldron became misshapen from the heat. Professor Snape, upon noticing this, shot her a fierce glare and inquired, "What were you thinking just now?" Nawi cast her gaze over the newly transformed version of Professor Snape, hesitating to respond. "Do not be so alarmed, Nawi. Consider your own circumstances." Severus Snape's final remark was delivered in a slightly lower tone. He then instructed Nawi to fetch a spare cauldron and assigned her additional work after class, to discuss the dangers of distraction while brewing potions that could lead to the destruction of cauldrons. With a minimum of 2,000 words. Dina, Harry, and Ronya shared a table during potions class. During a break, Ronya inquired of Dina whether she had mentioned anything to Slytherin. Dina replied nonchalantly, "I put 2 students in detention, and then everyone knew to keep their mouths shut. As long as she is content, that is what matters." Harry interjected, "And I feel as though her demeanor seems less oppressive." One student had been detained merely for complimenting her improved temperament. Dina shrugged, whispering, "She feels unfamiliar to me, not just in appearance, but also as if she has become a different person internally." During lunch, Harry observed that Moody's magical eye followed Severus Snape's movements. When Severus approached Harry from the staff table, Moody's magical eye remained fixed on Severus, while his normal eye gazed at Harry. "Come to my office tonight," Severus Snape stated expressionlessly before departing. "What does she want with you?" Ronya asked in a hushed tone after Severus had left. "I do not know. Perhaps it pertains to what happened with Dina yesterday," Harry replied with a shrug. After dinner, Harry visited Snape's office in the dungeons. Last semester, he often came at this hour to learn about the dark arts. Today, however, he was greeted not by the familiar high-heeled shoes but by a pair of athletic sneakers, which slightly unsettled Harry. Severus, noticing Harry's gaze on his shoes, quickly lowered his legs from the desk, offering a somewhat bashful smile. "Ah, bad habit. There is no need for high heels anymore. I do not require such a posture for rest." Harry adjusted his expression and turned to Severus Snape, inquiring, "What is it?" Severus, gazing at the serious Harry, blinked and smiled, responding, "Can you guess?" "I presume it pertains to the letters you received from me during the holidays," Harry remarked, slightly furrowing his brow, "which means it is related to the Dark Lord." "Indeed," Severus replied with a nod and a smile, continuing, "Do you have any news about him?" Harry said, then shook his head. "If it were direct news, you would seek Professor Dumbledore, not me." "Guess again," Severus said, sitting behind the desk, propping his face in his hands with a grin. "It is related to the Dark Lord, yet the matter is not significant enough to warrant informing Professor Dumbledore. But it is something I can assist with," Harry murmured, ultimately conceding, "I cannot figure it out." At the mention of assistance, Severus's face flushed slightly. He beckoned Harry to sit at the table, cheerfully stating, "Consider it a review of the cursed knowledge I taught you last term. You may first guess what curse the Dark Lord has placed upon me." Harry immediately recalled the discussion he had with Aunt Petunia during the holiday and blurted out, "He has you complete your inner masculinity through an outward femininity, doesn't he?" Severus paused for a moment, gazing at Harry with a look of melancholy. "You noticed this last semester?" he asked. "Oh, no," Harry quickly clarified. "This is merely a conjecture I formed during the summer." "Ah, well," Severus replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he turned his gaze away, slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Harry would contemplate matters concerning him even while on break. Harry furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has the curse undergone a mutation? Did Voldemort's resurrection cause the curse's power to intensify?" Severus waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he replied, "Do you not recall what I taught you about curses? They invariably possess a backlash, do they not?" Harry furrowed his brow even more intensely. "So you are now afflicted by the backlash of the cursed rules?" Severus replied with a smug smile, "Indeed." Harry clenched his fist and gritted his teeth, declaring, "This is no laughing matter. You ought to inform Professor Dumbledore." "Ah, I see. The curse has indeed shattered your mental state." "Pah," Severus mockingly retorted, "do you think I have lost my sanity? I am not mad." Harry took a deep breath and said, all right, you are not insane. You are in good health. May I accompany you to speak with Professor Dumbledore tomorrow? Tonight would also be feasible." Severus chuckled softly. "I am not the sole victim of the backlash. There is another spellcaster involved. It is this realization that brings me amusement." Harry pondered this term, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Severus, are you implying that you reversed the curse on the Dark Lord?" Points deducted. Harry, Severus laughed uncontrollably. The backlash I experienced was due to the curse I cast upon myself, not because of any curse I inflicted upon him. Moreover, the more I reflect on it, the more I suspect he may have suffered the repercussions long ago, as the advice he offered me was utterly ineffective. I have not been able to become more masculine in the slightest. Harry listened as Severus laughed and spoke, his expression growing more serious rather than mirroring the amusement. Since he was already rebounded from the start, there was no need for you to risk suffering the same fate. It is not a risk, Harry. Severus slightly tempered his smile, gazing earnestly into Harry's eyes. The rebound I face has become an unavoidable reality. After the events of the last term and understanding the choices James made at that time, Severus interrupted himself with a chuckle, shaking his head. For me, rather than viewing it as a rebound, it is more about confronting oneself with honesty. At the same time, the less I resist the rebound, the more the other participant will experience its repercussions. At this point, Severus could not help but laugh again, adding, Professor Dumbledore also believes my reasoning is sound. He even jested that we might eventually contend with a female Voldemort, one of a particularly large stature. Severus gestured before him, forming an exaggerated arc with his hands. Hard to fathom, Harry murmured, shaking his head as he composed himself. He then inquired, is there any way I could assist in this matter? Upon hearing Harry's question, Severus silently regarded him, his face growing increasingly flushed. After a few twitching movements of his lips, he retorted, do you mind dating a witch older than yourself? Harry looked utterly bewildered. Let me be straightforward. I wish to embark on a romantic relationship with you, Severus. Severus Snape, his face flushed, seemed to struggle to contain a smile as his lips twitched. This matter has already received the approval of Dumbledore. He stated that as long as you willingly consent, it is permissible. Harry trembled as he rose, hastily departing from his desk and retreating to the doorway. Severus, no, Professor Snape, first and foremost. While I too perceive a certain madness in Professor Dumbledore, I find it hard to believe he would consent to such an absurd notion. Furthermore, a fruit that is forcibly plucked is never sweet. There shall be no outcome between us. Lastly, all my energies are currently devoted to the monumental task of vanquishing the Dark Lord, leaving no time for romantic entanglements. Severus, smiling from behind the desk, called out to the fleeing Harry, an absence of resolution is perfectly acceptable. Harry slammed the door shut, abruptly cutting off Severus's words within the office, and finally exhaled with relief. Calm down, he urged himself. Steadying his thoughts, he confirmed that there were no signs of anyone pursuing him from the office. And then he made his way towards the exit of the underground passage, all the while meticulously pondering Severus's remarks concerning curses and their repercussions. Ultimately, Harry concluded that he must promptly inform Aunt Petunia, urging her to remain vigilant against any suspicious witches. Chapter 14. Part 2. The unforgivable cursed students in the upper years who had already attended the Defense Against the Dark Arts class held it in high regard. While the first and second years generally found Mad-Eye Moody somewhat intimidating, the fourth-year students eagerly anticipated their inaugural lesson with Moody. On Thursday, after lunch, even before the class bell rang, they lined up outside Moody's classroom, brimming with excitement. Harry managed to secure a seat in the front row of the podium, with Ron and Neville beside him, leaving a spot for Hermione. She arrived just before class commenced. As she took her seat and placed defensive magical theory before her, Moody entered the classroom with his heavy, thudding footsteps. Put those things away, he barked. It took Hermione a moment to realize he was referring to the textbooks. Moody retrieved the attendance roll, shaking his head to toss his grizzled hair away from his battle-scarred face, and began to call the roll. His normal eye alternated between the list and the students, while the magical eye seemed to swivel about randomly. All right, he said, after the last student responded. I consulted with your other teachers and learned that your primary focus in the past few terms has been combating dark magical creatures. Yes, dark creatures, particularly werewolves. Albus Dumbledore has quite the unique taste in teachers, doesn't he? A murmur of chatter arose among the students. Is my joke not amusing? Moody remarked dryly. On the bright side, if you could appreciate Professor Lupin, you ought to find me equally agreeable. This year, I will teach you how to confront dark magic in a practical manner. A louder wave of excitement surged among the students at this declaration. Moody's scarred visage twisted into a more grotesque smile. He clapped his rough, large hands together and, in a hoarse voice, declared, All right, the warm-up is over. Spells come in many forms. According to ministry regulations, I am supposed to first teach you various counter-curses and then, using the principles of counter-curses as a foundation, instruct you on how to transform magical energy into harmful spells. Yes, This is safer and prevents you from directly learning dark curses. However, in my view, the study of counter curses will always lag behind that of dark curses. If a wizard intends to confront you, he certainly would not wish for you to quickly heal your wounds or restore what has been damaged. He would prefer a definitive solution, one that eradicates the threat entirely. As he spoke the final words, he approached Harry, his gaze, both the normal and the magical, fixated upon him. The classroom fell into an expectant silence. Harry Potter lifted his eyelids and, with a smile, replied, "As a quintessential underdog and a victim of circumstance, I rationally support your assertion, yet emotionally, I find it hard to accept." A few stifled chuckles echoed from the back of the classroom. Moody nodded, conceding, "You have triumphed, Harry Potter. I acknowledge that your jest is indeed more amusing." Gryffindor gains 10 points. Now, for the next question, correct answers will also earn 10 points. Who can identify the spells that are universally recognized as causing irreversible damage? Hermione, seated beside Harry, did not raise her hand. Instead, she excitedly pounded her fist on the table, half rising in her seat. "You, Miss Granger," Moody addressed her. "No, I mean," Hermione replied in a tone laced with anger and tension, "I know, but I cannot discuss them. Those are the illegal, unforgivable curses. We ought not to engage in discourse about such spells." "Then please sit down, Miss Granger," Moody responded lightly, gesturing towards the timidly raised hand of Ronia. Well?" Ronia said uncertainly, "My father mentioned a curse called the soul-sucking curse or something like that, right?" "Ah, indeed," Moody replied appreciatively, "your father surely knows of that curse. In years past, the soul-sucking curse caused considerable trouble for the Ministry of Magic." Moody, leaning on his artificial leg, turned towards the back of the podium, opened a drawer, and retrieved a glass vial containing 3 large black spiders scurrying about. He reached into the vial, seized one spider, and placed it in his outstretched palm for all to see. Then, pointing his wand at the spider, he murmured, "Soul depart." The spider leaped from Moody's hand, tumbling onto the table, appearing to break a leg, yet it continued to pirouette and tumble without concern until several more legs fell away from its body. With a flick of his wand, it stood on 2 hind legs and began to dance until those 2 were broken. Some students laughed, yet the majority remained silent. "Is this amusing?" Moody rasped, "Imagine if a person were under the control of the soul-sucking curse." The laughter dissipated. "This is unlike the puppet curse." Moody softly continued as the spider, now devoid of all legs, began to roll incessantly across the table, acting entirely of its own volition. "It derives joy and satisfaction from obeying my commands. It has grown fond of the sensation of being commanded." Ronia involuntarily shivered. "Years ago, many wizards fell under the control of the soul-sucking curse," Moody remarked, casting a glance at Harry, signaling to all that he referred to the days when the Dark Lord held formidable power and the ministry was overwhelmed. They not only had to discern who acted under compulsion and who acted of their own volition, but they also required additional personnel to protect those freed from the curse. I shall not elaborate on the permanent damage inflicted by the soul-sucking curse, as that indeed exceeds the bounds of propriety. However, you are correct, Ronia Weasley. The soul-sucking curse induces irreversible harm and is indeed one of the unforgivable curses. Gryffindor gains 10 points. Remain ever vigilant. Moody suddenly bellowed, startling all the students. Fortunately, the Cruciatus curse is resistible. With the proper techniques, even if struck, one can remain free from its control, Moody exclaimed. While the Ministry of Magic deliberated whether to remove the tutorial on resisting the Cruciatus curse from the 7th grade curriculum, "I believe you should master it right now." Moody seized a flipping spider and tossed it back into its glass vial. "Does anyone know any spells of a similar level?" Hermione huffed, crossing her arms. Beside her, Nia raised her hand instead. "Please, go ahead," Moody gestured to her. "There is the heartbreaking curse," Nia replied softly yet distinctly. Moody turned his back to the class, retrieving a second spider from the glass vial and placing it on the podium. The spider remained motionless, seemingly terrified. "It needs to be magnified for you to see clearly," Moody remarked, pointing his wand at the spider, causing it to rapidly enlarge. The spider swelled, swiftly becoming larger than a tarantula. Moody raised his wand again, directing it at the spider, and softly uttered, "Heartbreaking curse." Instantly, the spider's legs retracted tightly against its body. It writhed violently, swaying back and forth. "Stop," Hermione cried out, while Harry caught a whiff of floral fragrance. He turned to glance at Nia, who, along with Hermione, was anxiously watching her. He noticed her hands gripping the edge of the desk, vibrant flowers sprouting through the gaps between her fingers. Moody lowered his wand, allowing the spider's legs to relax. Though it continued to twitch. Quickly shrink back, Moody murmured. The spider returned to its original size, and Moody gently placed it back in the vial, softly stating, extreme agony. It will irrevocably alter the perception of the tortured individual. Unreversible, unfixable. A fate worse than death, this curse was once quite popular in a certain era. I trust you know which one. Harry did not glance back at the reactions of the students behind him, but from Moody's nod towards them. It was evident that they were all acknowledging their understanding. Nymphadora Tonks, you have earned 10 points for Gryffindor. Now, who else knows something? At last, Hermione raised her hand, albeit with a slight tremor. Go ahead, Moody said, his gaze fixed upon her with satisfaction. The killing curse, Hermione whispered. Ah, Moody replied, his crooked mouth twitching into a distorted smile. Indeed, that is the last and most formidable one, the Avada Kedavra. He reached into the glass jar, and the third spider, as if sensing its impending doom, frantically scurried around the bottom of the jar. Once Moody seized it and placed it upon the lectern, the spider resumed its frantic movements across the wooden surface. Moody lifted his wand and bellowed, Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light flashed, rendering the eyes unable to open, accompanied by a chaotic sound as though something had soared through the classroom. The spider flipped over, motionless, lifeless. Moody calmly swept the deceased spider from the desk to the floor and stated, irrevocable. It will not become a ghost. There are additional effects, Ms. Granger. 10 points for Gryffindor. His tone was akin to discussing a mere coin rather than a living creature. To Harry's astonishment, he too felt a similar sensation towards the recently deceased spider, as if it had never truly been alive. It had always been destined for death, now merely returning to its rightful state. In the context of defense against the dark arts, these 3 curses were classified as unforgivable. Legally, they were termed unforgivable curses. The use of any complete unforgivable curse upon an individual is sufficient grounds for a lifetime sentence in Azkaban. I have demonstrated their incantations, yes, but I do not worry that you will truly cast them, for, in addition to the incantation, they require other conditions to take full effect. Remain ever vigilant, he shouted, startling the entire class. This is what you must learn to defend against. Take out your quills and record my words, a curse that can be broken, even if you do not understand how to dispel it, can surely be resolved at St. Mungo's. However, an unforgivable curse necessitates that you ensure you are not struck, or find a way to render it ineffective. This is knowledge you must learn and master. For the remainder of the lesson, the students quietly took notes, documenting the relevant information about the 3 unforgivable curses. When the bell rang, Moody announced the end of class and limped out of the room. Instantly, discussions erupted like a floodgate burst open. Did you see how the spider twitched? It was killed instantly, and it seemed more than mere death, the students murmured, their voices laced with both fear and awe. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville refrained from participating in any discussions, quietly exiting the classroom. Just a few steps beyond the threshold, they encountered Professor Moody, who approached them with a pronounced limp. Indeed, I have been waiting for you, Moody remarked in a gruff, low voice. It seems you are not particularly fond of my lessons. Is it due to our altercation a few days ago? Harry paused for a moment and said, no. Moody waved his hand and replied, I know it's not. I merely intended to make a jest hinting at your miserly nature, but it fell flat, did it not? Now, to get to the point, I believe I understand why you are not fond of my lessons. They are trivial matters, save for one thing. His voice softened considerably. Navi Lombard, I sincerely apologize. Navi remained expressionless, neither moving nor speaking. Moody lifted a book in his hand and remarked, Professor Sprout informed me that you excel in herbology. I told her she was mistaken, for only the Lombard family is entitled to declare whose herbology is commendable. Nevertheless, her words reminded me of something. You may find this book intriguing. He handed the book to Navi, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Harry noticed the cover bore an exceedingly lengthy and intricate title, Rare, Endangered, or Extinct Aquatic Plants of the Mediterranean, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and Lake Baikal, along with their characteristics. Then Professor Moody departed with a series of thudding footsteps. What does this mean? Ronia inquired, gazing as Moody turned the corner. I have no idea. I feel he is somewhat incompetent, Hermione said anxiously. He may be a professional or a good person, but as a teacher, do not judge a book by its cover. Hermione, Harry interjected, do not be deceived by appearances. I suspect he may not be a good person. Navi shivered, nearly dropping the book she held. Chapter 14. 3. The Unforgivable Curse continued. Ronia and Navi opted to complete their divination homework together in the dormitory after dinner. Harry went to the library, where he found Hermione, Dean Thomas, and Ginny seated together. A towering stack of books lay before Hermione as she diligently read and took notes. Dean was assisting Ginny with her essay. "Have you attended Professor Moody's class? How was it?" Harry inquired softly as he took a seat across the table from the two Slytherin girls. Ginny smiled faintly. "It was rather enjoyable. He awarded Slytherin points when I blasted the boggart out of its cabinet, but insisted I catch another boggart before our next defense against the dark arts lesson, or he would deduct 30 points. It's defense against the dark arts, not dark arts class," Harry corrected, feeling a sense of unease. "Right, defense against the dark arts," Ginny replied with a radiant smile. "He demonstrated the unforgivable curses for you as well, did he not?" Dean asked. Harry nodded and then said, "He mentioned that the soul-snatching curse would have irreversible effects. I intend to investigate what it truly entails at the library." Dina Khan smirked slightly and replied coldly, "Then you must venture into the restricted section to uncover that." Harry glanced towards the dimly lit depths of the library, sighed, and remarked, "It's rather bothersome. Could you simply tell me? That simply won't do." "What if I were deceiving you?" Dana coldly replied. Harry looked utterly bewildered. Hermione, her head buried among a pile of books, interjected, "I just used this excuse to decline her explanation of what magical swelling sickness is. Now, Miss Malfoy is quite upset." "I am not angry," said Dina Khan, coldly addressing Harry. "It is Miss Granger who is agitated." "I am not angry either," Hermione continued from behind her mountain of books. Then, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of Hermione's quill scratching fervently on the parchment. Harry cleared his throat softly. "Hermione, if you are currently researching information on dragonpox, and Dean Thomas happens to have the ability to shorten your research time, why don't we all take a stroll together?" Hermione's writing ceased abruptly. She stood up suddenly, casting a fierce glare at both Harry and Dean before striding towards the library's exit. Ginny quickly whispered, "Dean, I can manage the remaining assignments on my own." Dean also rose and departed the library alongside Harry. The coolness of the grass at night was refreshing, perfect for a leisurely walk. Harry, Dean, and Hermione instinctively wandered further from the castle, into a less populated and dimly lit area. Hermione was the first to break the silence, her voice laced with anger. "Harry Potter, when I cried during Hagrid's lesson that day, were you secretly laughing at me?" Harry spoke solemnly. "No." Hermione scoffed. "You better not. I was humiliated because of you. If you continue to laugh at me." In the dim light, Harry could not discern Hermione's expression, but he could distinctly hear the venom in her voice. Suddenly, Dacron interjected, "Nobody will remember what you did. You think everyone is watching you." But perhaps the blast-ended script was far more amusing at that moment. "Shut up, Dacron Malfoy," Hermione shouted. "I don't believe a word you say, even in the darkness." Harry could clearly see Dacron rolling her eyes. Not only did she refuse to be silent, but she also smirked. "Hermione, this was clearly orchestrated by Harry. Yet you lay the blame entirely on me. I thought you were the victim." Hermione retorted passionately. Something startled and flew from the grass, flapping its wings as it landed in the nearby forbidden forest. The chirping of insects seemed momentarily interrupted, resuming only after a while. "It's all my fault, Hermione. It's my mistake." "No, Harry, it's Hermione's fault. I understand now. Hermione doesn't realize that such a crime does not exist in the wizarding world." Hermione immediately asked nervously, "What do you mean?" Dacron responded in a calm and clear voice, "The crime in the Muggle world, specifically against Muggle women. The highest penalty is death for that sort of crime. It does not exist in the wizarding world." Hermione was taken aback and after a moment asked, "Why?" "I don't know," Dacron replied coldly. "Ultimately, I am unaware of why such classifications of crime exist in the Muggle world. As far as I know, Muggle women are just as formidable in combat as Muggle men when armed." Then, Hermione asked with a trembling voice, "If a wizard violates a witch's will, what happens?" "Azkaban," Dacron coldly uttered, offering 2 words. "Something is still amiss," Hermione murmured to herself. "The legal system in the magical world, that doesn't concern me." Dacron interrupted Hermione's contemplation, stating, "I can only say so much. You should ask Harry for more." "So, how much did you actually tell Hermione?" Harry asked softly. Dacron let out a clearly exasperated sigh. "Today, when I was in the library, Hermione again told me that she knew all those rumors were false, that no one had done anything to me. I responded that Harry had indeed done something to me." "What did I do to you?" Harry asked, furrowing his brow. "Yes. Clarify that. What exactly did Harry do to you?" Hermione pressed, gritting her teeth. "Harry had subdued me with his bare hands. He didn't even use his wand." Dacron scoffed. Hermione, that is what I meant by humiliation. It is not the same kind of humiliation you muggles speak of. Harry nodded and remarked, if we are discussing this matter. Indeed, I have partaken in it. Hermione covered her face with her hands, emitting a faint lament. Denakan continued to reminisce while addressing Harry. I informed Hermione that Harry truly had done something to me. Initially, Hermione remained silent, but then suddenly inquired why I was so composed after being subjected to Harry's actions. I replied that Harry's prowess was evident, and even if Slytherin spread rumors of my defeat and capture by him, the actual harm to me was quite minimal. Hermione appeared taken aback and questioned what exactly Slytherin was circulating. I elaborated a bit, and she began to seethe with anger. Subsequently, noticing her engrossed in researching magical maladies, I offered my assistance, only to have her lash out at me. Thus, it concluded. A few blackbirds caught as they soared overhead, descending into the forbidden forest. Harry spoke earnestly. Hermione, I disagree with Denakan's judgment. I believe you have done nothing wrong in this matter, both in your intentions and in your approach. You are genuinely concerned for Denakan. Hermione lowered her hands from her face and retorted fiercely, yes, I too believe I am not at fault. The real culprits are the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot, whether it pertains to the legal marriage age or the definition of unforgivable curses. I shall set them straight. With her head held high, Hermione strode back toward the castle. Harry and Denakan exchanged glances, yet the expression on each other's faces remained elusive, compelling them to remain silent and quietly follow Hermione. Upon reaching a more illuminated area, Denakan inquired, Miss Granger, are you still captivated by the topic of magical mumps? Call me Hermione. Hermione? Indeed, Denakan. I have expressed my keen interest in the magical mumps you mentioned, Hermione replied, continuing her stride without glancing back. Shall we reconvene in the library tomorrow evening? Denakan raised an eyebrow, tilting his head back slightly, and replied in an exaggerated tone, that simply won't do, Hermione. I am rather occupied. Hermione, still not turning around, remarked as she walked. Harry will also be in the library tomorrow night. Very well, Denakan responded coolly. Then met Harry's bewildered gaze, his cheeks flushing as he exclaimed, Hermione, are you deceiving me? Hermione burst into a joyous laughter, turning to Denakan and saying, Harry and I are both Gryffindors. We dine together and are well acquainted with his schedule. How can that be construed as deception? She then turned her attention back to Harry. You don't have any special plans tomorrow night, do you? Join me in the library. Consider it companionship. Harry glanced at the smiling Hermione and then at the flushed and silent Dean Thomas, who seemed to be holding back his words. After a moment of hesitation, he finally responded, I'll come to the library tomorrow evening. Ginny, Dean, Hermione, and Harry left the library together, each heading back to their respective common rooms in Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry followed Hermione, who appeared both slightly annoyed and exhilarated, feeling too apprehensive to speak. It was not until they entered the common room and Hermione ascended the stairs to the girls' dormitory that Harry exhaled in relief. It was already quite late, and he found himself alone in the common room. He approached one of the windows and opened it. A snow-white owl swooped in from the windowsill, gliding gracefully across the room before landing on the table by the fireplace. It was a letter from Black. The owl, in its elegant form of Hedwig, softly remarked, Fortunately, you noticed me. It wouldn't be ideal to deliver this letter to the Great Hall tomorrow morning. Harry peeled away a crumpled piece of sheepskin parchment from Heather's foot and read it by the light of the fireplace. Harry, I have already heard about the Triwizard Tournament while in France. I shall return to England post-haste. Remain vigilant and stay safe. Sirius. Harry looked up at Heather and inquired, What prompted you to suddenly think of going to France to find Blake? The owl hooted twice and replied, Your Aunt Petunia believes you have entered your adolescence and wishes for me to keep my distance. Hence she frequently sends me on long flights. Harry furrowed his brow and said, When you return to see her this time, kindly ask her not to send you running about aimlessly. This semester is likely to be fraught with unforeseen circumstances, and your absence from Hogwarts may hinder important matters. Harry rummaged through the common room and discovered a piece of parchment and a quill. Dear Aunt Petunia, Professor Severus Snape suspects that the Dark Lord may have been afflicted by a curse, potentially transforming his body or mind into that of a woman. Please exercise caution around any suspicious witches. Hedwig, with her beak agape, observed Harry as he completed his task. With her large, expressive eyes wide open, she inquired, Is this the message you wish to send to your Aunt Petunia? Indeed. What of it? Harry replied, fastening the parchment to the owl's leg. I have contemplated this matter extensively. At Hogwarts, I am secure. However, if the Dark Lord exploits our cognitive blind spots and directly targets Aunt Petunia, he may succeed. Hedwig let out a soft sound, then closed her beak, choosing to remain silent. Once Harry secured the letter, she took flight through the window that had been recently opened. Harry closed the window and turned to find Nawi descending the staircase from the girls' dormitory. She had removed her student robe, her feet clad in simple gray cotton socks and gray fabric shoes. She wore that worn and tattered linen dress that Harry recognized, now aware that it was, in fact, a specially crafted garment. Nawi, Harry inquired softly, noting the late hour. Did you drop something in the common room? Do you need my help to find it? Nawi seated herself on the sofa by the fireplace, and Harry noticed the unmistakable traces of tears on her cheeks. What happened? He asked anxiously as he sat beside her, scrutinizing her youthful, round face. Indeed, there were tear stains. What's wrong? Is it because of that book? Is there something wrong with the book Moody gave you? Harry, can I become as powerful as you? Nawi suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his. Of course, as long as you undergo the proper training, Harry replied nervously. Who has been bullying you? Who dares to bully you? Tell me. No one is bullying me. Nawi pulled out a crumpled little note from her pocket. The book is filled with notes and annotations. It's all quite good. I really like that book. It's just that I found this inside and then. Harry took the note and read aloud the words inscribed upon it. The Cruciatus curse does not directly claim the life of its victim. I find myself pondering, in a sudden rush of thoughts, whether my parents might still be alive. Tears once more flowed from the corners of Navy's eyes, yet the Cruciatus curse is irreversible. If they were still alive, but if they were still alive. Harry took a deep breath and said, concerning your parents, do not place your trust in the words of outsiders. Instead, believe in your grandmother. This note, I suspect, may not be mere coincidence. I must investigate it thoroughly. Moody appears rather suspicious. Meanwhile, Navy paid no attention to Harry's words, her tears flowing incessantly. I yearn for vengeance for my parents. Yet I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. At a loss for words. Harry raised his hand and gently patted Navy's trembling back. However, his palm was abruptly repelled from her robe, leaving him momentarily senseless. I feel so weak, Navy sobbed. I've been ill since childhood and have consumed countless medications. Harry cast a fleeting glance at his bloodied palm and the contorted, yet numb fingers, concealing them behind his back. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Nawi, if you're weak, then practice more. The past is the past, and the present is the present. I will train with you in combat techniques from now on, all right? Nawi, momentarily halted by Harry's outburst, lifted her face to meet his serious gaze. Blinking back tears, she hesitantly asked, really? Absolutely. You will undoubtedly grow stronger, Nawi, Harry proclaimed earnestly. I have always regarded you as my sister. Your enemies are my enemies, and your goals are my goals. Upon hearing this, Nawi bowed her head in silence. Now, let us get some rest. Nawi, Harry gently urged. We shall devise a proper training plan this weekend. Nawi quietly rose and made her way to the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. After ascending a few steps, she turned back, her eyes glistening with tears, and asked, Can I still be your sister if my birthday is a day before yours? Of course, Harry affirmed with a serious nod. As Nawi finally waved goodbye to him at the stairway's end and vanished down the corridor of the girls' dormitory, the nerves in Harry's palm were on the verge of recovery. Harry grasped his wand with his other hand and meticulously cast a healing spell upon his injury. A sharp sting and a deep ache coursed from the wound, requiring him to occasionally force his fingers straight before proceeding with the treatment. Navi, dear sister, perhaps the concoction your grandmother provided was not exactly a remedy. Harry found himself muttering various distractions to divert his attention from the pain. Chapter 15, Bosbatons and Durmstrang Part 1. Navi was assigned one of Harry's weekend days for the purpose of honing combat skills, while Ronya was allocated another day for the study of aerial maneuvers. The schedule was agreed upon by all parties during the first weekend and was subsequently communicated to Hermione, Dinacon, and Ginny. After the tense and exhausting previous academic year, Harry found himself enjoying a considerably relaxed schedule. Aside from the looming Triwizard Tournament, there was little to trouble him. If anything were to cause unease, it would be Professor Moody. Harry seized an opportunity to show Moody the small note that had piqued Nav's curiosity, but Moody merely claimed ignorance regarding the note's significance. During the second week of defense against the Dark Arts class, Professor Moody announced that each student would take turns casting the soul-binding curse on their practice partners to hone their resistance. Hermione was the first to rise in protest, but Moody deftly deflected her concerns by asserting that the incantation they were using differed from the complete version of the curse. The incomplete version of the curse shared many foundational principles with its complete counterpart, both inducing a sense of joy in the subject when executing the caster's commands. The distinction lay in the intensity of the joy and the complexity of the command. Generally, when one recites the spell directly to another, it should implant a brief melody in the subject's mind, prompting them to hum it absent-mindedly, or implant a harmless phrase, compelling them to utter it. "Now, let us all experience what it feels like to be under control," he declared. Under the influence of Seamus Finnegan's incantation, Dean Thomas began to hum the British national anthem, while Parvati Patil managed to make Lavender Brown blink on command. Nav, Hermione, and Ronia took turns casting the soul-binding curse on Harry, yet none succeeded. Was the incantation correct? Was the melody too intricate? This spell cannot convey overly complex phrases. Moody began to suggest ideas as he approached the girls. "Granger, why don't you try casting the spell on Weasley?" Hermione turned to Ronia, waved her wand, and pronounced, "Soul-binding curse." Ronia exclaimed, "Hermione is so clever," and laughed. The same incantation, the same words, failed to affect Harry. Hermione attempted once more on Harry, then complained to Moody. Could it be that, like with the Enchantress, Harry possesses a special resistance? Ronia speculated. Enchantress? Special resistance? Moody questioned in a gravelly voice. "Miss Weasley, are you Harry's girlfriend? Have you tested this? How else would you know that Harry's resistance is particularly unique?" Ronia covered her blushing face and protested, "I am not his girlfriend. I know nothing. It is only natural for a savior to possess unique traits." Harry shrugged. The petite Nav furrowed her brow, pointing her wand at Harry while incessantly repeating, "Soul-binding curse. Soul-binding curse. I, as the savior, not only possess unique qualities but have also grown accustomed to them." Harry smiled at Moody. Nav, still frowning, hesitated, thinking to herself, "I seem to have succeeded." Succeeded in what? In casting a simplified version of the soul-binding curse on me, the savior? What have you instilled in me? Harry's smile froze, his lips trembling as he suddenly gasped for air, as if choking. "Navi, what do you want me to say?" he inquired between breaths. "Just that phrase. I am the chosen one," Navi replied, her voice quivering with exhilaration. "I've discovered the secret." "What secret?" Hermione immediately questioned. Navi eagerly elucidated. "You can only make Harry say what you also believe he believes." Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Harry, her expression incredulous. "Harry, you actually don't believe I'm clever?" Ronia looked at Harry with a face full of disappointment. Only Professor Moody, with his scarred visage, appeared to wear a smile. He exclaimed with enthusiasm, "All students, gather around. We have the first person in our classroom capable of resisting the Dementor's kiss." Let Harry Potter describe the sensation of resisting the Dementor's kiss. Harry took a few deep breaths, then glanced around at the gathered crowd and said, initially, "I had not realized that those words were implanted in my mind by someone else. They slipped from my lips with such ease that it was only after I repeated them multiple times, deriving increasing joy from their utterance, that I sensed something was amiss. When I attempted to refrain from speaking those words, an overwhelming sense of emptiness, yes, emptiness, swiftly engulfed me, amplifying with each passing moment. At that juncture, my conviction that those words were indeed wrong solidified. But how much time had elapsed? It felt as though I had been submerged underwater for 10 minutes, gasping for air, when in reality, only a second had passed. Indeed, Harry." Moody's voice boomed, turning to the other students. Harry's account illustrates a crucial point that you all must heed. It is the euphoria experienced when following commands contrasted with the void felt when defying them. You must learn to identify the commands that are implanted in your minds and expel them. For the next hour, numerous students appeared flushed and drenched in sweat, struggling to break free from the control. Though their plight seemed dire, they were met with applause from Professor Moody and their peers upon successfully liberating themselves. Hermione maintained unwavering control over Ronia throughout, even managing to command her to remove her shoes by the end. Conversely, Ronia's attempts to dominate Hermione were only met with sporadic success, uttering a few simple words. At the conclusion of the class, Hermione lamented to Ronia, "You must succeed a few more times so that I can discover the secret to resistance. I wish to practice as well," Nevia grumbled. Both Professor Moody and Harry instinctively intervened to halt Hermione and Ronia's attempts to cast spells on Nevia, perhaps over the weekend. "Let us incorporate it into our practice sessions," Harry suggested softly. Chapter 15. Two Bows Batons and Durmstrang, Part 2. On Saturday morning, the sun shone brightly. Harry and Nevia stood face to face in the clearing beside Hagrid's hut. The late summer and early autumn weather was warm and pleasant, yet Nevia shivered. Do not fret. Nevia, Harry called out, gesturing towards Hagrid's hut. Look over there, those crates of blast-ended scroots. With those blocking the path. No one dares to come near. I don't know. Nevia seemed to tremble even more. I don't even know what I'm afraid of. Nevia was not clad in her school robes but wore a dirty, knee-length dress, paired with cotton socks and fabric shoes. Harry, too, was without his robes, opting instead for sneakers and jeans, topped with a sweater gifted by Mrs. Weasley. Taking a deep breath himself, Harry said, You should know how to trigger it yourself, right? Nevia looked down at her hands, then, trembling, clenched them into fists and closed her eyes. Harry was unable to discern what exactly Nawe had done. A blinding flash erupted from her, causing Harry to instinctively shut his eyes. A gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the intoxicating scent of blossoms. When Harry opened his eyes once more, he found that the other had grown taller than him. Their cheeks no longer bearing the roundness of youth, but instead taking on a gaunter appearance. Only the hesitation and timidity reflected in their eyes confirmed to Harry that the person before him was indeed Nawe. Have you ever attempted to cast a spell in such a state? Harry inquired loudly. No. Nawe replied, taking a deep breath as she spoke. Harry concentrated intently on Nawe's face, rather than the other parts of her body that rose and fell with her breath, and shouted, Do you know the fireball spell? No? What about the stunning spell? Nawe raised her wand high above her head, and then forcefully swept it forward, exclaiming, Stupefy. Alas, the final syllable escaped her lips too soon. Harry did not flinch. Instead, he observed her motions and pointed out her mistake. Only then did he glance at the direction in which the red beam of light was flying. There stood a tree, half of its leaves still of vibrant green, while the other half emitted a conspicuous black smoke that continually fell. Another issue, Harry called back to Nawe. Pronunciation must be precise, and you must concentrate while casting, otherwise, the spell's effects may become erratic. Stupefy. Nawe waved her wand once more. This time, Harry had to dodge. Nawe, do not direct your experimental spells at people. Harry shouted. I don't know. Nawe exclaimed excitedly, Stupefy. Stupefy. She repeatedly pointed her wand toward the forbidden forest, unleashing a series of red lights. I've never cast Stupefy so smoothly. When Nawe finally ceased her casting, Harry noted that she was merely breathing heavily, yet she was no longer trembling. All right, Nawe. There is still a little time before lunch. Let us practice a bit. We cannot leave this area, Harry said as he returned to his position opposite her. Okay. I'm ready, Nawe replied eagerly. And with a swift motion, she brought her wand down. The red light surged toward him, and as they counted down from 3, 2, 1, the command was abruptly stifled in Harry's throat. He dodged the spell while simultaneously observing the rhythm and direction of her arm and wand movements. Stupefy, Stupefy, Nawe shouted, each of her attempts landing wide of the mark, yet her excitement remained unbridled. As Harry skillfully evaded, he endeavored to close the distance. Suddenly, he crouched low, dashing forward to confront Navi, aiming his petrified fist directly at her heart. A wave of unease washed over him, prompting a swift adjustment as he redirected his fist towards her abdomen. Yet, he could not land a blow. The sharp, mocking laughter emanating from the hem of her dress resonated as the few flowers adorned with jagged teeth suddenly sprang forth, snapping at Harry's fist, transforming from flowing luminescence into tangible thorny branches. Harry was uncertain which of the figures before him was the source of his dread, and equally unsure which might be more terrifying. He hastily retreated from Nawe's side. Several mouths on her waist and skirt feasted upon the sleeve of her sweater, ensnared by thorns. Nawe glanced at Harry's exposed right arm, momentarily taken aback, before shifting her gaze to her abdomen, which had seemingly been attacked, yet found nothing amiss. When she lifted her head again, Harry had vanished from her sight. Nawe spun around several times, then called out, Harry, you said we could not leave this place. I haven't left. Stupefy. She swiftly cast a spell towards the direction from which the voice had emanated. The air shattered like the surface of water, then dissipated. Nawe turned in circles once more, unleashing spells towards several suspicious directions, and then, she fell into the muck. Initially, the sludge only ensnared her calves, but as she struggled fiercely to free her legs, it gradually engulfed her thighs. The flowing fabric of her dress floated upon the surface of the mire, its luminescent glow seemingly idle, as if awaiting specific commands. Stupefy. Stupefy. I surrender. I surrender. In her desperate struggle within the muck, Nawe cast several spells around her, only to abandon her efforts entirely, succumbing to tears. Her sobs grew increasingly sorrowful, causing her wand to tumble aside. With her mud-streaked hands, she wiped her face, only to smear the tears with dirt, prompting her to weep even louder. Harry revealed himself, retrieved Nawi's wand, and then cast a rope that ensnared her waist, pulling her out of the mire. Nawi sat at the edge of the muck, weeping for an extended period until, as the sludge gradually reverted to ordinary ground, she slowly ceased her tears. Am I truly so ineffectual? Nawi inquired through her sobs. Harry furrowed his brow, contemplating this. Am I not excessively dirty? Why do you sit so far away? Nawi remarked, her voice trembling as if she were on the verge of tears once more. Hastily, Harry shifted closer to her, cautiously offering his shoulder for her to lean upon. After resting on him, Nawi shifted again, adjusting her position until she finally let out a contented hum. There were no sudden bursts of light or sound, and Harry exhaled in relief. After a brief wait, Nawi returned to her normal size. Harry knocked on Hagrid's door, borrowing his space to prepare a small bath and ample warm water, then ushered Nawi into the little room while he and Hagrid remained outside. Initially, Hagrid said nothing, but eventually, he could no longer contain himself. Furrowing his brow, he admonished Harry, I am uncertain about the nature of your conflicts, Harry. Last term it was Malfoy, and this term it's Longbottom. You frequently find yourself in disputes with classmates. Perhaps it is time to reflect upon whether there is a flaw in your character? Harry pondered for a moment before replying, Hagrid, I concur with your sentiments. Although I have yet to fully comprehend the reasons behind it, I seem to perpetually find myself at odds with my classmates. Perhaps I should endeavor to be kinder and more amiable towards them. When Nawi emerged from her bath, her cheeks were flushed and still emanating warmth. Nawi, are you feeling well? Do you have the strength to return to the Great Hall? Would you like me to carry you back? No need, Nawi replied, her eyes suddenly fixating on Harry's bare arm. Swallowing hard, she amended, I seem to be a bit fatigued. Under Hagrid's enthusiastic guidance, Harry fashioned a comfortable seat with his hands behind his back. Upon sitting down, Nawi initially let out a startled squeal, her face aflame, but soon reassured him that it was fine to proceed at a leisurely pace. Subsequently, she rested her face against his back, falling silent. Chapter 15, Part 3, Bows Batons and Durmstrang, continued, after Nawi and Ronya exchanged their experiences from the first practical training session. Ronya decided to postpone their initial flying lesson to the following week, reaching an agreement with Nawi that practicing bi-weekly would suffice. The focus of fourth-year Transfiguration revolved around the transformative interplay between living and inanimate objects. Hermione flawlessly transfigured a hedgehog into a pincushion, garnering praise from Professor McGonagall. She also reminded everyone to practice the spells they had learned after class, emphasizing the necessity of mastering new spells to prepare for the fifth-year examinations. Fourth-year potions lessons encompassed a plethora of poisons and antidotes. Professor Severus Snape introduced the final exam requirements from the outset. Students would need to consume a vial of an unknown poison and concoct an antidote before the poison took effect. Soon, it became apparent that this seemingly stringent examination criterion was, in fact, rather lenient, as the unknown poison would undoubtedly not be lethal and its effects would likely take some time to manifest. After some deliberation, only a few substances remained to be wary of: deafening drafts, stomachache potions, and emetics. For students with heightened resistance, I will select volunteers to ingest the poison during the exam. I hope some of you are prepared to sacrifice your well-being for the sake of your friends. As Snape casually elaborated on his examination plan, Ronya and Hermione exchanged knowing glances. I knew she wouldn't become that benevolent, Ronya remarked after class. Do you recall the lessons we learned from consuming the polyjuice potion? Nawi could very well treat the emetic as if it were sweet water, thereby giving Snape a legitimate reason to make either me or Hermione imbibe the poison twice. Upon hearing Ronya's words, particularly the reference to treating the emetic as sweet water, Nawi shivered, hugging her shoulders tightly. Perhaps it will be 3 times, Hermione added with a pout. I suspect Harry consuming the poison would be futile. Then it may well be that we each take it twice, Ronya nodded in agreement. She hasn't targeted you two since last year. Harry shook his head. Why are you still so wary of her? Intuition, Ronya replied with a clear and decisive tone. Moreover, my lunar divination advises me to be wary of women older than myself. Hermione is also older than you. Harry muttered as he turned to Hermione. And why do you harbor such suspicion towards Professor Snape? She consistently awards you top marks for your potions. Yet my potions are not so flawless, Harry, Hermione patiently elucidated. I believe she is deliberately attempting to instill a sense of pride and complacency in me. However, I shall not be deceived. Harry raised an eyebrow in silence. By dinner, he noticed Severus Snape gazing at him from a distance once more. Harry chose to remain oblivious. The first major assignment of the new academic year, assigned by Professor of Magical History, focused on the rebellion of magical creatures against non-wizards. Hermione continued to immerse herself in the library, finally setting aside her research on the wizarding marriage laws to enthusiastically explore the historical relationships between house elves, fairies, centaurs, unicorns, and wizards. A month into the term, during divination class, Professor Trelawney, after gathering information from all the witches, announced that all the girls had performed admirably, bravely confronting the various vexatious changes occurring during their physical and magical development. She then declared that all students, regardless of gender, were required to write an assignment predicting potential magical disasters in their futures through astrology. If one found their star chart incomprehensible, they could simply transcribe 10 magical mishaps from the school's history, analyzing their causes and preventive measures, and this would suffice. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief swept through the classroom. Believe me, transcribing 10 incidents is far easier than deciphering a star chart. Ronnie, with the air of an upperclassman, turned to Harry in the library, casually placing Harry's completed star chart, filled with his birthday information, before herself and Navi. Let us make a simple attempt first, and then we can abandon it with dignity. What is this? Will women older than you bring you misfortune? Why does your star chart say the same, Harry? Navi curiously leaned in to examine it for a moment before pushing her own filled star chart towards Ronnie. Navi, your star chart says the same, Ronnie murmured, shoving aside all the star charts, frowning as she attempted to peer through the fog to glimpse the future. I once encountered a situation where I arrived at the same answer for 3 consecutive math problems, only to later realize I had misunderstood the formula. Hermione lifted her gaze from a stack of hefty tomes to look at Ronnie. Ronnie returned her gaze defiantly, replying, "This is not arithmetic divination, Hermione. There are no mathematical formulas here." Hermione, somewhat disinterested, retorted, "Oh, well, I'm glad I gave up that subject," before burying her head back in her studies. Daphne and Ginny also entered the library. Daphne hesitated before approaching a table surrounded by a large group of people. "So many," she murmured. "Hermione, you didn't mention this." "I invited them. Navi knew you would come," she replied. Daphne looked at Navi, who met her gaze in return. As Daphne sat down, she coldly stretched her words, saying, "Goyle and Crabbe are no longer even afraid of you, Navi." "I haven't been afraid of you for ages," Navi whispered, then turned her attention back to the parchment before her. Daphne stared blankly. Ginny displayed her textbooks and parchment, glancing at the several star charts before Ronnie, and curiously asked, "Is divination enjoyable?" "It's pointless." Hermione responded from the pile of books, "It's useful, and quite entertaining." Ronya, irked, snapped her textbook shut. But Hermione paid her no mind. Turning to Ginny, she inquired, "What are your electives?" "Muggle studies and runes," Ginny answered with a grin. Ronya glanced at Danacong, hesitating to speak. Harry interjected, "Danacong, what are your electives?" "Muggle studies," Danacong replied, resting her chin on one hand, "and runes as well." Ronya widened her eyes at Danacong, while Hermione and Navy also turned their attention to her. Danacong raised an eyebrow, stating, "My family has quite a bit of material on runes. Learning runes can be exhausting for others, but for me, it comes easily." "How could you choose Muggle studies?" Hermione asked, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Why didn't you ask me last year?" "I was your classmate in Muggle studies for a year, Hermione, but you didn't even notice." Danacong rolled her eyes subtly. "Although Ginny often whispers in my ear that you can resist the control of dark magic objects, I've grown weary of it. Yet, I still believe you were quite abnormal in 3rd year." At this point, Danacong abruptly paused, then offered a warm smile. "However, Hermione, after I learned about that little incident with the objects, I truly admired you. There is something I've wanted to tell you, but never had the chance." Danacong took a moment, then, with a deliberately elongated tone, proclaimed, "In pursuit of one's goals, unscrupulous means are employed, and when exposed, one refuses to admit wrongdoing. Slytherin House has truly missed out on you." Navy quickly buried her head. Ronya couldn't contain her laughter, turning her face away, unable to look at Hermione. Hermione's face paled momentarily before she clenched her teeth, asserting, "I was not exposed. I voluntarily relinquished it." Ronya stifled her laughter and said to Danacong, "Let us discuss why you chose Muggle studies." Danacong glanced at Ronya, then at Harry, and replied, "Traditional wizarding families have very limited access to the Muggle world, at least through legal channels." Ronya furrowed her brows, nodding thoughtfully before shaking her head. "But what do you intend to study Muggle studies for?" Many wizards fail to recognize the value of the Muggle world due to their short-sightedness. The Malfoy family is different. Dana Kong smirked. Muggle studies was recommended to me by my father. However, her expression darkened, as if she wished to retract her previous statement. Ronya and Hermione exchanged doubtful glances at Dana Kong's icy demeanor, choosing not to probe further. Chapter 15, Part 4. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang continued, after several delays. Ronya's first lesson in aerial magic finally commenced. Following breakfast, she donned a lace gown, slinging a fluffy white purse over her shoulder, and together with Harry. They navigated past the crackling firecrackers to the clearing beside Hagrid's hut. Harry was reminiscing about the incident of teaching Dina for the first time, pondering how to begin. Ronya stood opposite him, raising the small bag in her hands before him. Harry, can you guess what this is? Harry composed himself and replied. The Supermoon bag from Louis Vuitton, a design from 2 years ago. Louis Vuitton has a penchant for prominently displaying the initials of its brand on its products, making them easily recognizable. Ronya, however, was taken aback by Harry's words, her expression one of utter confusion. Harry furrowed his brow. Is this a magical item? Ronya, snapping back to reality, nodded with delight. I found this in the attic. She gently tossed the small white pouch onto the ground. Upon landing, the white fuzz on the pouch expanded like foam, ultimately transforming into a plush, large cylinder. Ronya reached into the center of the cylinder, and a small door swung open. A changing room, she exclaimed, bouncing excitedly as she stepped inside, glancing back at Harry before closing the door. I'll be just a moment. Harry let out a sigh of relief. As October was well underway, and with Professor Dumbledore having announced that the opponents for the Triwizard Tournament would be arriving soon, it was expected to be during this period. Harry reclined on the grassy patch, gazing up at the clear azure sky, taking deep breaths as he endeavored to alleviate the psychological strain, indulging in a brief moment of mental respite. Perhaps this interval would be his final leisure time for the year. Once the Triwizard Tournament commenced, his time would no longer belong to him. Harry? Harry opened his eyes. A shadow hovering before him in the sky. I'm sorry, Harry. I made you wait for so long, came Ronya's voice, laden with regret from the shadow above. I should be the one apologizing. I never anticipated that I would fall asleep. Harry sat up, and the shadow drifted to one side. It was then that he noticed Ronya's attire. Her lace gown had been replaced by a lace miniskirt, beneath which she wore form-fitting white silk shorts that wrapped around her thighs. The top had transformed as well, no longer a loose fit, but a snug sleeveless blouse. Ronya adorned her arms with long white lace gloves, yet she wore no shoes or socks on her feet. Noticing Harry's gaze upon her bare feet, she wiggled her toes and smiled shyly. I hope you don't mind? Harry adjusted his gaze and noticed that Ronya's hair was also neatly tied back into a bun. Firstly, Wingardium Leviosa is the levitation charm we are familiar with. However, casting it directly on a wizard's entire body does not allow for flexible control over direction. Harry began by elucidating the principles behind the levitation charm, explaining the necessity of casting it on each individual core bone. He then demonstrated the charm's effect on his own femurs. Ronya, however, encountered difficulty during the phase of identifying the bones. She was aware of the existence of bones within her thighs, yet she struggled to aim her spell accurately. Consequently, Harry had to grasp one of Ronya's thighs with one hand and cast the levitation charm on her femur himself. Now, as you experience the moment when the bone begins to levitate, you should distinctly perceive that it is not composed of the same tissue as the muscle. It can elevate the muscle, yet the weight of the muscle simultaneously pulls it downward. You will sense a slight tugging sensation, akin to the feeling of overexertion. Do you feel it? Harry released Ronya's thigh, allowing her to move her enchanted leg freely and to sense the position of her bones. With a flush of embarrassment, Ronya swung her now agile leg back and forth a few times before exclaiming, I think I understand. Imitating Harry's earlier movements, she grasped her thigh, feeling and stabilizing the position of her leg bones, then pointed her wand at the target and declared, Wingardium Leviosa. Ronya floated upside down, exclaiming with exhilaration, I did it. I succeeded. Harry furrowed his brow and said, Before we discuss whether this constitutes success, you should first learn how to safely land. He reached up to protect his head with his hands, and then released a spell on his legs. Ronya, blushing, tightly brought her other leg in line with the levitating one, rubbed them together a few times, and then said to Harry, Could you come and catch me? Denekin remarked, If I make a mistake, you can help me land safely. Ronya's voice grew increasingly softer, her face redder, and her breathing more rapid. Harry sighed. Hanging upside down for too long can lead to cerebral congestion, Ronya, that is far more perilous than falling. He then pointed his wand at Ronya's body and cast a new levitation spell, Wingardium Leviosa. Ronya's entire body began to float gently upward, still inverted. Spell cessation. Harry then pointed at Ronya's previously levitating leg and released the levitation spell. Her leg finally escaped the peculiar weightlessness and fell to the same level as her body. Wait. Hold on. Ronya kicked her legs in the air, screaming, Harry, what are you doing? I need you to catch me. Harry positioned himself directly beneath Ronya and once again unleashed the countercharm. Ronya plummeted from the air, her chest colliding with Harry's, her scream abruptly silenced by the impact. Her armpits were secured by Harry's arms, her limbs resting upon his shoulders as she desperately clung to his head. It's all right, Ronya. Harry murmured through the fabric of his shirt, his voice muffled yet soothing. You are safe now. Gradually extend your legs. You should be able to reach the ground. Harry bent slightly. Ronya pointed her toes, tentatively stepping onto the ground before gradually releasing Harry's head. She took 2 steps back. Her face flushed as she averted her gaze from him, stammering, It's a bit different from what I imagined. I senti it? Harry furrowed his brow and replied, I specifically refined the protective stance. Ronya lifted her eyes to glance at Harry but quickly averted her gaze again, softly saying, Harry, do you think I look peculiar? Peculiar? In what way? Harry asked, bewildered. In the way that made it difficult for you to breathe just now, Ronya whispered, her voice barely audible, as she clasped her hands behind her back and gently turned her body. Though she was speaking to Harry, she did not meet his eyes. Instead, she focused on the ground beside her, attempting to pick up blades of grass with her toes, weaving them between her toes as she spoke. Upon hearing Ronya's words, Harry took 2 deep breaths, savoring the lingering fragrance within his nostrils. It was only when he observed the additional sway of Ronya's body as she turned that the meaning of her words dawned upon him. Harry sighed and remarked, Although it may seem somewhat disrespectful to speak of elders in such a manner, Aunt Petunia has often treated me this way since my childhood. Thus, Ronya, even if others find you peculiar, I perceive you as entirely normal. Ronya glanced up at Harry with a furrowed brow before lowering her gaze to the grass at her feet. After a moment, she spoke again, I might have magical edema. Harry, what is that? Harry inquired, recalling how Hermione had spent considerable time researching this ailment at the start of the term. Ronya continued to look down, murmuring, My mother suffered from magical edema. She added softly, though she never explicitly stated it, I believe it was because she had to continually bear children. Or else her body would be distorted by magic. In fact, it has already changed. After a brief silence, Ronya stared at the clusters of grass between her toes and quietly said, I envy your Aunt Petunia. She is certainly not afflicted with magical edema. Yet, I may very well be. In the future, I might develop enormous, magical fat all over my body, and not in places that can be easily concealed. Harry opened his mouth and then closed it again. The sound of the lunch bell resonated from the direction of the Great Hall. What on earth am I saying? Ronya suddenly shrieked, covering her face, and dashed into the changing room. Thus, Ronya's first flying lesson came to an abrupt end. Chapter 15. Part 5. Bows, Batons, and Durmstrang. Part 3. A throng of students clustered at the foot of the marble staircase in the entrance hall. A brand new notice board stood erect, and Harry, towering above the crowd, read aloud the contents of the notice for his companions. Triwizard Tournament representatives from Bows, Batons, and Durmstrang will arrive on Friday, October 30th. At 6 o'clock in the evening. Afternoon classes will conclude half an hour early. Students are requested to return their bags and textbooks to their dormitories and gather in front of the castle to welcome our guests, followed by a feast. Those aspiring to become champions of Hogwarts may register within 24 hours following the feast, with the names to be announced at the Halloween dinner the following day. Only 1 week remains. Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff squeezed his way through the crowd, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I wonder if Cedric knows about this. I'll go tell him. Cedric? Ronya remarked, a bit bewildered after Ernie hurried away. He.S. Diggory, Harry explained, the captain and seeker of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, as well as a 6th-year prefect. He must be preparing to participate in the tournament. I remember who he is now, Ronya pouted. But he only won 1 match last year, and he still has supporters. Quidditch is Quidditch, and wizarding prowess is wizarding prowess. Professor McGonagall mentioned he might be the most capable young wizard among the 6th and 7th years, Hermione added. Rumors about the tournament and registration spread swiftly among the students. The castle was abuzz with cleaning efforts. Professor McGonagall slowed the pace of her lessons for the 4th years, reportedly to provide extra coaching for promising upperclassmen. On the morning of October 30th, as they descended for breakfast, they discovered the Great Hall had been transformed overnight. Enormous silk banners adorned the walls, each representing one of Hogwarts' houses: the scarlet and gold lion of Gryffindor, the blue and bronze eagle of Ravenclaw, the yellow and black badger of Hufflepuff, and the green and silver serpent of Slytherin. These colors also reflected the robes worn by the students of each house. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville took their seats at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. Hermione's complexion was pale, her mind seemingly adrift as she occasionally gazed absently at the banner on the wall. Beside her, George and Fred were engaged in a lively discussion about how to circumvent the age restriction for participation. Suddenly, Hermione interrupted them, her voice sharp with urgency. "Don't participate. You'll die? Die? That was centuries ago," George replied cheerfully. "Professor Dumbledore assured us that no one would perish." Fred retorted with a hint of resentment. "In that case, the age restriction for entry is utterly unreasonable." Hermione fell silent, her attention shifting to her food. Throughout the day, her demeanor stood in stark contrast to the jubilant anticipation that permeated the air. The bell signaling the end of potions class rang half an hour early, prompting Severus Snape to swiftly instruct the Slytherin students to return to their common room through the underground passage. Meanwhile, all the Gryffindors hurried back to the tower, following instructions to drop their bags and textbooks, don their cloaks, and then rush down the stairs to the entrance hall. The heads of houses were commanding their students to line up. "Please follow me," Professor McGonagall announced. "First years, stay at the front and do not crowd." They filed down the steps, forming a queue in front of the castle. It was a chilly, crisp evening, with dusk approaching. A luminous, translucent moon hung above the forbidden forest, standing in stark contrast to the sun, which had not yet fully set on the other side of the sky. Harry stood between Ronya and Hermione, observing several first-year students trembling with excitement. Curiously, Hermione was also shivering. As the clock approached 6, Ronya glanced at her watch and looked towards the driveway leading to the front door, inquiring, "How do you think they will arrive? By train?" "Death is premeditated," Hermione murmured. "What did you just say?" Harry asked Hermione. Looking up, her eyes wide with fear, Hermione whispered, "I have studied the history of the Triwizard Tournament. It is not a friendly exchange, but a sacrificial ritual." At that moment, Dumbledore, standing at the back with other teachers, exclaimed, "If I am not mistaken, the representatives from Beauxbatons have arrived." "Where?" many students eagerly asked, looking in various directions. "There," a sixth-year student shouted, pointing towards the sky above the forbidden forest. A small figure was slowly flying towards the Hogwarts castle. However, as it descended further, gliding over the treetops, everyone realized it was neither small nor slow. It was a gigantic powder-blue carriage, resembling a house in its form. 12 winged horses, each comparable in size to an African elephant, drew it through the air. As they descended towards the lawn, students in the front rows instinctively stepped back. The colossal hooves of the horses thudded against the ground, their pale golden coats and silvery manes shimmering as they folded their wings, shaking their massive heads, their fiery red eyes darting about. The carriage door swung open. A boy of ordinary height leapt down, followed by a gigantic golden spiral staircase that unfurled from the carriage's base. Next, a massive black boot emerged, followed by a woman whose size rivaled that of Hagrid. She descended the staircase and approached the steps leading to the entrance hall. 12 or 13 students of average height trailed behind her. Dumbledore began to applaud, and the students joined in, clapping their hands. The woman's face softened into a smile as she extended a gem-adorned hand towards Dumbledore. Though tall himself, Dumbledore barely bent as he kissed her hand. "Dear Madame Maxime," he said, "welcome to Hogwarts." "Good to see you, Dumbledore," Madame Maxime replied in a deep voice. "I hope all is well." "Very well, thank you," Dumbledore responded. "My students," Madame Maxime said, raising her enormous hand and casually waving it behind her, before inquiring, "Has Karkaroff arrived?" "He will be here shortly," Dumbledore assured her. "Would you care to enter the Great Hall to warm up?" Madame Maxime bowed slightly. "Very well," she said, then turned imperiously to her students, commanding, "Come along." The crowd at Hogwarts parted to create a pathway for her and her students to ascend the stone steps, then return to their previous positions, awaiting the arrival of the Durmstrang delegation. A profound silence enveloped the area, interrupted only by the heavy breathing and the sound of hooves from Madame Maxime's enormous horse. A voice floated toward them from the darkness. "In the lake. Look at the lake," someone shouted, pointing excitedly at the water's surface. The once tranquil waters erupted into towering waves, crashing against the shores, while a massive whirlpool suddenly emerged at the center. As if a colossal cork had been yanked from the lake's depths, a black mast, rigged with sails, slowly rose from the center of the whirlpool. Gradually, the grand vessel surfaced, shimmering under the moonlight, bobbing upon the undulating waves as it made its way towards the castle. Moments later, an iron anchor splashed into the water, and a long wooden plank was firmly placed upon the shore. As the man leading the group disembarked, he enthusiastically called out, "Dumbledore, my dear old friend, how are you? I hope I didn't disturb your octopus." "Quite well, thank you, Professor Karkaroff. Those octopuses could use a bit of exercise." "A little fright won't do them any harm," Dumbledore replied. Karkaroff's voice was smooth and sweet, yet as he stepped into the light of the entrance hall, Harry discerned a cold, sharp demeanor, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. "You don't mind, do you, Dumbledore?" he inquired, clasping Dumbledore's hand while gesturing for his students to proceed into the hall. "Victor is feeling a bit under the weather. He is not quite acclimated to the northern climate." He pointed with his pointed chin toward one of the students. Harry followed his gaze, suddenly understanding why Dumbledore had mentioned Fudge's agreements with various magical ministries prior to the Triwizard Tournament. That student was none other than Victor Krum, the Bulgarian Quidditch star. Harry had witnessed his prowess firsthand and even possessed 3 of his figurines. Bulgaria, a nation in southeastern Europe, had seen Krum represent them in the Quidditch World Cup just 3 months prior, and now he had unexpectedly become a contender for the Durmstrang team. "I can't believe it," Ron exclaimed, astonished. "It's Krum, Harry. Victor Krum, the best seeker in the world." "Quidditch is Quidditch, and wizardry is wizardry," Harry replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. The fact that a Bulgarian seeker had suddenly joined Durmstrang as a champion candidate seemed entirely unrelated to his Quidditch skills. Chapter 16, The Goblet of Fire, Part 1. 2 shorter tables had been added in the center of the Great Hall. At first, Harry thought that the total width of the hall had been magically expanded. Once everyone had taken their seats, Harry observed that the dining tables of each house had been repositioned closer to the walls, with the spaces between them narrower than usual. The Durmstrang team settled at the new table near the Ravenclaw and Slytherin sides, while the students from Beau's Batons occupied the area closer to Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. The headmasters approached the staff table, which had been arranged with 4 new chairs. After all the students were seated, Professor Dumbledore beamed and addressed the assembly. "Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. It is with immense joy that I welcome you to Hogwarts. I hope and believe you will find comfort and pleasure here. The selection of champions for the Triwizard Tournament will commence at the conclusion of the feast. I now invite you all to indulge in the banquet." He took his seat, and Harry noticed Karkaroff immediately leaned forward to engage him in conversation. "If Cedric Diggory is Hogwarts champion, and Victor Krum is Durmstrang's, then Durmstrang is assured victory," Ron whispered confidently to Hermione and Harry. "You still don't know who Beau's Batons champion is?" Harry replied while eating. Beside him, Hermione appeared anxious, having barely touched her meal before pushing her plate away. 20 minutes later, Mr. Ludo Bagman and Mr. Barty Crouch appeared at the staff table. After a while, as desserts gradually disappeared from everyone's tables, the venerable Professor Dumbledore stood once more, smiling as he announced, "The Triwizard Tournament is about to commence. First, allow me to introduce our 2 esteemed guests, for some may not yet be acquainted with them. This is Mr. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. And this is Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Over the past few months, Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have tirelessly worked to arrange the Triwizard Tournament, and they will join me, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime as part of the judging panel to assess the champions' efforts." A hush fell over the room. Everyone understood that the procedure for selecting the champions would soon be revealed. Dumbledore smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Filch, please bring forth the box." Filch approached Dumbledore from the corner of the hall, placing an ornate, jewel-encrusted, and seemingly ancient wooden box on the table before the professor. "As you are all aware, each participating school will present 1 champion. To prevent any school from being targeted after selecting their champion, all champions must be chosen simultaneously. To achieve this, we require a fair, unyielding, and wise selector." At this point, Dumbledore drew his wand and tapped the box lid 3 times. The lid creaked open slowly. Dumbledore reached inside and extracted a large, crudely carved wooden goblet. The cup itself bore no remarkable colors or embellishments, yet within it danced vibrant blue and white flames. Dumbledore closed the box and placed the cup upon its lid, ensuring that everyone in the hall could see it clearly, the Goblet of Fire. A low murmur arose among the students, with a few standing atop their chairs at the far end of the table to gain a better view. Every student wishing to compete for the title of champion must inscribe their name and school upon a piece of parchment and cast it into this goblet, Dumbledore proclaimed. Those aspiring to become champions may register within the next 24 hours. Tomorrow evening, on Halloween, the goblet will select the names of those it deems most worthy to represent their respective schools. Tonight, the goblet resides in the entrance hall, accessible to all students aged 17 and above who wish to participate. As for those under 17, should they succumb to temptation and attempt to approach it, Dumbledore paused dramatically, then smiled. You need not worry about your Halloween feast costume. How can you speak of it so lightly? Hermione complained beside Harry. Perhaps it is meant to be a simple matter, Harry whispered. The champion from Durmstrang is quite obvious, and Hogwarts and Beauxbatons merely need to be wary of one another. Ronia, taken aback, asked, Are you suggesting that Durmstrang's champion is the weakest? Not necessarily the weakest, Ronia. Professor Dumbledore just mentioned that the goblet is designed to prevent the initially selected champion from being targeted by the later deciding schools. It's akin to rock, paper, scissors. If the opponent knows you will choose rock, they can simply select paper. Rock, paper, scissors? Aren't we discussing the Triwizard Tournament? Ronia was even more perplexed. Hermione leaned over Harry, speaking rapidly to Ronia. Durmstrang is clearly pushing for Victor Krum to be their champion, and Krum excels in flying. Thus, if I send forth a champion adept at countering aerial opponents, I can gain an advantage when facing Krum. But Krum is the best seeker in the world. This isn't Quidditch, Hermione almost snapped in frustration. You don't need to seek the ball, and you can stand on the ground to confront someone in flight. Ronia's complexion paled. And after a moment, she murmured, Surely, in a competition meant to foster friendship, Hogwarts wouldn't scheme like this. Hermione raised an eyebrow, stating, This is hardly a contest to promote friendship. It's not the right time to elaborate, but when we return to the dormitory, I shall share my findings with you. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore stood to announce the conclusion of the feast. The students rose and traversed the hall towards the double doors leading to the entrance hall. The students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons remained seated, awaiting their headmaster while casting glances at the Hogwarts students. Karkaroff descended from the faculty desk, leading the students and following the throng moving toward the entrance, perfectly trailing behind Harry and his companions. That is Harry Potter, a deliberately lowered voice floated from behind. Harry immediately halted and turned around. A multitude of robes suddenly billowed, converging into a muted cacophony resembling a gust of wind. Over a dozen wands were simultaneously drawn from the hands of the Durmstrang students, all pointed squarely at Harry. Harry slowly and gently curled his lips into a smile as he gazed at the owner of the voice, Professor Karkaroff. He neither smiled nor furrowed his brow. He simply regarded Harry, raising a hand to gesture towards his students. The students promptly sheathed their wands. Thus, I often advise you to learn from Krum. He was clearly admonishing his students, yet his eyes remained fixed on the smiling Harry. Harry noticed Krum standing beside Karkaroff, while the other classmates withdrew their wands. He merely frowned slightly, his gaze fixed upon Harry. What has transpired? What has happened? A low, gravelly voice, filled with fury, resonated from behind Karkaroff. Approaching with a series of thuds was Professor Moody, who glared at Karkaroff and then at Harry, darkly stating, You have obstructed the entrance. Karkaroff turned to Moody and coldly replied, My students have forgotten that Harry Potter, being only 14, will not be participating in this Triwizard Tournament. Harry remained silent, turning to wave at the other astonished students of Hogwarts, urging them to continue on their way. What did you do, Harry? Hermione inquired, hastening to catch up with him, anxiety evident in her voice. I did nothing. I merely glanced back at them, Harry replied with a light-hearted chuckle. I have a feeling that Durmstrang believes they are the ones adequately prepared for this. Prepared for you? Ronia finally responded, though still visibly shocked. Have they lost their minds? You're not even 17, and how could Krum possibly be your equal? He is clearly just an ordinary person. Chapter 16. Part 2. The Goblet of Fire continued. The following day was Saturday. When Harry awoke, the dormitory was already empty. As he made his way down to the common room, he encountered no one, except for Nevia, who sat before the fireplace, neither reading nor doing homework, seemingly lost in thought. Good morning, Nevia. Where is everyone? Harry, Nevia exclaimed, startled. We finished breakfast and went a practice in the clearing. But the selection of champions, she trailed off, a bit absent-mindedly. That has nothing to do with us, right? Harry responded casually. We are all under 17. Can we go now? Nevia suddenly sprang up, her eagerness palpable. Harry furrowed his brow. choosing not to mention breakfast any longer. He departed the Gryffindor Tower alongside Navi, making their way towards Hagrid's hut, leaving the castle behind. The flying carriage from Beau's Batons was stationed 200 meters from the hut's entrance. As Navi and Harry approached the clearing, they realized that they could directly see the flying carriage. Conversely, it was evident that the carriage could easily spot them in the clearing. It seemed that today's training would have to be cancelled. We need to find another secluded place. I am determined to participate in the tournament, Navi exclaimed eagerly. My grandmother insisted that I must compete. I am uncertain of her methods, but I am confident she will find a way. Calm down. Take a deep breath, Navi. Harry responded slowly, gesturing with a downward motion of his palm. It is perfectly fine for you to compete. I truly believe none of them can rival you. Navi paused momentarily, then, in a fit of urgency, began to bounce on her feet, exclaiming, "But people could die." Harry squinted and slowly remarked, "Professor Dumbledore assured us that no one would be in peril. Yet Hermione insisted otherwise." Navi exclaimed anxiously. Hermione also mentioned that those who partake in the competition will bear tattoos that can never be removed. Harry inhaled a breath of the crisp autumn morning air, then resolutely declared, "You ought to choose to trust the headmaster of Hogwarts, rather than a fourth-year girl. However, I comprehend your reluctance to partake in the Triwizard Tournament. Has your grandmother mentioned how she intends to have you participate?" "I do not know," Nawe replied, her anxiety evident. "Please, give it some thought. If we discern the loopholes she plans to exploit, we can inform Professor Dumbledore in advance, allowing him to seal those gaps." Nawe, caught between urgency and confusion, was on the verge of tears. "When did your grandmother inform you of her intentions for you to compete?" "This morning. Besides discussing the tournament, what else did she talk about?" "She also mentioned that the stocks of the Herbology Alliance have doubled," Nawe recounted, struggling to piece together her memories. Harry listened intently to Navy's words, then gently raised a finger to place before her lips. Navy, her cheeks flushed, fell silent, following Harry's gaze. A girl clad in a Beau's Baton student robe stood at the edge of the clearing, smiling. "Hello, Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you," she began. But Harry suddenly drew his wand and pointed it at her, slowly uttering, "I apologize, but your face gives me a headache." "Oh, then I should be the one to apologize," the girl replied, halting her steps with a smile. "Is your headache severe? Would you like to rest in our carriage? We have excellent healers." "No, thank you," Harry firmly declined. The girl blinked, glancing between Harry and the timid Navy, then turned and walked away without another word. Her smile seemed to linger, yet Harry's headache dulled any appreciation for her kindness. Once she had departed, Harry turned to Navy and said, "I have taken note of what you mentioned. I will find a way. Please remain calm and do not worry, even if you are compelled to partake in the competition. I trust that Professor Dumbledore will have measures in place to ensure your safety." During lunch, Harry learned several intriguing rumors at the dining table. One being that George and Fred had attempted to throw their names into the goblet of fire that morning and were now lying in the hospital wing sporting long gray beards. Another tale spoke of a gigantic, brownish-gray owl that had stormed into the entrance hall, dropped a letter into the goblet, and then departed swiftly. Many gathered in the entrance hall, eager to discover who had cast their name into the goblet. Harry noticed several Ravenclaw students huddled in a corner with thick sheaves of parchment, each exhibiting signs of fatigue and frenzied excitement. Indicating their interest in the selection process was more than mere curiosity. Duncan sat at the Slytherin table, casting distant glances towards Harry. Harry deliberately savored his meal, lingering until most of his classmates had vacated the great hall before rising. Duncan stood simultaneously from afar, and they left the hall in succession, proceeding together down the corridor towards the library. Ginny had been quite busy lately, seemingly plotting something with the Ravenclaws, yet Duncan initiated a conversation about matters unrelated to himself. Harry nodded, acknowledging that Ravenclaw was covertly orchestrating some illicit economic ventures. This year, with no Quidditch matches to wager on, it seemed entirely reasonable to shift the bets to the Triwizard Tournament. "What costume are you donning for Halloween tonight?" Dana asked coldly. "Have you made any plans to dress up with someone?" Harry paused for a moment before chuckling. "The only time I attempted a Halloween costume was when I wanted to don a lightning bolt on my forehead." Dana's lips curled slightly, yet she maintained her stern demeanor as she replied, "That would indeed be quite challenging to coordinate with you." The two entered the library, approaching the table where Hermione was seated. As they crossed the sound-dampening barrier, they overheard Hermione murmuring softly to Ronya and Navi. "There exists a Triwizard Tournament where the last person standing can grant any wish." "Hermione, you're spreading rumors," Harry gently interjected. "That is not a rumor. Hermione shot back, glaring at Harry. Many details from that book on Wizarding Destiny Night corroborate each other. I wager that book was originally meant to be in the restricted section, not in the global history section. But your intent in discussing it now is to argue that there will be deaths in the Triwizard Tournament, correct? That constitutes a rumor. Harry replied as he took a seat. The Triwizard Tournament has nothing to do with us, Hermione, Dana remarked in an exaggerated drawl. I once truly believed you would derive some conclusions after studying the wizarding marriage laws. How foolish of me. I'm referring to myself. Don't get worked up, Hermione. That is irrelevant, Hermione retorted. I once thought the marriage laws were significant, but I was mistaken. They are trivial, compared to the history of wizards exploiting house elves. Even a wizard forced to marry at 13 lives in utter bliss. Dana rested her head on one hand, while her other hand lightly tapped the table with her pale fingertips, producing a subtle, rhythmic sound. To dismiss the suffering of one group by comparing it to the suffering of another, Hermione, if you continue at this level, you will never gain admission to the Wisengamot. That is due to the inherent flaws in the Wisengamot's selection process. Hermione half stood, leaning on the table as she emitted a low growl of frustration. Navi timidly raised her hand. May I say something? Dana arched an eyebrow, her fingers ceasing their percussion on the table, yet remained silent. Hermione, visibly irritated, turned to glare at Navi, causing her to retract her hand slightly. Go ahead, Hermione said, returning to her seat and attempting to adopt a calmer tone. What if there is an issue with the selection process of the Goblet of Fire? For instance, if the name of a wizard under 17 were to be entered, they wouldn't be chosen as a champion, would they? Ronya interrupted with a laugh. Wizards our age, who haven't even mastered the transfiguration spell, wouldn't be selected as champions even if they entered their names. Navi glanced around at the others, noticing everyone nodded in agreement, especially Harry, who also affirmed with a nod, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Then I am reassured. This morning, that large owl, I've heard it described as resembling one that my grandmother keeps. A smile began to break through Navi's previously worried expression. Dana resumed her rhythmic tapping on the table. After a few sharp remarks, she softly stated, however, Augusta Lombard is not one to engage in futile endeavors. Harry remained silent, gazing out of the window. Time passed swiftly, and the sky darkened as the banquet approached. Dana and Ronya bid farewell to the others in the library, heading back to their dormitories to prepare their Halloween costumes. Harry also took his leave of Nawi and Hermione, agreeing to meet again at the banquet. He then made his way to the Ollery, where he found Heather. He handed her a small piece of parchment inscribed with Harry Potter, combined herbology, instructing her to stealthily slip into the hall under the cover of night and drop it into the Goblet of Fire. Heather hesitated. I can't shake the feeling that this is rather perilous. Can't someone else do it? Don't you want my blood? How much do you need? 1 liter. Half a liter. Deal. Heather transformed into a white streak, darting out of the Ollery and disappearing into the night sky. Chapter 16. Part 3. The Goblet of Fire continued. As Harry approached the Camelot Hall, it was nearly filled with attendees. The Goblet of Fire had been relocated and now stood before the empty chair of Professor Dumbledore at the staff table. Fred and George sat at the end of the Gryffindor table, playfully tugging at each other's white beards, seemingly having accepted their defeat with good humor. Ronya was seated mid-table in Gryffindor, her large white wings gently pointing skyward, occasionally fluttering slightly. This is rather splendid, Harry remarked, taking a seat between Ronya and Nawi. Hermione was on the other side of Nawi, sporting a long, hooked nose painted on her face. Nawi wore a pair of transparent wings from a previous year, perched on her back. Ronya's red hair was fashioned into a crown, and she beamed at Harry, thanking him before adding, I hope Angelina from Gryffindor is chosen as a champion. I hope Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff is selected, Hermione whispered. No, ideally it would be Warrington from Slytherin, Nawi said, her face pale. Just before they moved the goblet, a swarm of bats flew into the hall, circling around it for quite some time before they departed. Nawi continued. Perhaps it was part of the Halloween festivities. Harry pointed upwards, where a large group of live bats flitted about the enchanted ceiling. In addition to the bats and the costumes of the young witches and wizards, the hall was adorned with hundreds of carved pumpkins, each sporting distinct facial features and casting sidelong glances at the guests. The dishes and desserts were all themed around skulls. One of Hogwarts' specialties, the ghost performance, received widespread acclaim from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, with nearly headless Nick planning to perform again due to the enthusiastic applause he had not heard in ages, only to be politely interrupted by Professor Dumbledore. At last, the golden plates gradually disappeared from the tables. Dumbledore rose, cutting through the escalating murmur of the students. All right, the goblet is about to make its decision, Professor Dumbledore announced. I estimate it will take another minute. Listen, after the names of the champions are announced, I hope they ascend to the pinnacle of the hall, then proceed along the faculty table. Entering the adjacent chamber, he gestured toward the door behind the faculty table, where they will receive preliminary guidance. He drew his wand and waved it dramatically. Instantly, save for the candles within the pumpkins, all other candles extinguished, plunging the hall into a state of dim illumination. The goblet of fire now radiated a dazzling brilliance. Brighter than any source of light within the hall, its blue-white flames, sparking with embers, almost blinding. All eyes were fixed upon it, as a few individuals anxiously checked their watches. Suddenly, the flames within the goblet transformed to a vivid red, with sparks crackling forth. Then, a tongue of fire leapt into the air, and the goblet split open, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically, while a voice, sharp yet resonant, emanated from the goblet. Hello. My dears, we have quite a number of contestants this time. Are you ready to hear their names? Laughter arose from the younger students. Ronya chuckled as well. Is this another sorting hat? First up, Victor Crumb, from Durmstrang. The goblet proclaimed, as a charred parchment flew forth from the flames above. Applause and cheers swept through the hall. Victor Crumb rose from the Durmstrang table, lethargically making his way towards Dumbledore, before turning right and advancing along the faculty table, entering the adjacent room through that door. Splendid, Victor! Karkaroff bellowed, his voice booming despite the cacophony of applause. I knew you were destined to be a champion. Before the applause and chatter could subside, Fleur Delacour, from Beaux Batons. The goblet announced once more, as a second parchment soared from the flames. The girl who often caused Harry headaches rose gracefully, tossing her silvery hair, and elegantly maneuvered past two sobbing classmates to enter the adjacent chamber. After a brief surge of excitement, the hall swiftly fell into silence once more. As anticipated, the flames turned red again. Cedric Diggory, from Hogwarts. Navi exhaled deeply, collapsing against Harry as though fainting. With the third parchment leaping from the flames, students from Hogwarts, particularly those of Hufflepuff, erupted in deafening cheers. Cedric jogged past the table, high-fiving all outstretched hands. Harry Potter, from Reykjavik Cathedral. The goblet excitedly exclaimed the fourth name, seemingly celebrating alongside the assembly within the hall. Dumbledore deftly grasped the flying parchment, though his entire fist was immediately seized firmly by Madame Maxime beside him. The voices within the auditorium swiftly subsided, awaiting the two individuals on the dais to elucidate the significance of the fourth name. However, Madame Maxime merely restrained Dumbledore while casting a fierce glare at Professor Karkaroff. Remaining silent, Professor Karkaroff, in turn, maintained a stoic expression, gazing straight ahead. Harry Potter, from the Islands, announced the goblet of fire cheerfully as it proclaimed the fifth contestant. A piece of parchment leaped from the flames, gently descending to the floor. Harry Potter, from the United Kingdom, resonated the sixth name in the hushed hall. As the goblet joyfully called forth a new contestant, it expelled another piece of parchment. This time, Madame Maxime's free hand deftly intercepted the parchment as it departed the flames. Navi leaned against Harry, trembling as she uttered, "So I will too." Harry Potter, from the United Herbology, exclaimed the goblet, announcing the seventh contestant. Navi emitted a sharp, short scream, truly fainting away. Suddenly, the Minister of Magic, Fudge, emerged from an unseen corner, approaching Dumbledore. His voice, though soft, was remarkably clear in the silent auditorium. It cannot be seven. The members of the judging panel, Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch, gazed at the unexpectedly arrived Fudge with astonishment, clearly unaware that the minister was also observing the selection ceremony. The goblet promptly alleviated Fudge's distress by proclaiming the eighth name, Harry Potter, from the Savior. Then came the ninth name, Harry Potter, from Azkaban. The hall erupted in a flurry of panicked shrieks. Fudge, flustered, called out to Dumbledore, "It cannot be 9. With the announcement of the 10th name, as another scroll of parchment was expelled from the flames, the goblet joyfully declared, Harry Potter, from the Forbidden Forest. Subsequently, the mouth of the goblet vanished, and the flames receded to a serene blue-white hue. Harry instructed Ronya and Hermione to catch the fainted Navi as he rose and approached the staff table, standing before the goblet, awaiting Dumbledore's explanation for himself and for all the students, faculty, and judges. Madame Maxime released her grip on Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore waved his wand, reigniting the other candles, while softly uttering a few words to Fudge, the situation with 10, and gestured discreetly towards the Ravenclaw student table. Fudge glanced at the Ravenclaw students, nodded gently, and then hurriedly departed from the staff table, disappearing around the corner of the staircase. In the ensuing silence, Dumbledore cast another glance at the piece of parchment he held, then casually discarded it aside. Clearing his throat, he declared loudly, "The fourth champion, Harry Potter." Chapter 17, The Four Champions, Part 1. Applause erupted, albeit sparsely. Harry did not turn to look, but he discerned that the sound primarily emanated from behind him, specifically from the tables of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. "To that door, Harry," Dumbledore instructed, his expression devoid of emotion. Harry walked past the faculty desk, traversing the spaces of Crouch, Bagman, and Hagrid's seats. The stern countenance of Mr. Crouch was marred by repressed fury, evoking memories of the night he had injured the ministry employee. Mr. Bagman displayed a mixture of perplexity and excitement. Hagrid appeared utterly stunned, gazing at Harry in a daze. Upon crossing the threshold, Harry found himself in a small chamber adorned with numerous portraits of wizards lining the walls. Opposite him, a fireplace blazed with fervent flames. As he entered, the faces in the portraits all turned to regard him. With each step he took, several figures slipped into adjacent frames, whispering to their wall-bound neighbors. Crumb leaned against the mantelpiece, his eyes fixed intently on Harry as he entered. Cedric stood by the fire with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze lost in contemplation of the flames. Fleur Delacour turned her head and, upon seeing Harry, beamed a radiant smile. "Ah, you have arrived," she said. Before Harry could utter a word, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, and Ludo Bagman entered the room. He seized Harry's arm and pulled him forward. "This is utterly bizarre," he exclaimed, gripping Harry's arm tightly, muttering, "Absolutely extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen," he approached the hearth. Addressing the other three, "Allow me to introduce, though it may seem incredible, the fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament." Victor Crumb straightened his posture, scrutinizing Harry up and down, and in a somber yet calm tone remarked, "Indeed, quite extraordinary." Cedric furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Bagman and then at Harry. Fleur Delacour tossed her long hair back, flashing a radiant smile as she said, "Oh, Mr. Bagman, you seem to have forgotten to introduce his name." "His name?" Bagman repeated, somewhat puzzled. "Do you not know Harry Potter?" Just then, the door behind them swung open, and a throng of people poured in. Professor Dumbledore, closely followed by Mr. Crouch, Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. Before Professor McGonagall could close the door, Harry caught the buzz of hundreds of students discussing in the adjacent hall. Madame Maxime straightened her towering frame, nearly brushing against the chandelier adorned with flickering candles, her ample bosom heaving dramatically. "What does this mean, Dumbledore?" she inquired excitedly. Dumbledore stood in the center of the room and began slowly. "Then let us start with the first unexpected note." Professor Karkaroff's expression finally shifted. His cold blue eyes blinked and then fixed on Dumbledore's face. Madame Maxime interrupted Dumbledore, raising her jewel-encrusted fist, exclaiming, "You left a loophole intentionally, did you not? It is exceedingly unfair for Hogwarts to have two champions." "Harry Potter did not enter on behalf of Hogwarts," Karkaroff stated, still wearing that frigid smile. "Not at all. I suggest we confine Harry to the underground classroom until the Triwizard Tournament concludes," Severus Snape murmured, a glimmer of excitement in his dark eyes. "I can take responsibility for his supervision." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore said decisively. Professor Snape immediately fell silent. Dumbledore turned to Harry, who met his gaze. "Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire, Harry?" he asked calmly. "No," Harry replied. "Did you ask an older student to assist you in putting your name in the Goblet of Fire?" Dumbledore continued his inquiry. "No," Harry answered again. "Did you request any teachers or guests to help you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?" Dumbledore pressed on. "No," Harry reiterated. "What he did is irrelevant. What matters now is what we shall do." Madame Maxime spoke loudly. "Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman," Karkaroff said, his tone becoming increasingly smooth, "you two are our esteemed judges. What are your thoughts?" Bagman dabbed at his round, cherubic face with a handkerchief. He appeared both excited and somewhat flustered, and thus turned his gaze towards Mr. Crouch. Mr. Crouch, with a stiff voice, remarked, "Harry Potter's participation in this competition will lead to numerous complications. We must enhance our security measures." "Well, what Barty means is that he agrees," Bagman interjected, a smile blossoming on his face as he turned back to Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, seemingly convinced that matters had been satisfactorily resolved. "Shall we proceed then? It's time to guide our champions, is it not? Barty, the floor is yours." The weary Mr. Crouch stepped forward, entering the glow of the firelight, and stated, "Very well, guidance. Yes, the first task is designed to test your courage. Hence we shall not disclose what it entails. The ability to confront the unknown is a vital trait of a wizard. The first task will occur on November 24th, in the presence of your fellow students and the judging panel. During the execution of the task, champions must not seek or accept any assistance from their instructors. When facing the initial challenge, the only weapon the champions shall possess is their wand. Only upon the conclusion of the first task will they be apprised of the particulars of the second task, given the high demands of the competition and its prolonged nature. The champions shall not partake in their academic examinations. I believe that is all, Albus." With that, Mr. Crouch turned to look at Dumbledore. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied. Madame Maxime wrapped her arm around Fleur's shoulders, swiftly leading her out of the room. Harry could hear the two conversing rapidly in French as they made their way towards the Great Hall. Karkaroff nodded to Crumb, and the two departed in silence. "Harry, Cedric, I suggest you return to get some rest." Dumbledore finally smiled at them. "I am certain the students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to celebrate with you. It would be most disappointing to deprive them of this chance to revel." Harry and Cedric exchanged a glance, and together they exited the room. The Great Hall was now desolate, with the candle flames flickering low, casting an erratic and eerie glow upon the grinning jack-o'-lanterns. "So, it seems we are rivals once more," Cedric remarked with a reluctant smile. "I suppose so," Harry replied absently, his gaze wandering to the jack-o'-lanterns lining the wall, from which he selected one to cradle in his arms. "Now tell me," Cedric inquired as they arrived at the foyer. Illuminated only by the torchlight and the glow of the pumpkin in Harry's grasp, "how much do you know about this matter?" Harry hesitated, then looked at him and said, "I was aware someone wanted me to participate in the tournament, but I had no idea there were so many others who wished for my involvement." Cedric chuckled, shaking his head. "Well, all right then. Farewell." He did not ascend the marble staircase, but instead turned towards a door on the right. Harry stood there, listening to his footsteps as he descended the stone steps, before slowly making his way up the marble stairs. Upon reaching the upper landing, he discovered an individual awaiting him. She wore a long black gown, fashioned from a thin fabric that appeared to drape diagonally from her neck to her waist, revealing the pointed tips of black high-heeled shoes beneath. A platinum scarf, matching the hue of her hair, wrapped across the chest area of her gown. "No wings this year? Whose costume is this?" Harry inquired, tilting his head. She stood several steps above him, her high heels accentuating her height. Yet she maintained a disdainful gaze as if surveying something unsightly on the ground below. "No one stipulates that Halloween costumes must only portray famous wizards," she drawled deliberately. "Just as no one dictates that the Triwizard Tournament cannot feature 4 champions. You seem quite upset," she continued. "I had a quarrel with Lavinia." As she descended the steps towards Harry, she coldly added, "But this time Hermione is correct. Even without Lavinia, you would still participate in the tournament. Thus, I decided to ask you directly." Dina stopped at the last step before Harry, and as she pushed the pumpkin aside that he was holding, the platinum silk fabric that traversed from her armpit, across her chest, and beneath her gown rose and fell with her rapid breaths, nearly resting against Harry's chest. "How much do you know about this matter?" Chapter 17. Part 2. The 4 champions continued. The two ascended to the next floor and turned into a corridor leading to classrooms rather than the Gryffindor common room. Decorations of live spiders and bats celebrating Halloween still clung to the walls and windows, yet they were evidently not suitable for mailing. On the first day of term, Dumbledore mentioned he would arrange for me to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Hoping I could assist in ensuring the champion's safety, Harry began to explain. "I suspect the last name was the one Dumbledore put forth. Other names, let me ponder. Reykjavik is a city in Iceland, and coupled with Madame Maxime's reaction, I surmise it was Professor Kakelov's doing. The herbal mixture was my contribution, as I speculated that Navi's grandmother intended to ensure Navi's participation in the competition through this means. Thus, as long as I utilized the same school name, it would suffice." As Harry reached this point in his discourse, Denekin let out a heavy huff, casting a discontented glare in his direction. Harry shrugged and continued, "I can assure you that the competitor representing this school will be me, not Nawi. The archipelago seems to hint at something related to the ocean or pirates. If it does not originate from Durmstrang, I cannot fathom who else it could be. As for the Savior, Azkaban, and the United Kingdom, I am utterly at a loss." "Ah, wait, the United Kingdom," Harry mused for a moment, a smirk creeping onto his lips, "is a suggestion from Minister Fudge." Denekan, with a sullen expression, interjected, "First, elucidate your conjecture regarding Fudge." Dumbledore remarked that Fudge does not trust either him or me and wishes to establish an alternative mechanism for resisting the Dark Lord. Given Dumbledore's manner of speaking, I suspect that Fudge does not genuinely distrust me, but rather doubts my close association with Dumbledore, thus seeking an excuse to place me directly under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. The two walked silently to the end of the corridor before casually ascending an unknown staircase. Denikin's heels echoed crisply, one hand gently resting on Harry's offered hand while the other delicately held up her flowing black gown. Upon reaching the staircase's summit, Denikin released her gown but did not relinquish Harry's hand. Instead, she suddenly smirked, declaring, "Igor Karkaroff is a Death Eater." Harry was captivated by the statement. Furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "He has already established a connection with the Dark Lord? He seeks to utilize the Triwizard Tournament to eliminate me? No, Harry. If it were that simple, I would not have contemplated it for so long," Delacour replied coolly. "He is a Death Eater, and Death Eaters are forbidden from betraying their own. Moreover, he revealed the identities of numerous Death Eaters after the fall of the Dark Lord. He is a Death Eater, and should the Dark Lord return, he would not only face death but a most gruesome one. Then why would he wish to harm me? No, he does not intend to harm you. He fears you may not be strong enough," Delacour remarked with a chilling smile. Per crumb. The scant torches on the wall provided illumination but failed to warm the frigid air of the corridor. Harry felt something within his lungs freeze. The name Savior Azkaban seemed far from something a rational mind would conjure. While the earlier names might have been born from goodwill, at least one of these two was likely the Dark Lord's idea, perhaps both. Delacour's tone grew increasingly frigid. "Harry, withdraw from the tournament." "Absolutely not. I have pledged to Dumbledore to assist in ensuring the contestants' safety. Indeed, they may encounter life-threatening peril and some may perish. But what does that matter to you? You too will face life-threatening danger, and you may die as well." Delacour sighed. "I will not perish," Harry declared resolutely, "and I shall not allow anyone to die." "What if you die? What becomes of me then?" Delacour halted, her fingers still entwined with Harry's, compelling him to stop and look back at her. "I will not die," Harry said, his brow furrowed, "and you shall not come to harm. If the Dark Lord has indeed resolved to employ the Triwizard Tournament against me, the pressure from your father's side will surely diminish, will it not?" Delacour bit her pale lip in silence, taking a few more steps before saying, "Everyone is against you, Harry." Harry chuckled softly. Denikin pinched his finger with her nails and asked menacingly, "What are you laughing at?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a thought crossed my mind. Only when there are more critics does one truly gain prominence." Harry quelled his laughter, yet did not withdraw his finger from the piercing grip of her nails. Instead, he assumed a serious demeanor, asserting that it is the targeted individual who is the true focal point. Denikin remained silent, continuing to walk while exerting pressure until blood finally seeped from his finger. Only then did she release her grip, retrieve a handkerchief to cleanse her nails, and subsequently draw her wand, softly commanding, "Give me your hand." Harry raised his palm, and after Denikin wiped the blood from his finger, she could not find the wound. "I will not die," Harry chuckled again. Denikin glared at his smiling face, put away her wand, and then slapped Harry's palm with force, gritting her teeth and scolding, "Fool." Denikin insisted that Harry support her down the underground corridor leading to the Slytherin common room before finally releasing him. Harry then arrived at the Ollery, roused Heather, and handed her a pumpkin head simply wrapped in twine, while also tying a note to her leg. "What is so special about this pumpkin head?" Heather grumbled discontentedly. "This is Hogwarts jack-o'-lantern. Once a candle is placed inside, its expression and gaze will transform. You cannot find this outside. I have written the instructions in the letter. And what shall be my reward?" Heather asked, lifting the bundle of twine, showing no urgency to take flight. "When you return, there will be plenty of opportunities for you. Also, keep your mouth shut, do you understand?" The white snow owl elongated its call, then seized the parcel and soared away from the shed. By the time Harry made his way back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room on the 7th floor, even the fat lady was aware of his selection as a champion. Well, she said, "you must be cautious. It is rather boisterous inside." The portrait swung forward, revealing the entrance to the common room. Suddenly, the clamor that flooded his ears nearly made Harry turn and flee. Then, about a dozen hands seized him and ushered him into the common room, presenting him before all his fellow Gryffindors. They erupted in screams, cheers, and whistles. "You should have told us you signed up," Fred exclaimed, stroking his white beard and adopting a mockingly deep, aged voice, sounding both annoyed and excited. "Or let us know who could assist with the registration." George shouted, his white beard now fancifully braided with colorful strings. Angelina and Katie Bell rushed toward Harry, shrieking. The Gryffindor Quidditch team is unbeatable. Lee Jordan attempted to wrap a Gryffindor flag around Harry, while another group pushed him aside and thrust a large jar of butterbeer into his hands. Ronya, with her white wings raised, struggled to navigate through the crowd, leaping down from the ladies' staircase, landing on Harry with a scream. Harry steadied Ronya and then inhaled the air she exhaled, calling out loudly, Hermione. Navi, are you there? Ronya is drunk. They had just had a quarrel with Ronya and returned to their dormitory. A girl at the edge of the crowd laughed and replied that Ronya was merely pretending to be inebriated. I am not drunk, Ronya retorted, hiccuping. Her cheeks flushed as she cheerfully exclaimed, escaping from Harry's side. She leapt over the sofa and bounded towards a large table laden with butterbeer on the other side of the common room. After about half an hour, Harry finally excused himself under the pretense of needing to sleep, hastily making his way upstairs to the dormitory. It was empty when he arrived. He opened his trunk and retrieved the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, which were pressed at the very bottom, placing them beneath his pillow. Moments later, his roommates, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, stumbled into the dormitory, supporting each other. Harry, are you asleep? Seamus asked, his tone still relatively lucid. I need a hand. Dean seems to have eaten something wrong and is suddenly quite drunk. Harry hurriedly descended and supported Dean under his arm, bringing him to his own bed. Haha, I'm so exhausted, exclaimed Seamus, bursting into laughter as he flopped onto the bed. Today has been truly marvelous. I envy you, Harry, for not having to partake in the year-end exams as a champion. Harry had yet to explain himself when the rhythmic sound of snoring emanated from the adjacent beds, indicating that his companions had succumbed to slumber. Chapter 18, The Detection of Wands, Part 1. On Sunday morning, Harry awoke to find his roommates' beds already vacant. He dressed swiftly and descended the spiral staircase to the common room below. As soon as he emerged, the students who had already partaken in breakfast greeted him with enthusiastic cheers. Upon pushing aside the portrait and emerging from the passage, he encountered Hermione. Hello, Hermione greeted, holding aloft a stack of bread wrapped in a napkin. Care for a stroll? The two made their way downstairs, swiftly traversing the hallway until they reached the lawn that extended towards the lake. The grand ship from Durmstrang lay moored upon the water, casting a dark reflection. The brisk morning breeze, combined with the radiant sun in the clear sky, created an ideal temperature for a leisurely walk. As they ambled, Harry munched on bread while listening to Hermione recount the events that transpired after he had left the Gryffindor table the previous evening. After you entered the small room, Professor Dumbledore announced the end of the feast. Ron and I helped navigate Neville, and then Dean came over, agitated, pulling us aside to rouse Neville and inquire about what had happened. Neville admitted he sought your assistance, and Dean went into a frenzy, claiming he would get you killed. Ron and Ginny insisted the matter was not so grave. Well, Ginny had followed Dean, looking quite pleased, and secretly mentioned she had made a fortune with the Ravenclaw crowd. Let's not dwell on her. Ron also blamed me, saying it was all my fault for spreading rumors, which led to this chaos. At this point, Hermione let out a long sigh, took several deep breaths, and continued. I told Dean that even if Neville and you used this organization as a guise for a fake school, it was ultimately Harry's initiative to assist Neville. The others were not involved. You will undoubtedly be entangled in this competition. If you were to be harmed, it cannot solely be attributed to Neville. Harry nodded and said, You are right. Hermione's eyes suddenly welled with tears. She took a deep breath and continued, Navi has been crying ever since Denacon left. She has been asking me how she could take your place in the competition. Ronya comforted her, saying, Hermione paused, inhaled deeply, and added, She said I am a muggle and do not understand the matters of wizards. She advised Navi not to believe my words. The waves lapped gently against the shore of the lake, producing a delicate sound. Harry kicked a smooth pebble, shaped by the water, back into the lake, then turned to Hermione and said, I am not well versed in the matter of the Seven Champions tournament, but I do know that the Triwizard tournament was, at one time, indeed a sacrificial ritual. Dumbledore's intention in having me participate in this tournament is to ensure that it does not result in fatalities, preventing it from reverting to a sacrificial rite. Hermione immediately furrowed her brow and, like a rapid-fire barrage, questioned, Are you implying that it was not originally a sacrificial ritual? Then why did it transform into one? If it is not a sacrificial rite, what is it? Merely a contest of friendship? However, Hermione abruptly interrupted her own train of thought, shook her head, and posed another question. What is the reason we cannot be informed in advance this time? Is it because I am too clever? I have not told anyone. Harry replied, this matter is too sensitive. Until last night. Only Professor Dumbledore and I were aware of it. Indeed, only the two of you know, yet your name has appeared 7 times, Hermione scoffed at Harry's explanation. Harry scratched his head and remarked, therefore, I believe there is little purpose in continuing to conceal the truth, especially from you. I retract my previous statements. I once thought that by revealing a fragment of information, you would deduce the entire picture. Now I realize that even if I say nothing, you can almost infer it all. Hermione's face flushed crimson, and she softly replied, it's not that I can guess everything. I have been mistaken at times too. Hermione, I now formally and earnestly implore you to refrain from further probing into this matter, Harry stated solemnly. It is not because you have erred in your assumptions, but rather because the burden of this situation should not fall upon your shoulders. Hermione took a step back, her lips trembling, her complexion ashen as she questioned, Harry Potter. You chose to reveal the truth to me to silence me, did you not? That is not the case, he answered. You can refuse to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Then this competition could genuinely result in fatalities. Hermione exclaimed, then prevent it from taking place. It is the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who has championed this initiative. And Professor Dumbledore has also acquiesced. Stopping the Triwizard Tournament would simply give rise to another similar event. Then let the Minister of Magic resign, Hermione shouted. Harry took a deep breath and said, Hermione, you are merely 14, almost 15. I am nearly a year older than you. 15 is still quite young. You shouldn't have to bear such burdens, Hermione promptly corrected him. As Harry spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione, too, found it impossible to stifle her laughter and slowly shook her head. Harry, you truly are an arrogant fool. I am an arrogant savior, Hermione, Harry replied with a smile. A genuine savior, certified by Voldemort himself. You see, he even stamped it here. Harry swept his bangs aside, revealing the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Hermione chuckled softly, momentarily taken aback by the sight. After a brief pause, she regained her composure, a smile still gracing her lips, and declared to Harry, regardless, I shall put an end to this Triwizard Tournament. Hermione continued, I have reached out to a reporter from the Daily Prophet, who has expressed considerable interest in my findings. She believes there are numerous dark secrets lurking behind this competition. With an endearing smile, Hermione gazed at Harry, seemingly awaiting his further thoughts and arguments. Ready to counter each one in turn, Harry resolved to deny her any opportunity. Please, continue with the events of last night. Ronya referred to you as a muggle. And then what transpired? I remained silent at that moment. However, it was Ronya who could not dissuade Navi. It was I who ultimately comforted her, preventing her tears. Hermione remarked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Harry let out a sigh of relief and then inquired, how did you manage to persuade Navi? I replied, I utilized arithmetic divination to calculate your path and position, and I am quite certain that you will not perish here. Is that truly so? Harry immediately asked. But his response was met with Hermione's slight eye roll. Hermione continued, after I convinced Navi to take a rest, Ronya was outside sulking. She only stealthily returned to the dormitory in the dead of night. Harry recalled the image of Ronya leaping down the staircase last night, momentarily at a loss for words. He decided to simply shove the remaining pieces of bread into his mouth and then crouched by the lake to wash his hands. The crumbs dissolved into the water, attracting a few small black fish. Harry and Hermione watched them compete for a short while, when suddenly a massive tentacle emerged from the depths, ensnaring the plumpest and most aggressive fish, vanishing it beneath the surface. They then made their way back to the castle. Chapter 18. 2-1 Testing Part 2. In the ensuing days, the school ceased to announce any further arrangements pertaining to the Triwizard Tournament or its champions. The unexpected incident at the Halloween feast was regarded by many students as merely a part of the entertainment. Ultimately, a significant number of students were unable to distinguish between the Triwizard Tournament and a Quidditch match. Some even presumed that the full title of the Triwizard Tournament was the Quidditch Triwizard Tournament. Questioning why Durmstrang had dispatched a Quidditch star as their champion while both Hogwarts competitors were distinguished seekers. After Navi, Hermione, and Ronya unanimously ceased their discussions regarding the Triwizard Tournament, Harry next heard mention of the champions during a herbology class. Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley from Hufflepuff, who were transplanting bouncing bulb stems on the same tray as Harry, bluntly remarked, "That is not right, Harry Potter. You should be participating in the next Triwizard Tournament. Not this one." Hermione, seated beside him, muttered softly, "There won't be a next one." The second mention occurred during a Care of Magical Creatures lesson. Hagrid had each student walk a blast-ended scrut. Crabbe and Goyle quickly discovered that it was far more amusing to lift and toss the creatures. The 1-meter-long scrut was a challenge for most students to control, yet Crabbe and Goyle could easily hoist it with one hand. "Oops, slipped," Goyle shouted, as a chorus of screams and laughter erupted among the Slytherin students. A scrut soared through the air in a parabolic arc, heading towards Harry's position. He drew his wand, preparing to intercept it before it landed. However, the scrut's tail exploded, propelling it in an unexpected direction and launching it several meters forward. Deakin immediately dropped the reins he was holding and leapt aside. The scrut altered its path once more, this time flying away from Deakin before crashing to the ground. Applause and laughter erupted from the Slytherin crowd. "Kill shot. 1 point added. Goyle, I think you'd make a better champion," Crabbe exclaimed dramatically. "Oh, but I'm not yet 17, Goyle exaggeratedly called out in response. The reaction from the Slytherin students to these witty remarks was met with an even more enthusiastic round of applause and cheers. As Professor Trelawney nervously reiterated in divination class that no one would perish, having seen no omens of death, and Professor Flitwick cautioned everyone not to be so captivated by the spectacle that they neglected their studies. The fervor surrounding the Triwizard Tournament reached a new equilibrium among the students. A small group of those who remained attentive formed a tight-knit circle, while the majority of their peers returned to the routine of attending classes and completing assignments. During the second potions class after Halloween, Harry arrived at Snape's subterranean classroom to find a row of Slytherin students standing outside, each adorned with a large badge pinned to the front of their robes. These badges bore the same inscription, with bold crimson letters gleaming in the dim light of the underground corridor, as if they were ablaze. "Support Cedric Diggory, the true champion of Hogwarts. Do you like it, Potter?" As Harry approached, Goyle bellowed with his coarse voice, "There's more to see. Look." He pressed the badge firmly against his chest, causing the initial words to vanish, only to be replaced by another line of text that shimmered with a greenish glow. "Harry Potter, hailing from Azkaban." The Slytherins erupted into a cacophony of mocking laughter, each pressing their badges, causing the blinding phrase from Azkaban to flash around Harry. "I do find myself missing the Dementors a bit." With a smile, Harry navigated through the crowd. Goyle and Crabbe chuckled maliciously. Goyle, in his gruff voice, proclaimed, "From whence you came, to whence you shall return. Half of the champions in the Triwizard Tournament are deceased, and the other half ought to be confined to Azkaban." Harry shook his head and continued forward, preparing to enter the classroom. However, behind him, Ronya called out to Goyle, "Professor Dumbledore said no one will die this time, nor will anyone be sent to Azkaban. It is your parents who deserve to be imprisoned." Goyle drew his wand. The wand appeared slender and fragile in her grasp, yet those around them scattered, retreating down the corridor. "Come on, Weasley," Goyle said calmly. "You ought to know how to take responsibility for your words, don't you?" Goyle stared at Ronya, while Crabbe remained fixated on Harry. Ronya also drew her wand. "Enough of the chatter. If you have the guts, make your move." In an instant, both began to act. "Petrificus totalis," Ronya shouted. "Petrificus totalis," Goyle echoed, directing her wand at her other arm. That robust arm swiftly turned gray and hardened, rising before Goyle to block Ronya's spell. Bang! The petrified fist smashed against the wall behind Ronya. She rolled away, narrowly avoiding the blow. Goyle kicked aside Ronya's snow boots left behind and continued to strike at Ronya, who had just regained her footing. "Petrificus totalis," Ronya yelled. The spell once again struck the already petrified arm. A triumphant smile spread across Goyle's face, but it froze in an instant. Without warning, Crabbe leaped up from behind the petrified Goyle, throwing a punch that nearly caught Ronya, who had relaxed in victory. Ronya stumbled sideways, almost losing her balance, but suddenly pointed her wand backwards at herself. Her upper body floated upward, then her feet left the ground as well. Now, Ronya's head was above Crabbe's, nearly brushing against the ceiling of the corridor. Her wand hand trembled slightly, breaths quickened, and her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and exhilaration. With her wand and gaze directed at Crabbe, who was crouched on the ground, the onlookers retreated further into the classroom and down the corridor, yet the murmurs grew louder. "What is all this commotion?" came a cold, authoritative voice. Upon hearing Severus Snape's voice, Ronya lifted her head, only to find Crabbe had vanished from her sight. "Above," Harry shouted, drawing his wand, but a flash of red light had already shot in from beyond the crowd, arcing over their heads and striking Crabbe, who was lunging at Ronya from above. The crowd parted, with Slytherin students pressing tightly against the corridor walls, some quietly tearing off their house badges. Professor Snape strode to the classroom entrance with a commanding presence, frowning at Ronya, who was hurriedly putting on her shoes. Once Ronya stood steady, Professor Snape coldly remarked, "Ronya Weasley, explain what has transpired." Ronya turned her gaze aside, hesitating for a moment before gritting her teeth and declaring, "I believe Goyle's parents ought to be imprisoned in Azkaban," after which she challenged me to a duel. Professor Snape glanced at Goyle, who lay rigidly on the floor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "It appears you have emerged victorious. Ronya, tell me, are you pleased?" "Pleased." Ronya promptly straightened her posture and replied through clenched teeth, "Excellent. 50 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Ronya Weasley, you are to serve 1 week of detention for insulting a fellow student's family and engaging in an unlawful duel." At the doorway of the classroom, Harry raised his hand and declared, "This matter is due to me." "Then you shall serve a week of detention, Harry," Professor Snape pronounced with a deliberately harsh tone. However, Harry noticed the corners of her mouth twitching upwards, prompting him to quickly fall silent. Pansy Parkinson, gather a few classmates to escort Goyle and Crabbe to the hospital wing. Crabbe will regain consciousness shortly. Inform her that she must clean the footprints from the wall and corridor before the end of tomorrow. Snape then bellowed to all the onlookers, "Now, everyone, get inside and attend class." Chapter 18, Part 3, Wand Testing, continued. Class commenced, and Ronya sat there, glaring at Professor Snape. Occasionally, when their eyes met, she would deliberately lift her chin and flash a carefree smile, as though a week of detention could not touch her in the slightest. "The antidote," Severus Snape proclaimed, surveying the class with his icy black eyes that glimmered with arrogance. "When one knows what poison to counter, concocting the antidote becomes exceedingly simple. If one cannot master even this step, learning the antidotes for unknown poisons is utterly pointless." At that moment, a knock at the underground classroom door interrupted Severus's admonition. It was Colin Creevey, who sidled into the room, beaming at Harry before making his way towards Professor Snape's lectern. "What is it?" Severus inquired impatiently. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I need to take Harry Potter upstairs," Colin replied. Severus's cold gaze fixed upon Colin, causing the smile to vanish from his eager face. "Mr. Potter must serve his detention after potions class. This is crucial," Severus stated icily. Colin's face flushed. "Professor, Mr. Bagman has requested his presence. All the champions are required to attend. It seems they're to take photographs," he stammered. Ronya chuckled, and Severus shot her an annoyed glance before turning sharply to Harry, saying sternly, "Very well, Harry Potter, go ahead, but do not forget to return and serve your detention with Ronya. Bring your wand." Colin exclaimed nervously. Harry patted his side, stood up, and made his way toward the door. As Harry exited the classroom and closed the door, Colin could hardly contain his excitement. "The photograph will be featured on the front page of the Daily Prophet, Harry. This issue is bound to be a bestseller." They made their way to a smaller classroom, where they knocked on the door and ushered Harry inside. Most of the desks had been pushed to the back of the room, leaving a spacious area in the center. However, 3 desks were arranged side by side in front of the blackboard, draped with a long piece of velvet. Behind the velvet-covered desk sat 5 chairs, one of which was occupied by Ludo Bagman, who was engaged in conversation with a witch Harry had never seen before, clad in a crimson robe. Victor Crumb stood in a corner, as sullen as ever, refusing to speak to anyone. Cedric was conversing with Fleur, who was laughing joyfully, her long silver hair shimmering with radiant light. A portly man was holding a slightly smoking black camera, casting sidelong glances at Fleur. Suddenly, Bagman spotted Harry and sprang to his feet, leaning forward with enthusiasm. "Ah, here he comes, the 4th champion. Come in, Harry, come in. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely the wand-checking ceremony. The other judges will arrive shortly." "Wand-checking?" Harry echoed. "We need to ensure your wands are in perfect working order, free of any illicit functions, as they are your most vital tools for the upcoming tasks," Bagman explained. "The expert is upstairs with Dumbledore. Then we'll take a few photographs. This is Rita Skeeter," he said, gesturing to the witch in the crimson robe, who was preparing to write a piece for the Daily Prophet about the Triwizard Tournament. "Perhaps not so brief," Ludo interjected with a smile, his gaze fixed on Harry. "Before we begin, may I have a few words with Harry? The youngest champion, you know, to add some color to the narrative." "Not a problem," Bagman boomed, though he seemed uncertain about Harry's willingness. While Harry hesitated, Rita Skeeter seized his arm with a surprising strength and tugged him out of the room, opening a door nearby. It led to a broom closet. Harry eyed her cautiously. "We can't stay in there. It's too noisy. This place is quiet and comfortable. Come along." "Dear," Rita said, plopping herself onto an overturned bucket, wobbling as if she might topple over at any moment. She then opened her crocodile skin handbag, pulled out a candle, waved her wand to ignite it, and made it hover in the air. With a flick of her wrist, she closed the door, pulling out a cardboard box and gesturing for Harry to sit on it. Harry, I'll be taking notes with my quick will. You won't mind, will you? This way. I can free my hands to converse with you more naturally. Harry raised an eyebrow but offered no response. Rita Skeeter, her face beaming with delight, reached once more into her alligator skin handbag, retrieving an elongated, strikingly green quill and a roll of parchment. She then spread the parchment atop a chest positioned between them, standing the quill upright upon its surface. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rita Skeeter, a journalist for the Daily Prophet. The vibrant green quill began to dance across the parchment, its tip deftly gliding as it inscribed, "The captivating blonde, Rita Skeeter, whose audacious quill has unveiled the hollowness of many a glittering facade." "Splendid," declared Rita Skeeter, as she tore off the first sheet of parchment, crumpled it into a ball, and tucked it away into her handbag. Leaning towards Harry, she inquired, "So, Harry, do you believe the rumors surrounding the Triwizard Tournament?" Harry furrowed his brow, recalling Hermione's mention of her communication with a reporter from the Daily Prophet. A scar, a poignant reminder of a tragic past, lent an alluring ruggedness to Harry Potter's already handsome visage. His eyes, regardless of that quill, were drawn to it, and Rita Skeeter, noticing Harry's distraction, resolutely declared. Harry lifted his gaze to meet her eyes, inquiring, "This quill possesses quite an aesthetic appeal. Where might I procure one of its kind?" Rita Skeeter raised an eyebrow, replying, "I am truly sorry, Harry. I stumbled upon this in the second-hand market. Perhaps it is an antique long since discontinued. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Many brave souls have perished in the past, have they not? Have you ever contemplated this?" Harry responded, "Well, this year should be far safer than those that preceded it." While keeping a wary eye on the suspicious quill, it glided across the parchment between them, skating back and forth effortlessly. Of course, Professor Dumbledore and Minister Fudge have asserted such, but they also stated that students under 17 are not permitted to compete, correct? Rita Skeeter queried again, her gaze fixed on Harry. "Even with significant incidents occurring during the selection of champions, do you still believe they can ensure the safety of all participants?" "Yes, I have faith in them," Harry replied solemnly, nodding. As the conversation shifted to the clouded selection ceremony for champions, fear and despair filled Harry's striking green eyes. "I harbor neither fear nor despair," Harry calmly protested to the quill. The quill quivered slightly, but before it could inscribe another word, the door to the broom shed swung open. "Dumbledore!" Rita Skeeter exclaimed joyfully, yet Harry noticed her quill and parchment had abruptly vanished from the table. With one hand deftly fastening her crocodile skin handbag, she extended the other toward Dumbledore. "How do you do? Is the wand inspection about to commence?" Dumbledore smiled faintly, guiding Harry back into the room. The other champions were already seated on chairs by the door. Harry took a seat beside Cedric, gazing at the velvet-draped table ahead, where 4 of the 5 judges, Professor Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Mr. Crouch, and Ludo Bagman, were already seated. Rita Skeeter found a corner to sit down. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Ollivander," Dumbledore announced as he took his place at the judges' table, addressing the champions. "He will inspect your wands to ensure they meet the requirements for the competition." Harry then noticed the old wizard standing by the window. "Miss Delacour, you may come forward first, if you please, Mr. Ollivander said as he stepped into the open space in the center of the room. Fleur Delacour glided gracefully towards Mr. Ollivander, presenting her wand to him. To Harry's astonishment, he could gaze at her face without experiencing any discomfort. Ollivander mused. With the finesse of a conductor, he made the wand twirl upon his slender fingertips, releasing a flurry of pink and gold sparks. He then brought the wand closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. "Quite dreadful," he murmured softly. "Though it is well crafted, a 9.5-inch wand of resilient maple, containing..." After a deliberate pause, Fleur interjected, "It contains a strand of Vila hair from my grandmother." This revelation clarified the source of Harry's earlier headache, yet he pondered why he no longer felt any pain. "Indeed," Mr. Ollivander affirmed, "quite right. Of course, I myself have never employed Vila hair, as I find them notoriously difficult to satisfy. Your wand, at present, is in such a state. It has been subdued for far too long, almost on the verge of losing its vitality. If you persist in using it..." Ollivander's fingers glided over the wand, clearly inspecting it for any scratches or blemishes. Then, in a hushed voice, he intoned, "Bloom, O red lotus." A bouquet of ice flowers blossomed at the wand's tip. Excellent. Excellent, quite acceptable, Mr. Ollivander declared, gently knocking the ice flowers from the wand's end against the corner of the table before returning it to Fleur. Mr. Diggory, it is now your turn. Fleur nimbly returned to her seat, and as she brushed past Cedric, she caught Harry's gaze and offered him a radiant smile. Harry's head began to throb slightly once more. Ah, this is my creation, isn't it? Cedric, with a heightened sense of excitement, handed over the wand, and Mr. Ollivander remarked, Indeed, I remember vividly. It contains a hair plucked from the tail of a particularly exquisite male unicorn, measuring around 5 or 6 feet in length. I nearly received a horn to the face when I extracted it. The wand, crafted from 12¼ inches of excellent ash wood, exhibited remarkable elasticity. Can you feel the essence of the unicorn now? Cedric inquired, a broad smile spreading across his face. Mr. Ollivander caused a plume of silvery smoke to erupt from the tip of Cedric's wand, which wafted gracefully across the room. Satisfied, he declared, Mr. Crumb, it is your turn. Victor Crumb rose, his shoulders broader than Harry's, and ambled towards Mr. Ollivander with a somewhat lackluster gait. He thrust the wand forward, frowning as he stood with his hands tucked into the pockets of his robe. Mr. Ollivander mused, if I am not mistaken, this is a creation of Gregorovic. He is an exceptional wand maker with a distinctive style. He lifted the wand, scrutinizing it meticulously before inquiring, Mr. Crumb, is there something you wish to share with me? I am a Hufflepuff, Crumb replied flatly. Indeed, the legendary Hufflepuff that destroyed Babylon. He cast a glance at Crumb, who nodded in affirmation. The wand is made from hornbeam, containing the heartstring of a fire dragon, considerably thicker and much sturdier than what one usually encounters, measuring 14¼ inches. Summon lava. The tip of the hornbeam wand erupted in thick black smoke, a drop of bright red liquid coalescing beneath the haze, only to gradually darken. Mr. Ollivander shook the wand, dispersing the smoke, revealing a droplet of black substance clinging to the wand's tip, maintaining a fluid form yet shimmering with a metallic sheen. Excellent, Mr. Ollivander proclaimed, tapping the small metallic piece off the table before returning the wand to Crumb. And now, the last one, Mr. Potter. Harry stood up and brushed past the unblinking Crumb. Making his way towards Mr. Ollivander, he presented his wand. Ah, yes, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, his pale eyes suddenly shimmering with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. I remember vividly. Harry Potter. How's that dear lady? She is well. Harry recalled how Aunt Petunia had directly specified the wand style that suited him, which was perhaps uncommon for Mr. Ollivander. The time Mr. Ollivander spent examining Harry's wand was notably longer than that of others. At last, he caused a small spark to erupt from the wand's tip before returning it to Harry, declaring its condition to be excellent. Thank you, everyone, Dumbledore said, rising from the judge's table. Now you may return to your classes, or perhaps it would be better to head directly to dinner, as the lesson will soon conclude. Harry rose to depart, yet the man with the black camera sprang up, clearing his throat. Picture time, Dumbledore, picture time. Bagman exclaimed with exuberance. How about a group photo with the judges and the champions? What do you think, Rita? Well, all right, let us take the group shot first. Rita, Skeeter replied, her gaze once more fixating on Harry. Perhaps we shall capture a few solo shots later. The photography process consumed considerable time, half of which was spent arranging suitable positions for the group photo, while the other half was dedicated to satisfying Rita Skeeter's insistence on capturing individual portraits of the champions. As Harry descended the stairs, he noticed Hermione dining in the hall. He discreetly pulled her aside and whispered, if the journalist you contacted is Rita Skeeter, pay attention to her quick quill. I suspect it possesses an extraordinary intellect. Hermione furrowed her brow and inquired, did you encounter her while taking photographs? Harry nodded and briefly recounted the events, then bid farewell to Hermione before hurrying back to the potions classroom. Ronya had already washed several cauldrons and placed them by the sink. Upon seeing Harry appear at the doorway, she greeted him with a smile, saying, you've finally returned. We can finish washing them quickly, each taking half. Harry rolled up the sleeves of his robe and approached the edge of the basin, standing face to face with Ronya. The two of them quietly scraped the remnants of potion from the cauldron's bottom with iron brushes, occasionally splashed by water. Ugh, Ronya muttered, spitting lightly as she raised her arm to wipe her mouth. I apologize, Ronya. You were punished for standing up for me. Ronya looked up with a broad smile, seeming to ponder for a moment before grasping Harry's words. Ha, I actually thought you were the one dragging me down. Then what are you so happy about? Harry furrowed his brow in confusion. Oh, it's just a bit like doing chores together, Ronya replied, laughing and stumbling over her words. Then let us not wash anymore. A discontented voice suddenly interrupted from the classroom. Both Harry and Ronya froze, turning to face the short-haired woman leaning against the doorway. Come to my office, all of you, Severus coldly commanded before turning away. Harry and Ronya took some time to tidy up the already washed cauldrons and dry their hands before they made their way to Severus's office. Ronya Weasley, you have been secretly studying some non-standard spells not taught at Hogwarts. While this does not contravene school regulations, I must remind you that many of your advantages are best utilized when grounded, Severus remarked calmly from behind his desk. Upon seeing Ronya nod in a somewhat confused manner, Severus waved his hand and said, You may leave now. I have other matters to discuss with Harry. Once Ronya had departed, the stern expression that Severus usually wore softened, revealing a warm yet bashful smile. You said you weren't interested in romance, so I won't persist. Am I not quite understanding? Does that earn me any points? Harry paused, nearly fleeing, yet he restrained himself and replied calmly, It is impossible between us. Severus smiled and nodded, saying, In truth, I am aware of the impossibility that lies between us, but consider this. It is still worth pondering and inquiring, is it not? Harry remained expressionless, offering no response to the inquiry. Severus chuckled softly and continued, Shall I be granted an opportunity? Allow me to attempt, only to be left utterly disillusioned? The slicing sausage tactic is ineffective against me, Severus, Harry asserted with resolute headshake. The slicing sausage approach is futile. Severus surveyed Harry from head to toe, a smirk curling upon his lips as he remarked, What if I take a more forceful approach? We have already clashed once, and you could not best me. Harry replied, unwavering in his gaze. That time I was wearing high heels. Severus laughed once more. It is different now. Harry cast another glance at Severus before turning his gaze back to the wall, stating, Don't bother. It's simply impossible for us. As the conversation seemed to circle back to its origin, Severus pursed his lips and remarked, I genuinely yearn for a romantic relationship. The tumultuous shifts in hormones can lead to dramatic emotional fluctuations. At present, your emotional maturity resembles that of a teenage girl. Harry scoffed, retorting, I believe you are even less emotionally stable than Ronya and Hermione. That's because you were with them. Severus exclaimed, his face flushed. If you were with me, I too could maintain emotional stability. TSK, an excuse. But what if it were true? Severus cried out. Harry gazed curiously at Severus, whose face was flushed, and slowly remarked, You could engage in a romantic relationship with someone else to help stabilize your emotions. Absolutely not. It must be you. Then perhaps you should take a leave of absence, allowing yourself some time to recuperate. This should qualify as a work-related injury. Dumbledore stated, I would rather engage in a romantic relationship with you than allow you to take time off. Harry inhaled sharply, murmuring, This old man is quite the trickster, employing a 2-for-1 tactic. After a moment, regaining his composure, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and remarked, Dumbledore must have a contingency plan following my refusal. He responded to Severus with a tone laden with resentment. What is it? Shall I procure surrounded by handsome men and have the school reimburse me? Harry shuddered as he recalled that fateful Christmas night 2 years prior, when Ronya and Hermione, having consumed the polyjuice potion, ventured into the Slytherin common room to gather intelligence. He vividly remembered witnessing Dana Conk imbibe that small vial of potion. This simply could not be the course of action. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Harry's brow, for it was undoubtedly unwise, and the substance bore addictive properties. Severus gazed at Harry with surprise, softly inquiring, What about us? Is it possible for us? I assure you, I shall keep it a secret. It must remain undisclosed. Swiftly, Severus circled the table and approached Harry, his hands reaching towards Harry's cheeks, only to retract shyly. His face flushed. He contemplated taking Harry's hand, but murmured to himself, Would it be too hasty to hold hands on the first occasion? He then stepped back, inadvertently colliding with the table, producing a soft gasp. In the common room, Harry indulged in a collection of cookies, and upon returning to his dormitory, he discovered that it was already the dead of night. He stealthily climbed into bed, only to find the owl, Hedwig, perched upon his pillow, suggesting that she had already mastered the art of entering the tower's common room. Tied to Hedwig's leg was a small note. When Harry illuminated his wand, he realized that the note was not from Aunt Petunia, but rather from Sirius Black. Harry, I cannot express myself freely in the letter. Await me by the fire in Gryffindor Tower at 1 o'clock on the morning of November 22nd. Sirius. Synopsis. Professor Dumbledore entrusted Harry Potter to Aunt Petunia's care. Despite her evident shortcomings, nevertheless, Dumbledore firmly believed that this was an indispensable step towards the complete eradication of Voldemort.